At the age of 60, after his divorce, the game of life system was activated for Chen Shu. By signing in daily, a sum of 10,000 would automatically be credited to his bank account, and by engaging in life events, he could similarly receive rewards. Thus, Chen Shu embarked on endeavors he had previously shunned, traversing paths he had once feared to tread. That which eluded him in his youth, he now attained in his twilight years. Also known as divorced at 60, suddenly a tycoon. At 60, the Tycoon system emerges. Chapter 1. A broad-minded outlook. Reward of 99,999 yuan. In the bustling city of Shanghai. You're already 60. What more do I expect from you? You even took the initiative to propose a divorce. Is it merely because I used your 800,000? After all, you're my stepfather. What's wrong with your son using a bit of your money to invest in stocks? If you wish to leave, then leave. I wonder how you will survive in Shanghai on your meager pension of 3,000 a month. Are you planning to seek help from your biological daughter? Do you have the audacity? His ex-wife, Yi Mei, continued her incessant tirade. Yi Mei's biological son, Chen Shu's stepson Yi Jinkai, remained silent, observing without uttering a word. The silver-haired Chen Shu adeptly and swiftly packed his belongings, having long severed any emotional ties to this household. 20 years prior, he had divorced with a daughter in tow and encountered his widowed college classmate Yi Mei, who had a son. Together, they formed a new family. Initially, the two shared a harmonious understanding in their daily lives. However, as they settled in Shanghai, surrounded by affluent wives, Yi Mei's mindset shifted, leading her to resent Chen Shu's modest earnings. She completely forgot that the down payment for Yi Jinkai's wedding house had been earned by him a decade ago. In recent years, the materialistic Yi Mei had continuously criticized Chen Shu for his insufficient income, which he could no longer tolerate. Until yesterday, when he discovered that all his savings, 800,000, had been entirely transferred by Yi Mei to Yi Jinkai for stock trading, despite Yi Jinkai's abysmal trading skills. It turned out that there was a Mercedes at home, initially for Yi Jinkai's commute to work, which had since been reduced to an electric scooter after he resigned to trade stocks full-time. Thus, Chen Shu's heart had hardened. His sole intention was to sever ties with the duo completely. In the final year of his life, he did not wish to struggle through a slow death in this familial quagmire. Indeed, his heart condition had reached its terminal stage. To survive, a heart transplant was his only hope. Setting aside the question of whether a suitable heart was available, would Yi Mei and Yi Jinkai be willing to spend over $1 million for his surgery? Therefore, in his remaining time, Chen Shu resolved to truly relish life, pursuing activities he had once yearned to undertake, but never did. He wished to face the end of his life without any lingering regrets. He intended to savor life thoroughly. Closing the door, he could still hear Yi Mei's incessant chatter. Finally liberated, this voice has echoed in my ears for 20 years. I shall no longer have to endure it. I must admit, I have truly been pathetic. Both of my marriages ended in failure. Now, I can genuinely enjoy life. Perhaps one day I will succumb to a heart attack on the roadside, with no one to claim my body. But in death, what significance do such matters hold? At 60, one achieves a state of understanding, as Confucius aptly stated. Nothing matters anymore. Others are others, and I am myself. This time, I shall treat the remaining days as a game, living for my own sake. Chen Shu had never felt his body so remarkably buoyant. Upon exiting the elevator, he relished the fervent rays of the summer sun warming his arms. A gentle breeze swept by. Ding! Congratulations, host, for perceiving the essence of life and comprehending its true meaning. Life is but a play. The game of life system is officially activated. Chen Shu shook his head. Am I hearing things again? Ever since he had been diagnosed with a heart condition and served as a security guard for 2 years, often working the night shift, his hearing had deteriorated and his health had declined. Are my eyes also blurring? Chen Shu observed a plethora of words seemingly floating before him, akin to a screen. The system has been activated. A daily game experience fund of 10,000 yuan has been credited. Would you like to withdraw? Yes, no. Chen Shu confirmed again, feeling as though this was no mere illusion. A system? Is this akin to the systems found in online novels? Chen Shu murmured. He was familiar with such systems, having often indulged in multi-protagonist web novels on old Lu's phone during his monotonous night shifts at the community gate. Men remain youthful at heart until death. Even at 60, one is still a boy at heart. He never anticipated that one day he would possess a system akin to those protagonists in online literature. With a heart brimming with excitement, Chen Shu tapped on the screen. Soon, he felt the old mobile phone in his pocket vibrate. In an effort to save money, Chen Shu had refrained from purchasing a smartphone, opting instead for a bulky old mobile device. Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your savings account ending in 4933 has received a deposit of 10,000 yuan at 1652 on May 31st. Current balance, 13,009.6 yuan. It was real. Chen Shu gazed at the authentic text message on his phone. At that moment, he felt as though his life had transformed. However, with only a year left to live, I shall embrace this year joyfully. Will I receive 10,000 yuan daily? Yes, host. As long as you maintain the mindset of playing the game of life, the system will continuously operate, automatically dispensing the experience fund every 24 hours. As the host completes more game of life tasks, the amount for sign-ins will automatically increase. Chen Shu's expression brightened. What are the tasks for the game of life? Tasks are randomly activated and include, but are not limited to, indulging one's desires within legal boundaries, rectifying regrets, and undertaking endeavors with flair. Any event deemed as a game of life will yield random rewards. Chen Shu felt a surge of excitement, causing his heart to race. The doctor had cautioned him against excessive emotional stimulation, lest he risk succumbing. He pressed his hand against his heart and took a moment to steady himself. Although he had only begun the system at the twilight of his life, having come to terms with his fate, he resolved not to dwell excessively on it. In that case, let it be. I shall make the most of the time I have left. Money cannot be taken with us in death. From this moment forth, I shall fully immerse myself in the experience of life, Chen Shu declared to himself. Ding! The host's mindset has shifted to a state of acceptance concerning the remaining time of life, regarded as a broad-minded event, resulting in a reward of 99,999 yuan. Current withdrawable balance, 99,999 yuan. Is that even possible? Chen Shu chuckled. The system genuinely aimed to assist him in playing the game of life. A mere shift in perspective had yielded nearly 100,000 yuan. Upon withdrawal, Chen Shu's bank account balance soared to over 110,000 yuan. It is worth noting that since turning 20, during his 2 marriages, his bank account had never surpassed 10,000 yuan. Typically, his monthly salary would be submitted or used for household expenses, leaving him with little to no pocket money, and he could only afford to smoke low-cost cigarettes. It had been a painful existence. Now, however, he could genuinely savor the life that lay ahead, free from the constraints imposed by others. How liberating! Chen Shu dragged his suitcase, contemplating his future. Just then, the old mobile phone rang. Chenggu, why haven't you arrived yet? I've clocked you in. The captain will be here shortly. If he discovers your absence, it will be disastrous. Chapter 2. Reversing Physical Age by 5 years. Chen Shu was once an editor at the Shanghai City Daily. However, as the industry succumbed to the relentless tide of the internet, it began to wither away, and after turning 50, he found himself facing a crisis of existence. Being a non-local resident with no connections within the newspaper, he naturally became one of the unfortunate first to be laid off. Despite receiving a monthly pension of 3,000 yuan, it was scarcely sufficient to survive in Shanghai, let alone contribute to household expenses, compelling him to take up work as a security guard. The security job entailed 15 days of day shifts followed by 15 days of night shifts. With a meager salary of 2,800 yuan, inclusive of meals but excluding accommodation. Despite the low pay, many were eager to secure such positions in Shanghai, most of whom were individuals of similar age to Chen Shu. In former times, he would have hurried to work, fearful of losing his job. But now he felt no urgency. He leisurely took the bus, wishing to hail a taxi, yet lacking cash and unable to use his outdated phone for digital payments. Chen Shu now understood why literary figures often liken marriage to a besieged city. Their insights resonated deeply. Upon arriving at the entrance of the New City International Community, he spotted his impatient colleague, Lu Caibua, beckoning to him. Both men were of similar age and worked as security guards simultaneously, fostering a cordial relationship. Chenggu, why are you dragging a suitcase? Lu Caibua inquired with curiosity. I've left everything behind, Chen Shu replied nonchalantly. What? Lu Caibua exclaimed, taken aback. I've divorced. Chen Shu stated lightly. Lu Caibua said nothing further, merely patting Chen Shu on the shoulder, fully aware of his circumstances. In truth, Their situations were quite similar. Though Lu Caibo's plight was arguably more dismal. Both men were of comparable age. Chen Shu had a single biological daughter, whereas Lu Caibo was burdened by 3 sons who relentlessly drained his resources, leaving him labeled a defaulting debtor unable to travel by high-speed rail. At their age, inquiries into personal matters became less common. Lu Caibo remained silent, and Chen Shu felt no need to elaborate. Go change your clothes, Lu Caibo suggested. After work tonight. Let's grab a drink. Chen Shu nodded. A drink sounds good, but I won't be working. I'm resigning. Lu Caibo looked astonished. What? Chen Gu, don't be rash. If you don't work, how will you make a living? Oh, you have your pension, but isn't it limited? You spend over 2,000 each month on heart medication. It sounded grim, yet Lu Caibo, being a debtor himself, would immediately allocate his pension to repay debts, rendering his situation even more desperate than Chen Shu's. Don't worry. I won't starve, Chen Shu reassured him. Lu Caibo was unaware of his current circumstances. Whenever Chen Shu felt carefree and joyful, money would come his way. After speaking, Chen Shu left his suitcase at the entrance and headed to the property management center, entering the manager's office. Upon entering, he was greeted by a faint scent of perfume that uplifted his spirits. His mood lightened further. In the past, visiting this office had made him somewhat anxious, as the property manager was a beautiful woman in her 30s, around the same age as his daughter. Chen Shu had always been somewhat reticent around attractive women. Yet his mindset had shifted. With only a year of life remaining, combined with his recent divorce and newfound system enhancements, he felt emboldened. Kong Fong, engrossed in reviewing the property management reports, looked up to find Chen Shu gazing at her. Old Chen, what's the matter? Payday is in 2 days, she remarked, her voice smooth and sweet. At that moment, Kong Fong's long hair cascaded down her shoulders, her neck alabaster, clad in a white blouse and a black pencil skirt that accentuated her long legs. She was quite popular at the property management center, not only for her looks, but also for her amiable disposition. She treated the older security guards and cleaning staff with kindness and had numerous admirers, including affluent residents of the community. It is worth noting that the owners within this community were worth millions, with those worth hundreds of thousands considered the lower echelon. Nevertheless, Chen Shu held no ulterior motives. He merely appreciated her beauty. The age gap between them was too significant, and even without that, at 60, Chen Shu felt he could not muster the confidence. Manager Kong, I am here to resign, Chen Shu stated calmly. Kong Fong appeared taken aback. Is something wrong? If there's an issue, please let me know, and I'll address it. Kong Fong had always treated him well. During festivals, she would distribute rice, flour, and oil, ensuring that he and the older staff received double portions. Chen Shu replied, it's nothing serious. You might find it amusing, but I got divorced yesterday. My heart condition has progressed to the late stage, and the doctor says I have only a year left. I wish to live this year fully, without the burden of work. Having lived a full life, he did not want to leave behind too many regrets. Kong Fong's eyes widened in shock. She stood up, her chest rising and falling, her voice slightly choked. Old Chen Yu. Chen Shu laughed heartily. No need to comfort me, Manager Kong. Thank you for your care over the past 2 years. In a few days, I would like to treat you to a meal, along with old Lu and some of the younger staff at the front desk. You all have been quite generous to me. Under Kong Fong's leadership, the property management team was united and caring, and Chen Shu had indeed received considerable support. Kong Fong hesitated momentarily, but considering Chen Shu's limited time left, her heart softened. Additionally, having just gone through a divorce made him seem even more pitiable. She was aware that Chen Shu had only one daughter back home, yet their relationship appeared strained. She recognized him as a responsible worker, a diligent older gentleman, and could surmise from his features that he must have been quite handsome in his youth. Having worked in the editorial department of the Shanghai City Daily, he was undoubtedly a talented individual. Unfortunately, life's misfortunes had taken a toll on him, dragging him down through 2 unsuccessful marriages. Unable to bring herself to refuse, Kong Fong nodded. All right, I will transfer your remaining salary to your account now. Considering you have worked a full month, you must treat me to a good meal. Chen Shu chuckled, of course. He had already made plans. With the system encouraging him to embrace life fully, he intended to choose one of the finest restaurants in Shanghai for a splendid meal. As Chen Shu exited the office, Kong Fong brushed a stray lock of hair from her forehead, contemplating, why does it feel like old Chen's gaze has changed towards me? He seems bolder than before. But alas, he is too old. If he were 30 or even 20 years younger, I would be delighted to have a handsome man looking at me. Perhaps it was a shift in perspective. After all, he had only a year left to live, naturally altering his outlook. Poor old Chen. Upon stepping out of the property management center, Chen Shu received a notification from the system. Ding. The host has exhibited a bold and natural demeanor towards women, openly expressing appreciation without concealing admiration, casting aside the timid, dull, and weak persona. Life should be approached with an open heart, and unrestrained spirit. Reward: 1 vial of youth potion. Upon consumption, physical age will revert by 5 years. Chen Shu's expression transformed to one of astonishment. Surely, every person who has aged understands this feeling. Time flows swiftly, like a fleeting shadow. Those in their 20s yearn to return to the age of 18. Individuals in their 30s wish to relive their 20s, just as those in their 40s long to return to the time before marriage. Each age carries its own reflections on life, with everyone seeking to reclaim their former selves. Yet, such a pursuit is unattainable. One cannot simultaneously possess youth and the wisdom that comes with it. However, now Chen Shu has undergone a transformation. Although his physical age has only regressed by 5 years, the prospect of gradually embracing life with renewed vigor is a tantalizing reward. He feels an inexplicable surge of vitality coursing through him. It seems as if his previously ailing heart is now beating with newfound strength. Chapter 3. Is there a reward for this? Currently, Chen Shu possesses the wisdom of a 60-year-old encapsulated within a 55-year-old body. He gazes into the mirror and notices that the wrinkles on his face have diminished somewhat. However, the changes are subtle enough that they may go unnoticed unless one examines closely. The difference between the visage of a 55-year-old and that of a 60-year-old is hardly pronounced. Perhaps only those who share his life intimately would discern this transformation. Yet, Chen Shu is now alone. Returning to the gate, old Lu scrutinizes Chen Shu, looking left and right, sensing something amiss. "Chen Gu, you seem a bit different," he remarks. Chen Shu smiles. "What seems different?" Old Lu replies. "I can't quite put my finger on it, but you appear much more spirited, and your eye bags are not as pronounced. Could it be that divorce makes one look younger?" Chen Shu jests. "Why not consider it for yourself?" Old Lu immediately shakes his head. "You know my situation, Chen Gu. If I even hint at divorce, that fierce tigress at home would never let me off the hook. I lack the courage to stir up such trouble like you did." Chen Shu nods, understanding all too well. He once was in a similar predicament. In truth, had he initiated the divorce a decade earlier, it might have been better for everyone involved. Yet, he remained shackled by a sense of responsibility until he could no longer endure it, and finally uttered those words. Old Lu inquires, "So you really quit?" Chen Shu affirms, "Of course. Manager Kong was quite swift. My salary for this month has already been deposited into my account." After all, at 60 years of age, the security personnel here do not even possess formal contracts. A mere verbal notice suffices for departure, with no need for cumbersome resignation procedures. Old Lu expresses a tinge of regret. Having partnered with Chen Shu for so long, he feels a genuine sense of loss. "Chen Gu, where do you plan to go next?" Chen Shu responds, "I intend to find a place to stay. After the divorce, I find myself without a home. And then, I wish to truly savor life." Old Lu initially envies Chen Shu's newfound freedom, but upon hearing that he is without a place to live, his envy dissipates. At their age, the costs of divorce are exorbitant, and few can bear such a burden, let alone enjoy life. This is Shanghai. How can one relish life without financial means? After resigning, Chen Shu's mood gradually lightens. He has toiled relentlessly throughout his life, beginning work right after high school. Following his layoff, he seamlessly transitioned to a security role, waking each day to the same routine, having been accustomed to a life of labor. The sudden absence of work feels quite disconcerting. Am I truly destined to be an eternal worker? Chen Shu muses with self-deprecating humor. Old Lu escorts Chen Shu to the entrance of the community. "Chen Gu, where do you plan to stay?" Rent in Shanghai is not cheap. The most affordable option is the suburban area where I live, costing about 100 yuan a night. Chen Shu chuckles. "I plan to find a place in the neighboring community for now. My previous residence was too small. I want something larger with a view of the river. Having lived in Shanghai for 2 to 3 decades, I have yet to truly appreciate this city." Old Lu is momentarily taken aback. "Chen Gu, your tone has changed. You speak of appreciating Shanghai, and in the neighboring community? Is that something ordinary folks like us can even consider? Despite being just a street away, that is a top-tier community, the Riverside Triumph. Every day on our way to work, we see numerous luxury cars coming and going. Filled with longing," Old Lu adds. "But longing is not the same as dreaming. Chen Gu, your mindset has certainly improved. You're even joking now. Do you know how much a unit over there costs? Renting one for a month is around 70 to 80,000 yuan. Buying one would cost millions, far more than our lives are worth." Chen Shu merely smiles, choosing not to respond. He knows Old Lu will find it hard to believe. With a wave of his hand, he says, "I'll be on my way. In a few days, I'll settle on a place and invite everyone for a meal. I'll call you." Old Lu shrugs and turns back to his post. Although Chen Gu has departed, he must still keep watch over the community gate, now without a companion for his patrols. After bidding farewell to Old Lu, Chen Shu feels a strange emptiness in his mouth. At this moment, he craves a cigarette for solace. He heads to a nearby convenience store. "1 pack of soft Zhonghua, please." Chen Shu understands that one must not be overly vain. Yet, in his current mindset, he thinks, if he can spend 80 yuan to please himself, what other experiences in life can offer such value? Hey, old Chen, you've gone overboard today. The convenience store owner jokes. Chen Shu replies, I'm feeling happy today. The owner nods, remarking, you seem different today. At 60, you look as youthful as someone in their 50s. You're really aging backward. Thank you, Chen Shu says, taking the cigarettes and stepping out of the store when a voice echoes in his mind. The host has purchased a long-desired pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, alleviating a minor regret in life, and received a reward, 8,000 yuan. Chen Shu's expression brightens. There's a reward for this. How reasonable. He had long wished to smoke these soft Zhonghua. The last time he had them was a year ago when he gifted a box to the gate staff at a community wedding. Understanding the system's logic, Chen Shu realizes that the rewards are based on the emotional value of the actions he takes. The smaller the regret or joy derived, the lesser the reward. Conversely, the greater the experience, the more substantial the reward. Nevertheless, this revelation carries little weight. With the 8,000 yuan now credited to his account, he feels even more liberated. He steps to the roadside, lights a cigarette, and savors half while the wind carries the other half away. He then decides to treat himself to a new phone. In the past, he never spent much. His pockets typically held only loose change, never exceeding 20 yuan. However, now that his expenditures will increase, acquiring a smartphone for mobile payments is essential. Chen Shu does not wish to carry a bank card. How convenient it is to use a phone. Unfamiliar with modern smartphones, having used only an old model, he recalls a few months ago when his niece, Chen, had called to ask for a phone for her birthday. Unfortunately, at that time, Chen Shu had only a meager sum in his pocket and had promised her a phone after her college entrance exams. Now, a week has passed since those exams. Motivated by the thought of his niece, Chen Shu calls Chen. Hello, Grandpa, are you not working today? Her voice is filled with joy. After his first divorce, Chen Shu raised his daughter alone, and later, when his daughter married back in their hometown, he became a grandfather. At that time, he had not yet married Yimei, thus witnessing the growth of both children. Even though they do not meet often now, Chen Shu makes it a point to visit during the summer holidays each year. The bond between his grandchildren and him surpasses that of their biological grandfather. Chen Shu inquires, Yes, I'm not working. By the way, Anan, how did your college entrance exam go? Have you submitted your applications? Chen replies, Yes, Grandpa. My first choice is Shanghai University, and I scored 15 points above the cutoff. In just half a month's time, I shall receive the notification letter. At that moment, I will be attending university in my grandfather's city. Chen Shu exclaimed with delight, Really? That is wonderful. When you arrive, I shall take you out for some fun. By the way, what was the name of the phone you wanted last time? Was it the banana or the peach? Chen giggled, It's an apple. However, my mother mentioned that you work very hard and often stay up late, so I won't trouble you for it, Grandpa. But in a couple of days, I plan to go to Hu City with my classmates. Could you help us find a couple of affordable hotels? Chen Shu replied, Sure. Just give me a call before you arrive. Chapter 4. Follow your heart's desires. Reward of 400,000. Chen Shu chose not to mention the phone purchase to Chen. Since his little granddaughter was coming to Hu City for some fun, it would be better to buy it beforehand. Chen Shu hailed from a small county town just 100 kilometers away from Hu City. In truth, being so close to a first-tier metropolis isn't always advantageous. The siphoning effect of large cities is quite overwhelming. Chen Shu had initially moved to Hu City in search of employment because his hometown lacked opportunities. Now, with his granddaughter's arrival, Chen Shu felt an uplift in spirit. He had no relatives in Hu City. After marrying Yimei, both being in their 40s, they had no children. He had only one stepson, Yi Jinkai, with whom Chen Shu had little connection, and following the divorce, they were as strangers. Having Chen attend university in Hu City meant that Chen Shu would finally have a family member in the same city, alleviating his solitude. As one ages, the fear of loneliness often intensifies. Thus, he resolved to buy the phone. An Apple phone. I recall there's an Apple store near Wanda. Chen Shu, who wasn't particularly attuned to electronic devices, assumed that a phone would only cost 1 or 2,000 yuan. To his astonishment, upon entering the elegantly designed store, he discovered that a new model could cost over 10,000. Upon entering, the staff were quite cordial. With the weather being warm and not many customers around in the morning, they didn't regard the plainly dressed Chen Shu with disdain. After all, this was Hu City, where it was difficult to discern whether an elderly man in flip-flops and a tank top was a local or not. Offending a local could lead to unpleasant consequences. Hello, sir. Here to browse phones, I presume? I'm the store's top sales associate, Xiaopan. A young female sales associate approached with enthusiasm. In the past, Chen Shu would have felt out of place in such a store, but now he was unreserved. Where can I see your latest model? He inquired. The sales associate promptly presented a large phone. "Sir, this is our newly released iPhone 17, featuring a 120Hz display." Hearing the barrage of English terminologies, Chen Shu frowned and interjected, "Stop. Which model is the best? How much does it cost?" Since it was his granddaughter's choice, he trusted it would be worthwhile. "Sir, our finest model is the Pro Max version, priced at 13,999 yuan. The sales associate, Xiaopan, beamed as she realized this gentleman was more generous than many younger customers. Although Chen Shu was somewhat bewildered by the price, he respected the value of his granddaughter's preference. "I'll buy it," he declared. "I have one question. Can this phone play audiobooks and videos?" Xiaopan was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Of course. However, you will need to download the appropriate apps." Chen Shu nodded. "I'll take two, one in pink, the other in black." In the past, he would have never spent so extravagantly. What a ripoff. A mere phone costing over 10,000? His old flip phone only cost a few hundred. Yet now, Chen Shu felt different. The high-end phone offered exceptional clarity for watching videos. He often enjoyed watching videos of young women dancing, and everyone has the right to appreciate beauty. He did not wish to relinquish that right. Even the Jade Emperor enjoys watching celestial maidens dance, as a mere mortal. Indulging in such sights could only prolong one's life. One must admit, the Pro Max version was indeed remarkably clear, far superior to his old flip phone, which could barely keep up. Xiaopan was elated, assuming this gentleman must be a local who, despite his modest attire, was quite willing to spend. "Sir, will you be paying by scan or card?" Xiaopan asked with a smile. Chen Shu produced his bank card and opted to pay by card, simultaneously unboxing the black phone. "Please download WeChat for me, as well as that video app." "Absolutely, sir." The service at this high-end store was exemplary. Chen Shu's phone card was an older model, but Xiaopan kindly guided him to the adjacent mobile service center, where she arranged for a new card to be installed in his phone. She also ensured that his phone plan was upgraded to accommodate sufficient data. With patience, she instructed him on how to download apps and register accounts. At the moment he received the phone, a system notification echoed in his mind. The host has indulged in a heart's desire purchase, receiving his first high-end smartphone, along with a cash reward of 400,000 yuan. For the first purchase exceeding 10,000, an additional reward, a bottle of charm elixir, which enhances personal allure. For 100,000. Chen Shu felt a surge of energy. After all, it might take him 5 years to earn that much otherwise. Now, it had been directly rewarded. The charm elixir piqued his interest, and he decided to use it immediately, curious about its effects. Suddenly, he noticed Xiaopan looking at him with a different glint in her eyes. "Sir, how old are you?" she inquired curiously. "I'm 60, Chen Shu replied. 60? You don't look it. At most, you seem 40, she exclaimed. "You're the same age as my father." Just then, Xiaopan noticed a message on Chen Shu's phone. "Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your savings account ending in 4933 received a deposit of 400,000 yuan on May 31st at 11:52. Balance, 493,009. 6 yuan. Xiaopan's jaw dropped. "Sir, what do you do?" Chen Shu replied calmly. "Oh, just a bit of business. I'm retired now." Seeing the sparkle in Xiaopan's eyes, Chen Shu reveled in the feeling of showing off. Under the dual influence of the charm elixir and the deposit notification, Xiaopan inexplicably leaned closer to him. Chen Shu remained composed. At his age, he wouldn't be flustered by such mere contact. He was far from the impulsive youth. Moreover, he was not the vigorous man of his 20s. With experience comes a serene heart. Were he decades younger, he would not shy away from the advances of a captivating woman. The wisdom of seizing opportunities and enjoying life is paramount. Leaving the store, he declined Xiaopan's request to add him on WeChat. He understood that with the system bound to him, such opportunities would not be scarce. Quality over quantity was his guiding principle. He is well aware that the city of Shanghai is not lacking in women like Xiaopan, who are eager to exchange their youth for money. One of Chen Shu's classmates is indeed an expert in keeping a mistress in a golden cage. Am I starting to sound like a lecherous old man? Indeed. Men should not possess wealth, and older men are no exception. Yet, the sensation of being affluent is undeniably pleasurable. Reflecting on his life, it has always been about pursuing women. When has he ever been pursued by one, let alone by someone so young? After he departed, Xiaopan returned to the mobile phone store, only to recall her earlier actions and realize she had perhaps been a tad audacious. Not to mention, the other party was older than her father. What has come over me? Even for the love of money, I shouldn't behave this way. Surely, I must have been enchanted by the balance in his bank account. Nevertheless, there is a certain charm that older men possess. Thankfully, I remembered his number. Hee. Chapter 5. Rent is 88,000 per month. Chen Shu remains utterly oblivious to the fact that he, a 60-year-old man, has also caught someone's eye. After purchasing the mobile phone, he felt somewhat fatigued. His 55-year-old body is not as resilient as it once was. He needs to feel a few years younger. It is time to find a place to rest. I recall there seems to be a real estate agency near my workplace. Dragging his suitcase along, he encountered a pair of young, beautiful female university students who, noticing his age, kindly offered to assist him for a short distance. Young university students are truly wonderful, both beautiful and kind-hearted. After expressing his gratitude, Chen Shu entered the Lianjia real estate office located not far from the entrance of the Binjiang Triumph Gate community. Upon stepping inside, a rush of cool air greeted him, prompting Chen Shu to wipe away his sweat. The summer heat is relentless, yet the air conditioning in the agency is quite generous. He had barely been standing when a woman clad in a black bodycon dress, her long legs adorned with black stockings, approached him. Her cascading waves of hair brushed her shoulders, exuding the allure of a mature woman, likely around 30 years of age. She had shed the innocence of youth, resembling a ripe, enticing apple. Chen Shu reminisced about the 30-year-old years of his two ex-wives. They must have been just as alluring. No ulterior motives. Merely a wistful reflection of the passage of time. Good day, sir. I am Chu Hong, your personal real estate consultant. Are you here to view properties? The charm of the mature consultant was evident as she slightly unbuttoned her shirt and leaned toward Chen Shu, who, at 55, felt the weight of her allure. Taking a step back, Chen Shu replied, "Yes, I came to see if there are any rentals available in the back community." A hint of disappointment flickered in Chu Hong's eyes. Although the title of personal real estate consultant sounds appealing, it essentially means she is a mediator, facilitating transactions for a commission. The rental for properties in Triumph City hovers around 100,000 monthly, which, based on a 1-month deposit and 3 months rent, would yield her a substantial commission if she successfully rented out a property today. Yes, there are several available. Are you new to Shanghai and planning to stay long-term? How many people will be living with you? She assessed Chen Shu's ordinary attire and the unbranded suitcase he carried, while his appearance was somewhat unassuming. He radiated a steady demeanor that suggested he possessed means. Having encountered many clients, she had seen those whose eyes darted around nervously, not out of guilt, but rather out of an empty wallet. Chen Shu, however, remained composed and exuded an aura of maturity that was undeniably attractive, embodying the essence of a seasoned man. This was somewhat disarming to Chu Hong. Women in their 20s may prefer younger men, but only through the trials of life can one truly appreciate the allure of an older man. Young boys often rely on sweet words, seeking to exploit the innocence of younger girls, while older men, having experienced life's ups and downs, are more generous in their spending. As her colleagues paid little attention to Chen Shu, she found herself unconsciously drawn to him. Chen Shu articulated his requirements. "I wish to live alone, in a larger space, and it must have a balcony with a view of the river." Chu Hong pondered for a moment and replied, "Yes. We have a property that is 200 square meters with an exceptionally large balcony. However, the rent may be at least 50,000. Would you consider it?" Chen Shu chuckled. "Only 50,000? I can earn 10,000 just by signing in each day. The monthly rent is merely the equivalent of 5 days' earnings." He continued, "Not considering it, it's too small. I need at least 300 square meters." Upon hearing this, Chu Hong instantly perked up. If this deal were to go through, the transaction would easily exceed 300,000, resulting in a commission of over 5,000 for her. "Yes, sir, we have one available in Building 1. A spacious flat with 1 unit per floor. It's fully renovated, and the owner has never lived there. The property is cleaned weekly and is currently in pristine condition. Ready for viewing." She meticulously described the building's location and presented Chen Shu with a tablet to showcase some images. Chen Shu was quite pleased. "What is the monthly rental?" he inquired. Chu Hong responded, 100,000, though there is room for negotiation. Chen Shu, intrigued, asked, "There's room for negotiation?" She explained, "It's on the 18th floor," so Chen Shu understood. The 18th floor indeed carries its own prestige, which likely explains the negotiable price. In truth, a monthly rent of 100,000 is quite reasonable for a unit that overlooks the bend of the Pujiang River and offers a glimpse of the Oriental Pearl Tower. However, despite his age, Chen Shu remained skeptical of such matters. Furthermore, how could someone equipped with a system still be superstitious? He casually remarked, 88,000 per month. "If that's agreeable, bring the contract and a pen, and let us go have a look." Delighted, Chu Hong replied, "Excellent. I will arrange it immediately." As they exited the real estate agency, a wave of heat enveloped them. Chu Hong then wheeled out an electric scooter. "Sir, please ride with me. It's too hot. And this will be quicker." Chen Shu eyed the petite electric vehicle, clearly designed for women, and today, he genuinely wished to avoid walking any further. His 55-year-old body could no longer endure the strain of walking 10,000 steps daily, especially while dragging a suitcase. "All right then, I want to be polite," he conceded, taking a seat on the back of the young woman's scooter. Chu Hong kindly helped him put on a helmet. What should I call you? She inquired. Chen. Chen Erdong, he replied. Curiously, Chu Hong asked, are you living alone in Shanghai? No children with you? What about your wife? Chen Shu responded, I'm divorced. With a biological daughter back in my hometown, around your age. Chu Hong pondered, why choose to live alone? Chen Shu replied, when you reach my age, you'll understand. Sometimes living alone can be quite pleasant. In retirement, one can quietly enjoy life. Chu Hong was momentarily taken aback. You reside in a large flat in Shanghai with a rent of 88,000 per month and talk about enjoying life? In her mind, she quickly constructed an image of Chen Shu. He must be a wealthy individual, or perhaps a company owner who entrusted his business to his daughter and came to Shanghai to enjoy his golden years. Choosing Shanghai as a retirement destination, his worth must be at least in the millions, she reasoned. You're about the same age as my father. So I shall call you Uncle Chen, if that is all right? Chen Shu chuckled, that works for me. He felt no need to be formal. The entrance to the Triumph Gate community exuded grandeur, with 4 or 5 security guards stationed at the entrance, making it clear that ordinary individuals could not easily enter. Chu Hong possessed the owner's key and had registered with the property management staff. Upon entering, Chen Shu immediately sensed that this community was extraordinary. His previous residence, although situated in Hu City, boasted abysmal greenery. The streets were cluttered with a myriad of electric bicycles, creating an eyesore. In a bid to maximize the usable area, the developer had minimized the landscaping, resulting in buildings positioned alarmingly close to one another, with the front structure completely obscuring sunlight from the rear. However, here, the distance between each building exceeds several dozen meters, ensuring that there is no obstruction to the sunlight. Furthermore, the community features an expansive area of greenery, including a designated small forest, maintaining a pristine and orderly environment conducive to leisurely strolls for the residents. It is no wonder that this is considered one of the most prestigious communities in Hu City. At a monthly rental of 88,000, it is undoubtedly worth it. Chapter 6. At your service. The community's environment had already left Chen Shu thoroughly satisfied. Upon entering Building 6, the single-unit per floor layout imparted to him a sense of what true luxury living entails. The spacious elevator could even accommodate a car. The heavy, gold-hued entrance door exuded a profound sense of security, and the decor within was nothing short of breathtaking. Minimalistic yet grand. Chu Hong's eyes sparkled with admiration. The crystal chandelier in the living room reportedly cost the owner 500,000. The furniture was equally opulent, with 90% sourced from Europe's top luxury brands. And the total renovation cost amounted to 4 million. Initially, the owner had intended to use it as a marital abode, but unforeseen circumstances led to its listing for rent starting last month. In essence, you are the first occupant of this residence. The more Chen Shu observed, the more he was enamored. The entire apartment spans 346 square meters, featuring 4 bedrooms, 3 living areas, and a study. The decor is not ostentatiously lavish, but rather elegantly understated, predominantly in shades of gray and white, indicating that the owner genuinely intended for it to be a home, having put considerable thought into the design. Notably, the expansive L-shaped balcony offers a sweeping view of the bend in the Pooh River while ensuring abundant sunlight throughout the day, even allowing for a light jog. Chen Shu inquired, what would be the approximate selling price for such a residence? Chu Hong replied, approximately 100,000 per square meter, totaling around 30 million, though currently, there are no owners in the community listing their properties for sale. Chen Shu nodded. 30 million for a property might seem exorbitant in Hu City, but location is paramount. This is a prime example of the country's top-tier luxury real estate. Even if Chen Shu were to earn 10,000 per day, it would take nearly a decade to amass the requisite funds for such a home. Fortunately, as he continues to navigate through life's game, he can accrue further rewards. Securing a residence of this caliber is certainly within reach. Having lived in Hu City for an extended period, Chen Shu genuinely yearned for a home that truly belonged to him. He expressed to Chu Hong, please keep an eye out for any listings in this community. Contact me immediately should anything arise. However, he harbored little hope, knowing that such a prime location would likely not see any properties on the market unless a family emergency occurred. Given the current economic climate, prices in this area would not likely diminish. Chu Hong promptly nodded. Understood, Uncle Chen, I will keep watch. She felt a stir in her heart. It seemed that this older gentleman was not merely an individual of considerable wealth. If she could successfully sell a property to Chen Shu, her commission would exceed 100,000. She was confident that her service would exceed his expectations, and a higher commission would signify her superiority over other real estate agents. Yet, more than the monetary reward, she yearned to cultivate a closer relationship with Chen Shu, as aligning with a figure of influence in whose city would be advantageous. As Chen Shu surveyed the property, Chu Hong observed him in turn. She discovered that this man, who was the same age as her father, possessed a certain charm that intrigued her. How peculiar. Could it be that she was developing feelings? The thought made her cheeks flush. Unbeknownst to Chen Shu, it was merely a potion of allure that captivated Chu Hong, stemming from a simple curiosity. After all, the age gap between them was significant. Chen Shu completed his inspection. The lavish decor left him somewhat oblivious to the brand's values. Yet when compared to his previous residence, the disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth. This is it. Let us proceed with the contract. Chu Hong moved swiftly, producing the contract. After signing, they proceeded to the property management center to record Chen Shu's information. Upon returning, Chen Shu promptly transferred 3 months' rent along with the deposit. A total of 320,000 was sent via mobile payment. As it was his first experience with such a high-end phone, despite having WeChat, the face recognition for payment felt somewhat convoluted. He handed the phone to Chu Hong, requesting, "Could you assist me with this?" "Of course, Uncle Chun," she replied. "Please shake your head, open your mouth, blink your eyes." "Done. Your payment password was not set before, but it is now." Ding. Life as scenery lies in experience. The host has experienced a luxury residence worth tens of millions for the first time, earning rewards. Reward 1, life experience amount of 15 million. Reward 2, 1 bottle of youth potion. 5 years. Chen Shu was exhilarated. 15 million? Spending 300,000 had yielded a reward of 15 million, an astounding 50-fold return. Such wealth was something he could never have amassed in his lifetime. Even earning 10,000 a day, it would take him 4 to 5 years to accumulate that amount. Not to mention the youth potion that would rejuvenate him by 5 years. A double boon. Chen Shu promptly redeemed and consumed the youth potion. Instantly, he felt his previously sagging visage tighten, his face appearing notably fuller. He approached the dressing mirror in the living room and gasped. He noticed that the gray hairs on his head had turned to a youthful shade of black. He had genuinely regained his youth. Moreover, his heartbeat felt stronger than before. Transitioning from 60 to 50 was a significant leap. Fortunately, his overall demeanor remained largely unchanged. Ding. As Chu Hong was tidying up the contract in the living room, she glanced over and saw Chen Shu's phone lighting up. Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 4933 received a deposit of 15 million yuan at 1601 on May 31st. Current balance, 15,180,824. Chu Hong's eyes widened. In that moment, she truly witnessed what it meant to belong to the upper echelons of society. In the midst of casual conversation, a deposit of 15 million had entered. She suddenly felt that all her years of hard work selling properties were in vain. She could never earn 10 million in a lifetime. At this instant, her worldview began to shatter. Chu Hong felt a dryness in her mouth, licking her lips as she stammered, "Uncle Chen, your phone is ringing." While looking into the mirror, Chen Shu replied nonchalantly, "I know." He was accustomed to receiving deposit notifications within seconds of making withdrawals. While 15 million was a significant amount for Chen Shu, it was all tied to the system. So his mindset remained relatively stable. Compared to the monetary gain, Chen Shu was far more excited about the rejuvenation of his physical condition. As it seemed his heart problems were no longer a concern. He no longer needed to worry about his heart failing him in a year, equivalent to an additional 11 years of life. This naturally brings greater joy than 15 million. Chen Shu approached, glanced at his phone, and inquired, "Has the contract been finalized?" Chu Hong nodded and replied, "Yes, from now on, you can reside here directly. Should you encounter any inconveniences, feel free to call me or visit my office anytime. I am always at your service, no matter the request." As she spoke, Chu Hong appeared to muster her courage. Chapter 7. The Roommate Relationship. "All right, thank you, Xiao Chu. I may indeed trouble you in the future," Chen Shu said, pausing for a moment as he began to grasp the subtle implications behind Chu Hong's words. However, he decided not to dwell on it for now. The time was not yet ripe. Despite Chu Hong's somewhat proactive demeanor, their relationship remained strictly that of a client and a property manager, without any transgressions. With that understanding, Chen Shu resolved to maintain his composure. Having acquired a system, he intended to navigate life as a game. While he would not shy away from a woman's advances, he also would not adopt the overly eager mindset of his youth, wherein a mere word from a woman could lead him to sacrifice everything. After 2 marriages, Chen Shu vowed never to take the initiative in matters of the heart again. The party that invests more is invariably the one that suffers. To refrain from giving is to shield oneself from pain, except, of course, when it comes to spending money. However, he had no intention of doing so just yet. It was not the right moment, be it in terms of his physical age or the familiarity between them. Furthermore, Chen Shu required Chu Hong's assistance. He aimed to savor life fully, but having been constrained for so long, he felt somewhat out of touch with contemporary societal trends. He particularly needed her help regarding outings with Chunanan, for which he would require a companion. Chu Hong's services were perfectly timed. After a day of back and forth, Chen Shu felt fatigued as evening descended. He had no desire to cook for himself and curiously asked, Xiao Chu, what is the popular method for ordering takeout these days? Could you assist me in downloading an app for it, and perhaps teach me a bit? Chu Hong hesitated but quickly understood. Given Chen Shu's age, it was reasonable he might not know how to order takeout, especially if he had previously been a boss who never needed to do so himself, as he had always been catered to. However, now living alone, there were many things he needed to learn. Chu Hong sensed an opportunity arising. This elderly gentleman was indeed alone in his city. Yet, she harbored some apprehension, uncertain whether Chen Shu would be willing to spend money on her. If he proved too stingy, she certainly wouldn't offer her services for free. Chu Hong replied, Uncle Chen, takeout is unhealthy, especially at your age. It's best to minimize it. Fortunately, I just finished work, so I can go buy some groceries and prepare a meal. Chen Shu was taken aback and politely responded. That would be too much trouble. Chu Hong insisted, according to the customs of my hometown, when moving into a new house, one must light the stove. You don't even have pots or bowls here. How can we do that? I'll buy some pots and ingredients. And I appreciate your help in finalizing this month's last deal. Chen Shu conceded, saying, All right, then I'll transfer you some money via WeChat. The cookware shouldn't come from your pocket. He then promptly sent Chu Hong 30,000 yuan. If there is anything left over, you can keep it, he added casually. Chu Hong stared at the amount on her phone in astonishment. Uncle Chen, this is far too much. He waved his hand dismissively. You've worked hard today, running around to help me rent this place. I might need to trouble you again in a few days, so consider this your compensation for your efforts. Chu Hong refrained from further politeness, recognizing that excessive courtesy could create distance detrimental to the development of their relationship with this billionaire. Reciprocity fosters relationships, does it not? After accepting the money, Chu Hong immediately went out to purchase a variety of cookware and ingredients, preparing the first meal for this new residence. While Chen Shu could indeed cook, he found himself disinclined to do so. Over the course of his 60 years, he had often been compelled to prepare meals while also working and serving others. After 2 divorces, the thought of cooking again felt utterly pointless. His current philosophy was to embrace life fully and indulge in its pleasures. A dish of braised eggplant, a serving of twice-cooked pork, and a bowl of rice filled Chen Shu's appetite. Not bad, Xiao Chu. Your cooking is quite delightful. Have you had training? He remarked. Chu Hong smiled. I learned to cook as a child. Back then, I attended school in the village while my parents worked outside, often home alone. I had to learn to cook when I got hungry after school, as my grandparents were busy with farm work and returned late. Chen Shu nodded thoughtfully. Such is life. One must endure hardship before savoring sweetness. Isn't it better now? Chu Hong sighed. Where's the good? I earn only 10,000 a month. And my rent in Hu City is 3,000. After that, there is hardly anything left for food and drink. For a woman of my age without a higher education, survival here is exceedingly difficult. Chen Shu empathized, fully aware of the challenges that Hu City posed. His own life had been significantly more arduous than Chu Hong's. She only needed to support herself, while he had borne the weight of 2 families. 30 is a perfectly fine age. How can it be considered old? He chuckled. Here's what we can do. This apartment is spacious with plenty of bedrooms, and since I don't cook, you may as well stay here. I'll cover the rent, but I might need your assistance with tidying up and preparing meals. The location was conveniently close to her workplace, allowing her to walk to work. Chen Shu contemplated his situation. As a solitary man, he could order takeout, yet he couldn't rely solely on it. Naturally, he also had some of the vices that many men possess, understandably so. Ding. The host's unguarded thoughts reveal a profound understanding of life. Reward. 1 bottle of charm potion. Is this truly a revelation? Chen Shu mused, surprised by the unexpected reward. Silently, he used the charm potion and felt no immediate change. However, he soon noticed that Chu Hong's gaze held a different quality as she observed him. Chu Hong maintained a high regard for men, having consistently been the belle of the ball since her school days, attracting countless admirers. This had instilled in her a sense of self-importance. Upon entering the workforce, she realized that beauty might be her only asset, which led her to raise her standards considerably. Chen Shu's wealth of millions could serve as a threshold. Yet now, she discerned a growing allure in this older man. His every gesture exuded the charm of a mature and composed gentleman, and his authoritative manner of speaking made it difficult for her to refuse his requests. This infuriatingly charismatic older man. Initially, she had intended to demur, for it felt somewhat improper for a 30-year-old woman of allure to cohabit with an older gentleman. However, gazing into Chen Shu's profound eyes rendered her unable to voice her objections, and she found herself nodding in agreement. All right. After Chu Hong spoke, she lowered her gaze. Chen Shu, having finished his meal, declared, Then we are now officially roommates. Please wash the dishes. I've had a long day and need to rest. Chu Hong softly replied, Of course. She had already planned to gather her belongings from her previous residence after tidying up. Who could refuse the opportunity to live rent-free in a luxurious complex like Tycoon in Hu City? This has been her long-held aspiration, and she never anticipated its sudden realization. Although this place does not belong to her, she genuinely desires to fully indulge in the lavish lifestyle of this opulent mansion worth millions. Chapter 8. Seeking High Consumerism. After enjoying a hearty meal, Chen Shu reclined on the spacious bed in the master bedroom, with the lights dimmed and the curtains drawn back, allowing him to gaze upon the breathtaking nightscape of the city. He felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Just last night, he had been crammed into a less than 100 square meter cramped dwelling with his ex-wife, stepson, and stepson's wife. Yet, tonight, he found himself residing in this expansive mansion valued at tens of millions. It felt like a dream come true. The transformation had transpired so rapidly that, despite his physical exhaustion, he found himself unable to sleep. As one ages, the habit of staying up late tends to fade. Chen Shu was entirely overwhelmed by the drastic change in his circumstances, rendering him restless. Listening to Chu Hong bustling about outside, he felt an extraordinary sense of relaxation. This is what life should be. What had he been enduring before? However, he mused that 15 million was still somewhat inadequate, as it wouldn't even suffice to purchase this very house. Henceforth, he would embrace life with a more carefree attitude, for he must become a billionaire, after all. Little Chu was quite attentive. That night, Chen Shu's thoughts were myriad and scattered. He even dreamt of an emperor, something he had never dared to imagine before. Indeed, money breeds courage. The following morning, Chen Shu instinctively glanced at the time upon awakening, 6 o'clock. He needed to prepare breakfast before heading to work. It was only when he beheld the stunning view from the floor-to-ceiling windows that he realized how different today was from any other day. He had truly grown accustomed to a life of toil. With a wry smile, he tossed aside the covers, donned his slightly faded trousers and a simple white t-shirt, and took a leisurely stroll downstairs. The residents of this community were not accustomed to rising early. This was entirely reasonable, as the least among them were millionaires. Who among the wealthy would rise at dawn? The early risers were merely the laborers. Perhaps the millionaires were just finishing their morning workouts at 6 o'clock. The garden of the community was exceptionally tranquil. Dressed plainly, Chen Shu felt somewhat out of place in such an affluent environment. Only when he encountered the patrolling security guards did he nod in acknowledgement, which briefly reassured him of his status as a resident here. The security personnel were far more professional than those at his previous job. Each one was a young man aged 20 to 30, sharp-eyed, likely veterans, and astonishingly, they already recognized Chen Shu. Yet, during his working hours, who would bother remembering the names of the residents? The disparity was stark. After his stroll, upon returning home, Chen Shu opened the door to find Chu Hong emerging from the bathroom, her loose pajamas unable to conceal her exquisite figure. Goodness, 36. 35. Her hair was casually tied back, revealing her alabaster neck. Her bare face was remarkably stunning, her plump cheeks exceptionally smooth. This reminded Chen Shu of a line from a film. Quite poetic. He felt an impulse stir within him, as this body truly felt youthful at 50. Previously, at 60, he would have felt little desire, fearing a potential heart attack. But now, at 50, his body retained a semblance of vigor. Uncle Chen, you're back. I'll make breakfast right away. I stepped out last night to retrieve my things from my rental, and didn't want to disturb you, Chu Hong said. Of course, you're a resident here. So we're roommates now. You needn't report everything to me, Chen Shu replied. Chu Hong smiled, but said nothing. If it were her paying the rent here, she certainly wouldn't be so formal. Moments later, Chen Shu savored, for the first time in years, a breakfast prepared especially for him. A simple plate of fried eggs and sausages, accompanied by a glass of milk. He ate slowly, relishing every bite. To Chu Hong, this was the relaxed demeanor of a boss. After all, possessing over 10 million would indeed grant anyone a sense of ease. Chen Shu pondered how to utilize this money to fulfill his aspirations and amend past regrets. It was time to treat his former colleagues to a meal. He had long wanted to host a gathering for them, as he and old Lu had always received excellent care from their colleagues at the property center. However, when these colleagues married or had children, the red envelopes he provided were always modest. Conversely, whenever he was in need, the envelopes he received were substantial. His ex-wife, Yi Mei, viewed this as a boon, an unearned advantage, but Chen Shu did not share that sentiment. Unfortunately, he had previously lacked the funds to dine at a decent restaurant in the city. A man, after all, must maintain his dignity. Thus, he had shelved the idea. Now, with an opportunity at hand, coupled with his resignation, he needed to host a farewell dinner, and it ought to be splendid. This aligned perfectly with his newfound approach to life. After withdrawing 10,000 from his sign-in bonus, Chen Shu inquired of Chu Hong, "Do you know of any top-tier restaurants in the city?" Chu Hong pondered for a moment and replied, "Heidi Lao. I often go there with my colleagues." The cost is certainly not low, around 200 to 300 per person. Chen Shu considered this and nodded. For someone of Chu Hong's status, a trip to Haidi Lao would indeed be a considerable expense. Although the restaurant had become somewhat more accessible, this was still the city. Lowering the spending threshold would be a grave insult to the wealthy. However, Chen Shu was not satisfied. They had frequently dined there during gatherings. While it was acceptable, he yearned to indulge in life's finer offerings. Haidi Lao is good, but the expense is too modest, ideally. We should dine somewhere that costs tens of thousands, Chen Shu stated. An extravagant meal in this lifetime is a must, he added. Chu Hong's eyes widened. Tens of thousands for a meal. You must know that in my time as an agent, my highest monthly salary was only 40,000. A single meal costing as much as my entire month's wage? Yet, Chu Hong quickly recalled the text message from yesterday. For someone worth millions, a meal costing tens of thousands held no essential difference from spending a few hundred. After contemplating, she said, I know a place where the average cost is over 10,000. It's quite famous in the city, located in an old villa called Prince Huang's. I've heard it's superb, but reservations are required. Reservations? For a mere restaurant? Chen Shu exclaimed. Chu Hong's eyes sparkled with longing, indeed. It said that they serve seafood flown in from overseas, king crabs, whole South African dried abalone, the finest bluefin tuna, and so forth. I've only heard of it. I've never been. Her words stirred Chen Shu's appetite. Once an ordinary 60-year-old security guard, he would have been content to sit at a roadside stall with a few friends, savoring a plate of beef brisket and enjoying a couple of drinks. Yet now, hearing of such extravagant ingredients he had never dared to dream of, even after finishing breakfast, Chen Shu felt his appetite surge. He resolved to go, having achieved success. He could not forget his old colleagues, and when his granddaughter arrived in a few days, he would take her to experience the world, introducing Chen Enin to the finer things in life, so she would not be easily deceived in the future. In a world where individuals with empty pockets indulge in extravagant delights, the seasoned Chen Enin, having encountered the grand tapestry of life, would undoubtedly regard such triviality with disdain. Chen Shu nodded. Very well, please make the reservation for me. Chapter 9. Life should be enjoyed. What is this? Do I need to pay a deposit just to have a meal? Chen Shu, now more worldly wise, was astonished to learn that the esteemed royal chef's private dining establishment required such a fee. After breakfast, Chu Hong inquired about the reservation number for the royal chef's private dining experience, only to be informed that a deposit was indeed necessary. Chu Hong explained. The manager mentioned that certain ingredients must be prepared in advance. If guests fail to arrive, the restaurant incurs a loss. Chen Shu pondered this for a moment and conceded that her reasoning was valid. That makes sense. All right. Let us transfer 50,000 to ensure they prepare some fresh ingredients in advance for a party of 7 or 8. He promptly sent the amount to Chu Hong for the reservation, feeling quite disinclined to handle these matters himself. Chu Hong felt as though she had become Chen Shu's personal steward, which was precisely what he desired. Previously, he had to manage every trivial task himself. But with newfound wealth, it was only fitting that such menial chores be delegated to others, allowing him to focus solely on enjoyment. Chu Hong remained silent. Had it been an average man, she would not have accepted being treated as a personal assistant. Yet, observing Chen Shu, an older gentleman exuding a captivating charm of maturity and stability, not to mention his substantial wealth, she found it difficult to refuse. After a brief pause, Chu Hong said, All right, but we will need to wait 2 days. The reservations for the next couple of days are fully booked. Chen Shu was somewhat taken aback. Were there truly so many wealthy individuals that a meal costing tens of thousands could have no available slots? Chu Hong smiled sweetly. Of course, Uncle Chen, this is Shanghai. On the streets, who isn't a millionaire? Chen Shu chuckled, albeit with a wry smile, reflecting on his former social standing, which rendered him oblivious to such matters. However, he soon felt at ease. With over 10 million languishing in his account, he found it hard to harbor any worries. Moreover, having gained a new perspective on life after enduring a year with heart disease, his capacity for acceptance had significantly strengthened. Clearing the table, Chu Hong announced, Uncle Chen, I'm off to work now. You should rest. Work? The term felt alien to Chen Shu. After a moment's reflection, he remembered he had plans for the day. He needed to prepare a proper outfit. The clothes in his suitcase were worn and outdated. It had been ages since he had purchased anything new. Was it years? 5. Or even 10. The most recent addition to his wardrobe was a security uniform from the New City International Community, which had cost him a mere 200 in deposit. Indeed, one must possess attire befitting their status, for that is an undeniable truth. Otherwise, one would be looked down upon while traversing the streets. Thus, Chen Shu declared, Xiao Chu, take the day off. In this life, one must learn to rest. Otherwise, in old age, one will be filled with regrets that cannot be amended. Come accompany me on a shopping spree. Chu Hong had not indulged in shopping for quite some time. Among her colleagues, she was regarded as a workaholic, perpetually shuttling clients around various communities to view properties, with little time for relaxation. However, Chen Shu's proposal stirred excitement within her. As a 30-year-old woman who had never witnessed how the upper echelons of society spent their wealth, despite having read numerous stories of domineering CEOs, she found those narratives rather cliched and far from her imagination. Chen Shu's spending habits were, of course, beyond her usual encounters. Each time she observed affluent ladies lavishly purchasing luxury items in malls, she felt an authentic pang of envy. "All right," Chu Hong exclaimed, exhilarated at the prospect of shopping alongside a man worth millions. She was already preparing to flaunt her experience on social media. After taking a day off, the pair hailed a taxi to the nearby Hongqiao Honglong. As Chu Hong had mentioned, this establishment was home to numerous luxury boutiques, perfectly suited for their shopping venture and aligned with Chen Shu's spending capacity. In truth, Chen Shu was indifferent. His mindset was far from that of a wealthy individual. He did not place much importance on brand names. His motivation lay in the system's rewards. The more he spent, the higher the emotional value of his life experience, and the better the rewards. He would certainly not turn down such an opportunity. Who could resist the chance to spend extravagantly? They arrived via a ride-hailing service, with Chen Shu scanning the code, incurring a modest fare of over 100. Chu Hong stepped out of the car leisurely. While she had used ride-hailing services before, it was usually in a BYD. This time, however, they had a luxurious vehicle, a Maybach, the dream car of many men. Chen Shu mused, "This car is splendid. It's quite comfortable. I ought to purchase one for myself. Every man should have a personal vehicle, a space to express one's individuality." The Maybach was indeed impressive. Ding. The host has taken a ride in a luxury vehicle valued at 5 million for the first time, gaining profound insights typical of men, earning a reward of 50,000 yuan. Chen Shu chuckled, though he found the reward rather paltry. The relationship between a man and his car was profound. A vehicle represented a man's pride and fulfilled his inherent desire for conquest. Such an epiphany was worth at least several 100,000 in his view. Perhaps the ride-hailing service had skewed the value downward, but it mattered little. He was about to embark on a shopping spree. Throughout his life, Chen Shu had bought very few items for himself beyond the essentials, easily counted on one hand. But starting today, he resolved to live for his own enjoyment. Chu Hong linked her arm with Chen Shu's, leading him to the second floor of the mall, to the Hermes store. To an onlooker, they might appear as an older man accompanying a younger woman, a common sight in Shanghai. Thus, the mall bore little scrutiny. Despite being 50, Chen Shu's hair had regained some color, and coupled with the effects of 2 vials of charm elixir and his buoyant attitude, he seemed only a decade older than Chu Hong. Men in the mall eyed Chen Shu with envy. What was this? An old bull with a young calf? Yet, upon seeing them enter the Hermes store, they quickly fell silent. Clearly, this gentleman possessed some influence. Women cast glances filled with envy and jealousy. With such a beautiful companion, it was evident he was a wealthy old man, providing her a life of luxury without the need for struggle. What brand is this? I've never heard of it. Chen Shu mused, observing the letters. Chu Hong, without overthinking, assumed Chen Shu, given his stature, would likely not be concerned. This is the Hermes brand. Chen Shu acknowledged, I'm familiar with it. Just a week ago, my stepson and his wife quarreled over a 2,000 yuan Hermes bag that led to their inability to pay the mortgage. He had not anticipated that just days later, he would be in a position to purchase luxury goods himself. Upon entering the store, he found it unlike the tales he had encountered in online literature. The staff here were exceedingly courteous. Likely recognizing that a woman as elegantly adorned as Chu Hong was accompanied by a man of considerable means, they treated them with the utmost respect. Despite Chen Shu's rather ordinary attire, the attitude of the sales staff here was exceedingly respectful. Good day, sir and madam. I am your personal consultant. How may I assist you? Chu Hong informed. We are interested in men's clothing suitable for this gentleman beside me. The attendant assessed the two of them, seemingly unfazed, and maintained a courteous demeanor as she replied, Certainly, madam. Here are our latest t-shirts and trousers for the gentleman to try on. Chen Shu, however, did not perceive the garments as particularly remarkable. Perhaps due to his age, his taste was somewhat traditional. Chu Hong, you take a look. If you find something appealing, we shall purchase it, he suggested. The sales consultant cast a cheerful glance at Chen Shu, her mind confirming her assumption. This was undoubtedly a case of an older man with a younger wife. Moreover, this gentleman exuded an aura of sophistication, radiating the charm of a mature man. Though he appeared unpretentious, there was a relaxed elegance about him that young men just entering society could not possess. He must surely be a seasoned entrepreneur, shopping with his youthful bride. The consultant had her own thoughts. If a man of such caliber were to take her shopping in a luxury store, she would be utterly delighted. Age mattered little in such circumstances. For having an older partner was akin to possessing a treasure. Chu Hong exclaimed, "Great," and directly made her way to the new men's clothing section of the year. Moments later, she returned with 2 sets of tops and trousers that suited Chen Shu's physique. The consultant immediately chimed in, "Madam, you truly have an eye for style. These 2 sets are our newly launched limited edition collaboration, just released on the 16th of this year, priced at 29,999 yuan. Chen Shu was taken aback. "How much?" The consultant quickly clarified, 28,999 yuan. While it may seem steep, these are top-tier garments designed by our esteemed designer, Davis, and have graced the Paris Fashion Week. The materials and tailoring are all crafted by the finest artisans. Chen Shu pondered, is this the lifestyle of the affluent? He had only heard of collaborations in the automotive realm. Little did he expect that even trousers would follow suit. Life was indeed refreshingly unadorned. Chu Hong cautiously remarked, "Isn't that a bit pricey?" Knowing well that there were no discounts to be had here, she assumed Chen Shu might find it excessive. Chen Shu merely smiled nonchalantly. "Not too expensive. May I try them on?" The consultant nodded. "Of course, sir. The fitting room is this way. Your wife has an exceptional taste. It seems she is well acquainted with our Hermes brand. If that is the case, you might consider applying for our Diamond VIP card." Upon hearing this, Chen Shu was not in a hurry. Previously, he was meticulous about such matters, but times had changed. He responded effortlessly, "As long as your service is satisfactory." Obtaining a card is certainly not an issue. The consultant's enthusiasm surged instantly, nearly wishing to assist him in donning the garments herself. The fervor of her service left Chu Hong feeling somewhat overshadowed. After all, it was merely a transaction worth a few tens of thousands. Was such fervor truly necessary? Could she not keep her youthful allure a tad farther from Uncle Chen? Chu Hong understood that this world often favors wealth over virtue. In comparison to the princesses often found in commercial establishments, the consultant's demeanor was relatively untainted. Fortunately, the young consultant's beauty paled in comparison to her own, possessing merely a few years of youth. Yet, for someone like Chen Shu, who had weathered the storms of life, age was likely of little consequence. Older gentlemen typically favored women in their 30s with a mature charm, showing little interest in those who were overly youthful and innocent. Thus, she contentedly perused the women's offerings from Hermes, bags, lipsticks, silk scarves. Previously, she seldom visited such luxury boutiques, but often browsed these high-end brands online. Her shopping cart filled with numerous second-hand bags. Luxury items for women are akin to what cars, cigarettes, and alcohol are for men. Chu Hong's monthly salary ranged from 10,000 to 20,000 yuan, allowing her to purchase only 1 or 2 lipsticks, often leaving her unable to pay rent afterward. She could only admire from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Chen Shu emerged from the fitting room in his new attire. Chu Hong's eyes lit up. It must be said that ordinary individuals, once adorned in luxury, truly exude a different aura. Although Chen Shu was older, he maintained commendable physique, being slender and combined with the allure of his charm. He resembled an old artist or intellectual. In his youth, he was quite the handsome lad, penning poetic verses that would have made him the heartthrob of his high school. Now, with a touch of gray in his hair, he had indeed captured Chu Hong's heart. Men of Chen Shu's age often appeared somewhat greasy, their smiles etched with wrinkles. Even with wealth, they often exuded a nouveau riche aura. Yet, Chen Shu presented a distinct impression of cleanliness and an effortless confidence in the face of any circumstance. This captivating older gentleman could easily ensnare the hearts of countless young women. Chen Shu extended his arms and inquired, "What do you think?" Chu Hong nodded enthusiastically, dashing, "Uncle Chen, you look incredibly handsome. If you were 10 years younger, I would certainly pursue you." The nearby consultant was taken aback. "Uncle? So, does that mean there's a chance? Or is this merely a reflection of the unique dynamics of an older man with a younger woman?" She was somewhat perplexed, but showed her respect. Chen Shu concurred, for as the saying goes, a man is judged by his attire, like a horse by its saddle. The outfit he donned had completely shed any semblance of a lower-class demeanor, making him appear of at least a 10 million yuan worth. Some might wear the same outfit and look like a nouveau riche, while others, like Chen Shu, would resemble a model. He chuckled, for with his current lifestyle, it would be effortless to acquire a few more vials of youth elixir, reducing his physical age to 40. However, Chen Shu was not inclined to lower his age too drastically. A stark contrast would surely attract the attention of scientific institutions eager to study his transformation. He preferred to gradually diminish his age, avoiding arousing suspicion among those around him, allowing them to perceive merely a positive mindset reflecting a change in age. "Since you've praised the attire so highly, let us proceed. Sales associate, please wrap up both sets," he instructed. "Sir, would you like to recharge our diamond membership?" Chen Shu inquired. "Certainly. How much for the recharge?" The consultant replied, "A minimum of 200,000 yuan. While membership does not offer discounts on clothing prices, Members are notified first about new arrivals and can be invited to our Fashion Week events. If purchases exceed 1 million yuan in our store, one can attain our Black Gold membership, along with birthday privileges. Such are the perks of wealth. Chen Shu's birthday was often overlooked by family. Yet this store would remember it. Alright then, let us recharge 500,000 yuan. By the way, Chu Hong, please use your information to process this. Chu Hong was taken aback, for even though it was merely a matter of using her details to obtain a membership, becoming a member of Hermes was a rare opportunity. For an ordinary person, the threshold to become a member was indeed quite high. For a woman like Chu Hong, an Hermes membership card serves as the most exquisite of cosmetics. With palpable excitement, Chu Hong followed the sales assistant to fill in her membership details. Meanwhile, Chen Shu approached the very cosmetics that Chu Hong had just examined. As a man, he was acutely aware that winning over a woman of Chu Hong's caliber required more than merely showcasing the allure of an older gentleman. One must offer something of value. With a grand sweep of his hand, he instructed the assistant to wrap up all the products that the lady had perused. Although he was not particularly knowledgeable about cosmetics, he understood well why his stepson's wife would quarrel over a handbag. The sales assistant's eyes widened in astonishment. Affluent patrons were not uncommon in this city. Yet it was rare to witness an older man like Chen Shu indulging in a shopping spree. One could not help but envy a woman like Chu Hong. This man possessed not only charm, but also the willingness to lavish money on a woman. Age was no deterrent. After all, there was the prospect of inheriting a fortune. 3 lipsticks at 6,000, 2 handbags at 50,000. Chen Shu directed the assistant to take these items to the front for checkout. Chu Hong was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the items, but soon realized this was a gesture meant for her. A token of appreciation for her assistance over the past few days. Consider these as your reward for your hard work, Chen Shu declared, dismissing any formality. Words of gratitude caught in Chu Hong's throat, leaving her with a sense of exhilaration. Although it was not her first experience receiving gifts, the magnitude of such luxurious items was unprecedented. A twinge of shame washed over her. Yet the envious glances from the sales assistants and the thought of Chen Shu's mature allure made it easier to accept. Seemingly attuned to the turmoil within Chu Hong, Chen Shu refrained from further commentary and, after completing the card transaction, exited the Hermes store, laden with bags, to explore other shops. Ding! The host has gained insight into life, regarding luxury items as necessities, displaying an unyielding spirit in consumption, and making purchases for a female companion without a hint of trepidation. Reward: 5,000,000 yuan. Chapter 11. Ex-husband in a Maybach? Surely mistaken. 5 million. A reward of 5 million? Chen Shu was astounded as he stepped out of the store. Truly deserved. It appeared that the system had assessed his previous lack of luxury purchases, thus bestowing such a generous reward this time. This served to compensate for some of Chen Shu's past regrets. Having lived in Hu City for the majority of his life, it was impossible to deny a degree of vanity. Each time he encountered friends or classmates in their luxurious cars, residing in opulent homes, marrying beautiful wives, it was disingenuous to claim he felt no envy. This time, having acquired an array of luxury items, he had officially taken his first step toward becoming a tycoon. With emotional value at its peak, a reward of 5 million seemed entirely justified. His account balance was on the verge of surpassing 20 million. Such a chilling figure. Throughout the day, Chen Shu remained occupied, being led around the shopping center by the jubilant Chu Hong. Fortunately, with his body now reflecting the age of 50, he was able to keep up, reminiscent of his younger days spent with children. Of course, the day yielded significant rewards. Chu Hong assisted him in selecting 5 or 6 outfits, while he encouraged her to purchase numerous garments and cosmetics, resulting in a total expenditure exceeding 300,000. Upon exiting, the system rewarded him with an additional 200,000. This likely stemmed from the diminished emotional value provided, hence the reduced reward. Yet, Chen Shu found his wealth multiplying with each purchase. With an abundance of items, he opted to summon a Maybach. While waiting for the car, he noticed a woman in her 30s with a man of similar age nearby. "I think I just saw your dad," the woman remarked. The man chuckled. "What do you mean, my dad? He has been dead for years. How could you possibly see him?" "Your stepdad, the one with that woman." The pair were none other than Chen Shu's former stepson and daughter-in-law. They had come to the city to indulge in some shopping, celebrating their newfound fortune from borrowing 80,000 from their mother without the need to repay it. Both held formal jobs in Hu City, yet their earnings were meager, leading them to live frugally. However, to maintain their social standing, they felt compelled to splurge on luxury items. Today, they had spent 25,000 on a handbag and a watch, feeling the pinch as they rarely indulged. Yi Jingkai squinted from a distance, noting the resemblance. Yet he pondered how a man who had lost everything could afford to shop. "Let us go ask," his wife Du Chuni suggested. Just as they approached, Chen Shu and Chu Hong entered the Maybach, leaving them bewildered. Him? In a Maybach? The two could hardly reconcile the image of a man they considered a diligent, responsible figure in their household with the luxury vehicle they had just witnessed. At home, Yimei was the one with the final say, and Chen Shu was merely the obedient partner. Now, however, it appeared that after the divorce, Chen Shu had taken a turn for the better. What capital did he possess? Du Chunyi speculated. Could he be supported by that woman? Yi Jinkai laughed. What are you saying? At his age, supported by someone? That woman must be at least 20 years younger. It's preposterous. Du Chunyi conceded it seemed unlikely. Both harbored doubts about their own perceptions. But after living together for over a decade, they were familiar with Chen Shu's physique and appearance. Indeed, it was him, albeit looking somewhat younger. Upon returning home, they relayed their afternoon encounter to Yimei. Yi Jinkai queried, Mom, do you think that old man has hidden money from you? Yimei replied, Impossible. I've always managed Chen Shu's social security and bank cards. His pension is right here with me. What money could he possibly have? A luxury car? Accompanied by a beautiful woman? You must have seen wrong. She remained convinced that her son had misidentified Chen Shu. In terms of responsibility, he was commendable. Yet when it came to financial acumen, Chen Shu was rather ordinary. When Yimei married him, she sought companionship through the challenges of parenthood, trusting in his character. Just as Chen Shu had recently come out of a divorce, leading them to support one another. However, as time wore on, Yimei's expectations grew, and she increasingly found Chen Shu lacking in financial prowess. Thus, she firmly believed that they had mistaken someone else for Chen Shu, for he could not possibly be affluent. Moreover, it is improbable that one could be kept as a mistress if Chen Shu were a dashing young man in his 20s or 30s. Perhaps there would be a chance, for affluent women often possess unique attributes. But now, who would consider maintaining a 60-year-old man? In Yimei's imagination, Chen Shu likely resides in a modest rental, subsisting on instant noodles, regretting his decision to divorce, and living a dismal existence. Upon hearing Yimei's remarks, Yi Jinkai and Du Chunyi ceased to ponder further. It was likely a matter of resemblance. After Chen Shu and Chu Hong returned, they rested for a day. For a man of 50, a shopping excursion proved somewhat taxing. After a day of respite, Chen Shu signed in the morning and received a signing bonus of 10,000 yuan. Life is indeed splendid. Each day, he could claim 10,000. Thus, every morning, Chen Shu awoke with great joy. On that day, he ventured nowhere, remaining at home to watch television, fiddling with his phone, dozing off when tired, and calling the property management for meals from the exclusive restaurant serving residents. The monthly property fees, amounting to several thousand, were certainly not paid in vain. Moreover, the chef's culinary skills greatly pleased Chen Shu. Such luxuries were once beyond his wildest dreams. Chen Shu marveled at the power of wealth. His day comprised dining, reading on the balcony, and spending an hour on the treadmill at the community gym. He even encountered several young women in yoga pants working out. The young women who frequented this gym were no ordinary individuals. Their demeanor towards Chen Shu was markedly different, characterized by politeness. Perhaps it was his attire and demeanor that began to align with an upper-class identity. How wonderful it is to be young. Chen Shu mused as he stepped off the treadmill. Ding. The host has enjoyed a leisurely day, reflecting on the swift passage of time and beginning to cherish his youthful body. For the first time in 10 years, he earnestly engaged in running and exercising. Reward: 1 bottle of youth elixir. Chen Shu was elated. How delightful that a simple exercise session could yield a reward. He consumed the youth elixir immediately. Gazing into the mirror, he noticed that the wrinkles on his face had significantly diminished, and his facial muscles appeared much fuller. He looked rather handsome, exuding a diamond-like brilliance reminiscent of a wealthy bachelor. Chapter 12. The Pinnacle of Consumption. Kong Fong finished work early today and returned to her rental to prepare herself. Her roommate and university classmate, Xie Mingwan, approached curiously. Kong, what's going on? Is the iron tree blooming? What made you decide to dress up? Are you going on a date with a handsome man tonight? Kong Fong replied with a smile. A colleague is leaving the company and has invited everyone to a gathering. Xie Mingwan's eyes sparkled. Are there any handsome men? Or wealthy individuals? Kong Fong shook her head. It's a 60-year-old gentleman treating us. So what do you think? Just me. A few staff from the property desk and an old security guard. Xie Mingwan fell silent instantly. Then what's the point of going? Just decline it. In whose city? Gatherings without wealthy heirs are hardly worth attending. Kong Fong shook her head in response. Both she and Xie Mingwan graduated from Hu University. When they first met, Xie Mingwan was an innocent young girl, but who would have known that after a few years in Hu City, she would be dreaming daily of marrying a wealthy man? Kong Fong remarked. When will you give up on such fantasies? There aren't that many wealthy individuals just waiting for you to find them, and they all value social standing. What do you have to offer? Xie Mingwan puffed out her chest. With my 30-60 figure and the beauty of Hu University's flower, humph. I live with my eyes wide open. As long as a wealthy man wants me, I could ascend to the heavens instantly, enjoying life without needing a title. I could even accept being a mistress, as long as I receive money. Life, after all, is about enjoyment, isn't it? Why wait until you are old and wrinkled to do what you want in your 20s or 30s? Confronting shook her head helplessly. She could not argue with this friend. Xie Mingwan inquired, where will you be dining? Confronting glanced at the WeChat message from Chen Shu. Oh. It appears to be an old villa, a private kitchen called Prince Huang. The consumption level there seems rather high. Old Chen must be quite generous. Xie Mingwan, who had been lounging on the sofa with a cat, sprang up. What? Where? Confronting asked curiously. Prince Huang's private kitchen. What's the matter? Have you been there? Is it expensive? Xie Mingwan exclaimed. Not just expensive. It's the pinnacle of consumption in whose city. An average of 5,000 per person. And that's not even enough to fill you up. To truly satiate oneself, it could exceed 10,000. Are you sure it's your property security guard who invited you? Are you being tricked by old Deng? Confronting responded curiously. That shouldn't be the case. Old Chen wouldn't deceive us. He is a decent man. Not one of those young fellows who enjoy deceiving women. However, she too was intrigued. If her friend's words held any truth, given Chen Shu's income, this meal could very well deplete his savings. Confronting pondered. Oh no, could old Chen be feeling despondent? She worried that after his divorce, his situation would be quite dire, likely leading him to despair. Moreover, she had heard that Chen Shu had a heart condition. Without further ado, Confronting abandoned her makeup and prepared to drive out. Xie Mingwan's eyes sparkled. Kong, wait for me. I'm coming too. For Xie Mingwan, this opportunity was not to be missed. Gaining entry into the old villa's Prince Huang private kitchen was no small feat. If she could snap a photo there and post it on social media, wouldn't that enhance her chances of catching a wealthy heir? Furthermore, the restaurant would undoubtedly be filled with affluent young men. The likelihood of encountering wealthy heirs there far surpassed that of the university town. The two women hopped into Confronting's electric car and set off for the old villa. Meanwhile, old Lu was also en route with his grandchildren. As people age, they prefer to bring their children along to gatherings. Lu Caibua and Chen Shu were old friends, and he knew Chen Shu wouldn't mind. Once Chu Hong finished work, Chen Shu also made his way to the entrance of the community, where Chu Hong awaited him on her electric scooter. This evening marked their reservation at the old villa's Prince Huang restaurant. Chen Shu looked forward to reconnecting with his old colleagues. He was eager, as the restaurant had already sent the menu, featuring top-tier ingredients from around the globe. Some items were things Chen Shu had never even heard of before. The binding system had been in place for 2 or 3 days now, and his attitude towards life was all about experiencing it, trying things he had never done or had once been too timid to attempt. Let's go, Uncle Chen. Today, Chu Hong was exquisitely dressed in a cream-colored blouse, her arms resembling delicate lotus roots, complemented by a sleek black professional skirt that accentuated her long, beautiful legs. It was evident she had put considerable effort into her appearance, wearing the Hermes bag that Chen Shu had gifted her. In Chu Hong's mind, since this was a meal hosted by Chen Shu, those attending must surely possess significant status, hence the need for her to dress to impress, allowing her to enter high society. After 10 years as a real estate agent, she had yet to integrate into whose city's elite circle. And today she finally had the chance. Sitting behind her on the scooter, Chen Shu felt somewhat awkward, unsure where to place his hands. It seemed that acquiring a car needed to move up on his agenda. However, he may need to retake the driving test since he has turned 60 and has not used his license for over a decade. If he wishes to drive, he must reacquaint himself with the latest requirements for obtaining a license. Chu Hong, ever considerate, remarked, Uncle Chen, please support my waist. Chen Shu hesitated. Is that appropriate? Chu Hong confidently replied, What's the matter, Uncle Chen? Your views are rather conservative. With that, Chen Shu, feeling encouraged, placed his hands on Chu Hong's slender waist. The touch soft and pleasant. Moments later, they arrived at the Royal Young Master private kitchen located within an old Western-style house. The doorman, taken aback by the sight of a small electric scooter, had never before witnessed anyone arriving at their restaurant on one. Nevertheless, he politely inquired, Do you have a reservation? Our restaurant only accepts reservations. Chu Hong responded, Yes, we have a reservation for the Qingshan Xiushui private room under the name Chu. The doorman immediately replied with respect, The manager has informed us. Please, come in. Chen Shu added, My friend will be joining us shortly. Please be sure to attend to them. The doorman smiled in acknowledgement. Rest assured, sir. There was a refreshing absence of condescension. As they entered, a female manager emerged. Greeting them, Miss Chu, Mr. Chen, welcome. I am your dedicated service manager for today. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to communicate with me. The private room is located on the 2nd floor. The elevator is this way. Please follow me. Chen Shu truly relished this experience. When had he ever encountered such respectful treatment while dining out? The 180,000 yuan spent on the meal was indeed worthwhile. Upon entering the private room, They discovered it was vast, reminiscent of a 100-square-meter living room beneath the Arc de Triomphe, featuring a large dining table and a tea table. Two young women in kipayos stood by the tea table, and upon their arrival, they promptly began to brew tea for the guests. Chen Shu was quite pleased. Reclining on the soft leather sofa while savoring the tea, which was delectably sweet, sweeter than iced tea. Chapter 13. The wealthy remain low-key. Simultaneously, Kong Fong and her close friend, Xiao Wanting, along with old Lu and his two grandsons, arrived at the restaurant entrance. Manager Kong, you're here too. Could it be that old Chun made a mistake with our reservation? My grandson checked, and this restaurant isn't even listed for delivery. It said that the average expenditure here is several thousand yuan. Did old Chun perhaps take us to the wrong place? Old Lu expressed his concern. They had spent 50 yuan on a taxi to arrive. It was the weekend, and with both grandsons at home, they had accompanied their grandfather for a meal. However, they had not anticipated being brought to a location surrounded by high-end restaurants, especially one housed in an old Western-style building. Given the historical significance, maintaining such architecture in whose city was not something an ordinary person could achieve, let alone afford. Old Lu felt a hint of apprehension. What had happened to Chen Gu during their brief separation? The property management staff, who had arrived a few minutes earlier, also hesitated at the entrance, fearful of appearing out of place in the upscale restaurant. This puzzled the doorman, who wondered whether these individuals were patrons or job seekers, as such a combination was seldom seen at their establishment. However, since Kong Fong and her group were at a distance, the doorman refrained from approaching them. Kong Fong contemplated for a moment and said, "Old Chen wouldn't deceive us. Let me give him a call to confirm. If we've gone astray, it would be quite disruptive to their business." Although she articulated it thus, in truth, Kong Fong felt that a mistake would be quite embarrassing. The others shared her sentiment. Being turned away from an upscale restaurant due to their status would indeed be humiliating. At that moment, within the Qingshan Xiushui private room, Chen Shu noticed a call from his new phone. "Manager Kong, have you arrived? I've been waiting for you," he said. Kong Fong lowered her voice. "Old Chen, are you absolutely certain this is the Royal Young Master private kitchen?" Chen Shu stood up and replied, "Indeed." Approaching the window, he spotted Kong Fong and the others across the street. "I see you. I'll have the manager come to greet you," he said before hanging up. Kong Fong, puzzled, asked what did Chen Gu say? "He mentioned that he would have the restaurant manager come to escort us," she replied. Just as she finished speaking, a woman in formal attire hurried towards them. "Hello everyone. You must be friends of Mr. Chen. I am the manager of the Royal Young Master private kitchen, and Mr. Chen has instructed me to guide you. Please follow me," she said as she walked ahead. Kong Fong's group followed, bewildered. It seemed that indeed, old Chen had chosen this place for their gathering. Old Lu's grandchildren were visibly thrilled. This was their first time dining in such an upscale establishment in New City, something they had never even dared to imagine before. "Wow, Grandpa, you're amazing. Your friend is truly impressive," his granddaughter exclaimed excitedly. Old Lu chuckled. Yet internally he felt a twinge of anxiety regarding Chen Gu's sudden change. Initially, they had assumed it would be an ordinary restaurant, even preparing for a casual eatery experience. After all, what sort of flair could a divorced man starting anew possess? Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Shu had gone all out. It was astonishing. Meanwhile, Xia Mingwan, Kong Fong's friend, entered the restaurant and immediately began taking selfies. Recognizing that such an opportunity to dine in this establishment was rare, perfect material for flaunting on social media. The female manager led them to the private room on the second floor, and along the way, they were awestruck by the exquisite decor of the top-tier restaurant. They soon realized there was no lobby. Only private rooms existed, each remarkably secluded, where the only sounds were their own breaths. This was the first time they felt a sense of apprehension about dining. Upon entering, they found a spacious private room with two women in kipayos pouring tea for Chen Shu, who was seated next to a woman in her 30s. Seeing his old colleagues, Chen Shu smiled warmly. He felt completely at ease among these familiar faces. "Everyone is here. Please take a seat. Manager Sun, since we are all gathered, please begin serving the dishes," Chen Shu instructed. The manager, Sun, immediately nodded. "Understood, Mr. Chen." She then picked up a walkie-talkie to commence the service. With the two women in kipayos now part of the group, old Lu appraised Chen Shu and remarked, "Old Chen, you seem to have grown younger. What is your secret? And how on earth can we afford to eat at this restaurant? It's too extravagant." Old Lu raised the same questions that had been on everyone's minds. In just 2 days apart, Chen Shu appeared to have shed years. Previously, he had looked worn down by life, but now he radiated vitality, resembling someone in their 40s. The wrinkles on his face had diminished significantly, and his hair, though still a mix of black and white, exuded charm. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanting, positioned behind Kong Fong, noticed Chen Shu's attire and her eyes lit up, assessing him. Wealthy and refined, it was rumored he was single again, a true diamond bachelor. Although he is 60 years old, he doesn't appear particularly aged and even possesses a charm that surpasses that of younger men. Older gentlemen possess a certain wisdom and tenderness that is truly appealing. Xiao Wanting's eyes sparkled with interest, akin to a hunter spotting its prey. Chen Shu gestured for everyone to be seated, saying, "Old Lu, there's no need for such formality. Enjoy the meal. Allow me to introduce my roommate, Chu Hong. I didn't make the reservation, she did. I've heard the ingredients here are top-notch." Upon hearing the mention of a roommate, the others speculated that Chen Shu was cohabiting with this young woman. Given that they shared a residence, one might wonder about the quality of life. Chu Hong, curious about why Chen Shu's friend seemed mismatched with his stature, maintained a composed demeanor, greeting everyone politely. "Hello, everyone." Kong Fong also introduced Xiao Wanting, saying, "This is my best friend, a private tour guide, who has come to partake in our meal today." Xiao Wanting chimed in, "Hey, uncle, you don't mind, do you?" Chen Shu chuckled, "I relish a lively atmosphere, so let us all enjoy ourselves today." A sense of unease washed over Chu Hong. Xiao Wanting was no ordinary woman, fixating her gaze on Chen Shu. What exactly does a private tour guide entail? In essence, it means accompanying wealthy individuals on their travels. Quite the precarious situation. Kong Fong, intrigued, asked Old Chun. "Forgive my bluntness, but you're divorced, aren't you? Why treat us to such a lavish hotel? Isn't it a bit extravagant?" Chen Shu, aware of the group's curiosity, replied, "Following my divorce, I had some capital in the stock market, and I've recently made a bit of profit, enough to cover the meal here comfortably. It's a realization I've come to. Life is about experiencing the world. In the past, I hesitated, but with age comes the understanding of letting go, though it may be too late to grasp." Kong Fong paused, nodding thoughtfully, recognizing the possibility of his sentiments. Xiao Wanting expressed curiosity. "Uncle, I find your perspective quite insightful. By the way, which stocks are you profiting from?" Chen Shu whimsically replied, "Military industry stocks." Xiao Wanting acknowledged this with an O, as the military sector had indeed been thriving recently. Delving deeper into the topic would be inappropriate, as this was Hu City, where everyone possessed some level of wealth. Chapter 14. A feast for the middle-aged self. Kong Fong and the others accepted the reality that Chen Shu seemed to be faring better than they had imagined. They had thought he might have earned only a few thousand in the stock market, enough to feel elated. Earning a few thousand, when luck strikes, is relatively easy. They were aware of their curiosity regarding his sudden financial upturn, yet Chen Shu remained unfazed. The source of his funds was legitimate and verifiable. In truth, few possessed the capability to scrutinize Chen Shu's finances. Initially, they believed he had merely earned a few thousand, but when the restaurant presented the bill, their expressions shifted dramatically. The first dish shattered their perception of consumption. "Ladies and gentlemen, our first dish today is the steamed emperor crab, air freighted from Australia. Selected for its weight of over 8 pounds, the crab meat is as succulent as lychee. Please savor the experience." After the restaurant manager's introduction, no one dared to pick up their chopsticks. The exquisite emperor crab appeared to cost more than the lives of those seated. Chen Shu, however, marveled at the restaurant's prowess. The difference between the emperor crab and the king crab is but a single character, yet the latter has been reduced to a common seafood item by social media, costing hundreds per pound. Emperor crabs, however, are rare, sourced exclusively from Australia's Bass Strait, with a low yield, resulting in prices exceeding thousands per pound. Not to mention, a live crab weighing over 8 pounds might cost upwards of 40 or 50,000. This was indeed a culinary masterpiece. "Everyone, let us not linger, let us dig in," Chen Shu urged. This was his first encounter with such premium ingredients, and he felt no hesitation as he selected a large piece. Truly, as a top-tier delicacy. Each bite was immensely satisfying. The rich, meaty crab flesh required no seasoning, rivaling many gourmet dishes. Absolutely worth it. Seeing Chen Shu lead the way, the others joined in with excitement. Old Lu's grandchildren were particularly animated. "Old Lu, why hesitate? Let the kids dig in. Don't just sit there," Chen Shu encouraged. Observing his grandchildren's delight, Old Lu beamed with pride. Upon returning home, he would relish the chance to show off to his son and daughter-in-law, who often remarked that he had never exposed them to the finer things in life. This outing was a perfect opportunity to introduce them to such experiences. Kong Fong observed Chen Shu's demeanor, noting that he appeared at ease and untroubled by his divorce or life's burdens. His vitality was markedly different from his usual self at work. He radiated an alluring charm. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanting indulged in the exquisite crab, whispering, "My goodness, this is the best crab I've ever had since coming to Hu City. Why didn't you introduce me to such a wealthy friend sooner?" Kong Fong replied, "Wait. Hold on. He is 60. He was just our property security guard, recently divorced with a bit of savings in the stock market. Is he really in your league?" Xiao Wanting, eyeing the savoring Chen Shu, countered, He experienced life as a security guard to understand our struggles. This meal costs at least 10,000. And did you notice his outfit? It's Hermes, this year's latest collection, worth at least 50 or 60,000. Confronting glanced at Chen Shu's attire, astonished by the stark contrast to his previous uniform. He appeared considerably younger, exuding the charm of an affluent gentleman. She felt her mind racing. Was this truly old Chen? The transformation over the past few days was remarkable. Xiao Wanting continued. The most crucial point is, while he is 60, he looks no older than 40. Do you know Guo Pinchao? He is 45 and looks 20. With his youthful appearance, he must have invested significantly in his upkeep. Just 10 years older than me. That is hardly an issue. I declare him my target. Confronting could only shake her head in disbelief. Her best friend had set her sights on a 60-year-old former security guard. What was happening in the world? Yet, upon closer inspection, Chen Shu's recent changes were indeed striking. His once white hair now bore a distinguished gray hue. Coupled with his revitalized spirit, he truly exuded a different kind of allure. It was worth noting that Xiao Wanting was quite the connoisseur of appearances, easily swayed by looks. Meanwhile, Chu Hong, sitting next to Chen Shu, found the Emperor Crab delectable, but was puzzled by the behavior of Manager Kong and her friend, who were stealing glances at Chen Shu. A feeling of protectiveness stirred within her. Yet, Chen Shu remained oblivious to the chaotic thoughts swirling around him. He is truly relishing the exquisite cuisine now. The subsequent dishes arrive rapidly: braised abalone with scallions, sea urchin paired with sourdough, and sashimi of bluefin tuna belly, among others. 10 dishes are successively presented by a waitress clad in a qipao. After the serving concludes, Chen Shu furrows his brow. There is a deficiency. The portions are insufficient. Originally calculated for 7 or 8 diners, yet there are now 11. Chen Shu beckons Manager Sun, stationed at the entrance, over. Manager Sun, please bring a few more dishes, preferably those that can be served quickly. Manager Sun responds, currently, we have fresh lobsters and Iberian ham. Chen Shu instructs, 3 lobsters and 4 platters of ham, please. By the way, do you have any wine? We have red wine from Romani Conti. No red wine. Do you have Matai? Yes, sir. Bring 2 bottles. Certainly, sir. Please hold on. While conversing with Manager Sun, the others dare not interject. The atmosphere is overwhelmingly commanding. Chen Shu's casualness in ordering is reminiscent of dining at a roadside eatery. He inquires about the price of the lobster without hesitation. Xiao Wanting swallows hard and whispers, Confucius. I once dined with a wealthy woman and had a lobster priced at 9,888. It can only be more expensive here. And a platter of ham is at least over 5,000. Your old colleague must be a millionaire. A mere 100,000-aire wouldn't dare to feast like this. Confronting is equally taken aback. She initially believed it to be an ordinary gathering among colleagues, only to realize the extravagance of the expenditure. It is simply extravagant. How would one reciprocate such a lavish meal in the future? Old Lu interjects, Chen Gu, isn't this enough? With a grand wave of his hand, Chen Shu responds, not enough. The dishes here are delightful, but the portions are too scant. Since I have the privilege of treating everyone, I must ensure they leave satisfied. Moments later, the Matai arrives. Chen Shu pours a glass for himself and old Lu. The women and children abstain from alcohol, contentedly enjoying the fare. Chen Shu had only ever tasted Matai once at a former colleague's son's wedding. Since then, it had lingered in his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, 2 decades had slipped by. Additionally, due to strict household rules, he had refrained from drinking for 2 months. Thus, as the first sip goes down, the intoxication of the wine envelopes him. Ding! The host has treated his middle-aged self. Life is a cup of wine, tears accompanying old romances, reward. 1,000,000 yuan. Chapter 15, Acquiring Knowledge. Only men truly comprehend the significance of such a feast that reflects one's past worth. Chen Shu feels a stir within. At 60, he savors the wine he longed for at 40. The wine remains unchanged, yet 20 years have elapsed. How many 20-year spans does one have in a lifetime? This serves as a regret in Chen Shu's life, now fulfilled. Therefore, being rewarded 1 million by the system does not seem excessive. What man's regret is not worth 1 million? After downing a glass of 52-degree Matai, old Lu's eyes glisten with tears. Like the former Chen Shu, he is a man nearly crushed by life's burdens, betrayed by his son, labeled untrustworthy. Supporting an entire family while being criticized by his wife for earning too little as a security guard. Yet what can he do? He typically smokes cigarettes costing less than 10 yuan, and his drinking consists of 3 yuan cheap liquor, consumed covertly. This sip of Matai, costing hundreds, is something he has never experienced. The flavor may not differ greatly from inexpensive erguo too, but this taste is a novel experience in life, surpassing the seafood he has never tried. Old Lu thinks to himself that knowing Chen Gu is truly fortuitous. The 2 old men share various reflections during the banquet. Unfortunately, The others may not fully grasp their sentiments, as they are captivated by the array of premium seafood. Particularly, old Lu's grandchildren, each one thoroughly content. Confronting shares the sentiment. Despite being a property manager with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000, she has never indulged in such fine dining. Chen Shu and Chu Hong similarly relish a taste of their gastronomic dreams. After the lobster and ham are served, everyone finally feels satiated. In the past, Chen Shu would have scoffed at the exorbitant prices and meager portions. However, he now merely states, "Delicious, I shall return next time." Old Lu pats him on the shoulder and says, "Chen Gu, we cannot frequent this place. Your stock market earnings cannot sustain it." To old Lu's mind, Chen Shu's wealth is at most in the hundreds of thousands. One meal could consume half of that. The remainder must be saved, otherwise, one could face dire straits in old age. Chen Shu chuckles. "Old Lu, your Chen Gu is not short on money now." After saying this, he turns to the entrance and calls out, "Manager Sun, the bill, please." Manager Sun promptly approaches with a card reader, saying, "Mr. Chun, the original amount was 1.88 million, but with the addition of lobsters and ham, the total comes to 2.36 million. Chen Shu nods. "All right, let's proceed with the payment." He retrieves a bank card. Manager Sun respectfully accepts it with both hands, completing the transaction. "Thank you for dining at our Royal Young Master Private Kitchen, Mr. Chun. We look forward to your next visit." Chen Shu nods. "Next time, I will bring my granddaughter. The level must match today's." Manager Sun beams with delight. "Certainly, Mr. Chun. Whatever your requirements, we will ensure they are arranged in advance." The others in the private room are left in shock. A single meal costing over 20,000. Old Lu struggles to steady the toothpick in his hand. In his hometown, that amount could cover a down payment on a house. Just like that, it's all been consumed. Witnessing Chen Shu's nonchalant manner of payment, old Lu's eyes widen in disbelief. Is this the same Chen Gu who once scavenged for cigarette butts with him? To spend over 20,000 with a mere wave of his hand? Old Lu feels as though he has aged, his mind unable to comprehend. This is truly astonishing. Beside him, his grandson exclaims, "Grandpa, your friend is so impressive. He must be a wealthy man, like a big shot." Old Lu nods. "Indeed, your Chen grandfather is no ordinary person." Chu Hong and Xia Wanting gaze at Chen Shu's payment actions with wide eyes. Money, after all, is meant to be spent to impress women. A man is most alluring when spending. Confronting initially thought this meal might cost several thousand. She never anticipated it to exceed 20,000. Consequently, she must reassess Chen Shu's wealth. This old man may indeed be a low-profile millionaire, or even a billionaire. When Chen Shu paid, he did not even blink. Appearing utterly unconcerned, it was undoubtedly not an act. This revelation surprises her. This divorced man has changed so much. It seemed like he left his previous life with nothing. Now, however, it appears that Chen Shu possesses some reserves. One could surmise that a man who has lived more than half his life and been married twice must have some means to navigate through divorce. Confronting feels reassured. She trusts Chen Shu's character, that Chu Hong is merely a roommate. Despite their seemingly close relationship, Chu Hong is only 30. She likely wouldn't be interested in Chen Shu. However, the expression on her best friend Xia Wanting's face gives Confronting a dizzy spell. Could it be that this girl has genuinely developed feelings for Chen Shu? Even the young female receptionist regarded Chen Shu with a markedly different gaze. Although this was in the bustling city of Hu City, it was still rare to encounter someone who could spend 200,000 on a single meal. Confronting felt a sense of helplessness. What has become of this world? Can such a vast age gap truly be bridged? Little did she know, she too would one day fall unwittingly into the allure of Chen Shu. Ding. The host has compensated for the regret of not treating colleagues to a meal, while simultaneously enjoying the most extravagant dining experience of their life, achieving a state of fulfillment. Reward: 6,000,000 yuan. 6 million. After spending over 200,000, he received back over 6 million. Adding to that the previous amount of over 1 million, Chen Shu now possessed approximately 27 million in his account. He felt immensely satisfied. Although the current return was comparatively modest, it was still gratifying. However, the road ahead remained long. He aspired to own a luxurious apartment in Hu City. Akin to the Arc de Triomphe style, this might not be sufficient. Of course, if he continued on this trajectory, acquiring the apartment this year wouldn't pose much of a challenge. After dining, the group gradually descended the stairs. Chu Hong first arranged taxis for the receptionists. Next were old Lu and his grandchildren. Tonight, old Lu stood tall, invigorated, having consumed only a bottle of Matai, while Chen Shu had sent him home with another. After all, they were old friends, and such a gesture was insignificant. Amid the approving gazes of his grandchildren, the three boarded their vehicle. Soon, only Confronting and her friend Xia Wanting remained. Chen Shu inquired, "Manager Kong, how did you arrive?" Confronting replied, I drove here myself. Impressive, old Chen. Your aura has changed significantly since before. By the way, how is your heart condition? Chen Shu responded, having experienced so much, I've come to a clearer understanding. The doctor says my positive mindset can extend my life by another 2 years. Thank you for your concern, Manager Xia. Confronting nodded, that is good to hear. I should learn from you in this regard. Suddenly, Xia Wanting jumped in, Uncle Chen, I'd love to learn about stock trading from you. Could we possibly add each other as friends? Chen Shu had observed this attractive woman for quite some time. Her beauty stood on par with Chu Hong and Kong Fong. Naturally, he was open to her request. Chapter 16, A Frenzied Tug of War. Kong Fong was well aware of her flirtatious friend's intentions. Yet, in front of everyone, she felt it inappropriate to intervene, especially since Chen Shu seemed agreeable. She could distinctly sense that Chen Shu had transformed. He was no longer the same man she once knew. Could it be that divorce was a form of rebirth for older men? Curiously, she asked, Old Chen, what are your plans moving forward? Will you trade stocks full-time, or are you considering seeking employment? She had assumed that Chen Shu was investing all his current wealth in stocks, which would explain his newfound financial prowess. Chen Shu, however, had no desire to elaborate. I'm done searching. Life is fleeting, and I refuse to burden myself too heavily. Otherwise, when I grow old and reflect, I'll find myself filled with regrets, feeling as though I've lived in vain. Manager Kong, you may not grasp this yet, but I advise you to take a break. Don't overexert yourself. Who bears the cost of a deteriorated body? Enjoy life when you can. Xia Wanting chimed in, Uncle Chen is right. Hee, how about we travel together sometime? I could be your personal tour guide, offering you discounts from acquaintances. I can take you to all the exciting spots across the country. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Shu indeed had such intentions. As a man with a somewhat artistic soul in his youth, he had long dreamt of embarking on spontaneous adventures to explore the breathtaking landscapes of his homeland. However, the weight of life's responsibilities had previously stifled those aspirations. Now, he found himself with ample time and resources. That sounds wonderful. I may indeed take you up on that. Chen Shu smiled. Xia Wanting's face lit up with joy. Clearly, opportunities for wealth are seized by those who pursue them. Meanwhile, Chu Hong's internal alarms were ringing. This woman was genuinely forward, seemingly unbothered by the age difference. Comparing herself to Xia Wanting, she noted that while their appearances were comparable, the latter's curves surpassed her own. A glance downward stirred feelings of inadequacy. What if she couldn't compete with this newcomer? She was uncertain of Chen Shu's intentions, as he appeared quite receptive. After a lengthy conversation, the evening grew late, and each party returned home. Upon reaching the Arc de Triomphe, the cool breeze awakened Chen Shu's inebriation. His tolerance for alcohol was not exceptional, and having not indulged in quite some time, he felt slightly overwhelmed, his mind swirling in a haze. Upon returning home, he groggily sensed delicate hands helping him out of his clothes. In his stupor, he instinctively pulled the soft form into his embrace and drifted into unconsciousness. The next day, as he opened his eyes, Chen Shu discovered that his previous garments had been replaced with a newly purchased set of pajamas. While pondering the details of the previous night, Chu Hong entered the room. Xiao Chu, did you help me change? Chen Shu asked. With a light laugh, Chu Hong replied, Yes, Uncle Chen. You had quite a bit to drink last night, and your clothes reeked of alcohol. I helped you into something more suitable. Chen Shu was momentarily taken aback. Had she seen his 45-year-old body in its entirety? Remembering the softness from the night before brought a flush of embarrassment. I apologize for last night, he said earnestly. Chu Hong chuckled softly. I didn't expect you to still have such vigor at 60, Uncle Chen. You nearly bruised my wrist pulling me in. She extended her fair wrist, revealing a faint mark. Feeling embarrassed, Chen Shu mumbled. Well, but Chu Hong interjected, I understand. At your age, it's usual for nothing to transpire. Just be cautious next time. Chen Shu felt a strange atmosphere enveloping them, almost flirtatious. Why was there a notion of a next time? He took a moment to appreciate the robust vigor beneath the covers. Youth was indeed a splendid thing. Had he been a bit bolder last night, perhaps they could have shattered the unspoken barrier between them. Yet, he was also aware that Chu Hong was undoubtedly hesitant. For the age divide was palpable. Moreover, he had no intention of remarrying, unable to offer her a legitimate title. Even if their relationship were to be mutually beneficial, an opportunity was still necessary. Not feeling rushed, he remarked, noticing your empty hands, I'd like to give you 50,000 for a bracelet. As an apology for last night, he transferred the sum directly to her WeChat account. 50,000 was neither too much nor too little for Chu Hong. It primarily served to convey his intentions, allowing their relationship to develop gradually. Chu Hong's body stiffened momentarily, then she jested, Uncle Chen, you're not suggesting you want to keep me, are you? Chen Shu replied playfully, would you be willing? Chu Hong never anticipated Chen Shu's forthrightness, leaving her momentarily speechless. Her chest rising and falling rapidly, which caused the recently awakened Chen Shu to feel a slight dryness in his throat. After a brief pause, Chu Hong inquired, "Uncle Chen, are you considering marriage?" Chen Shu shook his head resolutely. "Marriage? I have experienced 2 unions in my lifetime. One buried my youth, the other my middle age. Do you think I would marry again?" Chu Hong was taken aback. She had only heard of Chen Shu's divorce the previous day, but was unaware of the profound impact it had on him. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. Chen Shu pondered and thought, "Oh no, this naive girl isn't contemplating marriage, is she? That certainly contradicts my philosophy of treating life as a game." If that were the case, he would unhesitatingly suggest parting ways without remorse. Moments later, Chu Hong remarked, "It's not the right time. I have to get to work." With that, she hastily slipped away. However, shortly after, she acknowledged Chen Shu's transfer with a "Thank you, Uncle Chen." Sitting on his bed, Chen Shu chuckled heartily. "How intriguing. Not the right time, you say?" He mused. Perhaps the money spent is still insufficient. Yet, there was no rush. After all, both had already taken a step forward. Ding. The host reveals their innermost thoughts without reservation, bravely addressing their desires to a woman. Though rejected, such courage is commendable. Reward: fitness potion upon use. Grants 5 years of fitness results. What on earth is a fitness potion? Chen Shu promptly commanded the system to utilize it. Subsequently, he felt his previously lax muscles beneath the skin begin to tighten, his pectorals grew more robust, and the definition of six-pack abs gradually emerged. Simultaneously, he sensed an increase in his physical strength. Is this the result of 5 years of fitness? Chen Shu rose to gaze at his reflection in the bedroom mirror. He resembled a dedicated fitness coach. All excess fat had vanished, replaced by taut muscles, and his arms appeared notably muscular. Had he possessed this physique sooner, perhaps Chu Hong would not have been able to slip away last night, he pondered. Meanwhile, Chu Hong, exiting the elevator, felt her cheeks flush and heart race. In truth, she too was in turmoil, aware that Chen Shu was unlikely to seek marriage. At 60, he had likely experienced all there was to see and do. Why would he want someone to share his wealth? Wasn't that courting disaster? Yet, Chu Hong couldn't quite come to terms with it, her thoughts still in turmoil. Naturally, she harbored some apprehension about being deceived by Chen Shu. After all, the financial prowess he displayed was indeed astonishing. But a singular expenditure of 200,000 wasn't enough to compel her to capitulate. Both were caught in a frenzied tug-of-war. Chapter 17. My father is left with nothing but money. After Chu Hong departed, Chen Shu rose early and called the community restaurant to have 2 steaks delivered. Now endowed with a muscular physique, he understood the importance of protein and meat to maintain it. Only after enduring the constraints of an aging form could one truly appreciate such a physique. Gazing at his reflection, he saw a well-dressed man with defined arms and a face that, despite a few wrinkles, exuded a sense of maturity rather than age, complemented by his gray hair. Handsome, a dashing gentleman, he even appeared more charming than in his youth. Now, with a youthful body in his dreams, Chen Shu sought to live life to the fullest, playing the game of life earnestly. What should be his next step? Perhaps it was time to purchase a car. While Chu Hong was off to work, he relished the notion of enjoying life to the fullest. A successful man must possess his own sanctuary from life's storms, a car. Chen Shu mused that a Maybach would be delightful. It offered a comfortable ride. He contemplated finding someone to accompany him to view cars, deeming it somewhat inappropriate to involve Chu Hong further. Her expectations were too grand. She needed to be kept at bay to preserve her fragile dignity. What is dignity? In his most destitute moments, Chen Shu had exchanged his meager dignity for a mere 200 yuan in overtime benefits each month. The dignity of the impoverished is but a jest. The woman he had met last night, Xiao Wanting, seemed promising, very proactive and appealing to Chen Shu. If one does not suffice, another will do. That is the attitude toward the game of life. He would not become a mere sycophant. At 60, time was of the essence. At that moment, Xiao Wanting was indulging in a beauty sleep. As a private tour guide, she lacked affiliation with a formal company, merely posting travel photos online to attract clients. Sometimes, she might go an entire month without securing a single booking, living a feast or famine existence. Ding dong. Her phone chimed. Xiao Wanting glanced at it, recognizing the affluent bachelor from the previous night. Xiao Xia, do you have time today? Accompany me to buy a car. Xiao Wanting was taken aback. A wealthy man purchasing a car? She was unaware of Chen Shu's financial standing, but surely, someone who spent over 200,000 on a meal would be spending millions on a car, right? And why seek her out? Xiao Wanting understood men too well, especially older ones. Yet, she was puzzled by how, after seeing Chen Shu with a woman of comparable beauty the previous night, he was now pursuing her. It seemed rather unscrupulous. An old scoundrel. But if he was willing to spend money, she reasoned, who cares about morality? Xiao Wanting quickly replied, of course, Uncle Chen. I've cleared my schedule. I'll accompany you to buy the car. Where shall we meet? Chen Shu chuckled at her response. It felt rather contrived. Nevertheless, he played along, saying, "I'll call a car to pick you up. Where are you staying?" After Xia Wanting provided her location, Chen Shu summoned an A6 to collect her. Upon her arrival, he observed that she was impeccably dressed. She wore a casual white shirt that failed to conceal the alluring curves of her neckline, paired with jeans that accentuated her shapely thighs. Once in the car, Xia Wanting inquired, "Uncle Chen, you look even more distinguished today. Your age is completely indiscernible. What kind of car are you looking for? Perhaps I know some salespeople who can assist." Chen Shu responded, "A Maybach would be lovely. I found it quite comfortable during my last ride." Xia Wanting nodded enthusiastically. "Excellent choice. As the saying goes, a Rolls-Royce is too ostentatious. A Maybach is just right, subtle, and fitting for you. I happen to have a friend who works as a salesperson at a Mercedes dealership. Let us go check it out." Chen Shu replied, "Thank you, Xiao Xia." Xia Wanting then wrapped her arms around Chen Shu's, playfully leaning against him. "You're too kind, Uncle Chen. It's an honor for me to accompany you in this endeavor. It shows that you trust me. Isn't it interesting how people connect? When I saw you last night, I felt an inexplicable warmth, even more so than with my own father. And now, here you are seeking me out. It must be fate. Perhaps we were family in a past life." With her experience as a private tour guide, Xia Wanting was adept at charming people, leaving Chen Shu in high spirits. At that moment, Chen Shu's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw his daughter Chen Wen's name and fell into sudden silence. It had been over a year since they last communicated. Chen Shu felt a pang of guilt regarding his daughter. When he remarried, Chen Wen vehemently opposed the union. However, after a year of solitude, he was swayed by Yi Mei's sweet words. After their marriage, Chen Wen's visits decreased, and she lived alone in their hometown. They only began to see each other again when she eventually married. At that time, Chen Shu had only left her 50,000 yuan, as all his finances were managed by Yi Mei. Subsequently, with the arrival of 2 grandchildren, he often returned to spend time with them, and their relationship had thawed somewhat. Yet it never returned to a normal father-daughter dynamic, primarily due to Yi Mei's presence. Now, with the grandchildren growing up, he found it difficult to return home without a valid excuse, causing a further estrangement. They hadn't been in touch for over a year, with only the grandchildren reaching out to him. Why had Chen Wen decided to call him now? Chen Shu's voice momentarily choked with emotion. The bond of blood was a connection that outsiders could not comprehend. On the other end of the line, only the sound of breathing was audible. Yet, Chen Shu recognized it as his daughter's breath, and so he waited patiently. After a brief moment, Chen Wen's voice came through, asking, "Dad, do you have any money?" Chen Shu was taken aback, feeling a voice inside him shout, "Yes." Dad is now left with nothing but money. He understood that his daughter, inherently strong-willed, would seldom ask for help. She must be facing a significant challenge now. He inquired, "It's all right, I have some. What is going on at home?" Chen Wen replied, "Wang Tao had an accident at the factory. His entire hand was severed. We need to gather funds for surgery. We've already used Chun Pingping's wedding money to cover some expenses, but it's still insufficient, and I'm worried." Hearing the sorrow in his daughter's voice shattered Chen Shu's heart. He quickly responded, "How much do you need? I will transfer it to you immediately." Chen Wen replied, "I don't know. But the doctor said it would require at least 500,000 yuan, and we need to transfer him to the city hospital." Chen Shu declared, "No problem. I will cover it. The priority is to save Wang Tao's hand. What is your WeChat? Let us connect." Chapter 18, Buying a Car. Wang Chong was Chen Shu's son-in-law. This son-in-law was a straightforward and honest man, working in a factory in the county, and had been Chen Wen's classmate. Chen Shu found common ground with him, as both enjoyed fishing. In the past, when he accompanied his children in their hometown, he would often fish with his son-in-law. Little did he know that this earnest and unassuming man would face such a trial, and as his father-in-law, he could not stand idly by. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shu's WeChat notifications chimed. Chen Wen had added him as a friend. Without hesitation, he transferred 3 million yuan. At the People's Hospital in Nanjing, Wang Tao's face was pale from blood loss. "Just let it be, I can do without my hand. After all, this is the money for Pingping's wedding. If I use it, what will happen to his wedding? Will his girlfriend agree? If the child cannot get married, I will never forgive myself," he lamented. He was a worker at an auto parts factory, and due to an extended night shift, he had accidentally severed his hand while cutting. Upon speaking with his employer, he learned that their insurance was not contracted with the factory, but with an out-of-town parts supplier, meaning any compensation would involve lengthy negotiations. They simply could not afford to wait. The doctor indicated that reconnecting the hand would require exceptional surgical skill and treatment at a top-tier provincial hospital, with costs that were astronomical. For an ordinary family, a severed hand could not possibly justify such an expense. Chen Wen, with determination, stated, "You need to stop talking. I called my dad. He can lend us some money. We need to save your hand first to secure a future. If Chen Pingping's girlfriend is unwilling to support him in this, then perhaps she is not worth having. Wang Tao, enduring the pain, replied, your dad? How could he possibly have any money? He probably can't even take care of himself. Chen Wen insisted, whatever he has is what we will take. He is my last safety net. If it's insufficient at that moment, her phone rang. Transfer from Deshu, 3,000,000 yuan. Please accept the payment. Chen Wen craned her neck to look closely. 3 million. She vaguely remembered that her father had previously been a security guard in their community. And even if he had some savings, it shouldn't exceed a few tens of thousands. How could he possibly produce 3 million? This was far beyond her expectations. Wang Tao, noticing her expression, inquired, what's wrong? Is the money not enough? Should we just give up and let my hand go? Chen Wen exclaimed incredulously. My dad sent me 3 million. Your hand can be saved. Doctor, we need to transfer to another hospital. Wang Tao was astonished. What? Internally, he found it hard to believe that his father-in-law could have such a substantial amount, yet he felt relieved knowing his hand would surely be saved. Dad, where did you get so much money? Did Aunt Yi agree to let you lend me this much? Looking at the message on his phone, Chen Shu replied with unsteady fingers, I made it through stock trading. I am divorced now, a solitary man. The other party was typing. Dad, April 28th is Pingping's wedding. Remember to come back for the ceremony. And then we'll want to see you in a few days. Chen Shu responded, understood. I will be there on time. Use the remaining funds to give Pingping a grand wedding. If you need more, just let me know. Okay, smiley face. In that moment, Chen Shu closed his eyes, feeling as though he had completed a form of redemption for himself. When he divorced Chen Wen's mother, he had wronged his daughter. Marrying Yi Mei only deepened the rift between him and his only daughter. Now, he finally had the opportunity to make amends. Ding. The host has fulfilled his debt to his daughter, mending the regrets towards her and soothing his inner wounds. Reward, 60 million. Chen Shu was not surprised by this reward. It was the greatest regret of his heart. Being able to assist Chen Wen filled him with immense satisfaction. The reward of 60 million was hardly excessive. After calming his emotions for quite some time, Chen Shu slowly opened his eyes. He wished to help his daughter through this crisis immediately, but knowing her inherent strength, he realized that his assistance might only disrupt her emotional state. Thus, he decided to simply be present. The rest could be handled by the professional doctors. He would stick to his plans. Taking a deep breath, Chen Shu noticed that Xia Wanting had been quietly understanding, not uttering a word. Seeing him regain his composure, she asked, Uncle Chen, is everything all right? Your daughter? Chen Shu nodded. Yes, there are some matters at home. Xia Wanting gazed out the window, understanding that at his age, unexpected events often intrude upon life. Such is life. What can one do? Chen Shu regarded her with admiration. This woman possessed a certain depth of understanding about life that he found intriguing. Throughout the journey, he remained silent, lost in recollections of the past. After alighting from the vehicle, his mindset finally underwent a transformation. He had already assisted his daughter, and now he intended to relish his own life. However, this time, as he contemplated purchasing a car, a new idea emerged. With his grandson's wedding approaching next month, it was only fitting for a grandfather to contribute financially. The debts he owed to his daughter could also be redeemed through his grandson. Yet, offering money directly seemed rather blunt. Moreover, Chen Shu was acutely aware that for an ordinary person, receiving a substantial sum of money all at once could be quite overwhelming. People can only manage the finances they comprehend. Any funds beyond their understanding have a tendency to dissipate in various ways. At only 23, Chen Pingping still appeared quite youthful in Chen Shu's eyes, and he feared that a windfall of several million could lead to his disorientation. Nonetheless, marriage is an important milestone, and gifting him a car would undoubtedly be the best choice, allowing him to uphold his dignity before his future wife. The pair soon arrived at the luxurious Benz dealership, whose city to Ben Pu Jiangji Xing. Upon entering, Chen Shu was immediately struck by the opulence of the sales hall, where an array of extravagant vehicles was displayed on either side. His knowledge of luxury car brands was limited, primarily revolving around the three German giants, Audi, Mercedes-Benz, and BMW, which were the epitome of automotive prestige in his era. Thus, he opted for the Mercedes-Benz brand, especially since he had been thoroughly impressed by the comfort of the previous Maybach he had experienced. As they entered, the sales staff had yet to arrive, but a young man from a nearby couple perusing vehicles approached them. Isn't that the class monitor? Is this your father accompanying you to buy a car? The man raised an eyebrow, his tone less than cordial. Chen Shu furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of irritation at the rudeness of today's youth. Upon seeing the man, Xia Wanting chuckled lightly. This is my boyfriend. Chen Shu was taken aback. What kind of drama was unfolding here? Was there a history between these two? The man remarked. No way, you really found yourself an old man in his 40s or 50s. Xia Wanting, you have no taste. Xia Wanting retorted with a cold laugh. As long as he is wealthier and more charming than you, what business is it of yours? Chapter 19. Is it wrong to love money? Chen Shu observed the exchange with curiosity, intrigued by the dynamic between the two. Xiao Wanting, you truly have a penchant for money. The man commented. She replied, what is wrong with loving money? Why not pursue a man older than you if he has wealth? Is there something wrong with that? After a brief exchange of barbs, the man, mindful of his girlfriend's feelings, retreated to continue looking at cars. Chen Shu, intrigued, asked ex-boyfriend. Xiao Wanting shook her head. Not at all. He is merely one of my admirers named Lu Wei. When I learned he only earned 4,000 a month and couldn't even support himself, I declined his advances. Who knew he would spread rumors about me at my workplace, leading to my dismissal? However, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. As I realized my personality was ill-suited for a conventional job, the company even compensated me with a severance package, so it was a mixed bag. I was just frustrated that he thought he could harass me because he lacked money. Men like him are truly pathetic. Chen Shu chuckled. So that is how it is. Xiao Wanting's straightforward demeanor revealed her unabashed thoughts, showcasing a certain materialistic nature without any pretense. Lu Wei, feeling slighted by rejection, resorted to vindictive behavior. Xiao Wanting turned to Chen Shu and asked, Uncle, is it wrong to love money? Chen Shu shook his head. Of course not. Everyone has their own preferences and can determine their own lifestyle. That fellow's actions are indeed inhumane. To feel rejected and retaliate simply because he lacks the means to earn is the mark of a pitiful fool. Xiao Wanting remarked, you see things so clearly, Uncle Chen. Chen Shu smiled, reminiscing about their car shopping excursion. Moments later, Xiao Wanting's sales associate approached them, a woman in her 20s. Xiao Wang, this is my Uncle Chen. Here to look at cars. The Maybach is over there. Please show us, Xiao Wanting instructed. They had met at a bar, a common venue for young people these days. Wang Ting frequently interacted with the upper echelons of society, as about 70% of those visiting the Mercedes dealership were purchasing C or E-class models, while the remaining 30% sought G-class or Maybach vehicles, which were still quite plentiful. She immediately noticed the exquisite Hermes attire Chen Shu donned, coupled with his refined demeanor and impeccable physique, signaling his affluent status. Mr. Chen, please follow me. The Maybach display is on the second floor. The vehicles on the first floor may not quite match your social standing, Wang Ting said with a smile. Such professionalism in sales was commendable, as she adeptly flattered without hesitation. Chen Shu nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed to the second floor. Nearby, Lu Wei, who was eyeing the Mercedes C-Class, covertly observed Xiao Wanting and Chen Shu, eager to discern their purpose. Were they also here to purchase a vehicle? Lu Wei's girlfriend inquired. Who are they? Lu Wei casually replied. That woman used to be a colleague of mine. She has a particular penchant for money and once pursued me, but I turned her down. She is far too enamored with wealth, and that old man beside her is likely her wealthy partner. His girlfriend nodded, recognizing the evident affluence of the older gentleman. Lu Wei, curious, asked, how do you know? His girlfriend replied, the shirt he is wearing is Hermes, worth around 30,000, and his entire outfit likely exceeds 70,000. Moreover, his demeanor is quite refined, akin to the millionaires I've encountered. As a bank employee, she had encountered many affluent men in New City, and her discerning eye was sharp. Of course, she refrained from mentioning that this older gentleman also possessed a certain charm, with deep-set eyes. Chen Shu's allure was constantly at work. However, wealth alone does not suffice. A man must possess both charm and financial means to make an impact. Lu Wei's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that this young, high-achieving individual would be overshadowed by a 50-year-old man with gray hair. What stung even more was that he had previously visited the second floor, only to leave hastily after a brief glance. The luxury cars there were all priced above $2 million. Today, he had brought his girlfriend along with a down payment of $100,000 to finance a Mercedes C-Class. The upper floor showcased Maybachs, Rolls-Royces, and Mercedes G-Class vehicles, none of which were within his financial reach, even with a loan. Indeed, he could not even be certain he would ever drive a Maybach. What is so impressive about having a bit of money? Lu Wei scoffed defiantly. Meanwhile, his girlfriend silently thought, if only we had money, we wouldn't have to worry about not being able to afford a house in New City. She felt nothing but envy, for in many respects, this older man was indeed a remarkable partner, albeit advanced in years. But is age still a concern? The entertainment industry is rife with cases of older men paired with younger women and vice versa. As long as two individuals are compatible, age becomes a mere societal construct, easily transcended. Chen Shu was oblivious to the fact that his casual appearance had stirred Lu Wei's girlfriend's heart. The two ascended to the second floor, where a saleswoman known to Xiao Wanting greeted them with warmth and enthusiasm. Might I inquire if you have a preferred model, sir? Saleswoman Wang Ting asked. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Shu replied, the Maybach, please take me to see it. Wang Ting promptly raised her left hand and guided them to the innermost section. Here are all the latest models of the Maybach for this year. I highly recommend the S680, It perfectly complements your distinguished demeanor, sir. Wang Ting's voice was irresistibly sweet. This model retails for 4 million, and with just one sale, her commission would be secured. If it suits your fancy, would you like to take it for a test drive? Wang Ting offered eagerly. Chen Shu replied, "Oh, my driver's license is from 10 years ago. Wanting, would you like to take the wheel?" Xia Wanting shook her head vigorously. "Chen Shu, I wouldn't dare. If anything were to happen, I couldn't bear the cost with my life." Chen Shu was at a loss. Wang Ting interjected, "No worries, Mr. Chen. We have a partnership with the Vehicle Administration, and your license can be updated at any time with just your identity information, of course, contingent upon your purchase of the vehicle." Chen Shu was taken aback. Is this the privilege of luxury automobiles? A small indulgence of wealth? He had assumed he would need to retake the driving test. Chen Shu nodded. "All right. Let us experience it first. Please, beautiful, drive while I enjoy the ride." Wang Ting smiled. "This is what we at Mercedes are here for, Mr. Chen." Chapter 20. Isn't it born for off-roading? As Lu Wei and his girlfriend cautiously drove the Mercedes C for a test, they had just set off when a vehicle suddenly burst forth from the adjacent lane. "Be careful, that's one of our dealership's cars. It's a Maybach. You can't afford to collide with it," the saleswoman in the passenger seat warned without reservation. Lu Wei's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet he had no choice but to decelerate and yield. It was then he clearly saw Xia Wanting seated in the passenger seat. The girl who once preferred to weep in a Maybach rather than laugh in the back seat of a bicycle had ultimately realized her wish. This left Lu Wei feeling utterly worthless. Regardless of her materialistic pursuits, she had succeeded. Did he have any achievements to boast? The saleswoman, oblivious to the fire she was stoking, remarked enviously, "That's the latest model in deep night black, worth over 4 million. You could buy 20 C-classes with that. If it weren't for you too, I might have had the pleasure of attending to those clients." The saleswoman didn't need to elaborate, as both Lu Wei and his girlfriend understood the insinuation. "Oh well, our $20,000 vehicle, still on installment, must be affecting your commission, right?" Their discontent stemmed purely from jealousy. When Lu Wei was rejected by Xia Wanting, he had boasted of his self-importance, looking down on women who coveted wealth. Yet, in truth, he could not maintain such lofty ideals. He derided the worthlessness of money while yearning to become affluent. Ultimately, the reason was singular. It was not he who possessed wealth. Not even Xia Wanting could be compared unfavorably to him. At least she was a woman unashamed of her desires. This man was even less admirable than a woman of integrity. Seated in the back of the Maybach, Chen Shu activated the zero-gravity mode and requested Wang Ting to play an old rock song, Rock on the New Long March Road, a favorite from his youth. He closed his eyes to savor the moment. The resonant sound from the 31 Berlin speakers transported him back to a summer afternoon. Lying on a cool mat listening to the radio. Ding. The host, utilizing top-tier audio equipment, has transcended time to relive cherished rock melodies. Reflecting on the fleeting nature of time. Reward, 500,000 yuan. A poignant thought led to a reward of 500,000, yet Chen Shu felt remarkably unfazed. At his age, such moments often inspire reflections on the passage of time. Moreover, with over 20 million in his account, this 500,000 seemed trivial. He yearned to fully immerse himself in the exquisite Berlin sound. Indeed, it surpassed any vehicle he had previously experienced. The rideshare car he had taken earlier hardly compared. This was the pinnacle of luxury. Certain features are only felt when one truly experiences them. The power of the Maybach was exceptional, smooth and seamless, making acceleration and deceleration virtually imperceptible. He even felt a semblance of drowsiness. No wonder those executives seemed unfazed at work. They could easily steal a nap in such comfort. So disregard the toxic advice of those bosses claiming 4 hours of sleep suffices. Those who drive Maybachs surely have different standards for rest compared to those who must rely on public transport. After half an hour of indulgence, Chen Shu expressed his utmost satisfaction. Wang Ting remarked, "Mr. Chen, you might consider adding a starlit ceiling, though it may require some time before you can take delivery." Chen Shu shook his head. "No need for that trouble. I'll take this one, full payment, and I want to drive it away today. I'll leave the registration and my license renewal in your capable hands." Wang Ting swallowed her initial response. Such a true affluent client was a rarity, one who paid in full. She shot Xia Wanting a glance, signaling, "Sister, you truly came through for me. This substantial order deserves my heartfelt thanks." Xia Wanting felt a surge of excitement. This Uncle Chen was indeed a tycoon. What could Kong Fong have said about him being a security guard? It seemed he merely sought a taste of life as simpler pleasures. Nowadays, the wealthier individuals often yearn to experience the lives of those less fortunate. Now that he had experienced it, he was ready to return to his elevated lifestyle. Merely raising a hand to summon a Maybach. Where could one find such an alluring and handsome elder? Upon returning to the dealership, Chen Shu began preparing to make payment. As he walked toward the VIP room, he turned to see a square, boxy vehicle parked there. Instantly captivated, he approached it. Those who have purchased luxury cars know that when money is no object, the choice often hinges on mere visual appeal. Once that connection is made, other specifications become secondary. What model is this? Chen Shu inquired, intrigued. Wang Ting replied, oh, that's the G-Class, commonly referred to as the G-Wagon. It's been reserved by a previous client and is set for pickup this afternoon. Chen Shu stepped closer, admiring the robust, square design of the G-Wagon, which truly satisfied his aesthetic. Wang Ting elaborated, this model, while perhaps not as comfortable as the Maybach, boasts formidable off-road capabilities and superior power. Xiao Wanting observed Chen Shu, curious about his thoughts. Could it be that he was smitten with the G-Wagon? Indeed, every man seems unable to resist its allure. She was aware of its reputation. The saying goes, a scoundrel drives a G-Wagon. Chen Shu asked, how much is this one? Wang Ting introduced. This vehicle is priced similarly to the Maybach you just inquired about. However, it requires parallel importation, which means you'll have to wait a while before you can take delivery. In his youth, Chen Shu frequently indulged in fishing in his hometown. Dreaming of gallivanting across the fields in an off-road vehicle like this one, he envisioned traveling across the nation in such a car, which would indeed be quite fitting. Xiao Wanting approached Chen Shu and remarked, Uncle Chen, are you truly contemplating taking a $4 million G-Class off-roading? Chen Shu inquired, why not? Isn't this vehicle designed for off-roading? Xiao Wanting found herself in agreement. In the eyes of the youth, this car was a symbol of ostentation. Yet who would genuinely take a luxury vehicle worth over $4 million into the wild to be tarnished? Thus, among the limited number of G-Class vehicles nationwide, a staggering 99% traverse only the smoothest of roads, with very few actually venturing off-road. Chen Shu contemplated presenting the Maybach as a wedding gift for his grandson. While he himself would retain a vehicle, the Maybach was meant for enjoying the ride in the back seat, while the G-Class would accompany him on his adventures across mountains and seas. Given this, acquiring both would not exceed $10 million, which posed no significant issue. Naturally, having spent such a sum, he was confident that the system would reward him even more. His wealth only seemed to multiply with each expenditure, rendering him indifferent to the cost. Wang Ting observed Chen Shu's serious contemplation with a surge of excitement. Mr. Chen, are you considering? Chen Shu interjected. I will drive away with the Maybach today and place an order for a G-Class. I'll collect it in a couple of days. Chapter 21 is worth approaching $100 million. Both. Xiao Wanting's eyes widened in disbelief. It is well known that both vehicles are the pinnacle of the Mercedes-Benz lineup. Owning one is already the zenith for an ordinary person. For the average individual, the peak is merely possessing an E-Class or C-Class, which is a lifetime achievement. Yet, Chen Shu appeared nonchalant, as if casually picking up 2 packs of cigarettes from the convenience store beneath his residence. Is this what it means to be wealthy? The affluent figure of Xiao Wanting's dreams had finally materialized. Although he was somewhat older, he was undeniably an authentic tycoon. Initially, Xiao Wanting had aspired to find a wealthy second-generation heir, but upon reflection, she believed that older men were more reliable, as they tend to be more considerate. Not to mention, Uncle Chen's charm was truly overwhelming. Wang Ting, on the other hand, was even more astonished. As a luxury car salesperson, she had encountered numerous affluent individuals, including billionaires, but never had she met someone as effortlessly extravagant as Chen Shu, who spent money without hesitation or burden. It was astonishingly casual. Mr. Chen, you're not jesting, are you? Wang Ting's voice trembled slightly. This individual was bound to break records. Due to economic circumstances, the luxury car market in the country had suffered a severe downturn, with the wealthy hesitant to spend freely. Yet, Chen Shu was unabashed. He laughed. Why would I lie to you, young lady? Quickly bring over the card machine. Let us secure the Maybach first, and what is the deposit for the G-Class? Let us settle it together. Wang Ting was now entirely convinced that this gentleman was not deceiving her. She hurried to fetch the manager for the contract. In just one morning, $2 million luxury cars had been sold, astonishing even the manager, who personally brought a freshly brewed cup of coffee and invited the waiting Chen Shu to partake in their employee meal, serving him personally. The indulgence that money can afford was delightful for Chen Shu. Isn't life meant for showcasing one's wealth? As Chen Shu was respectfully escorted out of the staff dining area by the manager, he happened to see Lu Wei and his girlfriend completing their financing paperwork. Receiving their car keys, Lu Wei, upon seeing Chen Shu and Xiao Wanting again, was noticeably less arrogant than before. The sales team had certainly given him a reality check, and his earlier excitement about picking up the car had dissipated. Xiao Wanting, noticing the keys in Lu Wei's hand, cheerfully remarked, not bad, not bad. You're driving a Benz now. Lu Wei was acutely aware that Chen Shu was acquiring a Maybach and recognized that Xiao Wanting was mocking him. He retorted, what is there to be proud of, being with an old and unattractive man for money? Do you really think you'll find happiness? Is money that great? Chen Shu interjected, young man, why mock the value of money with your words while harboring such vanity? Everyone has their aspirations. There's nothing wrong with desiring wealth. At least wanting is more forthright than you. If you truly viewed money as worthless, you wouldn't be here arranging to finance a luxury vehicle. The most hypocritical stance in life is to verbally scorn what one secretly covets. Your disdain for money is merely a reflection of your lack of it. If you had wealth, you wouldn't utter such sentiments. After speaking, he turned to the young woman beside Lu Wei and asked, Madam, how would you like to be my girlfriend for a day for $1 million? The young woman was momentarily taken aback, glancing at her boyfriend, biting her lip in silence. Meanwhile, Lu Wei felt as if the ground had collapsed beneath him. How could this lecherous old man have his sights set on his girlfriend? The critical point was that she hadn't even responded. $1 million. Lu Wei felt a stirring in his heart. $1 million. His current monthly salary was only $7,000. $1 million could buy him over a decade of comfort. Xiao Wanting was also taken aback, for someone usually so easygoing. Chen Shu's boldness was quite shocking. Even if Lu Wei and his girlfriend returned home today, they would likely not share a bed that night. Once a rift formed between them, they would inevitably revisit this incident whenever discontent arose. Chen Shu's maneuver was quite cunning, yet Xiao Wanting found it appealing. Lu Wei left in dejection, his excitement about picking up his new car entirely extinguished. He had never anticipated that he would be outdone by an old man. However, considering that the old man could afford a Maybach, he felt his defeat was not entirely unjust. At the Mercedes-Benz sales center, Chen Shu received the keys to the Maybach. This was a newly arrived showroom vehicle, and he was unwilling to wait any longer, insisting on taking it home without requesting any discounts. After all, Chen Shu was not in need of money at present. Having spent this amount today, he anticipated a swift return to his finances. The manager had also spent 2 hours assisting Chen Shu in securing a new driver's license. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Shu finally drove away in the Maybach. Having expended $6 million for the Maybach and $1.5 million as a deposit for the G-Class, which would be ready in about a month. As he drove the Maybach out of the sales center, the manager and Wang Ting stood at the entrance, waving farewell until the taillights of the Maybach disappeared from view. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have lavishly spent and acquired your dream vehicle. The art of living is uniquely yours. Reward, 80,000,000 yuan. As Chen Shu cruised in the Maybach, listening to the sounds of Berlin, he noticed his system balance had surged to 98,917,323 yuan. Nearing the 100 million mark, he was on the brink of achieving a small goal. The system has been bound for some time now, and Chen Shu finally finds himself on the verge of becoming a true billionaire. His spirits are exceedingly high. Beside him, Xiao Wanting is playfully exploring the car. What was once merely a test drive has now transformed into the genuine experience of driving this magnificent vehicle, and the difference is palpable. Although Xiao Wanting is merely an observer, witnessing transactions worth millions is an opportunity that few ordinary individuals encounter. It's quite impressive indeed. For a car valued at over 4 million, it feels like something is missing, she remarked. Chen Shu, intrigued, inquired, what seems to be lacking? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Wanting snapped her fingers. You don't have a watch, Uncle Chen. Where's your timepiece? Chen Shu glanced at his bare wrist and realized, surprisingly, that she was correct. How could a top-tier billionaire be without a watch? This accessory transcends mere timekeeping. It is a symbol of status and identity. A man must possess a watch. Let us go buy one, Chen Shu declared. Where can we find a watch? Xiao Wanting exclaimed excitedly. There's a Rolex boutique by the Bund. Without hesitation, Chen Shu set the navigation and pressed the accelerator. The V12 twin-turbo engine roared to life like a wild beast, drawing the attention of many passers-by. This was Chen Shu's first time driving such a luxury vehicle, and he couldn't help but feel rejuvenated as the engine's roar resonated deeply within him, making his aging heart feel much younger. Amidst the urban clamor of Shanghai, tranquility soon returned. The city is never short of luxury cars. Chapter 22. The brave enjoy the world first. Upon arriving at the Bund, parking proved to be a rather cumbersome task. Yet such inconveniences are typically faced by the average person. Xiao Wanting, however, demonstrated her resourcefulness. Prior to their arrival, she had called the Rolex boutique to inform them of their shopping intent and requested a parking space, to which they promptly agreed. Chen Shu learned a valuable lesson from her. He had never thought to impose on others in such a manner. Whenever he ventured out, he would avoid causing inconvenience, opting for a taxi if parking was troublesome. Is this what it means for the brave to enjoy the world first? Chen Shu pondered. You truly are remarkable, Wanting. I would have never considered this before. Xiao Wanting chuckled. When I first entered society, I was just as naive. However, as I encountered more people, and given my profession as a private tour guide, I learned that one must be bold in facing the world and articulate their desires. After all, there's nothing to lose in failure. But previously, I wouldn't have dared to call someone to reserve a parking spot for us. Especially not for a car as prestigious as your Maybach. You wouldn't expect the boutique manager to reserve a space for just any inexpensive vehicle, would you? Chen Shu laughed heartily. Upon reaching the Bund, Xiao Wanting made another call. And soon a sales associate from the Rolex boutique was waiting at the street corner to greet them. We are in a Maybach, license plate Hue. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a young woman in a fitted professional outfit waved at the car's front. She guided Chen Shu to a parking spot within a hotel's premises. Welcome, Mr. Chun and Miss Xia, to our Rolex boutique. Please, right this way, the associate said with a warm smile, leading them through the back door of the store. This is the privilege of the affluent. Driving a Maybach allows one to access such exclusive entrances. It was also Chen Shu's first realization that there existed such a method of entry into a boutique. Once inside, Chen Shu observed two distinct areas. The outer section featured several expansive counters, and a brief glance revealed an array of Rolex watches, most priced in the thousands or tens of thousands. Despite its reputation as a luxury brand, Rolex is currently facing challenges. It struggles to attract younger clientele, resulting in low sales volume. Thus, for prospective customers like Chen Shu, the service is meticulous and attentive, especially since he arrived in a brand new Maybach. The presence of the youthful and beautiful Xia Wanting further elevated his status, compounded by Chen Shu's own charisma. Sir, may I suggest you take a look at our new models for this year? The associate politely offered. Without hesitation, Xia Wanting interjected. What about the Submariner with the green bezel? Could we see that? Certainly, we have one in stock, but it is priced a bit higher due to its rarity. The associate replied. The green Submariner is renowned within the Rolex line, and its prominence has led to a proliferation of counterfeit versions. Naturally, the green variant is produced in limited quantities, hence its significant markup. Even the boutique has only one available. Price is of no concern. Bring it to me. I'd like to take a look, Chen Shu responded nonchalantly. He was indifferent to the price. A watch had always been the most coveted accessory for him in his 20s, a definitive symbol of masculinity. It far surpassed necklaces or bracelets in terms of prestige. The associate swiftly returned with an exquisite box. Within lay a watch with a vibrant green dial, and Chen Shu was instantly captivated. Perfect, let me try it on, he said. However, the associate hesitated. Sir, we have a policy that requires verification of funds before we can open this particular watch to avoid any disputes. Chen Shu chuckled, surprised that purchasing a watch necessitated such scrutiny. Upon glancing at the price tag, he noted it was already set at 280,000. The markup on this green Submariner was indeed substantial. Yet, as the adage goes, money cannot buy happiness, he thought. Embracing a life of games and experiences, why not? Moreover, with his account balance now exceeding 90 million, purchasing this watch might just help him cross the threshold of 100 million. Fulfilling a goal he once deemed a mere dream. Understood. You can check my bank balance. Chen Shu nodded. The associate replied, Of course, sir. Thank you for your understanding. Chen Shu promptly displayed his balance via the industrial and commercial bank app on his phone. Xiao Wanting, catching a glimpse, felt her heart skip a beat. 90 million. Just shy of 100 million. As a private tour guide, she prided herself on having encountered numerous wealthy individuals, rendering her somewhat immune to the allure of superficial wealth. However, this staggering balance had opened the door to an entirely new world. It was astonishing, if it were hers. She could live in comfort for the rest of her life. The magnitude of Chen Shu's financial prowess became undeniably clear to her. With nearly 100 million in his bank account alone, one could only imagine the extent of his overall assets. Age was no longer a concern. Is everything in order? Chen Shu inquired, observing the associate who appeared momentarily dazed before him. Recovering, the associate realized that while Shanghai is home to many wealthy individuals, few possess nearly 100 million in liquid assets. After all, wealth and liquidity are distinct entities. The figure displayed on that bank card could easily purchase their entire boutique many times over. All set, sir. Please extend your right hand, and I will fasten the watch for you, the associate said, crouching slightly to personally help Chen Shu with the watch. Initially, Chen Shu found the kneeling service somewhat awkward. However, his perspective has since transformed, and he now sits there with a sense of ease. He believes he deserves this treatment. Securing the coveted green water ghost watch means the saleswoman will earn a commission of at least 10,000. This exemplifies the notion of bowing to money. Moreover, she appears genuinely delighted. Once adorned with the green water ghost, Chen Shu's demeanor elevates significantly. The saleswoman compliments him, saying, Sir, it would truly be a shame if you didn't pursue a career as a star. You are exceptionally handsome, possessing a charm that surpasses even those renowned leading men. Xiao Wanting, standing nearby, rolls her eyes, thinking to herself, Why must you steal the words I was about to say? Chen Shu assesses the weight of the watch on his wrist. It feels just right. Coupled with the vibrant green dial, it indeed accentuates his masculine allure. The watch exudes an unmistakable air of luxury. This is the one. Let us explore a few others, Chen Shu declares. Wealthy individuals and their penchant for watches. No man can resist the allure of adding a few more timepieces to his collection. Wanting, please assist me in selecting, he adds. Xiao Wanting's eyes light up, absolutely. Instantly, the saleswoman's demeanor towards her softens. In chapter 23, the adage time is money rings true. Xiao Wanting, accustomed to providing service to others, relishes the rare experience of being treated with such enthusiasm by a sales associate normally indifferent in luxury boutiques. Today, she truly savors the feeling of wealth, reveling in the meticulous care given to every detail. It is exhilarating. Without hesitation, she encourages Chen Shu to try on any watch that catches her fancy. Initially, she considered being frugal, aware that each watch comes with a hefty price tag. However, upon reflecting on the balance in Chen Shu's bank account, she dismisses any thoughts of thriftiness. Why save money for a man worth billions? He wouldn't care about the trifles saved. He might even find her too stingy. Saving is unnecessary. Aiding Uncle Chen in his expenditures is the right course. Xiao Wanting adeptly understands how to cater to Chen Shu, aiming to please him. After an extensive trial of over 10 watches, Chen Shu settles on 6. Without hesitation, he instructs the sales associate to wrap them up. Additionally, Wanting, choose 2 watches for yourself. Do not hold back on the expense. Select what you truly desire. Xiao Wanting gasps in surprise. Really? Chen Shu responds, am I deceiving you? You have 5 minutes. If you cannot decide, we shall leave. Thank you, Uncle Chen, she exclaims, planting a swift kiss on his cheek before darting towards the counter. Chen Shu feels a bit overwhelmed. This girl seems to lack a sense of occasion. At least wait until they are in the car. Is this the audacity of today's youth? He chuckles helplessly. Fortunately, the saleswomen respond with smiles, understanding the situation. Moreover, Chen Shu does not appear old. At 45, he is only 15 years senior to Wanting, who is merely 30. Such age differences are not uncommon. After all, there are men in their 80s marrying women in their 20s. A 45-year-old with a 30-year-old companion is hardly unusual. It is merely the appellation that feels off. Why address him as Uncle Chen? Ding. The host has garnered the favor of a young woman and received a vial of youth potion. Chen Shu hears a voice in his mind. Well, another vial of youth potion has arrived. Now at 45, should he consume this potion, he would revert to 40. The disparity between a 60-year-old body and that of a 40-year-old is substantial. He recalls how, at 40, his youthful visage and position at a newspaper made him quite popular in the midlife matchmaking scene, reminiscent of the charm exuded by celebrity Hugo. Women of all ages clamored for his contact information. If he were to take the potion now, the transformation would be significant. He needs gradual change, otherwise, meeting Kong Fong and explaining to old Lu would be challenging. He decides to hold off on the potion for now. Just as he pulls his attention away from the system, Xiao Wanting approaches him. Uncle Chen, I have made my selection, 2 watches. What do you think? She displays 2 exquisite women's watches on her fair wrist. The designs by Rolex are undoubtedly impeccable. In Chen Shu's eyes, the designs are quite similar. Yet he graciously affirms, they both suit you well. Wanting, go ahead and acquire them. Xiao Wanting is ecstatic. For the combined price of these 2 watches amounts to 18,000. Unlike those who would dither in such situations, she is resolute. Thank you, Uncle Chen. She adores her new timepieces. Chen Shu promptly instructs the sales associate to process the payment. In total, 8 watches have been purchased, costing Chen Shu 130,000. He does not bat an eye, eagerly awaiting the system's feedback. Indeed, the response arrives promptly. Ding. The host has purchased his first luxury watch. A symbol of status and control over destiny, rewarding him with 15,000,000 yuan. 15 million. This reward is quite generous. The host's life experience value has surpassed 100 million, upgrading to LV2, with daily sign-in rewards increasing to 20,000 yuan. It appears he is reaping the benefits. Chen Shu glances at his bank account balance. Over 113 million. This is what it feels like to be a billionaire. The numerous zeros would have seemed like a dream to the former Chen Shu. Yet, the current Chen Shu perceives this as a mere string of emotionless digits. For his wealth only increases with expenditure. At this moment, he grasps the meaning of indifference towards money. Nevertheless, men are inherently greedy. Chen Shu feels that possessing 100 million is still insufficient. 100 million is merely a stepping stone, incomparable to the elite billionaires. This is only the beginning of his journey. He must learn to remain unsatisfied. Chen Shu reminds himself. He acknowledges that Rolex was a fashionable luxury brand in his era, popular among office workers, yet one must always look ahead. Beyond Rolex, Patek Philippe stands as the pinnacle of contemporary luxury watches. However, Chen Shu is not in a hurry. Securing Xia Wanting is sufficient for now. Patek Philippe can wait for another time. With the assistance of the store manager and two young, attractive saleswomen, Chen Shu and Xia Wanting are escorted to the parking area, free from the burden of carrying their newly acquired watches and complimentary gift boxes. When one attains a certain status, trivial matters become unnecessary to handle personally. It is not a sign of immaturity, for there are many eager to cater to them. After declining the store manager's request to add him on WeChat, Chen Shu drove away from the Bund with Xia Wanting. The two had spent the entire day exploring, and suddenly Chen Shu felt a pang of hunger. In the past, he rarely experienced hunger so frequently in a single day. However, with increased physical activity, coupled with the effects of 5 years of fitness and the realities of a 45-year-old body, his metabolism had surged, making him feel hungry rather quickly. Such is the vitality of youth. Wanting, do you have any plans for tonight? Chen Shu inquired. If not, shall we go out for dinner? Xia Wanting, elated after acquiring 2 luxury watches, replied with a radiant smile, sure. I know a wonderful restaurant that is less crowded, boasts an elegant atmosphere, and offers a view of the river. It's on a ferry. To be honest, despite having worked in the city for 40 years, Chen Shu had never dined on a ferry at the Bund, primarily due to the exorbitant costs. Even a mere visit without dining would require a ticket costing several hundred yuan. He could never justify such an expense. However, today felt different. Chen Shu was in high spirits, sensing that the pace of his life had suddenly slowed, allowing him to savor the scenery along his journey. With a net worth nearing $1 billion, he yearned to sit on the ferry and immerse himself in the city's nighttime allure. It is true that with wealth, time seems to expand. The ancient adage that a moment of time equates to a piece of gold holds its merit. The place Xia Wanting chose was indeed commendable. As a private tour guide, she understood how to spend money to please her clients. She selected a mid-sized ferry, and the ticket for both of them cost a staggering 800 yuan. The advantage, however, was that the vessel was spacious yet sparsely populated, creating a serene atmosphere, likely a consequence of the steep ticket price, which most ordinary people would hesitate to pay. Upon boarding the yacht, Chen Shu's curiosity was piqued. This yacht is quite impressive. Do you have any idea how much it costs, Wanting? Being on the deck, he was reminded of a previous team-building outing at a newspaper office, where they had gone fishing at sea. At that time, he had mused about the joys of owning a yacht for leisurely fishing excursions, resulting in a profound sense of contentment. However, during the millennium, yacht prices were prohibitively high. His salary was only a little over 1,000, while yachts were priced in the millions. It was a similar scenario now, with prices inflated even further. Although Xia Wanting was a private tour guide, her social circle did not extend to such lofty heights. Most of her clients were younger individuals, who primarily indulged in luxury hotel stays or rented high-end cars for show, lacking deeper experiences with yachts. She replied vaguely, well, Uncle Chen, I'm not entirely sure, but it's probably in the millions. I believe there are even yachts worth over $1 billion. Didn't Team Mr. Ma have a luxury yacht worth over 10 billion? She mused, maybe smaller ones are a bit cheaper. Do you want to buy one, Uncle Chen? Her incredulity was evident. Even if Chen Shu were a billionaire, having just spent 10 million on 2 luxury cars, the thought of acquiring a yacht seemed extravagant. Nevertheless, given Chen Shu's age, he was turning 60 this year, it was reasonable for him to seek new experiences. Moreover, recalling what Kong Fong had mentioned about Chen Shu possibly having heart issues and going through a divorce, it was understandable that he might indulge in enjoying life. Yet, a luxury yacht seemed a bit excessive, something beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, even those with a net worth exceeding 100 million, who might have just crossed that threshold. With a smile, Chen Shu replied, I do have such aspirations. I'll acquire one in due time. His confidence was unwavering. After all, his wealth was steadily increasing, and even a yacht worth over 10 million would merely be a matter of time for him. He initially thought being a billionaire was quite commendable, only to realize he was far from matching the wealth of the nation's richest. Nevertheless, he believed that all would come in due time. Xia Wanting began to entertain fanciful thoughts. She envisioned azure skies, pristine waters, yachts, clad in a bikini, lounging on a luxurious yacht, donning sunglasses while basking in the sun, living life in sheer elegance. That is the life, she exclaimed, playfully linking her arm with Chen Shu's. Who knows if there would be a place for me on your yacht, Uncle Chen? She teased. Chen Shu chuckled. Well, that depends on your performance. He could sense her intentions. As a single older man, he would naturally not refuse the advances of a 30-year-old woman, especially since he felt a resonance in their perspectives on life. Of course, any thoughts of formalizing their relationship were out of the question. If one wished to gain something from him, they must first consider what they could offer in return. Xia Wanting playfully punched Chen Shu's chest, exclaiming, You're incorrigible. Observing the bashful demeanor of this 30-year-old woman stirred something within Chen Shu, who had long been enveloped in the mundane cycles of work and family responsibilities. The youthful excitement and thrill of his earlier years felt like a distant memory. In that moment, gazing at the night skyline of the city across from the yacht, with a beautiful companion by his side, he felt alive again. To hell with marriage. To hell with work. This is the life I truly desire. Chen Shu laughed heartily. After a brief moment of collecting his emotions, they ascended to the top deck of the yacht. There, they found a buffet-style restaurant offering the finest cuisine available in the city. Having previously experienced a meal costing over 200,000, this evening's buffet at 1,888 yuan per person did not impress Chen Shu as much. The breathtaking view of the city from the river left a more profound impact on him. This red wine is quite good. It costs over 8,000 a bottle at bars. Would you like some, Uncle Chen? Xia Wanting inquired, holding up a bottle from the buffet. Despite his age and lack of a habit of drinking wine, Chen Shu contemplated the idea, realizing that life is all about trying new experiences, witnessing uncharted vistas, and meeting cherished individuals. Thus, on the top deck of the luxurious yacht, the two sat sipping wine and savoring gourmet dishes, gliding along the heart of the Huangpu River. As the clock approached 11, the yacht slowly docked. By this time, both were slightly tipsy. Chen Shu handled his wine well, while Xia Wanting appeared somewhat tipsy, her cheeks flushed and her steps unsteady. Chen Shu, supporting her, dared not look down, noting her ample bosom. What should we do? Driving is out of the question, Chen Shu pondered. Xia Wanting pointed to the nearby Waldorf Astoria Hotel and suggested, Uncle Chen, why don't we stay at a hotel tonight? Chen Shu was taken aback. Was she hinting at something? He thought to himself, surely Xia Wanting couldn't be so easily swayed by just a few glasses of red wine, could she? However, there are certain matters that ought not to be articulated too explicitly. In truth, throughout the course of today's journey, Xia Wanting has exhibited considerable initiative. It would be rather unseemly to state outright to Uncle Chen, I am enamored with your wealth. Please indulge me. Sometimes, being too forthright can have its drawbacks. Chen Shu nodded in agreement. It appeared there was no other course of action. As for a chauffeur service, let us not inquire. Chen Shu, being of advanced age, was not adept in such affairs, only adhering to the adage of driving sober and abstaining from drink when behind the wheel. He assisted Xia Wanting to the entrance of the Waldorf Hotel, where the doorman, displaying discernment, promptly opened the door for them. A suite, please, Chen Shu stated directly. The front desk attendant glanced at the pair but said nothing, merely accepting their identification. Upon witnessing Xia Wanting adeptly produce her ID from her bag, the attendant understood. This was no forced encounter. However, Chen Shu's identification elicited a hint of surprise. 60? Yet. The brand new submariner on his wrist, and the keys to a Maybach he retrieved from his wallet rendered the situation clear. Such scenes were commonplace in upscale hotels. Only the Supreme Suite is available, sir. It's 18,888 yuan per night. For the first time, Chen Shu learned that a night here could approach 20,000 yuan. Yet, the view overlooking the river made it worthwhile. He nodded in affirmation. Proceed, I will pay by card. He was not accustomed to mobile payments, preferring the traditional method of card transactions. As they entered the expansive Supreme Suite, Chen Shu was taken aback. It featured 2 bedrooms. What chance did he have? A room with a king-size bed at 188 yuan would have sufficed. Xia Wanting, however, casually remarked, Uncle Chen, I shall take a shower. Chapter 25, Not a Slave to Emotions. Chen Shu stood alone in the suite's living area, which boasted a relaxation zone and a fitness area, allowing one to sip tea while admiring the night skyline of the Bund. The nocturnal scenery here differed somewhat from that of the Arc de Triomphe, where Chen Shu resided, possibly due to its closer proximity to the Bund. Observing the throngs of people still meandering about the Bund in the evening, emboldened by drink, one could easily feel a sense of superiority, as if above the masses. Subsequently, Chen Shu reclined in the master bedroom, adhering to his habit of retiring early. Coupled with the effects of alcohol, he soon succumbed to slumber, his breathing becoming slightly audible. In a state of drowsiness, he felt a weight upon him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Xia Wanting clad only in a bathrobe, her eyes shimmering with desire. Chen Shu was no fool, at this juncture. To lack desire would indeed render him less than a man. Consequently, the ensuing events unfolded with a natural inevitability, requiring no further elaboration. The following morning, the sunlight filtered in, rousing Chen Shu from his slumber. He typically rose early, yet the previous night's escapades had extended far into the early hours. After all, he had not engaged in such activities for many years. As an older gentleman, one cannot possess an abundance of vigor. Moreover, at 60, Yimei had no such inclinations, while Xia Wanting was in the prime of her 30s. Had he not been burdened by his 45-year-old physique, augmented by 5 years of fitness, he might have found it overwhelming. The two were, in terms of physical prowess, roughly evenly matched. As Chen Shu stirred, Xiao Wanting's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. Meeting Chen Shu's gaze, she felt a mixture of composure and a hint of shyness. Reflecting on the previous night's fervor, she found it hard to believe that he was indeed 60. Observing the muscular definition on Chen Shu's physique, she realized it surpassed that of many younger men. Uncle Chen. You. Xiao Wanting hesitated to find the right words. Chen Shu interjected, marriage is out of the question. I can offer you 200,000 a month. I will not impose restrictions on your freedom, nor should you impose any upon me. Should you tire of this arrangement, you are free to leave at any time. And I shall provide you with ample compensation. Xiao Wanting's eyes darted with contemplation. You old scoundrel. A pillow struck Chen Shu in surprise. He was left puzzled by her reaction. Are we to discuss only monetary matters? Can't I express that I have feelings for you? Chen Shu was slightly taken aback. Could it be that this woman was genuinely developing feelings for him? He was astonished, having underestimated his own allure. With the aid of 2 vials of charm elixir and the influence of wealth, it was hardly surprising that no woman could resist the appeal of a handsome, affluent bachelor. Xiao Wanting had indeed begun to harbor genuine affection for this man, who was not quite as old as he seemed. Naturally, financial considerations played a role. But Chen Shu's candidness about money and emotions irked her. Women, after all, tend to desire both. Having come to a realization, Chen Shu smiled, Wanting, at my age. Pursuing romance is rather impractical. It is better to be more materialistic. I have experienced 2 relationships that ended with me being cast aside, so practicality is preferable. I will transfer 100,000 to your phone. You have 10 minutes to decide. If you accept, it signifies your agreement to my terms. If you decline, you may exit this room and still receive the 20,000, but we shall no longer need to meet. Xiao Wanting furrowed her brow. Her initial interest in Chen Shu was based on his affluent demeanor, yet now she found herself genuinely ensnared. After a moment's contemplation, she recognized that Chen Shu had been profoundly affected by his previous marriages, and there was no need for her to overthink things. 100,000 a month, with no work required, was precisely the lifestyle she sought. With a firm resolve, she thought, emotional matters could be addressed later. Money was something she could obtain immediately. Upon witnessing Xiao Wanting accept his transfer, a smile graced Chen Shu's face. Ding! The host has liberated himself from the shackles of emotion. Embracing practicality and refusing to be a slave to feelings. This mindset is commendable. Reward: 1,000,000 yuan. Chen Shu chuckled, having just spent 100,000. The system rewarded him with 1,000,000. The timing was rather fortuitous. At that moment, Xiao Wanting leaped onto his shoulder from behind. Just as he felt the weight upon his back, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered, Xiao Chu, what is it? The voice of Chu Hong came through. Uncle Chen, why didn't you come home last night? Chen Shu replied, I had some matters to attend to. I stayed at a hotel. Chu Hong seemed to understand. All right, I'm off to work. With that, she ended the call. Chen Shu felt a twinge of guilt. It was as if he were engaged in some clandestine affair. Xiao Wanting, resting on Chen Shu's shoulder, caught the conversation. What about that, Miss Chu? Are you two living together? Chen Shu clarified. We merely share living quarters, nothing more. Xiao Wanting acknowledged with a nonchalant "oh," not feeling particularly concerned. After all, she had no intention of infringing upon Chen Shu's freedom. She was merely a 30-year-old woman of ordinary background with limited abilities, possessing only her physical allure. What could she possibly do to influence a man of his stature, whose wealth surpassed 1 billion? Had she been younger, perhaps she might have had a chance. But Chen Shu was 60, experienced, and unyielding to manipulation, particularly since he had already fortified himself against such advances. Chen Shu, on the other hand, felt a sense of unease. Chu Hong was indeed a commendable woman, capable, attractive, and possessing a favorable disposition towards him. He certainly did not wish to miss out on her. However, her expectations were somewhat lofty. Thus, Xiao Wanting seized the opportunity ahead of others. When Chen Shu first encountered Chu Hong, he believed that she should be the first woman he engaged with after his divorce. Little did he expect that Xiao Wanting's unabashed assertiveness would leave him with no option but to acquiesce. This unexpected turn of events even instilled a sense of guilt for Chen Shu, reminiscent of infidelity, as he had previously shared a mutual attraction with Chu Hong. No, this guilt was misplaced. Chen Shu suddenly awoke to the realization that he was playing with fire. Moreover, his relationship with Chu Hong was merely that of roommates. How outrageous it was. He had nearly succumbed to becoming a pitiful, reclusive man. He reminded himself to remain vigilant against such thoughts. He was meant to save her life, not seek discomfort. Such humble musings were utterly unacceptable. With this clarity, Chen Shu felt liberated. His existence should not be tethered to any single woman. Yi Mei was not an option, nor was Xiao Wanting, and certainly not Chu Hong. After stretching his limbs and freshening up, he received a call from his niece. Chenanan. Grandpa, my high-speed train arrives today. I'll be at the station in an hour. Could you possibly come to pick me up? 2 classmates are accompanying me. Came her cheerful voice. Chen Shu's tone exuded warmth as he replied, Of course, just send me the exit details, and I'll be there to meet you. Curiously, Xiao Wanting chimed in, Uncle Chen, you have a granddaughter? Well, I am 60 after all. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? He responded matter-of-factly. Xiao Wanting laughed lightly. Absolutely reasonable. Shall I take my leave then? Chen Shu nodded. Yes, go ahead. My granddaughter is bringing 2 classmates along. And there won't be enough room in the car. Xiao Wanting pouted slightly, but before departing, planted a peck on Chen Shu's cheek, leaving with a smile. Chen Shu chuckled softly, tidied himself, and set off to meet Chen Enen. Chapter 26. A security guard driving a Maybach? Chen Shu felt an undeniable sense of guilt regarding his daughter, Chen Wen. After marrying Yi Mei, Chen Wen had been left to live alone in their hometown. Marrying into the Wang family, who were far from affluent, typical farmers unable to provide a proper betrothal gift. Chen Wen, without any support, remained in her hometown after her parents' divorce, with neither returning to offer assistance. Consequently, she requested nothing but that her child bear her surname. Wang Tao, feeling remorseful towards Chen Wen, had only a mere 1,000 yuan at the time of their wedding, insufficient even for a banquet, thus he agreed to her condition. To Wang Tao's family, the young, beautiful, and independent Chen Wen was a catch beyond their reach. It was only later that Chen Shu learned how insecure Chen Wen had felt during that time. After his divorce, he had been so enamored by Yi Mei that he neglected his daughter. Reflecting on it now, he felt utterly wretched. Fortunately, fate had granted him an opportunity for redemption. As he approached the Hongqiao station, Chen Shu gradually pressed the brake. The area was monitored, not only to clear unauthorized ride-hailing vehicles, but also to prevent long-term parking that would obstruct the road. However, today he waited for a full 30 minutes without anyone approaching him or inquiring if he was a ride-hailing service. It could only be said that the Maybach served as his calling card, sparing him from unnecessary troubles. Upon receiving another call, he learned that Chun Inen and her classmates, all first-time visitors to Shanghai, were struggling to find the exit in the vast train station. Chen Shu patiently guided them over the phone, even stepping out of the car to seek assistance from the station staff. The station manager, a woman in her 40s, appeared quite plump and charming. Upon seeing the distinguished Chen Shu emerge from the Maybach, her gaze became entranced. Returning the phone to Chen Shu, she remarked, Sir, are you here to pick up a child? With a gentle smile, Chen Shu replied, Indeed. My granddaughter has just finished her college entrance examinations and has applied to Shanghai University. She has come to acclimatize. The staff member glanced at the Rolex on Chen Shu's wrist and said, Indeed, today's youth are much more delicate than we were. Chen Shu thought to himself, Do you even know how old I am? I'm 60. There's a generational gap between us. Yet he refrained from saying so. Continuing to engage in casual conversation with the woman, she was quite forthcoming, sharing that she had recently divorced and that her child had graduated from university. Just then, Chen Inen, wearing a cap and flanked by 2 shy classmates, approached. Once a chubby and adorable child, she had grown slender and increasingly resembled her mother, a stunning young woman. Surely, her presence at Shanghai University would captivate countless admirers. Chen Shu understood the importance of exposing his granddaughter to the wider world. Otherwise, she could easily be deceived by the local rascals. Fortunately, Chen Wen had passed on her own literary inclinations, ensuring that Chun Unin's upbringing was sound. Unin, I'm over here. Chen Shu called out as she and her classmates emerged from the station, scanning the area for taxis. In her recollection, during her previous visits, Chen Shu had always come to pick her up in a cab. Today was no different, until she stepped outside and heard someone calling her name from the private vehicle lane. Looking up, she beheld a younger version of her grandfather, dressed in a manner that exuded sophistication, waving at her. Confused, she gazed at her grandfather, whose hair had transitioned from a grandmotherly gray to a more youthful black, struggling to comprehend, is this really my grandfather? Before she could process it, the station staff swiftly assisted the 3 girls with their luggage, guiding them to the luxurious vehicle. These girls are indeed striking. The taller one must be your granddaughter. Resembling you quite a bit, one remarked. Chen Inen felt bewildered. Previously, the staff had been aloof, yet today they were exceedingly warm, almost sycophantic towards her grandfather. And what was the deal with this luxurious car? Was it borrowed or rented? Hadn't her mother claimed that her grandfather was short on funds? He certainly didn't appear to be in such a state. Chen Inen's mind swirled with questions, but now was not the time for inquiries. Chen Shu felt the staff member's enthusiasm was somewhat excessive as he ushered Chen Inen into the car and sped off with a swift acceleration. The 40-something staff member watched with a wistful expression. Alas, this dashing bachelor didn't even share his WeChat with me. Was my makeup not up to par? What a pity. Otherwise, being a mistress wouldn't be so bad. The young girl was so fortunate. graduating high school, and already riding in a Maybach. Inside the Maybach, Chen Shu deftly navigated through the bustling streets of Shanghai. While the city boasted an abundance of luxury cars, many drivers, upon spotting the Maybach, would keep their distance, yielding without honking, allowing Chen Shu to drive smoothly. "Unan, how is your father's hand?" he inquired. Chunanan, feeling a pang of sympathy, replied, "It's all better now. The doctors at the city hospital said he was brought in just in time, and they preserved his hand well. The surgery took 18 hours, and he can already move it. My mother asked me to convey her gratitude to Grandpa, mentioning that there remains over 2 million, which will be returned to you once my father is discharged from the hospital." Chen Shu shook his head and replied, "That is meant for your mother. There is no need for repayment. Besides, in a few days, your brother is getting married, and I'll discuss it further when I return home." Chun Enan introduced, "Grandpa, these are my 2 classmates. We are all applying to Shanghai University together, though we are not in the same department. This is Li Xiaoman, and this is Ji Yunya." "Hello, Grandpa. Thank you for your hard work." "Hello, Grandpa." Chen Shu greeted them cheerfully. "Hello, you two. From now on, you will all be in the same university. So Enan will need your care." He observed that Li Xiaoman came from a relatively well-off family, adorned in branded clothing, while Ji Yunya wore faded canvas shoes and dressed quite modestly, suggesting a less fortunate background. Nevertheless, both girls possessed a pure and innocent beauty, with clear features and untainted eyes. The 3 young women filled the car with a vibrant youthful energy. Chunanan began to perk up. "Grandpa, this car looks quite expensive. Did you borrow it?" Chen Shu chuckled and replied, "Not quite. It was purchased." Chunanan gasped, "Purchased? That must have cost quite a bit. My mother mentioned you seem to have become wealthier." Chen Shu acknowledged, "Yes, I have earned a bit of money." Unan, filled with curiosity, cautiously touched the car's sound system. Chen Shu felt a sense of contentment. After all, life is about family. Witnessing the happiness radiating from Chunanan, he felt a sense of fulfillment. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Li Xiaoman and Ji Yunya exchanged glances tinged with envy. On the high-speed train, they had heard Chunanan mention that Chen Shu was merely a security guard, but now, the reality appeared entirely different. What sort of security guard drives a Maybach? This was bewildering. Chapter 27. Is this truly my grandfather? Li Xiaoman came from a reasonably well-off family, with her father being a civil servant and her mother an accountant at a city investment company. With her decent background and striking looks, she was known as the belle of the South County First High School. Surrounded by affluent peers, she harbored a sense of vanity and looked down upon Chunanan, whose grandfather worked as a security guard in a Shanghai neighborhood. When Chen Shu claimed this car was his, disbelief filled Li Xiaoman's eyes. She conceded that the old man seemed to possess a certain charm, appearing younger than expected, even more refined than her grandfather, who held a director's position in the city. Yet, she recognized the car, a Maybach. Those who worked in construction in the city would only afford the lower configuration. This was a high-end version worth several million. How could a security guard possibly afford such a luxury? However, spotting the green submariner watch on Chen Shu's wrist raised her suspicions. After all, a car could be rented, but a watch was unlikely to be. He truly was an intriguing old man. Beside her, Ji Yunya exhibited no curiosity, only a sense of inferiority. She belonged to the least affluent family among the 3. Coming from a single-parent household, she had only her limping mother and a younger brother in middle school. In truth, Ji Yunya had come to Shanghai with hopes of securing a summer job, allowing her to acclimate to the environment while earning tuition. Shanghai University, a 211 institution, had relatively modest fees of 5,000 a year, yet for Ji Yunya, that was an unattainable sum. Her family earned merely 3,000 annually. She had relied on subsidies and scholarships throughout high school, but university expenses, tuition, and living costs would be overwhelming for her small family. Hence, seated in this luxury vehicle, she felt extremely self-conscious, timid, and uncomfortable, keeping her legs tightly pressed together, fearing she might soil the interior. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Shu glanced at the timid girl, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Oh, by the way, I had promised to buy you a phone once you got into university." He retrieved a new Apple phone from the glove compartment. Chunanan's eyes sparkled with joy. "Grandpa, you really bought me one? It's the latest pink model." "Thank you, Grandpa." Observing Chunanan's happiness, Chen Shu felt a sense of satisfaction, alleviating some of the guilt he harbored towards his daughter. Behind them, Li Xiaoman looked on in astonishment at the pristine phone, feeling a twinge of envy. She had requested a new phone as a graduation gift from her family, but they had declined, as a new model cost over 10,000. She was left with a contract phone previously used by her father. Though reluctant, it was still a top domestic brand worth over 6,000. However, compared to Chunanan's new Apple phone, it paled in comparison. Li Xiaoman couldn't fathom this. Was he truly a security guard? Was Chunanan purposely deceiving them? It was utterly vexing. This old man bore no resemblance to a security guard. Even with the new phone, Chen Enin felt hesitant. She had previously visited Shanghai and vividly recalled taking a taxi without any gifts. Grandpa had seemed somewhat apprehensive of her grandmother, hastily taking her to the Bund and showing her the Pearl Tower before departing. Their time together had been fleeting, never even staying overnight. In fact, Grandpa's home had no place for her. Yet today, with a luxury car and a precious phone, she found it hard to believe this was the same timid, thrifty grandpa she remembered. How handsome and charismatic he had become. Until now, Chen Enin had envied her classmates with affluent and socially prominent parents, never imagining her grandfather could transform into a wealthy man. This revelation overwhelmed her. Chen Shu drove to the Arc de Triomphe. The gate failed to recognize his license plate, as it was not an upgraded version. He had to call Chu Hong, who worked nearby. Moments later, she arrived, her voice tinged with irritation over the phone, yet her face beamed with smiles as she addressed Chen Enin. You must be Enin. Your grandfather speaks of you often. He says you are beautiful, well-behaved, and an excellent student. When you come to Shanghai, I will take you out to have fun. Chen Shu chuckled. This is my housemate. Just call her Sister Chu. Chen Enin obediently replied, Sister Chu. Chen Shu had originally intended for Chu Hong to accompany Chen Enin on outings, recognizing the generational gap between him and the recent high school graduate, and understanding that the three girls might feel more at ease with her presence. Chu Hong quickly registered Chen Shu's license plate with the property management and then accompanied them home. Upon entering the house, Chen Enin was astonished by the spacious 300-square-meter residence and the extravagant balcony with a view of the Pujiang River. Is this your new house, Grandpa? What about Grandma Yi? Chen Enin marveled at the place, which was far larger than the home Chen Shu had previously lived in. Chen Shu simply replied, Your grandfather is now alone. I have divorced. When Chen Shu first divorced, he had concealed it from his daughter. However, he realized that some matters bear signs from the start, and attempting to hide them is not beneficial. As Chen Enin has now grown up, her relationship with Yi Mei is rather ordinary, and Chen Shu's direct revelation would not affect anything significantly. Indeed, Chen Enin exclaimed in delight, Are they no longer together? Chen Shu nodded in affirmation, yes. This news brought her great joy, for she could hardly harbor any fondness for her future stepmother. Yi Mei was excessively strict with her, often delivering meaningless lectures whenever they met. Chen Enin asked, Can I take photos to post on my social media? Chen Shu replied, Feel free to take as many as you like. This is your home, and you will be staying here tonight. Capture whatever you wish. He had no intention of letting Chen Enin stay at a hotel. It was unsafe for three young girls, who had just received their identification cards, to stay there. The security at the Arc de Triomphe was unquestionable. Even his Maybach could not gain entry, let alone others. Soon, Chen Enin and her two classmates were bustling about the house, taking selfies. Chen Shu noticed that Ji Yunyu was using an old, cracked phone. Yet she gently captured the scenic view of the river outside, her eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. At that moment, Chu Hong seemed to notice too, emerging from the bedroom and saying, Little Ji, your phone screen is broken. I happen to have an old phone that I'm not using. It's yours now. Ji Yunyu shook her head repeatedly. Sister Chu, I'm fine with this one. With tears glistening in her eyes, Chu Hong insisted, forcefully placing the old phone into Ji Yunyu's hands. Don't be modest. Since you've entered this door, we are family living under the same roof. I have no need for this old phone. Consider it a gift as I embrace simplicity. Be obedient. Chen Shu observed curiously, wondering why Chu Hong was so attentive to Ji Yunyu. Chapter 28. A 200,000 shopping spree. Ji Yunyu ultimately accepted the phone. Her current device offered hardly any functionality, aside from accessing WeChat. It was nearly useless, rendering her unable to enjoy short videos, which made her feel detached from her classmates. Only Chen Enin and Li Xiaoman remained her true friends. Thank you, Sister Chu, Ji Yunyu murmured softly. Chu Hong smiled. No need for thanks. I like you. You remind me of myself when I was in school. Chen Shu began to understand. The three girls soon filled the house with lively chatter. Previously, the spacious residence had only been occupied by Chen Shu and Chu Hong, and it was only during the evenings that they could muster enough company to create a semblance of liveliness. Now, with the cheerful voices of the three girls, the atmosphere was vibrant. Chen Shu called the exclusive restaurant for homeowners in the community and arranged a sumptuous lunch for the girls, featuring the most exquisite seafood. This was a revelation for them. In their small town, the finest meals they had experienced were merely lavish buffets costing over 100 per person. Seafood had only meant large shrimp and mediocre crabs. Watching Chen Enin enthusiastically devour a leg of king crab, a smile of happiness spread across Chen Shu's face. Had he not envisioned such a scene before? Taking his granddaughters out to enjoy life. This was the life he had yearned for since turning 40. Back then, all he could manage was to take Chen Pingping and Chen Enin to KFC, and it was impossible not to feel a sense of inferiority. Now, 20 years later, his wishes had been fulfilled. Ding. The 20-year-long regret of tardiness has been compensated by the host. However, regrets remain regrets. I hope the host understands the true essence of cherishing the present and living a life without regrets. Reward, 5,000,000 yuan. A minor regret from 2 decades. Valued at 5 million, was quite remarkable. Chen Shu's net worth had surpassed 1 billion. 5 million was indeed a generous reward. Observing Ji Yunyu eating cautiously, he said, "Don't worry, little Ji. Eat freely. If you need more, there's plenty. Look at how thin you are. You have no flesh on your face." This little girl certainly tugged at his heartstrings. Moreover, he learned that Ji Yunyu was the top scorer in the college entrance examinations at Nanxing No. 1 High School, and her family circumstances compelled her to work hard. After finishing their meal, the 3 girls showed no inclination to rest. Perhaps the oppressive nature of high school life had made them feel like caged canaries. As soon as they were free, they yearned to soar through the skies. Chen Shu promptly transferred 200,000 yuan to Chu Hong, saying, "Little Chu, please take them out for a while. Young girls love fashion. Buy them a few new outfits and have some fun. Tomorrow, take them to Disneyland. We'll gather for dinner tonight at the Royal Prince restaurant." Chen Shu swiftly organized the day's itinerary. Perhaps even he did not notice the confidence radiating from his every gesture, akin to a company chairman orchestrating every detail with precision. Captivating the attention of the 3 girls nearby, Chu Hong unconsciously responded, "All right." Initially, she had felt a tinge of resentment due to Chen Shu's absence the previous day, compounded by his return in a new car without her. However, seeing him today seemed to dissolve that irritation. She chastised herself for her lack of composure. Yet, she and Chen Shu shared no extraordinary bond. They were merely roommates. Chen Shu, however, had not overthought the matter. After securing Xia Wanting, he felt a sense of ease and was less preoccupied with Chu Hong. Yet, having such a woman as a roommate was undeniably stimulating. He continued his financial generosity, producing the keys to his Maybach, and quietly said, "Yesterday, I went to buy a car because I had a connection with Xia Wanting. I found another one for you. A C-Class. I'll take you to pick it up in a couple of days." He had no intention of concealing Xia Wanting from her. There was no need. Chu Hong was an astute individual, and a clever person inevitably finds their place. Her irritation stemmed from his silent dealings with Xia Wanting. Honesty was the best policy. Chen Shu had lived 60 years for a reason. As anticipated, the thought of Chen Shu car shopping with Xia Wanting while considering her brought a pleasant warmth to Chu Hong's heart. It seemed he had not forgotten her. "All right, but if this 200,000 isn't enough, I'll come back for more," she replied softly. Chen Shu smiled, of course. Meanwhile, the 3 girls on the balcony were whispering among themselves. Li Xiaoman leaned towards Chen Enin and murmured, "Your grandpa seems off with that woman." Chen Enin, with wide innocent eyes, asked, "What do you mean, Xiaoman?" Li Xiaoman replied, "The way that woman looks at your grandpa is strange. There's definitely some story there." In her heart, she thought, "Your grandpa seems to have a hint of infidelity, having once caught her father with his mistress." She recognized the furtive glances exchanged between the two. Thus, she quickly discerned that their relationship was not merely platonic. Chen Enin scratched her head, pondering. Is it more than just a roommate relationship? Li Xiaoman surveyed the house and mused, "It's quite possible. They may have started developing feelings as roommates. Especially since your grandpa is divorced. Moreover, I noticed how youthful your grandfather appears, merely in his 40s. The two seem quite well matched, and your grandfather is indeed quite handsome." Chen Enin chuckled, "My grandfather is indeed dashing. Since he is divorced, my mother won't have much to say about it. She has previously remarked that my grandfather deserves his freedom." Li Xiaoman pondered this truthfully. The two of them exuded a perfect contrast, his strength against her gentleness. She refrained from further commentary. Ji Yunya, remaining silent, believed it unwise to judge others' affairs. Chu Hong acquired the keys to a Maybach, examining them closely. She recognized they were not her own, as hers remained at the shop. However, she was acutely aware that Chen Shu's financial capacity was far from superficial. This was indeed a brand new model of Maybach. "Come along, 3 beautiful young ladies. This afternoon belongs to us," Chu Hong said with a radiant smile as she led the trio away. The 4 of them, 1 exuding mature charm and 3 brimming with youthful exuberance, formed a striking sight wherever they ventured. Meanwhile, Chen Shu was at home, savoring his leisurely time. Throughout the afternoon, Chu Hong escorted the 3 aspiring university students to the Bund, then to admire the Oriental Pearl Tower. Indulging in a shopping spree with a staggering budget of 200,000, Chu Hong had never before engaged in such extravagant spending. Chapter 29, It Must Be Marital Property. That evening, Chen Shu hailed a cab to join Huang Gongzi and Chen Enin's party. Initially, reservations were required at this establishment. But since Chen Shu had previously spent over 200,000, the restaurant manager waived the reservation process. Chen Shu then realized that the reservation system was merely a means to filter out ordinary clientele, leaving only affluent patrons. Upon returning to this premier dining establishment, Chen Shu's demeanor was markedly different from his first visit. The same top-tier ingredients now evoked a sense of calm detachment. He could appreciate the flavors of the food with greater earnestness. The taste of the emperor crab was indeed delightful. Chen, with her lips glistening from the meal, inquired of Chen Shu, "Grandfather, this meal must cost quite a bit, right?" Chu Hong interjected with a smile. "Anin, your grandfather isn't lacking in funds at all. Even if he dined here daily, it wouldn't impoverish him." Chen Shu nodded. "Anin, enjoy your meals and have fun these days. Your grandfather is no longer the same. Money is no longer an issue." Chen found herself puzzled by her grandfather's transformation. The last time they met was a year ago, and in such a short span. He seemed like an entirely different person, truly astonishing her. As she pondered this, she began snapping photos of the half-finished meal to share on her social media, also sending a reassuring message to her parents. Chen's posts instantly drew astonishment from her acquaintances. The first to react was her father, Wang Tao, who had set up notifications. Now able to move his hand slightly, he lay in his hospital bed, leisurely browsing his phone. Initially anxious about his son's impending marriage and financial constraints, the $3 million given by his daughter's grandfather alleviated his and his wife's worries. Upon receiving a notification, Wang Tao clicked in to discover a series of posts from Chen. "Wife, our daughter is riding in a Maybach today. Is this where your father lives? I thought it was in that pigeonhole-like neighborhood. Why are the photos by the riverside? Anin has purchased so many clothes, and is that Emperor Crab?" Wang Tao exclaimed, sitting up straight in surprise. Chen replied, "You need to be careful. The doctor said you haven't had your stitches removed yet. So don't move around too much." Wang Tao insisted, "Forget about me. Just how much money does your father have? Didn't we hear he was broke after the divorce? How is he driving a Maybach now?" Chen frowned. "How would I know how much he has? Since he remarried after the kids started elementary school, we hardly see him. But it's strange, he seems wealthier after the divorce. Perhaps he made money from stock trading with his secret funds. He is 60. He can't be involved in anything illegal. Wasn't he a security guard?" Wang Tao questioned. Chen replied, "So what if he was? My father has always loved reading financial books. Can't he become a stock market guru at 60? Wang Tao nodded. "All right, you have a point. He did give us $3 million. Chen contemplated. "Once Ping Ping gets married, we'll see what he says when he comes to visit. If he wants something, I'll write him an IOU." Wang Tao looked at the obstinate Chen. Resigned, "Don't speak so coldly. I believe Chen Shu's lack of contact was due to feeling guilty for not having money. Now that he is affluent, he should compensate you. As a father himself." Wang Tao could empathize with Chen Shu. Chen nodded. "I understand. Rest assured, I have long since forgiven him. I just can't fathom why he couldn't visit us when he was broke. Am I that materialistic? He simply cares about that Yimei. They should have divorced long ago." Wang Tao gazed at the photos of Chen Shu and Chen together on his phone, noting, "Your father seems to have aged remarkably well." Chen had already seen her daughter's posts. She had viewed the first one as soon as it was uploaded and thought, wouldn't any daughter wish for her father to remain youthful? She felt joy for her father, who finally seemed liberated from an unhappy marriage. While some rejoiced, others were troubled. In Shanghai, within the New City International Garden community, Yi Jinkai, Yi Mei, and Du Chun and I were fixated on Chun's social media posts, analyzing them together. Is this really the same old man? Why does he look so youthful? That day, we saw him. It's undoubtedly him. I remember that woman beside him clearly. She looks just like this. Yi Mei's gaze wavered. Initially, she believed Chen Shu had left with nothing. Yet now, her certainty wavered. Yi Jinkai remarked, "I thought he was too decisive when he mentioned divorce. It seems he had a backup plan all along." "No, Mom, we can't let him off so easily. He owes you half of his wealth." Du Chun and I nodded in agreement. "According to the law, assets acquired during marriage are jointly owned by both spouses, Mom. This is your rightful claim." Yi Jinkai continued. "He actually bought a Maybach. That should be mine." Yi Mei's emotions became tumultuous. From the photographs, she discerned Chen Shu's youthful appearance. The divorce seemed to have positively affected his demeanor, making him look considerably younger. However, what infuriated Yi Mei was the implication that Chen Shu had left her with a mere 80,000 and a house, all while secretly indulging himself. That beautiful woman in her 30s must be his new romantic interest. How could he have found a new partner so soon after their divorce? And with money that rightfully belonged to both of them. With her blood pressure rising, Yi Mei resolved to confront him at his workplace. The past few days had left her in poor spirits. Yi Jinkai, now fully dedicated to stock trading, had seen his capital of over 1 million dwindle to merely 30,000 due to poor trades in the recent stock market downer. If this continued, meeting the mortgage payments would become insurmountable. The three of them hailed a taxi, heading toward the New City International Garden community, still under the impression that Chen Shu was working as a security guard there. Upon arriving, I noticed old Lu standing at the entrance with a new colleague on duty. As I watched Yimei approach with her son and daughter-in-law, I initially greeted them with a smile. However, upon seeing the furious expression on Yimei's face, I recalled that Chen Shu had divorced her. Sister-in-law, what brings you here today? Old Lu inquired politely. He continued, as for brother Chen, he resigned a while ago. At that moment, Kong Fong happened to pass by, having met Yimei before. Aunt Yi, what brings you here? She asked. Yimei, filled with indignation, exclaimed, young lady. You know I divorced old Chen, right? Who would have thought this scoundrel would hide from me, refusing to share our marital assets while he gallivants about? Look at the good deeds he has done, buying luxury cars and keeping a mistress. Kong Fong immediately grasped the situation. Indeed, after his divorce, Chen Shu had been living a carefree life, raising suspicions among anyone who knew. However, did Kong Fong not know Yimei or Chen Shu? He was certainly not that kind of person. Yet, it is true that even the most principled individuals can struggle with domestic disputes. Kong Fong advised Aunt Yi. I still believe in Uncle Chen's character. He wouldn't deceive you. Furthermore, I heard from him that he has covered your house's down payment and helped repay a significant portion of your mortgage, not to mention the 800,000 he gifted your son for stock trading. Yimei's countenance darkened. She was taken aback that Chen Shu had disclosed their personal matters. Nevertheless, she stubbornly retorted. But he concealed our marital assets. I intend to sue him. Kong Fong shook her head, fully aware of this family's parasitic tendencies. As she herself came from a similar background, one could only hope that Uncle Chen had wisely considered the distribution of his assets. Chapter 30. Do you wish to take my money? As Chen Shu, Chen Inen, and Chu Hong emerged, Chen Shu and Chu Hong, having consumed a bit of baijiu, were unable to drive. Contemplating how to return home, the restaurant manager swiftly approached with another individual in tow. He jogged up to Chen Shu, respectfully stating, Mr. Chen, our restaurant offers complimentary chauffeur services. I have arranged a vehicle to take you all home. At that moment, the excellence of this establishment became apparent. The service was impeccable. A Toyota Alphard was sent to ferry 5 individuals home. Chen Shu understood why the wealthy seemed to have fewer worries. Their problems were often preemptively resolved by those around them, allowing them to focus solely on making money, far removed from the trivialities of daily life. Once inside the vehicle, Chen Shu's phone rang. Manager Kong, what a pleasant surprise to receive your call, he said, intrigued. Kong Fong replied, Uncle Chen, Aunt Yi just visited. She claims you have concealed marital assets from her. I heard she intends to sue you. Chen Shu was taken aback. Sue me? What for? Kong Fong explained. According to our laws, couples are required to negotiate asset distribution upon divorce. Your purchases of luxury cars and your lavish lifestyle have come to Aunt Ye's attention, which naturally leads her to consider legal action against you. Chen Shu sighed deeply. Once married, a bond of 100 days is formed, regardless of the circumstances. I have treated Yimei and her son Yi Jinkai fairly. During my second marriage, I used my savings for Yi Jinkai's down payment and contributed my salary to household expenses, assisting with the mortgage. I have certainly upheld my responsibilities to that family. And now, after the divorce, is she truly fixated on what remains of my finances? Finally, Chen Shu grasped the concept of insatiable greed. Previously, he had only read about men being thoroughly exploited and discarded in the news. He never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. Alas, he sighed, lamenting the plight of Yimei and her family. How did the Yimei of yesteryears transform into such a despicable woman? He reassured Kong Fong. Rest assured, Manager Kong. All my current assets were acquired post-marriage and are entirely separate from my ex-wife's family. But if they do sue, what should I do? Kong Fong nodded. That's good to hear. If it comes to a lawsuit, you can simply hire a lawyer, though they do charge fees. I can assist you. I studied law in college. And if you let me help, I can reduce the lawyer's fees by half. Chen Shu replied, of course, that would be appreciated. Manager Kong was a dedicated worker, and having her assist him with these matters would be invaluable. While Chu Hong and Xia Wanting were indeed beautiful, they lacked the necessary expertise. Having a knowledgeable and sophisticated woman like Kong Fong on his side was undoubtedly a boon. It seemed that Kong Fong also needed money, since she had offered her help. Chen Shu would not decline. Moreover, the system had already managed all affairs, and if there were an investigation into Chen Shu's financial transactions, it would easily reveal that all his funds stemmed from the futures and stock markets, leaving no room for discrepancies. For Kong Fong, gathering this information would pose no challenge. A simple inquiry would expose how, post-divorce, Chen Shu had transformed into a stock market titan. Should the other party pursue litigation, it would indeed become a matter for Manager Kong to handle. Chen Shu expressed his gratitude. I appreciate your assistance. Having lived these years, Chen Shu understood the value of having a friend knowledgeable in law, especially someone as refined as Kong Fong. I apologize for the trouble, she replied, secretly eager to earn some money. Her younger brother was getting married and needed funds. although her family had not explicitly asked her to contribute as an older sister. Being single and not wanting to disappoint relatives without money to smooth things over was a predicament. Coincidentally, Uncle Chen appeared to be financially stable. Through her friend Xiao Wanting, she had learned that Chen Shu was worth over 100 million. Thus, assisting him could be a means of earning extra cash. After all, divorce lawyers often profited from both sides, and someone like Chen Shu, inexperienced and honest, was easily susceptible to deceit. Furthermore, she would offer him a discount. While not a specialized lawyer, she did possess a legal certification. However, she had left her internship at a law firm due to the owner's unscrupulous nature, opting instead to work as a property manager. Ending the call, Chen Shu dismissed his ex-wife's family from his mind. After all, this money belonged to him. Not even the King of Heaven could take it away. Meanwhile, Chu Hong grew concerned. What is going on? Chen Shu explained the situation to her. Chu Hong nodded, acknowledging the necessity of hiring a specialized lawyer to avoid significant losses. She felt a pang of sympathy for Chen Shu, who, at over 60, was still facing turmoil after a divorce. This must be the burden that wealth brings. Chen Inen, sitting nearby, inquired innocently, Grandpa, did I cause trouble? Should I not have posted on social media? Chen Shu reassured her, this matter does not concern you. Inen, don't worry, Grandpa will handle it. Just enjoy your time for the next few days without any concerns. In fact, Chen Shu was quite pleased with Inen's social media post. Why should he not share his joy? He wanted Yi Mei and her family to see how well he was faring now, transitioning from a state of having nothing to now driving luxury cars and residing in opulent homes, providing them ample reason to envy him. Chu Hong affectionately ruffled Chen Inen's hair, smiling. Inen truly understands. Chen Inen stuck her tongue out playfully. Li Xiaoman, curious, wondered just how wealthy Chen Shu really was. Meanwhile, Ji Yunya sat in the back seat, bewildered, as such matters had never existed in the world of the less fortunate. Upon returning to the Arch of Triumph, the group, laden with bags, was warmly assisted by the property security in reaching their home. 3 young girls, Chen Inen, Li Xiaoman, and Ji Yuni, had spent an entire day filled with high-speed train journeys and shopping escapades, and they were utterly fatigued. They settled into the master bedroom and soon succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Chen Shu sat on the balcony, lighting a cigarette. Chu Hong approached him and remarked, today, we spent a total of 160,000 yuan, mostly on Chen Inen. Li Xiaoman, that little girl, asked for very little, but it was all of exquisite quality. As for Ji Yuni, she requested nothing, so I took the liberty of purchasing several outfits for her. Chen Shu exhaled a plume of smoke and replied, very well. No issue. Ji Yuni is a fine young lady. You seem quite fond of her? Chu Hong responded, she and I are alike, both hailing from rural backgrounds, diligent in our studies, and possessing striking appearances. When I look at her, it reminds me of my own school days, feeling inferior due to financial constraints. Hence, I have developed a particular fondness for wealth. Only with sufficient funds can I attain a sense of security. Chen Shu cast a glance at Chu Hong, confirming that she had indeed indulged in too much wine. It appeared that red wine had its intoxicating effects. Throughout the night, Chu Hong recounted her past stories, and Chen Shu gained insight into this self-conscious yet prideful and contradictory woman, who was also quite captivating. Chapter 31. Referring to roommates in front of family during the evening. Chen Shu engaged in extensive conversation with Chu Hong. She shared that during their shopping excursion that afternoon, Ji Yuni had secretly inquired at a mall counter about summer job opportunities. This revelation stirred Chen Shu's compassion for the young girl, who was of the same age as Chen Inen. Despite Chen Inen's family lacking wealth, they had never considered summer employment. After some discussion, they resolved to sponsor Ji Yuni's university tuition and living expenses in Chu Hong's name. Ji Yuni had been accepted into the finance program at Hu University, and Chen Shu contemplated that his wealth would only increase, necessitating someone to manage it. An industrious Ji Yuni seemed quite suitable. Her pleasant demeanor made her an excellent candidate for future management of Chen Shu's finances. In the past, Chen Shu believed that possessing 100 million yuan would allow him to rest easy. However, as his wealth grew, he recognized the need for a professional to manage such a substantial sum, to nurture the hen that lays the eggs, ensuring the cycle of capital continues on the right path. The following day's itinerary involved Chu Hong taking the 3 girls to Disneyland. As a super first-tier city, whose city offered limited entertainment options beyond Disneyland, the Bund, the zoo, and the aquarium. In truth, Chen Shu had lived there for 40 years and had never visited Disneyland himself. Nevertheless, this did not deter outsiders from yearning for the experience. Chen Shu transferred 200,000 yuan to Chu Hong to ensure a delightful outing for Chen Inen. Naturally, Chu Hong did not hold back, purchasing 4 unlimited diamond cards for over 20,000 yuan, which allowed them to bypass most queues and enjoy early entry, along with parking vouchers. That evening, The four of them stayed at a hotel within Disneyland, where they watched a magnificent fireworks display. Chen Enin felt a wave of emotion, realizing this was the adult gift her grandfather had bestowed upon her. She felt incredibly fortunate. Li Xiaoman and Ji Yuni, the two young girls, could only gaze on in envy. Who wouldn't desire a grandfather worth billions? Although Li Xiaoman had never envied Chen Enin before, her perspective had now shifted dramatically. Chen Enin seemed to have transformed from an ugly duckling into a swan, shining so brightly that it caught her off guard. Of course, Li Xiaoman was not a bad girl, having been Chen Enin's close friend for so long. Her envy was merely an innocent sentiment. Only Ji Yuni, with her clear and innocent gaze, simply yearned for Chen Enin's carefree future. The three young girls enjoyed 5 days of fun in Hu City, during which they also took an early tour of Hu University. Although their majors differed, they were fortunate to be in the same campus. Moreover, with Chen Shu residing in Hu City, they could visit him whenever they pleased. Standing at the high-speed train station, the three of them were filled with anticipation for their future university lives. They had arrived with little in tow, but returned laden with bags. Chen Shu even sent a car to accompany Chu Hong as they bid farewell to the girls. Chu Hong approached Ji Yuni and said, "This is your bank card. It contains 300,000 yuan, sufficient for your 4 years of tuition and living expenses. Don't worry, consider it an investment from your older sister. Once you graduate, you can work for me." In truth, this money was provided by Chen Shu. However, if Ji Yuni believed it was a gift from Chen Enin's grandfather, it could affect her relationship with Chen Enin. Despite Chen Enin not being that type of girl, Chen Shu's presence would inevitably have an impact. Thus, it was much smoother for Chu Hong to present it this way. Ji Yuni was highly sensitive. It was crucial not to let her feel pitted. Yet, both Chen Shu and Chu Hong underestimated Ji Yuni's intelligence. Achieving the top score in the college entrance examination from a poor family was not merely the result of being a bookworm. Ji Yuni had sensed the truth but chose not to expose it. Instead, she simply said, "Thank you, Sister Chu, and thank you, Grandpa Chen, for your hospitality these past few days." Li Xiaoman chimed in, "Thank you for your generosity." Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Seeing you all happy makes me happy too. It feels as though I've regained a few youthful years." Chen Enin inquired, "Grandpa, my brother is getting married next month. Will you come?" Chen Shu replied, "Of course, I will be there." Chen Enin felt relieved, knowing she would soon see her grandfather again. The three girls quickly boarded the high-speed train, this time seated in the business class that Chu Hong had reserved. The spacious cabin had only 5 seats, 2 of which were unoccupied. The three girls began to chatter animatedly. Li Xiaoman asked, "Chen Enin, is your grandfather really 60 years old? Was he once a security guard? How could he possibly be so wealthy? Our expenditures over the past 2 days must have totaled at least hundreds of thousands." Chen Enin furrowed her brow. "I don't know. Grandpa has changed so much all of a sudden. I hardly recognized him. He seems so much younger now and incredibly wealthy. He wasn't like this before. The last time I came, he was still sleeping on the balcony. Could it be that Grandpa is deceiving us?" Ji Yuni interjected, "How could he possibly deceive us? Spending so much money can't be fake. I believe Grandpa Chen is a good person and wouldn't trick us." Li Xiaoman nodded in agreement. "He is wonderful and quite handsome too. Did you see how he arranged things for Sister Chu? He resembles a company CEO from a movie, exuding such charm." Chen Enin giggled. "Xiaoman, are you developing a crush on my grandpa?" "Ah, you silly Enin, what are you joking about? Do you expect me to become your great-grandmother?" The business class erupted in laughter. The attendant at the door overheard and thought to herself how delightful youth could be. After bidding farewell to the three girls, as they made their way back to Hu City, Chu Hong drove while Chen Shu relaxed in the back, savoring a cigarette and enjoying the sounds of Berlin. Chu Hong couldn't help but smile softly to herself, realizing she had become a full-time chauffeur. Chen Shu called from the back, "In a couple of days, take a leave of absence and accompany me back to my hometown. How does that sound?" Chu Hong pondered for a moment and replied, "And what role would I assume?" Chen Shu joked, "How about the role of a girlfriend?" Chu Hong shook her head, "Forget it. I wouldn't mind being referred to that way in front of outsiders. But I can't bear that title in front of your family. Your daughter is likely older than I am." Chen Shu remarked, "In this day and age is no longer a concern, nor is gender or species. Are these still issues?" A soft chuckle escaped Chu Hong's lips, an implicit acknowledgement, yet she added, "In front of your family, we remain merely roommates." Chen Shu replied, "Very well, roommates it is." Unbeknownst to them, the two had drawn closer in ways unspoken. Chu Hong gradually morphed into the figure Chen Shu desired. This was precisely as it should be. With her fair fingers grasping the steering wheel, Chu Hong declared, "Since we are to attend your junior's wedding, I must prepare some attire, as must you. Appearing too casual is unacceptable." Little did she realize, Chu Hong had already begun to embrace the responsibilities typically associated with a wife. Chen Shu snapped his fingers. "All right, let us go shopping." Chapter 32. the Old North boy. During these past few days together, Chen Shu came to understand that Chu Hong was a woman plagued by insecurity, sensitivity, and a sense of inferiority. At 30 years of age, she had remained single since birth, a rarity in society. Of course, Chu Hong had her share of admirers, including colleagues and superiors. Yet she dismissed these ordinary office workers with their modest salaries, as they could not provide the same sense of security that Chen Shu did. Through their conversations in the car, the nature of their relationship had subtly clarified. Chu Hong was indifferent to societal judgment. This sentiment mirrored that of Xiao Wanting. Both women held a pragmatic outlook. As long as there was sufficient wealth to ensure her security, what did the opinions of others matter? She recognized that Chen Shu was not a paragon of virtue. But in this era, what truly defines a good man? One who is good enough to his girlfriend, yet remains utterly unaccomplished, perpetually spinning dreams for her, while earning a meager salary that barely covers basic living expenses? Such a man might be considered good by some, but in Chu Hong's eyes, he was best left alone. What she sought was not gentleness, but security. A man may have legs to run, but money does not. That was sufficient for her. Her best friend was married to a man deemed good. Yet devoid of wealth, was she truly happy? Perhaps, but the reality is known only to oneself. Nevertheless, Chu Hong was resolute in her refusal to plead with her husband for a 200 yuan lipstick. Wasn't a Maybach far more enticing? On the broad avenues of Shanghai, the Maybach stood out as the most striking vehicle amidst the traffic. On their last shopping excursion together, Chu Hong had maintained a certain formality, treating Chen Shu as a client to be catered to. This time, however, she regarded him as an old boyfriend, affectionately draping her arm around his shoulder. Reminiscent of a couple newly in love. Ding. The host has successfully garnered the genuine affection of the opposite sex. The gaming life attitude has been acknowledged by the partner. An unspoken understanding, a profound resonance. Reward, 30,000,000 yuan. 30 million? Who would have thought that being favored by a woman could be considered a facet of life's game? His current assets had soared to a staggering 56 million. Yet, Chen Shu felt a twinge of melancholy, as if he had truly become a rogue elder. However, upon reflection, the essence of being a rogue lies in deceit. He, however, would never deceive. This was merely a facet of his flamboyance, akin to Li Xuanhuan. It was no wonder that few rogues existed in Chen Shu's circle, as he had only known Li Xuanhuan in his time. The two continued their shopping spree, but this time, after dressing Chen Shu, Chu Hong indulged herself with an array of purchases: 2 Bulgari necklaces for 80,000, a Patek Philippe ladies' watch for 50,000, and a Chanel ensemble for 20,000. Chen Shu was quite pleased. He feared that Chu Hong might refrain from spending. After all, they rarely discussed emotions, only finances. As expected, that very evening, Chu Hong knocked on Chen Shu's door. To her surprise, the 60-year-old Chen Shu possessed a physique of well-defined muscles, his facial features suggesting a man in his 40s. While his robust body belied his actual age of 30, Chu Hong realized she had stumbled upon a treasure, an Old North boy, a mature and composed age, a youthful and healthy physique, and a fortune to boot. Chu Hong believed that she would never encounter such an impeccable boyfriend in her lifetime. Chen Shu, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised by a single red rose resting on the sheets. This seemed to indicate a mutually beneficial arrangement, a win-win scenario. Upon rising, he witnessed Chu Hong in her loose-fitting robe, revealing a pair of long, slender legs as she prepared breakfast in the kitchen, albeit with a slightly awkward posture. Last night had been quite vigorous. However, it was inevitable, given his exceptional physical condition, his stamina akin to that of a Maybach's V8 engine. Stop cooking. Call the community restaurant, and have them send over some chicken soup for a replenishing boost, Chen Shu suggested. At the mention of replenishment, a blush crept onto Chu Hong's cheeks. No need. I can endure this little hardship. Chen Shu retorted. Hardship? I see it as sweetness. Nevertheless, Chen Shu was prudent enough to revel in the warmth of the moment, cherishing this freedom in his life. Had he known it would be like this, he would have endured far less suffering. Yet, it seems that in moments of utmost joy, an unpleasant person or situation invariably emerges. Just like now, Chen Shu's phone rang. Glancing at the number, he recognized it as Yi Mei's, despite having saved only a handful of contacts on his new phone. To answer or not to answer? That was the dilemma. After some contemplation, he decided to pick up. After all, they had shared a decade and a half of intimacy. Taking a call was not an issue. Chen Shu, I knew you were hiding money from me. Yi Mei's voice was sharp. Just divorced, and already chasing after another woman? Driving a luxury car, huh? I shouldn't have trusted you. After marrying you for over a decade, you've hidden so much money? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? How could you betray Jean Kai, who was so filial to you? Chen Shu replied. Yi Mei, your words are quite something. I dedicated my life working for your family, and I was merely a stepson. Do you intend to drain me dry? Chen Shu continued. My money was earned after the divorce. It has nothing to do with your family. Didn't I help settle the house and mortgage? I even used my own provident fund. Yimei momentarily fell silent. Chen Shu's assertions were indeed valid. But that is not an excuse for your carefree lifestyle after the divorce, Chen Shu. If you have a shred of conscience, transfer that car and the apartment at the Arc de Triomphe into my name. And I will overlook the past and consider remarrying you. Chen Shu instantly rose to his feet. Remarry? Yimei, are you joking? ISNT the independent. Non-clingy Xia wanting more appealing? What about the gentle and graceful Chu Hong? After finally escaping the quagmire, you want me to return? Yimei, self-assured, retorted, of course. Just like when we first married, this is merely a test. If you pass, I will still be your wife. Chen Shu laughed heartily, rest assured. I shall fail this test. Save it for other 60-year-old men. At that moment, Chen Shu was watching short videos on his phone and learned a new term, old man. This term was perfectly suited for those elderly gentlemen who failed to grasp the essence of life. Little did Yimei realize that Chen Shu had gained such profound insights into life. What marriage and family once meant to Chen Shu, something he cherished as if it were life itself, has now morphed into indifference. To be precise, he no longer cares for Yimei's family. After all, the affairs of others hold no relevance to him. Yimei, clearly enraged, retorted with a mocking tone. All right. Chen Shu, you seem to have planned this all along. Haven't you? Is that why the divorce will be so swift? Just wait. You've concealed your wealth from me, and I will take you to court. Her words rang with a sense of entitlement. Chen Shu had no intention of engaging with her. At that moment, Chu Hong, unable to bear the tension any longer, approached them and called out in a deliberately loud and playful manner. Chen Shu, breakfast is ready. Yimei exploded with fury, exclaiming, Ah? So you're living with that vixen now, are you? You will reap what you sow. Chapter 33, Chu Hong, the non-gilded canary. The moment Chu Hong intervened, Yimei unleashed a tirade akin to a lion awakened in fury. Chen Shu, overwhelmed, hung up the phone and promptly blocked her. No matter what schemes Yimei concocted, he was prepared to withstand them. He had no concern for her legal threats. In the New City International Garden community, Yimei, along with her son and daughter-in-law, was taken aback. They had not anticipated Chen Shu's resolute stance. Du Chun and I exclaimed, how can Chen Shu speak to my mother that way? Yimei scoffed. I told you, a man with money turns wicked. Didn't I tell you? And now he has that scheming fox by his side. How despicable. Son, how asked the lawyer you contacted? Yi Jinkai responded, don't worry, Mom. He is a friend I met at a banquet, specializing in divorce cases with a 100% success rate. I've already asked him to investigate Chen Shu's financial situation. Having been in this field for over a decade, he knew many people and would swiftly uncover Chen Shu's financial transactions. Indeed, he soon received a call from the lawyer friend. Jinkai, I've looked into the bank statements of the person you asked about. He definitely has wealth, but it's uncertain whether it's marital property. If we continue to investigate, we will need to file a formal lawsuit and engage law enforcement. However, I suspect he is hiding something, as it's implausible for someone to amass such wealth post-divorce. Going from broke to a fortune of 100 million in less than a month is simply inconceivable. Even Buffett couldn't manage that. Upon hearing the lawyer's words, the three gazed at each other in disbelief. 100 million? Du Chun and I could hardly sit still, exclaiming, quickly send over those detailed bank statements. If it were merely a few million, they could afford to take their time resolving it through legal channels, akin to pocketing a little extra. But now, with 100 million at stake, it was a different story. Even if they could secure 50 million, they would never need to struggle again, living comfortably off the interest. Before long, they received Chen Shu's recent bank statements. Initially, there were transfers of several tens of thousands from a bank, which escalated rapidly. Then they noticed the expenditures, accounts from Hermes, Rolex, with each transaction amounting to thousands. The more they scrutinized, the more envious they became. Soon, they encountered the big-ticket item, a transfer exceeding 6 million from the Mercedes-Benz dealership, both for a full payment and a deposit. They only knew that Chen Shu drove a Maybach, completely unaware that he had also reserved another vehicle. As they watched Chen Shu's account balance steadily climb, Yimei's fury intensified. How much money has he been hiding from me? This is infuriating. All this wealth should have been mine. In this moment, Yimei spiraled into a fantasy. If only this money were theirs, they wouldn't have to worry about mortgages or car loans. They could simply whisk the family away on a lavish vacation. After reaching middle age, Yimei had dreamt of traveling to the vast grasslands with her family or friends, enjoying nature and dancing in public squares across the country. Why should she, Yimei, be any different from the wealthy wives of Hu City? It was utterly aggravating. Chen Shu was insufferable. After 2 decades of marriage, didn't they share any bond? He sought freedom and now possessed a fortune. She firmly believed she deserved at least 50 million. It's a right granted by law. The three of them were now brimming with excitement, as if the money was already in their hands. They had already mapped out how to spend it. Yi Mei envisioned traveling with her friends, while Yi Jinkai was determined to flaunt Chen Shu's Maybach to former colleagues and current friends. Du Chun and I gazed dreamily at the luxury brands like Hermes and Rolex. In the confines of the New City International Garden community, they were all engrossed in dreams of sudden wealth. Unbeknownst to Chen Shu, he had become the subject of their wild fantasies. If he were aware, he would find it utterly laughable. Yet, it was hardly surprising. Even mere millions could provoke insatiable greed in some, leading them to forsake their morals. After all, this was over 100 million in wealth. For some, risking everything might seem worthwhile. Not to mention that Yi Mei could seize half of his fortune without any real danger. Chu Hong reveled in her mischievous delight, a victorious smile gracing her face. Chen Shu chuckled helplessly. Chu Hong still exhibited traces of a feminine charm, aware that she couldn't truly capture him. But finding humor in aggravating his ex-wife was undeniably entertaining. Chu Hong remarked, "Your ex-wife is quite infuriating." Chen Shu replied with resignation, "That's why I got divorced." Chu Hong, with a hint of longing, inquired, "What is it like being married?" Chen Shu contemplated before candidly responding, "It feels like being trapped, living each day amidst mundane routines. Perhaps for some, it's a stable existence, but only one truly knows the bittersweetness of it. Some seek the comfort of monotony, while others crave excitement and novelty. I once thought I belonged to the former, but now I find myself yearning for the latter." Chu Hong observed, "From your demeanor, it seems you genuinely have no intention of remarrying." Chen Shu countered, "Don't speak so definitively." Misinterpreting his words, Chu Hong asked, "Are you suggesting you might want to marry me?" Chen Shu shook his head, "Don't be ridiculous. I mean, what if one day you meet someone you truly like?" Chu Hong pondered, "That seems unlikely. I only feel secure with money, but those rich second-generation heirs would never look my way. Those young women in their 20s are far more alluring than I am." Internally, Chen Shu agreed, acknowledging the truth in Chu Hong's words. Women in their 20s certainly possess a captivating allure. However, for a 60-year-old like him, each age has its own merits. After finishing breakfast, Chen Shu inquired, "Xiao Chu, what is your monthly salary?" While applying her makeup, Chu Hong replied, "This month, I should receive around 20,000. Chen Shu noted that her daily earnings already matched that amount. Chu Hong toiled tirelessly throughout the day, yet her income paled in comparison to the system's instantaneous rewards. Indeed, being a worker was arduous. Nevertheless, this was still an improvement over his previous job as a security guard, where he earned less than 3,000 a month. "Forget about working, I'll support you. I'll give you 15,000 a month, Chen Shu declared. Chu Hong shook her head and said, "If you give me 150,000, I cannot refuse. But Uncle Chun, I do not wish to become your canary." Chu Hong is, after all, a person of clarity and does not desire to be hidden away in a gilded cage. Chen Shu respected Chu Hong's choice and promptly transferred the sum, serving as a token of her security. He was not one to take advantage of others. Soon, Chu Hong set off for work. Chen Shu, on the other hand, continued to indulge in life. With no one accompanying him, he called Xiao Wanting and ventured out to enjoy some shopping. Finally, life seemed to take a turn for the better. Chapter 34. Take me for a foot bath. Life should be like Brother Chun. These past few days, Chen Shu felt quite fatigued. Ever since Chu Hong, the iron tree, blossomed, it appeared she had developed a taste for it, leaving Chen Shu somewhat at a disadvantage. He was compelled to resort to a youth elixir, adjusting his physical age to 40, just to barely withstand the prowess of this 30-year-old woman. Of course, part of the reason was that he had visited the hotel to see Xia Wanting during the day, leading to an energy drain and insufficient strength. Under the pressure of financial matters, Yi Mei and her son acted swiftly, already entering the litigation phase. The efficiency of the courts in whose city is remarkable. Thus, it was not long before Chen Shu received a call from the court, requesting him to come and collect the summons. This left him somewhat speechless. At the time he received the call, he was shopping with Xia Wanting, purchasing wedding gifts for his grandson, whose wedding was just a week away. Besides a car for his grandson Chen Pingping, as a senior elder, he was expected to be invited to the stage for tea, preparing red envelopes and gifts. As a grandfather, he naturally did not need to bring Yi Mei along. However, his ex-wife would be present, and he could not afford to appear inferior to her. The gifts must maintain their dignity. After all, having experienced 2 marriages, he understood that while weddings are supposedly a day for the couple to showcase their affection, they are, in reality, a day for both sides to demonstrate their financial prowess. The family that displays greater financial depth would ultimately wield more influence in the household and possess the upper hand in future discussions, especially when it comes to matters like marriage. Marriage is the crystallization of love. However, maintaining the luster of such a crystal is not as simple as uttering a few "I love yous." Therefore, he inquired about his granddaughter-in-law's preferences and discovered that young people favor diamonds, necklaces, jewelry, and handbags. Thus, he spent $500,000 in a single day. Just as he was reveling in his purchases, the court's call interrupted his joy. All right, I shall go now, he thought. His mood soured instantly. Beside him, Xiao Wanting inquired curiously, Uncle Chen, what is the matter? Chen Shu replied with a smile, it's the debt collectors. Let us go find Xiao Kong. Xiao Wanting was not surprised, knowing the circumstances surrounding Chen Shu's family. If she were in the same position, she would have unhesitatingly chosen to sue Chen Shu for a share of his 50 million. She, too, had a fondness for money. But she wouldn't cling to it endlessly. She valued her dignity. If legal means could prove that the money was beyond reach, she would rely on her own capabilities to attract the other party. If that failed, she would simply find someone else. Before long, the two arrived at the community in a Maybach. At the entrance, they encountered old Lu, who was also eagerly missing Brother Chen. Brother Chen, you finally came to see me, Lu Caibua exclaimed with excitement. Ever since Chen Shu treated him to a meal at the Royal Prince, he had felt that life should be like this. The last time they dined on emperor crabs, and he brought his 2 grandsons for a lavish meal, had given him great prestige at home, allowing his grandchildren to boast about a meal costing over 200,000. However, that experience had a time limit, and now over a week had passed. Lu Caibua found himself yearning for the taste of that extravagant meal, but felt too shy to mention it directly. Chen Shu pointed across the street and remarked, of course, I've missed my old buddy. What is up with the Lu Dao Liangzi bathhouse over there? Has it been renovated? Why does the facade look different? This location was not far from the Arc de Triomphe, but Chen Shu rarely visited, as there was little to attract him. Old Lu replied excitedly, it's been upgraded. I heard they have a new batch of technicians, each more beautiful and youthful than the last. Chen Shu pondered for half a second. Since life was a game to be enjoyed, he decided he should indulge. He planned to get a membership at the bathhouse across the street, especially since he had been quite worn out these past few days. However, now was not the right time. He said, let us wait until we have some free time, and then we can enjoy a drink together and get our feet pampered at the bathhouse. Lu Caibua instantly perked up. It was worth noting that the oldest technician there was only 35, and they were all strikingly attractive. The entrance fee to that bathhouse required a membership card worth several tens of thousands. Previously, they could only admire the place from a distance after morning exercises, never daring to dream of indulging in its pleasures. But now, the Chen Shu of today was very different from the past. With Brother Chen around, there will be technicians. I have matters to discuss with Xiao Kong. Old Lu, we'll talk later, Chen Shu said. Lu Caibua was secretly astonished. You used to call him Manager Kong. Now you're calling him Xiao Kong. Truly, times have changed. Old Lu wished he could resign immediately and follow Chen Shu. Not to mention, Chen Shu was accompanied by a stunningly curvaceous woman, their closeness evident, which made him exceedingly envious. He thought of his own wife, over 50, with her lifeless fish eyes. The disparity was stark. But would he dare to propose a divorce like Brother Chen? Absolutely not. Upon arriving at the property manager's office, Chen Shu heard raised voices from within. Kong Fong sounded somewhat irate. Manager Wang, please conduct yourself with dignity. I know you have a family. If you continue like this, I will inform your household. Chen Shu frowned. Xiao Wanting, feeling incensed, pushed the door open and rushed in. Kongzi, is this the area manager you said has been harassing you? This bald-headed old man, she exclaimed. Can't you take a good look at yourself? You think you can harass someone like Kongzi? Following closely behind, Chen Shu entered and beheld a greasy, middle-aged man lounging half-heartedly on the desk. Upon seeing Chen Shu and Xiao Wanting approach, the man immediately stood up. Who are you? This is our property management office. Please leave. Xiao Wanting retorted. If anyone should leave, it's you. Chen Shu stepped up to Manager Wang, his expression dripping with disdain. Young man, pursuing someone is not done this way. You either need wealth or connections. You possess neither, and you think you can force your way? Get out of here. If I catch you harassing Xiao Kong again, believe me, I will bring the security team to your home. Chen Shu warned. In the past, when he worked here, Kong Fong had often lent him a hand. And now that she was in trouble, he would not stand idly by. He was confident that the old security guards would share his sentiments, as they had all received Kong Fong's assistance. Supervisor Wang stood before Chen Shu, bowing his head slightly as he scrutinized him, noticing the impressive musculature that Chen possessed. With a mane of black and white hair, it was difficult to discern his true age. Chen scoffed. What are you staring at? First of all, you can't defeat me. If we were to come to blows and the police arrived, I would simply lie on the ground and claim you assaulted me, leaving you bankrupt. Do you believe that? Chen was, after all, a 60-year-old man. If he lay on the ground, it would be a stretch to claim this fellow would be able to withstand the consequences. Chapter 35. You're 60? The rotund supervisor Wang evidently recognized that Chen Shu's identity was far from ordinary. As a regional supervisor at a publicly listed company, he might lack certain abilities, but he was certainly not foolish. It was clear from Chen's attire and demeanor that he was no common man. Those in higher echelons of society are typically concerned with their reputation, yet Chen's audacity to attempt to deceive him indicated that he was not to be underestimated. This man was formidable. Such individuals, driven by their ambitions, would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Can you imagine a billionaire lying on the ground to defraud someone? Thus, when Chen uttered those words, both Confronting and Wanting were taken aback. Chen's allure had only intensified, and this time it was not due to any charm potion, but rather his own actions. Confronting's gaze held a hint of gratitude. Supervisor Wang, sensing that this situation could turn unfavorable for him, was aware that although his mother-in-law's family held positions at headquarters that could protect him, if the security team here were to block his exit, it would be more than a mere inconvenience. Once he departed, Confronting expressed, "Thank you, Uncle Chen. If it weren't for you today, things could have turned quite troublesome." Wanting chimed in, "How about this, Kong? Why endure this miserable class? You have more elegance than I do. Why not find a wealthy heir and enjoy a life of luxury instead of suffering here?" Chen thought to himself, "Who do you think you are?" Confronting chuckled softly, "It's all right. I can handle this. Have you forgotten that I graduated from law school? Do you see that rose? There's a camera underneath it. I can report him to headquarters, and I guarantee he will be dismissed." Confronting was quite capable, having navigated through life with grace and resilience. Wanting found it puzzling why Confronting was so determined to carve out her own path. She didn't understand, but she respected her friend's ambition. Chen Shu, not wanting to directly offer assistance, simply remarked, "Manager Kong, I still need your help regarding my divorce. I just received a subpoena from the court." Confronting was taken aback. "Are they in such a hurry?" Wanting, aware of the situation, interjected, "Uncle Chen is now worth over 100 million. If he wins the lawsuit, he could claim 50 million. Wouldn't they be anxious?" Confronting inquired, "Uncle Chen, are you truly so wealthy now? It seems I underestimated the value of your prior 20,000. Chen Shu found himself admiring Confronting. A typical woman would likely have been astonished to learn of his wealth. Yet, Confronting remained composed, a testament to her worldly experience. Moreover, she clearly recognized the bond between Wanting and herself, treating Wanting as a close friend, a feat not all ordinary women could accomplish. Chen smiled warmly. "As long as this does not lead to my financial loss, I shall certainly treat Manager Kong to a lavish meal." Confronting replied, "It's a promise. Now, let's south head to the court to collect the subpoena. I suspect the opposing lawyer will be waiting." On the way, Confronting shared that she had interned at the court during her university days, and given the nature of this case, Chen Shu's odds of winning were exceedingly high. While in the car, she glanced at Chen's account statements and noted that all funds were transferred from an international bank in Switzerland, which assured her of a secure position. This particular bank valued client privacy highly, and many wealthy individuals had accounts there. These transactions would be nearly impossible to trace, even by the most powerful figures. Confronting remarked, "This lawsuit is exceedingly straightforward. If the opposing lawyer has any sense, they should concede immediately." Chen pondered. "Then we can only hope this lawyer persuades them to withdraw. If May truly decides to relinquish her claims, then I harbor no grudges, and we can each lead our own lives. Should they persist, I shall countersue. At the time of our divorce, I transferred the house to Yijin Kai without asking for a penny in return. Truth be told, had I not become a billionaire, would they have offered me even a single cent if I were struggling? Hardly." Confronting set down Chen's phone, stating, "I never thought my first personal legal case would be so effortless. If I were to call it off, I wouldn't even require a retainer for the lawyer. This case is too simple." Confronting felt a bit embarrassed, as this money seemed too easily earned. However, Chen insisted, "That's not acceptable. The fee should remain as agreed. Without your expertise, what if I encountered a dreadful lawyer and ended up losing 50 million? We agreed on 500,000. Not a penny less." Confronting felt slightly awkward about the money, yet Chen was indifferent. What mattered to him was whether he could find joy amidst this turmoil. Now in his 60s, he could no longer tolerate any indignities. Confronting considered it reasonable. After all, Chen was not in dire need of money. As long as he felt that this troublesome matter was resolved, she was satisfied. She understood the complexities of divorce cases quite well. Driving in a Maybach, they arrived at the court in the new district. In truth, the task of serving subpoenas was typically handled by court staff and did not require the presence of the opposing lawyer or the parties involved. However, May and her associates were aware that their chances of winning were slim. Their lawyer had informed them that without substantial evidence, the judge would not support their claims. Thus, they intended to exert some pressure on Chen Shu. However, with May's number blocked, the trio found themselves unable to contact him. They assumed Chen Shu was ignorant of marital law, not realizing that he had come prepared. When the three entered the mediation room, they were taken aback. Chen Shu had a new woman by his side. This woman's physique surpassed that of the one seen in Chunanin's social media circle. She appeared more alluring and adept at captivating men. May immediately stood, exclaiming, Chen Shu. Who was that woman beside you? Chen, feeling a wave of revulsion at the sight of Yi Mei and her companions, retorted, "This is my freedom. We are divorced, so it has nothing to do with you." Yi Mei's expression darkened. "Are you truly saying you have no intention of reconciling?" Chen settled himself into a chair, stating, "When we divorced, you didn't hold on to me. So reconciliation is out of the question." The staff nearby recognized that this divorce case held no need for mediation. Both parties are already in their 60s. A stage in life where divorce is undoubtedly the result of profound contemplation, with recoupling rates being exceedingly low. The crux of the matter lies in the perspective of the staff. The male party is not only youthful and handsome, but also exudes masculinity and appears quite affluent. What could he possibly gain from reconciling? A 60-year-old wife? Along with a money-draining stepson? Chapter 36. The amount is inconsequential. The essence lies in the act of taking. Now that both parties are present, why not initiate the proceedings? As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. There is no need to create such an embarrassing scene over financial matters. Let us sit down and discuss this amicably. The staff's task today was merely to serve Chen Shu with a subpoena. Meanwhile, the plaintiff has been waiting incessantly for him to contact the defendant, as if he would not relent until he receives a response, starting from 8 o'clock in the morning. According to standard procedure, a mediation session is required before the formal court hearing, and since everyone is already here, it seems prudent to expedite the process. Chen Shu understood that the staff was merely following routine, and the words he spoke were likely repeated daily. Thus, he felt no need to unleash his frustration on them. After all, they face a multitude of distressing situations each day. Chen Shu inquired, "What does the mediation entail?" The staff replied, "It involves both parties sitting down to discuss matters." "Mr. Chen, have you concealed marital assets?" Before Chen Shu could respond, Yi Jinkai interjected, "He has undoubtedly concealed them. Does he think he is a stock market genius? In just a few days, he has amassed nearly 200 million from trading stocks? It's absurd." Chen Shu frowned. "Have you investigated me?" He felt a surge of annoyance, akin to being exposed online. Although he had committed no illegal acts and felt no guilt, the sensation of having secrets laid bare was quite unsettling. Kong Fong was also intrigued, questioning how they had acquired such information, which clearly contradicted procedural norms. A sharply dressed man beside Yi Jinkai discreetly nudged his arm, signaling him to temper his remarks. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Yi Jinkai fell silent. Chen Shu shrugged, conceding, "All right, I shall speak candidly. After the divorce, I turned my fortunes around, investing the over 2,000 salary I received from the property management into futures, continuously doubling my investments to achieve my current net worth. I dabbled in it before the divorce, but lacked luck and earned nothing. Before the divorce, I didn't make a cent. After the divorce, my luck soared. That is merely luck." Of course, Yi Mei did not believe Chen Shu's claims, asserting, "You're just hiding money. I know your retirement pension from the newspaper is meager. There must be something amiss." Chen Shu had grown weary of explaining himself. Once suspicion is cast upon a person, no amount of clarification can dispel it. He glanced at Kong Fong, silently urging her to speak on his behalf. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanting watched the unfolding drama with an amused expression, though concern lingered in her heart for Chen Shu. After all, if half of his wealth were to be siphoned away, how would it affect her? Would his maintenance payments diminish? Kong Fong took the subpoena from the staff and remarked, "It appears there is no longer a need for mediation. However, to avoid burdening the court staff, I have a record of Mr. Chen's banking transactions. This information can be verified by the court, and I can present it to the opposing counsel." The staff nodded in agreement. Everyone understood that this was a lawsuit worth millions. Chen Shu would never relinquish it. And Yi Mei would not back down either, rendering any possibility of mediation utterly futile. The lawyer accompanying Yi Jinkai was intrigued by Kong Fong, noticing her lack of renown in the legal circles of Hu City. Surely, a lawyer as attractive as she would have garnered some recognition in the field? He began to question her professionalism. Upon seeing the printed documents Kong Fong produced, the opposing lawyer was taken aback. A Swiss international bank account. This involved diplomatic matters. How could a district court in Hu City possibly investigate this? Even if they could, it would yield no substantial evidence. Even if he were at Nanshan Pizza Hut, he could not produce proof that Chen Shu had transferred marital assets. The only viable option was to investigate the funds transferred out during the marriage. Yet, the crux of the matter was that Chen Shu only possessed one bank card, which contained his pension, retirement benefits, and social security, with transaction records being crystal clear. The funds either went to Yi Mei or were used to pay the mortgage. The lawyer hired by Yi Jinkai felt a twinge of sympathy for the 60-year-old man, who had toiled for nearly 20 years for his family, only to end up with nothing. The lawyer fell silent. Naturally, the documents presented could not be fabricated. If the court discovered any forgery, the repercussions would be dire. For the sake of his client's case success rate, The lawyer was reluctant to engage in such risks. Jinkai, perhaps you should reconsider? The lawyer suggested. Yi Jinkai scratched his head. What do you mean, old Li? The lawyer replied. The evidence from the opposing side is quite substantial. Our chances of winning are slim. Yi Mei interjected. He has already forged the evidence. It's all false. The lawyer responded. Auntie, even if it is false, we must prove its falsity to the judge. Do you have any evidence to support that? Yi Mei fell silent, glancing at Chen Shu, who was preparing to leave. Chen Shu, after 20 years of marriage, are you truly unwilling to share any of your wealth with me? Chen Shu chuckled lightly. When I left during the divorce, you never offered me a single cent of the 800,000 I was entitled to. Yi Mei was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter his assertion. Chen Shu continued, considering our past as a married couple, if you withdraw the lawsuit, I can overlook this matter. Otherwise, we shall meet in court. With that, he strode away with Confronting and Wanting, leaving Yi Mei and her party in a state of bewilderment. Upon exiting the courthouse, the sweltering summer heat enveloped them. Yet, Chen Shu felt a chill within. After all those years of affection, it had ultimately succumbed to the allure of wealth. He felt profound disappointment in Yi Mei, who would not even spare him. Money, indeed, is a powerful entity. Chen Shu gazed at the key to his Maybach with a bitter smile. Ding. The host has gained insight into the essence of a failed marriage. Realizing that money is the foundation of all life, feeling disillusioned with his ex-wife, and adopting a more open-minded perspective on life. Reward, 10,000,000 yuan. Alright. Today was not in vain, Wanting concurred. Confronting shook her head, noting how well-suited the two seemed, aside from their age disparity. They appeared quite compatible in other aspects. Observing Chen Shu, she noticed he seemed rejuvenated. Could it be that a liberated mindset truly makes one appear younger? Confronting remarked. Uncle Chen, I can handle everything from here on out. You need not even appear in court. She was certain that the opposing party would not relent easily, as this was a no-risk venture. If successful, she would gain half of Chen Shu's fortune, nearly 100 million. Even if they failed, the opposition would lose nothing. It was a win-win scenario. Who would turn down such an opportunity? Given that the rift had already widened, pursuing legal action was entirely reasonable. After all, how uncommon were divorce lawsuits in this day and age? Chen Shu nodded and said, Then I must trouble you, Confronting. If they persist relentlessly, may I file a countersuit to reclaim my house and the 80,000 I invested? Confronting, aware of the situation, responded, Recovering everything is impractical. The court will not support that. The same applies to the house. Considering your current financial standing, you may receive a symbolic compensation. Chen Shu remarked. The amount is of little consequence. What matters is reclaiming it. Confronting recognized that Chen Shu was not in need of petty cash. His primary motive was to retaliate against the unyielding behavior of the opposing party. She chuckled. Uncle Chen, you're behaving like a child. Chen Shu laughed heartily. Perhaps he was growing younger with age. Wanting nodded in agreement. That is indeed true. Uncle Chen is remarkably robust. Confronting blushed, wondering if such conversations could not remain private. Wanting was indeed quite uninhibited. Chapter 37. Strangle prey? Unfathomable. Chen Shu departed with an air of nonchalance. However, on the other side, Yi Mei was distressed. The court staff glanced at the printed documents brought by Confronting and stated, This evidence clearly demonstrates that all of Mr. Chen's current finances were acquired post-divorce, and we cannot verify their original source. Therefore, I advise you that the court will not support your claim to divide Mr. Chen's existing assets. Upon hearing this, Yi Mei exploded, questioning why the court would not assist the impoverished. The staff looked at Yi Mei, contemplating, what is this? Does being poor grant one rights? The true principle is that the impoverished must strive for self-sufficiency. Should they rely on their poverty to claim their ex-husband's assets? That would lead to chaos. With a stern expression, the staff replied, the court acts in accordance with the law. It does not assist anyone. You should choose your words carefully. Yi Jinkai turned to the lawyer beside him. Old Li, what should we do now? Lawyer Li responded. I advise you to refrain from further confrontation. Their documentation is comprehensive, and the judge will not support your demands. At most, given his billionaire status, you might receive some humanitarian compensation. Yi Mei inquired, how much humanitarian compensation? They had considered confronting Chen Shu, but they knew he resided in the Triumph Gate, a place they could not access. As for forcibly seizing Chen Shu's Maybach, the security in whose city was not to be trifled with. Now, they could only hope for humanitarian compensation. Lawyer Li remarked, that is difficult to predict. It could range from tens of thousands to perhaps nothing at all. Yi Mei contemplated. Accepting whatever amount they could retrieve, let us continue the lawsuit. I refuse to believe he has completely forgotten the past. Lawyer Li thought to himself. You truly are blind to the two women by his side. Are they not more appealing than you? A 60-year-old? Their skin is no less radiant. Why would he reminisce? Nevertheless, As Yi Jinkai assured that the legal fees were sufficient, he was indifferent. Let us proceed then, lawyerly acquiesced. Chen Shu entrusted the entire legal matter to Confronting, as this was not a criminal case, and the parties involved could appoint a proxy lawyer to attend. Chen Shu had but one stipulation. Should the opposing party persist, Confronting was to file a countersuit to demand the division of the 80,000. He wished for Yi Mei and her son and daughter-in-law to experience the bitter taste of their futile endeavors. He resolved not to dwell on these vexing matters. That evening, Xia Wanting still desired that Chen Shu accompany her to a hotel. However, Chen Shu was preoccupied with his old friend, Lao Lu, and felt fatigued from the recent days. To maintain his health, he typically visited the community gym each morning to exercise, lifting weights to sustain the physique he had cultivated over 5 years. It was only with age that one truly comprehends the significance of a healthy body. Thus, on this night, he allowed Chu Hong to dine at home alone, while Xia Wanting decided to walk to visit Lao Lu by herself. They took Lao Lu's electric scooter to the foot massage parlor across the street from work. The staff at the bathhouse were not surprised to see two elderly men, but they were taken aback when they noticed Lao Lu in his security uniform. Had it not been for Chen Shu's refined appearance, donned in a Versace ensemble and a green submariner watch, they might have been dismissed. In the past, Chen Shu would have felt like a thief entering the bathhouse, akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. But now, things were different. His current spending power made visiting this establishment entirely feasible. He charged a 500,000 yuan card without hesitation. The receptionist, with heavily applied makeup, instantly brightened at the prospect of such a transaction. Clients who charged 500,000 were not uncommon. Yet, it was clear that Chen Shu was a new face. Although he was accompanied by an elderly man resembling a security guard, he was presumably the owner escorting his staff for a team-building experience. Lao Lu gulped. Brother Chen, that is 500,000. Why not just charge 10,000? That should suffice for our expenses tonight. We won't spend that much. Chen Shu thought to himself. Please be quiet, Lao Lu. You lack ambition. Charging 500,000 did not necessitate spending it all in one night. It was a means to enjoy premium services. The experience offered to a client charging 500,000 would undoubtedly differ from that of one charging 10,000. Lao Lu's usual budget only allowed for 200 yuan per night, and the technicians he was accustomed to were far from the caliber he would encounter here. However, brotherhood dictated that one should not forget their friends in times of prosperity. When Chen Shu first worked as a security guard, he had previously been employed at a newspaper with a formal position. Initially, he struggled to adapt, handling troublesome clients and performing arduous tasks. Yet Lao Lu, with years of experience, had guided him, taking on the strenuous work. Chen Shu was a man of gratitude and felt it was only right to ensure that his old friend enjoyed a comfortable life in his later years. Lao Lu, let us indulge and broaden our horizons, Chen Shu declared. He then turned to the cashier. Please arrange for your two most skilled technicians. They should be young, attractive, and possess exceptional skills. Is that possible? The cashier perked up. Absolutely. Chen Shu felt satisfied and proceeded to order a late-night snack and a bottle of premium Matai, requesting a private, tranquil room. Lao Lu looked on enviously as Chen Shu navigated the arrangements with such ease, clearly accustomed to indulgence. Who would have imagined that Chen Shu's life post-divorce could be so enjoyable? The two entered a dimly lit room filled with the scent of essential oils. Once the soft pink lights illuminated the space, the atmosphere transformed. Soon, technicians numbered 66 and 88, both youthful and delicate, arrived, each under the age of 25. Chen Shu was not surprised. The quality of service at this bathhouse, located behind the Triumph Gate, was exceptional, rivaling that of Xia Wanting, Chu Hong, and Confronting. The technicians greeted them sweetly. Good evening, gentlemen. We are here to provide you with an exquisite experience. Do you have any specific requests? Technician 88 inquired. Chen Shu responded. Strangle prey? Unable to comprehend. It suffices to be oneself. Old Lu hesitated, his thoughts unvoiced. He understood, indeed. His granddaughter revels in the joys of cosplay. An amusement he finds perplexing. Brother Chen, you truly do not grasp this? He pondered silently, for voicing such sentiments would render him somewhat unseemly. Little did he know that. Were Chen Shu aware of the meaning of cosplay, he too might indulge. After all, having spent the money, what harm is there in savoring the experience? In Chapter 38, I never deceive. The act of foot bathing is genuinely one to be avoided. The more one engages, the more addictive it becomes. That very night, the two indulged in nearly 30,000 yuan worth of luxury, their spirits soaring. In a fleeting moment, it seemed they had glimpsed the very essence of life's futility. The following morning, old Lu found himself so utterly relaxed he could scarcely rise from the private room, nearly late for work. Fortuitously, his workplace was merely across the street. Otherwise, tardiness would have incurred a fine of 50 yuan, rendering his day of toil moot. The previous night's foot bathing experience lingered in his thoughts, leaving him to muse how wonderful it would be to reside permanently in a bathing center. It is no wonder men are often drawn to foot baths. It is not merely the feet that are cleansed, but rather the heart, once dulled by the dust of existence. Old Lu's life appeared as if polished to a gleaming clarity, a glimmer of hope illuminating his path once more. Chen Shu too reaped benefits. Though his investment of 500,000 yielded no immediate reward, he found himself inexplicably dreaming of lying upon a vast prairie, inhaling the fragrance of fresh grass, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of butterflies, only to receive a reward of 1 million yuan upon awakening. The next morning, the two convened at a breakfast stall adjacent to the security booth, indulging in steamed buns and rice porridge. Such a frugal breakfast had not graced Chen Shu's palate in over a week, yet it proved unexpectedly delightful, a humble reminder of life's simple pleasures. Revitalized, he embraced the new day, receiving a signing bonus of 20,000, akin to pocket money bestowed by the system. Meanwhile, old Lu donned the freshly laundered security uniform, imbued with lingering scents, stepping forth with a heavy heart. As Chen Shu crossed the street, old Lu called out wistfully, "Brother Chen, do visit more often. You live so close, just a 5-minute walk, and there's over 400,000 within. We ought not to let it go to waste." Chen Shu recognized old Lu's burgeoning affection for the technician number 66. He longed to express that the attendants at the bathing center were merely playing their roles. Did he truly believe in their sincerity? With a gambling father, ailing mother, a school-going younger brother, and a shattered love, the ordinary individual finds themselves ensnared in myriad deceptions. Old Lu had evidently become ensnared in this web. Yet, even amidst his entanglement, old Lu remained pragmatic. As a mere community security guard earning less than 3,000 a month, he could scarcely part with the cost of 2 hours with technician number 66. Moreover, his finances were largely controlled by his wife. His salary card bore her name, as he had been rendered a defaulter by his son. With any funds in his bank account swiftly siphoned away, Chen Shu had merely unveiled a sliver of hope for him, allowing old Lu to gaze upward for the remainder of his days, a mere touch of color upon the canvas of his otherwise gray existence. Ding. The host has assisted a friend in experiencing a life of affluence, and the friend feels gratitude. Reward, 1,000,000 yuan. Chen Shu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the system would provide rewards for such actions. The funds expended on old Lu had returned nearly 100-fold. What spectacle would unfold if all those resources were devoted to old Lu? Chen Shu mused with a wry sense of amusement. Upon returning to the community, Chen Shu felt invigorated. At 40, his body brimming with vitality after a night of rejuvenation, he made his way directly to the community gym. His passion for fitness was genuine, not merely a consequence of the youthful women clad in yoga pants frequenting the gym. To his surprise, he encountered Chu Hong there as well. "Are you not working today?" Chen Shu inquired, curiosity piqued. "I have a day off," Chu Hong replied. "Where did you go last night?" Chen Shu offered no concealment, for there was no need. Should Chu Hong be unable to accept the truth, he could easily seek another. "I went next door for a foot bath." Chu Hong nodded. "Did you not visit the 5th floor?" Chen Shu responded. "Ah? The 5th floor? What's there?" "Good that you didn't go," she remarked. If he were to misunderstand her words, he would have truly wasted 60 years. He comprehended, and resolved to check it out next time. Chu Hong frowned. "If you fall ill, it will be even worse." Chen Shu chuckled. "I'm merely jesting. With you around. Where would I go? I simply went to enjoy a foot massage and some back kneading, nothing more." "I can also give foot massages and back kneads," Chu Hong retorted. "Absolutely. Next time." Could the ambience of home ever compare to that of an establishment? Chu Hong understood this implicitly, and, disregarding further discourse, turned to join the women in yoga pants for their practice. Most of these women mirrored Chu Hong, akin to gilded canaries kept by the affluent. Otherwise, how could they devote their days to yoga, free from domestic responsibilities? After an invigorating workout, he returned home to freshen up, only to receive a call from the car dealership. "Hello, Mr. Chun. This is Wang Ting from the Mercedes Center. Do you recall me? The black G-Class you ordered has arrived at the airport. You may pick it up this afternoon at your convenience." The voice was familiar. Chen Shu immediately recalled Wang Ting, dressed in her professional attire. "Ah, little Wang, that's splendid. I shall come by this afternoon. By the way, do you still have that ready class available?" Chen Shu inquired, intending to gift it to Chu Hong, as she favored the color red. After all, it bore significance as it represented the first car he would gift to his beloved. Wang Ting replied, "It's still available, Mr. Chen. Would you like to take a look?" Chen Shu responded, "No need. I'll come to pick it up directly this afternoon. Just hold it for me." Wang Ting was delighted. She had sold a car with a simple notification call. It seemed true that cheerful women attract good fortune. However, the fact that the red car was likely intended for a woman stirred Wang Ting's envy. as she suspected it was for that friend, Xia Wanting. Chen Shu had previously assured Chu Hong that he had ordered a vehicle for her, and today he would effortlessly fulfill that fib. He reflected that it might be wiser to refrain from lying in the future. It was simply too exhausting. I shall endeavor to speak truthfully. At noon, Chu Hong returned home to prepare lunch. Hailing from the Central Plains, she particularly enjoyed noodles and bean sprouts during the summer months. Fortunately, her culinary skills were commendable, and the bean sprouts available in Hu City were quite delectable. Chen Shu could hardly indulge in seafood and abalone every day. A simple home-cooked meal sufficed. After their meal, Chen Shu announced, "I shall take a brief nap. This afternoon, I will take you to pick up your car." Chu Hong was taken aback. "Mine?" Chen Shu nodded. "Indeed. Remember to bring your ID and driver's license, as you will need them for registration." Chu Hong felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. She had initially believed Chen Shu was merely deceiving her, yet here he was, proving he had truly remembered. "Thank you, Uncle Chen," Chu Hong said earnestly. Chen Shu replied, "What I have promised will undoubtedly be fulfilled. I never deceive. If I say I've made the reservation for you, then it is done." Chu Hong nodded, resolving that henceforth, no matter Chen Shu's antics, she would no longer concern herself with them. Chapter 39. A Man Should Tame Wild Horses. Afternoon. Chu Hong was driving a Maybach while Chen Shu, seated in the back, activated the zero-gravity seat and continued listening to rock on the new Long March, rhythmically tapping his wrist adorned with a green water ghost watch. He hummed lightly, savoring the moment. Chu Hong, steering the vehicle, remarked, "Uncle Chen, don't you feel your life is rather empty?" Chen Shu replied, "Empty? Little Chu, how could I possibly feel emptiness? It's just that these past few days, thanks to you, my body feels a bit weak." Chu Hong blushed, retorting that he was merely suggesting she find some work to occupy herself. Chen Shu expressed his surprise. "I just got off work, and now you want me to be a beast of burden?" Chu Hong clarified, "What I mean is, perhaps you could consider starting a new company to experience the sensation of nurturing something." Chen Shu pondered for a moment, recalling his 20s when venturing into business was the trend. He had once aspired to be among those who drove a Santana and wielded a brick-sized mobile phone, the epitome of affluence. At that time, he too yearned for such a life. Working in an office, however, was not truly liberating. It was merely the demands of family, combined with being one of the few college graduates of his era, that compelled him to secure a position for societal validation. The allure of a newspaper job was undeniable back then. Once you entered the realm of journalism, the dream of becoming a boss often faded away. Now, the prospect of being a boss seemed appealing. Yet, he felt it was not the right time. He had yet to fully relish the life of a wealthy man. There's no rush. We can wait for an opportunity in the future. In today's society, starting a business is akin to gambling, he said. Chu Hong was merely inquiring, as Chen Shu's demeanor reminded her of the tycoons depicted on television. She imagined how captivating it would be if he were to embody the role of a wealthy magnate from a Korean drama. Chen Shu, however, didn't dwell on it. Starting a company was feasible, but he absolutely could not manage the operations himself. So, he decided to leave it to fate. Why not simply enjoy the moment? The two arrived at the Mercedes-Benz Center, where Wang Ting stood under the blazing sun, holding an umbrella meant for the delivery of a Rolls-Royce, but waiting to assist Chen Shu once he emerged. Now, that was professionalism. But upon seeing Chu Hong exit the driver's seat, Wang Ting was momentarily perplexed. Wasn't it supposed to be Xia Wanting? Why had the person changed? Should she discreetly inform Xia Wanting that someone else had already received their vehicle, while her own had not yet been delivered? The disparity in treatment was evident. Perhaps this was indeed the rightful partner. However, she reconsidered, deciding against speaking out. After all, offending a client might jeopardize her commission. This woman exuded grace. It was obvious she possessed intellect. Wang Ting had previously admired the dress Chu Hong wore, but felt it too refined for herself. Holding the umbrella for Chen Shu, she did not forget to compliment Chu Hong. She understood that serving Chen Shu well was merely her job, but attending to this refined lady would surely yield mutual satisfaction. As expected, Chen Shu was pleased. A man deserving of respect is one thing, but when accompanied by a woman who also garners admiration, it becomes a symbol of status. Wang Ting demonstrated considerable acumen. Even Chu Hong, who was also in sales, could sense Wang Ting's efforts. Had that other woman been dissatisfied? In the past, she had catered to buyers of real estate, either genuine wealthy individuals who were beyond her social class, or those who had forcibly emptied their wallets for a down payment, mistakenly believing that purchasing property in Shanghai elevated them above others. Such individuals often looked down upon salespeople. During work hours, one typically had to ingratiate themselves like Wang Ting, rather than enjoy being served as she was today. She never imagined she would experience such treatment. Was this the added value that wealth brings? At that moment, Chu Hong began to understand that money sometimes provides more than just a sense of security. As the two entered the sales center, a refreshing coolness enveloped them. lifting their spirits further. Upon reaching the vehicle pickup area, the lustrous ruby-red Mercedes E-Class instantly caught Chu Hong's eye. Wang Ting, displaying her keen insight, remarked, "This ruby-red version was specially customized for Mr. Chen. It truly complements you beautifully." Unable to contain her excitement, Chu Hong opened the door and indulged in the experience. Having lived in Shanghai for nearly 6 years, she had always relied on a small electric scooter, never dreaming of owning a car. Thus, this was indeed a delightful surprise. Being with Uncle Chen was undoubtedly the right choice. At this moment, Chu Hong realized that sometimes in life, one need not strive so hard. Occasionally, it was acceptable to simply relax. Imagining herself cruising on the outer ring road in this vehicle, she felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. While the other workstations handled her paperwork, Chen Shu made his way to the VIP vehicle delivery area, where a formidable black G-Class stood, unadorned yet exuding an aura of dominance. Curious, Chu Hong inquired, "Why have you ordered another one?" Chen Shu explained, "The Maybach is a wedding gift for my grandson. This is simply my preferred model." Chu Hong mused that the saying playboys drive G-Class vehicles held some truth. Yet, the G-Class was undeniably striking. As Chen Shu closed the door and donned sunglasses, the sound akin to a bullet chambering echoed, leaving both Wang Ting and Chu Hong entranced as they gazed at Chen Shu in the driver's seat. Young men who drove G-Class vehicles often came off as frivolous, unable to command the powerful demeanor of the vehicle. Typically, those who could afford a G-Class were likely wealthy second-generation heirs, lacking the life experience to harness its imposing presence, instead appearing almost juvenile. But Chen Shu was different. At 60, with the physique of a 40-year-old and a charisma that set him apart from other older men, he exuded an air of calm confidence. While other 60-year-olds might appear lifeless, Chen Shu radiated a steady composure. It was as if the G-Class beneath him was a wild stallion he had tamed. As he listened to the roar of the V8 twin-turbo engine, satisfaction washed over him. Truly, it was a product of wealth. Both its aesthetics and performance met his expectations, and while the ride might be somewhat uncomfortable, such trivialities were no longer of concern to him. Enjoyment was paramount. As for the notion of considering practicality when making purchases, he had no inclination to dwell on such matters. As long as there was ample money, the only consideration was whether the funds were sufficient. After testing the vehicle, he stepped out and declared, "All right, let us take both of these today. I just need you to arrange for a towing company to transport my Maybach to Nanjing." Wang Ting promptly replied, "Of course, Mr. Chen. Anything you need can be arranged." Chen Shu gave an affirmative okay gesture and proceeded to settle the remaining payment. Chapter 40, A Small County Town. What does it mean to be extravagant? Chen Shu has already purchased 3 vehicles outright here. His ostentatious demeanor renders Wang Ting hesitant to remind him that interest-free loans for car purchases are available, fearing he might perceive it as an affront. Although she could earn a bit more from facilitating a loan, the price tag of over 10 million for these 3 cars leaves her with little to say. It is certainly sufficient for her to enjoy a prosperous year. However, her envy is directed more towards Chu Hong, who effortlessly secured a car worth 500,000. Merely by virtue of her beauty and figure, with the vehicle registered in her name. This is far simpler than the arduous process Wang Ting endures in selling cars. If only I, Wang Ting, could also relax. Yet, I wonder if there exists a benefactor like Uncle Chen. Meanwhile, Chen Shu has taken to driving his own G-Class, while the Maybach is being towed away by the towing company. At this juncture, his daughter Chunwen also calls. "Dad." Chen Shu's voice is gentle. "Yes, my daughter. Is Ping Bing getting married soon?" "I plan to return tomorrow." Chunwen replies. "Okay, Dad. The 3 million you gave me has dwindled to 230,000. Chen Shu immediately responds, "You keep it. I have not been there for you these past few years. Consider this money as compensation for the hardships you have endured." Chenwen falls silent for a moment. Indeed, she is in dire need of this sum. The family is not well off. Following Wang Tao's injury, he can no longer work at the factory. His right hand cannot exert force, and there would be no one willing to employ him at the factory. Consequently, he can only resort to delivering takeout, which in a small county town yields at most 3,000 to 4,000 a month, barely enough to cover the mortgage. The 3 million Chen Shu provided could allow them to live comfortably. Yet, Chunwen feels somewhat uncomfortable with this unearned windfall, having become quite independent since her parents' divorce. She is also unaware of Chen Shu's current situation. Had it not been for Chun Anan mentioning that he resides in a luxury riverside apartment in whose city and dined at a restaurant costing 200,000 per meal, she would not have dared accept such a considerable sum. Chen Shu's transformation is so profound that she finds it hard to comprehend. "Thank you, Dad," Chunwen says softly. Chen Shu replies, "Family members should not speak in such formalities." He understands the challenges his daughter faces. Previously, he lacked the means to assist her, as he had to consider his ex-wife's family. Now, he finally has the opportunity to make amends for not being able to support his daughter in the past. Chen Wen continues, Pingping's wedding is in 5 days. You can come whenever you like. Chen Shu affirms, all right, I will come tomorrow. I have also prepared a wedding gift for Pingping, so we can take it together. Chen Wen does not dwell on this. Okay, Dad, I'll hang up now. I need to contact some relatives and friends. Uncle and second uncle have helped me quite a bit over the years. They must attend Pingping's wedding. Chen Shu nods, knowing he ranks third among his siblings, having 2 older brothers. However, there is a significant age gap. The eldest, Chen Jianjun, is already 70, and the second, Chen Xianghua, is 68. Both served as soldiers in their youth, and as they aged, their contact has become sparse. Moreover, while Chen Shu resides in Hu City, his 2 brothers live in a small rural village, tending to the fields. They did not receive formal education, as the family prioritized Chen Shu's studies. This weighs heavily on Chen Shu's conscience. Nevertheless, his brothers have not complained. After his divorce, they have been quite supportive of Chen Wen, who has been alone in the county town. When he previously visited Chen Wen and met his 2 grandsons, his brothers would frequently ride their old bicycles to bring local specialties and farm produce. When the eldest brother's son sought to come to Hu City for support, he hesitated due to Yi Mei's discontent. Reflecting on this now, Chen Shu feels regretful about his past actions, realizing why his brothers have distanced themselves. All right, Xiao Wen, you go ahead and contact them. You've worked hard these days, Chen Shu says. Chen Wen acknowledges this before hanging up. After ending the call, Chen Shu drives his G-Class back to the Triumph Gate community. Behind him, Chu Hong's red Mercedes follows from the garage. Each unit here boasts 4 parking spaces. Quite ample indeed. Once home, Chen Shu relaxes. At this moment, he glances at the system notification. Ding! The host displays extravagance, showcasing his wealthy demeanor. Bringing joy to the female companion. Reward, 10,000,000 yuan. Having spent 500,000 on Chu Hong, he receives a reward of 10 million. His current assets have surpassed 200 million, reaching over 250 million. When a person's assets exceed 100 million, progressing further becomes increasingly challenging. However, Chen Shu is not anxious. 200 million is more than sufficient for him to live a carefree life. Turning to the recently arrived Chu Hong, he says, Xiao Chu, prepare yourself. We will return to my hometown tomorrow and stay for about 10 days. Chu Hong, well aware that this is in relation to Chen Shu's grandson's wedding, has already prepared her attire. All right, Uncle Chen, I'll make sure to get everything ready. Chen Shu replies, what is there to prepare? We can buy it in the county town. Chu Hong counters, while the items in the county town are practical, we are attending a wedding, a formal occasion. As the elder of the groom's side, you should dress appropriately. Chen Shu muses that having a woman by his side is indeed quite convenient, and thus allows Chu Hong to busy herself. The following day, Chu Hong takes a day off. As a real estate agent, her base salary is quite low, relying primarily on commissions for her income. Therefore, taking a day off is a simple matter. She merely needs to mention it. Not to mention, Chu Hong now owns a 500,000 Mercedes and can earn 15,000 a month from Chen Shu. She views her job as a means of self-validation, as no one expects to live on a meager salary of 10 to 20,000 a month. The next day, Chen Shu drives his G-Class onto the highway out of Hu City. Once on the highway, he realizes that the vehicle is not without its drawbacks at high speeds. The wind noise is quite loud, disrupting his enjoyment of the music. He reduces his speed to below 100 kilometers per hour, heading towards his hometown. Nanqing County is less than 100 kilometers from Hu City in a straight line, yet the winding roads of the southern county, with their rolling hills, mean that by the time he reaches Nanqing, it is already afternoon. Upon arriving in Nanqing, Chen Shu suddenly recalls that he has no idea where his daughter resides. 5 years ago, Wang Tao and Chen Wen worked hard to acquire their first home in the small county town, but he has never visited. He can only call Chen Wen to ask for directions. He soon learns that Chun Anan is singing karaoke with classmates at the New World Shopping Center in Nanqing. So he decides to pick her up and have her guide them home. The Mercedes G-Class quickly becomes a striking sight in Nanqing. Although it is not far from Hu City, wealthy individuals typically migrate towards Hu City for opportunities. It is rare to see luxury vehicles here, except during the new year when various extravagant cars make an appearance. Moreover, one cannot overlook the image of a distinguished elder with streaked hair, sporting sunglasses and exuding charisma, commanding attention as he drives, even as an attractive young woman beside him fails to divert the gaze from Chen Shu. This elder possesses an air of charming swagger reminiscent of an entertainment industry veteran, effortlessly commanding the attention of those around him. Chapter 41. Eyeing a wealthy old man. The imposing G-Class came to a halt in the parking lot beneath the shopping center. On this sweltering afternoon, a throng of young ladies, clad in light summer attire, soon gathered around the vehicle. Their eyes sparkled with intrigue as they beheld the elderly gentleman emerging from the car, his sunglasses shielding his gaze. Adorned in the luxurious aura bestowed by the fashion house of Versace, He effortlessly eclipsed the surrounding youths. Not to mention, beside him stood the poised and sophisticated 30-year-old Chu Hong. The presence of such a mature woman left the young men momentarily entranced, unable to look away. These boys, hailing from a small town, were utterly unprepared for the allure of a woman like Chu Hong, who had recently captured the heart of Chen Shu. With her gentle features, she radiated a warmth reminiscent of a spring breeze. Chen Shu led Chu Hong into the shopping center, only to find clusters of young women snapping photos beside his vehicle. As long as they refrained from climbing onto the hood, he had no objections. Everyone yearns for something, and this could be seen as a tribute to his youthful self. Earlier, he had inquired via his phone about the KTV room number where Chen Pingping was, room 555. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by a rather novel spectacle. A three-tiered cake graced the center of the room, with a young man kneeling on one knee. A bouquet of roses held aloft in a declaration of love toward a young woman. Surrounding them was a heart-shaped arrangement of candles, creating an atmosphere charged with anticipation. Chen Shu felt a twinge of anxiety. What was it with the youth of today, maturing so swiftly? However, upon recognizing the girl standing there, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was not Chunanan, but rather Li Xiaoman. Although Chun Unin had inherited the striking features of Chun Wan, even her bare face was quite lovely. It was Li Xiaoman's adeptness at makeup and fashion that made her the object of admiration for these young boys. Indeed, it was Li Xiaoman who was the recipient of the young man's affections. Surprisingly, he had orchestrated the scene with considerable finesse, suggesting he was no novice in matters of the heart, and he was rather handsome, though still a shadow of Chen Shu's youthful charm. The atmosphere was vibrant, yet it was evident that the female lead had yet to respond affirmatively. At that moment, Chen Shu and Chu Hong entered the room, and the lively chatter ceased. The only sound remaining was the music playing in the background. Apologies for the interruption, young man. Please, continue. I am here to find Anan, Chen Shu stated. In the corner, Chun Anan spotted Chen Shu and joyfully exclaimed, Grandpa, you're back. She bounded over to his side. The gathering comprised around 7 or 8 individuals, including 3 girls whom Chen Shu recognized, Li Xiaoman, Chun Anan, and Ji Yunya. The boy on his knee wore an expression of discomfort, clearly flustered by the unexpected appearance of a figure from an older generation at his moment of vulnerability. Li Xiaoman, upon seeing Chen Shu, felt a wave of relief wash over her, for she found herself at a loss for how to extricate herself from the situation. This young man, though academically competent, had misconstrued her kindness for romantic interest. Despite her repeated rejections, he had assumed she was merely shy or waiting until after the college entrance exams to pursue a relationship, leading to the awkward scene unfolding before them. What was originally meant to be a simple farewell gathering to celebrate their graduation had morphed into an elaborate declaration of love. Li Xiaoman, having been the belle of the class since childhood, had faced countless confessions, yet today a spectacle left her feeling profoundly embarrassed. She thought to herself, how could Luo Zhang be so oblivious, believing any girl would accept such an awkward proposal? It was even more absurd considering their lack of emotional foundation. Typically, confessions arose after a relationship had been established. Enough, Zhang. I cannot accept your declaration. I am not interested in a relationship at this moment, Li Xiaoman stated, her tone laced with discomfort as she glanced at Chen Shu and Chu Hong by the doorway. Chen Shu mused to himself about the heartbreak this young man would endure, having been rejected by his white moonlight. Yet, he reminded himself, whose youth is devoid of regrets. Every young man has his own idealized figure. If one were to attain their white moonlight, she would no longer be so. Luo Zhang, clearly taken aback, stammered, No, Xiaoman, if you didn't like me, why do you always ask me for help with physics? Surely it's not just because I'm the best in class. You must have strict parents. Don't worry. We can keep it a secret until after graduation. Chen Shu was bewildered by the boy's reasoning. What kind of logic was this? Li Xiaoman sighed. Ordinarily, she would not rush to clarify. However, feeling inexplicably irritable at the sight of Chunanan's grandfather, she coolly replied, Luo Zhang, please stop indulging in delusions. My inquiries were solely academic. You were simply the best at physics. There is no other reason. I prefer older, more mature men. Luo Zhang's world crumbled at her words, which pierced through the innocence of his youth like a thorn. Yet, Li Xiaoman was not inclined to linger, choosing to depart without further ado. She breezed past, leaving a trail of her delicate perfume as she grasped the hands of her close friends, Ji Yunya and Chun Anan. Chen Shu regarded the despondent boy, patting him on the shoulder. Regrets are part of youth. Fear not, young man. If you begin to earn now, by the time you reach 30, many white moonlights will surely cross your path. Oh, and you might want to visit a foot massage parlor. With that, he took his leave, leaving the boy in a state of confusion, unsure of what just transpired. Chen Shu sighed, reflecting on how much he still had to learn, just like his younger self. After closing the door behind him, he caught up with Chun Anan and the others. Li Xiaoman walked ahead, seemingly embarrassed by the day's events in front of her friend's grandfather. Ji Yunya kept her head down, lost in thought. Yet she had managed to nod at Chen Shu and Chu Hong, a small gesture of acknowledgement for someone battling social anxiety. Chen, exhilarated by the declaration she had witnessed and her grandfather's return, exclaimed, "Grandpa, when did you get back?" "I just arrived today. Your mother mentioned you were here having fun, so I came to bring you home," Chen Shu replied. "Let's drop off Xiaoman and Yunya first," Chen suggested eagerly. Chen Shu readily agreed. And in just a few moments, they reached the car. Upon seeing Chen Shu's new vehicle, the three girls were taken aback. In their perspective, a Maybach was already a symbol of status, and this G-Class was no less impressive. "Grandpa, did you get a new car?" Chen asked in astonishment. "Indeed. The sedan is for your brother. Once you turn 18 and obtain your driver's license, I shall get you one too. You can take your two good friends to explore the city during your university years," Chen Shu replied. Chen felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of driving, as her family had always emphasized safety above all else. "Perhaps I'll wait until after I graduate from university," she said. Li Xiaoman felt a twinge of envy. Having longed to possess a small car of her own, she merely bit her lip in silence. Once the five of them boarded the vehicle, they failed to notice the boy who had confessed his feelings at the mall. Upon seeing Chen Shu's luxurious G-Class, the boy felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. He recognized this opulent car, worth several million. Could it be that Li Xiaoman had set her sights on this wealthy old man? Chapter 42. Purchasing a matrimonial home. Li Xiaoman's residence was also in the county, situated within a civil servant housing complex, predominantly inhabited by government employees. This street was lined with the families of bank staff and employees from various enterprises. First, they dropped Li Xiaoman off at her home. With her head bowed, she seemed lost in thought, simply bidding farewell to the group. Next, they proceeded to deliver Ji Yunyu. Her home lay in a small village just 300 meters from the northern ring of the county, not far from Chen Shu's birthplace, Chenjiakan. As they drove, Chen Shu was overcome with nostalgia. At the age of 19, he had married Chen Wen's mother, and during that initial year, they lived in the old county, which had yet to be filled with towering skyscrapers. Back then, Chen Wen's mother had hoped for Chen Shu to work as a bank clerk. However, being a young idealist and under his parents' influence, he chose to leave his wife and daughter behind to seek employment in a bustling city. The journey was arduous, returning home only once a month. Their union had been arranged by a matchmaker, devoid of any emotional foundation. Moreover, with Chen Shu's departure soon after their marriage, their relationship ultimately deteriorated by the time Chen Wen entered high school. Now, returning to familiar grounds, Chen Shu felt a wave of reflection. He bore no significant resentment towards his first wife. Rather, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Despite sending all his meager earnings to support his wife and child, he regretted his failure to fulfill his duties as a husband and companion. He wondered how she was faring now as they approached Ji Yunyu's village. The luxury vehicle drew the attention of several elderly villagers. They recognized brands like BMW, Audi, and Mercedes, and the emblem of the G-Class was quite persuasive. Their home was at the village's entrance, marked by two weathered wooden doors, lacking even a lock. Ji Yunyu awkwardly expressed her gratitude to her grandfather for bringing her home. Chen Shu replied, "It was my pleasure." Chu Hong felt a pang of emotion. The wooden door and the rammed earth walls reminded her of her own childhood. "Yunyu, study diligently. You shall change your circumstances," she encouraged. Ji Yunyu nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, sister." Afterward, she stood at the threshold, watching as Chen Shu and the others drove away. The Green Xian community in Nanqing County, located on the outskirts, was not particularly prestigious. Though it had been less than a decade since its completion, it already appeared somewhat worn. Lacking an underground parking facility, vehicles, tricycles, and electric bikes were haphazardly parked, making it inconvenient for Chen Shu to maneuver his car. He decided to discreetly offer a pack of cigarettes to the security guard stationed at the entrance, opting to park along the roadside. He understood the significance of such a gesture to the guard, who was older and perhaps a bit hard of hearing. As the guard's eyes lit up at the sight of the cigarettes, "Anin, what kind of car does your mother usually drive?" Chen Shu inquired. Chen pointed to a small electric bike parked beneath Building 1. "That one. She usually takes the little electric bike to work." Chen Shu noticed the somewhat dilapidated vehicle, adorned with a yellow license plate, accompanied by a chipped helmet. Due to her parents' divorce, Chen Wen's education had gone largely unnoticed, resulting in her only achieving a secondary vocational diploma, making it challenging to find suitable employment. Currently, she had managed to become a supervisor in the snack section of a local supermarket. Chen Shu's heart ached for his daughter, wishing only to make amends. Chu Hong rarely witnessed the guilt in Chen Shu's eyes, suggesting, "Why not give my car to Anin's mother?" Chen Shu shook his head resolutely. "That is meant for you. I have other plans." On the 16th floor, a decent level, Chen Shu felt somewhat satisfied. However, upon entering, he discovered that the layout consisted of 2 elevators serving 4 households, making the already modest space feel even more cramped. Indeed, when Chen Shu unlocked the door, they were greeted by a small living room with 3 tiny bedrooms, totaling just 100 square meters, partitioned into 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Inside, Wang Tao was bustling around the kitchen, tying on an apron with a wrist brace that likely concealed surgical scars, which could be quite alarming otherwise. In comparison to Wang Tao, Chen Shu appeared to be a more reliable husband figure. "Dad, you're here. Chen Wen won't be off work until 5. Are you hungry? The chicken I'm stewing will be ready shortly." Wang Tao wiped his hands and rushed to fetch water, feeling a twinge of apprehension at the sight of his father-in-law, who had generously gifted their family 3 million, enough to secure his own well-being, and had even saved his hand. Wang Tao glanced at Chu Hong and was momentarily taken aback. What was this woman's role? Chen Shu innocently introduced, "Dad, this is my grandfather's roommate. My sister who shares the rent with him. She is very kind and came to visit us when she heard my brother is getting married." This was the explanation Chu Hong had given Chen Shu in the car. Chen, being rather naive, readily accepted it. Whether Wang Tao believed it was uncertain, but he still greeted her hello. Chu Hong smiled gently. "Hello." Chen Shu interjected, "I'm not hungry. Are you planning to have this house for your wedding? Is this the matrimonial home?" Wang Tao replied somewhat sheepishly, "Chen Wen and I discussed it. We thought of giving the master bedroom to Ping Ping and her fiancé while we stay in the guest room." Chen Shu shook his head firmly. "No, that's too small. Won't that invite ridicule from relatives?" Wang Tao lowered his head, remaining silent. Chen Shu understood. Wang Tao and Chen Wen had always lived modestly, but being able to purchase this apartment had already surpassed that of many ordinary families. Nevertheless, there were still 3 years left on the mortgage. After contemplating, Chen Shu realized there were only 4 days until the wedding, ample time to acquire a new home. "Then I shall buy a house for the wedding," he declared. Turning to leave, Wang Tao exclaimed, "Huh? What?" There was no time for farewells as Chen Shu took Chu Hong and exited. Chen Shu, hearing this, dashed out from the bedroom. "Grandpa, I want to go too." Chen Shu responded, "Keep up." Wang Tao called after them, "Dad, will you be back for dinner?" "We'll see." Chen Shu replied, "You go ahead and prepare." Wang Tao had already guessed Chen Shu's intentions. He was off to buy a matrimonial home. He mused to himself how drastically his father-in-law had changed, becoming decisive and resolute. In truth, with sufficient funds, even ordinary individuals exhibit remarkable efficiency in their actions. As the 3 of them boarded the vehicle, Chen Shu was pleasantly surprised to find that the security guard had washed his car. That pack of cigarettes was indeed quite effective. Chen Shu tossed another pack towards the guard, saying, "Brother, this is for you. But I need to ask, what are the best properties in our county?" The security chief discreetly placed the money into the drawer. "Brother, if we're talking about which houses are good, it's definitely those in the West. My son drives for the government, and it's said that the county government will relocate to the West in the future. The properties there are bound to appreciate." Chen Shu pondered. "All right then. Let us rule out the houses in the West." Chapter 43, The Villa. After hearing the old security guard's words, Chen Shu had a general direction in mind. His years of work at the newspaper were not in vain. He had received ample information. He understood well that in a small county like Nanqing, relocating the government office building would cause a ripple effect. Moreover, given the current economic climate, who would dare to play such a risky game? Such news was merely a ploy to offload the properties in the West. Indeed, after taking a tour of the western area, they found numerous towering buildings, many of which had already been handed over, yet the population density was sparse. There were hardly any unfinished buildings. Chu Hong remarked, "The development prospects here are bleak compared to the old town. There are too many houses, and the prices are nearing those in the suburbs of Huqing. If one had the funds, why not invest in Huqing? The potential here was overstretched. Purchasing property would surely result in losses." Chu Hong, being a real estate salesperson, had a keen eye for assessing properties. Chen Shu continued to stroll around the county town with Chu Hong and Chen Shu, searching for suitable residential complexes. The county town was not large. They completed a tour of the outer ring in just an hour. Eventually, Chu Hong pointed to a row of villas, saying, "This villa area boasts the best location in the entire county, although it isn't in the commercial CBD and is somewhat distant from the administrative zone. It is only a street away from Beihu and has an elementary school nearby, making it the most valuable." Chen Shu was also intrigued. Every man harbors a dream of providing a villa for their family, and he was no exception. However, villas in Huqing were beyond reach. Sometimes, even wealth could not secure one. Yet in this small county, acquiring a villa was entirely feasible. "I think it's a good idea. Let us take a look," Chen Shu said. They parked at the entrance of the villa area and soon discovered that some villas had been handed over and were already occupied. There were indeed quite a few affluent individuals in the county. Chen Shu was pressed for time. His child was about to marry. and he needed a property that was ready to move into. They could simply inquire at the property management office for a complex that had already been handed over. The sales center was likely no longer operational. Upon arriving at the property management center, they were greeted by a middle-aged woman at the service desk. "Hello, sir. Which villa building do you own?" The woman was courteous, recognizing Chen Shu's distinguished demeanor. Chen Shu cheerfully replied, "We are not owners here. We are here to purchase a house. Do you have any villas left for sale?" It was evident that since returning from Huqing, Chen Shu had become more vivacious, shedding the naivety of a high school girl and appearing more confident. "Buying a house?" "Yes," the woman exclaimed excitedly. "We still have 5 unsold villas, 3 of which are already renovated and ready for immediate move-in. You can view them at any time. Additionally, once you pay the deed tax and maintenance fund, you can receive the property certificate on the same day." Chen Shu nodded. This aligned with his expectations, indicating that the villa area had a well-established process. "Please take us to see them," he requested. Shortly, the woman summoned a property manager. A voluptuous woman approached, exuding warmth as she asked Chen Shu if he was a local. "Of course, I'm a local, but I'm here today to buy a house for my daughter," Chen Shu replied. The property manager glanced at Chu Hong. "She yes not," Chen Shu clarified, then looked at Chen Shu. "She is my granddaughter." The property manager was taken aback. "Oh my, what is the situation here?" While it was not unusual for a high school girl to be a granddaughter, the affectionate demeanor of the 30-something woman suggested she was not merely a daughter. Nevertheless, Chen Shu appeared to be of a reasonable age, perhaps around 40. The property manager refrained from making assumptions and quickly proceeded to show them the properties. Coincidentally, the villa that captured Chen Shu's attention was unoccupied. This villa area featured a row of townhouses, comprising fewer than 40 units, and villa number 9 was located at the very front, farthest west, with no corners nearby, ensuring tranquility. It was merely a street away from the adjacent park, and the balcony on the 4th floor offered views of the lake, ideal for enjoying sunsets after work or stargazing on summer nights. After the property manager unlocked the door, Chen Shu discovered that, as she had stated, the interior was exquisitely decorated and ready for immediate occupation, even equipped with a television. Chu Hong exclaimed, "This must have been pre-decorated by someone else, right? Are you sure this is a first-hand property?" The villa was evidently in a state of immediate occupancy. The property manager explained, "Actually, this was the former owner's house. However, the owner went bankrupt, leaving this property behind. Since it was renovated, the price may be slightly higher, which is why it hasn't sold yet." Chen Shu inquired curiously, "The developer went bankrupt?" The property manager plainly stated, "Indeed. There's a project called Sun City in the west of the city. The foundation was completed, but the owner's cash flow collapsed. You can verify this. Everyone in the county knows about it. The owner is currently living back in his hometown. All the paperwork for this house is complete, and the proceeds will go to the bank." Chen Shu thought to himself how unfortunate that owner was. However, in the era of rampant real estate growth, many developers took excessive risks, leveraging loans to an unsustainable degree. Now, with the market sluggish, it was common for developers to find their fortunes evaporated. Chen Shu didn't concern himself with these matters. As long as he could obtain the property certificate, that was all that mattered. After touring the villa, he noted that the decor exuded luxury, perhaps even a hint of ostentation. Nevertheless, Chen Shu did not intend to reside there himself. It was meant as a wedding gift for his child, a way to make amends. Since his daughter's marriage, he hadn't provided much financial support. "Let us go with this one. Please prepare the paperwork so we can proceed with the property certificate," Chen Shu declared decisively. Having found the right property, he was ready to finalize the purchase and prepare it as a wedding home. The property manager had never encountered such a bold buyer. Even opting for a full cash payment without requiring a mortgage meant that they only needed to call the developer. Upon hearing this, the developer's financial representative was thrilled and promptly brought the official seal, saving the buyer from unnecessary trips. The service was exceptionally attentive and considerate. Chapter 44. Is father experiencing a resurgence? This marked Chen Shu's second experience in purchasing a property. The first was to assist his stepson in buying a house. This was the second. However, the process has become significantly more convenient than before. In Nanqing County, a big data center has been established, where all governmental affairs can be handled. The developers of the 3 million yuan villa are exceptionally cooperative. After all, they have already been blacklisted by the government due to unfinished projects, leaving them with no credit with the authorities. Although this sum may seem paltry, it is certainly better than nothing. The developers' financial representatives are present on site. Chen Shu remains unhurried, while Chu Hong assists in navigating the procedures. Later approaching him with a question, "Uncle Chen, whose name should the house be registered under?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Shu responds, "Let it be under my daughter's name, and then call your mother. It seems inappropriate to register it under Chen Pingping's name. He is merely 23 years old." and possessing such a luxurious residence could easily lead to arrogance. A man's wealth is not always a blessing, a sentiment Chen Shu understands all too well. Chen Pingping is still young, with ample opportunities to cultivate a happy family, unlike Chen Shu, who has resigned himself to a life of solitude, guarding his vast wealth as he faces the twilight of his years. Chen Nen, naturally, is elated. She has already chosen her room on the 3rd floor, which boasts a small balcony and is adorned like a princess's chamber. Yet, she feels a tinge of regret, as she will soon embark on her university journey in just over a month, leaving little time to relish her new abode. Meanwhile, Chen Wen, still at work, is oblivious to the fact that Chen Shu has already secured the house for her. When she receives a call from Chun Nen, she inquires, "Nen, have you seen your grandfather yet? I'm right beside Grandpa. He insists you come to the big data center immediately, even if you have to take leave. It's urgent." Chun Nen is eager to surprise her mother, who has been incessantly lamenting that the house is too small for when her brother marries and relatives from her sister-in-law's family arrive. Additionally, the community is plagued with parking issues, making it difficult for a convoy to enter, and once inside, they cannot turn back, which would create further complications. Her mother's worries seem endless. It has been a long time since she has given her mother a surprise. At the supermarket, Chunwen puts down her phone, intrigued, unsure of what her father and daughter are up to. Although she is working, the request for her to take leave piques her curiosity. After some consideration, she decides to go. She has been employed at Lianhua Supermarket for over a decade, familiar with both the supervisor and manager, so a simple explanation would suffice. Moreover, it is nearly 5 o'clock, and leaving half an hour early poses no significant issue. She hops onto a shared bicycle, as her electric bike's battery is faulty. She had intended to use the money from Chen Shu to buy a new one, but hasn't he gotten around to it yet? Considering the funds could still be of great use. The big data center is not far from the supermarket, and within 5 minutes, she arrives. Upon entering the building, Chun En, brimming with anticipation, urges Chun Wen to take her ID and head straight to the photocopying station. Chun Wen, bewildered, follows her daughter, and soon spots Chen Shu seated, alongside a woman who appears even younger than herself. Dressed stylishly, with an elegant stature, this woman exudes a certain charm. As a fellow woman, Chun Wen instinctively senses some subtle connection between her father and this woman. Dad. Upon hearing Chun Wen's voice, Chen Shu perks up. You're here. Let me introduce you to Chu Hong, my roommate from Hu City, who is here to visit. If this were the old Chen Wen, her expression would likely have soured. However, she has matured significantly. Hello. Chen Shu notices this newfound maturity in his daughter. Chu Hong warmly greets her. Hello, Chen Jia. Please submit your documents and sign your name. Chen Shu adds, the staff is about to finish for the day, let us hurry. Thus, Chen Wen, somewhat dazed, signs her name. In the end, a red property certificate appears in her hands. Dear daughter, hop in. Let us go see your new house. Chen Shu beams. It dawns on Chun Wen that her father has purchased a villa for her. Upon seeing the property's location, Run's Manor, she realizes it is a renowned affluent district in Nanqing County, where even her supermarket manager resides. Furthermore, it is a notable number, Villa 8. In the car, Chun Wen finally comprehends. Dad, this is for me? Chen Shu nods. Of course, ISNT your name on it. Legally, this villa now belongs to you. Whether you wish to sell it or reside in it is entirely up to you. We're heading to the property management to collect the keys. Ping Ping is getting married soon and cannot continue living in the previous small house. You will move in here, as it is already furnished, ready for your wedding. Witnessing her father's meticulous arrangements, Chun Wen whispers, Dad, you've changed so much. Spending lavishly, driving luxurious cars, and casually handing over 3 million. He has even bought her a villa. She suddenly recalls Chen Shu mentioning his severe heart condition, coupled with his newfound youthful appearance. Chun Wen trembles at the thought. Could this be the fabled phenomenon of a last burst of vitality? Such extravagant spending must surely be a means of arranging his affairs. Chun Wen feels a lump in her throat, as ominous thoughts invade her mind. Chen Shu is completely unaware of his daughter's grim assumptions, joyfully steering the vehicle as they head toward the villa. Upon arriving at the opulent property, Chun Wen experiences a surreal sensation. This is exceedingly unreal. The villa's expanse dwarfs their previous cramped residence, to the extent that each family member could have their own suite without issue. Standing in the lavishly decorated living room, Chen Shu addresses Chun Wen. When you bought your first house, I only gave you 5,000 yuan. That was my failure as a father. Now, this villa is my way of making amends. Chun Wen is deeply touched. In truth, she once harbored resentment toward Chen Shu for his negligence. Fortunately, he has also taken care of her 2 children. Now, that resentment has dissipated, with her father's time presumably limited, transferring all his assets to her. What more could she possibly demand? Such a father, finding companionship with a younger woman, is something she can accept, as long as both parties are willing. Thank you, Dad. Chen Wen discreetly wipes away a tear. Since Chen Shu remains silent about his condition, she decides to feign ignorance and play along, allowing her father to peacefully navigate the final stages of his life. Chen Wen throws her arms around Chen Shu's neck. Thank you, Grandpa. Chen Shu glances at his wristwatch. All right, have Wang Tao come over. Let us cook here tonight. What time does Ping Ping finish work? Around 6:30, Chen Wen replies. Chen Shu nods. No problem. We'll wait here for a bit. Ding. The host has compensated for familial regrets, providing a shelter for loved ones, rewarding 80,000 yuan. Chapter 45, Family Joy. Wang Tao arrives with a pot of stewed chicken, standing at the door like a henchman. Upon seeing the grand mansion, his stitched wrist aches a bit. It is simply too vast. Wang Tao is a rather honest man. Previously, his dreams were confined to a modest abode of over 100 square meters, comprising 4 rooms and a living room. This grand villa, however, seems somewhat extravagant. Does it not, father? Is this your newly purchased house? He inquired. In such a brief span, having just met for less than 3 hours. His father-in-law had already acquired a magnificent villa? Chen Shu nodded and remarked, yes, inform your relatives that the wedding will be held here. Wang Tao numbly nodded. He realized that his usually distant father-in-law had suddenly transformed into someone remarkable, though he had not anticipated such opulence. Chen Shu continued. The property deed is registered in Chen Wen's name. I wanted to clarify this point. This house is intended for Ping Ping, while I have other arrangements for it. He had a plan in mind. His grandson, Chen Ping Ping, worked as a wedding photographer in a county town. He was an honest lad, with mediocre college entrance exam results leading him to a vocational college, after which he proceeded to work at the photography studio. His choice of spouse was also a makeup artist from the same establishment. Due to his character, he was ill-suited for the hustle and bustle of a big city. A stable life in a small county town sufficed. Living in this villa and driving a Maybach was more than enough to thrive in such a locale. On the contrary, Chen Wen was the pride of the family, having gained admission to a prestigious university in whose city, with promising prospects in that city. Therefore, purchasing a house there in the future would suffice. Wang Tao quietly said, I will check the kitchen. He found himself often revolving around that space. Soon enough, Chen Shu's grandson, Chen Pingping, received the news and appeared at the villa's entrance with his fiancée, Fang Xian. Grandfather, Chen Pingping affectionately called out to Chen Shu upon entering. Seeing his grandson brought Chen Shu immense joy. It had been over 2 years since they last met. In the past, Chen Shu frequently took Chen Pingping fishing at the yet-to-be-constructed North Lake. Their shared love for playful adventures fostered a strong bond between them. Have you finished work, Pingping? Chen Shu asked, assessing the young woman beside his grandson. Though she possessed no extraordinary beauty, she bore the charm of a small-town girl, exuding a gentle demeanor that promised ease of interaction. Chen Pingping was not one for flattery, and thus, his girlfriend mirrored his reserved nature. Chen Shu nodded approvingly. Very well. Very well. Fang Xian, is it? Come in. This will be your and Pingping's home from now on. Choose your master bedroom, either the first floor or the third floor. Discuss it with Pingping. He then added, Chu Hong, please fetch the gifts. As it was their first meeting, according to the customs of Nanqing County, it was customary for elders to present red envelopes. Chen Shu had prepared a red envelope containing 10,001 yuan, symbolizing a rare gem. Alongside it were an assortment of jewelry and luxury items gathered by Chu Hong. Chen Pingping was taken aback. Grandfather, have you really struck it rich? Chen Shu replied, yes. I made some money trading stocks. Fang Xian, being a small-town girl, could accept the red envelope of 10,001 yuan, as it aligned with county customs. But the plethora of luxurious gifts bewildered her. She had heard Chen Pingping speak of his grandfather's prowess, but she had not anticipated it to be so extravagant. Prior to their engagement, her family had expressed some reservations about Chen Pingping coming from an ordinary background, feeling it was a stretch. But now, what was the story behind this villa? And what of the luxury cars outside? Had he truly struck gold? Furthermore, Chen Pingping's grandfather exuded a remarkable aura, far surpassing that of his own grandfather. Though both were of similar ages, Chen Pingping's grandfather appeared to be in his 70s, while his maternal grandfather seemed to be in his 40s, radiating the charm of a distinguished gentleman. Fang Xian hesitated at the sight of the lavish gifts, feeling overwhelmed by their abundance and value. Chen Wen, standing nearby, interjected, Xiao Xian, just accept the gifts. We are family now, giving gifts is customary. Chen Pingping chimed in. Yes, accept them. It's my grandfather's heartfelt gesture. Only then did Fang Xian accept the numerous shopping bags, her expression betraying her astonishment. Chen Shu silently commended her. She was indeed a fine young woman. His grandson had made a commendable choice. The two appeared to share a loving bond, and he believed their married life would flourish. After introducing Chu Hong, The family began settling into the villa, preparing their first meal there. They lacked some bedding and other essentials, but those could be easily procured, with some items fetched from the smaller house. Chen Pingping, exhilarated, drove Chen Shu's G-Class, taking pictures while eagerly gathering bedding. The G-Class was utilized as a transport vehicle. Remarkably, it had ample space. The family enjoyed a delightful meal together, envisioning a bright future. Chen Shu sampled Wang Tao's culinary skills. The homemade dishes were quite delectable. After dinner, Chen Pingping drove his fiancée home, while Chen Inen busied herself arranging her new room. The previous house had been too small to accommodate much, but this new residence was spacious, complete with a small balcony where she planned to keep a cat. Chu Hong, eager to impress Chen Wen, offered to assist in preparing wedding items and decorating the bedroom, given the multitude of tasks involved in settling into the new home. It was evident that Chu Hong was keen to curry favor with Chen Wen, being Chen Shu's daughter. Chen Shu was indifferent. A good relationship between the two women would benefit him, alleviating the burden of managing too many affairs. However, he found it slightly awkward that Chu Hong addressed Chen Wen as sister, feeling it disrupted the generational hierarchy. "I'm off to fish," Chen Shu declared, seeking leisure in the evening. With no opportunity to fish in Hu City, he resolved to rekindle this old passion now that he was in a more tranquil setting. After acquiring a fishing rod from Wang Tao, he strolled to North Lake. Crossing the road led him to a grassy garden, and further in, he discovered a bridge. This surprised Chen Shu. The infrastructure in this small county town was commendable. With abundant water and greenery, he anticipated a good catch of carp and grass carp. He set down a folding stool, cast his line, and savored the gentle breeze, reflecting on the joys of life, a happy family, and leisurely fishing. This was the essence of life, after all. The evening breeze was enough to accompany him as he fished, and if he caught a carp, he would be assured of a restful night. Ding! The host, during his leisure time fishing, has inadvertently grasped the true essence of life. A man who perceives the subtleties of existence radiates unlimited charm. Reward: 1 bottle of charm elixir. Chapter 46. Although he caught no fish, he did catch something of value. Chen Shu did not believe he could have too much charm. After all, he did not wish to possess the same old-world charm as Dehua. He consumed the elixir immediately. His charm value had increased by 20. Though he was uncertain of the upper limits of his charm, he could distinctly feel the shift in how those around him regarded him. In his previous role as a security guard in Hu City, many high and mighty women had ignored him. But now, each person seemed to regard him with newfound respect. Moreover, it was with an appreciative gaze. In fact, even the women he had encountered in recent days had sought to add him on WeChat. As he pondered this, a call from Kong Fong interrupted his thoughts. "Uncle Chen, the district court has informed me that the hearing will commence tomorrow. Is there anything you would like to address?" Kong Fong, though uncertain, had prepared herself for this moment. There was no need for excessive inquiries. However, she felt inexplicably melancholic this evening and wished to reach out to someone, ultimately choosing Chen Shu. Her family had been pressuring her to return home for arranged matchmaking, which she had firmly declined. At 31, it was indeed rare for her to remain unmarried. Yet Kong Fong had simply not encountered anyone who captured her heart. Thus she felt no urgency. Furthermore, her family would never permit her to pursue a romantic relationship freely, which is why she preferred to stay away from home. Unbeknownst to Chen Shu, he replied, "It's nothing really. Just remind them to return my 800,000 if they continue to harass me." Kong Fong chuckled. "Uncle Chen, is that 800,000 truly of such significance? Do not forget, you are now a billionaire. Isn't 100 million enough to spend?" In reality, after purchasing a house for his daughter, Chen Shu had acquired an additional 80 million, bringing his total assets to over 260 million. He responded, "Little Kong, you may not grasp the significance of that 800,000. In certain respects, it has surpassed my current worth. Moreover, the mortgage I helped them repay is also crucial to me. A man, during the prime of his life, contributes so much for a family, only to end up leaving with nothing. Some matters require a stand to be taken, a resolution sought." Given the deepening entanglements, Chen Shu had initially preferred not to dwell on such issues. However, since the other party seemed intent on claiming his current wealth, they must be compelled to relinquish something in return. Since becoming wealthy, he was no longer the naive man he once was. Kong Fong inquired curiously, "How is it that two people who were once in love now meet in court? I wonder what it could be for." Chen Shu replied, "Ultimately, it is for money." "Do they truly believe it is love?" Kong Fong then asked, "Uncle Chen, let me pose a question. If your family pressured you to marry someone you do not like, would you acquiesce?" Chen Shu was taken aback, pondering the unusual turn in her tone. "Are you being coerced into marriage?" He responded, "In your generation, it is far better than in ours, where arranged marriages were the norm. In my youth, I hardly witnessed any marriages born out of free love. Should I speak of happiness? I believe most people merely settle for a life of convenience." My first marriage was precisely like that, and to this day, I feel I owe my daughter an apology. If given the choice, who would willingly select a marriage destined for unhappiness? Little Kong, marriage should be for oneself, not for others. After a prolonged silence, Kong Fong took a deep breath and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Chun, I understand. Chen Shu gently remarked, in the end, life is nothing more than a handful of dust. What matters is to live joyfully. With that, Kong Fong bid farewell and ended the call. Chen Shu shook his head lightly, having initially thought that as a property manager and a senior white-collar worker in whose city, Kong Fong would have little to worry about. He did not realize that her decision to remain single was not without cause. Everyone harbors their own troubles, yet Chen Shu viewed life with remarkable clarity. Of course, the key factor was that he was not lacking in finances. Nevertheless, it was frustrating that he had not caught a single fish that evening. In annoyance, he dumped all the bait into the river to create a feeding spot. The thought of returning home with an empty bucket was unappealing. So he decided to buy a fish from the market, only to find that the late-night market was closed. With a face full of disappointment, he returned home. Fortunately, no one seemed to mind that he had failed to catch any fish that night. Every face around him radiated happiness. Chu Hong and Chun Wen had nearly finished organizing their new home. Chun Wen had even arranged for a guest room on the third floor for Chen Shu and Chu Hong, conveniently located across from each other. It was unclear whether this was intentional or merely coincidental, but Chen Shu found it vexing that Chen Anan was also on the same floor, making certain activities rather inconvenient. That evening, after completing his wash, Chen Shu contemplated whether to wait until Chen Anan fell asleep before attempting to knock on Chu Hong's door. Just then, he heard a knock at his own door. Wang Tao and Chun Wen entered together. Dad, Dad, Chen Shu acknowledged with a grunt. What brings you here? Chen Wen replied. Dad, we really don't know how to repay you for the money you've spent today. Chen Shu's expression grew cold. If you continue with your nonsense, I will get up and leave. Take what I have given you, and think no further. I am not lacking in money at present. Chen Wen asked, Dad, how is your health? Chen Shu responded, quite well, I eat well and feel great, do not worry. At 40 years old, he was in the prime of his life, free of heart disease, yet he found it difficult to explain and could only assure Chun Wen not to fret. Since Chen Shu had declared that he was not lacking in money, Chen Wen and Wang Tao had little more to say. Their intention to repay their father would manifest in future filial respect. However, with Chu Hong in his life now, it seemed that they need not concern themselves with that. After the two departed, Chen Shu prepared for bed, in whose city, Kong Fong was set to represent her first court hearing the next day. Although she should have gone to bed early, her recent conversation with Chen Shu had left her with a faint smile on her face. Suddenly, there was a knock. Xia Wanting, like a playful kitten, entered with a bag of snacks and her tablet, burrowing into Kong Fong's covers. Kong Fong sighed. Xia Wanting loved watching horror films at night, yet her timid nature forced Kong Fong to join her. Sometimes, Kong Fong envied Xia Wanting's carefree existence. If only one could relinquish certain things, life could indeed be worry-free. What are you smiling about? Come on, Kongzi, are you in love? Xia Wanting exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Kong Fong shook her head. What love? I'm merely reflecting on something that brings me joy. Xia Wanting insisted. If you have something joyful to share, please do. I wish to share in your happiness. Kong Fong rolled her eyes and asked, what do you think of Chen Shu? Xia Wanting replied, Uncle Chen? He is wealthy, charming, and vigorous, not at all like a 60-year-old man. Yet he possesses a profound understanding of life. It's not all about the money. I find myself somewhat attracted to this old man. Kong Fong chuckled softly. I too find him rather intriguing. Xia Wanting responded with wide eyes. Though Chen Shu did not catch any fish that night, he certainly reeled in something else. Chapter 47. The focus is on comfort. The following morning, Kong Fong took leave from her property management job and drove to the district court's civil division. Since meeting Chen Shu, Xia Wanting had become rather idle, neglecting her work to spend her days gaming and watching videos. Recently, she had even purchased a computer to pursue a career as a gaming streamer. Seeing Kong Fong involved in a lawsuit, she decided to join the fray. The courts in whose city were bustling with activity. Arriving by 9, several hearings were already in progress, one of which was also a divorce case. With the parties embroiled in a heated dispute, seizing the opportunity before their own hearing began, the two sneaked to the courtroom entrance to eavesdrop. It turned out the man had taken multiple mistresses, spending over 20 million on them. Consequently, the woman was determined to divorce him and reclaim her money. However, the man was staunchly opposed to the divorce. The evidence against him included the fact that the woman had also been involved with a fitness instructor. Complete with video footage presented in court, Kong Fong and Xia Wanting were both naive in matters of the heart, entirely unprepared for such explosive circumstances. They could hardly fathom why, despite everything, the man remained unwilling to finalize his divorce. In the end, to their astonishment, a reconciliation ensued, leaving everyone in a state of joy. Both Kong Fong and Xia Wanting felt a sense of bewilderment. Xia Wanting, in utter disbelief, exclaimed, "What on earth have I just heard? This is a plot twist beyond anything I've encountered in the short stories I've read. It's far more dramatic than those cliched narratives." Kong Fong, equally perplexed, casually remarked, "Thank goodness Uncle Chen is divorced." Xia Wanting paused, mistakenly believing Kong Fong was referring to her own situation, and nodded in agreement. Had he not divorced, the substantial monthly allowance of 150,000 might have been seized. Kong Fong regarded Xia Wanting with a frown, entirely oblivious to the implications of her words. What was wrong with her? Perhaps it was the onset of her period, leading her to indulge in fanciful thoughts. At that moment, the judicial assistant summoned them to prepare for the hearing. On the side of Yi Mei, the attendees were quite numerous. Yi Mei, Yi Jinkai, Du Chunyi, and their 2 children had all arrived, presumably hoping that Yi Jinkai's children would evoke a sense of familial responsibility from Chen Shu. However, they were unaware that Chen Shu had not shown up at all. Yi Mei inquired, "Where is Chen Shu?" Kong Fong, seated in the defendant's chair, replied, "Mr. Chen has entrusted me to represent him in court. I have submitted the relevant authorization to the judge, and you may request to view it." Yi Mei was momentarily taken aback and scoffed. "He must be too ashamed to face our family of orphans and widows." Xia Wanting retorted, "Nonsense. What familial ties does my Uncle Chen have with your family?" The presiding judge found himself in a quandary. Having anticipated a quieter session in the absence of the principal party, only to discover that none of those present were meek. Even the women seated in the gallery were formidable. The documents provided by the plaintiffs indicated yet another financial entanglement. Once the court proceedings commenced, Kong Fong, seated at the attorney's bench, neatly tied her hair into a high ponytail, exuding an air of professionalism. She had once aspired to be a competent lawyer, but due to the lasciviousness of her previous law firm as owner, she had shifted to a property management role. Today, the woman nicknamed Confucius was poised to command the courtroom. In a mere 20 minutes, Kong Fong gained control of the proceedings. "Our representative has devoted 20 years to this second marriage, which, admittedly, is not deeply rooted in affection. During that time, there were no intentions of having children. Yet she assisted her stepson with his down payment and continued to pay off the mortgage. Furthermore, prior to the divorce, Mr. Chen had prepared an 80,000 yuan wedding gift for his grandson, which was squandered by the stepson on stock trading. What right do they have to claim a share of Mr. Chen's assets post-divorce?" The opposing counsel was left speechless. They were unable to produce evidence of Chen Shu concealing marital assets, relying instead on emotional appeals to sway the judge. However, with Kong Fong presenting such compelling arguments, their emotional leverage was rendered ineffective. The judge himself felt sympathy for the elderly gentleman. While a clean break might be expected, to have his post-divorce wealth divided was quite unjust. Yi Mei, seated at the plaintiff's table, declared, "What does that mean? Have I wasted 20 years of my life marrying him?" She turned to the female judge, "You understand what marriage represents. Even if this money was acquired post-marriage, does that not entitle us to a share? He has amassed a fortune of 100 million. What harm would it do to allocate 500,000 to us?" The female judge felt increasingly uncomfortable. This elderly woman was blatantly disregarding the law. Emotional claims might hold weight, but to demand them so forcefully was unjustifiable. Even if her argument were morally sound, the law had its boundaries. Incensed by Yi Mei's assertions, Kong Fong retorted, "We must file a counterclaim. Post-divorce, neither party has made reasonable provisions for the distribution of marital property. My client's 80,000 yuan, along with her continued contributions towards the stepson's mortgage, constitute unconditional sacrifices that rightfully belong to her. In light of the divorce, this portion of the assets must be equitably divided. Therefore, we seek 40,000 yuan in addition to the total contributions of 90,000 yuan for the mortgage assistance provided over the past 20 years. The 3 individuals opposite her were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Why were they being asked to part with their money? The judge, sensing the gravity of the situation, recognized that this young female attorney was far more formidable than he had anticipated. With a swift motion, she demanded that the opposing party relinquish what they had received. Moreover, her proposals were entirely reasonable. The legal definitions of premarital and postmarital property were distinct, and since they had initiated such a claim with legal backing, he found himself unable to refuse. "Please hold on. We will take a recess while I confer with my colleagues." A few hours earlier, Chen Shu had merely received a voice message from Kong Fong informing him that the hearing had commenced. He was unaware of the specifics, but felt that as long as he could protect his current assets, he would be content. Whether he could compel the other party to relinquish some of their claims was of little concern to him. He did not particularly need that amount of money. He had not anticipated that Kong Fong would be so ruthless. Upon receiving another call, Kong Fong informed him, "It's settled. We could have applied for at least 300,000, but considering your current wealth, the maximum we might secure is 30,000. The opposing party is reluctant to comply at the moment, but the court will find a way. Chen Shu chuckled. You really think we can secure 30,000? That sounds good. Thank you, Kong. In truth, he had no intention of pursuing that sum. In reality, 30,000 was a mere pittance. He had invested far more in that family. Nevertheless, it was encouraging news, despite the fact that this would barely cover Kong Fong's legal fees. Chen Shu sought nothing more than peace of mind, as he was indeed not lacking in finances. He imagined the expressions on Yi Mei and her associates would be far from pleasant now. No payout, and they would owe 30,000. Chapter 48. All rise in respect. The day after returning to Nanxing County, Chen Shu found himself at a loss for how to occupy his time. Activities in the small county were rather limited. Meanwhile, Chu Hong, a girl from the Central Plains, was fascinated by the small hills and expansive woods that the residents of Nanxing County often dismissed. Thus, the two spent the entire morning exploring the small forest. It was summer, and while they could not dig for bamboo shoots, they contented themselves with wandering through the bamboo groves and stealing a few apricots to eat. Chen Pingping had originally planned to take leave just 2 days before the wedding. However, due to Chen Shu's unexpected visit, the wedding venue had changed, requiring a complete reorganization, especially in terms of notifying the wedding procession and planning the route for the ceremony. That evening, Wang Tao's parents returned home. Both were migrant workers, and their son's wedding brought them great joy. On their way back, they learned that Chen Pingping's grandfather had purchased a new wedding house, which made them feel a bit apprehensive. Their relationship with the family was generally good, but they were unable to contribute much to their grandson's wedding due to their own financial constraints. Otherwise, they would not have allowed Chen Wen to marry and have their child take her surname. In their relatively conservative town, this was considered quite a deviation from tradition. This could be considered the subtle barrier that exists between them. Fortunately, Wang Tao has 2 uncles, both of whom have sons and grandsons, alleviating some of the pressure on Wang Tao's father. Initially, there was a hint of resentment towards his daughter-in-law. This time, upon returning home, they even discussed the possibility of changing the children's surnames. Who could have anticipated that Chen Pingping's grandfather would orchestrate such a move? Purchasing a house outright in the affluent villa district of the county, this left them somewhat at a loss for words. The working class increasingly understands the paramount importance of money. The key issue arose that evening when Wang Tao's father had to face Chen Shu, as they were to attend a banquet at a hotel to taste the dishes. Though termed a tasting, it was essentially a gathering of the male relatives from the groom's side to prepare for the wedding process and assess the banquet arrangements, among other tedious matters. Naturally, Wang Tao's father was expected to attend, while Chen Shu's presence was not strictly necessary, given the substantial contributions he had made. Failing to invite him would have been a slight to the villa. This left Wang Tao's father, Wang Zhongwang, feeling rather apprehensive. Chen Shu, upon receiving the invitation, found it difficult to decline. Sometimes, one cannot refuse certain social obligations. However, he was quite adept at navigating such situations. That evening, Chen Shu donned a casual outfit from Fantasy, prepared by Chu Hong, and adorned a new Rolex watch. The flashy green submariner was too ostentatious, leading Chen Pingping to seize it for herself. Chen Shu was indifferent. After all, the young man was getting married, and gifting him an expensive watch to impress was hardly an issue. He was not lacking in funds. Once dressed, Chen Pingping drove them in a luxurious G-Class to the hotel. On the way, Chen Shu remarked, "This car is mine. Your vehicle is still en route. When you have time, come with me to pick it up. That will be your wedding car." Chen Pingping was elated. "Grandfather, what car?" "A Maybach," Chen Shu replied. Chen Pingping shuddered with disbelief. How could an ordinary person, working as a photographer in a small county, dare to imagine driving a Maybach to pick up his bride? For him, living in a small villa was already the pinnacle of his dreams. The thought of a Maybach was inconceivable. Chen Shu chuckled. Lack of experience. Drive carefully. He escorted his grandfather to the hotel, which was considered one of the better establishments in Nanxing County. Typically, families would hire chefs to prepare the wedding banquet at home. But given the limited space in the small county, a hotel was the most suitable option. The hotel had a hall convenient for the couple to host their wedding, aligning with the current trend in wedding processes. Upon entering the hotel, they proceeded to a private room where Chen Shu noticed a considerable number of attendees had already arrived, including Chen Pingping's 2 uncles and grandfather, along with a few unfamiliar faces. Chen Shu was the sole representative from Chen Pingping's maternal side, as Chen Shu had only one daughter, Chen Wen. Before Chen Shu's arrival, Wang Tao had informed the attendees that the wedding house would be converted into a villa, purchased by Chen Shu for 3 million. Thus, when Chen Shu appeared at the door, everyone rose in respect. In his 60 years of life, Chen Shu had attended numerous banquets, but never had he been afforded such reverence. The respect was not directed at him personally, but rather at the villa he had purchased for his grandson. Wang Tao's father, Chen Pingping's grandfather, Wang Zhongwang, approached and shook Chen Shu's hand, exclaiming, "Brother, it's been years since we last met, and you look younger than ever. Your hair is still so dark. I truly envy you." Wang Zhongwang spoke the truth. He was merely 3 years older than Chen Shu, yet appeared to be in his 70s. Chen Shu replied with a smile, "Not at all, my brother. You have 3 sons to worry about, which certainly makes you look more mature than I." Wang Zhongwang ushered Chen Shu to the seat of honor, a position that was rightfully his, regardless of his status as Chen Wen's father. It was imperative to acknowledge the significance of the villa he had purchased. Moreover, had it not been for Chen Shu's intervention, Wang Tao's injured wrist would have been irreparable. If he did not take his place, no one else would dare to sit. This was Chen Shu's first time occupying the seat of honor at a banquet. However, if he did not sit, none would have the audacity to take their seats, standing rigidly like subordinates, grinning awkwardly. Previously, Chen Pingping's 2 uncles had regarded Chen Shu with disdain, partly due to the surname issue, and had looked down upon Wang Tao. However, Wang Tao now resided in a luxurious home, enjoying a better life than they, gaining face in front of relatives and friends. In that light, the issue of surnames seemed less significant. Come, let us all sit down. Brother, you take your seat. We are all family here. No need for such formality. Chen Shu urged, prompting others to finally take their seats. The feeling of being respected was indeed quite gratifying. The evening proceeded with the customary serving of dishes and pouring of drinks. Naturally, Chen Shu was the first to be toasted, regardless of who wished to speak. They were required to first raise a glass to Chen Shu. Fortunately, being in his 40s, Chen Shu was still in his prime. Otherwise, he would have struggled to handle the copious amounts of liquor being consumed. After several rounds of drinks, Wang Zhongwang inquired, "Brother, how do you find the dishes tonight?" Chen Shu was aware that this banquet might only cost around 1,000 yuan. However, with fish and shrimp present and the flavors decent, to express dissatisfaction would be disrespectful to the Wang family, especially since they were footing the bill. Chen Shu chose to be gracious. "Quite good, brother. The banquet is nice. However, this liquor is a bit unaccustomed for me. You see, I have a friend with a source for Matai and Wazong. I'll arrange for 100 bottles of Matai and 100 packs of Wazong. The price is reasonable, so no need to worry. This is simply my gesture as a grandfather." Wang Zhongwang was taken aback. "Oh, brother, how can I accept this? You've already covered the wedding house. It feels improper to ask you for more." Chen Shu, bolstered by drink, feigned seriousness. "Brother, he is your own grandson, not just my grandson. It is only fitting for me to spend a little on his wedding." "What? Am I the sort to spend money on women?" "Of course not. Brother, you are not," Wang Zhongwang hastily assured him. Chen Shu slammed the table. "Then it's settled. Let us switch all the liquor to Matai and all the cigarettes to Wazong." Ultimately, Wang Zhongwang acquiesced to Chen Shu's suggestion. After all, he wouldn't have to bear the cost himself, and since Chen Shu had such connections, it was a fortunate arrangement. With the banquet featuring only Matai and Wazong, Wang Zhongwang would also gain face as a grandfather. Although the banquet itself may not have been extravagant, such a pairing was rare in Nanjing County, reminiscent only of the last banquet hosted by the richest man in the county. These expenses would likely amount to over 300,000 yuan, while their own banquet, with 50 tables, only cost around 60,000 yuan. The disparity was stark. However, given that their family was not as affluent as Chen Shu's, and considering the respect Chen Shu had shown the Wang family by not upgrading the banquet, he felt that spending a little to enhance the dining experience for the young couple's relatives and friends would have been acceptable. After all, this was his grandson. With the same surname, the distinction between relatives and one's own grandson is negligible. Marrying for the sake of reputation is hardly a fault. After this matter was settled, Wang Zhongwang indulged in alcohol until he became quite inebriated. Meanwhile, Chen Pingping's second uncle, Wang Hai, was responsible for overseeing the entire wedding process. He stated, "I've arranged for the wedding car. It will be driven by a friend of mine who is in business, a BMW X7. Chen Pingping responded, "Actually, uncle, my grandfather has also arranged a wedding car for me. He has secured a Maybach, which I can pick up from the logistics park tomorrow." Wang Hai exclaimed, "What? A Maybach?" His son interjected, "Dad, that's a brand from Mercedes-Benz, a luxury car worth at least several million." Wang Hai then produced a cigarette and offered it to Chen Shu, lighting it personally. "Uncle Chen, I may have previously mentioned the idea of Pingping and unchanging their surnames. At that time, I was rather naive. Now, I believe that in this modern society, surnames hold little significance, wouldn't you agree?" Chen Shu nodded, acknowledging Wang Hai, the second son of the Wang family. "I had sensed you were no ordinary person. Your son is quite remarkable as well." Wang Hai continued, "In a month or two, my son will also be getting married. Would it be possible to use your Maybach?" Chen Shu replied, "That car is intended for Chen Pingping. Let her and her brother discuss it." Wang Hai felt reassured. After all, Chen Pingping was quite honest and held great respect for her uncle. Moreover, the The bond between the two family sons was strong, often spending their evenings together playing online and billiards. With his son's wedding car arranged, Wang Hai pressed on, "By the way, what business is Chen Shu involved in lately? Could you perhaps guide my son? He spends all day gaming and barely earns anything fixing cars." It became evident that Wang Hai had ulterior motives. Chen Shu pondered this request. It was quite reasonable. After all, if a relative suddenly struck it rich, they would surely recall the wisdom of their ancestors. In poverty, no one asks for you. In wealth, distant relatives come to seek you. It was inevitable that someone would come knocking for jobs or connections. However, Chen Shu reflected, "My granddaughter and daughter work at a photography studio and supermarket. Neither has a decent job. How could I prioritize your son?" Yet, this did remind Chen Shu of an important consideration. Indeed, he now possessed some capital and could explore business opportunities back home. After all, it was disheartening to see his daughter and granddaughter endure the daily grind in inclement weather. In a small southern town where dragon boat racing was a tradition during the Dragon Boat Festival, the sense of clan loyalty was profound. Most businesses were structured around extensive family networks, resembling family enterprises. When one flourished, all flourished, alleviating concerns about outsiders' lack of commitment. Wang Hai evidently harbored such intentions. With impoverished relatives surrounding him, the emergence of a reliable benefactor was an opportunity he could not overlook. Purchasing villas, driving luxury cars, and securing a wedding car worth millions for his granddaughter, along with spending over 300,000 on wedding festivities, his worth was certainly in the tens of millions, if not more. Who would not wish to align themselves with such a formidable ally? The others at the table did not perceive any issue with Wang Hai's demeanor. In fact, they envied his boldness, regretting that they had not spoken up sooner. Chen Shu remarked, "I merely dabble in the stock market. It requires some luck. And I am not in a position to mentor anyone. If an opportunity arises, I will certainly consider my relatives back home." Wang Hai immediately stood to toast. "Then we shall await Uncle Chen's good news." Although words spoken at the dining table often lacked credibility, sometimes a single phrase could provide solace. This declaration ignited Chen Shu's ambition to establish a family business. He now understood why, in the fantastical novels he had read, the patriarchs of sects would willingly sacrifice a portion of their lifespans for the sake of their exceptional disciples. Reality mirrored such sentiments. At 60 years old, and with a body that felt as if it belonged to a 40-year-old, how many more years could he expect to live? Approaching the age of 60, he would inevitably face health issues, such as heart disease. With a desire to live without regrets, he realized that beyond his own aspirations, he bore a responsibility toward the younger generation. Finding suitable, less strenuous jobs for his daughter and granddaughter would allow him to enjoy life with greater peace of mind. Moreover, it was not solely about his own children. Chen Shu had two elder brothers. Their father had raised 3 sons, with Chen Shu being the youngest. Often left with the remnants of meals, this sense of guilt and regret was something he felt compelled to address. However, what would be deemed appropriate? This question left Chen Shu in a state of contemplation. Throughout his life, from the age of 20 to 55, he had been immersed in the world of journalism, primarily engaging with newspapers and literature. He truly lacked experience in business and entrepreneurship and had no concrete ideas. Just then, the conversation at the table shifted to a more casual tone, as the men prepared to boast and exaggerate. It was during this exchange that someone brought up the topic of the abandoned buildings on the western side of the city. They lamented the current dire economic climate, noting that the developers of that area had gone bankrupt, leaving behind a plot of land originally valued at $1 billion, which had been auctioned off 3 times and was now set for a 4th auction starting at $30 million. A relative employed by the government remarked that the authorities were in disarray and desperately wished to auction off the abandoned buildings to find new developers. Otherwise, the presence of these unfinished structures would not only affect the finances, but also hinder sales in nearby neighborhoods. Who would want to buy property next to a half-finished project? Given the already poor economic conditions, the government was also tightening regulations on abandoned buildings, which affected their political standing. Officials were scurrying about, seeking developers, but no one was willing to take the risk. Wang Zhongwang, with a cigarette in his mouth and a dazed expression, commented, "Actually, if that land could be acquired for $30 million, the initial investment wouldn't be substantial. However, developers are currently constrained by regulations. Those without funds cannot secure loans, and those with funds are uninterested, leaving the land in limbo." Wang Tao remarked, "Dad, your insight is commendable. Even if property prices were halved, any developer taking over would still turn a profit. The issue lies with outside developers' reluctance to engage." The conversation continued with grandiose claims. "If I had a fortune, I would undoubtedly seize that abandoned land and transform it into the finest buildings in the county." This notion sparked an idea in Chen Shu's mind. $30 million for a plot of land. Was there potential there? The following day, after awakening, Chen Shu reflected on the previous evening's discussions and found himself somewhat intrigued. After getting out of bed, he took Chu Hong with him to a liquor store, ordering 100 bottles of Mount Hai and 100 packs of Huazi cigarettes. The store owner was taken aback. "May I ask, who is this for?" he inquired curiously. Chen Shu responded, "It's for my child's wedding." The liquor store owner, recognizing that Chen Shu was no ordinary man, dressed in luxury brands and accompanied by a significantly younger woman, was curious about the presence of such a distinguished elder in their small town. He offered a cigarette, attempting to establish a rapport. Chen Shu, however, did not hesitate to accept it, lighting it before swiftly paying the full amount via his phone, a total of 340,000. Such substantial expenditures, particularly on liquor and tobacco, often invite the possibility of deceit, especially in smaller locales where deposits are typically required up front. Yet, Chen Shu held such practices in contempt. At a price exceeding 300,000, should the proprietor choose to defraud, he would likely find himself imprisoned for life, subsisting on free meals. The owner, having never encountered such extravagant clientele, displayed an even more fervent eagerness. While the owner's wife went to the warehouse to check inventory, the two engaged in casual conversation. Chen Shu began inquiring about the abandoned building project. "Boss, this is common knowledge in the county. The developer ran out of funds and halted construction. I heard recently that workers were threatening to jump from the building due to unpaid wages, but thankfully, that was resolved in the end. It's a delicate matter. But the land was initially acquired by the developer for 100 million. Now it's been auctioned off for 30 million, which still holds potential. I'm merely a small-time player, the owner of a liquor store. I lack the means to secure a 30 million loan from the bank. If I had such resources, I would simply acquire the land and become a property magnate myself. Who would sell liquor then?" The owner was quite candid. Chen Shu, however, was prepared to spend over 300,000 on cigarettes and alcohol. To deceive such a wealthy individual would be tantamount to tarnishing one's reputation. Pondering while smoking, the owner was taken aback. Did this man intend to procure that parcel of land? It seemed unlikely. Given the current economic climate, who could possibly muster such a sum? Before long, the owner's wife returned from the warehouse. "Dear, we're short on liquor and cigarettes." The owner, fearing Chen Shu might leave in haste, replied, "Rest assured, I can source supplies from other liquor store owners. I guarantee that your esteemed son's wedding will have the drinks delivered to the hotel the day before." Chen Shu responded, "I would appreciate that. Remember to ensure authenticity and timeliness." "Understood. Take care, boss." In the car, Chu Hong inquired, "Uncle Chen, do you intend to acquire that piece of land?" Chen Shu replied, "Indeed, though I'm reluctant, I wish to leave some assets for Chen Wan, Chen Pingping, and a few of my nieces and nephews back home. This real estate project is truly the most suitable, given her profession in real estate." Chu Hong had a discerning eye and remarked, "That area is actually quite well located. It could potentially accommodate 8 buildings, and densely packed, even 10, yielding at least 400 units. Based on local property prices, that could easily be valued at 500 million. Acquiring the land and constructing would pose challenges. Yet local construction companies could manage that, with costs likely not exceeding 100 million. The legalities, however, necessitate professional assistance." Chen Shu mused, "In terms of legal matters, I believe Xiao Kong would suffice. Kong Fong is rather competent." The two then took a stroll around the abandoned buildings, discovering that some souls still resided on the construction site, guarding the premises. A frail, white-haired elder in his 70s resided in a dilapidated shed, its roof cobbled together from discarded wooden planks. A simple wooden bed adorned with worn bedding lay within. Upon noticing Chen Shu and Chu Hong, the elder admonished, "You too. This site is off limits. It's perilous. Please leave at once." Chen Shu, unwavering, replied, "Brother, I merely came to take a look. Didn't they say this construction was abandoned? Why are you still here?" The elder cautiously accepted a cigarette, licking his parched lips as he said, "The owner of the trench owes me a year's wages. I'm just waiting to collect." Chen Shu thought, this is the plight of the working class. Surveying the site, Chen Shu observed that the foundation was mostly laid, with some buildings already rising 2 to 3 stories, totaling 9 structures, neither more nor less. The elder, noticing Chen Shu's distinguished demeanor, dared not inquire about his purpose, instead furtively puffing on his cigarette while trailing behind. Chen Shu, having formulated a plan, assured the elder, "If all goes well, you should receive your wages shortly." The elder was left bewildered. Could this man be the owner of the construction site? Yet, he didn't appear so, though his car was indeed luxurious. Once back in the car, Chu Hong curiously asked, "Have you decided to proceed with the acquisition?" Chen Shu nodded. "Indeed, 30 million is not excessive, and while subsequent investments are uncertain, I can manage. My bank account currently holds nearly 300 million in liquid assets. Even without a loan, I could effortlessly secure this construction site. However, such a significant project undoubtedly entails a lengthy process. With no other pressing matters, Chen Shu took Chu Hong to the housing authority to inquire about the procedures. The grassroots staff, perceiving Chen Shu's affluent presence and luxury vehicle, treated him with utmost diligence. Upon learning of his intention to participate in the auction for the abandoned buildings, their eagerness heightened. After all, once that residential project was completed, the tax revenue from deed taxes, coupled with maintenance funds, would significantly benefit the county's finances. Moreover, with only 2 days remaining until the land entered the fourth auction phase, no real estate development companies had registered thus far. With the rare appearance of a potential benefactor, they were keen not to let this opportunity slip away. Hello, Mr. Chen. To participate in the auction, you'll need to verify your funds. Is that convenient for you? The staff inquired. Chen Shu replied, certainly, I'm always prepared. What is the verification process? Engaging in business with the state necessitated such measures. The staff indicated they would need to check Chen Shu's financial status. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone to show his bank balance. Millions. Billions. The staff member nearly dropped their phone in shock. As a small-town civil servant, they had encountered billionaires before. But seeing such vast sums casually resting in a bank account without collateral or fixed assets was a first. Is this a wealthy benefactor from a big city? They wondered. That will suffice, sir. We can now register your information, contact details, and company information. Someone will reach out to you about the auction in 2 days. Chen Shu was taken aback. What? A company? Oh, I forgot. My company hasn't been established yet. The staff member was dumbfounded, thinking, sir, are you jesting? How can you participate in an auction without a company? Can individuals even purchase land? They were so focused on verifying funds that they overlooked inquiring about the man's company. Chapter 51. Lawyer Kong takes on the Tycoon. The staff had never encountered someone like him. If he were an ordinary individual, security would have expelled him long ago. Yet, this man's bank account housed over 2 billion, a sum too substantial to dismiss. While he appeared to be here on a whim, he was undoubtedly a significant benefactor. And the county's civil servants' bonuses this year might very well hinge on this benefactor's actions. Very well, sir. Please register your information. While the procedure typically requires a company name, it is possible to purchase the land in your name and subsequently collaborate with a construction company possessing the requisite qualifications. These are mere formalities. However, should you wish to register, a deposit of 1 million is required. Is that acceptable? The staff member cautiously suggested. They were acutely aware of the turmoil surrounding the abandoned buildings, with officials at every level scrambling to locate the developer. Yet the developer was hardly in a position to spare any funds. Even with wealth, attention is diverted towards the development of valuable urban land, rendering the small plots within the county town unappealing. Even the head of the housing authority struggles to make an impact here. This derelict building stands as a thorn in the side of Nanjing County, an eyesore that not only offends the aesthetic sense, but also inflicts discomfort, especially with the impending auction. To date, no company has submitted a bid, and the director has stated that whoever identifies participants for the auction will be rewarded. With this year's bonuses and next year's evaluations looking promising, the initiative to mobilize all civil servants for the betterment of their homeland is evident, and the staff are naturally keen to seize the opportunity. While procedures are indeed crucial, they are secondary to the larger picture. Chen Shu pondered, feeling untroubled. He was well prepared. Acquiring this land would be advantageous regardless of its eventual use. Even if the properties ultimately failed to sell, it would still serve as a decent residence for his family. With a click, 1 million was swiftly transferred to the regulatory account. Mr. Chen, my surname is Zhang. You may call me Xiao Zhang. Rest assured, this million can be refunded if you do not attend, but it would be best if you could come, Xiao Zhang said politely. Chen Shu replied, my grandson's wedding is in 2 days. What time exactly? Xiao Zhang responded, at 10 in the morning. Reflecting on his schedule, Chen Shu realized he had no other commitments aside from the wedding. Thus he could participate in the auction. The land had a starting price of 30 million. And should there be competition, he could easily opt out. However, based on Xiao Zhang's information, the last auction starting price was indeed 30 million, which had failed to attract bidders twice, suggesting that competition was unlikely. After Chen Shu departed, Xiao Zhang promptly reported to the director. Director Wang, I bring you good news. At that moment, Director Wang was preoccupied with a meeting, overwhelmed. What good news? Xiao Zhang replied. Someone has registered to bid on the land north of the Shifang Development Road. The ID shows they are local, Chen Shu, a resident of Qinjia Village, 60 years old. Director Wang furrowed his brow. I haven't heard of this person. Is he reliable? Has the deposit been paid? Having risen through the ranks within the county, Director Wang possessed exceptional professional acumen and a remarkable memory for names and faces, casting doubt on this individual's credibility. Xiao Zhang confirmed, the deposit has been paid. And I verified his finances. His bank account holds nearly 300 million. Director Wang's interest was piqued. A person with 300 million in their account was certainly not common. Curiosity struck him. When did Nanjing County produce an individual who could rival the wealthiest in the county? He had never heard of this person before. Xiaozhang. Conduct a thorough investigation. Inquire at the bank about the source of his funds to ensure safety, Director Wang advised cautiously. He decided it best not to inform County Chief Liu about the derelict building just yet, lest the matter fall through and leave the chief disappointed. Meanwhile, Chen Shu drove around the western area of the city, suddenly feeling a surge of confidence. The thought of erecting towering buildings on this land satisfied his ambition. At times, it isn't solely women who evoke a man's desire for conquest. Achievements in one's career can do so as well. Ding! The host's career has taken its first steps, igniting a sense of grandeur and courage to forge ahead, with clear paths ahead. Reward, 100,000,000 yuan. This was the most zeros Chen Shu had ever encountered since activating the system. The figures were beyond anything he had seen before. He chuckled. Is this the life game system? Whatever ambitions you pursue, it rewards you handsomely. A full 100 million. This land is indeed secured. Noticing the smile on Chen Shu's face, Chu Hong remarked, Uncle Chen, you seem quite pleased. Chen Shu replied, Indeed, I recalled something joyous. Meanwhile, at the housing authority, Xiaozhang received astonishing news regarding Chen Shu's finances. 100 million had been transferred from the Swiss International Bank. What did this signify? It indicated Chen Shu was determined to acquire this land, preemptively mobilizing funds for the auction. This was a true wealthy individual. Chen Shu began calling Kong Fong, Xiao Kong. Are you free? At that moment, Kong Fong was busy organizing documents at the property management office. She joked, What is up, Uncle Chen? Are you perhaps facing a divorce case? Chen Shu replied, I'm not in the habit of divorcing daily. I've spotted a plot of land back home, with some unfinished buildings, which is now undergoing auction procedures. If everything goes smoothly, I should be able to acquire it. I mainly need your assistance with the legal processes and company registration. As an old man, I'm not too savvy in these matters, so I require your expertise. Lawyer Kong. Kong Fong laughed. Old Chen, have you noticed? Ever since your divorce, you've become less dull. You never joked with me during work before. Chen Shu thought to himself, things are different now. Previously, I was your subordinate, two people from different social strata. What about now? They both failed to notice that Kong Fong had stopped calling him Uncle Chun and now referred to him simply as Old Chun, indicating a closer relationship. This term was imbued with familiarity. Chen Shu exuded the charm of an older man at every moment. Kong Fong continued, All right, I'll handle this matter for you. I'm familiar with the company registration process, but it won't come cheap. Chen Shu chuckled, Manager Kong, have you forgotten? I'm not short on money these days. Kong Fong replied, Then I'll continue to take advantage of you. Chapter 52. The 60-year-old Shura Field. While Chen Shu flourished, his ex-wife's family faced misfortune. They had previously dreamt of a 50 million division, but now a judgment had been rendered, and instead, they owed money to Chen Shu. Confusion enveloped them as they struggled to comprehend why the judge was so biased. With Chen Shu's net worth at 1 billion, why were they required to pay him? It seemed utterly unjust. Yi Jinkai felt numb. He had anticipated reaping benefits from his stepfather, only to find himself losing what he thought was guaranteed. For days, he muttered to himself, We shouldn't have divorced. We shouldn't have divorced. He believed that had his mother not divorced Chen Shu, the wealth would have materialized during their marriage. Du Chunyi felt similarly. Her former husband was truly despicable, revealing his tremendous earning potential only after their separation. She wandered through her workplace in a daze, envious of her colleagues flaunting fashionable luxuries and traveling far and wide during holidays. Meanwhile, she was left with a worn-out watch, merely a discounted item. In her mind, she often recalled the woman she had encountered the day she met Chen Shu, dressed in luxury, of a similar age. She seemed to effortlessly enjoy the life Du Chunyi yearned for, while Du Chunyi toiled away. Life, at times, offers numerous injustices that stir resentment. Sigh. How much better it would have been had they not divorced. Yimei felt the same way. Her sentiments were primarily one of resentment. No way. This matter is far from over. Yimei summoned her son. Isn't Chen Shu's grandson getting married in a couple of days? Yi Jinkai nodded yes. Chenanan posted about it on social media yesterday. Indeed, her brother is getting married soon. Yimei declared, We shall cause a scene at the wedding. I want all his relatives and friends to know what kind of person Chen Shu truly is, abandoning his wife and children, pursuing a mistress, maintaining an affair. He is not as honest as he appears. Yi Jinkai, being a working man in the city, wished to maintain some semblance of dignity. Mom. Do we really need to stir trouble at someone else's wedding? Isn't that akin to a shrew causing a ruckus? It's utterly embarrassing. Yimei retorted. Just let it go? Over 50 million. And you think we can simply overlook it? Why else would Chen Shu hire a lawyer? He is counting on your cowardice. You may let it slide, but I shall not. If he can offer a few million, Then so be it. This matter must not be dismissed. Du Chunyi chimed in. Indeed, with such substantial assets at stake, we cannot simply acquiesce. We must strive for our rightful share. Yi Jinkai found himself ensnared by the two most significant women in his life, unable to escape. Of course, if given the chance, many would pursue 50 million without a second thought. For the sake of money, shameless acts abound. What use is face? Money is paramount. The trio conspired to disrupt the wedding day. As long as Chen Shu had any sense of pride, they would likely receive some benefit, if not 50 million. Then at least 10 million. If not that, then several 100,000. At the very least, they could not expect him to part with another 300,000. Unbeknownst to Chen Shu, Yi Mei and the others were planning to create a scene at Chen Pingping's wedding. The family had been preoccupied with the wedding preparations in recent days. Chen Pingping's girlfriend, Fang Xian, had also been exceedingly cooperative. According to Chen Pingping, his girlfriend's family had previously looked down on his meager salary, a maximum of 3,500 a month, deeming him lacking in prospects. However, since Chen Shu's return, such sentiments had vanished. On the eve of the wedding, Chen Shu accompanied Chen Pingping to the logistics park to pick up a vehicle, a second-hand Maybach with less than 200 kilometers on the odometer. The moment the two-tone Maybach appeared before the family, the manifestation of hard work became tangible. Chen Pingping exclaimed, "This is the goal I have strived for my entire life." Chen Shu, smoking beside him, chuckled inwardly, for he doubted that a lifetime of toil would ever afford him such a luxury. While striving is commendable, the chasm between social classes cannot be bridged merely by effort. Yet, as long as Chen Pingping remains focused on his aspirations, that is indeed a positive sign. Chen Shu felt comfortable allowing him to drive the car, as it was registered in his name, merely a means for Chen Pingping to flaunt. This lad was honest and would not engage in any dubious antics. Combined with Chen Wen's guidance and the recent joys of marriage, he was set to save her life. At times, Chen Shu envied Chen Pingping for having such a wealthy grandfather. After collecting the vehicle, Chen Pingping eagerly practiced the route for the wedding procession with a few friends, as rehearsals were essential for an event as intricately structured as a wedding. Meanwhile, Chen Shu enjoyed a leisurely pace, heading to the highway entrance to pick up Kong Fong and Xia Wanting, which did cause him some concern. Xia Wanting was quite vivacious, while Chu Hong was more refined and understanding. If these two were to meet, what might ensue? Chen Shu had never encountered such a chaotic scene in his youth. And now, at 60, he found himself at the center of it. If they were to clash, how would he respond? Would Kong Fong offer assistance? Thus, he decided against having Kong Fong drive directly to the villa. If a confrontation were to arise, he could not afford to lose face at his age. It was preferable to resolve matters at the highway entrance. What Chen Shu did not anticipate was that when Kong Fong arrived driving Xia Wanting, Chu Hong would immediately recognize her. "You're the one who bought the car with Uncle Chen, aren't you?" Chen Shu broke into a cold sweat. This was bad. Xia Wanting, oblivious, replied, "Yes, I know Uncle Chen even bought a car for my sister. It must be beautiful and perfect for her. Don't worry, sister, I'm a wildflower. Too free-spirited to be a family flower." Chu Hong, unfazed, recognized that there was no animosity between them, having dined together previously. However, she was taken aback by Xia Wanting's bluntness. Was it really that straightforward? Chu Hong found herself admiring this seemingly younger woman. How refreshingly candid. Yet, in truth, Xia Wanting was more astute than Chu Hong in such matters. A hedonist at heart, she cared only for her own happiness, indifferent to external judgments. Hence, there was no competitive tension between them. Of course, Chen Shu's previous declaration that he would never marry played a significant role. Neither woman harbored any notions of rivalry. The anticipated tumult was absent, as both women were far from naive and had seen enough of the world to understand that competition over trivialities was pointless. They were more concerned with their own gains. Chen Shu exhaled in relief. "I know of a night market in the county that Uncle Chen dislikes. Shall we three go together?" Chu Hong proposed. "That sounds splendid." Xia Wanting agreed enthusiastically, with Kong Fong expressing interest as well. Women rarely resist the allure of night market delicacies. Thus, the three women departed, leaving Chen Shu behind, who watched them go with a frown, feeling somewhat extraneous. Fortunately, an hour later, the trio returned to the villa. Chen Wen, Wang Tao, Chen Pingping, and the others were left dumbfounded. Why did all of Chen Shu's acquaintances seem to be women in their 30s? Thankfully, they soon learned that Kong Fong was Chen Shu's superior and that Xia Wanting was a friend accompanying her to the wedding, which alleviated their concerns. Chen Wen, while puzzled by Chu Hong's relationship with her father, felt positively about Kong Fong and Xia Wanting. She mused that although her father appeared significantly younger than before, it was hard to believe he could attract so many women. What was there to like about a 60-year-old man? Aside from wealth, there seemed little else to commend him. With Chen Wen's outlook, she would never consider that money was the most compelling advantage. The three women settled into the hotel. Although the villa was spacious, the impending wedding had drawn many relatives from Wang Tao's family, creating a lively yet chaotic atmosphere, particularly for the older guests. A throng of youngsters outside set off fireworks, gathered around speakers for barbecues, and danced, contributing to the festive Southern County wedding ambience. The following morning dawned bright and early. The attendance of relatives and friends was almost guaranteed. However, what made Chen Shu feel somewhat uncomfortable was the presence of his ex-wife, Tan Yongjun. Their union, once arranged by a matchmaker, had resulted in the birth of Chun Wan, but the couple's emotional discord led to their divorce during Chun Wan's middle school years. There was neither animosity nor affection between them. If she were merely a friend, it would be easier to navigate. But the awkwardness was compounded by the fact that they had not seen each other for over 20 years, leaving them at a loss for words upon reunion. Tan Yongjun was the epitome of a gentle Southern girl, exhibiting a soft demeanor. The two had rarely quarreled during their marriage, except for the time when Chen Shu expressed a desire to seek work elsewhere, which she opposed, creating a rift between them. After enduring a few years for Chun Wen's sake, they ultimately could not tolerate their situation any longer and parted ways. Now, their encounter could only be met with silence. Soon, Tan Yongjun arrived at the villa with her sister. She must have known that this villa was a gift from Chen Shu to Chun Wan, for she stood at the entrance, observing Chen Shu as he mingled with relatives and friends, her thoughts unknown. Chen Shu chose to ignore her. After 30 years, everything had changed. They were destined to inhabit different worlds. The atmosphere was lively, with Chen Shu's elder brother, Chen Jianjun, and second brother, Chen Xianghua, along with their children, joining the gathering. It was a Sunday, bustling with activity. Upon seeing these two elderly men nearing their 70s, Chen Shu felt as though he were peering through a veil of time. After serving in the military, both brothers had returned home to become farmers, occasionally working on construction sites, their faces etched with age. Upon encountering Chen Shu, they seemed hesitant to acknowledge him. "Chen Shu, how do you look younger than before? Almost like when you first got married," exclaimed Chen Jianjun in astonishment. Chen Xianghua interjected, "I heard you've divorced again?" Chen Shu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Yes. Let us not dwell on it." Chen Xianghua nodded knowingly. "I mentioned before that you may seem a bit off, especially with a son in tow. But you didn't believe me." Chen Shu chuckled. "Experience speaks volumes, dear brother." His 4 nephews approached him, politely greeting their third uncle, alongside the younger generation. Chen Shu exchanged pleasantries, but as he adjusted to his 40s, he suddenly felt as if he had aged into a 60-year-old man. As the wedding proceedings unfolded, the elder generation presented red envelopes to the newlyweds. Being a grandfather, Chen Shu held a simple ceremony at the villa and, in consideration of Wang Tao's father's reputation, bestowed a modest red envelope of 10,000 yuan. Seated across from him was Tan Yongjun, who also received a 10,000 yuan envelope. The bride expressed her gratitude, and once the formalities concluded, Chen Shu retreated to allow the younger guests some space. 3 elegant women, clearly from a metropolis, gathered around Chen Shu. Tan Yongjun remarked, "Time flies. It's been 20 years, hasn't it? You seem to be faring quite well these past 2 years." Chen Shu replied softly, "Spring fades away, leaving only gray at the temples. People inevitably change." The 3 extraordinary women were taken aback. Could this 60-year-old still recite poetic lines? Yet, considering his past career in journalism, it seemed fitting. Tan Yongjun's gaze wandered, signaling that the past was irretrievable. Chen Shu wore a calm expression, affirming, "Indeed, we cannot return to what once was." The thought of reverting to such a state? No one would entertain it. Ding. The host remains composed in the face of the past, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, filled with a profound appreciation for life. Reward, 1,000,000 yuan. Each time Chen Shu reflected on life, the system would conveniently bestow rewards upon him. This revelation unraveled all knots between them, prompting Tan Yongjun to step aside. Meanwhile, Chun Wan observed the scene, her silence speaking volumes. She had once harbored hopes of reconciliation after learning of her father's divorce, especially since Tan Yongjun had become a widow years prior. Yet, her father's demeanor was now a stark contrast to the man she once knew. The prospect of rekindling their relationship seemed impossible. The presence of the 3 women surrounding Chen Shu made it abundantly clear. The narrative soon shifted to the wedding festivities at a hotel. Chen Shu could not escape the inevitability of drinking that day, so he had instructed Chu Hong to drive him in the luxurious G-Wagon. The 3 women were quite intrigued by the modest gathering in this small county, yet the arrangements proved sufficient. However, they were not the only outsiders present at the event. Yi Jinkai had also arrived, having exited the Nan County Expressway. Through Chun An's social media, they discovered the hotel hosting the wedding and planned to stir up some trouble. Meanwhile, the Nan County Housing Authority was conducting a land auction in the Western District, albeit in an eerily empty conference room. Concerned about the situation, County Chief Lu had come to observe despite the lack of attendees. Where is everyone? Lu pondered aloud. Wang, the secretary, remarked, Xiaozhong, did you call that Chen fellow? It's been 5 minutes, and he hasn't shown up. Will he participate or not? Xiaozhong replied, no one is answering. Mr. Chen had mentioned today is his grandson's wedding, so he might be preoccupied. Wang interjected, what nonsense. Lu chastised, how can you speak like that? A wedding is a significant life event. You ought to be more considerate of others. Wang quickly agreed, yes, County Chief, you're absolutely right. Lu contemplated. This matter is of great importance. Let us accommodate Mr. Chen. We'll head to the wedding venue to gauge his interest. If he agrees, we can finalize the contract on site. A double blessing indeed. With a clap of his hands, Wang exclaimed, excellent. A double blessing. After a brief investigation, they confirmed the hotel's location. Several vehicles, including a couple of police cars, headed towards the wedding venue. Bystanders wondered what grand event was unfolding. At that moment, within the hotel lobby, the wedding is proceeding smoothly. As a senior elder from the groom's side, Chen Shu finds himself in a private room on the first floor, indulging in sunflower seeds, sipping tea, and engaging in casual conversation with his two elder brothers. Outside, the moment arrives for the bride and groom to speak. Having witnessed other weddings, Chen Shu knows that during this phase, the parents of the bride often become overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears as they gaze upon their marrying daughter. However, today, such a scene is notably absent. It seems that the bride Fang Xian's parents are aware of the Chun family's improved fortunes, and their faces radiate uncontainable joy. As the wedding progresses, the drinks and delicacies are brought out. Upon descending, Wang Zhongwang is immediately met with praise. Old Wang, you're impressive. Mao Tai and Huazi, you've certainly spent a considerable sum, haven't you? Indeed, for his grandson's wedding, Wang Zhongwang has truly spared no expense. I've never had Mao Tai in my life, yet today, thanks to Ping Ping, I finally get to taste it. The Huazi is exquisite, quite smooth. Wang Zhongwang feels a swell of pride as he stands at the entrance, welcoming arriving relatives. At that moment, 5 or 6 individuals clad in administrative jackets appear at the entrance of the hall, causing even the hotel front desk to hesitate in receiving them due to the palpable pressure they exude. Wang Zhongwang is taken aback. These individuals seem unfamiliar, appearing to be civil servants with an exceptional demeanor, reminiscent of figures he has only seen on television, often in the context of the People's Hall. Having worked extensively in distant locales, he would surely recognize local officials, yet he realizes that this is none other than County Head Lu. Immediately, Wang Zhongwang approaches with a pack of Huazi, inquiring, gentlemen, are you relatives from Qinjiakan or Beijia? Such inquiries are customary at weddings. The Wang family hails from Wangjiagu village, while the Qin family is from Qinjiakan. The bride's family is from Beijia in the county town. A representative from the housing authority, Xiaozhong, responds, we are not. But Lu Xian raised his hand to halt him, saying, brother, we are relatives from Qinjiakan. Where can I find brother Chen Shu? I would like to meet him. Lu Xian, who typically maintains a low profile outside of official duties, decides not to disclose his identity, as it might create an uncomfortable situation. It has been a long time since he attended a wedding banquet due to his status, and today, he enters as an ordinary person, eager to observe. Wang Zhongwang is astonished. This brother Chen Shu is truly remarkable. These individuals are clearly dressed as civil servants and appear to hold significant positions. When did Qinjiakan come to possess so many influential relatives? Inside, in the eastern room one of the hall, everyone is waiting. Wang Zhongwang, feeling enthusiastic, offers to guide them. Lu Xian replies, no, brother, you are busy. We can walk there ourselves. Lu Xian leads Wang and Xiaozhong towards the private room. Wang Zhongwang nods, appreciating their graciousness. Before long, a relative approaches with an unusual expression. Old Wang, you're quite something now, the relative remarks. Wang Zhongwang assumes this refers to the drinks, saying, oh, it's nothing, just a little hospitality. The relative insists, I'm not talking about the drinks. Don't you recognize who you just spoke with? Wang Zhongwang replies, he is a relative from Qinjiakan. Of course, I don't know him. The relative clarifies, what relative from Qinjiakan? That is County Head Lu. He then produces his phone and shows Wang Zhongwang a post from the Nanqing County public account. Yesterday, County Head Lu Weixing inspected key project progress in the development zone. The photo confirms it. The resemblance is uncanny. Wang Zhongwang is drenched in cold sweat, realizing he has been addressed as brother by a county official. He is momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Chen Shu is engaged in light-hearted banter with his elder brothers when several individuals in administrative jackets arrive at the entrance. One of them is familiar, Xiaozhong from the housing authority. Mr. Chen, Xiaozhong calls out, eager to make contact. As Lu Xian and Wang do not recognize Chen Shu. Surprised, Chen Shu exclaims, Xiaozhong, what brings you here? Oh dear. I left my phone in the car amidst all this chaos. Please, have a seat. Have you eaten? Xiao Zhang glances cautiously at Lu Xian and Wang. Disregarding the two officials, Chen Shu directly engages with Xiao Zhang, who is taken aback. Xiao Zhang introduces, Mr. Chen, this is our county head Lu and this is Wang. They are here specifically regarding the land auction. Chen Shu is both flattered and astonished, realizing the significance of this land. However, he maintains his composure, perhaps due to his mindset. Meanwhile, everyone else has risen to their feet. Naturally, this is a county official, and respect is due. Lu Xian gestures for everyone to sit, stating, Please, everyone take your seats. I am here to discuss some official matters with Mr. Chen, but I did not expect to encounter a wedding. I apologize for the intrusion. Chen Shu responds, Not at all. County head Lu's presence adds luster to our celebration. Please, have a seat. The wedding will conclude shortly, and then we can discuss matters. Lu Xian agrees, as the wedding festivities are lively, with loud music and relatives chatting, making it unsuitable for serious discussions. Well then, let us enjoy this wedding together. Lu Xian takes a seat. At that moment, the officiant, the village secretary from Wangjiagu, seems to have noticed Lu Xian at the entrance of the private room. His hand trembles slightly as he holds the certificate, and he stutters while speaking, struggling to maintain control of the proceedings. Although Lu Xian appears calm on the surface, he is internally eager to persuade Chen Shu to secure the land. Without hesitation, he strides confidently to the microphone. Secretary Wang, what a coincidence. Allow me to take a turn as the officiant. I hope you don't mind? Secretary Wang stammers, I don't mind. Chapter 55, The Darkness of This World. Secretary Wang has come to officiate the wedding merely to honor a fellow villager and enjoy a meal, hoping to build rapport with the villagers for the road construction plans later this year. However, he never anticipated Wang Zhongwang to orchestrate such an extravagant affair. Had I known you could bring County Head Lu, what did you want me to do? He feels as if he has been thrust into the spotlight. Yet he dares not voice his grievances. After all, this is County Head Lu, a figure of considerable authority, capable of ending his career with a mere word. In his nervousness, Secretary Wang stumbles over his words. However, he has overestimated his own importance. In this setting, no one pays him heed. As soon as Lu Xian takes the stage, he captures everyone's attention. Without even a prepared speech, he begins to speak effortlessly. Esteemed villagers, greetings. I am Lu Weixing. Today, I am here at Wang Fu's wedding, which is quite a coincidence. Yet, I believe that coincidences are merely a reflection of my deep appreciation for the joyous gatherings of our local community. His words resonate, demonstrating the thriving state of our county's rural populace. Here, I extend my heartfelt blessings to the newlyweds, Chen Pingping and Fong Xian. It is no wonder that a county official can command such respect. His impromptu eloquence captivates the relatives present, leaving them moved. Wang Zhongwang, having not yet eaten, beams with pride. The local magistrate has come to officiate their wedding. It is likely that no family in this county could achieve such a feat yet. The Wang family has managed it. In this moment, any grievances associated with surnames dissipate like mist. After all, the honor is bestowed upon them due to the esteemed lineage of Chen Pingping's grandfather. What significance does Wang Zhongwang hold in comparison? Inviting a village secretary to preside over the ceremony is already the extent of his capabilities, considering he is merely a member of the clan. However, Lu County, as an outsider, is a different matter altogether. Under normal circumstances, one would be fortunate to even catch a glimpse of him, let alone extend an invitation. In the audience, Wang and Xiao Zhang quietly lament the effort Lu County has exerted. He has even taken on the task of officiating the marriage solely to facilitate the sale of that piece of land. What is his true intention? It is to strengthen ties with Chen Shu. If it were anyone else, such an endeavor would be utterly impossible. Chen Shu possesses over 300 million in liquid assets, a sum far surpassing that of the wealthiest individual in this county. The county's richest often possess more in fixed assets like commercial properties and land. Producing a mere million in cash could prove problematic. Yet, Chen Shu has it in abundance. This suggests that he may possess other assets of undisclosed value. There is an old adage that speaks to the inseparability of politics and commerce, which holds considerable truth. Chen Shu stands in the audience, cognizant that Lu County has come in his favor. It would be inappropriate to remain in the private room, especially since he has summoned Kong Fong to discuss matters regarding the land. This moment is idyllic, brimming with joy. Yet, some individuals choose to disrupt it. Chen Shu, you scoundrel, engaging with a mistress. How dare you attend your child's wedding? Chen Shu conceals marital assets and deceives my wife and children. Relatives, open your eyes. Two discordant voices erupt at an inopportune moment. Lu County furrows his brow, while Chen Shu recognizes the source. It is Yi Mei. He is taken aback that Yi Mei and her family have arrived, particularly at such a moment. Lu County, in the midst of his jubilant speech, feels the disruption keenly. Yi Mei, upon seeing the officiant, erupts in a fit of rage, attempting to seize Lu County's attire. Little does she comprehend who he truly is. Just because she dons a disguise does not grant her power. To officiate Chen Shu's wedding is no trivial matter. She is certainly no ally. The relatives in attendance are momentarily stunned, as the special police swiftly apprehend Yi Mei and her companions, each officer seizing an arm and escorting them away. Bewildered, they question, "Special police? Why are they here? Are they aiding Chen Shu?" The world is truly dark. At that moment, Yi Mei, Yi Jinkai, and Du Chunyi find themselves in disbelief, as if they no longer recognize the man standing among the three beautiful women. Is this man truly so powerful that he can summon law enforcement to detain them? Has the chasm of class disparity widened to such an extent? Is this still the naive Chen Shu who once allowed them to exploit him? The trio is enveloped in despair, unaware that their presence was ill-timed, interrupting Lu County's address. Lu County, maintaining his composure, remarks, "Just a minor interruption, dear guests. Do not let it trouble you. I shall address the issue fairly and justly. Our primary focus now is to enjoy the feast. On behalf of the Wang family, I extend my gratitude to you all. His ability to maintain a placid demeanor is truly remarkable. But is it not expected of someone in his esteemed position?" Once Lu County steps down, he first inquires of Chen Shu, "Mr. Chen, what transpired just now?" Chen Shu succinctly replies, "My ex-wife seeks to claim my assets, disputing the court's ruling, and has come to cause a scene." Beside him, Confronting promptly produces the court's judgment. Lu County's demeanor brightens. He perceives Chen Shu as a potential ally. As one ascends in status, such bothersome matters are inevitable. "I understand. Since the court has ruled, we must adhere to their decision. What use is there in causing a ruckus? Let them cool off at the station. However, since they have committed no crime, we shall not detain them." Lu County clarifies his stance. Chen Shu responds, "Of course, rest assured, Lu County. Since you are here, shall we discuss the court auction while we dine?" Lu County surveys the scene, realizing the hospitality cannot be overlooked. "Very well, prepare a banquet for us. But I must contribute a monetary gift." With that, Lu County sets an example, placing 500 yuan on the gift table and inscribing his name. Wang and Xiaozhang, along with a few others, follow suit, contributing their own gifts. With these names inscribed, the gravity of the gift list shifts significantly. The relatives present, having witnessed the earlier commotion, exhibit no change in demeanor, for they all recognize that Chen Shu has prospered. What wealthy family is devoid of their share of troubles? Especially with an ex-wife involved, it is quite reasonable. In this moment, Xia Wanting's capabilities shine as she swiftly gathers intel from the village gossip network, embellishing the narrative and disseminating the truth widely. The atmosphere becomes lively. "I thought that woman looked familiar. She is Chen Shu's ex-wife, here to demand money. At the wedding, she snubbed Chen Shu, and now she returns for his wealth. How audacious. The moment I laid eyes on her, I could tell she was no good. To crash someone's wedding for money. Could she be a decent person? What? That woman was unfaithful first. Now she seeks reconciliation with Chen Shu? She wants to claim his wealth? She accuses him of infidelity and is still unsatisfied with the court's ruling." Soon, under the embellishments of the relatives, Yi Mei's family finds themselves utterly disgraced. Meanwhile, Yi Mei and her family have spent an hour in the station, calmed by the knowledge that they have committed no offense and are subsequently released. Yi Jinkai, in a state of shock, truly feels the gravity of the situation. Those imposing special police officers are no trifling matter. Yi Mei, disheveled and devoid of spirit, grapples with the weight of today's events. The three of them are left with profound psychological scars, terrified as they drive away from Nanxing County. This wretched place, they vow never to return. Chapter 56, Confronting's Aspirations. Chen Shu remains largely indifferent to the disruption caused by Yi Mei and her family at the wedding. His current mindset is one of detachment from reputation. What value does face hold? Moreover, it is unnecessary to mention that Xia Wanting has swiftly mobilized the village's gossip network to launch a campaign of public opinion, transforming Chen Shu into the victim in this narrative. And indeed, the facts support this. The relatives in attendance could never have anticipated that the day would unfold in such a captivating manner. Not only did they witness the magistrate officiating the marriage, but they also enjoyed fine liquor and celebrated with entertainment. Truly, it has been a delightful day. Chen Shu welcomes Lu County into the private room. Although Lu County has offered a monetary gift, it would be disrespectful if the banquet here mirrored that of the outside. Wang Zhongwang is no fool. He has arranged for the chef to prepare 2 additional exquisite dishes. Lu County's gift signifies respect, and they, too, must reciprocate to honor the occasion. Navigating social intricacies in this country is a profound art. One must learn it well. Fortunately, the provisions of food and drink are abundant today. Chen Shu has spent over 300,000 to secure an impressive spread. It is indeed extravagant. As Lu County takes his seat, he declines the liquor, stating, Let us refrain from drinking during official duties. Xiaozhong, please arrange for everyone to have a meal without alcohol. Given this request, Chen Shu finds it inappropriate to insist on drinking. Wang Zhongwang found himself at a loss for words during his inaugural meal with these distinguished guests. Without the opportunity to indulge in a drink, his courage remained stifled, and his speech faltered. Fortunately, it was Chen Shunning who commanded the room, suggesting that they substitute tea for wine today. Brother Wang, please invite the bride and groom to serve tea as a token of gratitude. Afterward, we shall discuss the matter at hand. It was only then that Wang Zhongwang grasped the situation, promptly instructing Chen Pingping to summon Fang Xin to serve tea. While this gesture bore little substance, it allowed them to make an impression before the influential figures present. Wang Zhongwang mused to himself about Chen's worldly experience. Chen Pingping, though earnest, felt a twinge of anxiety in the presence of Lu County, who, in contrast, cheerfully sipped his tea, exhibiting no signs of impatience. Soon enough, the private room was left with only Chen Shunning, Kong Fong, Lu County, Wang Suo, and Xiao Zhang. The others, displaying their understanding of the gravity of the discussion, made their excuses to depart. Lu County gestured to Xiao Zhang, who produced a stack of documents, saying, "All right, Mr. Chen, as you are my senior, I shall address you as Brother Chen." Chen Shunning replied, "Not at all. Lu County, please proceed." Lu County continued, regarding that piece of land. "Do you genuinely wish to acquire it? If so, I can ensure the installation of streetlights immediately, provided you are prepared to commence construction forthwith. The locals cannot afford to wait." Chen Shunning nodded in agreement. "Of course, I am prepared to proceed. The starting bid is 30 million, correct? I will take it. But it must be under my personal name, as I have yet to establish a construction company. To be honest, this is my first venture into business, and I lack experience." Kong Fong had conducted her research on the legal issues surrounding the unfinished buildings and discovered that a portion had indeed been sold, though not in significant numbers. The original developers had withdrawn, many embroiled in lawsuits, which bore no relation to the subsequent development. Thus, their costs were minimal, leaving ample room for profit. Wang Suo and Xiao Zhang exchanged glances, thinking, what a boast. A man worth over 3 billion, and he claims to have no experience? Such humility. Lu County probed, "Shall we proceed with signing the contract?" Chen Shunning affirmed, "Indeed. Let us sign it now." Lu County was elated, realizing that his previous actions had garnered Brother Chen's favor, as no further inquiries were made, and the contract was signed with remarkable ease. Wang Suo interjected, "To mitigate any potential impact on the project's timeline, we shall oversee certain accounts of the developers. If Mr. Chen encounters any difficulties in this regard, we can assist in coordinating with the bank." Chen Shunning now comprehended why the affluent continued to amass wealth. Mobilizing external funds to serve one's interests requires both skill and a measure of audacity. Yet, failure could lead to dire consequences. Chen Shunning shook his head. "I understand this well. I will allocate 50 million to the supervisory account, thus eliminating the need for bank transactions. I am not one to favor loans." Lu County and Wang Suo exchanged excited glances. It had been years since they encountered such a financially bold developer. Even during the peak years of real estate growth, most developers relied heavily on bank loans, akin to a game of smoke and mirrors, driven by sheer audacity. In the current climate, where loans were hard to procure and funding chains had snapped, who would dare to operate in such a manner? Brother Chen was genuinely affluent. Lu County rose to shake hands. "On behalf of the homeowners in the West City community, I extend my gratitude to Brother Chen for your generosity. The development of this community will undoubtedly stabilize property prices in the surrounding areas, positively impacting the county's economy." Chen Shunning replied, "Not at all. It is all for profit." Lu County remarked, "I appreciate individuals like Brother Chen, forthright, candid, and possessing a certain charisma. You appear to be of a similar age to me." Chen Shunning chuckled, "Lu County, you jest. My character is simply as such. Since everyone places their trust in me, I must naturally assume this responsibility." Their light-hearted banter invigorated Kong Fong, who observed that Chen Shunning now carried himself with remarkable poise, engaging in repartee with the local officials. Was this the same Uncle Chun who had once stood timidly at the entrance of the community, meek and unassuming? Born into a family of commerce, Kong Fong had witnessed various business negotiations from an early age. Her family aspired to cultivate her into a formidable businesswoman, yet her true passion lay in law. Nonetheless, this did not hinder her admiration for powerful figures in the business world. In truth, everyone is drawn to strength, and women often bear a heavier burden in this regard. In harmony with Chen Shuaning's demeanor, even the sole woman present, Kong Fong, was not the only one to display a glimmer of aspiration. Xiao Zhang too gazed at him with admiration. When would he reach such heights, casually addressing Lu County as a brother? The altitude seemed daunting. Whether he could ascend to such a level in this lifetime remained uncertain. Since Chen Shu had expressed interest, the matter became straightforward. After both parties signed the contract, Chen Shu deposited 50 million into the supervisory account, his funds, to be used solely for construction, subject to official approval before any expenditure. This ensured proper allocation of resources, a process previously absent. Lu County felt a wave of relief wash over him. Next, Wang Suo introduced him to the county's investment construction company, a state-owned enterprise. However, Chen Shu did not immediately acquiesce. He preferred to engage a more reputable state enterprise, such as one under the central government. Only then would he feel assured. Cost was not a concern for him. If he was to undertake this project, it must be executed to the highest standards, constructing the finest community in Nanjing County. He was indifferent to the expenses, but as he intended to leave this project to his relatives, reputation was paramount. Chapter 57. When will choices be made? Kong Fong was tasked with overseeing the contract, ensuring there were no issues. The previous night, she had burnt the midnight oil, poring over numerous templates. Nowadays, official contracts followed standard formats, requiring only minor adjustments as necessary. With Kong Fong at the helm, Chen Shu felt a great sense of reassurance. He contemplated whether he could have Kong Fong join him, for having such a capable ally in legal matters would afford him peace of mind. In this day and age, as long as one refrains from breaking the law, it is entirely feasible to navigate society with ease. After the contract was signed, Lu County departed, satisfied, along with his team. As for the development permits, those would need to be secured from the housing authority, but that was a matter for another day. The immediate priority was to find a construction company. That task falls to you, Kong, Chen Shu remarked to Kong Fong, who pouted slightly, having grown weary from the day's exertions. Don't worry, old Chun, as long as there's money involved, I can assist you. By the way, this wedding banquet has quite a delightful spread. Chen Shu replied, compared to Hu City, Nanjing County is indeed a rural area. While the countryside may be impoverished, the flavors are not lacking compared to Hu City. In Hu City, the focus is on the quality of the ingredients. Here, we savor the taste. Kong Fong remained. And soon Chu Hong and Xia Wanting entered, 3 elegant women who had come to see Chen Shu, the esteemed guests who naturally took their place in the private room. Wang Zhongwang also arrived, along with Chen Shu's 2 brothers, all trickling in one after another. They had refrained from joining earlier during Lu County's discussions, but now they were eager to engage in conversation with Chen Shu. Chen Shu's elder brother, Chen Jianjun, approached him and inquired, "Third brother, what did you discuss with the county magistrate earlier that prompted him to seek you out personally?" Chen Shu, not wishing to conceal anything, replied, "Elder brother, I successfully acquired that parcel of land in the western part of the city. Since you and second brother have previous experience in construction, and considering that my nephew has been laboring away outside, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to establish a construction company and venture into real estate." At the age of 18, Chen Shu faced the disappointment of failing his college entrance examination after his 2 brothers sent him all their military earnings to ensure he could focus on his studies at home for a year. This left an indelible regret in his heart. Perhaps if he had chosen not to take the exam and allowed his brothers to keep the funds, they would not have endured such hardships throughout their lives. At least, after their military service, they might have had the means to pursue their own enterprises rather than toiling relentlessly. Now, both brothers had grown old, tilling the land at home, unable to venture far. Meanwhile, their sons were treading the same arduous path as their fathers. In the realm of construction, it would be wise to approach state-owned subsidiaries, ensuring the quality of the projects, but to engage in pre-sales and other necessary processes, a real estate enterprise was essential. Naturally, it was best for family members to handle these affairs. The 2 elder brothers set down their glasses, astonished. "What? You acquired land for property development?" Chen Jianjun's voice resonated even louder than that of the younger generation. After all, he was a veteran from the earlier generations, having sustained an injury in the Vietnam War that left him with a slight limp. He now drove an electric tricycle to the Nanjing County station to earn some pocket money, his skin darkened by the sun, but his physique remained robust. Chen Shu often felt that even at 40, he could not outmatch his elder brother's vigor. Indeed, Chen Shu affirmed, "I earned some money in Hu City and returned to start a company. It's reassuring for the family, is it not?" The news also stunned his second brother, Chen Xianghua. Nodding in understanding, he remarked, "No wonder the magistrate came to attend the wedding. It seems you've addressed a pressing issue in the county. What you've done is commendable. Now that you have the means, aiding our hometown's development is certainly worthwhile. As for the construction matters, both your elder brother and I possess some experience, which will be beneficial." Both brothers, being military men, had always harbored a deep sense of patriotism. This generation often considered the needs of their country before their own. Witnessing Chen Shu engaged in lively conversation with the county magistrate, they realized he had stolen some of the newlyweds' limelight. Many attendees approached Chen Shu to offer toasts, an inevitability he accepted. Wealth indeed draws distant relatives, those familiar yet estranged. Peers and juniors alike sought to present themselves before Chen Shu, until he could no longer withstand the onslaught of toasts and had to delegate the task to others. In addition to his two brothers, Chu Hong and Xia Wanning also made an appearance to help him with the toasts, which surprised Chen Shu. To his astonishment, these two women could indeed hold their own against the men in drinking. Chu Hong hailed from the Central Plains, a region known for its inability to drink. Yet she was an extraordinary woman. Xia Wanting, a spirited girl from Sichuan, was equally impressive. The two women managed to fend off a considerable number of toasts, leaving both of Chen Shu's elder brothers in awe. It seemed that third brother had befriended some remarkable beauties. The woman with a ponytail, donning glasses and exuding an air of sophistication reminiscent of a lawyer, was clearly a competent professional. The other, tall with flowing waves in her hair, embodied grace and elegance. Each woman was exceptional in her own right. His inebriated second brother, affectionately draping an arm around Chen Shu's shoulder, jested, "Third brother, since you're divorced, why not choose one from these three lovely ladies? After all, once you reach your age, solitude can be quite unbearable." His second sister-in-law had tragically passed away from cancer at the age of 40, leaving behind a devoted husband to raise their two sons alone, a truly arduous task. Chen Shu chuckled at his brother's suggestions. Choose. Why must one choose? Choices are made only in the face of inadequacy. At present, he felt no need for such decisions. His usually composed elder brother, however, remained clear-headed, stating, "Let me tell you something. Just yesterday, Chen Dalei suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and passed away. His funeral is the day after tomorrow. If you have the time, you should pay your respects." Chen Shu was taken aback. Dalei? Memories of their childhood flooded back. Dalei was Chen Shu's childhood friend and neighbor. They had frolicked together, bare-bottomed, from a young age, catching fish in the river and foraging for bamboo shoots in the hills. Even during the Lunar New Year visits home, Chen Shu would seek out Chen Dalei to reminisce about their amusing childhood escapades. Back then, Dalei had struggled with his speech. Had Chen Shu not gone to Hu City, their lives might have mirrored each other's, spending a lifetime in their small mountain village, marrying a woman from a neighboring village, raising children, enduring illness, and growing old. In an instant, Chen Shu felt a wave of disorientation. It was unclear whether it was the alcohol or the weight of the moment. Life is replete with myriad experiences, yet on this particular day, he witnessed both a marriage and a death. The juxtaposition of joy and sorrow created a profound sense of fluctuation, a true reflection of life's ups and downs. Such is life, a mere journey of ebbs and flows. Chapter 58, Returning to the Village, Childhood Friend Chen Dalei. The wedding of his granddaughter had concluded splendidly, save for a minor incident. However, with the county magistrate officiating, the union was rendered all the more unbreakable. That evening, Chen Shu rented 4 hotel rooms, assigning one to each of the 3 women. After all, Chen Pingping was already married, and it sufficed for Wang Tao and Chun Wen to stay at home. It would be inappropriate for him, an elder, to continue residing there. Though he realized his daughters would not mind having a billionaire in their home, Chen Shu, being a 60-year-old man, felt it necessary to separate from his parents at the age when he himself had done so. He and his 2 brothers had all adhered to this tradition. Importantly, staying at the hotel allowed him easy access to Xia Wanning's room, where he could dissipate the effects of the potent liquor and indulge in the sumptuous wild delicacies served at the banquet. A night without conversation passed. The following morning, Chen Shu emerged from Xia Wanning's room, feeling utterly refreshed. After a few days apart, Xia Wanning always delighted in introducing Chen Shu to new experiences, enriching his knowledge at 60 years of age. He found himself appreciating the youthful exuberance of the current generation, even if it included unconventional practices such as tearing clothes. Last night, Xia Wanning had even purchased a new outfit specifically for him to rip apart, leaving Chen Shu both baffled and respectful. Wasn't it essential to offer the younger generation a chance to express themselves? Surprisingly, he found it rather enjoyable. In the past, he would never have allowed Xia Wanning to spend hundreds on a single-use garment. However, now, he encouraged her to indulge. The creativity of the younger generation was something that women like Yi Mei could never comprehend. A 30-year-old woman was indeed a treasure. As he stepped out of Xia Wanning's room, he encountered Chu Hong exiting her own, causing a moment of awkwardness. Had she sought him out last night? Chen Shu couldn't help but wonder. Yet, his 40-year-old body had not proven sufficient. Otherwise, he would not have minded the notion of experiencing a second bloom, a double delight. Humans are often insatiable, yearning for the vitality of youth at 60, and now that he had the vigor of 40, he found himself reminiscing about the boundless energy of 20. Chu Hong cast a glance at the spirited Xia Wanting, choosing not to voice her thoughts. Yet the glimmer of reproach in her eyes directed towards Chen Shu spoke volumes. What of it? Is my modest bosom truly a matter for disdain? Today, Kong Fong was in need of registering a company. In truth, Kong Fong already had a job, but the allure of Chen Shu's generous remuneration was simply too compelling. The capital required for company registration necessitated a significant sum, and thus, Chen Shu transferred 6 million yuan directly to Kong Fong, 5 million designated as the company's registered capital and 1 million as her fee for facilitating the process. Chen Shu was resolute in his desire to avoid the tedium of such intricate affairs, preferring to resolve them with financial means whenever possible. After all, money spent would eventually find its way back. Kong Fong, though resigned, had encountered wealth before. However, having distanced herself from familial support, she now relied solely on her own resources. Moreover, she found Chen Shu's charisma undeniably captivating. Meanwhile, Chen Shu drove his luxurious G-Class, accompanied by Chu Hong and Xia Wanting, towards Qinjiakan, a village situated less than 10 kilometers east of Nanjing. The journey was not straightforward, given the winding, unpaved roads, and the incomplete highway to the north appeared to lead to a dead end. This scenario mirrored the plight of many rural areas today, where the youth had migrated to cities, leaving behind a population of elders and little investment potential. Fortunately, Chen Shu's G-Class proved its worth as an off-road vehicle, navigating the bumpy terrain with ease, unlike a standard sedan that would risk scraping its undercarriage. Xia Wanting expressed her excitement. Uncle, if you were to drive this vehicle to Tibet, it would be an exhilarating experience. When shall we embark on a journey together? Chen Shu replied. When I find the time. Traveling and embracing the joys of life had always been Chen Shu's aspiration. Yet, throughout his life, from the age of 20 to 60, he had been consumed by familial responsibilities, leaving little room for leisure or financial freedom. Thankfully, he now possessed ample resources of both. Chu Hong's face reflected a longing for the vast grasslands, as her memories of her homeland in the Central Plains were filled only with expansive wheat fields, never having laid eyes on a true prairie. Although she remained silent in the back seat, Chen Shu keenly observed her expression through the rearview mirror. Perhaps a future trip could provide an opportunity? As he drove, Chen Shu's mind raced, envisioning the journey ahead. Qinjiakan was predominantly inhabited by individuals bearing the Chen surname. Legend has it that during the Ming dynasty, a high-ranking official of the Chun clan returned to his hometown, thus founding Qinjiakan. Later, during the War of Resistance, the village became notorious as a haven for bandits, reputed to have even slain a small contingent of Japanese invaders, eventually being integrated into the regular army. In his youth, Qinjiakan was marked by poverty. The walls of homes were constructed from rammed earth, and rain would pour in, turning the interiors into muddy chaos. Food was scarce, often awakening Chen Shu from hunger, yet the villagers, imbued with kindness, would invite him in for a morsel of braised meat or a piece of flatbread whenever they spotted him wandering the streets. During his years of schooling, numerous villagers had extended their generosity to him, contributing small sums to alleviate his financial burdens. These memories remained etched in Chen Shu's heart, fostering a desire to repay his fellow villagers, though opportunities had been fleeting, as many of those who had once aided him had since passed away. Upon entering the village, Chen Shu observed a white cloth hanging in front of a house to the north, a sight that brought a wave of melancholy over him. This was the home of his childhood friend, Chen Dalei, who had lived there since their youth. Brother Shu, once we earn money working in the city, let us indulge in the pleasures offered by all the beautiful women in the county's romantic dance halls. Brother Shu, I have married. Please come back to celebrate. Brother Shu, raising children is exhausting. Life is tiring. Brother Shu, when we grow old, let us visit the dance halls together to watch the women dance, perhaps even steal a touch. Brother Shu, I've had a headache recently. My son has been driving me mad. Such were the echoes of Chen Dalei's life. He had only found a wife with intellectual disabilities in his 30s, and their son, it was said, had turned out to be unremarkable. Parking outside his elder brother's home, Chen Shu noted that his household registration now belonged to Huqing, severing his ties with this village. When the land was allocated for residential plots, he had not been considered. Legally, he no longer had any connection to Qinjiakan. Chun Jianjun, seated in the courtyard, noticed the arrival of the vehicle and approached on tiptoe. Upon recognizing Chen Shu, he remarked, "Here, take this yellow paper and go pay your respects." Chen Shu nodded, accepting the paper and walking a short distance. As he drove in, the family of Chen Dalei had already seen him. Chen Dalei had never amassed wealth. His relatives, mere impoverished kin, watched in awe as a luxury car passed by their door and came to a halt at Chun Jianjun's residence, from which emerged 3 city dwellers exuding an air of distinction. It was Chen Shu. Those who had attended the wedding in the county called out in recognition, inciting a stir of excitement. Tycoon was not large, and the tales of Chen Shu's accomplishments in the city had spread throughout the village, driving luxury cars, purchasing villas, acquiring land, and mingling with the county head. Chen Shu had become a figure of renown, the village's most prominent celebrity. Chapter 59, The Ambitions of Youth. It was Chen Shu, the third son of the Chen family, come to mourn his childhood friend. For once, Chen Dalei basked in a moment of glory. Having been connected to someone who conversed with the county head, a figure of greater significance than even the village secretary. Chen Shu. I always knew this boy would achieve greatness, murmured the villagers, their voices hushed. They understood all too well that the Chen Shu of yesteryears would exchange jokes and greetings with them, but now, he inhabited a realm far removed from their own. Chen Shu recognized few among the crowd, having spent over 40 years in Huqing. The individuals he knew were primarily those he had encountered in his 20s. While many of the older generation had passed on, few his age remained in the village, as his standing was akin to that of Chen Dalei. Chen Shu greeted a few familiar faces before entering the house, where a sparse gathering of mourners stood. Someone called out, "Friends of Dalei have come to pay their respects," prompting Chen Shu, along with Chu Hong and Xia Wanting, to bow solemnly before the deceased. His childhood companion lay in the main room on a wooden bed. Chen Shu lit a cigarette, placing it upright on the offering table, along with 2 packs, saying, "Dalei, I know you enjoyed smoking. This time, brother has brought you the huazi you always wanted. Smoke to your heart's content down there." Kneeling nearby was a young man in his 30s, presumably Dalei's only son, whose eyes sparkled at the sight of the cigarettes. Beside him stood a daughter-in-law and a young girl, Dalei's granddaughter. Chen Shu handed the yellow paper to Dalei's sister. "Brother Shu, you have come. My brother mentioned you just days ago while lying in his sickbed," she said, tears brimming in her eyes. Chen Shu replied softly, "Dalei, I am sorry for being late." Upon glancing at Dalei, Chen Shu frowned, noting the absence of an ice coffin. With the current heat and the village's humidity, he could already detect a faint odor. Dalei's son, unable to meet the gaze of his father's childhood friend, merely knelt there, saying, "Third uncle, we lack the funds." Chen Shu felt a pang of regret for Dalei, a lifetime spent providing for his family, only to find that his son could not even afford a rented ice coffin. In the village, Chen Dalei's son, Chen Tian, is notorious for his debauchery, mastering the vices of drinking, gambling, and smoking. He frequently engages in violent altercations with his wife, a fact well known among the villagers. Chen Shu, feeling helpless, stepped outside and approached Dalei's sister, producing a black plastic bag. He remarked, "Sister, here are 100,000. Go procure an ice coffin for Dalei. The heat is unbearable, and we cannot preserve him otherwise." This sum had been prepared in advance. Chen Dalei's family was not well off, and the makeshift mourning hall lacked any semblance of dignity. This money was meant for his childhood friend. Chen Dalei's sister, Chen Xiaomei, though an ordinary rural woman, was kind-hearted and trustworthy. In contrast, Dalei's son and daughter-in-law were utterly untrustworthy. "Thank you, Shu Gu," Chen Xiaomei said, summoning her husband to contact someone. Chen Shu inquired, "Where is your sister-in-law?" She replied, "I don't know where she has run off to. She was home when Dalei was here, but these past few days, she has been wandering around the village." Dalei's wife suffered from cognitive impairments. When she was lucid, all was well, but during her episodes, she was uncontrollable. Chen Shu continued, "This remaining money is for your sister-in-law's daily needs. Keep my number. If the funds run low, just let me know." Chen Dalei and Chen Shu had shared a bond akin to that of brothers before the age of 20. During their school days, they had fought alongside villagers from neighboring areas, with Chen Dalei once defending Chen Shu from an assailant. Now that Dalei had departed, it was imperative for him to look after his sister-in-law. Chen Xiaomei's tears flowed freely as she rose to kneel before Chen Shu. "Thank you, Shu Gu. My brother said that if anything happened after his passing, I should call you, but I do not wish to trouble you." Chen Shu quickly grasped her arm, affirming, "Dalei was right. As his brother, I can do little else, but I can certainly take care of his final affairs." Nearby, Chu Hong and Xia Wanting stood with reddened eyes, initially thinking they would merely attend a funeral in the countryside, but now they found themselves deeply moved. Xia Wanting expressed, "Is this the trust that exists between men? What is the difference from entrusting a child?" Uncle Dalei truly was a remarkable man. Chu Hong nodded, acknowledging that in a world where relationships often falter, Chen Shu's thoughtfulness was worthy of respect. The two women were profoundly touched by the camaraderie between the men. Suddenly, Chen Shu was startled by a notification. Ding. The host has fulfilled the duty of caring for a childhood friend's affairs, radiating responsibility and humanity, compensating for the regrets of youthful companionship, earning youthful ambition. One must know that the aspirations of youth are unparalleled in the world. Chen Shu, having just comforted Chen Xiaomei, pondered the meaning of this youthful ambition. It seemed his body had not undergone any notable transformation, but rather it signified a change in mindset, a youthful perspective towards the world. The most precious of sentiments that many lose past the age of 30, resembling mere shells of their former selves. Without this essence, life itself becomes a prolonged waiting for oblivion. Chen Shu reflected on when he had likely lost this vitality, perhaps at the age of 20, upon marrying. Now, with Chen Daliai's assistance, he felt it had been restored. "Thank you, Dalai," he silently expressed to his friend, now at peace. This newfound essence might not carry the immediate value of money, yet at 60, Chen Shu discovered a renewed hope in life. Those who have never experienced aging cannot fathom the sensation of a vibrant world unfolding before them. Impulses, hopes, the unknown, and exploration. Such terms now resonated within the 60-year-old Chen Shu. This was the essence of youthful ambition. Chen Xiaomei's husband quickly arranged for an ice coffin, which arrived within an hour. They connected it to power, and several younger relatives carefully placed Chen Daliai's body inside. Amidst the sweltering heat, the morning hall began to take on a semblance of dignity. Chen Shu was seated in the East Room, the only area in the house equipped with air conditioning. He intended to oversee his friend's burial the following day, and thus would not return to the city that night, allowing Chu Hong to escort Xia Wanning back to the county. In such impoverished rural areas, it was inappropriate for the two women to remain, while tolerable during the day. The nighttime heat and swarms of mosquitoes made it unbearable. Were it not for Chen Shu's emotional ties to the place, he would not have stayed at his elder brother's home. Before long, Chen Xiaomei entered the East Room with the remaining funds, followed by Chen Daliai's son and daughter-in-law. Noticing Chen Xiaomei's troubled expression, Chen Shu's demeanor shifted. "What is it, sister?" he inquired. Chen Xiaomei replied, "Shu Ge. My nephew and his wife wish to take the money to prepare for the funeral and tomorrow's banquet." Chen Shu straightened, comprehending the situation. Chen Xiaomei, being kind-hearted, would not refuse, but the unscrupulous should be restrained. Chapter 60. Fulfilling brotherly duties. Chen Daliai's son was no decent person. He drank, gambled, and smoked. Chen Daliai labored tirelessly throughout his life, finally amassing 200,000 to make a down payment, only for it to be squandered by his son Chen Tian at the gambling tables. His daughter-in-law was no better, perpetually engrossed in mahjong, neglecting their daughter, and rumored to be involved in an affair, all while marrying a gambling addict like Chen Tian. The couple frequently quarreled at home, leaving their biological daughter to tend to their needs. Chen Shu felt a pang of sympathy. This young girl was akin to Chunanan, a flower of youth, tragically marred by her family's circumstances. Seeing Chen Tian and his wife trailing behind Chen Xiaomei, Chen Shu's anger ignited. How could they think of money while their father lay in state? "That money is in your aunt's custody. None of you shall lay a hand on it. Let me make myself clear. If either of you dares to covet it, not only will you leave empty-handed, but I will ensure you suffer a broken leg after enduring the ancestral hall's rites." Chen Shu stood firm, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect. His presence silenced the courtyard, instilling a palpable tension that stifled any dissent. The two individuals understood the depth of Chen Shu's connection with their father. Chen Daliai had only one son, while his collateral relatives were merely ordinary folk, far inferior to Chen Shu in every aspect. In the village, Chen Shu had two biological brothers and several nephews, and even without wealth, he was already a figure of significance. Not to mention, he and Chen Daliai had once represented the village in dragon boat races, engaging in fierce skirmishes for land. Those were times when they fought with fervor and commitment. Moreover, Chen family village held a strong sense of kinship. Chen Shu's standing within the village was notably high, complemented by his status as the wealthiest man in the area. Chen Tian and his wife were clearly intimidated by him. They had heard whispers of Chen Shu's ruthless dealings, how he had once arranged for special police to escort his ex-wife's family from a wedding in a show of strength. With wealth and power at his disposal, how could these two ne'er-do-wells dare to cross him? Yet, a hint of resentment lingered within them. "Why didn't you come sooner if you were so capable? It would have been far better to provide your brother with some funds earlier. That way, we could all benefit." However, neither of them dared to voice much more. Chen Tian muttered that this matter should have been left to him. Chen Shu retorted, "Do you honestly think any of that money would be spent on your father? Get out and kneel in the morning hall." He added, "You too, as a daughter-in-law, failing to uphold your duties, should kneel as well." Chen Shu then directed his ire towards Chen Tian's wife, who stood behind him. The two of them, feeling thoroughly chastised, knelt in the morning hall, afraid to provoke Chen Shu's wrath further. Chen Shu turned to Chen Xiaomei and assured her, "Rest assured, this money will remain with you. No one else shall touch it. Ensure that a dignified grave is prepared for delay." He lived a life of hardship and humiliation. Let him have some glory in death. Chen Xiaomei nodded gratefully, saying, "Thank you, Shu Ge. If there's any money left over, may I keep it to support my niece in her final year of high school?" Chen Shu glanced inside the morning hall at Delay's granddaughter, who was kneeling with her head bowed, weeping softly. At such a tender age, she had lost her beloved grandfather. Her grandmother often exhibited signs of madness, and both her parents were unreliable. Should she continue to neglect her studies, her future would be bleak. Chen Shu inquired, "Is Delay's granddaughter in her senior year of high school now?" Chen Xiaomei replied, "Yes. She had to drop out in the second semester of her sophomore year due to family issues." Chen Shu pressed, "What issues?" Chen Xiaomei explained, "Xiao Shi had to return home to cook. As neither of them took care of my brother." Chen Shu slammed the table in frustration, exclaiming, "What nonsense! I thought Chen Tian and his wife were already outrageous. But this is even worse. The child is in her junior year, soon to be a senior, and she has to go home to cook for her grandfather? Does she not understand the importance of her education? She attends Nanxing County No. 1 high school, just like Chunanan, with a high college acceptance rate. And yet, she must return to the village every day to cook? The round trip alone takes an hour. Xiaomei, I will handle this matter. Here is 100,000 yuan for you. Once Delay's affairs are settled, go to the county and find your niece, Chen Wan. I will arrange for her to rent a house in the county. You work hard for a year, help your granddaughter complete her college entrance exams, and your duty will be fulfilled. If you find yourself short on funds, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Chen Shu's mind raced. Delay's granddaughter must escape this toxic environment. Chen Xiaomei nodded, aware of the pressing matters at hand. As a rural woman, she understood the importance of prioritizing. Her brother had left behind a son who was of little use. This only granddaughter, full of potential, could not be sacrificed. Thankfully, her brother had a good friend, otherwise, the granddaughter might have faced ruin. According to village customs, as a married woman, she was no longer considered part of the community, and with a meek disposition. She had little power to manage her brother's household. Without Chen Shu's assistance, her granddaughter might have faced two grim fates after dropping out, either toiling in an electronics factory, exploited by her parents, or being sold off to marry someone else. Neither outcome was desirable. Chen Xiaomei genuinely wished to kneel and express her gratitude to Chen Shu. Her brother had never achieved much, but the one source of pride in his life was having a friend like Chen Shu. Ding. The host helps his childhood friend handle posthumous affairs, fulfilling brotherly duties, generously providing financial assistance without seeking recompense, compensating for regrets towards his friend. Reward: 1,000,000 yuan. The reward was granted. Yet, Chen Shu felt no overwhelming joy. If given the choice, he would gladly forego this sum in exchange for the chance to share a drink with Chen Delay once more. Chen Shu's actions garnered admiration from the villagers in the courtyard. Many felt sympathy for Chen Delay, but few could match the depth of Chen Shu's generosity. At that moment, the village elder arrived, accompanied by Chen Delay's wife. Chen Shu had met his sister-in-law before. Her intellect resembled that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. She was capable of self-care, although she occasionally exhibited erratic behavior. Nevertheless, she was well looked after by Chen Delay. "Chen-san, it is good to see you back," paying respects to Delay. His life was not easy. "And with a brother like you, he can rest easy on the other side," the village elder said, patting Chen Shu's shoulder. Chen Xiaomei informed him of Chen Shu's support for Delay's granddaughter and the financial assistance provided. The village elder's eyes twinkled with approval. "Well done, San. You are a true man," Chen Shu replied. "Elder, I have a favor to ask," the village elder replied. "Speak freely." Chen Shu continued, with Delay gone. "Could we arrange for a document from the village stating that his house and land are to be inherited by his granddaughter Chen Yusher?" The village elder nodded. "I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I can handle this matter." Chen Shu was confident that if the property fell into Chen Tian's hands, it would be sold by the next day. After all, the government prohibits city dwellers from purchasing rural land to prevent such foolishness. Chapter 61, Giving Back to the Village. Having resolved these matters, Chen Shu felt a sense of relief. The houses and fields in the village were the legacy of his brother's hard work throughout his life. It was imperative that Chen Shu protect them. Chen Yusher, still under 18, held her household registration with Chen Delay and had the right to inherit. Furthermore, with Chen Tian and his wife having a notorious reputation in the village elder's assistance would ensure they could not meddle. Once Chen Yusher turned 18, she would legally inherit her grandfather's possessions, providing a small consolation for Chen Delay's legacy. The village elder, Chen Shu, and other village elders gathered in a room to smoke. The cigarettes were the fine brand that Chen Shu had brought. The village elder observed the cigarette in his hand and remarked, "Chen San has made quite a name for himself. I hear you have become close with the county chief." Chen Shu replied, "The village's intelligence network is lacking. The information is quite exaggerated." He added, "It's all nonsense. I was merely discussing some matters with the county chief." The village elder exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "You've made it big. But don't forget the many who helped your family back in the day. Your family had 3 boys who were quite a handful. Many families supported you. Chen Shu laughed. Acknowledging the village elder's point, rest assured, I, Chen San, with 2 older brothers serving in the military, may not have achieved much myself. But I will repay the kindness shown to my family. When Chen Shu was around 15 or 16, he dreamed of the day he could repay those who had helped him. However, until he reached 60, he found himself powerless. Each return to the village revealed the same dirt roads and the lack of progress in the rural connectivity project. The ancestral temple remained dilapidated, and the county's dragon boat race consistently ranked last. The decline of Chun family village was irreversible. Thankfully, he now possessed the means to make a difference. After arranging matters for his childhood friend, Chen Shu prepared to contribute to the village, also as a way of giving back to his hometown. Among his many regrets was not being able to help the village and those who had aided his family. The village elder looked at Chen Shu with admiration, anticipating the impact this young man would make. Indeed, none of the Chun brothers had disappointed him. Chen Shu stated, "The ancestral hall in the village, along with the severed road leading to the county town, I will take responsibility for. I happen to have a project in the county, so I can easily enlist a construction company when the time comes." On his way back to the village, Chen Shu observed that the dirt roads within the village were utterly unsuitable for vehicular travel. The village's youth seldom returned during the new year, as their low-chassis vehicles could not navigate the roads, which failed to meet their standards of ostentation. Moreover, the majority of villagers had relocated to the county, resulting in a significant decrease in visitors. Thus, the road must be repaired to restore vitality to the village. Naturally, after living outside for 40 years and having lost his childhood friends, Chen Shu's only close ties remained with his 2 brothers, making this endeavor more about alleviating his own regrets. The old village chief nodded appreciatively, saying, "All right, Lao San, I knew I wasn't mistaken about you." Each of the 3 brothers possesses loyalty and righteousness. Over the years, our village has seen very few millionaires like you, although there are some who have amassed fortunes in the hundreds of thousands. Yet, after consulting several, none were willing to invest in Chun family village. I find myself reminiscing about the past when our village fought with the neighboring one over irrigation channels, with over 20 young men driving away their 40-odd counterparts. Back then, everyone was willing to risk their lives for the village. Now, not a single soul remains. Chen Shu chuckled lightly, recalling that he was once part of that spirited group. People do change. Accustomed to a better life and greater wealth, they often become more miserly. He then inquired, "Old village chief, what about Delay's wife? They cannot take care of their son and daughter-in-law. What shall we do?" The old village chief replied, "No worries. The county has welfare institutions that can take them in. However, your aunt and I are in good health. We can manage with her help. By the time we age, Chen Yusher will have graduated from university and will bear the family's responsibilities." With that, Chen Shu felt reassured, knowing that the old village chief and his wife would look after them. The old village chief continued, "I am unsure about the cost of road repairs, but I have found trustworthy individuals near the ancestral hall, all of whom are of your generation, working odd jobs in the city. It will likely be around 100,000. There were others who wanted to undertake repairs, but their demands were unacceptable, so they were turned away. Today, I came here hoping for a stroke of luck." Chen Shu, intrigued, asked, "Someone wanted to repair? Whose family? What were their demands?" The old village chief explained, "The daughter of Old Li S family in the east of the village has a foreign husband who passed away. She wishes to place her husband's tablet in our ancestral hall. That demand is utterly absurd. Allowing a foreigner's tablet into our village's ancestral hall would invite the ire of my ancestors. When I die, I could not face them in silence. A foreigner's tablet in our ancestral hall. I truly do not understand what these people are thinking." Chen Shu nodded in agreement. "You are right, old village chief. Here's the deal. I will contribute 1 million to renovate the ancestral hall. You may allocate these funds as you see fit, ensuring the laborers are compensated well. As the weather is hot and work can be exhausting, please set aside the remaining funds for the upcoming Dragon Boat Festival to reward the young people who participate. Regardless of their performance, they should not toil in vain." The old village chief was taken aback. He was aware that Chen Shu had made a fortune, likely in the tens of millions. However, witnessing his generosity made him reconsider his previous assumptions. If his wealth indeed reached tens of millions, parting with 1 million so readily seemed unlikely. It must be at least over 100 million. No wonder he could be on friendly terms with the county chief. His wife had not exaggerated. Chen Shu remarked, "Do not merely repair. Let us renovate thoroughly. Even consider demolishing and rebuilding if necessary." The old village chief responded, "All right. With your words, I can rest easy. Also, please reserve a good spot for Delay's tablet. He has contributed significantly to the village." After speaking, the old village chief stood up. Chen Shu accompanied him to the door, offering him 2 bottles of Mao Tai and 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes to take along. The old village chief had no particular hobbies in life. He was content to wander the village, share a drink with delay, and occasionally smoke. At 84. This is the first time I've tasted this flying mithai. My life has not been in vain, he thought, as he tucked the liquor and cigarettes under his arm and wobbled his way home. Upon returning to his yard, Chen Shu continued to oversee matters. If he were absent, Chen Tian and his wife might engage in mischief. His conversation with the village chief had been overheard by those present, who began to regard Chen Shu with newfound respect. Wealthy individuals are not always generous. To allocate 1 million for the renovation of the ancestral hall, along with the intention to repair the road, demonstrated a remarkable level of philanthropy. It bore resemblance to a certain entrepreneur named Dong Zi who returned to the village to distribute funds. Was Chen Shu now at that level? Speculations ran rampant among the villagers. Chapter 62. Wealth in the mountains attracts distant kin. Chen Delay's funeral was straightforward, with a modest turnout initially. However, following Chen Shu's arrival, the previously quiet village roads became bustling with vehicles of various sizes, stirring up clouds of dust on the uneven dirt paths. On the morning of Chen Delay's interment, the village was surprised by a significant influx of mourners. It was important to note that Chen Delay was merely an ordinary man with few relatives and friends. Yet, throughout the morning, waves of visitors came to pay their respects, both familiar and unfamiliar alike. What was evident was that all these individuals, upon completing their condolences, immediately sought to ingratiate themselves with Chen Shu. Their intentions were transparent. They were clearly drawn to him. However, the setting was not conducive to dismissing them outright, as it would be disrespectful to Chen Delay. Chen Shu welcomed them without refusal, though he had no money to lend, as many were there seeking financial assistance. Their excuses varied widely, from needing to repay mortgages, seeking guaranteed profits in business ventures, to requests for investments in new companies. Chen Shu began to understand the burdens of the affluent. These petitioners differed from those in whose city, while the latter also sought loans. They understood the concept of quid pro quo. For instance, women like Chu Hong and Xiao Wanting, one driven by love for money and the other seeking financial security, were not direct in their demands. Rather, they invested their youth, effort, and sweat. Conversely, these villagers, with nothing but their mouths, simply asked for money outright. How could Chen Shu ever comply? What made matters more complicated was their familial ties. Refusing to lend might lead to sour relations. Yet, Chen Shu was not one to indulge such behavior. He was not lacking in company now. As someone who had lived in this world for 60 years, he had grown adept at seeing through the facades of those who feigned familiarity. How could they possibly deceive him? 6 decades of life experience was not for naught. On the surface, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, but when it came to parting with money, there was none. All his resources were tied up in real estate investments. When the crowd dispersed, none had taken a single penny from Chen Shu. Next came the somber moment of placing Chen Delay into his coffin for burial. With his devoted children and grandchildren weeping profusely, Chen Shu observed his granddaughter, Chen Yusher, kneeling until her knees were raw and scabbed, crying inconsolably, seemingly oblivious to her pain. How could she not feel heartache at the loss of her beloved grandfather? The scene stirred a sense of melancholy within Chen Shu. Having learned of Delay's heart condition and his limited time, he had envisioned this day for himself as well. Without the system's support, his life would have mirrored Delay's closely. Delay, may you journey well, Chen Shu thought, feeling a kinship in their generational ties, thus choosing not to attend the burial site. After the event, Chen Xiaomei invited those who had helped her, along with relatives, to dine at the village's only modest eatery as a gesture of gratitude. Once the matters were settled, she intentionally brought Chen Yusher to brother Chen Shu's home to express their thanks. Xiaosher, quickly thank your third granduncle, Chen Xiaomei urged. Chen Yusher, her eyes swollen from tears and resembling a weeping pear blossom, uttered in a hoarse voice, thank you, third granduncle. Chen Shu replied, how about this? You need not return home. Wait until the 7th day and the spirit tablets are moved to the ancestral hall before coming back. Just come with me to the county. Without a grandfather, Chen Yusher would likely be pressured by her biological parents to cook and perform household chores. With the rain expected in a couple of days, she would probably have to go to the fields to plant vegetables. The demands of her senior year were pressing. Having commenced over a month ago, there could be no delays. Chen Xiaomei exclaimed, Brother Shu, is it so soon? I am not prepared yet. Chen Shu assured her. No need for preparations. I have arranged for Chen Wen to rent a house for you. It's right next to the first high school, ready for you to move in. If you need anything, you can buy it in the county. While it was possible for seniors to board at school, given Chen Yusher's frail appearance, it was likely she might faint in class one day. The school cafeteria's food was not suitable for her. This was the only hope for his childhood friend, and Chen Shu could not afford any missteps. All right, I will go with Brother Shu. Xiaosher, wash your face and prepare for school. Rest in peace to the departed, and strength to the living. Chen Shu also asked Chu Hong to drive over and pick up the three of them. Chen Jianjun stood on tiptoe at the door, observing Chen Yushi, and said, Xiaoshi, study hard in the future. Once you graduate from university, don't come back. The house and fields will be looked after by me, your second granduncle, and the village chief. If your parents dare to touch anything, I will break their legs. Chen Yushi nodded. The blossoming young girl was acutely aware of her fortune in having such a supportive family, especially with the assistance of her third granduncle. Not only did he ensure her grandfather's dignified departure, but he also helped her retain the family home and farmland, paving the way for her to escape her life's difficulties. She resolved to repay this kindness throughout her life. Suddenly, the girl knelt before Chen Shu and bowed deeply, catching him off guard. Xiaoshi, what are you doing? Chen Shu quickly helped her up. With that bow, Chen Shu found no objection to gaining another granddaughter. Soon, Chu Hong arrived in a luxury SUV, and after ushering the three of them in, they headed to the county. An hour later, they arrived at a residential area next to Nanchang County First High School, where Chen Shu had brought Chen Xiaomei and Chen Yushi to a spacious three-bedroom apartment. Brother Shu, this house is too large, Chen Xiaomei marveled. Chen Shu replied, not too large. There are apartments nearby, but they are crowded and would disrupt Xiaoshi's studies. With delay gone, I am now Xiaoshi's grandfather, and this decision is mine. In matters of social etiquette, Chen Shu was quite astute. If he softened his stance, the other party might refuse out of pride. By adopting a firm demeanor, neither of the women would protest. Indeed, both Chen Xiaomei and Chen Yushi bowed their heads to accept the generosity. Chen Xiaomei instructed, Xiaoshi, remember to repay your third granduncle in the future. Coincidentally, it was Sunday, the day the senior year commenced. Chen Yushi had dropped out of school during the second semester of her sophomore year to care for her family. Now returning to school felt somewhat abrupt. Yet it was evident she was filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Chu Hong, Kong Fong, Xiao Wanting, along with Chunanan, Ji Yunya, and Li Xiaoman had all arrived. Chunanan, who had spent New Year's with Chen Shu in his hometown as a child, was also familiar with Chen Yushi. The two had played together joyfully in their youth. Upon hearing from her mother that Chen Yushi had arrived, she was thrilled to accompany her as a fellow alumnus of the first high school. Ji Yunya and Li Xiaoman were brought along as support. They understood well that someone like Chen Yushi, akin to Ji Yunya, faced struggles. At least Ji Yunya had a loving father, while Chen Yushi had nothing, her parents merely a burden. The three graduates were there to assist Chen Yushi. Fearing she might face bullying or isolation at school, students are most attuned to the experiences of their peers. Chapter 63. I will certainly see you off. Today marked the start of the school year at Nanchang County, with roads on both sides filled with various vehicles. Among students, competition was inevitable. You ride in a tricycle. I ride in a four-wheeler. My family is wealthier than yours, and so forth. Naturally, these were sentiments expressed by the less academically inclined. After all, in every school, there exist both high achievers and underperformers, and at Nanchang First High, the underperformers often came from affluent backgrounds, which could not be blamed on the school. Earning a living was not disgraceful. However, today, even the wealthy and influential would bow their heads in the presence of a luxury SUV and a Maybach. This was no ordinary SUV. It was a muddy, well-used vehicle, indicating that the owner cared little for its condition, using it for off-road adventures rather than for ostentation. The Maybach parked nearby was an even rarer sight in a small county, usually only seen during festive seasons. The appearance of these two luxury cars attracted the curiosity of many students and parents alike, speculating on which princess had arrived. While vehicles were not permitted inside the school, luxury cars enjoyed certain privileges. Not to mention, Chen Shu had connections with the security personnel. He discreetly handed 2 packs of cigarettes to the old security guard at the entrance, fully aware of the psychology at play. Brother, this car is quite nice. Please keep an eye on it for me. It's hot out. Have a smoke to cool off, Chen Shu remarked to the guard. Despite being a small-town security guard, he had an impressive background. The old guard nodded. All right, brother, park it next to the security booth. Even the traffic police won't dare to move it. My son is their captain. Chen Shu was confident this would work. Subsequently, the old guard's eyes widened as he beheld 3 women in their 30s and 4 high school girls stepping out. He recognized one, Li Xiaoman, the campus beauty from last year's senior class. He was stunned. A man, whom he estimated to be in his 40s, accompanied 3 mature beauties and 4 high school girls. What a scene. Who was this man, and why were both young and mature women gravitating towards him? The old guard felt a twinge of envy. Yet he realized that a man who could afford such a luxurious vehicle was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. As a middle-aged man himself, he pondered why others were so popular while he, despite being a sought-after catch in the matchmaking market thanks to his son's status, had not attracted any 30-something women. He could not comprehend it. Nanchang First High had 6 senior classes, each with at least 60 students, creating a bustling environment with over 1,000 people, including parents. The sight of Chen Shu accompanied by 7 women left a profound impact on all present, leading to whispers of a legend about 7 fairies descending upon the school. As the sole man in this entourage, Chen Shu naturally attracted numerous curious glances. Among them, Chen Shu, the protagonist of today, has grown more self-assured than ever before. In the past, she would arrive for registration accompanied solely by her grandfather, Chen Dalai, but now, despite his passing, a multitude of individuals gather to support her. Not only are there senior students, but also her esteemed neighbor, Grandpa. At this moment, Chen Shu stands tall, her youthful chest swelling with pride. She senses the caring presence of 3 aunts and 3 older sisters. As she walks along, the envious gazes from her fellow students, though somewhat nerve-wracking, bolster her confidence. In this regard, Ji Yunya has a profound understanding. Thus, she diligently assists Chen Shu in preparing her belongings. Chen Shu's classmates are equally astonished. It feels akin to a swan emerging from the shell of an ugly duckling. Just 6 months ago, Chen Shu was the target of teasing among students. Unable to afford a school uniform or shoes, with only an elderly grandfather by her side. But now, groups of girls huddle together, discussing, that handsome middle-aged man. Is he Chen Shu's father? How striking. They express astonishment at Chen Shu's unexpectedly dashing father, whom they had never encountered before. Don't be ridiculous. That is her neighbor, Grandpa. I've seen him. Grandpa? This middle-aged man is her grandfather? He looks far too young. So handsome. I want to find a husband like that in the future. Consequently, Chen Shu has become a celebrity in her class. She boasts a formidable grandfather capable of driving luxury cars, saving the county South real estate from ruin, and is a brother to the county mayor, among other accolades. Chen Shu has inexplicably transformed into a beloved figure among the students. With such a wealthy and influential grandfather, some students are eager to curry favor. Numerous construction bosses have already begun to take action, even though the county has yet to announce it. Many are aware of the relationship between Chen Shu and Chen Shu and are seeking to establish connections through their children attending the same school. Even the teachers are attempting to gain Chen Shu's favor. Of course, it must be said that teaching is a noble profession. Yet those in the profession have relatives and friends, naturally driven by financial motives, which is unavoidable. Chen Shu suddenly finds herself at the center of her class. Feeling somewhat unaccustomed, Chen Shu meets with Chen Shu's homeroom teacher, offering a few words of encouragement. The homeroom teacher responds, Mr. Chen, you need not worry about Shu's academic performance. She possesses the potential for top-tier universities. The only reason she has not excelled is due to family circumstances. Now that she is here, I will dedicate myself to teaching her well. Additionally, Mr. Chen, my brother-in-law, is the business manager at our city's investment company. Here is his business card for you. Chen Shu smiles. All right, I'll remember that. The homeroom teacher beams with delight. Nearby, Chen Shu gazes at her third grandpa with admiration. It is noteworthy that her female homeroom teacher, who is in her 50s, has never displayed such obsequiousness except in front of the principal. This expression is reserved for significant figures. Subsequently, the teacher presents her business card, stating, Mr. Chen, here is my card with my contact information. Chen Shu, not thinking much of it, assumes she merely wishes to discuss Chen Shu's matters. However, the homeroom teacher shifts the conversation, pulling Chen Shu aside and saying, Mr. Chen, I have recently gone through a divorce. My ex-husband was not diligent in earning, and I bear the burden of supporting the family alone. I understand you have also just divorced. Since there seems to be a connection between us and Shu, how about we consider a union of our families? I do have some debts to settle. Chen Shu, taken aback, responds, some debts? He finds it hard to believe. Observing the thick makeup on the middle-aged woman's face, he suppresses his physical impulse and replies with a smile. I have a heart condition, my dear. I don't have many years left, and I wouldn't want to burden you. The middle-aged woman's face brightens. Not many years left? That is simply wonderful. Even if you have few years remaining, I will take good care of you, ensuring you leave in comfort. Rest assured, after being a woman for over 50 years, I know how to care for a man. Chen Shu thinks to himself, women can be quite fierce. Chapter 64. The son of my first love was photographed. The fervor of women is indeed overwhelming. Chen Shu is drenched in sweat, silently praying for Chen Shu to wrap things up quickly. Her third grandpa can scarcely endure. Fortunately, with the assistance of 3 aunts and 3 older sisters, Chen Shu's desk is organized swiftly, and as she does not reside in the dormitory, there is no need to arrange bedding. Dinner is simply a matter of obtaining a meal card, and with the help of Chun and In and others, the process is still quite efficient. Half an hour later, Chen Shu finally escapes the woman's incessant chatter. This is prompted by the sight of Xiao Wanting and Chu Hong, 2 younger and more attractive women, intimately holding onto Chen Shu's arm. which causes the 50-year-old woman to feel somewhat inadequate. She cannot compete with the supple skin and gentle nature of women in their 30s. Nevertheless, she is determined not to give up. Chen Yusher's homeroom teacher is acutely aware of Chen Shu's influence in the area. With a net worth of at least 100 million, the wealthiest individuals in the county may possess assets of 5 to 600 million, but Chen Shu, with his dashing looks and the allure of an older man, appears fit and robust, evidently a result of years of dedication to fitness. Who wouldn't he be enamored by such a mature gentleman? A little extra care for Yusher, and fate may just align. Thus, during her senior year, Chen Yusher receives considerable attention from her homeroom teacher. Chen Shu departs from Nanjing No. 1 High School with 3 women and 3 girls in tow, and from that moment, Chen Yusher transforms into the beloved princess of her senior class. But that is a tale for another time. Chen Shu has fulfilled his responsibilities to his brothers and planted a seed in Chen Yusher's heart. After addressing these matters, Chen Shu also finds a moment of ease. That evening, Chen Shu, accompanied by Kong Fong, Chu Hong, and Xiao Wanting, returns home to dine with Chen Wen's family and discuss matters concerning the real estate company. Kong Fong has also successfully handled the registration of the real estate company. The owner is not Chen Shu, but Chen Wen. Chen Shu is the investor, with Chen Wen holding a position while he operates as a behind-the-scenes owner, feeling that he is not suited for this role in the future. He simply needs to provide funds. After a brief introduction to the company's functions, Chen Shu realizes he is not particularly interested. He inquires, "What is the next step to get the community built?" Kong Fong responds, "We need to initiate a bidding process, inviting qualified construction companies to accept the company's commission. However, the first step is to establish a location for the company and form a team." Chen Shu nods, "I understand that. Let us begin the bidding process. As for the company address, let Wang Tao find it. He is at home with nothing to do, and it would be beneficial for his recovery to get out more." Wang Tao nods, "All right, Dad, I'll take care of this. Can I bring a few friends to our company?" Chen Shu replies, "That is fine. But their character must be good." Wang Tao assures him, "Dad, you can rest easy. None of my friends are dishonest." Chen Shu is quite confident in his son-in-law, knowing that he would not associate with unsavory individuals. Moreover, the company's focus is functional. In simpler terms, it's a shell company, with projects needing to be outsourced. So there isn't much profit to be had. Kong Fong adds, "I've already registered with your county government. The bidding can commence tomorrow." Chen Shu smiles, "Kong, you work quickly. Let us get started tomorrow then." He hadn't anticipated Kong Fong's business acumen to be so impressive. However, it is quite reasonable, considering that Kong Fong is a property manager, well-versed in both legal matters and her responsibilities. She approaches her collaboration with Chen Shu with utmost seriousness. Although she is merely the property manager of a community, her primary job brings her little joy. In contrast, working with someone as easygoing as Chen Shu is a delightful experience. The financial rewards are substantial, yet Kong Fong does not place much value on money. If that were the case, she could simply return home and agree to an arranged marriage. "Dad, would it be inappropriate for me to be a manager?" Chen Wen expressed a hint of self-doubt, as she merely held the position of a snack section supervisor in a supermarket. And the idea of managing a property company felt like an overwhelming leap. Chen Shu replied, "As for me, I am currently in a stage of life where I wish to experience leisurely pursuits. I have grown weary of the grind, and now prefer to enjoy life while spending money. Such responsibilities should naturally be entrusted to the younger generation like you. Just ensure that the company does not collapse, as the county magistrate is watching. We cannot afford to have unfinished projects." He spoke nonchalantly. Having amassed a fortune of over 300 million, with daily earnings of 20,000 from his investments, money he finds impossible to exhaust, thus granting Chen Wen the freedom to manage the company as she pleases. Nearby, Chu Hong and Xiao Wanting exchanged amused glances, pondering, "He is too tired to work? Who was it last night that acted like a 30-year-old? He hardly seems afflicted by any cardiac issues." Chen Wen interjected, "By the way, Dad, someone has invited you to dinner at a hotel tomorrow night." Chen Shu inquired curiously, "Who is it? Why didn't they call me?" Chen Wen responded, "It's my classmate, Luo Jiahao. He doesn't have your number, but you've met him before. He mentioned this year's class reunion dance and invited you to join. He said his mother would attend as well." Chen Shu remarked, "Is he the one I once scolded for pursuing you back in school?" Chen Wen chuckled, "Indeed." Kong Fong, intrigued, asked, "Who is this person? It sounds like there's a story behind it." Chen Shu reminisced, "Luo Jiahao, that rascal, was quite the troublemaker. Much like today's rebellious youths. He pursued Chen Wen with relentless fervor, but his academic performance was dismal, and I once threw a brick at him." Kong Fong questioned, "What does his mother have to do with it? The reunion dance doesn't seem related to him?" Chen Wen smiled at Chen Shu. "His mother is my father's first love." Chen Shu sighed. "Ah, that was a chapter of exuberant youth long past, during Chen Shu's school days." The distinction between middle school and high school was less pronounced. The county's only high school lacked a proper playground. Instead, a vast expanse of flat land served as the makeshift athletic field. The principal would ring a bell to signal the end of class, prompting all students to flock to the field to play. Back then, there were no air conditioners or even electric fans, just a few trees providing scant shade. Boys and girls played together, and as was typical of that era, young hearts began to flutter for classmates from adjacent classes. Chen Shu was no exception. Every youth has their own ethereal muse, and at 60 years old, he too harbored such memories. In those days, youth enjoyed simple pastimes like visiting video arcades and dance halls. Luo Jiahao's mother, Feng Yun, possessed a charm reminiscent of the captivating 13 Sisters, and her beauty garnered admiration from nearly every boy in school. Social dancing was all the rage back then, and Chen Shu, tall and dashing, made quite the pair with Feng Yun. After sharing glances while dancing, an affection blossomed between them. Chen Shu, with his artistic inclinations, often penned romantic poetry and sang rock ballads, which eventually prompted a response to one of his love letters. Feng Yun's only reply. What followed? Kong Fong listened intently. Her curiosity piqued. Previously, their interactions had been strictly professional, and she had never realized that this 60-year-old man could be so fascinating. Unbeknownst to her, her intrigue towards Chen Shu was growing. When a woman develops feelings for a man, it often begins with curiosity. Chen Shu continued. After graduation, Feng Yun did not pursue higher education but instead married a well-liked official's son, leading to our relationship's quiet dissolution. Naturally, he refrained from divulging the entire story, which included a secret rendezvous in a secluded grove behind the school, an experience he found challenging to articulate. Yet, it was understandable at that time. Most parents were preoccupied with their work, leaving their children to roam freely. The impulses of youth were hardly uncommon. Kong Fong lamented, "What a shame. Had you two been together back then, it might have blossomed into a beautiful tale of a talented couple." Chen Shu smiled, remaining silent. Whether he was a talented individual or not, and whether she was indeed a beauty, remained uncertain. Nonetheless, he felt that attending the reunion dance could be an enjoyable experience, as he had never been invited to one before. Whenever he returned to Nanxing County, it was typically to meet up with old friends for a barbecue. A reunion dance? That felt like a relic from the last century, and he was not particularly enthusiastic about it. A visit to a massage parlor seemed far more appealing. However, given the opportunity to reminisce about his youth, Chen Shu thought it might be worthwhile to attend, especially since the very brick he threw nearly struck Luo Jiahao in the head. He had yet to apologize to Feng Yun for that incident. Chapter 65. What obscures the eyes? The following day, Chen Shu emerged from Chu Hong's room and first instructed both women, Chu Hong and Xia Wanting, to take the high-speed train back home, as they had little to occupy their time here. Kong Fong arranged for Xia Wanting to join Deju Real Estate as an assistant to the boss, providing her with social insurance and a measure of security. With no other options, Xia Wanting felt compelled to express her gratitude more openly that evening. She was unbothered by the opinions of others and seized the opportunity to secure her future, ensuring that she would not end up discarded like a worn-out rag. If the arrangements for social insurance were successfully made, she planned to return to her hometown and put down a deposit on a house. If she were to be abandoned in her 40s or 50s, owning a home would enable her to find a new partner with ease. She held confidence in her looks and figure. Chu Hong, already employed at a real estate agency, had no such need. Chen Shu understood that Chu Hong was different from Xia Wanting and thus afforded her the respect she deserved. If you need money, I can provide it. If not, I won't force it upon you. However, small tokens of appreciation, such as bags and cosmetics, were still expected to maintain a healthy relationship. A relationship that grows stale and lifeless renders all endeavors difficult. Of course, the decision to send them off was also partly due to Chen Shu's 40s catching up with him. He was struggling to keep up with two women as spirited as tigers. At 40 years of age, he found himself yearning for the vitality of his 20s, a time when no woman could intimidate him. After rising early, Chen Shu began searching for a gym. At 40, he could distinctly feel his physical capabilities declining if he missed a day of exercise, experiencing aches in his back and knees. The county offered limited gym facilities. The majority of establishments are not situated in bustling districts. In this day and age, while gyms serve purposes beyond mere fitness, the number of patrons remains relatively sparse. Gyms do not profit solely from the act of exercising. In this small county, however, the gym experience is distinctly unique. The decor is simplistic, yet a subtle fragrance wafts through the air, and whenever this gentle breeze brushes past, it elevates Chen Shu's spirits for the day. Early in the morning, the gym is not crowded. A few young individuals, seemingly trainers, are gathered around several affluent older women adorned in gold and jewels. "Sister, why not get a membership? Your figure is impeccably maintained. If you were to work out, you would surely captivate us all. What sister? I'm over 50. Over 50? You could easily pass for 18. Chen Shu finds his worldview somewhat distorted. Observing the dedicated trainers, he feels a sense of understanding and respect. Any man who works hard deserves commendation. He notices that the ladies' workout area is surprisingly more populated than the men's, with 5 or 6 women in their 20s and 30s, clad in form-fitting attire that showcases their enviable figures, all wearing yoga pants. They feign stretches, yet Chen Shu senses their gazes lingering on him with a hint of desire. Glancing at his reflection in the mirror, he finds nothing amiss. He is adorned in a pristine Kuno bird outfit, courtesy of Chu Hong. She knows well that in these small towns, if one were to don high-end brands like Fendi or Hermes, people would immediately declare them counterfeit. However, with Kuno bird, no one would question its authenticity. Although affordable, it possesses high recognizability in the county. Not bad, quite handsome indeed. Chen Shu shakes his attire and begins his warm-up jog. Little does he know, he has already caught the attention of the women in yoga pants when he parked downstairs. The G-Class vehicle he drives is unmistakable. In the entire county, there are hardly a few, and his seems to be the only one, possibly a second-hand model typically used for weddings. Additionally, it boasts a Shanghai license plate. Coupled with Chen Shu's extraordinary demeanor and his Kuno bird outfit, it stirs a feeling of excitement among the women in yoga pants. They whisper amongst themselves, "I've never seen him before. He appears quite wealthy. Never seen him either. He probably isn't here to pursue us. That S.A. Benz G-Class, and it looks like it hasn't been washed. If he were just here to impress us, he would have a rental car that is spotless, dressed in LV. This Kuno bird is likely genuine. A true wealthy individual wouldn't concern themselves with such matters. Should I go talk to him? You're still young. You have plenty of opportunities. I'll go. You all take notes. Won't your husband Ro get upset? Please, he has a mistress outside. Don't think I'm unaware." Just as Chen Shu begins to engage in his routine, one of the women in yoga pants approaches to strike up a conversation. "Hey there, first time here? You seem a bit unfamiliar. I'm Ma Qian, a friend of the gym's owner. If you plan on coming often, I can offer you a discount on a membership." Ma Qian leans against the treadmill, her gaze filled with allure as she fixates on Chen Shu. Her snug attire clings tightly, yet the neckline is loose, revealing a pristine expanse of skin. Chen Shu glances briefly. She pales in comparison to Xia Wanting and is on par with Chu Hong, yet lacks her grace, appearing somewhat vulgar in her attempts at seduction. Such a woman would undoubtedly be a prized catch for affluent men in a small town. Yet, every woman in Chen Shu's life surpasses her. Sure, thank you." Ma Qian's expression shifts slightly. With her looks, she usually ensnares younger men effortlessly, but today, she finds herself thwarted. Logically, one would expect a seemingly wealthy middle-aged man to request her contact information immediately. An invitation for dinner and a glass of wine would surely follow, presenting an opportunity. She understands the psychology of local tycoons all too well. However, it is evident that Chen Shu is not easily swayed. Having realized there is no prospect, Ma Qian, initially planning to withdraw, is halted in her tracks by the sight of the watch on Chen Shu's wrist, a Rolex, a black submariner. This watch was a gift from Chu Hong. When venturing out, a man may forego jewelry, but should never be without a watch. Thus, Chen Shu had placed 3 on rotation in the G-Class. Previously, he had considered such behavior ostentatious. Yet, after acquiring wealth, he now finds it immensely gratifying. One must find joy in their endeavors. Without personal happiness, nothing remains enjoyable. Ma Qian recognizes the watch, for her husband, Luo Jiahao, possesses a similar one. Treating it as a treasure, never allowing her to touch it, claiming it is for showing off at social gatherings. As for why she engages in such flirtations despite being married, it is simply because Luo Jiahao does the same. Not participating would be a disadvantage. Her actions are somewhat retaliatory, also stemming from Luo Jiahao's inadequacies in certain areas. Ma Qian, however, remains unfazed. Moreover, she perceives that this older gentleman possesses considerable wealth, far more promising than Luo Jiahao. Upon noticing Chen Shu struggling with his bench press form, Ma Qian leans closer, her ample bosom swaying in his direction. "Hey, you need to lower your shoulders." Chen Shu feels a wave of dizziness wash over him. What has obscured my vision? Chapter 66, Rekindling Youth? Ultimately, Chen Shu finds himself at a loss against Ma Qian's seasoned flirtation. She is clearly an expert in the art of seduction, and moments later, Chen Shu feels his temper rising. Fortunately, a savior emerges unexpectedly, Confronting. She too has come for her morning cardio. For the past few days, she has been a regular at this gym, while today marks Chen Shu's first visit. Observing Chen Shu entangled with the younger woman, Confrong's first impulse is to laugh. She watches the spectacle for a moment before deciding to intervene, and her approach is rather amusing. Confrong approaches the pair, addressing Chen Shu. "Hey there. What do you think of me? Just 1,000 a month for my companionship. Ma Qian's eyes widen in shock. Is this industry really that competitive now? 1,000 for such services? What about 500? Do women today have no standards? Chen Shu plays along. Well, Miss Ma, what if we negotiate your price? How about 500? Ma Qian's face falls. 500? What difference does that make? It's practically nothing. Impressive. Ma Qian exclaims, calling him insane, before turning to leave. She casts a final glance at Kong Fong, internally comparing her to Kong Fong, who significantly outshines her in terms of poise and refinement. Kong Fong's upbringing in a commercial aristocracy, combined with the commanding presence cultivated through her managerial experience, far exceeds what Ma Qian could offer. Ma Qian silently berates, 1,000? What a labor thief. Once Ma Qian departs, Chen Shu chuckles, thanks for coming to my rescue, Kong. Otherwise, I would have had quite the predicament. Kong Fong smiles. You could have simply acquiesced. She was practically climbing onto you. What a delightful opportunity to take advantage of. Chen Shu shakes his head. I think I'll pass. Kong Fong continues. These yoga pants certainly have an eye for talent. They must know you're a billionaire. Chen Shu replies. You can question their character, but it's difficult to dismiss their discernment. Of course, it may also be a reflection of my personal charm. Kong Fong scoffed. TCH, old Chen. Are you getting a bit too self-absorbed? The two of them were engaged in lively banter, which irked Ma Qian from next door. Who was this woman? How had she managed to charm him so swiftly? Was she really better than me? What use is a little charm if it comes with such a meager figure? What capabilities could this little vixen possibly possess? Chen Shu and Kong Fong shared a tacit understanding, working out together and jogging before departing in unison. This left Ma Qian feeling somewhat displeased. It appeared that these two were indeed quite compatible. However, after a moment's contemplation, she dismissed the thought. After all, he was merely a pawn, easily replaceable. Upon leaving the gym, Chen Shu accompanied Kong Fong to the housing authority to register for the bidding process. Following the public announcement, they would either reach out to construction companies directly or wait for others to respond to the bidding notice. Yet, Chen Shu had no intention of wasting time on this matter. He instructed Kong Fong to contact state-owned construction companies beginning with the letter Zhong. Clearly, those with Zhong in their names were more reliable. Moreover, Chen Shu was reluctant to engage local construction firms in Nansheng due to the intricate web of relationships. His real estate company, Deshu, was fundamentally a family enterprise. Should he employ local contractors, the potential for entanglements with acquaintances could jeopardize the project. If any corners were cut, it would jeopardize the integrity of the company, which was meant to serve a supervisory role. If the overseer had connections to the project, complications would surely arise. The bidding process commenced swiftly. With the backing of the housing authority's oversight, it signified that Deshu was financially sound, with funds securely held in a supervisory account. As long as everyone executed their duties diligently, profit was assured. Presently, construction companies faced immense hardships. The days of widespread skyscraper construction were long gone. Previously, substantial companies would take on significant projects, often refusing smaller developments, finishing them within a few months. However, the landscape had changed. The workers depended on their wages, and suppliers required their payments. A residential project worth tens of millions was a necessity to pursue. Thus, the bidding process unfolded. By noon, Kong Fong's phone was incessantly ringing. Once proud managers from various construction firms now humbly presented their company's illustrious achievements. Kong Fong adeptly jotted down their details, and Chen Shu couldn't help but admire her. She truly embodied the essence of a competent career woman, meticulously organizing even the most complex matters. She was indeed a capable woman. Xiao Kong, why not take the reins on this? You could manage this real estate company, Chen Shu suggested during lunch. Kong Fong chuckled. Old Chen, this company was clearly established for the construction of this particular project. Once it's completed, the enterprise will be rendered obsolete. Are you asking me to work for a company on the brink of collapse? Chen Shu replied with a grin. As long as the salary is forthcoming, it won't actually go under. He was currently navigating life like a game, enjoying high returns on his investments. Maintaining a real estate company was not a daunting task for him. At worst, they could pursue other land development projects in the future. He was indifferent to losses. Sustaining a company posed no challenge. Kong Fong inquired with curiosity, Old Chen, I've noticed you possess a rather nonchalant attitude towards money, almost treating it as if it holds no value. Even if you are wealthy, you shouldn't squander it like this. You're not a national figure like my dad, with endless funds. Chen Shu chuckled lightly. Who knows? Perhaps my spending style is even more extravagant than his. As long as I find joy in spending, that is all that matters. Kong Fong shook her head in resignation. Convincing me to work for you is quite difficult. After all, you would need to be worth several billion for that to happen. Chen Shu pondered for a moment. All right then, once I attain a net worth of several billion, I'll come looking for you. Kong Fong smiled, brushing off his remark. To her, It seemed that earning a few billion through stocks and futures was already the pinnacle of an ordinary person's achievement. Anything beyond that was no small feat. Certainly not something an unestablished individual could hope to touch. Yet, she refrained from discouraging Chen Shu. After a busy afternoon, several construction firms beginning with Zhong arrived to prepare for the bidding. Everything was progressing smoothly. That evening, Chen Shu invited Kong Fong to accompany him to a class reunion dance. Kong Fong laughed. A reunion dance? That term feels so archaic. It's been ages since I've done anything like that. Why would I go? Chen Shu explained. Well, I might indulge in a drink or two and could use your assistance, as it's hard to find a designated driver in a small place. In truth, he intended to use Kong Fong as a shield, much like at the gym. Everyone understood the nature of such gatherings, once youthful classmates, now widows and divorcees, mingling over drinks and dancing to rekindle their youthful friendships. However, Chen Shu had no desire to relive his past. He sought to commemorate his lost youth without rekindling it with women in their 60s. Surely, those in their 20s or 30s would be more enticing. Chapter 67. The Years of Youthful Companionship. In the evening, Chen Shu arrived at the Mingdu Grand Hotel, a high-end establishment in Nanjing, where a private dining room could easily cost tens of thousands. It was curious, despite Nanjing being an obscure county town with little of note. Its cost of living was surprisingly high. One wondered who had driven the consumption level so elevated. Chen Shu, accompanied by Kong Fong, pulled up in his luxury vehicle at the hotel entrance. Upon entering, the doorman inquired, "Sir, do you have a reservation?" Chen Shu replied, "For the 60th reunion dance." The doorman bowed respectfully. "Sir, please proceed to the 5th floor." It had been years since Chen Shu attended such a gathering. School life had changed significantly since his days. Now, with age came a lack of enthusiasm for such affairs. Of course, a significant part of this was that he had not been on the guest list. From what he learned through former classmates, reunions had been held almost annually, yet he was never invited. The reason was simple. He was merely a security guard in whose city, lacking influence or wealth in Nanjing. What could anyone hope to gain from him? Most of his peers had established themselves locally after graduation, enjoying successful careers, either retired civil servants or local entrepreneurs, at the very least owning multiple rental properties. Chen Shu felt a disparity compared to them. In this restless society, whether at a classmates' reunion or any other gathering, the true purpose often revolved around showcasing status or exchanging resources. This was the stark reality. What resources could a mere security guard possess? Moreover, during his school years, Chen Shu had captured the affections of several of his male classmates' crushes, inevitably stirring jealousy among them. Rumor had it that, in recent years, these individuals often revisited old grievances, mocking him for his current position as a security guard in whose city, claiming he had a troubled relationship with his current wife. However, times had changed. Chen Shu felt as though he had undergone a metamorphosis. He could not help but wonder how swiftly his classmates had become aware of his current circumstances. Upon arriving at the spacious private room on the 5th floor, Chen Shu found himself momentarily taken aback as he stepped inside. To his astonishment, the grand chamber not only featured a colossal round table, but also boasted a corner adorned like a KTV, alongside an expansive hall illuminated by disco lights reminiscent of the previous century. The decor was exuberantly vibrant, evoking a sense of nostalgia from decades past, transporting Chen Shu back to his youth. "Old Chen, you're here. Over here." A gathering of around 10 individuals was seated at the large round table, with 2 of them promptly rising to wave at Chen Shu. These 2 were his close friends from school, Su Yongjun and Li Zhan, who had once been comrades in skirmishes against rival classes. Back in those days, such altercations among students were quite commonplace. "Su, Li, you've arrived so early." Chen Shu greeted them warmly. Su Yongjun and Li Zhan were of similar age to Chen Shu, and the trio had maintained a strong bond during their school years. However, with Chen Shu relocating to Huqing and the inevitable passage of time, it had been several years since they last met. Chen Shu's arrival had also drawn the attention of others present. Although this was ostensibly a reunion of former classmates, it was, in truth, an opportunity for attendees to introduce their successors and exchange resources. Almost everyone was accompanied by their descendants, sons, daughters, grandchildren, and nephews. Thus, Chen Shu's companion, Kong Fong, was not unexpected. "Old Chen, it's only been a few years, yet you seem to have grown younger," Su Yongjun remarked. "Is this your daughter?" "No. She's a friend from Huqing, here to attend my grandson's wedding," Chen Shu replied. "A friend?" The other former classmates exchanged knowing glances, for at their age, the term friend often implied a deeper, mutual benefit. Having navigated the complexities of life for over 60 years, they understood that genuine friendship typically entailed some form of reciprocal advantage. Seeing the youthful and beautiful Kong Fong, the implications were not lost on them. Chen Shu had no desire to elaborate. Some matters are best left unspoken. and he had no intention of ingratiating himself to anyone. He was primarily interested in the current lives of Su Yongjun and Li Zhan. Taking a seat beside them, Kong Fong followed Chen Shu's lead. The three engaged in conversation, with both old friends enjoying comfortable lives, surrounded by children and grandchildren. Although they had not achieved significant success in Nanjing, they were comfortably retired, each visibly having gained weight over the years. This starkly contrasted with Chen Shu, who appeared almost as an anomaly among them. While his classmates bore the marks of age and physical decline, Chen Shu, with only a few wrinkles, seemed to hail from an entirely different era, especially when juxtaposed with the strikingly beautiful Kong Fong, embodying the image of a successful entrepreneur accompanied by a lovely wife at a soiree. Before long, a man in his 30s arrived, accompanied by two women. Chen Shu was momentarily stunned. He recognized both women. One was Feng Yun, a woman of 60 with graying hair, his first love. Despite showing signs of aging, she stood tall, her hair impeccably arranged, dressed in a sleek black qipao, her figure still commendable, though her skin had lost some elasticity. It was evident that in her youth, she had been a stunning beauty. The younger woman beside her, Ma Qian, clung to the man's arm, her waist swaying gracefully. Instead of yoga pants, she was now clad in a short skirt, black stockings, and stylish shoes. The man was naturally Luo Jiahao, Feng Yun's son, though he too had aged. He bore a striking resemblance to the boy whom Chen Shu had once reprimanded, albeit with a noticeable beer belly and a polished appearance typical of a contractor. A palpable silence enveloped the room. Chen Shu found himself at a loss regarding whom to focus on. The situation was indeed fascinating. Each of these three individuals held a distinct connection to him. One his first love, another the woman who had flirted with him that morning, and the last, the man whom he had once chastised. Such complexities of life often remain unspoken. Ma Qian was bewildered, recalling the elderly man she had encountered earlier that day. What was he doing at her mother-in-law's class reunion? Had he been a classmate? Why had she never seen him before? If she were to recognize him, how could she maintain her standing in the county? Furthermore, was the other woman so brazenly pursuing this older gentleman? The speed of these developments was astounding. Luo Jiahao felt a surge of excitement, realizing the connection between his mother and Chen Shu. He thought to himself that he must secure the construction project in the district today, which could yield him a modest fortune. Feng Yun was filled with a myriad of emotions. Chen Shu appeared much as he had in their youth, yet now exuded a mature charm that made her momentarily regret her past choices. What would her life have been like had she not married Luo Jiahao's father? However, she had heard that Chen Shu had become a security guard in Huqing, leaving her conflicted about whether to regret not having chosen him. Over the years, Feng Yun had not experienced great happiness. After marrying into the Luo family and giving birth to Luo Jiahao, a significant political figure linked to the family fell from grace. The Luo family's influence in Nanjing diminished dramatically following this upheaval. Consequently, her son, Luo Jiahao, had not been well educated and had only pursued girls during high school, ultimately dropping out to work as a laborer. Fortunately, he had benefited from some of the era's opportunities, becoming a contractor. Meanwhile, Feng Yun's husband, due to various issues, was dismissed from his position and ultimately took his own life out of despair. Following her husband's suicide, Feng Yun found little hope in life. Often reminiscing about the past and contemplating how different things might have been had she been with Chen Shu. Yet, life offers no do-overs. It had been nearly 40 years since she last saw him, and now, confronted with Chen Shu, she felt acutely aware of her own aging and somewhat inferior. The other former classmates, having sensed the history between Chen Shu and Feng Yun, fell into an uneasy silence. It was Luo Jiahao who broke the ice, initiating conversation since he had orchestrated this gathering. "Uncle Chen, do you remember me? I'm Jiahao. You once gave me quite the wake-up call." Luo Jiahao approached and offered Chen Shu a cigarette. Chen Shu chuckled. "In my youthful impulsiveness, I may have been a bit rash. Are you all right now?" "All good. In fact, I owe you for that wake-up call, which helped me realize I couldn't continue living like that. I should thank you. Without your intervention, I wouldn't be the man I am today." Chen Shu replied, "It seems I might have been too lenient. Had I been harsher, you might be a billionaire by now, and we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Uncle Chen, you still possess your charming wit. Here, let me light that for you." Luo Jiahao continued, "I was foolish back then, foolishly aspiring to be with Chen Wen." Chen Shu took a puff of the cigarette, finding the young man rather likable. A clever individual. Gone was the brashness of his youth. Instead, he had acquired a certain worldly savvy. It was evident that the father had been worn down by life after being dismissed from his position. Chen Shu remarked, "Is this your wife, Xiao Luo?" The young man possesses discerning taste. Ma Qian wore a facade of false cheeriness, yet internally, she felt a twinge of guilt. Just that morning she had been flirting with the old man, and now she found herself meeting him in the evening, particularly in the presence of her husband, which was quite exhilarating. However, she was more astonished that this was indeed the businessman from Wu City, rumored to be worth several billion and poised to become the new tycoon of Nanqing County. The woman beside him was genuinely fortunate. She was rather slow-witted, as she had yet to realize that Chen Shu and Kong Fong were already acquainted. Luo Jiahao interjected, Well, Ma Qian, come over and greet Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen. Ma Qian obediently addressed him. Chen Shu nodded. All right, no need to stand. Please take a seat. He then glanced at Feng Yun, who also smiled and nodded in response. At that moment, Chen Shu suddenly recalled something and leaned over to whisper a few words to Kong Fong. She displayed a look of surprise, yet still rose to excuse herself, mentioning she had matters to attend to. The others paid little heed to this exchange. Luo Jiahao seized the opportunity, thinking to himself, if my mother rekindles an old flame with Uncle Chen, not only would she find happiness in her later years, but I too would benefit from Chen Shu's protection. It would be a win-win situation. He had done his homework regarding Chen Shu's background. Being a contractor in the county, he certainly had some connections. He was aware that Chen Shu had prepared $1 billion for land acquisition, though he ultimately did not spend it all. But that was inconsequential. What mattered was the depth of Chen Shu's resources. With such a stepfather, he would never have to beg for project funds like a grandson. Luo Jiahao's daydreaming began. Mom, you should sit beside Uncle Chen. It's been ages since you last saw an old classmate. Catch up properly. A flush crept across Feng Yun's face. Her son was dutifully attentive, but his realism was rather disheartening. He seemed willing to sacrifice everything for wealth. Was there any difference between this and selling his mother? How could he allow her to barter her charms to assist him with his projects? It was one thing to curry favor with others in a society that values wealth over morality, but her relationship with Chen Shu was too awkward. He was her first love, yet she had chosen to abandon him for Luo Jiahao's father all those years ago. Nonetheless, Feng Yun felt a flicker of longing. Having been a widow for nearly a decade, she was left quite solitary without a companion. Living alone, with no grandchildren and only a mediocre relationship with her daughter-in-law, she found herself increasingly isolated. Disliking outings and shopping, she had experienced profound loneliness over the years. Thus, she half-heartedly took a seat beside Chen Shu. Chen Shu gazed at his youthful first love, flooded with nostalgia. The warm yellow light enveloped them, transporting him back to that snowy winter night of their youth, when the dim glow of the tungsten light illuminated the classroom where he and Feng Yun shared tender moments studying together. Yet, as he drifted in reverie, reality pulled him back. He understood that the past was just that, past. The thrill of those days was precious, but what mattered was the passage of time. The glass beads of childhood would never again captivate his gaze as an adult. With a smile, Chen Shu remarked, Old classmate, it has been many years. You are still as beautiful as ever. Upon hearing the term old classmate, Feng Yun felt a sudden urge to weep, for these words signified that their relationship had merely devolved into a mere acquaintance. Just as the lyrics suggest, let bygones be bygones. Life has seen enough storms. Feng Yun sighed. I never imagined you would remain so youthful. Why does time hasten us, yet spare you? Chen Shu chuckled. You should know that just a few months ago, I was not much different from you. Gradually, other old classmates began to fill the round table. One individual, upon noticing Chen Shu seated next to the former school beauty, bore a sour expression. This person was none other than Deng Qingshan, the class monitor from back then. Also hailing from Qinjia village, albeit from opposite ends of the village and only loosely acquainted due to their differing surnames. In their youth, he and Chen Shu had never seen eye to eye. Once, when Chen Shu and Feng Yun were secretly meeting in a corner of the playground, Deng Qingshan, consumed by jealousy, reported them to the teacher. In those days, the repercussions of young lovers meeting could be severe. The situation escalated to the point where Chen Shu nearly earned the label of a delinquent. Back then, being labeled as such could lead to imprisonment. Feng Yun had suffered as well, being confined at home for over a month. In retaliation, Chen Shu had beaten Deng Qingshan black and blue. Had it not been for Chen Shu's grandfather being a revered figure from the 8th Route Army, who leveraged some connections and offered a few mountain chickens to resolve the issue, he might have faced expulsion. Thus, the seeds of their animosity were sown. In the years that followed, Deng Qingshan turned his fortunes around, establishing a breeding farm in the county and gradually becoming affluent. Rumor had it he was also worth $1 million, but Chen Shu was unaware of his current circumstances. A few years prior, he had even heard that Deng Qingshan sought to pursue Feng Yun, but was rejected. Deng Qingshan's appearance could only be described as somewhat unsavory. Now he was balding. And even if Feng Yun aged another 20 years, she would never look his way. Ah, Chen Shu, I see you are no longer a security guard in Wu City. What brings you to the class reunion? Deng Qingshan sneered. Chen Shu replied with a grin. And you, old monitor, are you not at home tending to your old sow? How do you find the time to come here? Their exchange was fraught with tension, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Chapter 69, Though Both Are 60. Can they truly be the same? Deng Qingshan feigned provocation, though internally he felt quite vulnerable, having suffered a beating that left him bruised and battered. He had earned the nickname Mountain Monster. Now, witnessing Chen Shu's radiant demeanor and thick, lustrous hair, Deng Qingshan felt overshadowed. Logically, after years as a security guard, Chen Shu's temperament should have mellowed, yet he retorted so swiftly. Deng Qingshan's gaze shifted to Feng Yun beside Chen Shu, his jealousy igniting further. The memory of him sitting next to the school beauty in the past only deepened his resentment. Just as he was about to speak, Luo Jiahao stood up beside Feng Yun. Uncle Deng, let us not harbor such anger. Have a cup of tea to cool off. This is an ancient grudge. Let us not dwell on it. Today is meant for old classmates to reunite, share laughter, and enjoy one another's company. It is not easy for Uncle Chen to be here. Please be understanding. Deng Qingshan regarded Luo Jiahao with curiosity. The latter had always been adept at flattering the powerful, but today he seemed to be courting Chen Shu's favor. What was the reason? Had his security work granted him some newfound confidence? Did he truly warrant the attention of $1 million contractor? Deng Qingshan felt skeptical, but still spoke up. As for past grievances, I hold no grudges. My only question is, why do you involve yourself in matters concerning my son-in-law's plaque? Chen Shu was perplexed. As for past grievances, I had chosen not to hold them against you. If I had become a delinquent back then, I would have dealt with you first. Moreover, I have no knowledge of who your son-in-law is. What concern do his plaques hold for me? Chen Shu too found the situation bewildering. In the past, there was always a sense of tranquility, but what has transpired today? Could it be the exuberance of youthful spirit? Nevertheless, the thrill of confronting others is rather exhilarating. Deng Qingshan remarked. It pertains to the matter of my son-in-law's ancestral tablet being placed in the ancestral hall. Chen Shu immediately grasped the situation. Was it regarding your foreign son-in-law? He wishes to enter the ancestral hall of the Chen family village? Old Deng, have you lost your senses? How could a foreigner possibly enter our ancestors' hall? One must not forget their roots. Deng Qingshan retorted. My daughter has invested 100,000 to renovate the ancestral hall. On what grounds do you presume to seize it? Chen Shu replied, I shall contribute 1 million. Deng Qingshan countered, I will return and have my daughter invest 2 million. Chen Shu nodded, very well. I shall offer 3 million. Do you believe I can play this game with you at a leisurely pace? We shall both increase our stakes. The one who flinches shall be considered the lesser. Deng Qingshan suddenly fell silent. He possessed wealth, and that foreign son-in-law was a senior executive in a multinational corporation, easily pilfering over 2 million euros from the company. They were not short on funds. However, engaging in such a contest with Chen Shu seemed unnecessary to Deng Qingshan. After all, losing the foreign son-in-law for the sake of pride and spending millions? It hardly seemed worth it. Moreover, Chen Shu had undergone a transformation that left Deng Qingshan feeling as if he no longer recognized him. Wasn't he merely a security guard? How could such a humble security guard have amassed such wealth? Due to personal matters, he had not heard of Chen Shu's affairs. He assumed that spending 1 million to renovate the ancestral hall was already Chen Shu's limit. Little did he expect Chen Shu to possess such confidence. What had transpired over the years that had led to such a metamorphosis? Observing Luo Jiahong's obsequious behavior towards Chen Shu, it appeared that Chen Shu had indeed changed. Humph. Deng Qingshan acknowledged he could not match Chen Shu and sat at one end of the round table, his expression frosty and silent. Chen Shu, in turn, chose to ignore him. At that moment, most of the guests had arrived, those who ought to be there and those who should not. Those who could not attend were either no longer with us or deemed unworthy of participation. Upon reaching 60, amongst classmates and friends, a few had already departed from the journey of life. According to the previous trajectory, Chen Shu should also be preparing to bid farewell to this world. Yet now, he could still reminisce with his old friends and chat with Feng Yun, feeling that life resembled a glass of Maotai, seemingly bland on the surface. But its true essence could only be experienced personally, whether bitter, spicy, fragrant, or potent, as it glided down one's throat. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became lively. Luo Jiahong had even prepared 2 small performances, inviting a young singer to perform a Huangmei opera, which received resounding applause from the elderly attendees. Following that, 2 young women in kipeos danced to enliven the ambience. The scene was truly vibrant. Finally, Su Yongjun could no longer contain himself and said, Old Chun, I heard you've struck it rich lately. How did that happen? Care to share your secrets with us? Chen Shu replied nonchalantly, It's merely a stroke of luck. I invested in some stocks and fortuitously made a bit of profit. Su Yongjun exclaimed in astonishment, Impressive. You've become our class's stock guru. How much did you earn? Chen Shu stated, A modest profit of 100 million. Both old friends were left speechless. 100 million is merely a modest gain? Feng Yun was equally astonished. 100 million. The interest alone would amount to hundreds of thousands each month, ensuring a lifetime free from worries. Regrettably, Chen Shu had already ascended to a different echelon above her. Yet, Feng Yun bore no regrets. After all, 100 million at 60 years old is quite different from 100 million at 20. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Shu's physical age was merely 40. Had she known, whether she would have regretted it is uncertain. She felt no desire. Meanwhile, not far away, Ma Qian felt a surge of ambition, thinking to herself, "Oh, this foolish old woman. Why hasn't she made an effort to get closer to Chen Shu? That's 100 million. With that amount, what troubles could one possibly face in life? He's already 60. How many more years can he possibly stir up trouble? Once he's gone, wouldn't all that wealth be mine?" Silly old woman. Sitting across from Feng Yun, Luo Jiahong desperately signaled to his mother. His father was simply too modest. How could he only have made a modest profit of 100 million? He must possess at least several hundred million. Mother, put in some effort. If you do, I can enjoy life for the rest of my days. He thought to himself, later, I can easily find a dutiful and obedient daughter-in-law for you. Others would be envious of even having a chance to befriend Chen Shu. After all, Chen Shu and Feng Yun shared a genuine first love, akin to childhood sweethearts. But not quite. First love is a sea of emotions that every man must navigate, and as one grows older, they often reminisce about their first love. With such a connection, Feng Yun could easily beckon him, ensuring a lifetime of comfort. Little did he know that the two women beside Chen Shu, though both in their 30s, combined their ages to equal 60, yet they were not comparable. First love remains first love. Once it has passed, it is gone forever. Luo Jiahong felt an urgency that made him want to call Chen Shu dad. However, Chen Shu had calculated the time. Luo Jiahong was only 3 or 4 years younger than him, not a child prodigy, so it did not fit. The dishes at the Grand Hotel were quite commendable. There was also youthful exuberance to accompany the drinks as Chen Shu reminisced with his old friends about their school days, feeling quite content. The two men refrained from discussing financial matters, merely expressing a desire to support the younger generation when opportunities arose. Chen Shu readily agreed. After all, those old friends had helped him significantly in the past. Such is the nature of human relationships. Mutual assistance breeds connection. Soon, an hour had passed, leading into the social dancing segment. Chapter 70, 60 years old, witnessing the fireworks of 18. In Chen Shu's youth, social dancing was all the rage amongst his contemporaries. As they reached old age, they delightedly collected their pensions each month, frequently gathering at the square to find a group and dance with a few elderly ladies, merrily engaging in social dances. Occasionally, they would even tussle with other old men vying for the attention of the ladies. Chen Shu once envied such a lifestyle. That was the essence of aging, a life rich in flavor. Instead, he had to stand guard at the entrance of the community, unable to find a partner even for a simple dance. The affluent ladies of Shanghai looked down upon a poor security guard. Yet today was different. Aside from Feng Yun, there were 5 or 6 elderly women present, once beautiful girls from their youth, who had not succumbed to the trends of makeup or cosmetic surgery, their appearances untainted. Naturally, these elderly ladies set their sights on the day as guest of honor, Chen Shu. As the dancing segment commenced, the disco lights flickered, and an elderly lady pulled Chen Shu onto the dance floor. Feng Yun inwardly stomped her foot, realizing she had missed her chance. However, Chen Shu had not danced in quite some time, and had nearly forgotten the steps, almost stepping on the elderly lady's dress. At that moment, Feng Yun seamlessly intervened, taking Chen Shu's hand and leading the rhythm. It seemed Feng Yun was accustomed to dancing. Her movements were fluid, quickly guiding Chen Shu into the groove. This brought back memories for Chen Shu of their first dance together when they had just met. The playground was adorned with colorful light bulbs, and electronic dance music filled the air. The fluttering of youthful emotions, a singular experience in one's life. There would never again be such a heart-stirring sensation. Even if one were to encounter outstanding individuals again, it would never evoke the feelings of yesteryears. Chen Shu danced with utmost seriousness, his steps growing more adept, perfectly synchronizing with Feng Yun. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the surrounding crowd dissipated, leaving 2 figures to twirl at the center of the dance floor. Among them, Luo Jiahao was the most exhilarated. The more fervently his mother danced with Uncle Chen, the closer he felt to the identity of a billionaire. He understood that Chen Shu had but one biological daughter, thus significantly increasing his odds of inheriting Chen's wealth. With billions at his disposal, who would still toil for a living? Just imagine how many beautiful women he could support. At that moment, Kong Fong quietly arrived. Observing the two at the heart of the dance floor, she too was filled with longing, reminiscent of her parents dancing passionately at a past soiree. Captivated by the elegance of Chen Shu, she found herself drawn to him. The allure radiating from this older gentleman enchanted all the women present. In that instant, he was the king of the dance. However, every melody must eventually come to an end. Feng Yun reluctantly parted, her breath slightly labored, her chest rising and falling. In those fleeting minutes, she felt transported back to her vibrant 18-year-old self. Chen Shu, too, relished the nostalgic immersion, yet some individuals remain ensnared in memories, while others merely regard them as echoes of the past. Chen Shu undoubtedly belonged to the latter. His current reality far surpassed any reminiscence, rendering nostalgia unnecessary. Bowing slightly, he graciously expressed his gratitude to Feng Yun, the woman who once brought him such joy. A moment of clarity washed over Feng Yun, a poignant reminder that youth is ephemeral, and as she turned, the world had irrevocably changed. At that juncture, Chen Shu noticed Kong Feng's return. He approached her directly, asking, "Xiao Kong, are you ready?" Kong Feng signaled an affirmative. Chen Shu then announced loudly, "Let us prepare to commence. Please make your way to the hotel rooftop. I have a gift for you all." Some old classmates were already inebriated, their eyes glazed over. Particularly, Deng Qingshan, consumed with jealousy, watched the two at the center of the dance floor, entwined like fish, and then saw Chen Shu leaning in to whisper to a beautiful woman, fueling his envy. Why could Chen Shu effortlessly charm women of different eras while he, a balding old man, sat unnoticed? The world felt profoundly unjust. The more he pondered, the more suffocated he became, downing several shots of liquor until he could hardly stand. A few classmates ignored him as 20 or so individuals ascended the staircase to the rooftop. The stars twinkled overhead, reminiscent of the summer of their graduation. Chen Shu nodded to Kong Feng, who then made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, the night sky over North Square in Nanjing erupted into a dazzling display of fireworks. Boom! Countless fireworks burst forth in the sky. It was now 9:30 on a summer evening, the perfect time for a leisurely stroll. And the citizens of Nanjing were pleasantly surprised to witness such a spectacle on a summer night. A group of people had set up a small box of fireworks, releasing them in an orderly fashion. Curious onlookers inquired, "Hey, is this a surprise arranged by the government?" "No, someone else arranged it for us. We don't know why. They just paid us to do it." "That's quite a lot of fireworks. It must have cost a fortune?" "Of course. This is worth 180,000. The girl who bought the fireworks didn't even haggle. She just paid up front." "Where is she?" "Who knows? Maybe she's in that corner proposing to her partner?" The fireworks vendor couldn't concern himself with such details. The client instructed him to finish the display within half an hour. This stunning fireworks show illuminated the entire night sky over Nanjing. Not only could those within the county see it clearly, but even the villagers of Qingjia village could catch a glimpse. In fact, from her home, Ji Yunyu could see those beautiful fireworks blooming in the night sky. She set down her book, turned off the lights in her room, and sat by the window to watch. At that moment, her father entered. "Xiao Yu, quickly bring me a pen. I must write a poem while this scene is fresh." Ji Yunyu adeptly retrieved paper and pen, placing them on the desk in the courtyard. As the orchestrator of this moment, Chen Shu stood with his old classmates, marveling at the vibrant fireworks overhead. Many were struck by the bittersweet realization that life, much like these fireworks, is splendid yet fleeting. Some fireworks were grand and colorful, while others merely flickered and vanished. Just as fireworks vary, so do people. This evening's display mirrored the fireworks from the night of their graduation, though that night's were sparse and unsatisfactory. In contrast, tonight's show was abundant, brightening the sky over Nanjing for a full half hour. Yet, only two individuals understood the significance of this moment. Whether then or now, these fireworks originated from the same hand. The boomerang of time ultimately returns to its source. On that graduation day, as they realized their imminent separation, Chen Shu had promised Feng Yun a grander, more splendid fireworks display. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented the swift passage of 40 years. Reflecting on Chen Shu's dedication and the fireworks that had graced their lives for so long, Chen Shu felt a profound stir within. He had finally fulfilled the promise made at 18. It may be late, but as long as it is accomplished, it is never too late. Ding! The host has thoroughly let go of his first love and fulfilled the promise made at 18, rewarding him with 1. Boundless ambition, 2. 100,000,000 yuan. Ding! The host's mindset has undergone a significant transformation, and the system has upgraded to LV3. Daily sign-in amount updated to 40,000 yuan. Chapter 71. Life at 60. Each in their own splendor. On the rooftop, Chen Shu appeared composed, yet his heart raced with excitement. This was indeed the first time the system had rewarded him with two gifts. The substantial sum of 100 million and the system upgrade spoke for themselves, raising his net worth considerably. With an additional daily sign-in amount of 40,000 upon waking, he found it nearly impossible to spend such wealth. Chen Shu glanced at his bank account balance. After transferring over 60 million to the housing authority, he still had just over 300 million remaining. In total, he now possessed over 428 million. When it came to money, Chen Shu maintained a carefree attitude. The 180 000 spent on fireworks merely served as a delightful distraction. However, the reward of boundless ambition was quite gratifying. Youthful zeal embodies a thirst for exploration and a courageous approach to life. Such ambition signifies the conquest of life and the expansive potential to forge one's path. A man brimming with boundless ambition is undeniably captivating. Gazing at the sky filled with fireworks, Chen Shu felt elated. Feng Yun, with tears cascading down her cheeks, at that moment genuinely regretted her past choices. She should never have opted to break up with Chen Shu post-graduation and marry someone else. Perhaps if she had wed Chen Shu, her youth would have blossomed differently. Now, Chen Shu was no longer the young man he once was, and she was no longer the vibrant beauty she had been. Instead, she was a 60-year-old woman. Her hair grayed, skin sagging, her body lined with wrinkles. How could any remnants of her former softness retain Chen Shu's affection? Such thoughts seemed absurd. Chen Shu, gazing at the fireworks, remarked, Feng Yun, in this moment, as we conclude our emotional chapter, are you satisfied? I had someone investigate Jiahao. Although he is merely a contractor, he has never defaulted on payments to migrant workers and enjoys a decent reputation in the county. Therefore, I shall not entrust him with the entirety of my project. However, I will employ his workers. In a couple of days, when the project commences, I will arrange for someone to contact him. Feng Yun was already choked with emotion, unable to articulate her thoughts, and could only nod vigorously in agreement. Chen Shu had already shown her considerable regard, so she naturally harbored no further expectations. She possessed no leverage to stand before Chen Shu. This fireworks display, serving as a poignant conclusion to their feelings, was quite fitting. Feng Yun gradually found solace. After enduring the suicide of her husband years ago, she had managed to persevere, and now she was certain she would be fine. Kong Fong, standing behind the two, clearly anticipated that there had once been a passionate romance between them. Time had passed, and Chen Shu was no longer the man he once was. Indeed, even he was not the same person he had been just a few months prior. She felt as though he had transformed entirely, suddenly imbued with an allure that was hard to overlook. Wouldn't it have been splendid if this fireworks display were dedicated to herself? Subsequently, Kong Fong shook her head, questioning her own thoughts. How could she entertain such notions? He was involved with both Chu Hong and Wan Ting. How could she possibly consider such a thing? She, Kong Fong, was not that kind of woman. How could one share a lover? No, that was not right. Old Chen was already 60, and she was merely 30. How could she entertain such chaotic thoughts? Surely, she had been muddled by her interpretations of their past. Kong Fong, you must regain your clarity. At this moment, she felt as though two little figures were bickering in her mind, one proclaiming that love transcends time, while the other insisted that this was not love, merely blind admiration. This left Kong Fong in a state of confusion. Fortunately, the fireworks display concluded in half an hour. Chen Shu's arrangements astonished his old classmates. Old Chen was indeed fond of surprising others. He had always enjoyed singing and composing love poems. No wonder the campus beauty had fallen for him. Su Yongjun mused. Li Zhan remarked, indeed, this is far more splendid than the fireworks arranged by the graduates over there. It was colorful. Yet I still don't know who organized the fireworks that year. I asked the class teacher, and even he was unaware. Chen Shu merely smiled without responding. It was nothing more than the impulsiveness of youth. Upon returning to the private room, they were met with the sound of someone sobbing uncontrollably. To their astonishment, it was their inebriated former class monitor, Deng Qingshan. This fellow could not bear to see others reveling in happiness, having caught a glimpse of the fireworks through the window. It seemed to have interrupted his drinking mood, prompting him to call in a complaint about the disturbance caused by the fireworks. The attendant nearby, unable to bear it any longer, scolded him. It was only 9:30, and everyone was too hot to sleep. What was the harm in watching the fireworks? The county had never issued a ban on them. Why was he being such a nuisance? Today, after being rebuffed by Chen Shu, watching the campus beauty being whisked away, and left alone while his old classmates departed, unbeknownst to him, they had gone to the rooftop. He was left to wallow in his misery, only to be reprimanded by the attendant for meddling. Coupled with the chaos at home, this bald-headed man could no longer contain himself. Woe is me. My foreign son-in-law died of a disease. My daughter has caught it too. I should never have sent her abroad. He lamented. What good is wealth? His old classmates, who had initially intended to offer support, immediately recoiled in shock. What? A disease? They say foreigners are promiscuous, and it seems to be true. Did he make Deng Qingshan's daughter ill? At that moment, even Chen Shu felt a twinge of sympathy for old Deng. In that era, many believed that the moon was rounder abroad, and numerous parents sent their daughters overseas to become sea turtles. However, old Deng's outcome appeared to be particularly tragic. Chen Shu was also grateful that he had not allowed Deng Qingshan's son-in-law's memorial tablet into the ancestral hall. If it were placed there, wouldn't the ancestors scold him after death? This man, who seemed so impressive, was merely a facade. His daughter's illness and his unwavering support for her foreign husband in handling the memorial tablet affairs revealed the depths of his delusion. With her condition, it was unlikely that anyone would want her. Good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Deng Qingshan had long been the subject of ridicule among his fellow villagers. Having raised a daughter enamored with foreign culture, what good was wealth? Deng Qingshan's sobs were heart-wrenching. Yet, this man had already tarnished his reputation. He should have simply appreciated the fireworks and reminisced about his youth, but instead, he chose to lodge complaints. Such disdain was self-inflicted. In the end, no one paid him any attention, and he collapsed in a pool of vomit, falling asleep. At 60, every life is filled with its own splendor. Chen Shu had also reconciled with the regrets of his youth and was prepared for the next chapter. As he descended the stairs, he made plans with Su Yongjun and Li Zhan to enjoy a night of singing and then relax with a foot bath. These two old friends had helped him shoulder many burdens in the past and had shared in numerous escapades. When they had previously invited him, Chen Shu had felt somewhat insecure, but now it was different. He would treat them to a night of singing and foot bathing. He must pick up the tab. It was essential to ensure his friends had a pleasant time. Luo Jiahao accompanied Feng Yun downstairs. By now, Feng Yun had regained her composure. However, Luo Jiahao couldn't help but feel envious of Chen Shu's luxurious G-class vehicle, a dream for every man. All right, Feng Yun, little Luo. I've noted your project details. Just remember not to owe any wages. I'll be employing you, Chen Shu advised. Luo Jiahao, cradling his small bag, bowed his head and replied, rest assured, Chen Shu, I will keep that in mind. Please drive safely. I'll head to find my uncle for a drink. Beside them, Ma Qian wore a grateful expression towards Chen Shu for not exposing her past. Otherwise, today's events would have unraveled. Goodbye, Feng Yun said. Goodbye, Chen Shu replied. Kong Fong, taking the wheel, was determined to give Chen Shu the courtesy of being the designated driver. She hadn't even had a bite to eat that night, which left Chen Shu feeling quite embarrassed. He resolved to make it up to Kong Fong later, perhaps by increasing her wages. She had been quite diligent these days. Chapter 72. Even in old age, one can be charming. Little Kong, thank you for your assistance today. You may head home now to rest. I'll accompany my old classmates to sing a few songs tonight, and one be returning, Chen Shu said. Kong Fong looked at the somewhat shabby KTV, which was juxtaposed with a foot massage parlor across the street. She sighed in resignation. Men are all the same. Yet, she understood that Chen Shu's standards had risen significantly. This small establishment's casual singing and technicians were likely mere superficial engagements and not serious pursuits. Of course, even if they were serious, it was none of her concern. After all, their relationship was now purely professional. Legally speaking, she was merely a legal consultant for Dashi Real Estate Company and occasionally took on other jobs. It was rare to find a KTV that accommodated 3 60-year-old men for a singing session. However, the leading elder appeared to be affluent, directly sweeping a hefty sum of 10,000 yuan, requesting better beer and the company of 2 beautiful friends to accompany them in singing. His only stipulation was that they should be capable of singing songs from the previous generations. This left the KTV owner dumbfounded. Songs from previous decades? How could one possibly find such a repertoire? The resident singers here were mostly in their 20s, with some in their 30s being considered old, who would know how to sing songs from the 70s and 80s. Nonetheless, the payment was generous. In this small-town KTV, a premium beverage package cost merely 888 yuan, ample for those eager to show off. However, these 3 elderly gentlemen raised their hands, and it amounted to 10,000. It was imperative to serve them well. The owner, leveraging connections, had invited 3 40-something resident singers from an old KTV in the old street. While they were not particularly attractive, they were reminiscent of the spirited young women of yesteryears, and accompanying 60-year-old men was hardly a challenge. Indeed, when the 3 women in their 40s appeared before Chen Shu, they were equally bewildered, pondering how he could spend a staggering 10,000 in 3 hours, all the while questioning the origins of these 3 old scallions. Was the owner truly able to sustain such operations? It felt rather unconscionable. If you couldn't find women in their 20s, surely 30s would suffice. Nonetheless, despite their age, these 3 women exuded genuine enthusiasm. They were remnants from the bustling cities, devoid of naivety, only brimming with seasoned charm. There was no need for an icebreaker. They were immediately vivacious, igniting the spirits of Su Yongjun and Li Zhan, both of whom were nearly ready to throw themselves into the fray. The old men were clearly delighted. Though not conventionally attractive, Chen Shu was not there for genuine romance. He sought comfort. Observing Su Yongjun and Li Zhan somewhat hesitant, Chen Shu recognized that they were in their element. It had been ages since these 2 men had encountered such soft and fragrant women. Age was but a number. As long as they enjoyed the singing, that was all that mattered. And truth be told, 40 had its own charms. They performed old songs with remarkable finesse. One woman, seizing Chen Shu's arm, appeared to be a seasoned hand in the KTV scene, firmly grasping his wrist to prevent any erratic movements. "Brother, what song would you like to sing?" she inquired. Chen Shu, feeling no need to resist, promptly replied, "Let us start with Sweet Honey." The woman exclaimed, "Brother, you've struck a chord with me. I can sing that." The music began. "Sweet honey, your smile is sweet as honey." Chen Shu closed his eyes, indulging in the moment while allowing the alcohol to dissipate. After an hour, the woman beside him grew weary, suggesting they pause the singing. Chen Shu then requested, "Let us do Looking Back again." In contrast, Su Yongjun and Li Zhan were far from idle. They were not the type to pass up an opportunity. They did not share Chen Shu's inclination for nostalgic reflection. After their singing session, Chen Shu invited the two to a foot massage. The technicians here, while lacking the finesse of those in the metropolis, offered a price that was worlds apart. Yet for Su Yongjun and Li Zhan, who had never experienced such luxury, it was the pinnacle of enjoyment. Despite their modest pensions, which they preferred to allocate to their families, they relished these outings as a means to escape home life. As midnight approached, a technician discreetly suggested that they could ascend to the third floor. The inexperienced Li Zhan muttered, "Why go to the third floor? Isn't this place sufficient?" Chen Shu shook his head. At 60, Li Zhan still lacked experience. This was not surprising, as he had never ventured beyond their small county, never even having boarded a high-speed train. Chen Shu contemplated the risks involved. He was a bachelor with a carefree approach to life. Having learned to embrace its ups and downs after a heart condition, he felt fearless. However, the same could not be said for his companions, who had wives to consider. Despite their strictness, their marriages remained intact, unlike Chen Shu's. He didn't want to be the cause of their potential marital discord. "Let us stay here, technicians. You may leave us to rest," Chen Shu instructed. Su Yongjun expressed regret. He had heard tales of the third floor's allure, but had never experienced it. Yet, without Chen Shu's invitation, he felt it inappropriate to voice his desires. The courage he had mustered faltered, especially considering the costs involved. Regardless, they had sung and enjoyed themselves, and for men of their age, that was more than enough. The evening in the private room was vibrant, filled with incessant phone calls checking in. Fortunately, the three men had not engaged in any untoward activities. It was merely massages and rest. After video verification, their wives were reassured. Observing his friends, Chen Shu felt a mix of envy and admiration. Having someone to care for was beneficial, but excessive control could be stifling. Fortunately, both men accepted life as course, acknowledging that at 60, aspirations for further struggles were unrealistic. They believed it impossible for an ordinary person to suddenly rise to billionaire status. Chen Shu must have encountered influential individuals during his time as a security guard in the city, which explained his current success. They speculated that the exquisite and graceful female assistant was likely a key figure in his ascent. The two men couldn't help but admire Chen Shu's charisma. At the dance that night, nearly every woman's gaze was fixated on him, rendering Su Yongjun and Li Zhan mere background figures. Chen Shu had once penned romantic poetry to win the hearts of young women, and even in his later years, his charm remained undiminished. It was truly enviable. Chapter 73. Did you push my grandmother into the river? The following morning, the three elderly men left the foot massage parlor with contentment. Ding. Host treats friends from youth. Reward, 1,000,000 yuan. Successful check-in today, 40,000 yuan. Chen Shu felt in high spirits. After enjoying some pan-fried buns and a bowl of soy milk, he bid farewell to his old classmates. One headed to the construction site in the county, while the other rode a scooter to his orchard to pick peaches for sale. This was the reality of life for those in their 60s. Had it not been for the system's assistance, Chen Shu would likely have ended up like his classmates, divorced, with nothing to show for it, forced to return to his hometown, to reclaim land once shared with his brothers, and cultivate a small orchard for a modest existence. However, now he felt he had more years ahead of him. Life had a renewed sense of purpose, filling him with vigor. Perhaps it was due to last night's rejuvenation, or perhaps the thrill of ambition coursed through him. With his financial resources now exceeding 400 million in ownership of a piece of land poised for development. Given the real estate prices in the county, it was valued at nearly 3 billion. After deducting costs, he could potentially earn around 1.5 billion. The construction costs were surprisingly low, with the land acquired through auction presenting an excellent return on investment. However, the prospect of earning 15 billion was not particularly significant to Chen Shu. After all, the immense transformation in his mindset last night had rewarded him with a fortune of 100 million. As he walked back to the hotel, Chen Shu felt no urgency. With wealth in his grasp, time seemed to slow, allowing him to take greater notice of the world around him. In the past, his life had been consumed by the relentless pursuit of money, where each dawn was met with the singular focus of financial gain, leaving no room to appreciate the delicate beauty of the flora and fauna surrounding him. Now, he discovered that the small river at the edge of the city was quite charming. The waters were sufficiently deep, adorned with abundant aquatic vegetation, and shaded by trees, a splendid spot for fishing, though he lamented the absence of his fishing gear. A prime fishing location was as rare and precious as a beloved beauty. Lost in thought, he noticed an elderly woman standing precariously by the riverbank, muttering incoherently to herself. Concerned for her safety, he approached her. "Excuse me, ma'am. Please step back a bit. It's too dangerous here," Chen Shu cautioned. To his surprise, the elderly lady, upon noticing him, became quite agitated and grasped his collar. "Chen Xian, you've returned. Where have you been for over 30 years? I shouldn't have pressured you into that divorce. I owe you and Xiao Ru an apology." It was evident that the lady was not entirely in her right mind. Chen Shu quickly recognized the signs of dementia, specifically Alzheimer's disease. Having witnessed his own mother suffer from it at the age of 70, leading her to forget even her own identity, with her memories predominantly rooted in her youth. Back then, he and his two elder brothers had agreed to take turns caring for their mother, each staying 4 months at a time, with the family gathering during the new year. However, when he had just married Yi Mei, she had vehemently opposed the arrangement, compelling him to rely on his brothers for support. Fortunately, they harbored no grievances, being military veterans raised in the spirit of duty towards family. The only dissent came from their wives, but after his last visit home, their attitudes had softened considerably, as Chen Shu had managed to find positions for several of his unemployed nephews in his company, ensuring they received a steady salary and benefits without needing to work. As for the elderly woman, despite her advanced age, her grip was surprisingly strong, preventing Chen Shu from breaking free. "You have mistaken me for someone else," he reiterated. However, her attention remained elsewhere, as she continued her apologies, lamenting their separation. Chen Shu found himself increasingly exasperated, as he was particularly intolerant of a woman's incessant chatter. Just as he attempted to extricate himself, the old lady lunged forward, causing him to instinctively evade her, resulting in her tumbling into the river. Alarmed, Chen Shu thought, "This could end badly. If anything were to happen to her, I might be falsely accused." Though his current wealth allowed him to withstand such accusations, he still felt a sense of displeasure. Bystanders had witnessed the incident, and soon shouts arose. "Someone has fallen into the water. Call the police." "I saw that man push the old lady in." The crowd, filled with indignation, assumed the worst of him, believing him to be a heartless son attempting to harm his own mother. Chen Shu, feeling helpless, thought, "While you all are busy talking, why not jump in and rescue her?" Luckily, he had grown up swimming in the village river, where, during summer, all the local children would play, and remarkably, there had been few drowning incidents. Although he hadn't swum in years, his body, honed by years of fitness, allowed him to effortlessly recall the motions of swimming. The river was not deep, and he quickly retrieved the elderly woman from the water. After the commotion, she appeared dazed, her eyes vacant, lost in thought. Kind-hearted bystanders called the authorities, and both were brought to the police station for clarification, as the officer could not ascertain whether Chen Shu intended to harm or save her. Upon arrival at the station, a woman in her 30s, with fair skin and an elegant figure, approached the elderly lady. "Grandma, are you all right?" she asked. The woman, named Xiao Jia, was taken aback when the elderly lady exclaimed, "I saw your father." Recognizing the signs of her grandmother's condition, she turned to Chen Shu and accused, "Did you push my grandmother into the river?" Chen Shu rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Miss, please don't make baseless accusations. Did you not see the police reviewing the surveillance footage? Speak with evidence. She was the one who grabbed me." He had little desire to explain further, but was intrigued by the striking resemblance of the woman, Xiao Jia, to his old acquaintances, who possessed an air of sophistication. Even in her simple white t-shirt, she exuded an aura of understated luxury. Most notably, she stirred a sense of familiarity within him, as if he had encountered her before, though he could not place where. At that moment, the police unraveled the truth, clearing Chen Shu's name. "See, it was your grandmother who initiated the contact. I merely attempted to evade her grasp," he pointed out, gesturing to the surveillance footage. A young officer assisting in the investigation remarked, "Sir, you are quite fortunate. This camera was installed just this past summer to prevent students from swimming during their holidays. Who would have thought it would serve such a purpose for you?" Chen Shu expressed his gratitude, acknowledging, "Indeed, without this camera, it would have been difficult to clarify the situation." The young officer continued, "It's resolved. Your grandmother inadvertently fell while trying to hold on to you. This kind gentleman selflessly rescued her. Now, let us have her checked at the hospital." Upon viewing the footage, Xiao Jie realized the misunderstanding and immediately apologized to Chen Shu, bowing slightly. "I'm sorry, sir, I was too hasty. I apologize on behalf of my grandmother." I will compensate you for any damage to your clothing or phone. Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively. It's of no consequence. I'm not concerned about that. I can see your grandmother's Alzheimer's is quite severe, much like my late mother's. It's understandable for her to confuse identities. However, I must inquire. Who is Chen Xian? The woman replied, he is my father. I went abroad when I was young and have had no contact since. Chen Shu realized he had pried too deeply, recognizing it was likely a sensitive subject for her, as the elderly lady's constant murmurs indicated unresolved familial issues. Forgive me for my curiosity, he said. She reassured him, it's all right, the fault lies with us. However, I must say, you bear a striking resemblance to my long-lost father. Nearby officers overheard this and exchanged glances. Incredulous at the possibility of a dramatic twist of fate, could it be that Chen Shu had unwittingly stumbled upon his biological father? What an absurd turn of events. However, upon reviewing Chen Shu's information, it becomes evident that such a possibility is implausible. Chen Shu does not even possess a passport. How could he travel abroad? With a faint smile, Chen Shu remarked that it was indeed a fortunate coincidence. The woman responded, I truly apologize for the inconvenience, dear brother. Chen Shu interjected, brother? I am of the same generation as your grandmother. I am 60 years old, and you ought to address me as uncle. The woman scrutinized Chen Shu from head to toe, clad only in a pair of shorts due to his wet clothes being dried by a female officer. His upper body displayed well-defined muscles, with prominent abs and taut skin. You claim to be 60? Yet, upon glancing at Chen Shu's identification card, she was astonished to discover it was indeed true. Curiosity piqued. She wondered how this man maintained his youthful appearance. Earlier, she had been preoccupied with emotions and had not truly observed him, but now, as she took a closer look, she found an undeniable charm in him. She had encountered many men, yet this was the first time someone had so captivated her attention. Uncle, I sincerely apologize, the woman said. Chen Shu felt a sense of satisfaction. The officer then stated, all right, since everyone is fine, you may take the elderly lady for a checkup. How will Mr. Chen return? Shall I drive you in the police car? Chen Shu replied, no need for that. I have someone coming to pick me up. It would be absurd for him to return home in a police vehicle. Anyone who saw him would likely jump to the wrong conclusions. Furthermore, given his sudden wealth in recent days, rumors would surely circulate that he had been involved in some illegal activities leading to his arrest. He refrained from notifying Chen Wen to avoid causing her concern and merely called Kong Fong to request she come pick him up. Coincidentally, at that moment, Kong Fong had just finished the bidding process at the housing authority and was on her way. Old Chen, what happened? Kong Fong inquired. Chen Shu shrugged. Feeling as though he had been mistaken for a son, the elderly lady's granddaughter approached, saying, you must be the uncle's daughter, my sincere apologies. Kong Fong glanced at the woman in surprise. You are Yijia? Chen Shu was taken aback. Who is Yijia? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Kong Fong explained. The actress Yijia, from that popular drama where she played the sister of the gang leader. Chen Shu suddenly understood. Ah, now I see why she looks so familiar. She is indeed a big star. Upon realizing she had been recognized, Yijia promptly removed her mask. Yes, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Chen Shu felt an unexpected admiration. This actress was indeed striking, with delicate features, a petite nose, and finely maintained lips that belied her age. He had watched that drama, where Yi Jie sported long, flowing hair and wore elegant gold-rimmed glasses perched upon her perfectly sculpted nose, exuding an extraordinary aura. Though she was not a top-tier star, more of a second-tier actress, for an ordinary person to encounter someone of her stature was quite fortunate. Kong Fong exclaimed, not at all, not at all. May we take a photo together? Yi Jie smiled gently, of course. Not forgetting Chen Shu, Kong Fong pulled him into the center, and the three of them took a selfie. Chen Shu then suggested, Miss Yi, perhaps you should take your grandmother to the hospital for a checkup, although it's summer. Inhaling water is not ideal. Yi Jie suddenly seemed to grasp the situation. Clearly, she lacked experience in caring for others. Otherwise, she would not have allowed her grandmother, suffering from Alzheimer's, to wander about aimlessly in the streets. Ultimately, Yijia looked somewhat embarrassed and turned to the officer. Could you kindly arrange for us to go to the hospital? Chen Shu suddenly recalled that this second-tier actress had likely arrived on a shared bicycle. That seemed odd. Although second-tier actresses might not earn exorbitantly, surely they could afford a vehicle? It struck him as peculiar. Nevertheless, Chen Shu volunteered. No need. Dear officer, you have your duties. I will accompany the elderly lady. Yijia was taken aback by Chen Shu's willingness to assist her. She felt grateful to this man, whose features bore a slight resemblance to her missing father. Not only had he rescued her grandmother, but he also seemed unconcerned about the water-damaged phone. Instead focusing on helping them, he radiated a certain charm. That phone must have cost a fortune, yet he didn't ask for compensation and was genuinely eager to assist. It was reassuring to know that there are still good people in the world. Upon seeing Chen Shu's vehicle, She understood why he was unconcerned about the phone, clearly. He was not short on funds. As they helped the elderly lady into the car, Yijia expressed her gratitude once more. Thank you, uncle, and to you too, little sister. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Chen Shu inquired. Are you also from Nanxing County? Yijia replied. I am not, but my grandmother is. The doctor mentioned her condition is somewhat serious, and it would be best to take her back to the place where she used to live, in hopes of rekindling some of her past memories. We've been here for 3 or 4 days. My grandmother was doing well, but last night, someone set off fireworks, which seemed to have disoriented her memories. This morning, I woke up to find her had gone out. Fireworks from last night. Wasn't that planned? It seemed they had an inexplicable connection. Such serendipity was remarkable. Kong Fong covertly observed Chen Shu, realizing that a romantic display of fireworks had left an 80-year-old lady in a state of confusion. He would need to take responsibility. Yijia, completely unaware of this, was in the back seat tending to her grandmother's hair. Chen Shu hastily shifted the conversation. So, Miss Yi, don't you have a car? Yijia's cheeks flushed slightly. I can't drive. During my driving lessons, I accidentally crashed into the wall of the driving school, creating a large hole. Since then, I've been too afraid to touch a car. Usually, I travel by the vehicles arranged by my production team or the company. This time, I only came back to Nanxing County with my grandmother on the high-speed train. Chen Shu mused. What a relief. Otherwise, she would be a reckless driver on the road. He hadn't expected such a beautiful actress to be unable to drive. Chapter 75, the first time calling someone uncle. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yijia donned a mask to avoid being recognized. Chen Shu thought to himself, being a star must be quite cumbersome. After a checkup, it turned out the elderly lady was in good health, though still somewhat disoriented, nearly failing to recognize her own granddaughter. Despite being named Yijia, the elderly lady persistently called out the name Wang Jing, apologizing to her and mentioning Chun Xian. Presumably, Wang Jing was Yijia's mother. After the examination, while Yijia filled out forms, the elderly lady approached Chen Shu again, saying, Chun Xian, you're back. I brought Wang Jing to you. You two can get married now. You can hold the ceremony right away. With that, she grasped Chen Shu's hand and pulled him towards Yijia, insisting, you must marry now. Chen Shu and Yijia exchanged awkward glances. It was rather embarrassing. While the age difference was not vast, Chen Shu was 60 years old, at least 25 years her senior, belonging to a different generation altogether. Yijia clarified, Grandma, he is not my father. The elderly lady insisted. What nonsense. He is certainly not your father. He is your husband, your beloved. Chen Shu thought to himself, this was getting a bit too forced. Although Yijia was indeed beautiful and charming, it felt rather hasty to discuss marriage after such a brief acquaintance. Yijia felt a tinge of awkwardness. Yet she patiently offered words of comfort to soothe her grandmother's spirits. She was indeed a devoted daughter. Chen Shu was deeply moved by this, for he knew all too well the plight of the elderly. His own mother, suffering from dementia, was often met with disdain. Yimei had never mentioned caring for her mother-in-law. Chen Shu had once provided substantial assistance to her family during his mother's hospitalization, diligently fulfilling his filial duties. However, in Yimei's eyes, such efforts were merely expected. When it came to Chen Shu's mother, the priority lay with the children. Their schooling and work should not be disrupted. Ironically, the child was not even Chen Shu's biological offspring. Had Yimei possessed even half of Yijia's filial piety, perhaps Chen Shu would not have divorced her, and some remnants of affection might have lingered. Both shared the surname Yi, yet the disparity was striking. Since there was no pressing issue at hand, Chen Shu resolved to continue his goodwill and offered to escort the elderly woman home. Yijia, too, recognized a unique charm within Chen Shu that distinguished him from other men. Initially inclined to decline his offer, she found herself inexplicably nodding in agreement, discovering a sense of safety in his presence. Her background was fraught with misfortune. Her parents had conceived her out of wedlock, and her grandmother had opposed their union, insisting that her father marry another woman, ultimately driving the loving couple apart. In a fit of anger, her father emigrated to America, leaving her without a trace. Growing up alongside her mother, Yijia endured the stigma of being raised by an unmarried woman in an era when such a situation was scarcely tolerated. The relentless gossip took a toll, and her mother succumbed to despair, passing away at the tender age of 40. Fortunately, before her death, her grandmother sought out her mother to confess her regrets. Having denied her son the freedom to love, she had not seen him since and was filled with remorse. This encounter marked Yijia's first meeting with relatives beyond her mother, revealing the existence of 2 aunts. However, these aunts showed little interest in caring for their ailing mother, believing that Yijia should assume the responsibility for her grandmother's care. Yijia found herself unable to refuse, for as a celebrity, any news of neglecting her elderly relative could spell the end of her career in the entertainment industry. Thus, the current circumstances unfolded. Lacking experience in elder care and having always been the recipient of care herself, coupled with her inability to drive, led to the day's events. Naturally, she welcomed Chen Shu's assistance. "Thank you, Mr. Chen," she said. Chen Shu casually replied, "No need for formalities. It feels a bit distant. You can call me Lao Chen or Uncle Chen." In the past, as an ordinary man brimming with youthful ambition, he would never have dared to make such a suggestion, particularly to a prominent celebrity, even if she was only a second-tier star. The idea of being addressed as uncle was audacious. Who was he to warrant such familiarity? Yet, his perspective had shifted. Being called uncle by a renowned star carried an entirely different weight, especially when uttered by the soft lips of someone as beautiful as Yi Jia. Indeed, after a moment's reflection, Yi Jia smiled and said, "All right, Uncle Chen, you're the first uncle I've ever had." A delightful feeling washed over her. Though she hailed from a performing arts background, her voice retained a sweetness. Chen Shu had never imagined being addressed as uncle by a stunning female star. The sensation was truly exhilarating. As their busy day progressed, it was now noon. Just as they prepared to take the elderly woman home, Chen Shu received a call from Chun Wan, inviting him to lunch. Wang Tao had arranged some dishes and was also discussing matters regarding the bidding for construction contracts. Chen Shu pondered for a moment before addressing Yi Jia. "If I'm not mistaken, you probably don't know how to cook, do you? It's rare for stars to possess culinary skills. Many of their talents are merely performative. Moreover, studies suggest that if one lacks a natural aptitude for driving, they are likely to be similarly challenged in the kitchen." Yi Jia lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing as she replied, Not really. Over the past few days, both she and her grandmother had endured the ordeal of relying on takeout for their meals. Since we seem to share a fateful connection, Chen Shu continued, I have prepared some home-cooked dishes at my place. Let us take the elderly lady along." Yi Jia felt a bit embarrassed, considering the misunderstanding earlier. Yet she had longed for the warmth of a familial atmosphere. In the last 2 years, apart from filming, her life revolved around her grandmother, with little company at home. The lively sounds emanating from Chen Shu's phone sparked her curiosity. "Is it too much of an imposition?" Yi Jia asked. Beside her, Kong Fong glanced at Chen Shu and chuckled. "Not at all. Lao Chen enjoys a lively gathering. His villa is quite spacious." Yi Jia found herself intrigued. The two appeared to share a close bond despite not being family. After helping the elderly woman into the car, the four of them arrived at Villa number 8. Upon entering, they were greeted by Chuninen's excited exclamation, "Ah, Yi Jia, the superstar. Sister-in-law, come look at the superstar." Chuninen was thrilled. Having been engrossed in a crime drama that had recently captivated audiences, Fong Xin emerged from the staircase, having taken a day off work. She had just married and was yet to experience her honeymoon. Chun Wen joined them from the kitchen, her eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of Yi Jia. Even Chen Shu's father seemed taken aback. Chun Wen couldn't help but admire her father-in-law. After just 2 days apart, he had managed to bring home a celebrity. She found herself pondering her father's remarkable charm, especially as he had previously introduced other attractive women, like Chu Hong and Xia Wanning. But Yi Jia seemed to eclipse them all. Chapter 76. The allure of the older man Fong Xin and Chun Nen were of similar ages, and thus they were particularly exhilarated by the arrival of the star, joyfully taking photographs together. Yi Jia, with her easygoing demeanor, handled their enthusiasm with grace. Meanwhile, the elderly lady sat quietly, absorbing the warmth of this unfamiliar family environment. Chen Shu took a moment to explain the morning's misunderstanding to his daughter. Chen Wen nodded thoughtfully. Though her curiosity piqued, how could a big star simply agree to come over for dinner upon her father's invitation? Her father's charm seemed almost supernatural. Wang Tao felt somewhat flustered. This was the reaction one would expect when an ordinary person encountered a celebrity. Yet, with his father-in-law present, Wang Tao found reassurance. Realizing that stars were not so different from ordinary people, they merely carried themselves with a touch more decorum and elegance. Yet, something about them felt less genuine, as if they existed within the confines of a television screen. Wang Tao couldn't help but admire his father-in-law. It appeared that no matter the woman, they all exhibited a remarkable composure in his presence. Yi Jia noticed that her grandmother was relatively calm, which eased her anxiety. Her greatest fear was causing trouble for Chen Shu and his family. At present, it seemed that the only issue was the need for a few extra pairs of chopsticks. After a lively exchange, another guest arrived, Li Xiaoman. Chuninen sent her a photo, and upon learning that the superstar was visiting, Li Xiaoman promptly informed her family before riding over on her electric scooter, her youthful face brimming with excitement. As a soon-to-be graduate, she was no longer under strict parental supervision. All that was required was her timely return home in the evenings. Moreover, with the Chun family basking in recent local acclaim, her civil servant father had relaxed his oversight of Li Xiaoman. It was reported that Chuninen's grandfather had brought the celebrity along. which only augmented Li Xiaoman's admiration for Chen Shu. Her own grandfather lacked such remarkable connections. The afternoon proceeded with a delightful lunch. Wang Tao's culinary skills were commendable. In his youth, he had worked as a kitchen assistant in a hotel, honing his fundamental skills. A lavish spread was laid out before a gathering of over 10 people. And fortunately, the villa featured a spacious round table, accommodating all comfortably. Laughter and conversation filled the air. With one notable exception, the elderly matriarch insisted on seating Chen Shu next to Yi Jie, continually serving him dishes. Chen Shu's mother had passed away several years prior, and he found himself momentarily enveloped in a mother's care once more. The others were aware of the situation and played along, indulging the matriarch's whims. The only one feeling somewhat out of place was Chen Wen, who found it peculiar that the star seemed akin to his second stepmother, particularly since Yi Jie was merely a year older than her. Chen Wen deftly shifted the topic. Dad, several construction companies have submitted bids. The quotes vary widely. Would you like to take a look? Chen Shu replied. The price is of little consequence. Quality must be guaranteed. We should engage a few state-owned enterprises as our foundation. Nothing else will suffice. Kong Fong chimed in. I think the China Construction 13th Bureau is quite good, although their price is somewhat steep. Their previous residential projects have consistently demonstrated high quality, without any reported issues, making them trustworthy. Chen Shu decisively stated, let us go with them. The price is secondary. Quality is paramount. After all, these developers are from our own community, and poor quality would be met with disdain from our neighbors. Chen Wen nodded, recognizing her father's wisdom in such matters. Thus, the construction company was swiftly and amicably selected, a testament to the efficiency of family businesses, where listening to a single voice suffices for rapid decision-making. The focus then shifted to coordinating specific projects, which Kong Fong could manage independently, delegating tasks to Chen Wen and Wang Tao. Chen Shu's two older brother's sons, both possessing construction experience, would also serve as supervisors, ensuring that the work met rigorous standards. After all, they were laborers who could genuinely assess the quality of each brick and tile. Moreover, with Chen Shu at the helm, the local villagers had already reserved several units in the new residential complex. Should the quality falter, it could lead to significant repercussions. Following lunch, Yi Jie escorted the elderly matriarch home, who, in her confusion, insisted that this was her residence, leaving Yi Jie feeling slightly embarrassed. Thankfully, Chen Shu discreetly reassured the matriarch, saying, I'll be marrying Wang Jing soon, referring to Yi Jie's mother. In her befuddlement, the elderly lady mistook Yi Jie for Wang Jing, and this remark prompted her to board the vehicle. The matriarch's ancestral home was located on the outskirts of the urban development area, now housing only a handful of families. It consisted of 3 tidy rooms and a small courtyard, exuding an inviting charm. Yet, upon arriving home, the elderly lady was fatigued and promptly retired for a nap. Yi Jie expressed her gratitude once more and requested Chen Shu's contact information, adding him on WeChat. She recognized that Chen Shu came from a prosperous background and possessed admirable qualities. Forging a friendship with someone of his caliber in Nancheng was indeed fortuitous. With her grandmother's generation long gone and being unfamiliar with her surroundings, having a reliable friend brought her a sense of security. After resolving Yi Jie's matters, Chen Shu and Kong Fong proceeded to the only office building in Nancheng, which they had recently rented as the headquarters for their real estate venture, aptly named Big Tree, a name coined by Kong Fong. This moniker, while casual, reflected Chen Shu's intention of merely providing a platform to support his relatives and facilitate their prosperity, rather than establishing a serious business endeavor. The real estate firm could even be a temporary arrangement, Kong Fong explained. We rented this space for a year at a cost of 100,000. A spacious layout is sufficient for dozens of employees. In reality, your enterprise only requires a few reliable financial personnel. The rest are dispensable. Chen Shu sighed. I'm well aware, but I feel an obligation to guide my many nephews and nieces. As their uncle, this is the least I can do. Kong Fong nodded in understanding. Despite appearing only 40, Chen Shu had indeed lived 60 years, granting him a profound perspective on various matters. The allure of this seasoned man was undeniably captivating. With the company matters settled, the next step was to have the employees commence their work. Chen Wen and Wang Tao could manage the day-to-day operations. As Chen Shu found himself weary from recent days spent at home, he preferred to continue enjoying life in Huqing. The formalities surrounding the company's launch could be bypassed, as the construction team from the China Construction 13th Bureau was already engaged in the highway project in the county, poised to seamlessly transition into the residential development. The construction crew was pleasantly surprised. Initially, after completing the highway, they anticipated a holiday, yet unexpectedly found themselves with a new project, particularly since the financier was prompt with payments. 5,000 for the engineering contract had already been disbursed, more generous than any previous client. In these times, swift payments and no upfront costs were exceedingly rare. Chapter 77. I spend money, I find joy. Upon solidifying the collaboration, the China Construction 13th Bureau found the formalities with the Housing Authority minimal. They simply needed to relocate their workforce and could retain temporary accommodations. This significantly reduced costs. Chen Shu also kept his promise, arranging work for the son of his first love, Feng Yun, delegating a portion of the project to Luo Jiahao, which, though valued at around 5 million, would still allow Luo Jiahao to earn a tidy sum. The construction company, beginning with the letter Zhong, wasted no time. As soon as the contract was signed, they plunged into action. That day, Chen Shu accompanied Chen Wen and Wang Tao to the site for an inspection. Excavators were already leveling the ground, with large machinery preparing to move in, and the ground littered with remnants of red firecracker debris indicated a sense of urgency. In the downward market, time equated to money. Funds for the real estate project lay in a supervisory account, awaiting disbursement as work commenced. Who wouldn't want to expedite such lucrative opportunities? The site's temporary shelters had been dismantled, and an elderly worker stood nearby, recognizing Chen Shu as somewhat familiar. Chen Shu, without further ado, instructed his daughter to hand the elderly man 70,000 yuan, stating it was a token from the new owner, ensuring he would oversee the site until its completion. The old man was elated, finally reclaiming wages he had been owed for nearly a year. Confronting felt a wave of emotion. She understood that these funds were not Chen Shu's responsibility, but rather that of the previous employer. Yet, in the face of righteousness, this 60-year-old man proved himself worthy of trust. With the commencement of work, even the small town of Nanqing felt a tremor of excitement. This abandoned building once posed significant challenges for the county town, yet now, after much anticipation, construction has finally commenced, to the benefit of the surrounding neighborhoods. With several residential complexes established in this area, this intersection boasts no less than 7 or 8 communities, complemented by a commercial street, suggesting that prosperity will gradually envelop this locale, which will subsequently elevate the prices of second-hand properties. The authorities have relaxed regulations, otherwise, this derelict structure would have remained an unsightly blemish on the map. Matters in Nanqing County have entered a normal trajectory, rendering Chen Shu's involvement unnecessary. Chen Wen, too, resigned from her supermarket position to manage the company, as it is her father's enterprise, and it must be safeguarded. Even if it is a one-time venture, it deserves meticulous attention. The real estate company will eventually require property management services as well. In the meantime, Chen Shu has taken the opportunity to unwind, spending his days indulging in foot massages and karaoke with friends, while also enjoying fishing during the daylight hours. Recently, he has completed signing documents for what feels like a lifetime. Now that the process has been set in motion, his role as the owner is no longer essential. The oversight of construction and the affairs of home purchases can be entrusted to family members. Chen Shu has also allocated 10 million to the company's account for operations. In truth, properties in Nanqing County sell quite efficiently without much intervention. After all, the poor condition of the roads between the village and the county town has led many young people to opt for purchasing homes in the county. Though it is merely 100 kilometers from Hu City, the housing prices there are beyond the reach of the average person. On the journey back to Hu City, Chen Shu reclined in the rear seat, relishing the music. This vehicle is somewhat ill-suited for highway travel. It lacks the comfort of a Maybach. I must find the time to acquire a Maybach, he mused. There is indeed a distinction between vehicles. The G-Class has performed admirably on rural roads these past few days. Yet it pales in comparison to the comfort afforded by a top-tier sedan like the Maybach on the highway. Nevertheless, it certainly possesses an aura of prestige. Confronting, who had initially driven her own vehicle to pick up Xiao Wanting, found herself in a predicament as her ordinary Volkswagen had suffered a tire blowout and damage to its undercarriage from navigating rough terrain, culminating in a mysterious battery failure that necessitated a trip to the repair shop. Driving, Confronting cheerfully remarked, "Old Chun, this car can be purchased at a moment's notice." Chen Shu nodded in agreement. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Oh, by the way, your wages need to be settled. For managing this troublesome process so effectively, I'll compensate you with 5 million. Additionally, as the legal consultant for my Deshu real estate company, I can offer you a monthly salary of 20,000. Does that sound agreeable? Confronting retorted. That raises quite a few concerns, old Chun. What kind of contract warrants 5 million? I've earned my monthly salary of 20,000, which I deem fair. But 5 million? You wouldn't be attempting to treat me as you did with Wanting, would you? Buying cars and handing out cash? Confronting had intended to imply a more intimate arrangement, but the term held little weight for Xiao Wanting, representing merely an action devoid of judgment. However, it was still somewhat embarrassing for Confronting. Chen Shu, unabashedly exposed, merely chuckled and replied, "If 5 million isn't sufficient, what about 10 million? Confronting protested, "Old Chun, Money isn't meant to be spent so frivolously. Chen Shu countered, I believe money is meant to purchase happiness. If I give you money, it brings me joy. When I was merely a security guard in the community, you extended considerable assistance to me. Now that I am capable, spending a bit is my way of repaying your earlier kindness and alleviating any sense of indebtedness when I am in your presence. Life loses its charm if one constantly feels beholden to others. I prefer to live with openness. Confronting smiled. Her admiration for Chen Shu's outlook on life, unspoken yet palpable. His forthrightness was commendable. Chen Shu promptly transferred 5 million to Confronting's account. Upon glancing at the text notification on her phone, Confronting realized that this woman did not place much value on money. If she was indifferent to wealth, what was her motivation for running around after him? Was it his character that drew her? Chen Shu, lacking any sense of personal allure, pondered whether this was the effect of some charm potion. An hour later, as they exited the Hu City highway, both their eyes sparkled with excitement. It must be said that Hu City is an enchanting metropolis, a world apart from the lesser-known Nanqing County. Previously, Chen Shu had regarded this place as unattainable. Yet now, with a tranquil balance of 450 million in his bank account, transferring 5 million to Confronting felt like a mere flicker, hardly noticeable. With such confidence, Hu City appeared to Chen Shu as a charming and amiable destination. Let us first inspect the car, he suggested. Confronting deliberated briefly before steering the vehicle towards the Porsche Center, noting that the vehicle was essentially on loan to him. She, too, required a means of transportation. The Volkswagen she had purchased with her own earnings right after graduating from university was now a decade old and long overdue for replacement. Chen Shu remarked, no need for borrowing. Let it be registered under the company's name, as if it were a vehicle provided by the company for you. Confronting considered this and found it agreeable. She enjoyed driving, particularly cherishing the Porsche brand. As they continued down the road, Confronting received a phone call. What? You've arrived in Hu City? After graduating from university, why are you here? Are you looking for money? Has your family cut off your funds? Fine, come over. Take a taxi to the Porsche store in the Hudong New District and wait for me there. Chapter 78. But you are buying a Porsche. Chen Shu, seated in the back, expressed curiosity. Who is it? Confronting replied with exasperation, my brother, who just graduated from university this year. Instead of seeking an internship, he has come to ask me for money. Chen Shu chuckled. Are you the brother supporting type? Confronting shook her head. I won't be supporting him. Our family is not lacking in funds. They plan for him to inherit the family business, so he doesn't need my assistance. They simply halted his spending to teach him a lesson, and now he has come to mooch off me. Chen Shu mused that it seemed Confronting's family possessed some wealth. Typically, students studying law come from families with assets, either from civil service backgrounds or business lineage. Confronting evidently belonged to the latter category. As they navigated toward the Porsche Hudong Experience Center, Chen Shu spotted a spacious racetrack from the elevated road. This was Porsche's first large-scale experience center in Asia, designed not just for selling cars, but for immersing visitors in Porsche culture. It is no wonder that this brand resonates so well with young women. They excel in marketing. Confronting, particularly fond of this brand, recognized that, given her salary, affording a Porsche would require considerable effort. However, with the 5 million Chen Shu had provided, it was more than sufficient. Still, since Chen Shu was footing the bill, Confronting felt comfortable accepting it, though she worried about her friend Xia Wanting, who had yet to receive a car from Chen Shu. Would this affect their friendship? Arriving at the plaza in front of the experience center, a lineup of luxury vehicles awaited, none priced below 500,000, with a significant number being Porsches. It was clear that those who frequented this venue were either affluent or privileged, as the racetrack offered an exhilarating escape for supercars. The construction of the Porsche Experience Center resembled that of a racetrack. However, it was midday, and the area appeared rather deserted. Save for a young man standing idly at the entrance, gazing around. Chen Shu glanced inside the car, observing that this young man bore a resemblance to Confronting. He was undoubtedly her younger brother. With an innocent visage reminiscent of a naive youth, he was likely a fresh graduate, brimming with the vitality of youth. For such purity was uncommon otherwise. Indeed, Confronting parked the vehicle in front of the young man. Kong Shui, did I not instruct you to refrain from bothering me unless absolutely necessary? As soon as she entered, Confronting adopted an authoritative sisterly demeanor and began to admonish her younger sibling. This was a matter of familial duty, transcending mere age. Chen Shu chuckled. Kong Shui? Is that name an attempt to shield the child from the fear of being unattractive? Kong Shui, wearing a pained expression, lamented, Sister, my dear sister, I am on the brink of starvation. Upon my graduation, my family severed my living expenses, insisting I must learn to be self-sufficient. I am utterly inept. With no skills beyond leisure, how could I possibly earn a living? I can't even manage to do laundry. If you refuse to help me, I shall surely perish. Chen Shu sat in the back, observing Kong Shui's theatrical display of poverty. Such a male student seemed rather unremarkable. Yet, to boldly admit one's shortcomings is a mark of courage. He was indeed an interesting character. Kong Fong sighed in exasperation. Our family expects you to inherit the company. If only you could muster some ambition, they would no longer pressure me into marriage. Kong Shui retorted. Whether I am ambitious or not does not affect my inheritance of the company. Why should I exhaust myself unnecessarily? Your sister speaks to you in earnest, and you would do well to heed her words. Young people squander their youth, failing to strive, only to regret it in their later years. Chen Shu could no longer remain silent. Some individuals are born into privilege, while others are destined for servitude. Chen Shu, having once toiled in the latter role, could not restrain himself upon hearing Kong Shuai's self-deprecating remarks. He was likely of an age comparable to Kong Fong's parents, belonging to the uncle generation. Thus, imparting a few words of wisdom to a younger generation seemed justifiable. This was, after all, a matter concerning Kong Fong's family, and he ought not to involve himself so deeply. Yet, he found it impossible to turn a blind eye. As a man in his 60s, Chen Shu's own life had yielded little in terms of achievements. The only boast he could make was that he had once dabbled in the arts, working as an editor at a newspaper, capable of penning a few lyrical verses. Regardless of one's accomplishments, age often grants the wisdom of preaching to others. Chen Shu, filled with youthful vigor, was reluctant to lecture. However, Kong Shui was truly exasperating. Kong Shui, taken aback, wondered who could have anticipated that his sister would have a companion in the vehicle. Sister, who is this person? What is he doing in your car? His wide, innocent eyes turned towards Chen Shu. This is my car, Chen Shu replied. Oh, Kong Shui exclaimed, I thought as much. I figured my sister's taste would not align with this vehicle. She prefers Porsches. Chen Shu interjected, returning to our earlier discussion. At your age? What justifies such a lack of effort? Kong Shui answered, effort? I simply wish to take it easy. Did you acquire this G63 through hard work? Well, yes. Chen Shu's eyes widened. The young man certainly had a knack for delivering blunt remarks. It is a product of my endeavors, he mused, or rather, the fruits of my financial investments. Kong Shui shrugged, clearly having grown tired of his parents' preachings. Kong Fong, exasperated, stated, This is my former colleague, now my employer, Mr. Chen. Kong Shui, astonished, inquired, employer? How old is he? He hardly appears older than a few years. I thought perhaps he was my brother-in-law. Finally leading to my sister's romantic involvement. Chen Shu chuckled. The young man possessed a certain charm in his words. Kong Fong clarified, Uncle Chen is already 60. Much like our father. Kong Shui scrutinized Chen Shu in disbelief. Wow, Uncle Chen, you certainly know how to maintain yourself. Do share your secrets. When I grow older, I would like to remain as handsome as you, making it easy to attract young ladies. Kong Fong's expression darkened. What young ladies? You must believe in love. A man should love but one for life, and cannot be frivolous. Kong Shui shook his head. How dull that would be. Kong Fong parked the car, and Chen Shu exited as well, the three of them making their way into the Porsche Experience Center. Like a shadow, Kong Shui trailed behind. Sister, what brings you here? Perhaps finding him bothersome, Kong Fong chose to ignore him. Chen Shu responded, I am here to purchase a car for your sister. Kong Shui was taken aback. Buying a Porsche? Chen Shu nodded affirmatively. Kong Shui examined the two with suspicion, pondering the oddity of a boss providing a Porsche to an employee. You expect me to work hard, yet you drive a Porsche? Is that reasonable? Kong Fong interjected. Kong Shui, you ought to consider your family. Your living expenses were cut to instill in you the understanding that every penny earned comes at a cost, to help you shed your extravagant habits. Our family's clothing brand has been in operation since our grandfather's time. When you take the reins, you must carry forward this spirit to ensure the company's continued success. Kong Shui, of course, let her words go in one ear and out the other. You want me to abandon my extravagant ways, yet you are buying a Porsche? Why must my sister be so hypocritical? Upon entering, they were greeted by a Porsche representative who approached them with courtesy. Good day, esteemed guests. Are you here to experience our Porsche sports cars? Indeed, Kong Fong replied. Do you have the 911 model? I would like to test drive it now. Certainly, madam. Please follow me. Chen Shu followed suit, marveling at the grandeur of the Experience Center, which truly exemplified the pinnacle of Asian luxury. In truth, Kong Fong was quite familiar with this place. Ever since she graduated and ventured into Shanghai for her career, she had frequented this establishment for track experiences at least once or twice a year. Her driving skills in both the Porsche 911 and 718 had become quite proficient. Whenever she faced challenges at work, she would come here to race on the track, allowing herself to unwind. Therefore, upon the representative's inquiry, she clearly stated her intent. The staff acted swiftly, leading Kong Fong to the members' center. Chen Shu soon realized that experiencing the cars required a hefty fee, and not a small one at that. An annual membership cost 50,000 yuan. Kong Fong had been a member for several years. This revelation prompted Chen Shu to reassess his view of her. Initially, he believed she to be a frugal and prudent young woman, yet in the presence of her passions, she was exceedingly generous. It made sense. Kong Fong's meticulousness extended even to her makeup, as he observed her sporting what appeared to be Hermes lipstick. Moreover, as a property manager, her income was quite respectable. She was a woman who understood the essence of life. For her passions, she willingly invested, embodying a rational approach. Kong Fong exuded rationality from head to toe. For what she cherished, she would spend without hesitation. For what she did not, she would not part with a single penny. This realization intensified Chen Shu's admiration for Kong Fong. If such a woman could be brought into his life, she would undoubtedly bring prosperity to the entire family. This stood in stark contrast to Yi Mei, who was more vain, often comparing herself to others, purchasing items solely for the sake of appearances, regardless of necessity or expense. The 25-year-old new Model 911, codenamed 9922, utilized hybrid technology, achieving a remarkable 700 horsepower, while its interior design leaned towards a more technological aesthetic. Ms. Kong, as one of our esteemed members, you are entitled to a complimentary hour of experience. Chen Shu could only marvel at the situation. 50,000 a year. Yet the experience was limited to just 1 hour? This was akin to the logic of luxury goods. Membership merely serves as a selective threshold, filtering out those who are merely spectators, leaving behind a clientele of superior quality. This marketing strategy is indeed remarkable. However, Kong Fong is a person of strong opinions. Upon inspecting the interior of the new 911, she furrowed her brow. Is it altered to this extent? Kong Fong felt somewhat resigned. She still preferred the previous design and was not fond of the imposing central screen, as she believed it detracted from the elegance of mechanical beauty. Forget the new model. I want to test it. Please let me try the old model parked beside me, Kong Fong stated. Chen Shu and Kong Shu watched from the sidelines. Kong Shu remarked, my sister has always been decisive, clear in her affections and aversions. She either likes something or she doesn't. Chen Shu responded, it's evident. Despite the luxurious appearance of the new 911, Kong Fong opted to experience the older version instead. Moments later, she donned a helmet, which fitted snugly, leaving only her large, expressive eyes visible, their contrast striking, with elegantly arched brows and a prominent nose, exuding an air of confidence. In contemporary vernacular, she could be described as a goddess. Kong Fong settled into the race car and beckoned to Chen Shu. Old Chun, care to join me for a ride? Chen Shu had previously harbored a fear of the speed of supercars, perhaps a consequence of age rendering one more cautious. Yet now, filled with a newfound zest for life, he realized that existence is a pursuit of varied experiences. Some seek the thrill of bungee jumping, others the depths of scuba diving, and still others the exhilaration of skydiving. Regardless of the method, it is all about seeking stimulation. In his 60s, he would have never consented to such an endeavor. Yet now, he nodded in agreement. All right, I shall experience the speed of a supercar. Kong Shu was left in bewilderment. Is this truly my sister? Inviting the boss instead of her own brother for a ride? I sense this old man is not as simple as he appears. To experience the racetrack, one must register their details. The staff, upon noting Chen Shu's 60 years, expressed surprise, stating, Sir, I must sincerely advise against experiencing our track at your age, as our vehicles can reach speeds exceeding 150 miles per hour, which can be perilous. Chen Shu waved dismissively. Oh, what is the worry? Rest assured, should I perish, I shall not hold you accountable. The staff, resigned, could only acquiesce. Moments later, Kong Fong pressed the accelerator, offering Chen Shu a taste of exhilarating chaos. The 911 roared like a wild beast beneath them. Kong Fong's driving was honed under the guidance of an instructor. Given it was midday, the track was devoid of other vehicles, allowing her to maintain a rapid pace with little deceleration when cornering. Chen Shu felt as though his spirit was lagging behind. In his past, he would never have dared to take such sharp turns. This supercar was undoubtedly a game for the young. He had initially contemplated purchasing one for the thrill of it. However, now he reconsidered, finding stability in a Maybach or a G-Class SUV more appealing. After 2 laps, Chen Shu could no longer endure the intensity and signaled to exit, while Kong Fong, still exhilarated, continued to unleash her spirit on the track. Having only witnessed her dedicated work ethic before, he was taken aback by this spirited side of her. It was a refreshing revelation. Once out of the car, his legs felt unsteady, and he sank into a nearby chair, watching the 911 race around the track. Turning to Kong Shu, he inquired, Kong Shu, share some stories about your sister. Kong Shu replied, you're merely her boss. Is it necessary to probe so deeply? Chen Shu countered, isn't it appropriate to show interest in subordinates? Kong Shu chuckled. Showing interest in subordinates isn't done this way. My sister is indeed captivating, but let me tell you, She has many suitors, including some affluent second-generation heirs far more impressive than you, a 60-year-old man who stands no chance. Chen Shu retorted, spare me the chit-chat. Just tell me. Kong Shu grinned. I'll share, but on one condition. Chen Shu asked, what condition? Kong Shu replied, take me to a bar tonight. I've heard that TA bar has many beautiful women, and I've never been. This lad had previously attended university in the capital and often frequented bars, but later faced restrictions from home, likely feeling stifled, and sought financial aid from his sister. However, she had not entertained such discussions, refusing to part with money. Thus, he hoped to extract some funds from his sister, now his employer. After some contemplation, Chen Shu agreed. He too felt weary and thought it might be refreshing to accompany Chu Hong and Xia wanting to a bar to experience the youthful ways of relaxation. At 60, Chen Shu scoffed at the idea of bars, yet with a net worth of 450 million, he found himself drawn to the allure of youth. The presence of beautiful women was certainly not the primary motivation. Chapter 80. Is this how one acquires a car? My sister, from a young age, has been strong-willed and independent. When the family encouraged her to study fashion design, she secretly enrolled in the law department at Renmin University. My father was furious and cut off her allowance. Little did he know that she quickly found an internship at a law firm in the capital, supporting herself. During her time in school, she even bought her own car, never asking for a dime from home, living as if no one were watching over her. Listening to the sounds of the racetrack and Kong Feng's story, Chen Shu realized why she cherished that Volkswagen. It was her first car, purchased through her own efforts. Thus, after the tire burst in Nanjing, she was less frantic in seeking a tow truck, as that vehicle held sentimental value. Chen Shu pondered and then picked up his phone to message his son-in-law, instructing him to keep an eye on that Volkswagen, ensuring it was not damaged, and to refurbish it nicely before returning it to his city. Kong Shu continued, as for me, I struggled academically and nearly failed to graduate high school. In the end, I had to pay for my college education myself. My family realized I was unreliable, so they attempted to arrange a marriage between my sister and the son of a sports brand company. Naturally, my sister refused, and after graduating from university, she never returned home, vowing to earn $1 billion to show them what she was capable of. I wonder how much she has saved. Does she have $1 billion yet? Chen Shu was taken aback. Kong Feng's ambition was indeed formidable. Earning $1 billion in this society solely through one's own efforts is nearly impossible. He curiously asked, what is your family business? Kong Shu replied, Tonglin Bird Apparel. Hasn't your sister mentioned it? Oh, she probably doesn't talk about family matters much. Tonglin Bird. Chen Shu chuckled at the unfortunate name. The person who came up with that name must have a low level of education. Kong Shu added, my grandfather never attended elementary school. He started from a cotton factory and, lacking education, thought that name sounded good and used it. Chen Shu nodded and checked his phone, discovering that the company was indeed a publicly listed entity with a market value of 10 billion. However, Tonglin Bird had not utilized it as a brand name. It encompasses various sub-brands, including sportswear and both men's and women's fashion. Chen Shu had heard of these sub-brands, but they seemed to be declining, as the current economic climate was unfavorable and these brands could no longer profit, struggling to maintain their margins. The stock of Tonglin Bird has similarly plummeted from a market value of 20 billion to a mere 10 billion, and it appears to be on a continued decline. It is no wonder that they are seeking alliances with other brands. If this trend persists, they may face dire consequences. He also understands why Kong Feng feels the need to earn 100 million to validate her worth. After all, with her family's assets amounting to 10 billion, setting low goals makes it challenging to prove herself. However, relying solely on her position as a property manager seems a far cry from achieving her aspirations. This role only pays 20,000 a month. In pursuit of financial stability, my sister has even foregone romantic relationships. It has indeed been a struggle. Kong Shu feels a deep sense of compassion for his elder sister. Chen Shu has just learned about Kong Feng's situation. During his time as a security guard in the community, he could hardly have imagined that she was the princess of a 10 billion clothing brand. What are you all chatting about so merrily? Kong Feng asked as she stepped out of the car, removing her helmet and shaking her long hair, her skin glowing with a translucent radiance. Chen Shu recalled the awe he felt upon first seeing Feng Yun that year. Shaking his head, he focused his gaze and said, oh, nothing much. Just a casual conversation, encouraging Xiao Shuai to cherish the present, to study diligently, and to avoid frivolous spending. He mentioned wanting to take me to a bar tonight to broaden my horizons, but I'm indifferent to it. It's mainly for Chu Hong and Wan Ting to unwind. You should join us as well. Kong Shu was momentarily taken aback. That old man is quite unfeeling. How could I enjoy myself if he takes my sister along? However, after a moment's contemplation, he reasoned that whoever pays gets to speak. Kong Feng shot her younger brother a disapproving glance and said, all right then, it has been a while since I visited a bar to relax. Nowadays, Outdoor entertainment options for young people are rather limited, and a bar can serve as a pleasant escape. Chen Shu inquired, how do you find the car? Do you like it? Confronting nodded and replied, I still prefer the older model. It's much more comfortable. Let us order one from the 2024 lineup. Chen Shu responded, very well. After summoning a staff member, they discovered that this was merely an experience center and did not facilitate car purchases. Fortunately, they had information about a nearby dealership located just 10 kilometers away, which had a 911 model in stock. The three of them drove to the exclusive store, where the manager was already awaiting their arrival. However, rather than immediately discussing the car, they were first invited to enjoy a staff meal. One must commend the professionalism of the dealership. Once they arrived, the first question was whether they had eaten. After the three had their fill, they proceeded to the showroom. Without hesitation, Confronting took a quick glance and declared, Old Chen, I'll take this one. Chen Shu snapped his fingers. Let us finalize the purchase. How much is it? The sales manager, accustomed to swift transactions but never having witnessed one quite this rapid, replied, the total comes to 1,630,000. Chen Shu nodded. Charge it to the company account. Confronting had come prepared with company documents. Purchasing the car in the company's name could lead to substantial savings. Of course, Chen Shu was indifferent to the financial aspect. What mattered more was that this arrangement brought him closer to Confronting. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding. Purchased a luxury car for a female subordinate, showcasing affluence. Reward, 2,000,000. This aligned with Chen Shu's expectations. However, since it wasn't his first vehicle acquisition, the reward was modest. Nevertheless, he still made a tidy profit of several hundred thousand. Kong Shu, still in disbelief, exclaimed, what? Sister? A Porsche? Just like that? As a wealthy second-generation individual, he had seen his fair share of luxury. But this was the first time he witnessed someone acquire a car in such a manner. Even his affluent friends wouldn't dare to indulge so extravagantly. It felt almost trivial. The crucial point was that this was a vehicle provided by the boss for an employee. Kong Shu looked at Chen Shu with astonishment. He had initially assumed the old man had a little money, but he never expected him to be so wealthy, casually providing $1 million supercar to an employee. How could this old fellow's net worth not be in the billions? It was perplexing, especially since he had just advised them to be prudent with their finances. Now, he had seemingly acquired a Porsche 911 in the blink of an eye. Was he toying with them, taking advantage of their youth? Kong Shu sensed that Chen Shu's motives were not entirely pure, but he didn't dwell on it. His sister had discerning taste, and likely wouldn't be interested in an older man, even if this older man had wealth. It was improbable that their relationship would evolve beyond a professional one. This old gentleman exuded an air of old money, with a certain charm reminiscent of a bygone star. Confronting's standards would certainly not align with such antiquity. The car was ready for pickup in no time. Within just an hour, the license plate was secured. Having experience with the process, Chen Shu navigated it smoothly, and after completing the payment, they waited for the sales personnel to handle the paperwork. Moments later, Confronting drove off in the Porsche 911 she had always desired, donning sunglasses and embodying the essence of a sophisticated urban woman, capturing the attention of many onlookers. Although they were in a bustling city, it was still a rarity for someone so young to drive a Porsche 911. Those witnessing Chen Shu's payment understood everything at once. Being wealthy truly has its advantages. Once behind the wheel, Confronting intended to report back to the property management office. Having taken such a lengthy leave, it was necessary to account for her absence, as her work still awaited her. Meanwhile, Chen Shu returned home to the Triumph Gate alone. Chapter 81. The Emotional Value of Xia Wanting. Sister, you wouldn't be developing feelings for that old man, would you? I sense something unusual in your relationship. Kong Shu's question cast a shadow of silence over the car. The pristine white 911 glided along the roads of the city. Despite the warmth of the outside air, Confronting rolled down the window to embrace the heat. Driving her dream car, she could not deny the excitement bubbling within her. Yet, she hadn't anticipated that the support she relied upon came not from her own earnings, but rather from Chen Shu's generosity. It was not the scenario she had envisioned. Confronting felt peculiar over the past few days. In her previous self, she would have outright rejected Chen Shu's offer, perceiving it as charity. Yet, inexplicably, she found his words impossible to decline, feeling as if he were more of a friend than anything else. Could it be that I am developing feelings for old Chen? Reflecting on the experiences of the past few days, Confronting felt a flicker of doubt. Throughout her 30 years, she had never allowed her heart to be swayed. The admirable men in her friends' eyes held no allure for her. She had never been attracted to them. Only Chen Shu was different in their interactions. Could it be old Chen's approach to life that intrigued her? It must be. I admire old Chen's attitude towards life. After a brief pause, Confronting declared, Old Chen and I are old friends. Kong Shu struck again. But even among old friends, You have never accepted favors from the opposite sex, let alone a car. Kong Fong was at a loss for words. This car is merely compensation for the damage to my own vehicle while conducting his business, and it is a company car. There's nothing amiss. Kong Shu pondered for a moment, deciding it was best to cease his inquiries. After all, his sister's resolve was far stronger than his own. Their parents had struggled to sway her in the past, so how could a mere younger brother succeed? He felt quite favorably towards Chen Shu, as a wealthy second-generation individual. He had encountered many affluent peers, yet none possessed the charm that Chen Shu exuded, a charisma that appealed to all. This might be acceptable in the city, but in Chuancheng, it would surely invite trouble. Soon after, he found himself looking forward to the evening's gathering, as the indulgent youth's focus remained on women. Meanwhile, Chen Shu returned to his home at Triumph Gate and prepared himself for the evening. In recent days, my absence from home has not diminished the level of cleanliness. The property management has sent personnel daily to maintain the hygiene of the premises, thus sparing me the expense of hiring a housekeeper. Living in this small county is quite comfortable, yet there seems to be a certain void. Upon arriving here and gazing at the picturesque river view, I realized that while the county offers tranquility, it lacks the abundant opportunities and vibrancy found in larger cities. As night fell, Chen Shu drove his luxurious G-Class SUV to the nearby real estate center, where Chu Hong was just finishing her shift. Upon noticing Chen Shu's vehicle, she entered the opulent car amidst the astonished gazes of her colleagues. Has the beautiful Chu found herself a boyfriend? I observed. Recognizing him as a familiar face, wasn't he a former tenant of ours? Although older, he possessed a certain charm. Age, after all, is no barrier. An older gentleman can indeed be a treasure, especially one who drives a G63. The colleagues murmured in surprise, clearly taken aback. In their eyes, Chu Hong maintained an air of pride. Working here, with a marriage agency nearby constantly trying to introduce her to wealthy suitors, Chu Hong had always turned them down. Curiosity surrounded who could possibly win her heart, only to find it was an older man. Male colleagues scoffed, while female colleagues looked on with envy. Even women who had lived in the city for just a few months understood the power of wealth in this urban landscape. No one questioned her choice to accept a ride with Chen Shu. Perhaps there was love blossoming between them. In this era, age no longer serves as a barrier to romance. Chu Hong, acutely aware of the envious glances directed her way, bore a smile, unknowingly reveling in the admiration that came effortlessly. Had she known it would be like this, she might have reconsidered her strenuous efforts to work. Previously, she labored for survival. Now, her job felt like a mere pastime. After picking up Chu Hong, they proceeded to the residence shared by Xia Wanting and Kong Fong. Located not far from the Arc de Triomphe, in a modest community, a two-bedroom apartment with a monthly rent of 10,000 yuan. The rental prices in Hu City are indeed burdensome for the average person. Kong Fong emerged, her expression less than cheerful, followed closely by her brother, Kong Shu. Suddenly, a figure dashed toward them. Xia Wanting leaped into Chen Shu's embrace. "Uncle, you're back. I missed you so much." Despite the presence of onlookers, she seemed oblivious. Wrapping her arms around Chen Shu's right arm, enveloping him in warmth that stirred his heart. Xia Wanting had taught Chen Shu that spending on a woman could indeed be worthwhile. Her ability to uplift his spirits surpassed any fleeting joy derived from gaming or scrolling through short videos. The joy from those activities was ephemeral. Yet the embrace of Xia Wanting felt profoundly real, a true pleasure of wealth. Of course, Chen Shu felt no need to ponder the authenticity of their emotions in this world. Some people's very existence is questionable, let alone their feelings. One should not speculate on others' thoughts, but rather observe their actions. Chu Hong, in a moment of envy, admired Xia Wanting's openness. While she felt comfortable in her own home, she could never publicly display such affection on the streets. Noticing Kong Fong's discontent, Chen Shu inquired, "What is troubling you, Xiao Shuai?" Kong Shu explained, "It seems my sister has been reprimanded for taking too many days off. Honestly, I think she's wasting her time at that job, earning so little. She'd be better off with you, Uncle Chen." Xia Wanting was taken aback. "I call you Chen Shu, you call him uncle, and you're my best friend's brother. What a confusing hierarchy." Chen Shu replied, "It's my fault. That supervisor tends to nitpick. When I was a security guard, he often found fault with me." Kong Fong shook her head. "The issue with taking leave isn't significant. It's more about the property's revenue. The management is under pressure to perform, especially since my community ranks last in earnings." Chen Shu understood. This was due to the advertisement and parking fees being redistributed to homeowners as bonuses. Such unscrupulous capitalists would even pilfer the rightful earnings of the owners. Kong Fong, with her legal background, recognized that this money rightfully belonged to the homeowners. Yet the company had a different agenda. Property management was challenging, with diminishing profits leading to cost-cutting measures. Rumor had it that several subsidiaries faced lawsuits from homeowners' committees, resulting in the forced closure of multiple communities. Now, it seemed they aimed to extract as much profit as possible before their impending downfall. Let us not allow this to ruin our night at the bar. Let us go, Confronting declared. Chapter 82. 60 years old, bar expenses? Quite unfamiliar. AG63 and a Porsche 911 parked at the entrance of TA Bar. TA Bar is quite renowned among the youth in whose city who enjoy nightlife. The venue is spacious and bustling with patrons and ample attractive legs. However, the number of people is of little consequence. A bar filled solely with the less affluent cannot sustain itself. It must attract wealthy patrons to thrive. At TA Bar, numerous affluent individuals congregate, indulging in the luxury of showing off. The cost of a private booth starts at 30,000 yuan. Ordinary folks can only stand in the dance floor, while the wealthy enjoy the spacious booths or dance closely with others, reveling in the physical proximity. This is the disparity that wealth brings. However, merely securing a booth is insufficient for those intent on flaunting their status. They must also purchase alcohol. A plethora of drinks at various price points await selection. Chen Shu, however, was oblivious to current bar trends. At 60 years old, how could he possibly know? Upon their arrival, Xiao Wanting remarked, "My friend will be here shortly to pick us up. Should I ask her to bring some companions?" Chu Hong inquired. "Companions? What does that mean?" Xiao Wanting explained, "They are individuals who accompany you for drinks, primarily to enhance the atmosphere. I assume this is everyone's first time here, especially Uncle Chen, right?" Chen Shu replied, "Indeed, it is my first time. I'm not here for leisure, but rather to broaden my horizons and allow you all to unwind." He secretly hoped for some beautiful companions to enjoy the evening with. However, Kong Fong interjected, "No need for that." Chen Shu glanced at Kong Shu, feeling sympathy for the unfortunate boy. It was clear Kong Fong feared the companions would lead him astray. In reality, Chen Shu surmised that as a second-generation wealthy individual, Kong Shu had probably frequented bars more often than he returned home. Bars in the capital are hardly inferior to those in whose city, often attracting not just the affluent. Kong Shu, attending university in the capital, likely had ample opportunities to indulge. Since Kong Fong had declined the offer, Chen Shu acquiesced. Content with the company of Xiao Wanting and Chu Hong, Kong Shu found himself in a state of helplessness. Both Chu Hong and Xiao Wanting were undeniably beautiful, but it was evident they were with Chen Shu. What was the point of his solitary presence? In an instant, he felt disinclined to enter. However, since he had already arrived, he decided to follow behind the group. Before him stood a woman adorned with heavy makeup, likely not yet 30. Clad in a short skirt and a cropped shirt that revealed her midriff, embellished with a glimmering accessory whose nature was unknown. "Wanting, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. These dashing young gentlemen must be Mr. Chen's companions, right? I'm Gao Bingbing. Mr. Chen, you truly are a remarkable young man. Please, come in, come in." Gao Bingbing was indeed a friend of Xiao Wanting at this bar, working in beverage sales. While termed as sales, it essentially involved accompanying patrons and enlivening the atmosphere to boost drink sales, earning a commission in the process. The bar was frequented by affluent clientele, and on good nights, one could earn as much as 10,000 in commissions. Previously, Gao Bingbing had worked as a private tour guide, but upon meeting a client, she realized the potential earnings in bar sales were significantly higher and made the switch. Having heard that Xiao Wanting was bringing friends, she had perused Wanting's social media, noting that her life had seemingly improved. Luxurious LV bags, Hermes lipsticks, Chanel perfumes, and chic little black dresses were all in evidence. As someone who had experienced similar transitions, she could immediately discern the authenticity of this newfound prosperity. Little did she realize that she had misidentified the individuals before her. Xiao Wanting nudged Chen Shu beside her and said, "Bing Bing, this is young Master Kong, and this is Mr. Chen. You can call him Uncle Chen. He is 60 this year, haha." Gao Bingbing was taken aback. "Goodness, sister, have you found yourself an older gentleman? I thought he was some father looking for a wayward son in the bar." However, despite her initial surprise, she quickly adopted a sweeter demeanor. "Uncle Chen, you look remarkably youthful. You seem to be around young Master Kong's age. Is this your first visit to our bar? Allow me to give you a proper introduction." She leaned towards Chen Shu, whose wrist bore a Rolex, realizing that this old man was the true star of the evening. Dressed in high-end attire worth several tens of thousands, surrounded by 3 beautiful women, he was indeed the epitome of affluence. The key was his aura of authority. Such individuals were never lacking in wealth. She found it somewhat astonishing that this elder would venture into a bar. Could he withstand the bass reverberating through the venue? It was only 10 o'clock in the evening. The night was just beginning, and the peak hours were yet to arrive. The DJ was energizing the crowd, and the dance floor was dominated by a spacious area surrounded by several booths, where women clad in short shorts danced provocatively. Look at this. The wickedness of capitalism has corrupted these young ladies. Today, I, Chen Shu, shall deliver a thorough critique. After the introductions, Chen Shu pointed to the largest booth in the venue and asked, "How much for this one?" Gao Bingbing felt a surge of excitement, but maintained a tone of consideration for Chen Shu. "Uncle, this booth has a minimum spending requirement. The lowest is 188. 888 for a premium drink package. Since there are not many of us, a smaller booth would suffice." Chen Shu was taken aback. "Only 188? 888? Is the high-end bar in Shanghai not as impressive as I thought?" Kong Fong interjected, "We're just here to have some fun. There's no need for extravagance." Xiao Wanting and Chu Hong echoed this sentiment, expressing their intent to enjoy some music and drinks without the need for ostentation. They were aware of Chen Shu's wealth, estimated in the hundreds of millions, yet they had all spent significantly on projects back home. The regulatory funds were around 50 million, and with various expenses accounted for. They needed to manage their finances wisely. But Chen Shu shook his head. Since they were out to enjoy themselves, they should do so wholeheartedly. "This is it. Let us charge it." Xiao Wanting's face lit up with joy, planting a quick kiss on Chen Shu's cheek. His generosity granted her a sense of pride among her friends. Chen Shu smiled, not just for others, but also for his own sense of dignity. After all, isn't life about maintaining one's facade? The booth was essentially a measure of vanity. You dance in the floor, I sit in the booth. And if you have a booth, mine must be grander. Chen Shu produced his bank card, and at the moment the transaction was processed, Gao Bingbing's eyes sparkled. It wasn't a weekend, so commissions wouldn't be particularly high, yet he had unexpectedly opened a major tab for the month. The central screen of the bar immediately displayed a message. "Thank you, esteemed patron Mr. Chen, for spending 888 yuan at the #1 Supreme booth." At that moment, the DJ also announced, "Let us give a shout out to 60-year-old Uncle Chen for being the first to order the premium drink package tonight. Let us get the party started." The music intensified, and all eyes turned to the booth. "Wait, uncle? 60 years old? An elderly man spending in a bar? How unusual." Chen Shu felt a bit perplexed. Why must they emphasize his age? Beep. In this life, whether for face or vanity, the goal is to indulge freely. Host has successfully indulged once. Reward, 2,000,000 yuan. Chapter 83. Life is about indulgence. Chen Shu was aware that the system would not remain passive. With so many young people focused on him, his emotions were hardly tranquil. It is impossible for one to live without a hint of vanity. Without it, one may as well be a monk. Of course, this statement isn't entirely accurate. Once one possesses vanity, it must be satisfied. Satisfying vanity often comes down to spending money to impress. This was precisely what he was experiencing. For the first time, Chen Shu found joy in spending money. Prior expenditures had never elicited such admiration as the envious gazes of the young bargoers now directed his way. Yet, the young patrons were equally astonished. Although Chen Shu appeared to be in his 40s, his graying hair made him stand out in this setting. Moreover, the DJ had just proclaimed him a 60-year-old uncle. Was this truly an uncle? He resembled more of a distinguished elder. Could this elder truly be out dancing in a nightclub? This bar was audacious. Not fearing to give the elderly a heart attack, one could only commend the elder's audacity. As the sight of the elder surrounded by 3 beautiful women unfolded, the onlooking youth were envious. Yet, it was evident that this distinguished elder possessed real means. The 888 premium drink package had been ordered quite early. Typically, in Shanghai's upscale bars, patrons would only make such purchases after midnight. Why? Because after midnight, there are more women present, providing ample opportunity for ostentation. Most individuals visiting bars have specific intentions. For the likes of the young masters, 888 could be treated as pocket change. Yet, how many young masters truly exist in the country? For the average person, 888 is a significant sum, perhaps even funded through loans to impress others, aiming to attract the attention of women on the dance floor. Once money is spent, in the eyes of those women, one is perceived as a wealthy heir, leading to straightforward interactions. The ensuing narrative becomes uncomplicated. Naturally, one must seek the right time and place to flaunt their wealth. The elderly gentleman, despite merely warming up the atmosphere, has already lavishly spent 188,000. Is this not a testament to his genuine prowess? Not to mention, he occupies the most prominent VIP booth. Within the pulsating dance floor, numerous young women have already cast their gazes in this direction. These women, lacking substantial employment, frequent bars solely to ensnare wealthy individuals. The one who purchases the drinks is undoubtedly affluent, which serves as a direct indicator of wealth. Furthermore, this is a man willing to splurge. Such a benefactor is far more esteemed than those merely capable of flattery without financial means. However, these women are momentarily bewildered to learn that the extravagant package, costing 188,000, is being funded by a 60-year-old gentleman. Many fantasize that a wealthy heir has arrived, contemplating an introduction that could lead to fortunes, perhaps even bearing a child, as the notion of maternal wealth is not unheard of. Yet, the presence of a 60-year-old patriarch exceeds their comprehension. Of course, part of the allure lies in the three stunning women accompanying him, each exuding grace and possessing physiques that leave others in the dust. Conversely, a young man nearby appears quite impressive. Could he be the old gentleman's son, bringing his offspring to a nightclub for revelry? Has the world truly deteriorated to such a state? Upon taking a seat, the drinks arranged by Gao Bingbing promptly arrived, with a price tag of 188,000. One would expect a considerable number of bottles, yet the premium package revealed only a few. Among them, one bottle adorned with luminous lights stood out brilliantly amidst the dim bar ambience. A woman clad in a maid outfit wheeled over a small cart, followed by 7 or 8 statuesque women dressed as bunny girls, complete with rabbit ears, swaying gracefully as they approached. Gao Bingbing announced, "Uncle Chen, this is our bar's celebratory drink presentation, exclusive to those indulging in the top-tier beverage package." Chen Shu could only feel an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. While he embraced life's experiences, he would rather forego such an embarrassing one. Do the affluent truly relish such displays? The spotlight cast upon him undoubtedly satiated the vanity of the wealthy, yet this ceremony felt utterly absurd. Although Chen Shu's physical age may be youthful, he has genuinely lived for 60 years. He preferred not to be as ostentatious as the younger crowd. Had he known, he would have opted against this. He nodded and said, "All right, let them leave. It's rather chilly in such scant attire." Beside him, Chu Hong and Xia Wanting glared daggers. What do we lack compared to these bunny girls? Gao Bingbing waved her hand to dismiss the performers and began introducing the drinks. This bottle is Hennessy Richard, typically sold by the glass for 3,800 each. Chen Shu remarked, "What a ripoff. This one is the black gold version of Ace of Spades. And this one is," she continued, totaling 6 bottles that constituted the elite beverage package. Intrigued, Chen Shu inquired, "Are there even more extravagant packages available?" Gao Bingbing, visibly delighted, replied, "None, but we do offer single bottles that are pricier, like Louis XIII at 280,000. Chen Shu could only express his astonishment. Were it not for his current inclination toward indulgence and the enjoyment of life, with the system rewarding him accordingly, he would never consider being such a gullible buyer. Only a fool would purchase such exorbitantly priced drinks. Nevertheless, the arrival of these 6 bottles undeniably captivated the attention of the youthful quartet, Kong Fong, Chu Hong, Xia Wanting, and even Kong Shu. They were well aware that in their youth, they had never sampled such high-end spirits. Xia Wanting raised her glass and declared, "Bingbing, pour me a glass of Richard." Chen Shu soon learned that the method of consumption at this bar was multifaceted. Some drinks were enjoyed neat, others mixed with Sprite or ice, and some with soda water. This was an area of ignorance for him, as he had not anticipated such intricacies. He sampled a glass of the 3,800 Hennessy Richard. Its flavor was complex, neither distinctly good nor bad, perhaps due to his unfamiliarity. Having consumed only grain-based spirits for 60 years, he struggled to acclimate to this foreign libation. However, observing the youthful revelers delighting in their drinks, he chose not to dampen their spirits. The effect of the drinks was remarkable. Many sought to add Chen Shu on WeChat. Chu Hong and Xia Wanting, protective of their territory, furiously scolded the younger women, exclaiming, "Don't you have any shame?" He hustled. Yet, they seemed to forget their own circumstances. Naturally, Chen Shu did not accept any requests. Meanwhile, Kong Shu discreetly added a few young women's WeChat accounts, feeling thoroughly satisfied with this bar outing. In his youth, Chen Shu had yearned for the vibrant dance halls of the past, yet those days have become obsolete. Here, he experienced a fragment of that youthful exuberance. As midnight approached, the atmosphere became increasingly electric, with more patrons filling the space. However, Chen Shu noticed that the 6 bottles had scarcely been touched. This venue permitted the storage of drinks. But in his eagerness to sample the offerings, he had opened them all, thus leaving no choice but to consume them. Just as he pondered how to finish the remaining drinks, his phone rang. It was old Lu. "Brother Chen, where are you? I'm off the night shift today. Let us go out for a drink. I still owe you a red envelope for your grandson's wedding." The sound of old Lu's voice brought a smile to Chen Shu's face. As for Lu Caibua, he was feeling particularly despondent that day, unable to sleep and seeking solace in a drink. Yesterday marked his 60th birthday, a milestone he had never celebrated in earnest. In his youth, growing up in poverty, a sugar water egg sufficed for birthday festivities. As an adult, he had always celebrated his wife's birthday and, as a father, his children's. Now, with 3 sons having started their families, he celebrated each grandchild's birthday, yet his own had gone unnoticed. Recently working day shifts, he recalled that yesterday was his birthday. A fortune teller had mentioned that turning 60 marked a pivotal point, promising assistance from benefactors and smoother sailing ahead. Wanting to mark the occasion, he remembered the money he had deposited with his brother Chen Shu at the foot massage parlor. With just Chen Shu's phone number, he could indulge. Ultimately, he could not resist and went for a foot massage, relishing the comfort provided by the technician, which offered him a brief respite from his hectic life. It was a well-deserved treat for his weary body after 60 years of toil. Yet, for someone to say that 60 was a turning point, he yearned to unwind a bit, concocted a fib about drinking with colleagues, only to be caught red-handed by his wife in the middle of the night. In front of his 3 sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren, Lu Taibo was compelled to admit his fault. Indeed, a man who had dedicated his life to his family found himself chastised for seeking a moment of pleasure. Only his grandchildren offered some comfort, providing him with a modicum of solace. His wife lamented his indulgence, accusing him of neglecting the family and lacking shame. His 3 sons scolded him for wasting money, suggesting that those funds could have gone toward paying off their mortgage. This left Lu Taibo too weary to argue. His sons often seemed like ungrateful leeches, intent on draining him dry. At times, he found himself envying brother Chen. Despite having endured a less than happy life, Chen Shu had only one daughter, which surely alleviated his burdens. Indeed, brother Chen has now achieved great success. Today at work, Lu Taibo was also lost in a fog of confusion. At times, he genuinely contemplated the idea of ending it all. He had already been marked as a discredited individual, rendered incapable of any meaningful employment, even as a security guard. His earnings had to be surrendered, leaving him with a mere 50 yuan for personal expenses each month. There were occasions when he had to scrounge for cigarette butts to smoke. He felt that his life had been a dismal failure. Each day, he numbed himself with tales of rebirth set in the 1980s, always yearning to return to the age of 20. He believed that if he were to start afresh, his life would undoubtedly be more exhilarating than those depicted in the novels. This evening, he still harbored no desire to return home. Pondering that brother Chen must have returned to Huqing, he longed to drink with Chen Shu to drown his sorrows. Among the few friends he had in Huqing, only Chen Shu was someone he could confide in wholeheartedly. The crux of the matter was that he wished to meet others. But who among the local elite would pay heed to a destitute outsider? Only brother Chen, now thriving, still invited him to share a foot bath, proving to be a true friend. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to enjoy a drink with brother Chen today. Upon receiving a call, Chen Shu chuckled, saying, "Forget the red envelope, old Lu. I happen to have some fine wine left over. I'll send you the location on your phone, so hurry over." Upon hearing about the good wine, Lu's ears perked up. His only remaining passion was tobacco and alcohol. Just a few days prior, his doctor had advised him to limit his alcohol intake, as his liver was not in optimal condition. Yet, he was already 60 years old. This singular indulgence had become his solace. If he did not savor it now, what difference would it make compared to being dead? "I feel a bit embarrassed, brother Chen, to be mooching off your wine again," Lu Taibo remarked. Though his pace did not falter as he mounted the bicycle he had acquired for 80 yuan from a scrapyard, Chen Shu replied, "We are brothers who share the same cigarette, but why bother with such formalities?" Lu Taibo chuckled and rode towards the location Chen Shu had sent him. It was not far. He arrived in a mere 10 minutes. Lu had once been quite proficient at riding a bicycle, and now, even at midnight, he rode rather recklessly. Disregarding traffic rules, he often thought that if he were to be hit by a vehicle one day, at least he might receive some compensation. However, once he arrived at the destination, Lu was taken aback. What is this place? He wondered, gazing at a bar adorned with an incomprehensible string of English letters. The dazzling lights and vibrant atmosphere overwhelmed his 60-year-old senses. He called Chen Shu again. "Brother Chen, are you at the bar?" "They want tea, let me in." Lu was flabbergasted. It seemed that brother Chen was indulging in a more extravagant lifestyle than before. Was this place truly suitable for someone of their age? It appeared to be a venue for grandchildren to frolic in. Meanwhile, Chen Shu waved his hand, and a young lady named Gao Bingbing, who was stationed at the entrance, immediately rushed over, asking, "Mr. Chen, how may I assist you?" Chen Shu replied, "A friend of mine just arrived, but was stopped by your staff. Please allow him entrance." Gao Bingbing cursed under her breath, irritated by the trouble. After all, this was a client who had spent a staggering 188,000 yuan that evening. How could they refuse his friend entry? "Certainly, Uncle Chen, I will see to it right away." Noticing that Chen Shu did not seem displeased, Gao Bingbing felt relieved. Yet, Chen Shu truly had no expectations. He knew Lu's appearance well. Having toiled all his life, his hair was now a crown of gray. If he were part of the bar's clientele, they would likely not allow an elderly man with such a distinguished head of hair inside. It could only be said that they were diligent in their work. When Gao Bingbing approached the entrance, she was astonished to see an elderly man in a security uniform, leaning against a 28-bar bicycle. "Are you a friend of Uncle Chen?" she inquired. "Lu Taibo, unable to meet the gaze of the young and alluring Gao Bingbing. Lowered his head and replied, "Yes, is my brother Chen here?" Gao Bingbing promptly had the doorman take Lu's bicycle, leading him into the bar. Lu felt somewhat embarrassed. This girl was hardly older than his granddaughter. Upon entering the bar, he was overwhelmed by the sight of the young bodies writhing to the music, struggling to find his place amidst the vibrant atmosphere. Otherwise, given his gray hair and tattered security uniform, he felt utterly out of place in such a setting. Seeing Lu's timid demeanor as he approached, Chen Shu felt as though he were gazing at his past self. Was he not once like Lu, approaching every situation with trepidation, fearful of revealing any weakness or offending anyone? Yet, in this life, is it truly justifiable to live so cautiously? Moreover, even if one is perpetually cautious, does it prevent others from taking advantage? Thus, it may be better to embrace life with an open heart, savoring all experiences. Lu Caibo was a reflection of a different version of Chen Shu. "Brother Chen, what is going on here? Why are you at a bar?" Lu Caibo asked in astonishment. Chen Shu laughed and replied, "Why, can I visit a bar?" Lu responded, "This place hardly seems suitable for our age group." Chen Shu exclaimed, "Old Lu, what is most important in life? It is to experience, to engage in things you have never done, things you have been afraid to do." Lu Caibo appeared to have an epiphany. Chen Shu fell silent and poured a glass of Hennessy Richard for Lu, saying, "Come, let us drink." Lu took a sip and grimaced. The bar's offerings tasted as insipid as water, far inferior to the flavor of erguo too. "Who on earth would buy this?" he muttered. Chen Shu interjected, "Drink, and do not speak." Nearby, several women stifled their laughter. Uncle Lu is truly amusing. He has a delightful sense of humor. The taste of the drink was mediocre, and coupled with the lack of grilled skewers or lamb kebabs to accompany it, both Chen Shu and Lu Caibo found themselves slightly out of their depth. Lu remarked, "I heard there's an entry fee for this bar. What is there to see?" The music is dull and far too loud. Indeed, there was a significant generational gap between a 60-year-old and the youth of today. To the younger crowd, the dynamic music resonated with energy, while to Lu, it sounded like mere noise. Chen Shu, upon hearing Lu's words, realized their truth. He had been sitting there for 2 hours, playing games with 3 women, while observing the women dancing around the nearby pillar for the same duration. Something felt amiss. It was only after Lu pointed it out that Chen Shu recognized that the bar's music was indeed somewhat bothersome. His refined taste could not appreciate it. In their youth, the dance halls played soothing disco music, unlike the frenetic chaos of the current scene, where everyone seemed to be dancing as if possessed. There was a lack of structure, akin to the current societal trends. Younger individuals might find it entertaining, but to those of an older generation, it resembled a wild frenzy. Reflecting on this, Chen Shu decided that since he was already here, he would make the most of it without leaving any regrets. The drink lacked flavor, and the music was disappointing. He refused to let the 188,000 yuan spent be in vain. His life at 60 was riddled with regrets, and this time, he truly did not wish to harbor any. When faced with unpleasant circumstances, it was better to address them promptly. Chen Shu waved to Gao Bingbing, asking, "Could you please change the song for those people up there who are spinning plates?" Gao Bingbing chuckled, "Uncle Chen, that is not merely a DJ spinning records. He is a professionally hired DJ with his own code of ethics and expertise. He won't simply change the song." Chen Shu furrowed his brow as he gazed at the DJ, adorned with headphones and a mask, swaying ostentatiously behind the platform. What code of ethics? It's nothing but an act of pretentiousness. This DJ is merely manipulating some discs. Anyone could do that. I truly fail to comprehend what he is trying to prove. Not changing the song. It simply means the payment hasn't been settled yet. Chen Shu decided to indulge himself for the sake of his ears and remarked, "Don't you have some Louis XVI? Xiao Wanting grinned. "Uncle, that's Louis XIII. Louis XVI is the one who lost his head. It's Louis XIII that's the drink." Chen Shu nodded. "Yes, that Louis XIII. If the song is changed as I request, I shall order 2 bottles of Louis XIII. The bar was filled with writhing young bodies, their pale skin stirring a certain restlessness within Chen Shu, igniting a small impulse. Gao Bingbing's eyes sparkled with delight. A single bottle of Louis XIII costs a staggering 200,000. 2 bottles would amount to 400,000. That VIP booth would be the top seller of the day. The commission would be a few tens of thousands. It truly surpasses the earnings from companionship. Gao Bingbing feigned a troubled expression. "I'll go ask and see what can be done." Old Lu observed the departing Gao Bingbing and said, "Brother Chen, this girl seems to be in a bind. Why don't we just let it be? It's a bit chaotic here, but there are plenty of beautiful women around. I can manage." Chen Shu laughed. "Old Lu, you mustn't be too kind-hearted. There's no problem that money can't resolve. Don't be fooled by her appearance of distress. Deep down, she might be reveling in it. She is merely playing a part for you." As a straightforward man, Old Lu naturally couldn't grasp the nuances, but Chen Shu understood. Having acquired wealth in recent days, he had witnessed far too many facades of charm and duplicity, all aimed at one's wallet. Just consider the company he opened in Nanxing. Countless outsiders sought to place their children within. Had Chen Shu not entrusted decision-making power to Confronting, who knows how chaotic the company might have become. If you refuse, these people would turn hostile in an instant. Fortunately, Chen Shu was entirely unconcerned. With money, he had no fear of anyone's wrath. That was his confidence. On Gao Bingbing's end, she did not need to persuade the typically arrogant DJ. This DJ, albeit somewhat renowned in the industry, had a short video account, and a few of his admirers stood below. Yet Gao Bingbing looked down upon him. He merely played a tune. Can you believe that if I were up there playing a soft ballad, the crowd would still be dancing with enthusiasm? Does he really think he is of great significance? This drink, after all, is funded by me to sustain him. However, Gao Bingbing kept her thoughts to herself and approached the bar manager directly, stating, "Manager, I have a client requesting the DJ to change the song. They are willing to spend on 2 bottles of Louis XIII. If the song isn't changed, they'll leave and never return. You handle it." The manager was taken aback. This Louis XIII typically wouldn't sell even a bottle over 10 days or half a month. There simply aren't enough wealthy patrons nowadays. With the current economic climate, those who once splurged millions in a single night seldom frequent the place anymore. This Louis XIII relied solely on those affluent clients. The last bottle was opened a fortnight ago. The manager replied, "No worries, little sister, leave this to me. Whatever song the client wants to hear, just send it to the sales group. If that obnoxious DJ refuses to play it, I will take the stage myself." Satisfied, Gao Bingbing returned to the VIP booth. Seeing Gao Bingbing return, Chen Shu knew everything was settled. Money, indeed, is a wonderful thing that can make anyone abandon their pride. If one cannot let go, then simply amass more wealth. "Uncle Chen, no problem. You can request a song now. What would you like to hear?" Gao Bingbing inquired. Chen Shu pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us start with Nothing at All." Chu Hong, Xiao Wanting, Kong Fong, and Kong Shu were all momentarily taken aback. "Well, are you truly going with Nothing at All?" Old Lu added, "Let us also have Yellow Earth Plateau." Thus, moments later, the DJ, albeit reluctantly, announced, "Congratulations to the VIP booth of Uncle Chen for ordering 2 bottles of Louis XIII. Next up is the playlist curated by Uncle Chen." After the announcement, a group of bunny girls wheeled over a cart to the VIP booth, holding illuminated signs, ceremoniously presenting 2 bottles of liquor. This Louis XIII is said to be a top-tier cognac, yet Chen Shu had never tasted it, and thus had no idea of its flavor. Gao Bingbing queried, "Uncle Chen, shall we open it?" Chen Shu replied, "Yes. Today is all about relaxation. Let us savor the drink thoroughly." He could also sense that old Lu was somewhat off-kilter and felt compelled to rekindle his zest for life. Soon, Chen Shu noticed old Lu's face turning as red as a monkey's backside. A glance revealed that the bunny girl's attire had stirred something within old Lu. Their costumes could incite excitement even in a 60-year-old man, which only speaks to how well they were executed. Of course, it also stemmed from the fact that old Lu hadn't indulged in fine cuisine. At best, he was content with the occasional secretive encounter with a massage therapist, thinking his life had not been in vain. However, the smile on old Lu's face was genuine. He was truly enjoying himself. Thus, while listening to Nothing at All, Chen Shu joined his old friends in savoring the 200,000 yuan liquor. "I wish to pursue you, yet you always mock me, for I am nothing at all." Chapter 86. Let us not miss the mark next time. The younger crowd in the bar was utterly bewildered. "What song is this? I've never heard it before. What is this wretched privilege? Why change the song? How can we dance to this? Nothing at all. I think I've heard Wang Shoufu sing it. It's somewhat intriguing." That old man surrounded by 3 young ladies, having opened 2 bottles of Louis XIII while requesting Nothing at All, truly makes one feel exasperated. The appreciation level of the older generation is something I cannot aspire to. Fortunately, this DJ was somewhat skilled. He interspersed the songs with some beats, transforming it into a slow dance track, thereby maintaining a semblance of a dancing atmosphere. This sensation was still relatively pleasant. Chen Shu sat in the VIP booth, enjoying this top-tier cognac alongside the others. Listening to music from the 80s, he found a hint of nostalgia, savoring the taste that danced on his palate. This 200,000 yuan drink was decent. Of course, in this setting, it lacked the essence. At this moment, the liquor was worth merely 10,000, with the remaining 190,000 purely for show. The 3 women slowly savored their 200,000 yuan drink, pondering that it didn't seem exceptionally delightful. Xiao Wanting felt a tinge of disappointment, thinking it was no better than 3 yuan lemon water. Chu Hong concurred. Kong Fong chuckled and set her glass down. Xiao Wanting and Chu Hong had decent alcohol tolerance, but they hadn't consumed too much today. Meanwhile, Chen Shu and old Lu were drinking with abandon. Beep. The host is indulging in high-end liquor at the bar, enjoying youthful music. Reward, 1 bottle of youth elixir. Reward, 2,000,000 yuan. In a state of haziness, Chen Shu heard the system's reward notification. He was currently in a 40-year-old body. Naturally, he felt more vitality than a 60-year-old. However, a 40-year-old man sometimes finds himself with the heart willing but the body unable. As the physical capabilities of his 40s began to decline, Chen Shu initially felt quite well. However, human nature is often marked by discontent. Now, at midnight, he felt the onset of fatigue, having indulged in too much alcohol. A pressing need to relieve himself also emerged. This body at 40, it seemed, was not up to the task. Consequently, Chen Shu resorted to a youthful elixir, which instantly invigorated him somewhat. Compared to the inebriated Lao Lu, he was still in good spirits, albeit unable to drive. Thus, he opted for a designated driver to escort Lao Lu home, while leaving the old bicycle, a relic of little value, in the care of Gao Bingbing. Chen Shu had visited Lao Lu's residence before, instructing the driver to drop them at the entrance of the apartment complex. He assisted Lao Lu upstairs, all the while carrying the unfinished Louis XIII and the ace of spades in the lift to the 22nd floor. Upon knocking, a 60-year-old woman opened the door. The sight of her drunken husband elicited a look of disdain. "Where have you been?" she inquired. Chen Shu interjected, "Sister-in-law, I had some matters to attend to today, and Lao Lu accompanied me for a few drinks. Please bear with it." A forced smile emerged on Lao Lu's wife's face. "Brother Chen, if I had known you were going out for drinks, I would have felt at ease. I've heard you've made a fortune in stock trading. Could you perhaps guide my 3 sons? I'm not asking for much, just 50,000 a month would suffice." Chen Shu inwardly chuckled, recognizing that even earning 10,000 in a month in stock trading was a stroke of luck bestowed by the heavens. 3 sons, each expecting to earn 10,000 monthly? What were they, aiming to soar to great heights? Yet, out of respect for Lao Lu, Chen Shu merely replied, "We can discuss it another time." Lao Lu's wife, nearing 60, understood the nuances of polite conversation. Her expression dulled as she pulled Lao Lu inside and slammed the door shut. Such is the reality of life. Chen Shu could only smile wryly at the situation. From within the home, the complaints of Lao Lu's family echoed. "Drink, drink, drink. What good is this horse piss? Wouldn't it be better to exchange these 2 bottles for cash?" One voice exclaimed, "Mom, this is fine wine from the bar, worth several tens of thousands a bottle. So expensive? Put the bottles on the shelf where they can be seen. Your father has wealthy friends. Why not ask them for some money? The more affluent a person is, the stingier they tend to be." Chen Shu sighed, recognizing the plight of an ordinary family. He had pondered assisting Lao Lu. But once money changed hands, it would not remain in Lao Lu's possession for a moment. Lao Lu was his brother. However, what connection did his wife and sons have to him? The following day, Chen Shu awakened with a slight headache. This imported liquor wasn't all that great, he mused, as he rose to fetch water, only to discover that the person beside him was not Chu Hong, but rather Xiao Wanting. At that moment, she too was groggily awakening. What are you doing here?" Chen Shu inquired, curious. Xiao Wanting replied, "I had nowhere else to go. Confucius's younger brother didn't have a place to stay, and Confucius wouldn't give her money for a hotel, so I ended up here with you. Hee. Uncle Chen, you're not going to find me bothersome so quickly, are you?" Chen Shu playfully pinched her delicate face. "Of course not. I have no plans today. I'll get you a car. What kind do you want?" Since Xiao Wanting provided him with ample emotional value, he was more than willing to oblige. Her eyes lit up with excitement. "Really? I want to drive a BMW. In my hometown, only the wealthy drive BMWs. I want to be a rich person too." Chen Shu nodded. "No problem. After I hit the gym, I'll make it happen." Xiao Wanting gasped. "You still work out?" "Last night, I could barely keep up. I almost called Sister Chu for assistance." "Last night?" Chen Shu pondered, realizing he had forgotten. "Just barely, huh? What a pity." Perhaps that night, fueled by alcohol and the recent consumption of the youthful elixir, he had experienced a brief surge of energy. Chen Shu cautioned, "Next time, make sure to succeed." Xiao Wanting paused, then responded, "Uncle, you're quite mischievous. One encounter isn't enough for you." Chen Shu laughed heartily. "Hey, uncle, you have less gray hair now. You look younger," Xiao Wanting remarked. Chen Shu glanced in the mirror, and indeed, at 35, his hair was not gray. He only bore a few laugh lines. The difference between 35 and 40, though it spanned merely 5 years, was quite significant in appearance. Contemplating this, he resolved to dye his hair a stylish gray after his workout, to avoid shocking those who knew him. After all, his transformation over the past few months had been startling. He was becoming increasingly youthful. Was he still human? Xiao Wanting declared, "Uncle Chen, if you endorsed cosmetics, the advertisement would be a resounding success. 60 years old, yet looking like 30, handsome and charming. Chen Shu chuckled, believing Xia Wanting spoke truthfully. Although she had a fondness for money, her straightforward nature was refreshing. She was neither superficial nor hypocritical, which was one of the reasons Chen Shu liked her. On a whim, he decided to activate his fitness mode right then and there. Chapter 87. A Perfect Physique. It was indeed an exhilarating workout. This fresh, 35-year-old body still held considerable vigor. Afterward, Chen Shu visited a nearby barbershop to have his hair dyed a distinguished gray reminiscent of Chef Xia. At 35, his hair was entirely black, and he had not yet experienced hair loss, a stark contrast that even he found alarming. He needed to temper the youthful appearance he had cultivated. The only solution was to dye his hair gray. Upon entering the barbershop, the stylist expressed surprise at how youthful Chen Shu looked, questioning why he would want to dye his hair gray, which, while potentially stylish, could affect his perceived age. Yet, Chen Shu was least concerned about age. Having once been 60, he certainly did not mind being seen as someone in their 40s or 50s. This was also Chen Shu's first experience with hair dye. After the process, he felt quite attractive, exuding an air akin to Chef Xia. After all, in his youth, he had also been a cultured and handsome fellow. Now, with his well-maintained physique and refined demeanor, he truly rivaled many celebrities. Ding! The host has dyed their hair for the first time, boldly altering their appearance. Reward: perfect physique. What was this? Chen Shu examined the mirror. His appearance remained largely unchanged, yet he stood even taller, his aura more pronounced. Despite 5 years of fitness experience, he had not significantly improved his posture. Although his body was muscular, he had not undergone posture training, leaving him looking less than regal. What Chen Shu envied most were those male stars who walked with such grace on screen. Lu Tianwang, Chef Xia, each movement executed with poise. The mannerisms of celebrities, even in mundane actions like eating or drinking, are refined through posture training, showcasing their best selves before the camera. Chen Shu did not aspire to be like the stars on television, yet he still wished for a commendable posture. A 60-year-old body often slouched. Those who had never aged could not fathom this truth. Sometimes, when observing others grow taller, it was not that they had gained height, but rather that he had become shorter, stooping with age. Amidst a life spent at the lower echelons of society, witnessing others instinctively bowing in deference over time has rendered one devoid of poise and self-assurance, often subjected to the scorn of others. However, with the acquisition of a flawless physique, Chen Shu is liberated from such burdens. Wealth breeds confidence, and this impeccable stature is readily apparent. Coupled with his striking silver hair, enhanced by a charm elixir he previously used, Chen Shu found himself at a hair salon where several affluent women sought his WeChat contact. One particularly robust lady, weighing 300 pounds, even proposed a monthly allowance of 100,000 yuan to support him. Chen Shu chuckled at the thought. He never imagined he would one day partake in such indulgences, yet he resolutely declined. Such arrangements are, in his eyes, utterly despicable. Upon returning home, he encountered Xia Wanting, who had just finished her makeup. She was momentarily taken aback by Chen Shu's transformed appearance. "Uncle, your new hairstyle makes you look so handsome. It's as if you've become a different person," she exclaimed, rushing toward him, standing at a height of 178 centimeters. Chen Shu now appeared even taller with his newly refined posture, exuding charm with every movement. Xia Wanting admitted that her initial attraction to Chen Shu stemmed from a desire for effortless gains, a mindset cultivated in an environment that favored leisure over labor. Yet, as she gradually came to know this man, she recognized that he was far more than a mere affluent individual. He possessed depth, stories, and good looks. Aside from his flirtatious nature, he had no glaring flaws. Naturally, she found herself increasingly drawn to this considerate gentleman. "Come, let us go pick up your car," Chen Shu said, gently detaching Xia Wanting, who clung to him like a koala. Yay! Today, Chen Shu had no pressing matters. It seemed as though every day was devoid of obligations. Hand in hand, they made their way to the BMW dealership. Unlike her acquaintances, Chu Hong, who preferred Mercedes, and Kong Fong, enamored with Porsches, Xia Wanting had a penchant for BMWs, reflecting the distinct tastes and aspirations of the three women. A woman driving a BMW might evoke suspicion regarding her status, yet Xia Wanting remained unfazed. Upon arrival at the dealership, she immediately set her sights on a Mini Cooper. "Uncle, I adore this one. It has enough space for my luggage, and I can take it on trips." Xia Wanting's passions revolved around money, food, and travel. Otherwise, she would not have chosen the profession of a tour guide. While she catered to others' travel experiences, she often yearned for the freedom to explore unencumbered. However, without money or a vehicle, how could she embark on such adventures? The income from her guiding job barely covered rent, while the remainder was spent on snacks, takeout, and subscriptions to streaming services, leaving her perpetually short on funds, often borrowing from Kong Fong. Yet now, Under Chen Shu's generous provision of over 100,000 yuan monthly, she could finally contemplate her travel aspirations. Glancing at the sales price, which was under 300,000 yuan, less than Chu Hong's car, Chen Shu decided to purchase it. The saleswoman, experienced and perceptive, quickly discerned the nature of their relationship, which was neither purely romantic nor entirely platonic. Nevertheless, it was evident that the man was indeed affluent, willing to spend a small fortune on a mini without a flicker of hesitation. The woman, charming and delightful, exuded an air of dependence. The saleswoman eagerly attended to the couple, while Xia Wanting relished the envious glances of others in the bar the previous night. Yet, the admiration she received in this moment felt genuine and fulfilling. To her delight, her license plate bore the auspicious numbers 6688, prompting even Chen Shu to envy her luck. Indeed, a woman who smiles is often blessed. After acquiring the car, Xia Wanting excitedly announced her intention to flaunt it to Kong Fong while familiarizing herself with its features. Chen Shu did not object. Her simple pleasures were easy to fulfill. In this day and age, it is the contented woman who finds happiness, while the discontented may only invite their own misfortune. Just as they settled into the vehicle, a call from the bank interrupted them. Mr. Chen, this is Lin Keki from the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your deposits qualify as ultra-high-value assets, and you are eligible for our private banking services. When might you visit our branch for a personal introduction? Ever since his bank balance reached 100 million, the manager of the Shanghai branch had taken notice. While Shanghai was not lacking in wealthy individuals, the liquidity of over 100 million was indeed rare, with only a handful of such clients in each branch. To retain these affluent customers and earn some service fees, the bank frequently reached out to them. Considering the increasing number of places where he might need to spend, Chen Shu realized he would have to lift the withdrawal limits on his account. All right, I'll head over now, he replied. Chapter 88. The Fearlessness of Youth. My goodness. He finally managed to bring this elderly gentleman in. Inside the Huangpu branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, 25-year-old Lin Keki sighed in relief. She had made numerous calls to this 60-year-old client, and today her efforts bore fruit. The banking business had become increasingly challenging, with interest rates plummeting. Banks needed to attract high-deposit clients to sell more financial products. This 60-year-old Chen Shu's account was just one among many billion-yuan accounts. Typically, it received a modest monthly salary and a pension, but as soon as the funds arrived, they were swiftly transferred elsewhere. Yet, since last month, there had been consistent transfers of at least several million, sometimes reaching up to 100 million, from abroad into his account, causing its balance to surge. This was astonishing. The interest alone could sustain a lavish lifestyle for a lifetime. However, it was unfortunate that this man was already 60. Lin Keki mused, hoping he would consider some investment options with her. At that moment, her phone rang. It was indeed the elderly gentleman's number. Mr. Chen, you've arrived? I'll come to escort you. No need to queue. You are a diamond client of our branch. Please wait a moment. I'll be right there. Lin Keki was surprised. Why would this man think he needed to wait in line? With a deposit of 450 million, he was hardly comparable to those with mere tens of thousands. If he were to wait, the bank manager would surely reprimand her. Hastily, she rushed downstairs. Scanning the area with some confusion, there was no elderly gentleman in sight. After making a call, she noticed a young man with silver hair picking up his phone. Approaching him, she inquired, Mr. Chen? Yes, that would be me. You must be Ms. Lin? Lin Keki was taken aback. Was this truly the 60-year-old client? He appeared far too youthful. Was this the kind of person who receives a pension? Lin Keki harbored a reasonable suspicion that the original Mr. Chen had likely not arrived. Instead, it was his son who had come. Recently, she had developed a penchant for watching crime investigation shows, and her mind had already conjured up numerous scenarios. For the sake of caution, Lin Keki inquired, Sir, do you have your ID and bank card with you? We also need to perform a facial recognition check. Chen Shu found this rather cumbersome. Yet as an ordinary individual, he felt no confidence in the face of the bank's procedures. What they said was simply accepted. After all, it was a standard protocol. Accompanying Lin Keki to the VIP section on the second floor, this was Chen Shu's inaugural visit to this branch's upper level. Previously, whenever he came to this bank for transactions, he would wait in the lobby, often for hours, only to find that by noon, the staff would take their lunch breaks, rendering his wait futile and necessitating a return in the afternoon to queue once more. Such was the plight of the common man. Each time, he would observe the affluent clientele being attended to by dedicated account managers, ascending to the second floor with an air of nonchalance, only to leave shortly thereafter, visibly satisfied, evoking a tinge of envy within him. Today, he finally savored the sensation of receiving special treatment. Humans are inherently changeable. In the past, when he had been unable to enjoy such privileges, he would resentfully mutter. Now that he experienced it, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Wealth should indeed be savored. Upon reaching the second floor, The atmosphere was a stark contrast to the bustling lobby below. It was serene and tranquil. The staff, who usually held themselves in high regard, suddenly adopted a cautious demeanor upon seeing Chen Shu, whispering among themselves. VIP 6. Lin Keqi took Chen Shu's ID and bank card, confirming his identity through facial recognition. The truth was indisputable. The individual before her was indeed Chen Shu. The young Lin Keqi finally grasped why so many held contempt for privilege. This wretched class system had dehumanized individuals. How could a person with deposits amounting to 450 million be receiving a retirement pension? Was this just? Lin Keqi felt an overwhelming disdain for the bourgeoisie. Her expression soured instantaneously. She was still too young, merely 25, freshly graduated with a master's degree. Yet to endure the harsh realities of society, unaware of how many aspired to be part of such an elite class. Moreover, she had misunderstood. Chen Shu's pension had been contributed during his 20 years of employment at a newspaper, not pilfered from the national treasury. He had paid every single cent owed. He deserved to enjoy it. Unbeknownst to Chen Shu, he could sense that the young woman before him was acting strangely. She had been quite cordial moments ago. Yet now her demeanor had soured inexplicably. Naturally, he wouldn't hold it against her. Young women often display such capriciousness, oscillating between sunny and sullen. Chen Shu remarked, "Please lift the daily withdrawal limit on my bank card." Lin Keqi mechanically nodded, responding, "Very well, sir. But I must kindly advise you that removing the limit may expose you to the risk of fraud. Please remain vigilant." Her tone was polite, yet eerily detached. Devoid of warmth. Chen Shu pondered, what was amiss with this girl? Why the rapid shift in demeanor? Was my deposit of 450 million merely a figment of imagination? At that moment, fortuitously, the bank president happened to stroll by. Observing Lin Keqi's emotionless countenance, he grew incensed and approached, casting a glance that suggested he believed her to be a troublesome client. Here was a high-value client with deposits of 450 million, and she exhibited such indifference? Where was the requisite enthusiasm? Even if a client were to act unruly, they must be treated with utmost respect. "Sir, please hold on for a moment," the president addressed Chen Shu. Chen Shu nodded. Unsure of the president's intentions, perhaps there was urgent business at hand. After 60 years of life experience, he wasn't accustomed to making demands of banks. However, he soon understood, for the petition failed to muffle the president's voice. "Lin Keqi, what is your problem? Opposite you is our most esteemed client. And this is the attitude you present? What did we discuss in the morning meeting? To treat clients as family, and what kind of expression was that? Can you not muster a smile? I initially chose you for your master's degree, but if you continue to neglect client relations, you will be assigned to the ground floor for proper training." The president's voice was laced with fury. After all, if such a service attitude angered a major client, resulting in the withdrawal of 450 million in funds, it would spell disaster for them. Chen Shu found amusement in the situation, relishing the sight of the previously stoic young woman now being reprimanded like an ostrich, a guilty pleasure emerging within him. This was the power of 450 million. Had it been merely 4,005, no one would have been so irate. Yet Lin Keqi quietly protested. "But he is receiving a retirement pension," the president retorted. "You are quite the righteous one. What does that have to do with your job? Your responsibility is to manage client funds, provide them with private banking level service, and cater to their financial needs. You have no say in what kind of money they receive." Chen Shu suddenly comprehended. Apparently, the girl had misconstrued the situation, viewing him as some nefarious capitalist, a parasite on the state's pension while possessing vast wealth. Oh, the youthful idealist. Quite admirable. Chen Shu felt a modicum of respect for her. This young woman, just entering the workforce, exhibited a fearless spirit. Chapter 89. Assisting Young People in Gaining Life Experience. Lin Keqi had received a stern reprimand from the president. This would serve as her most crucial lesson in navigating the professional world, how to serve the affluent. Despite harboring a million reservations, Lin Keqi could only don a smile more distressing than tears as she returned to her workstation to face the embodiment of capitalism, Chen Shu. She needed this job. Following her graduation, she endured a lengthy period of unemployment that spanned several months, finding it nearly impossible to secure employment. Despite being the belle of Shanghai University and holding a high-level master's degree, in the current climate, even a master's degree was not a guarantee of financial success. The civil service exam was a narrow pathway with millions vying for it. Even gaining entry into the banking system had taken her many arduous months. And this job was a coveted position that many envied. She could not afford to lose it. If she lost this job, she would struggle to pay this month's rent. At long last, she was no longer a burden on her family. And with a monthly salary of 6,000 to 7,000, she could help alleviate some of their financial strain. She had no choice but to swallow her pride. Chen Shu observed this young woman, battered by society, and was reminded of his own early days. when he first entered the newspaper industry. He too had been impetuous and idealistic, eager to expose societal injustices, yet he often met with resistance. There were forces that perpetually hindered one's pursuit of justice. In his quest to report on the shoddy construction of buildings, he had been suspended without pay for 6 months. Ultimately, he had capitulated. The alternative meant his family would struggle to make ends meet, unable even to pay for Chen Shu's tuition. He had no choice but to relent. Society invariably imparts lessons that are not taught in classrooms. Chen Shu remarked, "Little girl, I must say, I preferred your previously defiant demeanor." Lin Keqi shot a quick glare at Chen Shu, snorted softly, and in an instant transformed her expression into a beaming smile. "Sir, your limit has been lifted. Moreover, as you are a valued diamond client of our bank, I would recommend some financial products for you. Here are a few recommendations." Chen Shu chuckled, "Do enlighten me. But I must assert that I have no intention of purchasing anything." A glimmer of tears sparkled in Lin Keqi's eyes. Having been reprimanded by the bank president and now subjected to the advances of a lecherous 60-year-old, is this what life has to offer? She had once believed that securing a coveted position at a prestigious bank would usher in a life of happiness. Yet, reality painted a starkly different picture. Oh, the injustice weighed heavily on Lin Keqi's heart, but she could only feign a polite demeanor as she introduced the financial products to Chen Shu. There was little choice. Surveillance cameras loomed above, and the bank president was undoubtedly watching. If she failed to perform adequately, she would be relegated to a frontline service role, which not only entailed a relentless workload but also offered meager wages, insufficient even for rent. Society was steadily chiseling away at this once pristine gem. Ding. The host selflessly aids a young person in gaining life experience, reveling in the game of life, and earns a reward of 100,000 yuan. A smile spread across Chen Shu's face. A reward for such a trivial act? Although modest, it was undeniably amusing. 100,000 could at least procure a fine watch. Noticing the wicked grin on Chen Shu's face, Lin Keqi felt even more aggrieved. After 5 minutes of forced chatter, her lips parched, Chen Shu deemed it sufficient. Today would serve as a lesson for this young man. In the future, when encountering the wealthy, one must suppress any inner displeasure lest their livelihood be jeopardized. He held no genuine interest in these financial products. After all, he believed that by leisurely playing the game of life, wealth would naturally follow. Financial investments seemed far too slow in yielding returns. However, as the conversation drew to a close, he caught wind of a particular investment opportunity, the property of the New City International Community and the Lontai Community, which as of yesterday, had its selling permissions lifted by headquarters. Investment index, 2 stars. Yield, 3 stars. Stop, Chen Shu commanded. Lin Keqi looked up at him. Please provide me with details about these 2 communities. Lin Keqi thought to herself that this young man was being utterly obstinate. The value of these properties barely reached 10 million. Why would someone with assets of 450 million bother with such a burdensome and unappealing asset package? This old man was simply here to taunt her. How infuriating. Through gritted teeth, Lin Keqi explained, these 2 properties have significant conflicts of interest with the homeowners. The management fees are not exorbitant, yet the homeowners are uncooperative, resulting in low profits. Thus, the investment index is merely 2 stars. We would advise you to consider our bank's industrial asset package, such as equity in Changjiang Industries. In truth, she did not wish for Chen Shu to make a purchase. After all, her rental property was situated in the Lontai community. Should this insufferable old man become their property owner, it would only lead to greater irresponsibility. Yet, Chen Shu's interest was piqued. I'm not looking to profit. I'm merely interested in buying for enjoyment. How much is the equity approximately? Lin Keqi mused that this old man must be flaunting his wealth. He likely had no intention of actually buying. Regrettably, she could not voice her thoughts. The 2 properties combined are priced at 15 million. Chen Shu nodded. He was well aware of the management fees from his time working at New City International Garden, with nearly 100% occupancy. As long as the management fees were collected, an annual profit of 3 million was entirely feasible. The crux of the matter was that the quality of service provided by the management was woefully inadequate. The management was a subsidiary of a group company, and it was not solely up to manager Confronting to decide how much to charge or what activities to undertake. Those were dictated by higher-ups, and Confronting merely executed their directives. She was powerless to enforce measures against homeowners who refused to pay management fees, such as cutting off water and electricity. Thus, the profit margins were not substantial. If more aggressive measures were taken against non-payers, the residents of New City International Garden, primarily office workers from New City, would stand little chance against a large corporation. However, Confronting would naturally not resort to such tactics. Hence, it was not surprising that such a situation had arisen. If the 2 properties were to be bundled for 15 million, Chen Shu contemplated the matter and deemed it acceptable. He did not intend to manage this himself, but could entrust it to Confronting. Given her capabilities, managing the properties would pose no challenge. After all, this young woman had mentioned wanting to earn $1 billion before returning home. At 30, she could hardly be expected to remain away forever. Having received Confronting's support in the past, he felt it only right to assist her within his means. His intentions were not driven by base desires. Listening to Lin Kekie's presentation, Chen Shu sensed potential in this endeavor. The level of service akin to that of a private bank was indeed impressive. As for other stock investments, he was not well versed and could not discern potential pitfalls, but the property was certainly a safe bet for making a profit. Even if the current real estate climate was unfavorable, what did it matter to whose city? The prices of second-hand villas and luxurious, spacious apartments remained robust. Thus, this property was worth seizing. Chen Shu resolved firmly, I will take the equity in these two properties. Chapter 90. The Despicable Pest. Lin Kekie was taken aback. You truly wish to proceed? You must understand that the equity in these two companies holds little actual value. Essentially, it is merely the right to occupy the property. The developer of this community had a contract with this property management group, and the homeowners cannot simply be ousted. After all, they purchased their homes with the understanding that they would accept the management prescribed by the developer. This is a trap set by the developer and the property management. To remove the management would lead to a barrage of disputes, beginning with the collection of outstanding management fees. If they refuse to pay, then we shall not vacate. If we do not leave, they will not pay. Thus, the management of these two properties exists in a state of limbo. Otherwise, they would not have hired someone like Chen Shu to serve as security. For as long as payment is made, he will comply. Such compliance is perhaps only found in university students. Yet, even they possess some legal knowledge, understanding the necessity of signing labor contracts. Today's young workers are far too shrewd, utilizing the law as armor. Conversely, it is the older, less knowledgeable workers who must endure for the sake of survival, making them more manageable. The cleaning and security staff are all elderly. Can they truly perform their duties adequately? Naturally, homeowners are reluctant to pay management fees, resulting in a vicious cycle. It is entirely normal for these two properties to be bundled for sale. After all, nearly every industry is currently struggling, with major corporations cutting expenses and liquidating underperforming assets. However, these underperforming assets still hold some potential for Chen Shu. At the very least, they would provide Confronting with an opportunity to build something from the ground up. Chen Shu affirmed decisively, indeed, I will take them. Lin Kekie bit her lip and cautioned, I must remind you, sir, that if you are unfamiliar with the property management industry, hastily accepting these equities would be akin to acquiring a foreclosed property that you could never inhabit. Chen Shu replied with a smile, I am the security guard for this community. How could I possibly be unaware of property management? Lin Kekie was utterly incredulous at Chen Shu's words. A wealthy individual, worth billions, working as a security guard? Is old Deng attempting to deceive me? Does he truly believe I am an easily manipulated university student? Lin Kekie observed her futile attempts at persuasion and chose to remain silent. After all, the financial loss was not hers to bear, and perhaps the man simply possessed an abundance of wealth. In truth, this was indeed the case, as Chen Shu had a staggering $450 million in his account. Acquiring two property companies for $15 million each would hardly be a disaster. Even if he were to lose it all, the malevolent capitalists. Lin Kekie lamented that it was these individuals who had inflated property prices, leaving her and her boyfriend unable to afford a home for marriage. Unexpectedly, today held an unforeseen opportunity for Chen Shu. Lin Kekie presented him with a stack of documents requiring his signature, adorned with the stamp of Longhua Property Group, authorizing the bank to sell company assets. Chen Shu, today, was gaining invaluable insights. He discovered that purchasing two companies required no more than a visit to the bank, as personnel from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau came to update the company's information. With the staff already present, Chen Shu promptly renamed the property management to Dashu Property. Naming was not his forte, so he simply opted for a name reminiscent of a company from his hometown. Due to the somewhat cumbersome process, Chen Shu found himself waiting until noon. Upon noticing him, the bank manager immediately instructed Lin Kekie, Xiao Lin, please take Mr. Chen to our staff cafeteria for a meal. He then addressed Chen Shu, Mr. Chen, I hope you won't mind. Xiao Lin is quite young and lacks consideration. Please be understanding. The bank manager was in particularly high spirits today. After reprimanding Lin Kekie, he had successfully sold two asset packages rated merely 2 stars, resulting in a modest profit for the bank. Chen Shu smiled and replied, no worries, manager. Please feel free to educate her when you have the chance. She is young and still needs guidance. Reluctantly, Lin Kekie led Chen Shu to the staff cafeteria in the back courtyard. Upon glancing at the menu, Chen Shu requested, I'd like some stir-fried beef, as I truly enjoy beef. Please serve it with some rice, soft and topped with a bit of sauce, and a small bowl of egg drop soup. That will suffice. Lin Keki felt quite aggrieved, even if he were her boyfriend. She could not be ordered around in such a manner. She had never been treated this way, not even by her parents. Who would have thought she would endure such humiliation for a job? This old man was undoubtedly seeking to provoke her, deliberately toying with her. How utterly infuriating. Chen Shu was genuinely hungry, finishing a bowl of rice and a small plate of beef in no time. Lin Keki was astonished. A 60-year-old man could eat so heartily, indicating that his health was evidently robust. This affluent old man, appearing so youthful and possessing such an appetite, was truly an anomaly. Lin Keki regarded Chen Shu as one mighty curious creature. He was unlike any elderly man she had encountered before. It seemed as if a youthful spirit resided within him. Quite amusing, indeed, perhaps even more handsome than her boyfriend. However, she quickly reminded herself of the futility of such thoughts. What good was being amusing or handsome? He was, after all, a detestable leech of socialism. After his meal, Chen Shu returned his tray to Lin Keki. It must be said that today had been exceedingly pleasurable. He had signed in to receive a signing bonus of 40,000 in the morning. Upon arriving at the bank, he had relished the opportunity to assert himself over the younger generation, including high achievers, while effortlessly acquiring 2 property companies. Such a feeling was simply delightful. This was a day in the life of a wealthy individual, devoid of ostentation. He remained industrious, perfectly concluding his endeavors by the afternoon. During this time, Chen Shu succumbed to fatigue and even removed his shoes to enjoy a refreshing nap at Lin Keki's workstation. Lin Keki stood by like an attendant, her expression marred by disdain for Chen Shu, yet unable to confront him. Such is the reality. With a collection of paperwork in hand, it was now afternoon. There was no longer a need to oversee the property transfer. Chen Shu drove directly home. Lin Keki, relieved to see the back of that insufferable old man, called her boyfriend via video to vent her frustrations. Lin Keki, do you know? There's this truly despicable old man. He is undeniably wealthy, yet utterly loathsome. Intentionally tormenting your poor girlfriend. Fortunately, I managed to sell an asset package, garnering a considerable commission. Boyfriend, really? You're amazing, baby. That means we're one step closer to our down payment, right? Lin Keki, of course. By next year, we'll have gathered enough for a 500,000 down payment, and we can settle down in whose city? Boyfriend. So, can I come to your room today? Lin Keki, no. Darling, we agreed that only after marriage can that happen. It's our pact. Boyfriend. All right, baby. I'll get back to work now. Lin Keki, good luck. Stay motivated. Chapter 91. Grandpa Chun is the new boss. Early the next morning, Chen Shu drove to New City International Garden. Having become the owner of 2 companies, both properties were essentially leaderless, and he needed to take charge and arrange the work accordingly. Primarily, he intended to hand over the documentation to Kong Fong, allowing her to manage the company while he remained her supportive figure. Arriving at the gate, he spotted old Lu at the entrance, eyes closed in contemplation. Ever since Chen Shu had gradually introduced him to the life of the affluent, old Lu felt as though his entire existence had been wasted. There was so much to enjoy that he had never experienced. Having lived 60 years without ever savoring good food, a life of failure, standing at 60 to open doors for the wealthy, it made him question the meaning of his existence. Perhaps it would be better to simply cease to be. Yet, old Lu lacked the courage to take that step and was unwilling to give up. He had not enjoyed the blessings of his 3 sons, but still had 2 beloved grandsons to witness grow into adulthood and eventually marry. He was in relatively good health, and perhaps he might even have the chance to cradle a great-grandson one day. Life has a way of cruelly offering glimmers of hope, allowing one to endure. Ding ding. The sound of a luxury car echoed. Old Lu numbly pressed the button to open the gate, only to find the driver's window rolling down to reveal a familiar face. Having worked with Chen Shu for 5 years, old Lu immediately recognized the remarkable transformation in him. Despite having dyed his hair a striking gray, it still failed to conceal the fact that he appeared 20 years younger than before. Brother Chen, what brings you here today? Oh, are you looking for Manager Kong? Old Lu inquired. Chen Shu nodded. I'm also here to see you, old Lu. Would you be interested in changing your position? Chen Shu did not consider himself particularly noble. Now that he had achieved success, he naturally wanted to uplift his relatives and friends. Old Lu, a lifelong brother, had endured too much hardship. His 3 sons had dragged him down. Now that he had a prosperous brother, life could not simply continue as it was. At 60, it was time for a change. Old Lu internally harbored a desire to work alongside Chen Shu, but he was not a young man and understood that to follow someone, one must possess unique value. What is his worth? As a man who has lost credibility, is he meant to merely stand guard for Chen Shu? The crux of the matter is that the community where Chen Shu resides does not require a 60-year-old man to serve as a doorman. Thus, when he heard Chen Shu suggest a change in his job position, he was filled with excitement. Old Lu remarked, Brother Chen, what do you mean? Chen Shu smiled and replied, The property management of our community is now under my control. Consider what position you would like, and I shall arrange it for you. One must look after oneself first. Chen Shu is not a paragon of virtue. When one possesses the means, it is only natural to care for those nearby. Old Lu's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Chen Shu and exclaimed, "Brother Chen, are you saying?" Chen Shu affirmed, "Indeed. I have purchased the property management company of this community. Old Lu, you're about to soar. When one achieves enlightenment, those around them also ascend." Chen Shu was more than willing to adjust Old Lu's position. Old Lu was instantly filled with exhilaration. Brother Chen is truly impressive. He treats me to foot massages, takes me to savor luxury wines worth thousands a bottle, and has now bought the property management company to assist me. The greatest fortune of my life is knowing a friend like Chen Shu. Old Lu's demeanor transformed, becoming proud and self-important. "Well, I'm not sure what I can do." Chen Shu chuckled. "All right, get in the car. Let us head to the property center for the handover." Old Lu's spirits lifted, and he swiftly hopped into the vehicle. At that moment, the security team leader, Shirley, happened to arrive and witnessed this. Shirley, a man in his 40s or 50s, wielded a bit of power and relished giving orders to the older security guards, even appointing his wife as a cleaner, though she never worked, leaving the tasks to Chen Shu and Old Lu. Upon seeing Old Lu off duty and entering the owner's car, Shirley immediately blew his whistle. "Old Lu, what are you doing? Why are you on the owner's car during working hours? Mind your post, or I'll dock your wages." This man only had the authority to penalize those who did not work diligently. He had previously deducted the wages of several individuals, but Kong Fong would secretly reimburse them. Knowing the two older security guards had families to support, $50 off today, another 50 tomorrow, and they might not even have money for meals. But that was then. This is now. Old Lu knew Chen Shu would not deceive him. He had indeed acquired the property management company. He boldly stated, "Little Sure, you should watch your tone. After all, I'm over a decade older than you. Is it too familiar for you to call me Old Lu like that?" Shirley was momentarily taken aback. He could not have anticipated that the usually meek Old Lu would suddenly speak to him in such a manner. What audacity had he consumed? Did he not fear for his wages? Old Lu was now fearless. Life had been arduous, and he had long harbored a pent-up frustration that needed release. With this opportunity, he decided to let loose. Old Lu proclaimed, "Brother Chen is now the boss of our property management. You better be careful." Chen Shu chuckled, amused by Old Lu's sudden bravado. Shirley glanced into the car and immediately recognized the former Chen Shu. Since Chen Shu had resigned, Shirley had not seen him. During Chen Shu's few visits to the community, they had never crossed paths, so he was entirely unaware of Chen Shu's transformation. "Your old Chen?" Shirley was astonished by how youthful and stylish Chen Shu had become. He even drove an extravagant car, a stark contrast to the Chen Shu he once knew, making him hesitant to acknowledge him. Chen Shu, however, showed no mercy to Shirley. "Shirley, when we arrive at the property center, bring your wife to collect this month's wages, and then you can leave." Someone like Shirley, who abused his authority as a mere security team leader to oppress ordinary workers, was a parasite that needed to be eliminated from the property center. Shirley, half laughing with anger, retorted, "Old Chen, you think you can just fire me?" Chen Shu did not respond, driving straight into the community. Meanwhile, at the property center, the door stood ajar. A few receptionists were present, each wearing a worried expression. Upon seeing Chen Shu and Old Lu approach, two of the receptionists recalled dining with Chen Shu at the Royal Princess restaurant. As they marveled at Chen Shu's increasing charm, receptionist Xiaolon said, "Grandpa Chen. Grandpa Lu, you're here. We heard the property is changing owners. We're worried about whether we'll be let go. Manager Kong is discussing our fate with Supervisor Wang." Old Lu, however, grinned and replied, "No need to worry. You'll all stay. You don't know? Grandpa Chen is the new owner of the property." The three receptionists were taken aback. They were aware of Chen Shu's remarkable transformation. Not only had he become younger, but he also exuded an aura of authority akin to that of CEOs from publicly listed companies. After resigning, he suddenly found himself enjoying lavish meals and driving luxury cars. But who could have imagined that he would become the owner of the property management? Chen Shu held up a document, stating, "See this? It's a legal document. From now on, you'll all be under Grandpa Chen's command. No one has to leave their posts, and from today onward, everyone's benefits will be doubled, and salaries increased by 50%. Xiaolon was ecstatic. She knew Grandpa Chen's character well, and his words were undoubtedly sincere. Hooray! Long live Grandpa Chen. The three receptionists were equally thrilled. That morning, after arriving at work, they received a text from the headquarters notifying them of the ownership change and that their fates rested in the hands of the new owner. But their previous salaries were surely out of the question. Having worked there for so long, they had no idea where the headquarters was located. Now, unexpectedly, Grandpa Chen had become their new boss, increasing their benefits and salaries right off the bat. Such a wonderful boss was a rare find. Chen Shu was delighted. These receptionists had worked alongside him before, and their characters were beyond reproach. They could continue working without issue. A group followed Chen Shu to Kong Fong's office. Kong Fong was currently packing her belongings. She had anticipated the property change and prepared herself mentally. With a lawyer's qualification, she could always return to the legal profession, though it was unfortunate to have to start over. Years ago, she had boasted to her family that she would return only after earning $1 billion. Now, with only a few million in hand and driving a car borrowed from Chen Shu, she was far from her goal. Starting over at her age would mean waiting until she was in her 50s or 60s to achieve it. By then, she might already be a relic of the past. Already in a foul mood, she was further troubled by the annoying Supervisor Wong who had come to harass her. Ah, Xiao Kong. It was initially the intention of the headquarters to dismiss you this time. But I fervently advocated for your retention and successfully arranged for your transfer to another district as a manager. Shouldn't you express your gratitude towards me? This evening, I have reserved a candlelit dinner at a private kitchen, and I shall send you the details shortly. Supervisor Wong, portly and with a lecherous gaze, eyed Kong Fong as she gathered her belongings, intent on making an advance. Kong Fong could scarcely endure it, her fists clenched tightly. With the evidence she had meticulously gathered, she was poised to file a harassment complaint. Yet, her feelings of indignation remained unquenched. Should she strike him at this moment? A judge might very well view it as a justified act of self-defense against harassment, thus absolving her of any legal repercussions. Having trained in Taekwondo since childhood and developed a penchant for fast cars as she matured, a reflection of her independent spirit, she had already devised a plan to dislocate this gluttonous pig's arm. However, the door suddenly swung open, and she was momentarily taken aback, having assumed a stance reminiscent of Rand from Detective Conan. What was happening? Why had so many people arrived at once? And was that old Chen among them? Before she could utter a word, Supervisor Wong recognized him, the very old man who had thwarted his plans previously. How had he seemingly aged backward in just a few days? He appeared more handsome than Wong himself. Could it be that Kong Fong had developed an affection for this elderly gentleman? Otherwise, why did her gaze seem somewhat peculiar? Upon seeing the corpulent figure of Supervisor Wong, Chen Shu realized the man intended to seize the opportunity, yet Kong Fong's stance suggested she was ready to engage in combat. Beneath her composed facade, did she harbor a violent heart? It seemed plausible, especially considering her love for fast cars. Nevertheless, such thoughts were inconsequential. Chen Shu declared, "Wong the pig, leave my company at once. If you refuse, I shall instruct the security team to take action." Liu, seizing the moment, picked up his walkie-talkie, commanding, "All security personnel, assemble at the property center." Supervisor Wong understood that he had once again fallen victim to this peculiar old man. The security team consisted of seasoned individuals in their 50s and 60s. Should any altercation arise, he would leave empty-handed, worse off than before. These elderly gentlemen never played by the rules. Defeated, he retreated in disgrace. The sheer number of opponents was overwhelming. Yet, he was curious. He had encountered this old man before while seeking Kong Fong, first at the gate, and again when he resigned shortly after. What was transpiring? Was that a property equity transfer agreement in his hands? He recognized that this document had been printed at headquarters. How had this old man transformed so dramatically in just a few days? After Wong the pig's departure, the atmosphere in the property center erupted in cheers. Liu remarked, "I have long found that pig insufferable. He thought he could ascend to our manager Kong's level. He clearly doesn't know his place." Xiaolon added, "Manager Kong is far too exceptional. Anyone worthy of her should be a paragon of virtue. Perhaps a younger version of old Chen, combined with his current wealth, would suffice." Kong Fong felt her cheeks flush, self-conscious as she realized Chen Shu had witnessed her readiness for confrontation. It was somewhat embarrassing, after all. She had cultivated a refined image in front of everyone. Curiously, she inquired, "What brings you all here?" Xiaolon joyfully responded, "Sister Kong, don't you know? Our property company has a new owner. Do you know who it is?" Kong Fong's heart raced. With her keen intellect, she swiftly deduced that the new owner was none other than Chen Shu. Could it truly be our dashing old Chen? A radiant smile graced her face as her gaze turned to him. Upon learning that the property had been sold by the group, she felt a profound sense of loss. After 2 years at a law firm following her graduation, her second official position had been that of a property manager, a role she had held for 6 years. To assert that she had no emotional ties to this community would be a blatant falsehood. She had grown accustomed to addressing the myriad issues that arose at the property center each day, aware of the elderly residents who lacked care, the frequent disputes among neighbors, and the struggles of families facing financial hardships, situations that added a rich tapestry of human experience to her life. For someone who had not returned home in nearly a decade, she cherished this atmosphere deeply. Abruptly, she turned to Chen Shu, feeling a tremor of astonishment. Was old Chen hinting at something? Chapter 93, acquiring two companies casually. Kong Fong felt a swell of emotion. Indeed, while she perceived old Chen as somewhat aged, his current appearance belied that notion. The ashy gray of his hair, once dyed, lent him a sophisticated charm that was undeniably handsome. Moreover, he had taken the initiative to purchase the property company. What could this signify? Kong Fong anticipated Chen Shu's forthcoming actions with clarity. It was evident he intended to entrust the management of the property company to her. As a descendant of a business family, endowed with intelligence, resilience, and capability, women like her were exceedingly sought after among the elite. Coupled with her beauty and intellect, she had caught the attention of numerous affluent suitors, both older and younger, each employing various tactics to win her favor. Yet, Chen Shu's approach was refreshingly genuine. Unlike the insincerity that repulsed her from other admirers, his actions moved her deeply. Could it be that he had heard of her struggles and thus purchased the property as a gesture of support? She was aware that Chen Shu was quite wealthy, but such a property company could hardly be considered inexpensive. Chen Shu, oblivious to the complexities of Kong Fong's thoughts, merely sought to indulge in the acquisition of assets and assist her, recognizing the considerable aid she had provided him. Any unexpected advantages would be welcome. Yet he held no particular expectations, having already reached his limits with two women in their 30s, Chu Hong and Xia Wanting. After years of living in this complicated city, he had developed a fondness for it. Following his forced resignation, he had aspired to establish a business here, only to have his dreams dashed by the financial burdens of his second marriage. Had he not squandered his startup capital on dowry, he might have thrived during the millennium. Now, this acquisition served as a means to fulfill a long-held aspiration. He produced a stack of documents, stating, "Shao Kong, it appears you are to continue in your role as property manager." Kong Fong glanced at the papers and immediately felt a surge of belief. Such legal documents could not be fabricated. However, she also noticed the equity transfer documents for Longtai Community's property, inquiring curiously, "How many property companies are involved?" Chen Shu replied, "2. I was at the bank yesterday handling some matters and came across the sale of our property, so I seized the opportunity to purchase it." Seized the opportunity? The others present were left dumbfounded. Was it truly that simple? These were two companies, not mere donuts that one could buy at will. Chen Shu's demeanor, nonchalant as he spoke, left the property staff in a state of astonishment. However, Chen Shu bore a relaxed expression that was entirely genuine. After all, to him, this was mere pocket change. A company valued at 15 million, as long as he found joy in it, was certainly worthwhile. The crux of the matter was that this was not merely a source of happiness. Kong Fong had come to genuinely believe that Chen Shu had gained profound insight into life. No one lived with greater clarity than old Chen. These two property companies were worth at least several million. Was it merely to indulge himself? Even those wealthy gentlemen could not attain such ease. Kong Fong glanced at the documents before her and remarked, "So, do I truly have to call you boss now?" Chen Shu chuckled lightly. "It's not as if it hasn't happened before in Nanjing. Just call me old Chen. That name feels more endearing. Moreover, the company will retain its original personnel. But please ensure that Shirley is dismissed, along with his wife from the cleaning department. Is that acceptable?" Kong Fong replied, "Now that you are the boss, how could I possibly have any objections?" Meanwhile, Shirley had been secretly peering through the window. Upon witnessing Supervisor Wang storm out in anger, he sensed something was amiss. After a few inquiries, he had been reprimanded for the poor quality of the security team. Shirley was baffled. He had arrived to hear the news of his dismissal. His wife was also laid off. It was truly a case of calamity striking while one was at home. Yet, he lacked the face to plead for leniency. As everyone was well aware of his character as the security captain, one who bullied the weak and feared the strong, whether dealing with homeowners or property staff alike. He often sought to curry favor with Kong Fong, but his motives were far from pure. Kong Fong had long wished to dismiss this security captain. However, as the property manager, she was bound by the hierarchy of the group, and given that he was merely one rank below her, it was difficult to bypass the upper management. But now, the situation had changed. Kong Fong stated, "No problem. I've been wanting to do this for a while." Old Lu, standing nearby, added, "Good call. But what will happen to that captain? Could his petty schemes escape the notice of Chen Shu and Kong Fong?" The two exchanged knowing smiles. And Kong Fong understood Chen Shu's intent. She recognized that Chen Shu was a man of deep loyalty. Previously, in Nanjing, he had responsibly orchestrated a final display of fireworks for his first love. Old Lu had been a comrade for several years, and Kong Fong was aware of his situation. He had no voice in decision-making, and his earnings were promptly handed over, with 3 sons draining his resources, leading to a rather dismal existence. Meeting Chen Shu might have been the most fortunate occurrence in Old Lu's life. Kong Fong nodded. "Perfect. From today onward, Uncle Lu, you shall be the manager of both the security and cleaning departments. Officially, you hold the title of manager, but in reality, you are the dual captain of both teams." Chen Shu added, your salary will be doubled, reaching 10,000 a month. The same applies to others, and we will also provide social insurance and housing funds for everyone. From now on, we shall operate as a legitimate property company. These brothers and sisters have cared for the two old gentlemen, and now that we have the ability, we must give back. Confronting hesitated momentarily. She was acutely aware of the property's profitability. If they distributed salaries to the employees, it was highly likely they would incur losses each month. However, with so many people involved, she found it difficult to refuse Chen Shu, so she merely nodded. Confronting stated, everyone will return to work. Some roles will remain unchanged, except for Uncle Lu, whose responsibilities will shift. Upon hearing Confronting's words, everyone was filled with excitement. They had initially feared unemployment, only to find themselves promoted instead. Many homeowners had also heard of the change in property management, feeling a mix of emotions, uncertain whether the new management would be an improvement. Yet, to their surprise, the employees remained unchanged, and nothing had truly altered. Previous discontented homeowners now felt as if the sky had fallen. Old Lu strode confidently out of the office, pulled out his walkie-talkie, and commanded, security team, cleaning team, assemble at the property center. I am the newly appointed security manager and cleaning manager, Lu Caibua. From today onward, I, Old Lu, shall finally stand tall. As a dual manager, he was now a figure of authority, one step below the top in the property center. Though he would manage only 9 security personnel and 7 cleaners, Old Lu had always been under management. He had never managed anyone before. A man who had lived a humble life was now truly ascending to the pinnacle of his career. This time upon returning home, he would ensure his wife served him well. With a salary exceeding 10,000 a month, after helping his son pay off the mortgage, he would still have a substantial sum left over. Surely, it was time to elevate his smoking habits? After all, he needed to match the status of a security captain. Perhaps he should treat himself to a pack of premium cigarettes daily? Chapter 94. Enduring 5 years of losses. Old Chen, do you know how much revenue our property center generates annually? Once everyone had departed, Confronting inquired of Chen Shu. Chen Shu shook his head, of course. I do not. Confronting sighed. This year, our collected property fees barely cover employee salaries. Now, you not only wish to improve their performance, but also to increase their social insurance and housing funds. To put it bluntly, we will incur a loss of at least 1 million a year. In less than 2 years, we will face bankruptcy. Chen Shu chuckled. No worries. I have set aside 5 million in the company account as a reserve fund. We can sustain losses for 5 years. Confronting was taken aback. Chen Shu continued. I am well aware of the previous state of the property management. From today onward, you will have full authority over the property. All operations are in your hands. If we still fail to collect property fees as before, we can simply close down at that time. Confronting replied, Old Chen, I know you have made a substantial fortune from the stock market, but you cannot spend it so recklessly. Chen Shu smiled, as the saying goes. Wealth can be squandered and regained. As long as I spend happily, that is enough. Confronting somewhat misunderstood. Even if one is wealthy, such extravagance is unwarranted. It seemed Old Chen was genuinely interested in her, yet she found herself not repulsed by it. However, since Chen Shu had not made his feelings explicit, she refrained from saying anything and simply replied, all right, I will handle the profit-making matters. Chen Shu responded, I have complete faith in your capabilities. Over the years, homeowners have voiced much criticism about the property management, but you, as the property manager, have received commendations. Entrusting you with full responsibility is, of course, no problem. Confronting nodded. I have considered this. Your funds must not go to waste. Since we have employed these staff, we must be accountable. Just think. If you hadn't taken over the company, what would have happened to Old Lu after losing his job? Chen Shu pondered for a moment. Confronting's considerations were astute. If Old Lu had truly faced unemployment today, as a 60-year-old man with a tarnished reputation, no company would be willing to hire him. Moreover, Old Lu had sold his home, and his family had settled in Huqing. As a 60-year-old without an income, life would be exceedingly difficult, leading to a sense of despair. He would likely face disdain from his wife and rejection from his sons and daughters-in-law. What future would there be in such a life? It could easily lead to a tragic end. Chen Shu had once found himself in such despair. Fortunately, he was now able to provide support. He had a keen eye. Confronting was indeed a responsible woman. Chen Shu settled into Confronting's office chair, while she leaned against the desk, her back to him, clad in a sharp work outfit that accentuated her slender waist. She asked, are you aware of a well-known supermarket in Zhongyuan? Chen Shu, having come across it in short videos, replied, Donglai Supermarket? Confronting nodded thoughtfully. I aspire to emulate their model, enhancing our service quality, and of course, adjusting our property fees accordingly. This will not only secure the caliber of our services, but also ensure our employees approach their work with diligence each day. Such measures will foster a virtuous cycle. The residents of our community are not particularly frugal. Rather, they simply do not perceive the level of service they deserve, which leads to their reluctance to pay property fees. If we adopt the operational strategies of Donglai Supermarket, I am confident we will witness swift transformations. As a high-achieving woman from a prominent business family, Kong Fong possesses a keen acumen for commercial affairs. In the current economic climate, with the real estate market entering a phase of stagnation, property management will undoubtedly gain significance. An exemplary property management service can even influence the property values within a community. When property management excels, it stabilizes prices, cultivates resident satisfaction, and encourages the timely payment of fees, thereby sustaining the property management company's existence. Donglai Supermarket's pricing may not be particularly economical, yet its popularity is undeniable. This can be attributed to its exceptional service, which instills a sense of trust in customers. Our property management can similarly provide superior services, instilling confidence in our residents. Chen Shu readily concurred, recalling his previous experience of earning a meager salary of 2,000 yuan, which had diminished his motivation. However, if his salary were to rise to 4,000, along with benefits, he would work tirelessly. Individuals at the grassroots level are often the most amenable. As long as their financial needs are met, they can endure much. Thus, he fully supported Kong Fong's assertions. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, Chen Shu affirmed. Kong Fong continued, today, let us disclose our income from elevator advertisements and the revenue from external parking spaces to the residents, thereby instilling confidence in our new property management. Furthermore, we should remove the previous group sign and replace it with our own Shu property banner. Since we have changed the legal entity, a fresh start is imperative. Absolutely. Everything will be as you say. Once the property generates revenue, you shall receive dividends each year, Chen Shu stated, to which Kong Fong did not refuse. Feeling she deserved a share of the year-end profits, Chen Shu remarked, there is another community property we should take over together. Kong Fong nodded. Longtai community was not far from their location. Chen Shu drove them there, accompanied by Kong Fong, as well as Xiao Lan and the accountant Lu Xiaomei, for the necessary handover. Upon arrival at Longtai community, they found the security guard dozing at his post. A quick inquiry revealed that the property manager had fled, leaving behind a woman in her 40s who had departed early in a hefty man's vehicle. Chen Shu mused about the audacity of this manager. The security guard, a man in his 50s, was hardly younger than Chen Shu. It seemed he was the only guard left, and he had not been paid for 2 months. He lamented, if they don't pay me today, I might just dismantle this booth and sell it for my wages. Chen Shu reassured him, brother, these are the new staff from our company, and this is our new manager, Ms. Kong. When you go to collect your salary, if you wish to continue working, just sign a new contract. Your pay will increase, and you'll enjoy employee benefits. The old guard thought to himself, you're not much older than a child. And you call me brother? Yet, upon hearing about the salary, he donned a smile. All right, Ms. Kong, I'll report right away. I can show you the way. The property center is inside the community and can be hard to find. He was unconcerned about the managerial change. As long as there was pay, he would work for anyone. Upon reaching the property center of Longtai community, they found it in disarray, with the manager's disappearance leaving a vacuum of leadership. The remaining staff were contemplating how to vacate the property center to settle debts with the company. When they saw Kong Fong approaching with documents to take charge, she swiftly calmed the staff, instructing Xiao Lan to organize employee files. Those willing to leave could complete their resignations, while those who chose to stay would continue working with an immediate pay increase. After organizing the financial records, they discovered misappropriation of the maintenance fund, prompting them to document the evidence and notify the residents committee to address the issue with the former management. Kong Fong's decisive and efficient handling of the situation earned Chen Shu's silent admiration. Within just 1 day, Kong Fong adeptly restored order to the property management of Longtai community, aligning it with the standards of Xinjiang Huayuan property. The circumstances here mirrored those at Xinjiang International, albeit with a lack of trust towards the new owners due to the former manager's abrupt departure, which had caused many to leave. Fortunately, only the couple Shirley and his wife had departed. Most remained, believing that under Kong Fong and Chen Shu's leadership, they would earn significantly more. In Longtai community, Xiao Lan and Lu Xiaomei remained to oversee operations, with the option to transfer personnel from Xinjiang International. As both properties were under the same umbrella and proximity rendered the commute negligible. The next objective was to recruit staff, encompassing roles such as electricians, cleaners, and security personnel. Every position was essential. This task was entrusted entirely to Kong Fong, who would undoubtedly handle it with ease. Meanwhile, Chen Shu found himself in the property manager's office, indulging in a nap and browsing the computer. As the clock approached 6, Kong Fong discovered Chen Shu engrossed in a film. Feeling exasperated, she remarked, I've toiled all day, and here you are watching movies, old Chen. Aren't you a bit too idle for a boss? Chen Shu replied, Shao Kong, I'm a retired man of 60. My stamina cannot compare to that of you young folks. Surely, I deserve to enjoy a little leisure. Kong Fong chuckled. I've noticed that both Chu Hong and Wan Ting reside with you. Their stamina seems to surpass that of the younger generation. Chen Shu paused, sensing the underlying implication in her words. It was not unusual for a 30-year-old intellectual woman to relish a drive on the highway. He contemplated that age brings about its own peculiarities. Let us dine together this evening. You've worked hard all day, he proposed. Kong Fong responded, I'd rather not. My brother is still in the rental unit playing games. If I don't keep an eye on him, he might starve. Then let us invite him along. A simple meal will suffice, Chen Shu suggested. As they conversed, they noticed a group gathered around Chen Shu's G63, including the old security guard from the entrance. Chen Shu furrowed his brow, wondering what was amiss. Kong Fong approached the old guard, inquiring, Uncle Zhang, what is going on? The guard, upon recognizing the new manager and owner, reported, a young couple just damaged the boss's car. They tried to flee, but I managed to apprehend them. A female voice interjected. We weren't trying to run. Chen Shu was taken aback, recognizing the voice. He turned to see a young couple, while he did not know the young man. The young woman was unmistakably Lin Keki, the private consultant from the bank. Lin Keki, you live here? Chen Shu exclaimed in astonishment. He suddenly grasped the situation. It became clear why Lin Keki had persistently insinuated that the two property companies would incur losses and yield little profit when he sought to acquire them. In retrospect, her intentions were far from altruistic. Residing in the Longtai community, she likely wished to avoid any encounters with him. Was he truly that detestable? Mr. Chen, is this your vehicle? Lin Keki exclaimed in astonishment. Her boyfriend regarded the two men with curiosity. Reflecting on the previous day, Lin Keki had been vocally critical of an elderly gentleman, whom she described as a youthful-looking parasite living off the nation's pension, having purchased their property company. To her surprise, she now found herself face-to-face with him. To add to her dismay, their electric scooter had inadvertently collided with the bumper of a G63, a vehicle he was well acquainted with, costing several million when fully paid. Chen Shudao remarked, Your bank's private wealth management advisor is quite incompetent. Just yesterday, I parked this very car in front of your bank. Didn't you notice the license plate? Any competent advisor would recognize it immediately. His words rang true. As a professional catering to affluent clients, one would certainly strive to remember as much pertinent information as possible, with the license plate being paramount. The fact that Lin Keki failed to recognize her own vehicle surprised him. If it were Chu Hong, she would have immediately reached out to ingratiate herself, perhaps even seizing the opportunity to draw closer to him. Lin Keki was simply too naive. Pouting, Lin Keki retorted, Why should I bother remembering such things? In truth, she was somewhat oblivious to automobiles, unable to distinguish among numerous brands, let alone recall license plate numbers. Chen Shudao inspected the bumper. It bore no significant damage, merely a paint chip the size of a fingernail. Moreover, it was merely the bumper. He had previously bumped it against a small tree on a village road in Nanjing. During that incident, he had miscalculated the turning radius, nearly driving into a ditch. He genuinely treated the G-Class as an off-road vehicle. Consequently, this minor issue could easily be resolved with a call to Wang Ting, the sales representative at Mercedes-Benz. Such matters fell within the realm of after-sales service, requiring minimal expenditure, merely the labor of a few workers. For Chen Shudao, this posed no considerable problem. Lin Keki wore a look of grievance, as she had been the one operating the electric scooter. At that moment, her boyfriend stepped forward, introducing himself. Mr. Chen, I am Lin Keki's boyfriend, Song Sheng. We sincerely apologize. This is our fault, and we will not shy away from our responsibilities. Please let us know the compensation amount. We shall not quibble over a single cent. Chen Shudao regarded Song Sheng, noting that the young man was quite presentable and displayed a commendable willingness to take responsibility, demonstrating no inclination to evade the situation. Kong Fong observed as well. She recognized that the issue at hand was minor. She was aware that Chen Shudao had previously bumped the bumper several times, and this incident posed no real impact. Yet, it presented an opportunity, as numerous residents had gathered around. Upon realizing that Chen Shudao was the property owner, their expressions shifted. In contemporary society, there exists a certain animosity towards the wealthy. The sight of a G-Class parked here undoubtedly sparked resentment, while wealth in itself is not an issue. Flaunting it certainly raises eyebrows. As onlookers perceived the seemingly pitiful Lin Keki and Song Sheng, they recognized them as fresh graduates who had just stepped into society. Making a mistake seemed only natural, eliciting a sense of empathy. Should Chen Shudao demand compensation, it would tarnish the property's image among residents, adversely affecting Kong Fong's future initiatives. Kong Fong glanced at Chen Shudao, who initially had not considered this perspective but instinctively nodded upon catching her gaze. Believing he understood her intent, Kong Fong felt a surge of delight, sensing their growing rapport. It's quite all right, both of you. I am the manager of the newly established Daju Property Management, and this is my boss. There is no need for concern. Our boss will not hold it against you. You may return home now, she declared. It was then that Chen Shu grasped Kong Fong's strategic maneuver to win over the residents, facilitating their acceptance of the new property management. Kong Fong was indeed quick-witted. Chen Shu responded, young couples often have their playful moments. Yet one must also take responsibility for their missteps. Kong Fong's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Old Chen, are you performing? I thought we had a connection. Subsequently, Chen Shu approached Lin Keqi's electric scooter adorned with Pokemon stickers and playfully kicked it, declaring, now we are even. Kong Fong gasped, what a genius. Chapter 96. A boyfriend's flattering of the wealthy Lin Keqi felt the world was profoundly hypocritical. This old man was merely putting on a show. Previously, she had faced difficulties due to inadequate service, and now he would not easily let her off the hook. Was he not merely acting for the audience? Do not believe him. Yet, the surrounding residents exchanged knowing smiles, interpreting the property owner's leniency towards the young couple as commendable. What a wonderful boss. With such a benevolent figure at the helm, I trust the new property management will be responsible and competent. Laughter ensued. This boss is truly amusing. He is handsome and somewhat endearing. The young couple ought to express their gratitude, given that the G63 is a luxury vehicle worth $5 million. Although they merely grazed it, repairs will still cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. It's no wonder he is wealthy. Such magnanimity. Chen Shu's light-hearted kick garnered him considerable praise. Song Sheng felt somewhat embarrassed, and even contemplated encouraging Chen Shu to kick Lin Keqi's electric scooter a few more times. After some thought, realizing the boss's generosity, he knew he could not remain idle. Most importantly, he perceived this as an opportunity. As a designer, not only could he envision architectural designs, but he could also reimagine the landscaping. The Longtai community boasted a lovely garden, yet in his eyes, it was in dire need of a redesign. With the change in property management, he believed it could be a chance to implement fresh ideas. Please accept our apologies. Let me treat you two to a meal at the restaurant next door to our community, Song Sheng offered. Chen Shu had no intention of dining, and Kong Fong felt it unnecessary. Lin Keqi was particularly reluctant, thinking, does this old man, worth $450 million, truly care about a simple meal? At that moment, the security guard, old Zhang, chimed in, this young man is quite considerate. Mr. Chen, why not give them a chance? With that comment, Chen Shu felt compelled to agree. Declining would imply he looked down upon the ordinary young people of today. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Moments later, the four found themselves in a small hotel adjacent to the community, seated in a private room. As dishes were served, Song Sheng produced his business card, stating, Mr. Chen, Manager Kong, I am a designer from Minka Housing Design. Today's incident was a mere accident between Keqi and me, and we are grateful for your generosity. Consider this meal a gesture of our apology. Chen Shu found the young man quite responsible and appreciated his straightforward demeanor, devoid of Lin Keqi's small-mindedness. Kong Fong quickly discerned Song Sheng's motivations for insisting on treating them to dinner. It was an attempt to network upwards. The extent of Chen Shu's wealth was inscrutable, yet it was evident that he was a billionaire. For a young man like Song Sheng, who had just embarked on his professional journey, the opportunity to engage with someone of such affluence was virtually unattainable. Therefore, this meal could serve as a stepping stone, potentially unlocking a door for Song Sheng. Albeit the chance seemed faint and capturing it would be arduous. Nonetheless, ordinary individuals seldom encounter even such slim prospects. Chen Shu understood this. His 60 years of life had not been lived in vain. Kong Fong accepted the business card with a radiant smile and inquired, which school did you graduate from? Song Sheng replied, from Shanghai University, majoring in aesthetics. Kong Fong nodded appreciatively, acknowledging him as a bright talent. She continued, regarding the landscaping of our community, do you have any thoughts? I find the plants in the Longtai community garden excessively lush, creating a rather chaotic appearance, with fallen leaves that detract from the enjoyment of the resident strolls. Song Sheng nodded in agreement, stating, if Manager Kong requires, I could redesign it overnight and deliver the proposal to the community management by tomorrow morning. Lin Keqi suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards her boyfriend. Song Sheng's demeanor was almost obsequious, bordering on sycophantic. After all, were they not merely the property manager and the wealthy owner? Was there truly a need for such deference? This elderly gentleman, with his substantial savings of $450 million, hardly warranted Song Sheng, a graduate student in fine arts, to stoop so low. Lin Keqi felt this was somewhat beneath him. Ignoring her puzzled gaze, Song Sheng persisted in promoting himself throughout the meal. He recognized this as an opportunity. He had learned from his girlfriend that the elderly man before him possessed an immense fortune, originating from a small county. Such wealth could easily crown him as the richest in his hometown. For an ordinary person to encounter the wealthiest individual in a small town was no small feat. As a designer earning a meager salary of $6,000 to $7,000 a month, his interactions were primarily with young individuals in Shanghai, who, despite their million-dollar worth, were often in debt to the bank. Who in the local elite would ever pay him mind? For an ordinary person, ascending the social ladder was akin to scaling a mountain. He could not allow this opportunity to slip away. Leaving a favorable impression on Mr. Chen was imperative. Even a slight favor from him could suffice for a down payment on a property in Shanghai. His girlfriend's lack of understanding mattered little. Once he attained wealth, she would inevitably comprehend. Chen Shu, too, found Song Sheng commendable, displaying professionalism and a touch of artistic talent. During their conversation, he requested a notepad and a pencil from the waiter and, with swift strokes, sketched Chen Shu's features. This left Chen Shu astounded. Such a gifted art student had fallen to such depths. One could only ponder whose tragedy this represented. Yet, this was the stark reality. Talented artists seldom received societal recognition, relegated instead to the role of mere designers. In times past, such skill would have warranted recognition akin to that of a painter. Chen Shu accepted the notepad, taking a photograph to use as his WeChat avatar. Meanwhile, Lin Keki quietly nibbled at her meal, lost in thought. As Song Sheng had once employed such romantic gestures to declare his feelings for her, she had always believed this charming approach was uniquely theirs, only to discover it shared with a 60-year-old man. She struggled to comprehend why her boyfriend was so obsequious, seeking to curry favor with the wealthy. After their meal, Chen Shu departed with Kong Fong. Song Sheng approached the counter to settle the bill, his heart heavy. The cost of their meal, 6 dishes totaling 288 yuan, with a private room service fee of 188 yuan, amounted to half a month's living expenses for the two of them. He requested the waiter to pack the leftovers, envisioning a simple microwave meal with Lin Keki the following morning. Upon reaching the cashier, he was met with the gentle voice of the cashier. "Sir, someone has already settled the bill." "Who?" Song Sheng inquired. A man with white hair accompanied by a woman around 30, both left in a Mercedes SUV parked outside, she replied. At that moment, a profound sense of inferiority washed over him. The combined living expenses of him and his girlfriend seemed like mere pocket change to the wealthy. This stark disparity fueled his resolve to elevate his social standing. He needed to prove himself. Lin Keki, holding the packed food with an innocent expression, approached the exit. Song Sheng gazed out at the bustling traffic of Shanghai, lost in thought. Chapter 97. Not necessarily observing her boyfriend's pensive demeanor, Lin Keki asked, "What are you thinking about?" Song Sheng replied with a smile, "Nothing much. Today has been quite fortunate. Not only did they not ask for our payment, but they covered the bill for us. We've encountered good people." "Good people? Does wealth equate to goodness?" Lin Keki retorted. "Not all wealthy individuals are virtuous, but we've certainly encountered one," Song Sheng countered. Lin Keki, clearly unconvinced, expressed her dissatisfaction with his demeanor that day. "What has gotten into you? Why were you so deferential to that old man? Isn't he immensely wealthy? With a net worth of 450 million? Song Sheng replied. "So what?" Lin Keki shot back. "Keki," he implored, "you can't afford to be naive like you were in school. In this society, if you don't curry favor with the wealthy, there is no possibility for upward mobility. Does flattering them yield benefits? What good comes from us pandering like subordinates?" She questioned. Song Sheng sighed. "What good? You know Wang Hao, my colleague? He flattered a wealthy woman in her 60s to secure a deal, purchasing a property in Shanghai. What do you think of that? Our down payment has taken us 3 years to save, amounting to just 120,000. We need another 10 years to save enough, and by then, I'll be 36. And you'll be 35. Will we even be married by then?" This is a stark reality. Having known each other for nearly 6 years since university, their platonic love had long begun to wear on him. He felt an acute need for money, to buy a home, to marry, to start a family. His family called nearly every month, sharing news of neighbors, relatives, and friends tying the knot and having children. In Song Sheng's worldview, wealth, marriage, and offspring constituted a fulfilling life. Yet, the weight of reality bore down upon him like a mountain, rendering every step arduous. Without money, nothing was achievable. His colleague's successes stung him. He possessed a graduate degree, while his colleague was merely a vocational school graduate. Why should he be the team leader? Why should he be the first to purchase property in Shanghai? His qualifications surpassed those of anyone in the company, and he worked harder than anyone else, aspiring for a better life. Yet he was stuck with the lowest wages, toiling in the most demanding positions. He could not fathom how society could be so unjust. Thus, after encountering the affluent man, he felt compelled to ingratiate himself. Call him desperate or obsequious, he accepted it all, as long as he could achieve a satisfying life. He was willing to relinquish his pride. Although his girlfriend currently disapproved, He believed that one day, when they were married, she would recognize the sacrifices he had made. Just like this meal, seemingly simple, could lead to a lucrative contract for redesigning the community garden, potentially earning him over 10,000 yuan this month. Certainly, he contemplated that his current capabilities could easily allow him to circumvent his own company and privately secure this business deal. Whether he would succeed, however, hinged on the design proposal he would present the following day. Lin Keki found herself at a loss for words in response to Song Sheng's remarks. Indeed, her own work experience mirrored this scenario. The fact that her salary had exceeded 10,000 this month was largely due to Chen Shu's acquisition of a rather subpar asset package, which provided her with a considerable commission. The wealthy individual she loathed had ironically enabled her to achieve a salary milestone that she had never imagined, a rather tragic yet absurd tale. Nonetheless, Lin Keki still felt a twinge of disdain for her boyfriend's recent demeanor. She reminisced about the time when he sat before an easel on the vast prairie, brimming with enthusiasm as he boldly sketched the mountains with his brush. Regrettably, it seemed that she might never witness that spirited version of him again, as he had long abandoned his artistic pursuits. In Chen Shu's vehicle, he inquired of Kong Fong. This young man seems quite promising, and he possesses a respectable level of education and impressive artistic skills. What do you think of his ability to design a garden? Kong Fong candidly replied, to be honest, there isn't much to design in the small garden of Longtai community. Allowing him to contribute a bit would merely enhance the owner's perception of our property management, facilitating our future work. I could easily handle the design myself for such a modest space. Chen Shu was taken aback. You too? Kong Fong responded. My family always pressured me to learn painting, dancing, taekwondo, and even garden design during my childhood. I can manage that as well. Chen Shu couldn't help but admire Kong Fong's diverse talents. Such was the foundation of an esteemed lineage. Investing in a child's education decades ago must have been no small expense. While ordinary families might manage to teach one or two skills, it was no wonder Kong Fong excelled. Though her brother was somewhat of a disappointment, it was only natural to have both strengths and weaknesses within a family. Kong Fong inquired with curiosity. So, you intend to offer opportunities to the younger generation? Chen Shu replied. Indeed, this young man shows promise. It reminds me of my own early days as an editor in Huqing, filled with vigor. Kong Fong teased. It seems he is quite adept at flattering you. Doesn't he? He was quite attentive during dinner. Chen Shu chuckled. Oh, come now, I'm not from Chuan City. Admittedly, the feeling of being complimented was rather pleasant. This was undeniable. Most importantly, Chen Shu wished to assist this young couple. In today's challenging environment, those willing to endure hardship alongside their partners were a rarity. Kong Fong nodded. Very well, since you're feeling generous, I shall grant him an opportunity. Ding. The host has become a benefactor to the young individual. Reward, 10,000 yuan. Chen Shu gazed at the reward with satisfaction. A sum of 10 million yuan was indeed gratifying. The assistance he sought from Kong Fong for Song Sheng would cost him no more than 200,000. The earnings of contemporary designers were often meager, as they relied on various materials for profits through kickbacks and leftover scraps. Yet, he could genuinely deliver a sum of 10 million. Upon returning home that evening, he found Chu Hong and Xia Wanning seated in the living room, watching television. They paused in surprise when Chen Shu entered. Xia Wanning remarked, Hee, I'm off today, so you should head to Chu Hong's room. Chen Shu was taken aback. Had the two women already coordinated their plans? Were they alternating shifts? Were they not allowing him any respite? Xia Wanning queried, Did you have dinner with Kongzi today? Chen Shu nodded yes. I purchased the property management rights to my former community and entrusted it to Shao Kong for management. Chu Hong raised an eyebrow. You're not considering pursuing Kong Fong, are you? Aren't two of us enough? Chen Shu replied, Of course not. With two confidants, I've already done enough for them. It's merely a routine matter at the bank. It's tough for Shao Kong working for someone else, often dealing with harassment from superiors. Now that I'm the boss, I wouldn't dare to harass her. Xia Wanting laughed. Kong Zi has discerning taste. How could she possibly be interested in an older man? Chu Hong shrugged. That may not be the case. The next day, Kong Fong, upon waking, placed 20 yuan on the living room table for her brother, who was sprawled on the couch, in a futile attempt to get him breakfast. She felt utterly helpless. Relying on her brother was far less dependable than depending on a border collie. He was utterly useless. Upon arriving at Longtai community, Kong Fong spotted Song Sheng waiting nearby. She recognized his determination. Manager Kong, this is the garden plan I devised overnight. What do you think? Song Sheng inquired. Kong Fong examined the proposal and replied, Not bad. What is your quotation? After a moment's contemplation, Song Sheng stated, 180,000. After years in design, I've learned the costs of materials and labor. This amount barely covers expenses, especially since we need to transplant several trees. Many have perished in the garden. Kong Fong noted the young man's ambition. It was evident that he was not pursuing profit for its own sake, but rather had larger aspirations. However, that was not her primary consideration. She stated, "I'll offer you 200,000 to completely renovate the garden, adding a children's slide. Quality and safety are paramount, and I will personally oversee the inspection upon completion." Song Sheng was momentarily stunned and promptly bowed. "Thank you, Manager Kong." Kong Fong continued, "This decision isn't solely mine. It's my boss who appreciates your and your girlfriend's hard work and has high hopes for you both. Keep it up." Song Sheng felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. His girlfriend had previously criticized the older gentleman as inhumane, yet he never anticipated such regard from him. It seemed he had misjudged the man as character. "I must thank Boss Jin when I have the chance," Song Sheng remarked. Kong Fong nodded. "All right. Go to finance to collect the funds and sign the contract." The property center had just taken over and was spending money even before turning a profit. Chen Shu had deposited 5 million in liquid assets into the company account, having provided severance to some departing staff. And now he was about to spend another 200,000. However, Kong Fong understood that one must be willing to take risks to reap rewards. Only by taking action could the property management expect to receive returns from the homeowners. In fact, many individuals had already begun to line up to apply for positions in the finance department. The homeowners had heard about the property manager's generous gesture the previous evening and felt that working under such a compassionate leader would ensure they would not be taken advantage of. Consequently, even elderly homeowners came forward to apply for cleaning and security roles. Kong Fong transferred 20,000 to Song Sheng for him to manage, and then commenced the interview process. While others were working, Chen Shu had risen early to engage in fitness activities. As life began to show promise, he felt increasingly invigorated, waking up each morning with renewed energy. He bid farewell to Chu Hong's warm embrace and headed to the community gym to relish his leisurely moments. He collected his daily sign-in bonus of 40,000. Now, with a salary of 1,200,000 a month from the system, his annual earnings could exceed 10 million, an unimaginable prospect just a year or even 6 months prior. He marveled at how he could not have envisioned such an easy life for himself. His daughter even called him that day. The name Pinyin Community has been officially approved, and the foundation of the community has been nearly completed. Construction can proceed seamlessly with the previous buildings, and the timeline is quite swift, just 2 to 3 months. This reassures Chen Shu, as he knows that a state-owned enterprise's construction company is naturally trustworthy. Everything in life is evolving towards a favorable direction. While on the treadmill, his phone rang once more. Upon seeing the number, he recognized it as that of Lu Feng, a former editor from the newspaper, who was 2 years his senior. Back when he had just entered the newspaper, he was somewhat artistic but utterly clueless about the job. Writing whimsical poetry was starkly different from composing news reports, where certain narrative structures were fixed. At that time, Chen Shu had a touch of youthful arrogance, relishing in wordplay and infusing his personal thoughts into news pieces, which earned him numerous reprimands from the editor-in-chief. Lu Feng had supported him greatly, genuinely guiding him through those early days. Eventually, she ascended to the position of editor-in-chief at the Shanghai Evening News, while he was compelled to resign due to the decline of the publishing industry. He had maintained contact with Lu Feng a few times, and they had shared meals with former colleagues. However, as a mere security guard, he felt out of place among those flourishing in various professional realms, and thus refrained from joining such gatherings. "Feng Jia, it's been a while. How have you been?" Chen Shu greeted with a smile. Lu Feng cleared her throat. "Xiao Chun, I've been." Chen Shu frowned. Her voice did not sound well. At that moment, another voice came on the line. "Hello, Uncle Chun, this is Xiao Tong. Do you remember me? I met you back when you worked with my mother at the newspaper." Chen Shu replied, "Su Xiaotong, of course I remember. You were just starting middle school back then. What is wrong with Feng Jia?" Xiaotong's tone grew heavy. "I've been diagnosed with colorectal cancer and need surgery, but..." Chen Shu immediately understood. This call was for financial help. If it were anyone else, he would have hung up without hesitation, but this was different. Lu Feng had helped him immensely during his early days in Shanghai when he had nowhere to stay. She had found him a room belonging to a local resident, with the lowest rent and utilities included, costing only 5 yuan a month. He had always cherished her kindness. To turn a blind eye to it would be inhumane. "I'm heading to the hospital right now," Chen Shu declared. At the age of 60, one must gradually repay the debts of gratitude accumulated over a lifetime, be they from relatives, friends, or colleagues. Some individuals bear the weight of both aging parents and young children, revolving around the social complexities of human relationships. People like Chen Shu are rare. He had few relatives back home, and his daughter needed no mention. A few nephews were also taken care of, leaving only the connections with former colleagues in Shanghai. Most of these individuals had reached the age where life's inevitable cycle of aging, illness, and death loomed large. Not maintaining contact would seem inappropriate. This time, he would regard it as repaying old favors. Chen Shu resolved to visit the First People's Hospital of Shanghai alone. In the gastroenterology ward, the corridor was filled with patients. Some merely resting on portable beds set up along the passageway, while their relatives sat on small stools providing care. Chen Shu had frequently come to this hospital for heart checkups. Reflecting on his past, he recalled his own desolation. His wife, Yi Mei, preoccupied with playing mahjong, his stepson, Yi Jinkai, busy with school, and Du Chun and I, who was of no help, leaving him to navigate the hospital alone for heart examinations. Chen Shu sighed, feeling an inexplicable heaviness as he entered the hospital. He had prided himself on adopting a carefree attitude towards the vicissitudes of life, believing he had come to terms with the inevitabilities of aging and illness. Yet, faced with such an environment, it was far from easy. Carrying 2 boxes of nutritional supplements he had purchased outside, Chen Shu spotted Lu Feng in room 13. As the editor-in-chief of the newspaper, she had once wielded some influence in Shanghai. However, such connections had merely secured her a bed in a hospital room. Chapter 99, A Moment of Impulse. Fengjie. Chen Shu entered the room and beheld the once graceful and gentle Lu Feng, now gaunt and pallid, reclining on the hospital bed. At 60, she resembled someone in their 70s, with heavy eyelids that betrayed her suffering. This sight prompted Chen Shu to reflect on the passage of time. He too had once shared the same fate, lamenting how fleeting time was. As wrinkles multiplied and memory faded, joints felt as if they were rusting, and his heart ached. Upon learning that his heart could not endure another year, he too had felt a sense of despair about life. Lu Feng, too, must be experiencing a similar plight, perhaps even more acutely, for a diagnosis of colorectal cancer is akin to receiving a death sentence, a slow march towards an inevitable end. In the later stages, one could only rely on painkillers, until one day, unable to bear the agony, they depart from this world. Lu Feng opened her cloudy eyes, astonished to see Chen Shu. Xiaochen. The familiar address was one he had not heard in a long time, as many of those older than him had passed on. Most of the people around him were either his peers or juniors, leaving him momentarily disoriented, as if he had returned to his 20s. With Lu Feng proofreading his articles at the newspaper. "It's me, Fengjie," Chen Shu replied. Beside her were Lu Feng's daughter, Su Xiaotong, and a middle-aged man, presumably her husband. Lu Feng's voice was weak, clearly struggling against the pain brought on by her illness. "I haven't seen you in years. And you seem to be getting younger. It's as if I'm seeing you in your 20s. Chen Shu chuckled softly. "I'm not that young anymore. Perhaps it's just a good mindset over the years." Lu Feng remarked, "I heard you've been working as a security guard these past 2 years. It doesn't seem like it now." Lu Feng could sense the coldness of the world. Despite her status as editor-in-chief, her connections in Shanghai had grown distant upon learning of her illness, as people shunned her, fearing the burden of lending money. Only Chen Shu had come to visit. Lu Feng, with her beauty and kindness, had once assisted many at the newspaper in securing positions. Now, those individuals, in their 40s and 50s, had some measure of stability in Shanghai. Yet, the harshness of reality prevailed. "I am working as a security guard, but I just got divorced a couple of months ago. And I resigned from that job," Chen Shu stated. The expressions of Su Xiaotong and her husband remained unchanged upon hearing this. They understood his implication. Did this mean they would not be able to borrow money today? They already owed the hospital 60,000 yuan, and if they couldn't secure funds today, Lu Feng would be unable to receive her pain medication, leading her to suffer excruciatingly. In this world, many ailments are untreatable, leaving patients to either endure unbearable pain until they perish or, unable to cope, take their own lives. In truth, Chen Shu did not intend to imply anything of the sort. He was merely stating facts. However, he had forgotten that Su Xiaodong was exceedingly sensitive now. Any misstep in conversation could easily lead to misinterpretation. Nevertheless, Su Xiaotong gestured for Chen Shu to take a seat beside the bed, as none of her mother's former colleagues had shown their faces since her hospitalization. Now, as someone speaks to her, it can help divert his attention somewhat and alleviate the pain. After all, they are already in the hospital, and having someone willing to come by is a significant kindness. Chen Shu glanced at Fengjie's hand, which resembled the withered bark of a tree, sighed, and inquired, "Xiaotong, what did the doctor say?" Su Xiaotong replied, "Uncle Chen, my mother's colorectal cancer is already in the advanced stages. The doctor mentioned that if my mother receives monthly pain relief injections and undergoes active treatment, she could persist for another 2 to 3 years. If she does not receive the injections," she left her words unspoken. But Chen Shu could already surmise the grim conclusion. He had experienced a similar ordeal himself. 2 years prior, upon being diagnosed with heart disease, he had immediately consulted Yi Mei, yet how could she ever agree to such a proposition? Moreover, at that time, Chen Pingping was also in need of funds for his wedding. Chen Shu felt that spending 800,000 to procure a new heart was futile. It would be wiser to forego treatment and reserve the money for his children. Nevertheless, such a decision equated to a deliberate relinquishment of his own life, a burden that no one could bear lightly. The mere act of enduring life is, in itself, a profound torment. As Su Xiaotong wept softly beside him, the room remained a sanctuary of silence, with two other patients enduring similar ailments. Her quiet sobs elicited tears from the family members and patients in adjacent beds, a poignant reflection of the harsh reality of life and death unfolding within the ward. Chen Shu sighed, and this time, resolved to act impulsively. He asked, "What is the monthly cost for Fengjie?" Su Xiaotong stifled her sobs and replied, "Chemotherapy, pain relief, and other expenses amount to approximately 60,000 each month." Chen Shu nodded. That seemed about right. Over 2 to 3 years, that would total around 2 million. Yet, for those at the bottom of the economic ladder, such a sum might never be earned in a lifetime. Although Lu Feng served as the editor-in-chief of a newspaper, the industry had long since declined. And during her retirement years, the newspaper operated at a loss, paying only a base salary. The meager savings she had accumulated were barely sufficient to purchase a small apartment, which was now mortgaged to cover medical expenses. In the end, neither her life nor her finances had been preserved. Chen Shu declared, "In that case, I will transfer 3 million to you." Ding. The host generously bestows wealth in gratitude for past kindness, demonstrating loyalty and compassion. Reward: 30,000,000 yuan. Indeed, this was an act encouraged by the system. Life is a game, and one must follow their heart. Feng Jie had once aided him, and he could not stand idly by in her time of need. With his spirit fulfilled, the system naturally bestowed its rewards. Lu Feng, Su Xiaotong, and her husband were all taken aback by his words, never having imagined Chen Shu possessed such wealth. After all, in the past 2 years, he had merely worked as a security guard. How much could he possibly earn? Saving a few thousand a year was already a remarkable feat even after his divorce. He would still have limited resources. Thus, they found it difficult to believe that someone would willingly offer 3 million to assist a patient with little hope of survival. However, Chen Shu was different. He had come to experience life. Having faced his own life and death choices, he had grown indifferent to monetary concerns. To him, money had become nothing more than a mere number, especially since his wealth only seemed to multiply. Su Xiaodong quickly interjected, "Uncle Chen, to be honest, our house was mortgaged last year, so..." Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively. "This money, if you can repay, then do so. If not, I shall not demand it back. Feng Jie helped me immensely in the past, and now that I am capable, I cannot turn my back on her. I, Chen Shu, am not an ungrateful person. Please provide me with your account details." Su Xiaodong was momentarily stunned. Initially, she had only intended to borrow 100,000 to alleviate their immediate crisis. 100,000 was neither too much nor too little, enough to be reasonable for repayment in the future, gaining the trust of others. However, Chen Shu's 3 million was a sum they were more than willing to accept, yet deep down, they understood that repaying such a debt would be a monumental challenge. Chapter 100. Good deeds bring good fortune. The hospital room fell silent. The other patients were in situations similar to Lu Feng's. After all, this was merely a general ward, populated by ordinary patients. Wealthy individuals occupied private hospitals or specialized wards for the elderly. For any patient, 3 million was an exorbitant amount, essentially a matter of life and death. Chen Shu smiled and said, "Feng Jie, rest assured, this money is for you to use. When I insisted on publishing the news of gutter oil, had it not been for your unwavering support, I might have lost my job. Without that job, I could not have supported my family. You were my benefactor." Lu Feng choked back tears, replying, "Xiao Chun, I appreciate your sentiment. I knew you were a person of integrity from the beginning, but my life is not worth such a sum." Chen Shu responded earnestly, "Feng Jie, you are mistaken. A person's life cannot be quantified in monetary terms. Without your assistance, I would have faced the streets, and I would not be who I am today. You must focus on your recovery. Your 2 grandchildren are nearing graduation from university, aren't they? They will soon need you to embrace your great-grandchildren. In old age, hope often resides in the younger generations." A glimmer of hope finally appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. Her 2 grandsons, to some extent, had inherited her artistic sensibilities and were pursuing creative paths. They were already in relationships and on the verge of marriage upon graduating. This was her sole wish in this world. Chen Shu acquired her account details and promptly transferred 3 million. Su Xiaodong stared blankly at the long string of numbers, a sum she had never possessed in her lifetime. She could scarcely believe her eyes. Chen Shu reassured her, "Take this money and use it without any psychological burden." Yet, the more he insisted, the heavier her heart felt. Her husband leaned in to whisper a few words to her. Ultimately, Su Xiaodong said, "Uncle Chen, we have no means to repay you. The only way we can reciprocate is through our nursing home in Hu City. We can offer you a stake in the business." Initially, Chen Shu intended to decline. A nursing home was hardly a profitable venture. It catered to individuals like himself, many of whom were incapacitated. What profit could be derived from such a situation? Chen Shu remained skeptical. Moreover, the nursing home primarily served a welfare function, yielding minimal profit. However, at that moment, Lu Feng interjected, "Xiao Chun, I understand that you have undergone significant changes in these past 2 years. It seems you have encountered some opportunities. Your entire demeanor has transformed, more vibrant than in your youth. Yet, now that you have achieved success, you must consider the dignity of those you assist. You must realize that if you refuse, it will feel as if this 3 million is mere charity. How would you perceive that?" Chen Shu began to comprehend why wealthy individuals often possessed numerous companies, only to dissolve them when the need arose. He was intrigued by how these people managed to acquire so many businesses, recognizing that they were often the result of interpersonal connections and obligations. Refusing assistance was simply not an option. Some companies, though they may appear as formal entities, are essentially products of social exchanges. Chen Shudao remarked, "All right, I shall take charge of this company for now, while you remain the managers. Just ensure the maintenance of the nursing home. Once there are profits, you will pay me first." That's settled. With this, Su Xiaodong and Lu Feng's expressions finally softened. It is only natural that receiving 3 million without cause would unsettle anyone. They did not consider themselves to be individuals who benefit without effort. An equitable exchange must be established. Thus, unbeknownst to him, Chen Shudao acquired yet another nursing home. In truth, he had contemplated this before. During his marriage with Yi Mei, he envisioned that the two of them would one day reside in a nursing home, allowing their children to strive independently without burdening them. However, financial constraints posed a significant challenge. Nursing homes in Shanghai differ from those in other regions, although they possess some welfare aspects and receive state subsidies. Most residents are compelled to live there due to circumstances. Among them are many local elders, whose ungrateful children or absence force them into such facilities. After a brief conversation, Su Xiaodong urged her husband to settle the outstanding medical bills first and graciously invited Chen Shudao to visit the nursing home. After all, their discussions had merely been verbal. Chen Shudao might not have minded, but Su Xiaodong could not afford to be indifferent. He dismissed the matter lightly, saying, "All right, I currently lack the time, but I will visit when I can." Su Xiaodong nodded silently, refraining from further insistence. To persist would seem overly deliberate. Chen Shudao stood up and stated, "All right, Feng Jie, focus on your recovery. Once you are well, I will come to visit you at home." Lu Feng smiled with evident relief, saying, "Thank you so much, Xiaochun. Without you, I wouldn't know how to proceed." In truth, she had already prepared to escape through the hospital window from her 13th floor bed that very night. Chen Shudao's timely intervention had saved her life. Upon exiting the hospital, it was already noon. The weather had been unseasonably hot, yet despite the sweat on his brow, Chen Shudao felt none of the oppressive heat. The emotional weight from the hospital had overshadowed the outside temperatures. Regardless, he had done all he could, and the rest was to be left to fate. With this thought, his heavy heart lightened somewhat. Upon returning home, he found Chu Hong dining with Xia Wanting. Chen Shudao was intrigued, as Chu Hong typically had lunch at the real estate agency and rarely returned home at midday. It was usually a time for him and Xia wanting to enjoy each other's company. Curiously, he inquired, "Chu Hong, what brings you back?" Chu Hong smiled. "Am I interrupting your time with Wanting?" Chen Shudao replied, "Not at all." Chu Hong continued, "I have good news for you. You've been wanting to buy a house. Haven Tiu, our neighbor on the same floor, directly across from the elevator, is selling." Chen Shudao's spirits lifted at this news. He had long desired a home of his own. While the residence at the Arc de Triomphe was splendid, it was not truly his. After living a lifetime and experiencing 2 failed marriages, he had yet to possess a place that belonged solely to him. This had become an obsession. Now, his aspirations had grown. An ordinary house no longer sufficed, and he had been asking Chu Hong to keep an eye out for properties in the community. The residences near the Arc de Triomphe generally ranged from 20 to 30 million, exquisitely decorated with expansive layouts and scenic views of the river, which Chen Shudao found genuinely appealing. As for more luxurious villas in areas like Daily, Guan Residence, Wall Garden, and Tan Palace, with a net worth exceeding 100 million, he could afford them without much difficulty. However, the issue remained that in Shanghai, villas were often surrounded by towering buildings, obstructing any view, which did not appeal to him. Since he was living life to the fullest, he naturally wished to acquire something he truly loved. Having done a good deed today, perhaps fortune was smiling upon him. Chen Shudao asked, "The one across? Is the layout the same?" Chapter 101. Being called younger brother. Chen Shudao had not anticipated such good fortune. Chu Hong pointed to the wall. "The area is identical. However, the layout is symmetrical, separated by 2 elevators, with only a wall between us. Our side's guest bedroom is adjacent to their south bedroom." Chen Shu was surprised, wondering why the owner was selling. Chu Hong explained, I met the owner yesterday. She is a local woman of similar age to you. It seems she has too many properties and, with the current stagnant market, is looking to offload one. Chen Shu pondered. He had thought his wealth of over 400 million was impressive, yet compared to the local affluent elders, there was still a notable disparity. The neighboring property had been vacant for some time, as the owner also wished to rent it out, but due to exorbitant rental prices, few would consider living there. Wealthy individuals typically owned their homes or stayed in hotels. The Arc de Triomphe was indeed the only place where someone like Chen Shu would rent. Of course, he had always intended to purchase a home. He simply had not encountered a suitable opportunity. If the right chance arose, he would seize it without hesitation. The real estate market in Shanghai had consistently remained robust, with luxury properties becoming even more resilient. Can I take a look? Chen Shu inquired. Chu Hong nodded, of course. But not just yet. It will be evening soon. The owner is available then. Shall I arrange an appointment for you? Chen Shu agreed, understanding that such a significant decision did not require haste. Later that evening, while watching television at home, he received a call that the neighboring owner had arrived. He and Xia Wanting made their way to the first floor. The building had a one-unit-per-floor elevator system, requiring them to take a circuitous route to reach the adjacent unit. Upon arriving on the 8th floor, they were greeted by an opulent entrance door that resembled a bank vault. Inside, the decor was quite simple. As Chen Shu entered, he heard a distinctive local Shanghai dialect. Hey, young lady, what are you doing here with the buyer? You're not the one buying the house, are you? Chu Hong had already been negotiating with the property owner. The owner, a local elder, was perplexed. Typically, agents would seek to inflate the property price to maximize their commissions. What was happening? Was the market truly that unfavorable? Why was this agent working to lower the price? Unbeknownst to her, Chu Hong was part of Chen Shu's circle, naturally aiming for a favorable deal. Chu Hong said, the buyer has arrived. Auntie, let them discuss the price. Prior to this meeting, Chen Shu had learned that the market price for this property was around 30 million. It was apparent that the owner might be in urgent need of funds, allowing for some negotiation on the price. This was the advantage of fostering good relationships with agents, as it facilitated gauging the owner's bottom line. The owner remained unaware that Chu Hong was associated with Chen Shu, who was merely next door. As Chen Shu stepped through the entrance, he was met by a stylishly dressed woman adorned in luxury brands, slightly plump with wavy, voluminous hair, an archetypal local Shanghai elder. Though possessing an ordinary appearance, he exudes a refreshing aura, likely due to years of indulgent care at beauty salons. However, Chen Shu senses something amiss, perhaps a subtle enhancement to his features, particularly his nose. Such alterations are commonplace among local Shanghai women. Yimei had a few friends who were avid square dancers, each holding multiple rental properties, earning a modest fortune each month. With no pressing expenses, they often squander their wealth on luxury boutiques and beauty treatments, making it easy to discern the artificiality of such appearances. They cannot compare to the natural beauty of Kong Fong, Xia Wanting, or Chu Hong. Yet, this observation holds little significance for Chen Shu, who simply greets the landlady. Upon seeing Chen Shu, the Shanghai woman's eyes lit up. His current visage belies his 60 years. Only the pronounced nasolabial folds and a certain weariness in his gaze hint at his age, while his skin and facial musculature radiate youthfulness, coupled with 5 years of fitness training that imbues him with a robust masculinity. It is easy for him to captivate a woman of 60. The landlady, speaking in Mandarin, exclaimed, "Oh my, where did such a handsome young man come from? Are you the buyer? What do you do? How old are you?" Chen Shu, taken aback by her lecherous gaze, was astonished. He was usually the one observing others, not the subject of such scrutiny himself. If she were a young beauty in her 20s or 30s, he would feel flattered. However, the woman before him was of a similar age. With a smile, he replied, "Sister, I am 60 this year, occasionally engaging in small business ventures, running a couple of companies. It's not much profit, so could you perhaps offer a discount?" The landlady, astonished, responded, "You're 60? Don't joke with me. You look more like 30. Running a company sounds exhausting. Why not come stay with me? I could offer you $1 million a month." Chen Shu was left speechless. Nearby, Chu Hong and Xia Wanting chuckled, surprised to see Uncle Chen in such a situation. Clearly, the landlady was smitten with him. Yet, the two women found the scenario rather normal. Chen Shu's appearance was appealing to women from their 20s to 60s, mature, affluent, and charismatic, qualities that rendered him irresistible. Many male celebrities lacked the allure he possessed, and after years of dedicated fitness, he easily captured the hearts of women. The landlady, with a tinge of desperation, grasped Chen Shu's hand, lamenting, "My dear, my husband has been gone for 5 years. I have a son and a daughter, one in Beijing and the other abroad, leaving me alone at home. Come keep me company. I want to restrict your freedom. Is this your girlfriend?" I want to interfere with your relationship. Sister will cover your cosmetics and handbags. After her speech, she turned back to converse with Xiao Wanting, who cheerfully chimed in, Sister, I support what you're saying. As long as my boyfriend is on board, I'm open to the three of us living together harmoniously. The landlady's face brightened, declaring, Sister, you're so generous and perceptive. Now here is a necklace for you. She produced a pure gold necklace. Chen Shu was taken aback, feeling as though he might be sold off. No, dear sister, I'm just joking. Do I look like someone in need of money? He replied, somewhat helplessly. The landlady, recognizing that anyone who could afford to view properties in such a luxurious area must possess considerable means, nonetheless truly had her sights set on Chen Shu. Little brother, if you sell your company and stay with me, I have a building in Lujiazui where I collect rent, around 200 million a year. Chen Shu was momentarily stunned. If not for his own system, he might have been tempted to agree. Could anyone resist such a direct allure? The 60-year-old landlady still possessed a certain charm. Shaking his head, Chen Shu said, Older sister, please, let us not jest. We should focus on viewing the property. She swayed her hips playfully, responding, All right, but if your company fails, remember to call me. Here is my business card. Chen Shu took the card and pocketed it, proceeding to inspect the house. The property itself was rather ordinary, exuding a lavish yet somewhat outdated European style, reminiscent of a bygone era favored by those with old money. It was ostentatiously decorated, almost gaudy, and Chen Shu found himself disinclined towards such a style, feeling it ill-suited to his current self. The house is nice, but the decor feels a bit dated. Sister, could you offer a discount out of consideration? Chen Shu was not fond of haggling. It seemed rare for men to enjoy such negotiations. He had never bargained when shopping. If something was overpriced, he simply wouldn't return. However, given the investment involved in a property worth tens of millions, a little bargaining felt necessary. The landlady remarked, Little brother, it's only because you look better than those fitness trainers that I can offer you a 2 million discount. If it weren't for my daughter needing funds for a Sihiyuan in Beijing, I wouldn't even consider selling this place, which has a lovely river view. Chen Shu nodded, understanding that the kitchen appeared exceptionally new, indicating minimal use. All right, I like the location. The landlady continued, if you're not short on cash, you should consider purchasing the adjacent property as well. You could knock down the wall and create a spacious 600 square meter flat with a circular balcony suitable for running. Chen Shu replied, I would love to, but it seems the neighboring property isn't for sale. The landlady responded, it wasn't before, but now they're looking to sell. Their son's business has suffered. Chen Shu, intrigued, asked, do you know the owner next door? The landlady replied, of course. We often go for spa treatments together. Chen Shu felt a surge of excitement. He had hoped for this. If two expansive flats could be merged, the result would be spectacular. Who could resist a grand riverside flat? Since that's the case, could you help me connect with them? I've been wanting to buy that property for ages, but never had the opportunity. The landlady assured him, leave it to me, first. Let us finalize the sale of my place. My daughter is waiting for the money in Beijing. Without hesitation, Chen Shu transferred the funds. Chu Hong had already prepared the contract, and the landlady, recognizing Chen Shu as a man of means, swiftly transferred 28 million without a blink. Pondering the impressive financial capability of this outsider, those who possess the means to purchase two properties in the bustling city of Shanghai outright are undoubtedly formidable individuals. After signing numerous contracts, the landlady emerged from the bedroom with the property deeds in hand, and both parties arranged to meet with another landlord the day after tomorrow. On the following day, the group appeared at the housing authority, and Chen Shu successfully acquired the coveted green book. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining your first personal residence. A home serves as a sanctuary from life's tempests. One cannot traverse this world without a dwelling. Reward, 100,000,000 yuan. This reward seemed rather modest. Having spent 28 million, the return was merely 100 million. Perhaps it was his elevated emotional threshold that diminished the feedback this time around. Nonetheless, it sufficed. With this 100 million, his net worth soared to over 500 million. His wealth seemed to multiply effortlessly. The landlady was equally elated, as her daughter could now settle in the capital, allowing her to visit Beijing, collect rent in Shanghai, partake in leisurely square dancing, indulge in spa treatments, and seek out a young fitness instructor. Regrettably, she had not secured that younger brother yet. She simply hoped that his company would soon falter, providing her with a valid reason to extend assistance. After acquiring the property, the landlady assured Chen Shu that the matter concerning the adjacent house was not significant. Arrange a meeting for tomorrow. I will facilitate an introduction. You can negotiate directly with them. They are more desperate for funds than I am. Chen Shu, holding the property deed, replied, Thank you, dear sister. Let us meet at the old Western-style house tomorrow. I shall treat. The landlady was quite pleased. This younger brother was indeed someone who understood social dynamics. After receiving the property deed, Chen Shu began preparing for the design phase. Although he had yet to secure the neighboring house, the situation appeared manageable, and he intended to renovate thoroughly to ensure a cohesive aesthetic. The only drawback was his lack of a remarkable interior designer. Then, he thought of someone, Lin Keqi's boyfriend, Song Sheng. This young man was worldly, ambitious, and possessed an excellent artistic flair. Entrusting the project to him should pose no issues. With this in mind, Chen Shu attempted to call Song Sheng, only to realize he had misplaced the business card. After inquiring with Kong Fong, who also had no clue, he learned that Song Sheng typically reported to the property management center directly. Chen Shu promptly dialed Lin Keqi. He had her mobile number and WeChat, after all, as she was his private banking manager. Lin Keqi, having just finished lunch and lying down for a brief respite at the bank, quickly rose upon receiving the call. The subtle tension that had developed between her and her boyfriend over the past few days had created a palpable distance between them. Typically, they would exchange calls during their lunch breaks. Today, however, she had been waiting for Song Sheng's call, only to find it was Chen Shu instead. Humph. At least you have the decency to call me. Who is this? Old Chen. Lin Keqi harbored some resentment towards Chen Shu, feeling that the rift with her boyfriend had been exacerbated by him. She was reluctant to answer the call, but failing to respond to a client could result in a salary deduction. With no other choice, Lin Keqi answered the call, forcing a disingenuous smile. Hello, Mr. Chen. How may I assist you? Chen Shu cut straight to the point. I'm not seeking your assistance. I need Song Sheng's number. Lin Keqi was taken aback. She had envisioned various scenarios of a domineering CEO, playfully teasing a stunning consultant, yet this was not the case. Why do you need him? She inquired. Chen Shu retorted. Is it not permissible to introduce some business to your boyfriend? Young lady, don't be so controlling. It could lead to resentment. Chapter 103. The astonished Song Sheng. Lin Keqi was filled with disbelief. She sensed that Chen Shu's intentions were not entirely pure. However, after some contemplation, she decided to give her boyfriend an opportunity to extract some benefit from this old man. Little did she realize that this endeavor would ultimately lead to the unraveling of her relationship. She provided Chen Shu with Song Sheng's number, internally grumbling about how her boyfriend had previously given Chen Shu his business card, yet now it was nowhere to be found. Indeed, wealthy individuals can be quite insincere. They only reach out when they require assistance. Having acquired Song Sheng's number, Chen Shu called. Hello, Xiao Song, are you busy? I have a housing design project. Are you interested? At that moment, Song Sheng was clandestinely working on a design for a community garden at his company. Indeed, he had not gone through official channels for this job. If he had, he would only receive a modest design fee and commission totaling 5,000 yuan. By directly contacting the workers himself, he could earn 30,000. This was his first venture into freelance work, and he did not intend to profit excessively. His primary goal was to expand his professional network. Surprised to receive Chen Shu's call, he promptly replied, I'm interested, Mr. Chen. Chen Shu nodded and said, I recently purchased a property. When can you come by to take measurements and design? Song Sheng replied, I'm free now. He spoke softly, anxious not to attract the attention of his colleagues. In this company, accepting freelance work was a serious taboo. If discovered, one would be summarily dismissed. Chen Shu responded, all right. Meet me at the entrance of the Triumph Gate. I'll pick you up. Song Sheng was taken aback. The Triumph Gate? The properties in the Binjiang Triumph Gate community were among the most luxurious riverside residences in Shanghai, the very embodiment of his dreams. However, the down payment alone would require a lifetime of toil for him and Lin Keqi. He left the company during the lunch break when some were resting and others were waiting for takeout, unnoticed by anyone. He hailed a Didi ride. Under normal circumstances, he would not be so extravagant, but today was different. He was about to engage with the upper echelons of society and could not afford to keep them waiting. What was his status? Merely an interior designer. In the eyes of others, that was all the value he possessed. If he were late for his first business meeting, they could easily choose someone else to collaborate with. Chen Shu waited at the community entrance for only 10 minutes when Song Sheng appeared before him. One must admit, today's youth truly exhibit remarkable diligence, Chen Shu mused. Let us go and take a look at the property. Chen Shu retrieved the housing files, producing a floor plan to show Song Sheng once he got into the car. Chu Hong and Xiao Wanning were seated in the back, both of whom were keenly interested in the renovation. Upon seeing the two women, Song Sheng was taken aback. Their beauty rivaled that of his girlfriend, Lin Keqi. Despite the casual banter in the car where the two women referred to Chen Shu as uncle, it was clear that their relationship was anything but ordinary. Song Sheng felt a sense of trepidation in the car. This breaking of societal norms had profoundly impacted his psyche. Wealthy individuals truly know how to enjoy life. Being affluent has its undeniable perks. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage of the Triumph Gate community, Song Sheng was once again struck with awe. The parking area was filled with an array of luxury vehicles. The more understated brands like Mercedes, Audi, and BMW were merely the tip of the iceberg. Porsches, Bentleys, and Rolls-Royces were commonplace here. Thus, they proceeded to the 8th floor of the owner's garage. Only Chen Shu's G63, Xia Wanting's BMW Mini, and Chu Hong's Mercedes-Benz can be regarded as the most modest vehicles in the garage. However, this humble garage represents an aspiration unattainable by Song Sheng in his lifetime. Song Sheng felt a dryness in his throat. Upon ascending to the upper floor, he was met with a revelation. The fresh property deed and the layout plan undeniably indicated that this residence, valued at over 10 million, had just been acquired by Chen Shu. He and Lin Keki resided in a modest 2-bedroom apartment of merely 80 square meters, with a monthly rent of 8,000. This place, including the balcony, was equivalent to 5 of their residences. The key point was Chen Shu's words that left him astounded. This is the western unit. In a couple of days, the eastern unit will also undergo renovation. I need to demolish this wall from the secondary bedroom to convert the 2 bedrooms into a passage connecting both apartments. Please design it to be grand yet simple. Avoid anything too ostentatious. It's rather vulgar. Chen Shu articulated his requirements. Meanwhile, Xia Wanting had decided against continuing to co-rent with Confronting. Given the vastness of Chen Shu's residence, her presence was inconsequential. Thus, the arrangements for Xia Wanting and Chu Hong's rooms were left to the discretion of the 2 women. Song Sheng stood by, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of household was this? Initially, he thought it impressive that Chen Shu had purchased this apartment. Little did he know that Chen intended to merge the 2 units into one cohesive space. However, reflecting on it, old Chen was a billionaire. The combined value of these 2 apartments scarcely exceeded 100 million. Song Sheng sighed once more, realizing the undeniable advantages of wealth. After receiving the floor plan, Song Sheng took some measurements, finding everything in order. The developer's detailed layout left ample room for his creativity. Chen Shu remarked, "Design it well. What is your usual design fee?" Song Sheng replied, "For high-end communities, it's 20,000. In truth, he had exaggerated slightly. Yet Chen Shu, unfazed, stated, "I will give you 200,000. Make sure to design it well." Song Sheng was taken aback. 200,000. That amount equaled his 2 years' salary combined. To the wealthy, such sums seemed to be casually tossed around, akin to pocket change. Song Sheng's mindset began to shift gradually. Ambition stirred within him. He felt he should emulate Chen Shu, wealthy and surrounded by beautiful women. "All right, Mr. Chen, I will design it meticulously," Song Sheng exclaimed with fervor. Chen Shu nodded, confident in Song Sheng's attitude and capability. Eschewing a return to the office, Song Sheng made a phone call to request leave. He skipped his usual video call with Lin Keki and instead sought refuge in an internet cafe, immersing himself in the design of the residence. While he had a computer in his rented apartment, it was an outdated model from his university days, excessively lagging. To secure that 200,000, he had to exert himself to the utmost. Ideally, he aimed to complete the design in a single day. He had learned from Chen Shu that discussions regarding the ownership of another property were imminent. For a billionaire like Chen Shu, acquiring real estate was hardly a challenge. In this day and age, could wealth ever impede one from obtaining their desires? For the affluent, buying a home was as unencumbered as purchasing a mobile phone or a car. This was a realm inaccessible to him. Within the internet cafe, Song Sheng diligently worked on the layout design. Chapter 104. 2 properties secured. By the following evening, at the Royal Sun private kitchen, Chen Shu had arranged a sumptuous banquet. The landlady arrived punctually with her family. Chu Hong, acting as the intermediary, was also present, along with Xia Wanting, who had come simply to indulge in the meal. Confronting had been specially invited by Chen Shu, as the 3 of them were once ordinary individuals. Whereas the landlady and the tenants Chen Shu was renting from belonged to the old money elite of Hu City. Such individuals could only rely on Confronting to exemplify refinement. Thus, seated beside Chen Shu were 3 beautiful women, while opposite them sat the landlady and a couple of similar age to Chen Shu. "Look at my brother. He is quite youthful, don't you think? You would never guess he is 60. The landlady, with a rather open personality, held the attention of the room. The couple across nodded in agreement, prompting Chen Shu to recognize the inherent hierarchy within the affluent circles. The landlady clearly held a superior status compared to the wealthy couple, who were eager to curry favor with her. After all, she was a prominent figure in Hu City, owning several luxurious properties, including a skyscraper in Lujiazui that housed several publicly listed companies. Yet, Chen Shu remained unperturbed. He had no need to be courteous to anyone. He could speak his mind, regardless of wealth. The landlady continued, "I've heard about your affairs, dear. Men are all the same. You must live as I do, enjoy life. After all, men fear divorce. If they do, you'll claim their assets. What is there to worry about? With children and grandchildren already, we need not concern ourselves." She gestured towards Chen Shu. Look at Brother Chen, so carefree. Chen Shu glanced at the three beautiful women beside him, pondering how this conversation pertained to him. Previously, he had heard from Chu Hong that this family planned to utilize the Eastern unit as a newlywed chamber, but it seemed there were complications at home. He was uncertain of the specifics, but it appeared to be related to romantic entanglements. The elderly man seemed somewhat embarrassed, overshadowed by the landlady's remarks. Yet he dared not retort. The topic was evidently inappropriate for men. Excusing himself for a moment to visit the restroom, Chen Shu invited the staff to serve the next course. The elderly man followed him. Exiting the restroom, they strolled down the corridor, where the man offered Chen Shu a cigar. You're Brother Chen, right? I'm Wang, 3 years your senior. Chen Shu accepted the cigar, recognizing it as a high-end variety. Previously, he had only heard of it, but had never indulged. It dawned on him that this newly wealthy individual differed significantly from those entrenched in old money. He had never considered cigars as a means of flaunting wealth. He had thought a pack of cigarettes sufficed. Chen Shu resolved to diversify his tastes. Taking a puff, he found it delightful. Brother Wang, what is your home situation? Chen Shu inquired with a knowing glance. Wang sighed. Similar to yours, I suppose. I've found myself involved with 2 women outside my marriage, resulting in 2 illegitimate children. When my wife discovered, a scene ensued that disrupted my son's wedding. Now, those 2 women are demanding alimony, which has drained a significant portion of my finances. I can barely afford to maintain a home. Chen Shu was taken aback by Brother Wang's story. Do you regret it? He asked. Wang inhaled deeply. Life is all about experiences. There is no room for regrets. I've never regretted my actions. Young brother, you seem quite seasoned yourself. Despite their first meeting, a sense of camaraderie blossomed between the two. Chen Shu chuckled. He realized he had much to learn from Brother Wang's outlook on life. They returned to the private room, where the women had begun their discussions. Today, Xia Wanting took charge of serving the food, while Kong Fong and Chu Hong adeptly managed the older woman with considerable finesse. Particularly, Chu Hong effortlessly navigated conversations about fashion. When Chen Shu arrived, he found Chu Hong engaged in a discussion with 2 affluent women about the best spas and the skilled techniques of their therapists. During their meal, the women continued the same topic, and only after a few drinks did they broach the subject of pricing. It must be said that the landlady was quite competent. She decisively set the price at 28 million, asserting that it was also the worth of Chen Shu's property, and they wouldn't negotiate lower. She expressed her fondness for Chen Shu, stating that, as a favor to them, she would waive a year's rent for their company. Chen Shu was taken aback, realizing that the landlady was indeed the landlord for this couple. Upon hearing the landlady, Xiajia, make such a generous offer, the Wang couple found it difficult to oppose, as it aligned with market rates. Currently, the luxury housing prices in whose city remained quite robust. Thus, 28 million was somewhat of a bargain, especially considering the rent exemption, which still rendered a profit for the Wang couple. Chen Shu poured a glass for Xiajia, expressing his gratitude. Xiajia, a person of genuine character, blushed slightly from the drink, her thick makeup unable to mask her color, and laughed, saying, "Why thank your own sister, little brother? I appreciate someone like you, who understands. Come, let us toast to this." The 3 women beside them stifled their laughter. Chen Shu felt somewhat helpless. With Xiajia's support, he had no choice but to ingratiate himself further. As the drinks flowed and the atmosphere lightened, Kong Fong produced a design rendering, stating, "Old Chen, this is the architectural design that Song Shang created for you. What do you think?" Chen Shu replied, "Let us take a look." Xiajia and the Wang couple were also intrigued. They had yet to encounter an owner at the Arc de Triomphe who had combined 2 units into one. Either they were lacking in funds or simply unlucky. After all, there were only 2 buildings with such Riverview apartments at the Arc de Triomphe, totaling merely 36 units. Chen Shu was the first in the community to undertake such a venture. Upon reviewing the design, Chen Shu noted its fluidity. The flow of movement and stillness harmoniously coexisted, delineating several spacious areas. Acknowledging Chen Shu's commitment to fitness, a dedicated gym was included in the design. However, Chen Shu silently contemplated removing the gym. After all, who genuinely exercises at home? Were the yoga pants from the gym unappealing? Working out at home lacked allure. The other design elements, however, were quite imaginative and aligned perfectly with Chen Shu's preference for a grand, yet minimalist aesthetic. Xiajia approached for a closer look, exclaiming, "Oh, this design is quite impressive. Little brother, where did you find this designer?" Chen Shu responded, "A friend of a friend, an art student who specializes in architectural design." Xiajia remarked, "Indeed, the design is commendable. Please provide me with his contact information. I have a property beneath my building that I intend to transform into a beauty salon, and I would like him to design it." Chen Shu agreed, thinking that this young man, Song Shang, ought to express his gratitude, as this design not only earned him 200,000, but also brought him additional business. His girlfriend should also extend her thanks to him. The following day, Chen Shu visited the housing authority once more and successfully acquired another property deed. The reward this time was modest, as there didn't appear to be any emotional thresholds involved. After spending 28 million, he received a reward of 50 million. Nevertheless, his funds had now surged to 550 million. Each day, upon awakening, he could still claim 40,000. With little else to occupy his time, shopping became his primary pastime. Now, he possessed 2 prime Riverview apartments in Hu City, a feat he had once only dared to dream of. Chapter 105. Is Brother Chen acquainted with celebrities? After purchasing the 2 apartments, Chen Shu allowed himself a few days of well-deserved rest. Acquiring a home is indeed a monumental milestone in one's life. At 60 years of age, Chen Shu had spent 40 of those years yearning for his own abode. Being a social creature, securing others' recognition was essential, and ownership of a home served as a crucial instrument in that pursuit. He was thoroughly satisfied with Song Sheng's design plans. Chen Shu allocated a renovation budget of 10 million for these 2 apartments. Although the properties were already quite well finished, with combined renovations valued around 5 million, Chen Shu was now all about extravagance. The disparate styles of the 2 apartments were somewhat disconcerting. Thus, he resolved to tear everything down and redesign it in his own aesthetic. Song Sheng's capabilities were evidently impressive. In recent days, he had been busy creating a small garden at the Longtai community. An art student was naturally drawn to such creative tasks, and the results were genuinely artistic. The photos Kong Fong sent daily were quite commendable, with the garden-esque design pleasing the owners immensely. Additionally, a small slide for children had been installed, featuring images hand-painted by Song Sheng himself. It was clear he had invested considerable effort. Kong Fong was also pleased, contemplating whether to provide this young man with a little extra compensation. However, after considering that Chen Shu had already paid 200,000 for a design, she deemed it unnecessary. One couldn't always rely on others. After all, Song Sheng evidently understood this principle. Opportunities for wealth were not guaranteed, but one must seize them when they arise. Soon, a week had passed. The garden at Longtai community was successfully completed, and Kong Fong creatively organized a ribbon-cutting ceremony, marking a promising start for the new property management company and serving as excellent publicity. During the ceremony, Old Lu was present as well, having come to train the elderly security team as the security manager for both Longtai and New City Garden communities. After a week's absence, Old Lu appeared remarkably revitalized, as though he had shed a decade, striding with confidence and speaking with a newfound vigor. According to Kong Fong, since Old Lu became the security and cleaning manager, he had shown remarkable enthusiasm during work hours, not only assisting residents with their parcels, but also helping with waste disposal. He even took care of elderly residents and children who lacked supervision, escorting them to the property management center. The property fees collected from New City International Garden had increased by several households this month. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Old Lu excitedly shared his recent transformations with Chen Shu. Brother Chen, ever since I became the team leader and started earning a monthly salary of 10,000, my back no longer aches, and my legs don't tire. I feel more confident returning home. Standing beside Chen Shu, Old Lu was almost animated. Since the property management had shifted to Chen Shu's leadership, the financial distribution had become quite generous, doubling company benefits and providing numerous perks. Because Old Lu was a person of financial untrustworthiness, he regularly received his salary in cash. With this cash in hand, he found it easier to communicate with his family, whose smiles had multiplied. After all, the monthly salaries of his 3 sons and daughters-in-law paled in comparison to his, allowing him a regal lifestyle at home, where he no longer had to cook, as meals were personally served by his wife, an arrangement reminiscent of the initial years of their marriage. Chen Shu inquired, I heard your sister-in-law is coming over. You didn't agree? Old Lu replied, of course not. She is not as meticulous as I am. We can't have someone like that in our property management center. Manager Kong treats me so well. I can't be like Shirley. Moreover, Manager Kong had mentioned that future hiring would prioritize younger candidates. As the security and cleaning manager, he couldn't set a poor example. Chen Shu smiled and nodded. Excellent. Old Lu, I knew I had chosen wisely. I have heard that you have cultivated an excellent rapport with the property owners and have successfully collected a substantial amount of the management fees. Congratulations, Old Lu. Old Lu responded. Ah, those are just the elderly and children of some owners. We are all people with experience. We understand what the elderly and children need. Manager Kong has established a dining facility for our property center, which often goes underutilized. It's no trouble for us to look after the elderly. After all, empathy is what Manager Kong has taught me. Chen Shu gave a thumbs up. Impressive. You have a bright future ahead. Old Lu, curious, asked. I heard Manager Kong mention that the property center needs to be proactive. Are you planning to establish a chain of property management companies? Is that true? Chen Shu was taken aback. He had taken over these 2 properties merely to give Kong Fong some practical experience. The thought of starting a property management group had never crossed his mind. However, if Kong Fong wished to pursue such an endeavor, he would not oppose it. Whether it could be accomplished would depend on Kong Fong's capabilities. Nevertheless, from the current perspective, the reputation of Daju Property Company was quite commendable. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, he admired the small garden designed by Song Shang, resembling a miniature botanical garden, which had drawn in more residents for leisurely strolls. Just as he was about to head home for a rest, Chen Shu received a call from an unfamiliar number. Curiosity piqued, he answered. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen? Do you remember me?" A familiar voice resonated through the line. After a moment, Chen Shu recalled the celebrity, Yi Jia, back in his hometown. He had nearly been mistaken for a criminal due to an incident involving Yi Jia's grandmother. "Ah, Xiao Jia, of course I remember you. You're the only big star I know," Chen Shu replied. Old Lu was astonished. Brother Chun is truly remarkable. Now he's connected with a celebrity. Incredible. Though he had no idea who this Xiao Jia was. Yi Jia continued on the phone. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Chun. Are you still in Nanchang?" Chen Shu replied. "No. I'm in Hucheng now. Nanchang is essentially my hometown. I plan to develop my career here in Hucheng." Yi Jia seemed quite excited, saying, "Could you come to Hucheng First People's Hospital?" Chen Shu harbored an inexplicable aversion to hospitals, having spent considerable sums each time he visited. Furthermore, it was in a hospital that he learned of his heart condition, which left him with only 2 years to live. A trip to the hospital was rarely a pleasant affair. Curiously, he asked, "What is the matter? Is your grandmother hospitalized?" Yi Jia explained, "My grandmother was admitted 2 days ago and has been refusing to eat or drink. Her Alzheimer's has worsened, and she keeps mistaking me for my mother. Searching for my father. I am truly at my wit's end. Could you pretend to be my father and persuade her to eat? I am so sorry to trouble you." Initially, Chen Shu assumed that his connection with a star like Yi Jia would be minimal. After all, Nanchang was a rather impoverished place, and as a second-tier celebrity, Yi Jia could hardly remain there permanently. Yet, he was taken aback to receive a call from her. "All right, please provide me with the ward number, and I will come to assist," he replied. After all, this concerned the life of an elderly woman, making it difficult for him to refuse. Yi Jia gratefully informed him. Thank you. She is in the last care ward, room 6. Chapter 106, Playing the Son. "Xiao Yi, who is this? Let me handle it. I can pretend to be the old lady's son. We can both impersonate your parents. It would work perfectly." In the hospital room, a man resembling Yi Jia spoke. Yi Jia furrowed her elegant brows and said, "Haven T, I made myself clear? Tang Xiao, you one T do. Your demeanor is too far removed from my father's. You can leave now." Tang Xiao was her classmate from the Imperial Capital Art Academy. After graduation, he became a manager, aiding stars with their business dealings and daily lives. This was assigned by the company, and Yi Jia had no choice but to accept it. However, since she completed filming a popular crime drama, Tang Xiao's pursuit of her had grown increasingly bold, which had become quite bothersome for her. Part of the reason for her trip to Nanchang was to escape him. Yet, due to her grandmother's illness, she had no choice but to enlist his help in securing a hospital bed, thus inadvertently allowing this annoying man to stick around. Tang Xiao remained cheeky. "Your grandmother just got admitted. How could I leave? You need me to take care of her? You can't even drive. It's simply inconvenient." At that moment, Yi Jia truly regretted her decision to give up learning to drive. Sigh. She fervently hoped that Uncle Chun would arrive soon, viewing him as her savior. Ever since turning 40, Chen Shu had been visiting the hospital 2 or 3 times a year. However, in recent visits, he was not the patient himself. It was customary to bring gifts when visiting a patient. He purchased some fruits, not extravagant by any means. As a second-tier celebrity, Yi Jia surely had encountered numerous fine items. As anyone who could navigate the hedonistic entertainment industry was no ordinary person. Upon arriving at the quiet care ward, he knocked on the door. Shortly after, a fashionable man adorned with earrings opened the door, his eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Chen Shu. He hadn't expected the person Yi Jia referred to as uncle to appear so youthful. The age difference seemed negligible. Was this truly an uncle? Or was he of a higher generation? Strikingly, this man was even more handsome than he was, possessing a charming aura that could easily qualify him as a star. Was this the ordinary person Yi Jia had met in a small county? Hardly ordinary. Observing the fruit basket Chen Shu carried, the man regarded him with a hint of disdain. "I'm looking for Yi Jia," Chen Shu stated. Inside the ward, upon hearing this, Yi Jia exclaimed with delight, "Uncle Chun has arrived. Come in, come in." Entering, Chen Shu set down the fruit basket and noticed the elderly woman lying on the bed, receiving a glucose drip in her sleep. In such a short span of time, she had lost considerable weight. "Has the old lady lost so much weight?" Chen Shu inquired. Yi Jia replied, "Her memory is deteriorating. The doctor said her condition will only worsen. For now, I can only accompany her in this charade." Yi Jia had acted for over a decade, yet she found herself struggling in front of family. Chen Shu nodded. This reminded him of his own mother-esque condition. As people age, they often find themselves reminiscing about their youth, unable to escape their memories of people and events, grappling with guilt and regret. In old age, individuals do not lament what they have done, but rather what they have failed to do. The elderly lady was caught in that very regret. Unable to fulfill her son's love, now desperately trying to compensate. Who could she blame? In her youth, she had not been innocent either, forcing her children apart. Yet, during that era, societal norms were more rigid, and true love was a rare luxury. Even Chen Shu's first marriage was arranged by a matchmaker. He never imagined that. More than 20 years after his mother's passing, he would once again assume the role of someone's son. Fortunately, the elderly lady was already in her 80s, placing her in the same generation as Chen Shu's aunts. Should we wake her to implement the plan? Chen Shu asked, glancing at the untouched bowl of porridge, still steaming beside her. It seemed the elderly lady had only just fallen asleep without having eaten. Yi Jie gently tucked a strand of her pristine hair behind her ear and softly shook the elderly lady, testing the waters. Grandma, Grandma, look who has come. The old woman, despite her light slumber, slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Chen Shu, her eyes sparkled with recognition, and her voice brimmed with excitement. Chen Xian, you have finally returned. With that, she lunged forward, her hands reaching out to touch Chen Shu's face. He found the sensation somewhat prickly. Her hands resembled the rough bark of a gnarled tree, yet within her murky gaze lay genuine affection. It was evident that she regarded Chen Shu as her own son. Yes, Grandma, I am back. Come, let us have a meal first, Chen Shu replied, still unable to call her mother. It felt too awkward. In his 2 decades of life, he had only cried out for his mother at her grave and had never uttered the word since. Yi Jie, however, bore no resentment. Instead, she expressed her gratitude and chimed in, Mother, Chen Xian has returned. We will hold our wedding tonight. You must eat first to gather your strength. The elderly lady glanced at Yi Jie and said, Wang Jing, I am so sorry. I feel guilty that you can still recognize me as your mother. On this day, I shall witness your union. Tears welled in the old woman's eyes as she sat on her hospital bed. Chen Shu scooped up a bowl of congee and fed it to her. Surprisingly, her appetite sparked, and she began to drink the congee eagerly, savoring each sip. Yi Jie sighed with relief, her chest rising and falling. The doctor had warned that the old woman's health was at its breaking point, sustained only by glucose, without nourishment. She might soon slip into a state of near death. Now, with a bowl of congee consumed, the frail color in her face began to return. Tang Chao, who had been observing, was taken aback. Could this person truly have such an effect? He had called out Mother numerous times that morning, yet it had failed to rouse her. But this individual arrived and achieved it effortlessly? It seemed too far-fetched. Was he, a graduate of performance art, truly of no use? Yi Jie cleared the dishes and turned to Chen Shu, saying, Thank you. Not at all, Chen Shu replied. Tang Chao interjected. All right, the old lady has spoken. You can take your leave now, uncle. We will manage from here. The emphasis on uncle was laden with disdain. Chen Shu sensed the hostility and, glancing at Yi Jie, understood the situation. How could a star of Yi Jie's caliber lack admirers? Tang Chao had long perceived that Yi Jie and Chen Shu seemed to connect better than he did, igniting a sense of rivalry within him. This old man did not appear to be benign. Yi Jie introduced, This is my manager, arranged by the company, and also a classmate from my university's drama department. This is Mr. Chen. You may refer to him as Uncle Chen. Tang Chao said, Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your assistance today. Is this the part where you serve tea and dismiss me? Before Chen Shu could respond, the elderly lady interjected, Young man, did my son offend you? This is a matter for our family of 3. What concern is it of yours? Who are you? I do not recognize you. Why are you here? Leave. Tang Chao was speechless. What was going on with this old woman? He had been the one bustling about, bringing her to the hospital and organizing her care. Now she had forgotten him? How unreasonable. Chapter 107. Stars do not earn much. Yi Jie added, That's enough, Tang Chao. There's nothing more for you to do here. You should return to the company. Chen Shu also sensed the young man's animosity. However, he found Tang Chao unappealing. Ever since he had entered the hospital room, the young man had been subtly trying to push him out. It was clear he was Yi Jie's sycophant, exhibiting a possessive streak. What could a 60-year-old man like him possibly share with Yi Jie? Today was merely a facade. Chen Shu found himself disliking the young man, not for any particular reason, but rather because, although he was not a little yellow-haired youth, his demeanor reminded Chen Shu of Luo Jiahao, provoking an urge to strike him with a brick. Tang Chao protested. Why should I leave? Who will run errands for you? Yi Jie replied, No need for your help. Uncle Chen can assist me. Chen Shu nodded. I typically have little to occupy my time. Helping Xiao Jie is no trouble at all. Young man, you may depart. Youth should prioritize their careers and attend to their own affairs. Tang Chao was taken aback, realizing he had become an outsider. Despite having known Yi Jie for over a decade, he wanted to linger, but the elderly lady provided further encouragement. Young man, my son and daughter-in-law have finally reunited. What purpose do you serve here? What connection do you have to our family? The old lady had certainly mastered the art of dismissing others. Feeling out of place, Tang Chao, despite his thick skin, huffed at Chen Shu and left. Yi Jie explained, this manager was arranged by the company. My status isn't high enough to refuse him. He has some familial ties with the board members of the entertainment company I'm with. So I cannot turn him down. Chen Shu replied, then perhaps consider switching to another entertainment company. Yi Jie countered, switching companies is not a simple matter. Contracts have been signed, and the company has invested substantial resources. It is impossible to change companies before the contract expires. Some actors remain bound to their agencies for life. As they conversed, the old lady, feeling a sense of fullness, began to feel sleepy. Yi Jie gently tucked her in. Chen Shu curiously asked, Xiaojie, do you not hold any resentment towards your grandmother? After all, it was she who forced your parents apart. Your father is abroad, and your mother passed away in despair, leaving you to learn to navigate life alone at a young age, starting with minor roles in university. It is disheartening to think that all of this could have been avoided. Yi Jie smiled, revealing a side of herself that differed from her on-screen persona. Since meeting her, Chen Shu had taken to purchasing memberships to watch her dramas and films. Eager to discover the differences between the star he saw on screen and the woman before him in reality. To his surprise, there were indeed distinctions. In real life, Yi Jie's smile, with its delicate arch, was even more captivating than on screen, exuding a genuine warmth that evoked memories of his first love. She was, without a doubt, more beautiful than the 18-year-old Feng Yun. Yi Jie continued, in that tumultuous era, from my grandmother's perspective, she acted without fault. My father's family was somewhat unique. Despite having survived that chaotic period, they still faced social stigma, resulting in significant familial changes. My family arranged for my father to marry the daughter of a city executive, a childhood friend who also harbored feelings for him. Had my mother not entered the picture, they would indeed have made a suitable pair. However, my mother's arrival disrupted all of my grandmother's plans, and after I was born, the conflicts only intensified. Chen Shu sat by the hospital bed, listening to Yi Jie recount her family's story. She was indeed a woman with a narrative. He discerned that Yi Jie was rational, acknowledging that her grandmother's choices were not entirely wrong. In an era devoid of freedom and love, it was merely a matter of differing social standings. The tale was rather captivating. Chen Shu gazed at the elderly woman lying in the bed, realizing that her obsession had led her to a lifetime of regret. Unable to escape the memories of her past, he had resolved to approach life with a mindset of playfulness, determined not to follow the same path as the old lady. At times, even if mistakes are made, the past remains in the past and should not be dwelled upon. After all, there is a beautiful granddaughter by one's side. Is there not? After Yi Jie spoke, she picked up her phone and began searching for a caregiver on a domestic service app. Subsequently, she quietly stepped onto the balcony to make a call for inquiries. Chen Shu discerned that, despite the famous actress having taken a month off, she still had numerous work commitments awaiting her, such as the life of a star, perpetually busy with little time to attend to others. Reflecting on this, Chen Shu suddenly recalled that he had a nursing home at his disposal. Arranging for the elderly lady there would pose no difficulty. Just a couple of days prior, Su Xiaodong had invited Chen Shu to visit the nursing home, as although he was not the legal owner, there had been a verbal agreement in place. Su Xiaodong was quite responsible, not like some who, after receiving payment, would act as though they were strangers, treating their grandsons as mere acquaintances when it came to repayment. Yet, Chen Shu found little interest in the nursing home. Perhaps it was due to his advancing age, but he had an instinctive aversion to places filled with the elderly. He preferred environments brimming with youthful vigor, particularly those with young women. Noticing Yi Jie hanging up her phone, Chen Shu suggested, would it not be better to simply send your grandmother to the nursing home? You could visit her there. Yi Jie replied, I certainly considered that. But the services at most nursing homes are subpar. I fear they may not care for my grandmother properly, and the reputable ones are prohibitively expensive. I do not have much money left. Chen Shu was taken aback. How is it possible that a star like you is short on funds? Yi Jie explained, my pay is not substantial. Previously, it was only a few $100,000, and I am not even the leading actress. My endorsement fees are split with the company. So what money do I truly have? I still rent my apartment in whose city. Earning $1 to $2 million a year is commendable. Chen Shu was astonished. He had not anticipated that even a star could be financially constrained. Yi Jie, being a top-tier second-tier celebrity, should have garnered more income. She had not been very well known before, often landing supporting roles, and her current role in the Criminal Investigation Bureau was merely that of a secondary female character. If it weren't for her classic image, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and possessing a delicate, intellectual aura, She might not even be considered a top-tier second-tier star. She had only recently begun to gain prominence, yet now she found herself burdened with the responsibility of caring for her grandmother, a rather disheartening predicament, akin to being abruptly cast down during a rise to success. If I were to say that I have a nursing home, would that interest you? Chen Shu inquired. Yi Jia's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at him. She had heard of Chen Shu's story, even in Nanjing County, initially assuming he was merely a small-time wealthy individual dabbling in real estate. However, she was taken aback to discover that he lived in the same city as her, in whose city, and on top of that, he owned a nursing home. Could such coincidences exist in life? Or was this a divine blessing, a sign that Chen Shu would always come to her aid during her most helpless moments? Was this fate? Chapter 108. This must be a ceremony of vows. Is it appropriate? Yi Jia felt a surge of excitement. She did not wish to take advantage of him. She was merely surprised. Chen Shu reassured her, "It's all part of my own business. There's no issue of appropriateness here. It's simply a matter of providing for one more mouth to feed. Moreover, I do not operate this nursing home solely for myself. I am merely assisting a friend. Rest assured, my friend possesses excellent character and will care for your grandmother very well. After all, I share a bond with her, even if only a fictitious mother-son connection. It is merely a matter of fulfilling filial duty." Yi Jia felt a wave of comfort wash over her upon hearing this. She had not realized that Chen Shu was genuinely willing to assist her. It was essentially a simple task for him, which she did not find very objectionable. Furthermore, the process of hiring a caregiver required considerable scrutiny, which indeed could be quite cumbersome. She was more inclined to trust Chen Shu. "All right," Yi Jia said. "Thank you, Uncle Chen." Chen Shu responded, "We are all family here. There's no need for thanks." Yi Jia felt a blush creep onto her cheeks at this remark. Family? She recalled the fibs she and Chen Shu had spun in front of her grandmother, and it seemed as though they were indeed a couple. While they were conversing, the elderly lady stirred awake again. As one ages, such occurrences become common. Short naps are frequent. She appeared somewhat dazed, and upon waking, she exclaimed, "Why haven't you two completed your wedding vows yet? Hurry home and do so. I'll notify your daughters." With that, she began to furiously dial her phone. To her surprise, she was indeed calling her two daughters. "You must come over tonight. Your brother and Wang Jing are getting wed. How can you, as sisters, be absent? Make sure to be here." The elderly lady's memory had become muddled. Her daughters, recognizing that their mother was experiencing another episode, responded affirmatively but knew well that they could not come. They were unaware of their mother's whereabouts. Yi Jia felt quite helpless. Surely, she wouldn't have to truly marry Uncle Chen, would she? Chen Shu mused to himself. Why is this elderly lady in such a hurry when I am not? Yi Jia called for a doctor to examine her grandmother. Fortunately, the elderly lady's health appeared stable. She was quite robust, merely a bit weak from having been hungry for a few days. After a few days of rest, she would be fine. The doctor, having recognized Yi Jia as the star's granddaughter, expressed his gratitude for her attentive care. He glanced at Chen Shu, surprised, and wondered who this man was. Could he possibly be Yi Jia's secret boyfriend? If this news were to break, it would undoubtedly create a sensation in the entertainment industry, especially since Yi Jia had just risen to fame with her iconic golden-rimmed glasses and captivating beauty. Yi Jia sighed with relief and thanked the doctor. Chen Shu then inquired, "Can we discharge her now?" The doctor replied, "Certainly. Just ensure she consumes light, nutritious meals. While she is currently weak, overloading her with nutrients might be detrimental to her health." Yi Jia nodded in agreement. Chen Shu suggested, "In that case, let us first visit the nursing home and see if your grandmother would be satisfied there." Yi Jia concurred, recognizing that she could not provide constant care for her grandmother. A visit to the nursing home was imperative. Chen Shu then called Su Xiaodong. Coincidentally, Su Xiaodong was at the hospital, having just accompanied Lu Feng through treatment. Upon receiving Chen Shu's call, she awaited him at the hospital entrance. Chen Shu arrived in his luxury vehicle to pick her up. Upon noticing Yi Jia and the elderly lady in the back seat, Su Xiaodong was momentarily taken aback. She recognized Yi Jia, despite being a few years older, having seen her in videos. The fact that Chen Shu, whom she had known as a mere editor, was now associated with a famous actress was astonishing. Chen Shu introduced, "This is Xiaotong. She is a couple of years older than you. Just call her Sister Tong. Her mother was a former colleague of mine, and the nursing home is essentially hers." He continued, "And this is Yi Jia. You should be familiar with her." Su Xiaodong immediately responded, "Yes, of course. My daughter is currently following Yi Jia's drama." Yi Jia greeted, "Hello, Sister Tong." Su Xiaodong's mood had lightened considerably compared to when she first saw Chen Shu. Her sallow complexion had improved, and her smiles had become more frequent. "Hello, miss. May I request your autograph and a photograph?" Yi Jia asked with a gentle laugh. "Of course," came the reply. The atmosphere inside the car had transformed into a scene of fervent adoration. The longevity home. A nursing facility that Su Xiaodong and her husband had established was situated in a picturesque area connecting the outskirts of whose city to the main urban center, offering an excellent environment just under an hour's drive from the city core. Initially, an investment of 1 million was made, and currently, over 50 elderly residents were being cared for by more than 30 staff members. However, profits were modest, primarily sustained through subsidies. Su Xiaotong felt a twinge of embarrassment. Acknowledging that the 3 million Chen Shu had invested had resulted in a non-profitable nursing home, which was undeniably a loss. Yet, Chen Shu was indifferent to this. As long as there was no need for him to invest further, he was content. Naturally, he would not mind additional funding, for this was a rare sanctuary. Removed from the clamor of whose city while still enjoying its conveniences, a splendid location indeed. Yi Jia was also quite pleased with the establishment. After stepping outside, the elderly matriarch inhaled the fresh air, her spirits lifted, and to everyone's surprise, she did not exhibit any signs of illness, engaging with her contemporaries instead. She then picked up some old newspapers to peruse. Yi Jia felt reassured. The elderly lady's condition appeared stable. Moreover, the caregivers, aged in their 40s and 50s, seemed to possess amiable dispositions. Chen Shu reflected that both Su Xiaodong and her husband exhibited commendable character, suggesting that the caregivers were likely of similar caliber. It truly was a commendable nursing home. Among the residents, several sprightly elderly gentlemen could be spotted fishing by the pond outside the facility. Their sons all have stable jobs and reside in whose city. They simply come here for a few days each month to unwind, Su Xiaotong explained. Chen Shu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that most nursing homes were financially unsustainable and that they had managed to generate some profit indicated their capability. Su Xiaodong added, "We are capable, yet it is still insufficient to repay Uncle Chen." Chen Shu replied, "Let us not speak of money. That is a matter between your mother and me. Your focus should remain on managing the nursing home. Since you have embarked on this venture, tend to it diligently. The profits need not be returned to me. They should be utilized here." Yi Jia was somewhat impressed by Chen Shu's words. Initially, she had assumed he was merely a wealthy businessman, but it now appeared he possessed aspirations and commendable character. She felt a sense of relief knowing her grandmother was in good hands. After spending the afternoon at the nursing home, Yi Jia and Su Xiaodong went about arranging the elderly lady's room. Given Chen Shu's involvement, they were assured that the caregivers would provide attentive care. However, during moments of confusion due to her illness, they would need to accompany her in role-playing. Meanwhile, Chen Shu took to fishing at the pond with the other gentlemen, effortlessly catching the most fish. He observed that many of the older men would doze off while fishing, only to awaken to find their bait devoured, an inevitable occurrence. Once the arrangements for the elderly lady were completed, Yi Jia insisted on covering the expenses. After some discussion, they agreed upon a monthly fee of 2,000 yuan. Su Xiaodong, unsure of Yi Jia's relationship with Chen Shu, hesitated to charge more, thinking, what if she becomes the future matron? Who would dare take money from the matron? Chen Shu interjected, 2,000 is sufficient. Any more would be inappropriate. Accepting too much from the elderly lady might shorten my lifespan. Yi Jia ceased to press the matter further. Originally, it was intended for the elderly lady to reside here, and she was lucid enough to realize her granddaughter was a busy star. However, as they prepared to slip away quietly, the elderly lady's confusion resurfaced. Chun Xian, Wang Jing. Why haven't you had your wedding ceremony yet? It seemed her fixation on the wedding ceremony was an unshakable aspect of her condition. Chapter 109, All Roommates. This ceremony must be held. Yi Jia could do nothing but acquiesce to her grandmother's wishes. Very well, we shall hold the ceremony tonight. In the elderly lady's mind, genuine marriage could only be validated through such a ritual, rendering this symbolic act an obsession. The elderly lady continued, invite your sister as well. Chen Shu was taken aback. Where was he to find a sister? Yi Jia's aunt resided in Hang City and could not attend. Moreover, who among their relatives would act in a play for an 80-year-old woman? After some thought, Chen Shu said, all right, I will call my sister over, and perhaps a few others to liven things up. Yi Jia suggested, shall I invite a few people too? Chen Shu replied, do you know anyone in whose city? Yi Jia mentioned, I have a few actor friends who could perform. Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Actors can be quite troublesome. I have family who should suffice. They are of a similar age to the elderly lady, so it will work well. They are not outsiders. And I won't owe anyone a favor. Dealing with actors can be quite the hassle. Yi Jia nodded in agreement. While actors might be friends, their relationships were often rooted in mutual benefit. The entertainment industry thrived on resources and influence. Who would repay favors for a mere role in a play? Yi Jia herself had limited resources, merely beginning to experience a spark of success. I appreciate your help, she said. As evening fell, Chen Shu invited Chu Hong, Xiao Wanding, and Kong Fong to portray the two sisters and family. The elderly lady was not overly concerned with the specifics. What mattered was that the ceremony was conducted properly. This was a matter she had regretted for half her life, and she need not dwell on the details. As the car approached the Triumph Gate, Yi Jie was taken aback. You live here? Chen Shu nodded. Yes, why not? It's not that. I know a director resides here, quite famous and wealthy. When will I ever live in such a place? Yi Jie expressed her envy. She too cherished the idea of living in a grand flat with a view of the river. Although her rented apartment offered a partial view, it paled in comparison to the unobstructed panorama from Triumph Gate. After a long day of filming, she relished sitting on her balcony, gazing at the river. Chen Shu remarked. INT noticed there were directors in the complex. Upon arriving at the garage, Yi Jie's envy deepened. The residences within the Triumph Gate complex were tiered. The first two buildings housed Chen Shu's expansive flat, comprising only 10 floors. The subsequent buildings were smaller and designed for 2 households per floor, lacking the exclusivity of 1 unit per floor, due to their scarcity and grandeur. It was no surprise that the residents of the first 2 buildings were either affluent or elite. The director Yi Jie mentioned lived in the smaller buildings, with each unit priced around 10 million yuan. Yi Jie was awed by Chen Shu's financial standing. Upon entering his flat, she exclaimed, "It's beautiful." She was immediately captivated by the expansive balcony. It is now night, and the scenic view of the river in the bustling city is beyond description. The nightscape of this metropolis is indeed remarkable. Encountering such beauty inevitably stirs one's emotions. The elderly lady wears a smile on her face, albeit her mind remains somewhat muddled. Kong Fong, Chu Hong, and Xia Wanning have already taken their places. Kong Fong is acquainted with Yi Jie. They have dined together in Nanjing and taken photographs. However, Chu Hong and Xia Wanning are both astonished. Who could have anticipated that Chen Shu would truly bring back a prominent star? Yi Jie has recently risen to fame, possessing striking beauty and an innate bone structure that is rare in the entertainment industry, let alone in reality. A true gem, a graduate of the prestigious Beijing Film Academy. She is certainly not an ordinary person. That exquisite, elongated neck, who could resist its allure? The 3 women are filled with envy. With such clavicles and an aura about her, it is no wonder she is a star. Logically speaking, with Chu Hong and Xia Wanning in the house, Chen Shu is already enjoying the finer things in life. Yet, who could refuse someone of Yi Jie's caliber, akin to a national banquet? Yi Jie, equally surprised, notes the rarity of a woman as cultured as Chu Hong. And the beauty of both Chu Hong and Xia Wanting is indeed a rarity. This Uncle Chen possesses a certain charm, it seems, with 2 stunning beauties gracing his home. Yi Jie, having been in the industry, is familiar with such situations. It is not uncommon for some to flaunt their affection openly. Adding to that her trust in Chen Shu's character, she maintains a composed demeanor, yet she did not expect the presence of these 2 lovely women at Uncle Chen's home. Chen Shu remarks, they are all friends and roommates. Roommates? Yi Jie chuckles inwardly, wondering what kind of act Uncle Chen is putting on. Xia Wanting, cheerful and straightforward, speaks first. Sister Yi, it's such a pleasure to finally meet you in person. You are even more beautiful than on television. Where are your glasses? You would look even better wearing them. Yi Jie replies with a smile. Wearing glasses makes me too recognizable, and it can be quite troublesome. Xia Wanning nods in understanding. Indeed, being recognized as a celebrity can be quite a hassle. Yi Jie, who was not very famous before, did not have to guard against lurking reporters, but now she must be cautious of paparazzi, lest her being photographed with Chen Shu leads to misunderstandings of being a kept woman. Speculation rarely arises from a positive perspective. Even a normal romantic relationship could be misconstrued as an arrangement for financial support. After all, her background in the entertainment industry makes her a target for such assumptions. The 4 women complement each other beautifully, and Chen Shu revels in the moment. However, today is primarily about business. Let us proceed to the next room to pay our respects to the elderly lady. Our current decor is not suitable, Chen Shu suggests. The adjacent room is splendidly adorned, fitting for the ceremonial occasion. It serves as a final utilization of the space before renovations. Yi Jie inquires curiously, next door? Which next door? Chen Shu explains. It's the west unit. We are in the east unit. The decor styles differ, but we can simply pass through the balcony. The balconies of the 2 units are connected by a privacy glass partition. Since Chen Shu is the sole owner, he has instructed the property management to remove the partition, allowing direct access to the neighboring unit, greatly enhancing convenience. Yi Jie is taken aback by this revelation. While she knew Chen Shu was affluent, she did not realize he owned 2 apartments in the Arc de Triomphe. Such a large residence. Can you truly occupy it all? It seems rather extravagant, she remarks. Chen Shu responds, who would complain about having too much space? If you fancy it, you are welcome to move in. I wouldn't charge you rent. Yi Jie teases, oh? Me? What? Is 3 sisters not enough for you? Chu Hong and Xia Wanting exchange glances filled with longing. Kong Fong, momentarily stunned, interjects, hold on. Why am I involved in this? Chapter 110, Always Welcome. Chen Shu chuckles. What does it matter if there's one more roommate? We are all friends here. Having an extra roommate is no trouble, especially since my residence is spacious enough. Indeed, the place is vast. Once combined and renovated, it boasts 6 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, 2 kitchens, and 4 bathrooms, easily accommodating an entire family. Yi Jia, radiantly supporting the elderly lady, remains silent. The elderly lady is in high spirits today, surrounded by her son, daughter-in-law, and daughter, enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. Chen Shu has arranged for a sumptuous feast to be laid out on the dining table, even having the property management put up 2 red banners on the windows to enhance the festive ambience. Having lived for 60 years and been married twice, Chen Shu finds himself feeling somewhat anxious today. After all, who would ever want a divorce if they had a daughter-in-law like Yi Jia? Chu Hong and Xia Wanting are aware that they are merely playing along with Yi Jia and Chen Shu's act. Their roles are as Chen Shu's sisters, while Kong Fong plays a relative. Once everyone is seated, the elderly lady addresses the gathering. Today is the day Spring Xian and Wang Jing are to wed. My dear daughters, say a few words of congratulations to your brother. Chu Hong and Xia Wanting are momentarily taken aback, surprised to find they have lines to deliver. Yi Jia casts a pleading look. After a moment of thought, Chu Hong states, May you and your sister-in-law share a heart and grow old together. Xia Wanting chimes in, wishing you a harmonious union and early blessings of children. Kong Fong adds, May your hearts be united forever. This is the first time Yi Jia has experienced such blessings. Previously, the congratulatory phrases were filled with glitz and glamour. Today marks a significant milestone, akin to a debutante's first appearance, and her cheeks flush with shyness. Seeing such bashfulness from Yi Jia is a first for Chen Shu, leaving him momentarily mesmerized. This is a sight unseen on screen. Chen Shu cannot let this moment pass without comment. Blinking, he suggests, How about we share a cup of wine? Yi Jia retorts, Are you adding more theatrics, old man? The elderly lady interjects, Indeed, sharing a cup of wine is a must. It's tradition. Yi Jia, left with no choice, raises her glass and links her wrist with Chen Shu's, completing the ceremonial act. The elderly lady remains silent, quietly wiping away tears. Yi Jia assumes she is simply moved. However, the elderly lady gently states, Thank you, young man, for bringing such beautiful girls. You have helped me fulfill my wish. Yi Jia is taken aback, blushing as she responds, Grandma, are you lucid? The elderly lady, with a soft voice, replies, I have been clear-headed since I walked through that door. I know you are all deceiving me, but I chose not to reveal it. However, this young man does bear a resemblance to your father from back in the day. Young man, let us toast together. Chen Shu feels somewhat awkward being referred to as a young man, realizing the elderly lady has forgotten he is 60. Nevertheless, he raises his glass, saying, To you, dear lady, I apologize for not portraying your son well. I hope you will be understanding. After downing a glass, the elderly lady's complexion becomes rosy, despite the doctor's advice against alcohol. Yet today is indeed special, and Yi Jia cannot dissuade her. The elderly lady declares, Though the son was poorly portrayed, the son-in-law can be played well. Little Jia has grown up. You seem to be of a similar age, and quite handsome too. Why not marry our little Jia? Chen Shu nearly chokes on his drink, astonished that the elderly lady, while muddled, attempted to matchmake them, and now, in clarity, is still doing so. This elderly lady is truly formidable. Yi Jia blushes as she protests, Grandma, please do not meddle in matters of the heart. Uncle Chun has someone. The elderly lady remarked, As long as you remain unmarried, there is still hope, Shao Jia. When you encounter someone you like, you must pursue them bravely and never give up. You should learn a thing or two from your parents. Yi Jia nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. Now, let us eat. Chen Shu interjected, Elderly lady, let the young people handle their own affairs. There is no need for you to worry. Just take care of your health. How is the nursing home today? The elderly lady nodded. It's quite nice and clean. I appreciate cleanliness. It's a suitable place for me. So do remember to visit me regularly. Chen Shu reassured her, Rest assured, we will visit you often. The elderly lady had 1 son and 2 daughters. Her son had vanished abroad in the early 1990s, and her 2 daughters were not fond of her, reluctant to care for her. She felt incredibly lonely, yet hoped for visitors. Satisfied, the elderly lady sipped some wine and nibbled on a few dishes before reclining in her chair, feeling drowsy. Yi Jia assisted her into the bedroom, watching as the elderly lady fell into a peaceful slumber. At the door, Chen Shu asked, How is she? Yi Jia replied, She is asleep. It's the first time I've seen Grandma sleep so soundly, as if she has laid down her burdens. Thank you, Uncle Chun. Chen Shu thought that since they had already exchanged vows and shared a ceremonial drink, it would be inappropriate to continue calling him uncle, as it could hinder their relationship. He said, Let us drop the uncle. Just call me Lao Chun. Otherwise, you might inadvertently age me. Yijia laughed. Are you afraid of getting old? You look no different from the young ones. Chen Shu spoke softly. There is indeed a difference. I have lived for 60 years, after all. Yijia responded. All right. Lao Chun, since my grandmother is here, I can only stay here. I hope it won't be too inconvenient for you. Initially, Chen Shu did not grasp her implication, but soon realized she was subtly reminding him of Chu Hong and Xiao Wanting. Clearing his throat, he replied, There's nothing inconvenient about it. You are welcome to come anytime, even if the elderly lady isn't here. My door is always open for you. Yijia teased. You aren't harboring any ill intentions, are you? After all, I am a star. Chen Shu, currently in a carefree state, responded candidly. You've likely encountered more in the entertainment industry than I have. You understand men better than I do. To say I have no thoughts would be disingenuous. I am, after all, a normal man. He then shifted the conversation. But our meeting is indeed fate. Without that layer of relationship, we are still friends. And it's quite normal for friends to stay at each other's homes. Isn't it? Yijia had been supporting herself since she was 18, taking on small roles. Upon entering the prestigious Beijing Film Academy and becoming the belle of the acting department, she had encountered men of various ages and intentions, from seasoned veterans to wealthy heirs. She had seen them all. Yet, they often came across as hypocritical, speaking noble words while harboring ulterior motives. Chen Shu's straightforwardness, however, won her considerable favor. This man indeed possessed a certain charm. No wonder his home was graced by two beauties who were equal to her. Ding. The host does not conceal their innermost thoughts. Speaking candidly in the presence of high-quality opposite sex. Reward. 1 bottle of charm potion, charm level 5. This reward felt somewhat regrettable, compared to the charm potion. Chen Shu desired the allure potion even more. After all, it is a person's charm that captivates. However, charm is also beneficial, enhancing one's overall appeal. The two are ultimately intertwined. Yijia said, All right, I'll remember your words. If there comes a day when I have nowhere to stay, I will seek you out. Chen Shu replied, You will always be welcome. Chapter 111. Has Xiao Song lost his way? Yijia and the elderly lady stayed for 2 days. Initially, they intended to send the elderly lady to the nursing home after just one night, but Yijia particularly enjoyed sitting on the balcony, gazing at the river view and listening to music, wanting to spend more time with her grandmother. To Chen Shu's surprise, the elderly lady had not experienced any health issues during her 2-day stay. Perhaps her heart was unburdened and her spirits lifted, leading to a decrease in her ailments. Elderly individuals often manifest their emotional states quite vividly. After 2 days, Chen Shu and Yijia took the elderly lady back to the nursing home. They had no choice. Yijia had an upcoming engagement, and a film role suited for her had materialized. Although the investment was modest, Yijia had been working on television dramas for years with little recognition. Now, seizing this opportunity, she aimed to transition into film, broadening her acting repertoire. Hoping to elevate her career, being tethered to her grandmother at this juncture would not be ideal. The elderly lady, fond of her understanding granddaughter, even suggested going to the nursing home. On the way back from the nursing home, Yijia slumped into the passenger seat beside Chen Shu. Caring for the elderly was genuinely exhausting, especially when dealing with a forgetful lady. Where do you live? Chen Shu inquired. Yijia replied, Jelly Community. Where's that? Chen Shu asked with curiosity. Yijia explained, It's an inconspicuous community, but it's close to the subway station, making it convenient for my work. Chen Shu refrained from inviting Yijia to stay at his place. Such matters could be mentioned once or twice, but discussing them further could imply ulterior motives. Although Chen Shu preferred a lively atmosphere, Yijia's status was different. She was not comparable to Chu Hong or Xiao Wanting. The entertainment industry is a murky sea, and few maintain their integrity like Yijia. Chen Shu had come to understand, especially after acquiring the system, that there are significant differences between women. Jelly Community was on the outskirts of Jing'an District, far from the river view, making it less appealing. Chen Shu also realized that being a star did not guarantee wealth. The key lay in investing in dramas and films for profit. Previously, Yijia was not even a second-tier actress, earning only a few $100,000 for a drama, leaving her with savings of merely a few million. No wonder some actors claimed that when they were broke, they had only $1 million left in their accounts. Comparatively, $1 million was quite meager for an actor. Upon arriving at Jelly Community, the neighborhood resembled the one Chen Shu had previously worked in, rather ordinary. Who would expect a star to reside here? Yet, it was reasonable. After all, this was Hu City, where anything was possible. After dropping Yijia off at her community, Chen Shu returned to the Triumph Gate and called Song Sheng. A week ago, he had asked Song Sheng to design his house, and Chen Shu was quite satisfied, though some details remained unrefined, such as the brands of certain furniture. Chen Shu had high standards, necessitating custom high-end brands for some items. A week had passed. He wondered how Song Sheng had progressed. The Longtai community garden had been completed for several days, and it was about time to finalize his design plans for the 2 apartments. When the call connected, Chen Shu asked, "Xiao Song, how is the design for my 2 apartments coming along?" On the other end, Song Sheng's voice sounded distant and somewhat anxious. Panting as he spoke, "Mr. Chen, your design plan is ready. I will send it to you shortly." Chen Shu was curious, sensing that someone was nearby. A woman's voice softly speaking, though he couldn't make out what was said. Chen Shu thought, the young man is quite energetic. It's still midday. It was not a weekend, so were both of them not working? Chen Shu remarked, "All right, let me take a look first. If it's feasible, how about you take charge of the renovation for my 2 apartments?" The young couple murmured softly to each other. Chen Shu, disliking eavesdropping, didn't pay much attention. However, Song Sheng soon interjected, "Mr. Chen, leave the design to me, but for the renovation supervision, it would be better to entrust that to a professional company." Chen Shu was taken aback. "Xiao Song, I'm paying you for this." Song Sheng politely replied, "It's not about the money, Mr. Chen. I truly am not a professional. I merely have some design knowledge." This left Chen Shu quite astonished. After all, the remuneration for a designer like Song Sheng shouldn't be overly generous. When he had seen Song Sheng previously, the young man had been quite ambitious. What had changed today? His budget was $1 million. Surely, earning a little kickback would surpass his salary? When had this young man become so hesitant? Had Lin Keki drained his spirit? Chen Shu was unsure of the circumstances, but he didn't press. Having money to spend should not be a concern. He said, "All right, send me your design plans, and I will settle the payment." Subsequently, Chen Shu directly transferred 200,000 for the design fee to Song Sheng. As for whether it was worth that amount, Chen Shu was indifferent. He was not short on funds, and this young man had put in effort, deserving of a reward. His curiosity, however, lay in the drastic change he had observed in Song Sheng over the past few days. A glance at his social media revealed that Lin Keki's recent post seemed somewhat out of sorts. Just 5 minutes ago, she had shared, dining alone. 3rd day without a call. Angry face. The photo was taken in the cafeteria of a bank, a place Chen Shu had visited before. Huh. Chen Shu was astonished. Lin Keki was at work. Who was that woman beside Xiao Song? He could not have anticipated this. Song Sheng was no longer in need of money. The situation had arisen because of him. After Song Sheng received the renovation plans from Chen Shu, the landlord, Sister Xia, had noticed his work, found it commendable, and requested his contact information. They arranged to meet downstairs at Sister Xia's building to discuss the design plan. Coincidentally, Sister Xia's building was the same location as Song Sheng's design company. Sister Xia, seeing Song Sheng as honest and quite appealing, was inclined to pursue him. In recent days, Song Sheng had been motivated by this. The landlord, Sister Xia, who was courteous even to their boss, now dangled 5 million before him, suggesting he manage one of the hotels under her building. This overwhelmed the young man from a small town. Chen Shu had the confidence to withstand Sister Xia's advances. But what could Song Sheng do? He hadn't even saved enough for a down payment on an apartment after 5 years of diligent work post-graduation. Classmates were marrying and starting businesses, while he was working tirelessly on proposals, currying favor with the wealthy, earning a meager monthly income. He was barely scraping by with 7,000 to 8,000 a month, sharing rent with his girlfriend, whose job was even better than his. This left the beleaguered Song Sheng feeling utterly defeated. He found himself falling for Sister Xia and accepted her advances. Like many young people, he no longer wished to strive. It was too exhausting, and the pay was insufficient. Now, life was much better. With 5 million resting in his bank account, he could do as he pleased. Yet, he felt a pang of guilt towards his girlfriend, Lin Keki. They had been in a cold war for 3 days, and Lin Keki was oblivious to the changes in her boyfriend. She was still simmering with resentment. Chapter 112. I am her father. Chen Shu never anticipated that Lin Keki would break up with Song Sheng due to this matter. As evening descended, Chen Shu had just dined at a high-end Japanese restaurant, accompanied by Chu Hong and Xia Wanting, where the average expenditure was 8,000 per person. Typically, it was Chu Hong who prepared meals at home. Occasionally, the three would venture out to find highly rated eateries. Xia Wanting truly had an eye for good places and was an Epicurean. Chen Shu was curious how she had managed to discover the hidden sushi restaurant within the building. It was indeed a skill. At 10 o'clock that evening, while strolling along the Pujiang River with the two lovely ladies, Chen Shu's phone rang. Bank Lin. Chen Shu frowned. Why was Lin Keki calling him? It was late, and she wasn't at work. What business could she possibly have with him? Xia Wanting blinked her large eyes and asked, Who is this, uncle? Chu Hong glanced over and remarked, Who else could it be? A woman, of course, and surely a young one. Otherwise, Uncle Chen wouldn't have that expression. Chen Shu gave her a thumbs up. Xiao Chu was spot on. After that, he swiped to answer. Xiao Lin, what's the matter? He inquired curiously. You old scoundrel. It's all because of you. Lin Keki blurted out, leaving Chen Shu momentarily speechless. What have I done? How is this my fault? Chen Shu questioned, intrigued. He could tell Lin Keki sounded somewhat inebriated, her voice a bit noisy, likely in a bar. This puzzled Chen Shu. Lin Keki had always struck him as the good girl type, making it hard to imagine her in a bar. Lin Keki continued, Song Sheng broke up with me. It's all because of you. Now he only has eyes for money. Chen Shu was taken aback. What are you saying? I've actually helped Xiao Song quite a bit. How is his breakup my concern? Yet, suddenly, Lin Keki fell silent. From the sounds, it seemed she might have been retching. The surrounding noise was chaotic. Curiously, Xia Wanting asked, Uncle Chun, are you entangled in some romantic debt? Did you interfere in their relationship? The girl's voice sounded youthful and sweet. Chen Shu shook his head. How could I be the one to ruin someone else's relationship? I've never pursued married women. I'm not Chao Mingda. Chu Hong chuckled. Both Wanting and I are 30. To outsiders, you might as well be Chao Mingda. Chen Shu shrugged, feeling a bit disordered by the cacophony on the phone. In truth, he had high hopes for the couple, as they were both working hard towards a shared future. What was Song Xing thinking? Nevertheless, this matter had little to do with him. Why was Lin Keki blaming him? Chen Shu, feeling helpless, was just about to hang up when he heard a male voice on the line. Having visited bars before, he was aware of the typical male behavior there. Although Lin Keki was not directly related to him, she was such a good girl. Being over 60 years old and a father for 40 years, he couldn't help but feel a sense of concern. Hello, which bar are you at? Chen Shu asked loudly. However, Lin Keki was already somewhat disoriented, feeling as though someone had helped her sit back on a couch. She regretted coming to the bar alone and drinking so much. Now she could barely articulate her words, surrounded by a throng of people, unable to escape. The bartender, seeing her there, presumed she was merely resting with friends after having too much to drink and paid it no mind. Chen Shu was growing anxious. The phone call had abruptly ended. But fortunately, moments later, a WeChat notification chimed. Ta. Chen Shu immediately recognized the meaning behind those two letters. Ta Bar, the establishment he had visited once before. After that solitary experience, he had no desire to return. The drinks were utterly disappointing, and the atmosphere chaotic. Chen Shu preferred a quieter bar where he could enjoy a drink, smoke a cigarette, and listen to the soothing melodies of folk singers. The only redeeming quality of that place was the pretense it offered. Thus, despite having spent money there, he had no intention of revisiting. However, circumstances had changed. Chen Shu pressed the button on his car key and set off. Where are you headed? Chu Hong inquired with curiosity. Ta Bar, Chen Shu replied. Chu Hong chuckled. That young lady seems to be quite adventurous. There are plenty of wealthy heirs there. Chen Shu remarked. It's likely her first time at a bar. And she has been tossed aside. Xia Wanting interjected. How could a woman noticed by Uncle Chen possibly be rejected? With a sigh, Chen Shu gripped the steering wheel and replied, It's none of my business. She is merely my personal bank manager. Chu Hong questioned, Then why the concern? Chen Shu responded, Perhaps her being discarded has something to do with me. He chose not to elaborate further. The more one explains, the more convoluted the situation becomes. They quickly arrived at Ta Bar. Upon entering, Chen Shu's gaze fell upon a familiar sight. Lin Keki, dazed and slumped in a booth, being forcibly fed drinks by others. Poor girl, he murmured to himself, striding over to the booth and pulling Lin Keki up to escort her outside. A group of young men, presumably wealthy heirs seeking entertainment, looked on. The table bore several bottles of Ace of Spades, suggesting they had spent quite a sum. Hey, who are you to take her away? A young man with spiky hair and a flamboyant shirt blocked Chen Shu's path. I'm her father. Chen Shu barked. The group fell silent, stunned. The gravity of the situation sank in. A father had arrived. At that moment, Xia Wanting managed to locate Bing Bing, who upon witnessing the scene, urged, Uncle Chun, why are you here? Don't be angry. The girl is just a little mischievous. No one is forcing her to do anything in the bar. Gentlemen, please calm down. I'll treat you to a few bottles of drinks. The wealthy heirs, having finally found a beautiful girl, were initially intent on getting her drunk. But Chen Shu's arrival changed the dynamics. The older man clearly had a presence, and the two beautiful women accompanying him hinted at his status. This young lady must be a rebellious daughter of a prominent family, having run away to the bar. Not wanting to escalate the situation, the heirs backed off. Realizing that provoking Chen Shu could lead to unwanted complications, especially in today's society where any scandal could ruin a reputation. With a grunt, Chen Shu hoisted Lin Keki out of the bar like a small chicken and deposited her in the back seat. The young woman was thoroughly intoxicated, yet her flushed face and delicate features radiated an undeniable charm under the streetlights. She truly is a beauty, Chu Hong remarked in admiration. Xia Wanting nodded in agreement. Indeed, Uncle Chun's taste is impeccable. With a sense of resignation, Chen Shu dialed Song Sheng's number. At that moment, Song Sheng was alone in a hotel contemplating life. The hotel belonged to Sister Xia, and as the general manager, he found himself captivated by the view from the top floor. overlooking half of the city. Upon receiving Chen Shu's call, he answered with curiosity, "Mr. Chen, is there something you need? I'm no longer in design." "I don't care whether you design or not. Your girlfriend is in my car," Chen Shu replied. Song Sheng paused, then responded nonchalantly, "Well, that's quite good." Chen Shu was taken aback. "What do you mean, good? Hurry and pick her up. If she vomits in my car, it will be a hassle." Song Sheng replied, "Mr. Chen, I've already broken up with Lin Keki. I have no objections to her being with you. Over the years, I never truly had her, so rest assured. I wish you happiness." With that, he hung up. Wait, did Xiao Song really mean it? Chen Shu was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in the hotel lobby, Song Sheng, dressed in a brand new anima suit, stood at the entrance, observing the bustling street. Although his expression was tinged with melancholy, his eyes reflected a resolute break from his past. He had once believed that billionaires were mere figments of media exaggeration, questioning how anyone could possess such immense liquidity. Living in an ivory tower, he had worked tirelessly, studying, working, saving, for the day he would marry Lin Keki. Yet recently, his worldview had shattered. He had discovered that some individuals truly had bank balances exceeding $4 billion. Luxurious homes that ordinary people dreamt of were casually purchased by others, with design fees alone reaching $200,000 and renovation budgets soaring into the millions. He realized that it was indeed possible to live a wealthy lifestyle without effort. He had succumbed to despair. Once an idealistic youth, he no longer wished to strive. Apart from his girlfriend, he felt no obligation to anyone. Now that he knew she was in the car of a billionaire, his guilt dissipated. Lin Keki seemed to have found a way out. The man, though older, was affluent. Everyone had a bright future ahead of them, Song Sheng mused, only to be met with the flirtatious gaze of the front desk attendant, which brought a smile to his face. This was the essence of a successful life. Back in the car, having ended the call, Chen Shu was still in a state of shock. Chu Hong and Xia Wanning had overheard Song Sheng's words. Ugh, what a heartless man. A scoundrel. Trash. Chu Hong scoffed. Xia Wanting, chewing on some QQ candy, remarked, honestly, letting this young lady be with an older man isn't necessarily a bad thing. Her life will surely improve compared to being with that incapable boyfriend. Chu Hong retorted. Most people wouldn't share your bold and carefree perspective, Xia Wanning. Chen Shu, feeling helpless, pondered how Xiao Song had changed so rapidly in just a few days. It seemed he had grown quite ruthless, casting aside his beautiful girlfriend without a second thought. What had transpired? Chen Shu was still reeling from the revelations. Is she awake yet? Chen Shu asked. Chu Hong tapped Lin Keki's forehead, eliciting no response from the drunken girl. Young people today truly lack self-protection. If she were to lose herself in a bar, it would be a regret that haunted her for life. Xia Wanning remarked, fortunately, she encountered a good man like Uncle Chen. Chen Shu interjected quickly, don't say that. I'm not a good man. A good man? Chen Shu silently chuckled. He certainly did not consider himself one. He had no desire for the label of a good person, as long as one abides by the law and enjoys life. They should reject all labels imposed by others. Ding. The host exhibits an open-minded attitude, disregards others' opinions, refuses to be labeled, and lives authentically. Reward, 10,000,000. Oh, how delightful. Could this truly yield a prize of 10 million? What a delightful surprise. Yet, this is also the first time he has entertained such a notion. Living under the constant scrutiny of others and being confined by the labels they impose can indeed be exhausting. Hence, this newfound understanding is worth a fortune. Chu Hong stifled a laugh, remarking, you possess quite the self-awareness, don't you? Chen Shu, elated by the prospect of his newfound wealth, declared, self-awareness is a valuable trait. Today, I'm in high spirits. Send me your shopping lists, and I shall procure 2 exquisite bags for you both. Xia Wanting planted a kiss on Chen Shu's cheek, exclaiming, hooray! Long live the uncle. Chu Hong shook her head. Compared to a mere handbag, her desires were far more profound. Yet, she understood that Chen Shu had seen through the facade of marriage. If she were to make a move, he would undoubtedly walk away without a second glance. He had clearly rejected the notion of being a good guy and was unlikely to care for a woman of little consequence. This man was rather complex. As Chen Shu navigated through an intersection, a sudden realization struck him. Oh no, I have no idea where Lin Keki lives. I only know it's in Longtai community. Chu Hong glanced over and said, if you wish to bring her home, just do so. Why seek excuses? Chen Shu pondered for a moment. While it was true that the Longtai community must possess property management records, it was after hours for Kong Fong, rendering such inquiries unnecessary. Xia Wanning chimed in, sister, are you going to Uncle's house? It's quite spacious and certainly can accommodate you. Would you like to join? Lin Keki was snoring softly, lost in a haze. Xia Wanning added, see? She hasn't refused. That means she agrees. Chen Shu marveled at Wanting's sweetness. The luxurious car whisked the three of them back to the Triumph Gate. Upon arriving, Chen Shu unlocked the fingerprint door while Chu Hong and Xia Wanting struggled to support Lin Keki. Although Lin Keki appeared slender, standing at 170 and weighing around 100 pounds, anyone who has aided a drunken person knows they can be surprisingly heavy. With a sudden lurch, Lin Keki leaned forward and collapsed onto Chen Shu's back, regurgitating violently, not only soiling herself, but also covering Chen Shu in the process. With a sigh of exasperation, he lamented, "Great, this outfit costs 80,000. Oblivious to his woes, Lin Keki continued to vomit, only to awaken in a daze, clinging tightly to Chen Shu's neck and sobbing uncontrollably. Resigned, he carried her into the house, but Lin Keki refused to let go, necessitating that he continue to cradle her like a princess. Fortunately, Chen Shu had been keeping fit, enabling him to manage her weight, though it rendered cleaning himself a challenge. With Lin Keki clinging to him, tears and snot streaming down her face, he instructed Chu Hong to open the bathroom door and turn on the shower, directing the water over the two of them. They quickly became drenched, their clothes becoming somewhat sheer. Chen Shu glanced down and was surprised to discover that Lin Keki possessed quite a figure, something he had not noticed before, previously assuming she was flat-chested. Chu Hong helped to wash them both clean and under the warm water. Lin Keki finally began to regain her senses. As she opened her eyes and saw Chen Shu, she froze, then promptly jumped down, losing her balance and landing on the wooden bathroom floor, her nose meeting the ground. Blood trickled from her nose, leaving her in quite the disarray. Xia Wanting and Chu Hong rushed to assist her, while Chen Shu took a quick shower himself, realizing that a cold rinse was necessary to avoid overheating. Afterward, the two women managed to tend to Lin Keki, stripping her down, drying her off, and dressing her in Chu Hong's nightgown before she fell into a drowsy slumber. Having exhausted them both, in the living room, Chen Shu found Xia Wanting gazing at him with a flirtatious glint in her eyes. "Uncle, the door is still ajar," she remarked. Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "Your uncle would never take advantage of someone in distress. This young lady has just endured a heartbreak." "I am no scoundrel," Chu Hong added. "Of course, old Chen is a man of integrity, relying on wealth to win hearts." Chen Shu chuckled, acknowledging that at least he was above board. It was mutual consent he sought, never coercion. However, the spark of desire had been ignited, and he found himself heading toward Wanting's room instead. It was fortuitous, as he was now clean, saving precious time. His clothes, though expensive, were now ruined. Despite their 80,000 price tag, his wardrobe boasted countless garments worth over $1 million. Thanks to Chu Hong and Xia Wanting's frequent shopping excursions, they had often remarked on how Chen Shu's physique made him a perfect mannequin, making dressing him feel like a delightful game. He had never lacked for clothing, and many of the luxury items in his closet had never been worn. Chapter 114, A Blessing or a Curse. The following day, Chen Shu awoke and instinctively stripped off his shirt, taking a few laps on the balcony before striking the sandbag. Lately, his enthusiasm for fitness had waned. Instead, he found martial arts to be far more engaging. Perhaps it was the algorithmic nudges from social media, which had relentlessly fed him videos of striking techniques, each more impressive than the last. As a man, he found it hard to resist. Perhaps it also stemmed from his youthful penchant for brawling. Age had not dulled that inclination. Thus, he procured a sandbag from the community gym to release some pent-up energy. Outside the community gym, a stunning female boxing coach had captured his interest, and he contemplated enrolling in her combat classes. His motives were purely for the sake of learning. Certainly not because her legs seemed to extend longer than his own. Just as he was immersed in his workout, a piercing scream echoed from the guest room. Chen Shu rushed to the door, hearing another cry from within. Both screams originated from Lin Keki in the guest room. The first was due to her realization that she was clad only in a strange nightgown, while the second was triggered by the sight of Chen Shu, bare-chested and engaged in exercise, which startled her. With a hint of annoyance, Chen Shu called out, "Please refrain from screaming. Do the neighbors not deserve their rest this early in the morning?" Of course, at Triumph Gate, even if she were to scream at the top of her lungs, no one would hear her. The privacy here was unparalleled. Even if a patrolling security guard were to hear, it was unlikely they would intervene. Assuming it was merely a playful game among the wealthy, who would dare trouble the residents here? Only the affluent or the elite could enter. Lin Keki's wide eyes betrayed her fear. Yet, her plight only served to stir the ambitions of a man. "If you continue to scream, I shall be less than courteous," Chen Shu warned as he stepped into the room. Surprisingly, Lin Keki ceased her cries. Whether it was out of fright or something else, her gaze remained fixed on his chiseled torso. Despite being 60 years old, thanks to the system's gifts of youthful spirit and boundless ambition, his perspective on time was far from youthful. Thus, he held little interest in Lin Keki. If she was awake, then so be it. If she wished to call someone, she could contact the property management directly, Whatever she desired would be delivered. After stating this, he returned to his workout. Even when in the company of Song Sheng, he seldom bared his torso, mostly opting for a tank top that was not overly revealing. Song Sheng had always been accommodating towards his beloved girlfriend. Lin Keki never anticipated the abundance of muscle on this elderly gentleman's frame. He appeared hardly 60. Subsequently, her face flushed as crimson as an apple, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Fortunately, fleeting memories from the previous night resurfaced. It was her first experience with intoxication, akin to being trapped in a room deep within her mind, aware of her actions yet unable to control her body, leaving her utterly fatigued. Nonetheless, she recognized that the old man had treated her with respect. She even recalled having vomited on Chen Shu, staining his seemingly expensive attire. As Chen Shu stepped onto the balcony, Lin Keki peeked out from the guest room, inquiring, Mr. Chen, where are my clothes? Chen Shu shook his head, replying, how would I know? At that moment, Chu Hong also approached. Unlike Xia Wanting, who preferred to stay up late watching television and would sleep until the sun was high in the sky, Chu Hong had a habit of rising early. Upon seeing Lin Keki's head peeking out, she chuckled and said, Sister, your clothes are dirty and no longer wearable. I've thrown them away. You can wear this set of mine. I noticed our sizes are quite similar. With that, Chu Hong handed her an entire set of undergarments and outerwear. Lin Keki's cheeks flushed, nearly bleeding from embarrassment. Although it was a woman viewing her body, it still felt incredibly awkward. Chen Shu stifled a laugh, observing her youthful form, which was quite appealing. Lin Keki dared not gaze at Chen Shu, who was bare from the waist up, and inquired about the location of the bathroom. She dashed toward it, locking the door behind her. Half an hour later, she emerged clad in Chu Hong's attire, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. She resembled a recent university graduate, yet Chu Hong's clothes exuded a mature femininity, a pristine, loose-fitting white shirt paired with blue and white jeans, rendering Lin Keki strikingly beautiful in a contrasting manner, her youthful innocence feigning maturity. Chen Shu pondered, the essence reminiscent of the leading lady from King of Comedy. He asked, would you care for a cigarette? A cigarette would accentuate the resemblance. Lin Keki wrinkled her brow and replied, Mr. Chen, I do not smoke. Chu Hong laughed, saying, Sister, why so formal? If it weren't for old Chen masquerading as your father and rescuing you from the bar last night, who knows where you would have awakened this morning? Lin Keki was aware of the precariousness of her situation, as she had disclosed her whereabouts in a moment of vulnerability. Upon learning of Song Sheng's intention to break up with her, she felt profound sorrow. They had met in university, where she admired his artistic talent and envisioned a future together. However, in recent days, Song Sheng had grown distant, ultimately revealing his feelings last night while driving a lavish sports car that someone else had gifted him. He confessed to having developed affections for another and insisted they cease all contact. Lin Keki recalled having seen Song Sheng's phone, recognizing that the woman he was involved with, Xia Jia, had been introduced by Chen Shu. The $1,000,000 in his account had also originated from Xia Jia. Everything became clear. Song Sheng had transformed into a kept boy for a wealthy woman. In her despair, she had sought solace in the bar, nearly encountering danger, and had intended to berate Chen Shu, yet he had saved her. However, expressing gratitude was beyond her. She retorted, if it weren't for him, my boyfriend wouldn't have left me. Chen Shu replied, what does that have to do with me? Lin Keki countered, that Xia Jia is the one you introduced to Song Sheng. Chen Shu instantly grasped the situation. It appeared that Xia Jia was quite adept at casting a wide net. Indeed, considering Song Sheng's artistic prowess, he was an appealing target for affluent women seeking to showcase their refinement. While ordinary wealthy individuals pursued mere appearances, the discerning ones sought substance. Reflecting on this, Chen Shu acknowledged a modicum of responsibility, saying, I apologize, Shaolin. He had genuinely hoped for this couple's happiness. Anticipating a romantic conclusion, Lin Keki was taken aback, not expecting such an apology from Chen Shu. She found herself at a loss for words. He was so unlike the image she had conjured in her mind. Chu Hong interjected, Sister, there are plenty of good men out there. That boy's choice to seek an older woman merely reveals his insincerity. This is a blessing in disguise. At least you see his true colors now, preventing you from falling deeper. Chu Hong's words were akin to those of an understanding elder sister. Lin Keki gazed vacantly out the window, uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. In chapter 115, what is the meaning of working hard? Lin Keki sat there in a daze, as if her soul had been lost, staring blankly at the Pujiang River and lost in her thoughts. Chen Shu remarked, Young one, you've merely lost a boyfriend. There's no need to despair. While you may feel heartbroken now, in a couple of days, you'll realize that life cannot revolve around a single person. You must learn to let go and live for yourself. Chu Hong nodded in agreement. Indeed, what Uncle Chen says is true. He has experienced 2 divorces and has gained wisdom from his emotional journey. Chen Shu, somewhat exasperated, thought, Did I really gain wisdom from my divorces? At this moment, Lin Keki seemed to regain her senses. Perhaps it was the lingering effects of the previous night's revelry, coupled with the emotional turmoil, that left her particularly exhausted and hungry. Thus, she indulged in breakfast and, while eating, succumbed to sleep on the couch once more. The young lady had a penchant for slumber. After a night of upheaval, it was only natural that she would feel fatigued the following morning. Chu Hong left Lin Keki to attend to her work, while Xiao Wanting remained fast asleep. Chen Shu took it upon himself to cover Lin Keki with a light blanket before retreating to the adjacent room to browse his phone. He had not forgotten that his own house required renovation, a task he would delegate to Confronting, the property manager of their community, who surely had connections to some renovation companies. After all, this was Chen Shu's first home. And while he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be tempted to purchase more properties in the future, he certainly wished to ensure this one was impeccably decorated. After all, it would serve as a haven for Chu Hong, Xiao Wanting, and Kong Fong, who would occasionally visit, an abode sure to attract the presence of beautiful women. With an elegant decor complemented by charming company, the atmosphere would undoubtedly be uplifting. After scrolling through his phone and watching some television, he noticed activity in the adjoining living room. Lin Keki's phone, adorned with a yellow sticker, indicated a call from the bank president. Chen Shu considered the day, it was Tuesday, not a holiday, and Lin Keki was likely too busy to request a day off. He promptly answered the call. Hello, President, I am a friend of Lin Keki. She is currently unwell and unable to come to work today. I am calling to request a day off on her behalf. The president, a figure of distinction in the banking sector, immediately recognized Chen Shu's voice. Ah, Mr. Chen, I understand. This month, our bank has some new financial products. If you have the time, feel free to come by and take a look. I won't keep you further. Goodbye, and I wish you a pleasant day. With that, the president swiftly ended the call. Chen Shu was left in astonishment. Had he truly recognized my voice? What remarkable social skills the president possessed. Unbeknownst to him, the impression he had left on the bank president was indelible. A 60-year-old gentleman, remarkably youthful in appearance and exuding charm, possesses a fortune of 500 million. Not long ago, his wealth was merely 400 million, but a substantial transaction has recently augmented his assets by 100 million. While the bank is not devoid of billionaires, most of them are tied up in fixed assets, rendering them relatively immobile for a year or so. Chen Shu is indelibly etched in memory, particularly due to his wealth. How could one possibly forget? The bank manager, in a state of perplexity, shook his head, pondering how Lin Keki, who appeared so pure and charming, could be in such a situation, especially considering her seemingly harmonious relationship with her boyfriend. Who would have thought? Yet, the old man is indeed handsome and wealthy, a shortcut to a certain kind of life. Chen Shu discerned the manager's misconception that there was something ambiguous between the two. He wished to clarify that their relationship was purely platonic, but deemed it unnecessary to elaborate. It was Lin Keki's affair, after all. What did it have to do with him? He had merely lent a helping hand by requesting a leave of absence on her behalf. Lin Keki, in a deep slumber akin to that of a lifeless pig, remained oblivious to the passing hours until the afternoon. While Xiao Wanting had already awakened, Lin Keki still lay in a stupor. Chen Shu began to suspect she might have suffered from alcohol intoxication and contemplated taking her to the hospital when, suddenly, Lin Keki stirred awake. Oh no, I'm late, she exclaimed, her eyes fluttering open. I've already arranged for your leave. You only need to return to work tomorrow. Chen Shu replied. It was then that Lin Keki realized she was not in her modest rented apartment. Xiao Wanting chimed in, Sister, since you're awake, why not stay for dinner? Relax a little. Returning now might only lead you to dwell on your past, which won't help you move on. Instead, why not unwind in this new environment? Our living room has a massive projection screen. Watching a movie here is an absolute delight. Initially, Lin Keki intended to leave, but upon reflection, she found wisdom in her sister's words. Despite her yearning to depart, the tranquility she felt after resting in such a spacious room, coupled with the enchanting river view from the windows, made her reluctant to return to her cramped little apartment dominated by concrete and steel. Mr. Chen, may I stay here? Lin Keki inquired cautiously. Chen Shu, indifferent, replied, Sure, as long as you refrain from drinking. I'd rather not end up with your vomit all over me. I sincerely apologize. I've never been one to drink. I'll take care of your clothes, Lin Keki offered earnestly. Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively. No need. I've already discarded them. What was the cost? I'll reimburse you, Lin Keki insisted. Chen Shu turned to Xiao Wanting, asking, Xiaoxia, how much was that outfit? That was anima, priced at 80,000, Xiao Wanting informed him. Lin Keki fell silent, tears brimming in her eyes. That 80,000 was nearly her entire annual salary. Sensing her distress, Xiao Wanting quickly added, Don't worry, uncle is just joking. He is not a stingy man. You don't have to pay him back. Lin Keki glanced at Chen Shu, who wore a playful smile. Thank you, Mr. Chen. There's no need for thanks. Your breakup is partly my fault, he said. It's not your doing. It's Song Sheng's inability to resist temptation, Lin Keqi countered, surprising Chen Shu with her newfound clarity after a mere nap. It seemed her time spent sleeping was not in vain. If she had come to terms with it, it was no longer a significant problem. That evening, when Xu Hong returned from work, the three women, akin to sisters, gathered in the living room to watch a movie before retreating to the study for karaoke. The landlady, Sister Xia, had equipped the adjacent study with an unparalleled sound system, producing an extraordinary karaoke experience. Lin Keqi soon discovered that both luxurious properties, valued in the millions, belonged entirely to Chen Shu. She was astounded. How could one possess such wealth? Was this the capability of a billionaire? Rising each day to stand on the balcony, gazing at the breathtaking river view, indulging in luxurious feasts, and enjoying life. Was this truly the life of the affluent? Reflecting on her past struggles in the workforce, she questioned the purpose of her efforts. No matter how hard she and Song Sheng worked, they could never attain such opulent living conditions. What then was the significance of their relentless toil? In chapter 116, the departure of the young beauty, Lin Keqi found herself wide awake that night, having rested sufficiently during the day. Once the owner of the room fell asleep, she quietly slipped out to the balcony, draped in a light summer blanket, gazing at the shimmering lights reflecting off the bend of the Pujiang River. Overcome with emotion, she snapped a selfie, exquisite. Yet such beauty seemed unattainable for an ordinary girl from a small town like her. Few have the luxury of standing at such heights to overlook the Pujiang River at night. Access to such vistas often comes with a price, and for many ordinary souls, this time is usually spent in slumber or at work. The nights in whose city are not privileges afforded to all. For the first time, Lin Keqi felt the undeniable advantages of wealth in this city. Perhaps in this moment, she found solace, even understanding her ex-boyfriend's choice to embrace a life of complacency. After all, working was exhausting. Even when the opportunity for a significant breakthrough presented itself, Song Sheng chose to let it slip away. In truth, she owed a measure of gratitude to Chen Shu, for he had provided her ex-boyfriend the chance to earn money. Her ex had envisioned making enough to afford a down payment, allowing them to marry in style. Yet, at the final juncture, he chose to abandon that dream. No one was at fault. It was merely the harsh reality of financial struggles. By midnight, Lin Keqi tiptoed back to the exquisitely decorated bedroom to sleep. The following day, she enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast delivered by the Lanshan Breakfast Company, steaming long prince dumplings, abalone pastries, and seafood porridge. Though she typically skipped breakfast and avoided cilantro, her stay here had rendered those habits obsolete. There was no room for such fussiness. Afterward, she borrowed a shared bicycle and rode to the bank. Colleagues were taken aback by Lin Keqi's striking transformation. Wow, Keqi, where did you purchase that outfit? It looks stunning. Is it Chanel? My goodness. When did you acquire such a lovely ensemble? It suits you beautifully and makes you look so much more mature. Her colleagues' envious glances dispelled the shadows of her recent breakup, leaving her with a sense of unexpected joy. Was this the allure of wearing luxury brands? Not only her female colleague, but everyone visiting the bank that day cast admiring glances in her direction. Looking into the mirror, Lin Keqi realized that Chanel truly possessed an undeniable charm. Previously, she had worn only ordinary brands, dismissing luxury items as mere intellectual taxes. Yet now, it seemed these luxuries held intrinsic value that ordinary brands could never replicate or possess. Such a splendid morning invigorated her spirit as she prepared for work. She successfully secured 2 investment orders early in the day, although modest in number. It marked a promising commencement. The only discomfort arose from the realization that both orders were placed by 2 elderly gentlemen in their 50s. However, their leering gazes made her quite uneasy, leaving an unpleasant sensation. Lin Keqi could not help but think, gentlemen, this is not the place for such lecherous behavior. This reflection led her to ponder Chen Shu, who was of a similar age, if not older than these 2 men. Unlike them, he seemed far from 60, exuding a refreshing aura with his clear gaze and, crucially, an impressive physique that belied any notion of being an oily old man. Why was there such a stark contrast between 2 individuals, both living on retirement pensions? Lin Keqi mused. Upon awakening, Xia Wanting noticed Lin Keqi had tidied up the bedroom and departed, prompting her to remark, "Are you not disappointed that the little beauty has left?" Chen Shu replied with a smile, "Not at all. Lin Keqi's slender frame pales in comparison to our Wanting's delightful curves, perfectly proportioned." Xia Wanting giggled, "Uncle, you are truly incorrigible." One cannot deny that Xia Wanting provided Chen Shu with immense emotional value, which was the reason behind his daily happiness. To him, money was merely a sequence of digits, devoid of any significant emotional worth. In contrast, the emotional value Xia Wanting brought into his life was substantial. allowing him to forget that he was a 60-year-old man. What are the plans for today? Xiao Wanting inquired. It has been quite some time since I last went shopping. Shall we go together? She felt like a canary in Chen Shu's gilded cage, indulging in leisure, dining, and watching dramas in the evenings, and when boredom struck, shopping. Chu Hong still had work to balance her life, but Xiao Wanting was truly living a life filled with pleasure. After pondering, Chen Shu remarked, I need to visit the community to discuss matters with Kong Fong regarding the renovation company. You wish to transform your bedroom into a Studio Ghibli-inspired haven. So we should communicate that to the renovation company. Xiao Wanting responded, All right, I want to go too. It has been several days since I last saw Kong Fong. Having stayed at Chen Shu's place these past few days, she naturally missed her friend. Very well, let us go together. If we finish our business and still have time, we can shop for some black stockings for you, Chen Shu added. Xiao Wanting chuckled, Uncle, haven't you had your fill yet? Chen Shu lightly laughed, Not nearly enough. The two arrived at the New City International Garden Community. It was already around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and ideally, Kong Fong should be at work. Since acquiring 2 property management companies, Kong Fong's workload had significantly increased, as all decisions now rested on her shoulders. Chen Shu, the hands-off investor, merely provided the funds while remaining uninvolved in other matters. Kong Fong, busy as ever, had found a newfound purpose in her life. She aspired to transform the company into a conglomerate. Chen Shu had provided her with a launching pad, allowing her to realize her ambitions. Even neglecting her younger brother who now received a mere 100 yuan for living expenses to amuse himself. Where is Manager Kong? Chen Shu inquired of the receptionist, Xiao Mei. Originally, Xiao Lan and Xiao Mei had both been front desk staff, but now Xiao Lan had become the deputy manager at Longtai Community, while Xiao Mei assisted Kong Fong. Manager Kong went to Wangquan Community with Manager Liu to discuss a collaboration, Xiao Mei informed him. Chen Shu expressed surprise. A collaboration? Xiao Mei replied, her pride evident. Manager Kong has organized our community so well that nearby communities are envious. One of our residents is related to the Wangquan Community's owner committee, so they recommended our property management to replace their current one. They are currently in discussions. She added, they went at noon and haven't returned yet. Chen Shu could not help but admire Kong Fong. She was indeed a workaholic, having developed a 3rd community within mere days. This was the benefit of a good reputation in property management. In the eyes of the residents of these 2 communities, Daju property was synonymous with efficiency, transparency, and a dedicated workforce earning high salaries. This revitalized the entire community, providing residents with peace of mind. Wangquan Community was likely in a similar situation as Longtai Community. The previous property management had been ineffective, prompting the owner committee to seek a change. All right, where's Wangquan Community? I'll go take a look, Chen Shu stated as they headed to Wangquan Community. It was approximately 2 kilometers from the Arc de Triomphe. It was a medium-sized community with entrances on both the east and west sides. Upon arriving at the east gate, Chen Shu was halted by a young security guard, around 40 years old and robust. Yet, his professional competence left much to be desired. Upon noticing Chen Shu's luxury vehicle, the guard promptly saluted, exclaiming, Welcome home, esteemed resident. As he opened the gate, Chen Shu thought, is every luxury car owner a resident? Is every luxury car owner inherently a good person? Surprisingly, they indeed were. Once inside the community, Chen Shu observed a chaotic scene with cars and people mingling, children running amok. Had it not been for his elevated perspective, he might have collided with someone. This illustrated the negligence of the property management. Even the trash bins in the stairwells were overflowing, unattended. Considering it was summer, any decomposing refuse could lead to significant issues. It was understandable why the owner committee sought to change the property management. After inquiring with an elder, Chen Shu located the property management center and sensed something was amiss. 2 opposing groups were at an impasse, neither recognizable to him. However, Kong Fong and Liu were present among them. Since it was a business discussion, it was somewhat unconventional for them to attend alone. So Kong Fong had driven over with Liu. The situation at hand was that the owner committee had unanimously voted to terminate the current property management and was prepared to sign a contract with Kong Fong to bring Daju property on board. However, due to some owners having unpaid management fees, the former property management was refusing to vacate the premises, leading to a standoff between the owners and the previous management. The atmosphere was charged with tension. It seemed the previous management had been ineffective, and now with the law being more robust, the owner committee wielded significant power, capable of dismissing the property management. Originally, they could have simply instructed the former management to vacate immediately, but the latter clung to their position, citing unpaid fees as their excuse. Moreover, the security team for the previous management consisted of several vigorous men in their 30s and 40s, creating an intimidating presence. There had previously been incidents of security guards clashing with residents, resulting in one such guard being apprehended. Thus, While the residents were united in their desire to oust the property management, they felt a twinge of apprehension facing the guards, who were indeed capable of violence. Chen Shu quietly approached Kong Fong, asking, "Are you all right?" Kong Fong replied, "I'm fine. The issue lies with this property management, which is obstructing my contract with the owner committee. It's quite troublesome. If we don't resolve this issue, even if we sign the property management contract, we won't be able to proceed with the transition. We can't resort to violence to address this matter." Knowing that Kong Fong was unharmed, Chen Shu felt a sense of relief. The matter of property management is of little concern to him. The presence or absence of a company holds no significance for him. He has no aspirations for a career, preferring instead to relish the pleasures of life each day. At this juncture, old Lu interjected, "What's the big deal? Just go ahead and do it. I'll summon our security team over. I refuse to believe we can't outmatch them." Chen Shu replied, "Old Lu, come now. Our security team consists entirely of elderly gentlemen around 60, many of whom have grandchildren. Are you seriously suggesting we send them into a brawl?" Old Lu chuckled, "Chun, that's precisely the effect we want. A bunch of us old-timers, do we fear a scuffle? You ought to ask if our opponents dare to lay a finger on us. Should they touch us, we'll ensure they regret it." Chen Shu pondered silently, recognizing that this was not his preferred method of dealing with Supervisor Wang. Indeed, when 60-year-olds shed their inhibitions, each one becomes a formidable rogue. It is worth noting that since old Lu assumed the roles of security and cleaning manager, his confidence has swelled, and his intellect has sharpened considerably. The transformation from his previous self is stark. Old Lu even appeared eager for action, stating, "Ever since our property management changed hands, the brothers in the security team have been beaming with vitality. They enjoy free meals at the management center, along with improved benefits. Each has 3 sets of uniforms. They are all keen to repay Manager Kong as kindness. If given the opportunity, I assure you, none will shy away." The recent changes in property management have been nothing short of revolutionary. Previously lackluster security personnel now exude vigor akin to that of youthful men. Should the chance for a confrontation arise, Chen Shu genuinely believes none would falter. After all, the benefits provided by the property management are exceedingly generous. They are a group of elderly men in their 50s and 60s, previously overlooked. Yet they are now eager to fight for the excellent perks offered by the Dazhu property management. Kong Fong remarked, "There's no need for that. We can follow legal procedures if necessary. As long as she signs a contract with the homeowners committee and enlists the police's assistance, taking over the property should be relatively straightforward. There may be some subsequent complications, but that's the nature of the property industry. It involves not only outsmarting the homeowners, but also navigating the animosity from competitors." Nevertheless, Kong Fong is fully prepared, armed with sincerity, her ultimate weapon. While the group deliberated, suddenly, a dozen members of the former property management security team stormed through the homeowners gathering. Confronting Kong Fong, "You're the one wanting to take over as property manager, right? Let me make this clear. You can't manage this community. Our management is owed $150,000 in unpaid fees, and our contract with the developer spans 20 years, with 14 years remaining. There's no way to shake us off. I advise you to roll back to where you came from." The leader, a burly middle-aged man with a shaved head, exuded an imposing presence. This is why the homeowners dared not escalate the situation. This man was formidable, standing over 6 feet tall and weighing around 200 pounds. He resembled a sumo wrestler. In a physical confrontation, he could easily take on 5 opponents. Chen Shu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Kong Fong. She found solace in the strength of his shoulder. Although old Lu felt a twinge of trepidation, he remained steadfast, standing beside Chen Shu. The atmosphere between the two parties crackled with tension once more. Kong Fong was resolute. Retreating now would diminish the homeowners' trust in their management, portraying them as weak. People naturally gravitate toward strength. The homeowners were already in a disadvantaged position, having been compelled to seek new management out of necessity. They hoped for a new property manager who would exhibit decisiveness. Should Kong Fong and her team waver, the homeowners would undoubtedly lose faith in the new management. In business, a certain audacity is essential. Some things must be seized. Just as Kong Fong prepared to speak boldly, a voice interrupted, none other than Xia Wanting, who had remained in the vehicle moments earlier. "Xia Dagon, what are you up to? Trying to land yourself in prison again?" Chen Shu, Kong Fong, and old Lu were momentarily taken aback. Chen had withheld Xia Wanting from exiting the car due to the tense atmosphere, but her unexpected outburst shattered the standoff. The imposing middle-aged man squinted, recognizing the charming young woman behind Chen Shu. "Ting, what are you doing here?" Chen Shu was astonished. Was this man an acquaintance? What connection did he have with Xia Wanting? Xia Wanting, hands on her hips, exuded an assertive demeanor typical of a Sichuan woman. "This property manager is my close friend. Her boss is my ally. So what do you think I'm doing here? Still the same after getting out, huh?" No wonder your mother disowns you. The man, Xiaodagon, blinked in disbelief. This is your friend? Misunderstanding. Chen Shu was left dumbfounded. With both men sharing the surname Xia, could they possibly be related? Xia Wanting turned to Chen Shu. This is my uncle. He raised me. Chen Shu stared at Xiaodagon, who appeared younger than himself, feeling a rush of confusion. Initially, he found the man somewhat off-putting, but now he felt a surge of reluctance to harbor ill feelings. After all, this was Xia Wanting's uncle, although not her biological father. Chen Shu was at a loss regarding how to interact with him. Misunderstanding my foot. If I weren't here today, would you have resorted to violence again? Xiaodagon scratched his head. Not at all. I merely came to intimidate. I absolutely refuse to resort to violence. Prison is not on my agenda. Satisfied, Xia Wanting introduced. This is Uncle Chen, and this is my dear friend Confronting, whom I mentioned to you while I was in prison. Xiaodagon wiped the sweat from his forehead. I remember. Your nickname is Confucius, right? And this is Boss Chen, correct? Nice to meet you. He reached out to shake Chen Shu's hand, but hesitated, recalling his unclean hands, and retracted them. The unfolding drama was beyond anyone's expectations. The committee members from Wangquan community breathed a sigh of relief. If the two property teams were acquainted, perhaps their transition to new management held promise. Xia Wanting effortlessly wielded her influence over Xiaodagon. What are you doing in this shoddy property management? Xiaodagon, in front of her, seemed like a submissive grandson. I'm working as a security guard. It's not that we don't want to leave. My team of over a dozen is composed of my friends, and our wages are still owed by the management company. If the management changes, what will happen to our salaries? Confronting interjected. Your labor contract is a matter between you and your company. It has nothing to do with us or the homeowners. Xiaodagon sighed in resignation. It's because the homeowners haven't paid their management fees that I find myself in this predicament. Confronting replied, regarding your salary disputes. Our management can assist you in pursuing legal avenues, but we've already signed a contract with the homeowners committee. Legally, you must vacate. However, you can retain your positions as security guards, and I assure you that your salaries and benefits will be superior to what you currently receive. If you agree, please step aside and return to your posts. We can sign new labor contracts tomorrow. Xiaodagon remained somewhat helpless. He had previously been embroiled in a brawl, resulting in a 3-year prison sentence. Upon his release, due to his past incarceration, his reputation suffered, prompting him to rally his fellow townsmen to seek work as a construction site foreman in his hometown. However, the current societal landscape was markedly different from before, making construction jobs scarce. Coincidentally, the local property management required security personnel, and they recognized Xiaodagon's tenacity and ability to intimidate homeowners. Yet, in this era of rule of law, the tactics employed by property management were no longer effective. When homeowners refused to pay, Xiaodagon dared not resort to violence, merely attempting to assert his authority. This time, he found himself outmaneuvered by his own daughter, Xia Wanting, who had him thoroughly subdued. Xia Wanting remarked, "Isn't your property company just exploiting you? They've shifted the blame onto you and the homeowners, absolving themselves of any responsibility. How can you still be so naive? Back then, it was brotherly loyalty that led you to serve 3 years. When will you learn?" The security company associated with Confucius offered benefits and competitive salaries. "If you refuse to comply today, you may as well no longer consider me your daughter." Xiaodagon, chastised like a parrot, nodded repeatedly. All right. He was truly subservient to this niece, a fact that surprised Chen Shu. He had never inquired about Xia Wanting's family affairs, nor had she ever broached the subject. Chen Shu sensed that Xia Wanting was a girl with a story, yet he hadn't anticipated such complexity. He was also unaware of her biological parents' circumstances. And now was not the time to ask. After Xia Wanting finished speaking, Xiaodagon inquired, "I want to delay your new property's entry. But are you sure you can help me recover my fellow townsmen's wages?" He directed his question at Confronting. Confronting furrowed her brow, aware of the potential complications. "I will do my utmost, but I cannot guarantee success." Xiaodagon sighed, understanding the difficulty of reclaiming the wages. Otherwise, he wouldn't be risking confrontation with the homeowners. Having studied law while incarcerated, he was acutely aware that his actions skirted the edges of legality. Yet, he had no choice. As the leader, he couldn't allow his comrades to work for free for an entire year, which amounted to a debt of 1 million, a significant sum for ordinary people. He did not wish to oppose Confronting, lest Xia Wanting disown him as her uncle. He declared, "Brothers, even if we thwart the new property, we still need to recover our wages. This benefits no one. Therefore, consider the wages owed to me as a personal debt. I promise that as soon as I receive the funds, I will repay you at the earliest opportunity. If I fail, I will provide everyone with an IOU." Chen Shu observed Xiaodagon closely. He couldn't help but admire the man's loyalty, willing to shoulder the uncollectible debts for the sake of his townsmen. Xia Wanting then asked, "Xiaodagon, How much does the property company owe you? Xia Dagon replied, approximately 1 million. Xia Wanting said, I will cover that amount. You can distribute it among everyone. Xia Dagon was taken aback. Ting Ting, where did you get the money? She responded, of course, it's my earnings. Don't ask so many questions, just pay them. At this moment, Chen Shu interjected, Xia Dagon, right? I will cover this sum. We want to be using your niece's money. Consider this an investment in our property management. He believed that as long as money could resolve the issue, it was no longer a problem. Chen Shu also recognized that Xia Dagon was a remarkable individual, and allowing him to continue as the security team leader would instill confidence in the homeowners. After all, he was both Xia Wanting's uncle and guardian, making it reasonable to lend assistance. Xia Dagon, clearly reluctant to use Xia Wanting's funds, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Boss Chen. I will repay this money once I have it. Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. He promptly transferred 1 million to Xia Dagon. Xia Dagon then distributed the funds among the security team. What had initially been a somber atmosphere transformed into a salary distribution event. Soon, Xia Dagon's fellow townsmen, having received their pay, wore smiles and shed their anxieties, creating a harmonious environment, much to the dismay of the original property manager. Damn it! How did this group of security personnel turn traitors on the spot? These security personnel were quite understanding, assisting Kong Fong in negotiating contract details with the homeowners. Those who paid were the true bosses. They were simply impoverished, not foolish. Kong Fong settled into her rhythm, eloquently discussing the property contract and presenting case studies from New City International Garden and Longtai community, rendering the homeowners speechless. The property manager displayed considerable acumen. His connections were impressive, successfully taming the previously arrogant security team leader. The manager's generosity, coupled with the excellent reputation of the earlier two communities, prompted every member of the homeowners committee to sign their names. Dao Property Management took a significant step towards becoming a corporate entity. Chapter 119. Those who are pitiable surely have their own faults. The atmosphere was serene. The original property manager, sensing the situation deteriorating, had already slipped away. Rest assured, everyone. Since we have signed the contract, we will move into the community immediately tomorrow. You may return home for now. Any issues can be addressed at our property center tomorrow, where I will personally assist you. Kong Fong announced from her perch atop a stool to the gathered homeowners. It was the afternoon, coinciding with many homeowners finishing work. They were elated to see the troublesome property management replaced. The new management had garnered a stellar reputation, circulating among the homeowners. Not to mention that the property manager was an intelligent and attractive woman, instilling confidence in them. Homeowners returned home at ease. Meanwhile, after the wage distribution, many of Xia Dagon's compatriots expressed their desire to leave. Working was no easy feat, and had it not been for Xia Dagon's connection with the new property personnel, they might not have received their wages. Xia Dagon's past incarceration did not seem to hold any weight. Let us go, let us go. Xia Dagon did not stop them. After all, he was currently unemployed. Kong Fong was aware of Xia Dagon's background. She had known during Xia Wanting's school days that he was her uncle. Xia Wanting's mother had passed away when she was young, and her father, a notorious drunkard, drowned in a ditch when Xia Wanting was in 5th grade. Xia Wanting once mentioned that had her father not been intoxicated, the ditch's water was shallow, barely reaching her waist. Xia Wanting endured a year of neglect in middle school, surviving on the charity of villagers, until her uncle and aunt adopted her, leading to the Xia Wanting we know today. Kong Fong addressed Xia Dagon, saying, Uncle Wanting, we at Dao Property Management can accept you all, but we require formal contracts and adherence to my rules. Any acts of violence or threats against homeowners will not only result in termination, but will also lead to immediate police involvement. I lay this out clearly. If you disagree, you may leave now. Xia Dagon had merely come to Huqing seeking a means of survival. Ever since his release, he had been unwelcome in the village, with people avoiding him at all costs. After all, who among respectable individuals would wish to associate with a man who had served time in prison? He deeply regretted that the so-called brotherly loyalty had been nothing but a deception. He sought a stable job, one that would allow him to earn tuition for his grandson. Yet, who could have foreseen that this year would yield nothing, leaving him empty-handed and utterly tarnishing his reputation in the village and town? Fortunately, he encountered his niece, who came to his aid. Had it not been for her intervention, the outcome today could have been dire. He had truly contemplated taking matters into his own hands, believing that if the situation escalated, his wages might be secured. An ordinary man, compelled to resort to such measures for what he deemed his rightful earnings. Upon hearing Kong Fong's words, he felt as though he had been graced by celestial music. It was music to his ears. Indeed, I cannot doubt Wanting's friend, he exclaimed, eager to affirm her words, fearing that Kong Fong might reconsider. Kong Fong recognized that Xia Dagon was not of poor character, merely impulsive, Thus she extended a favor to Xia Wanting by accepting Xia Dagwan into her fold. Xia Dagwan addressed his fellow townsmen behind him. Anyone willing to follow me may remain. Those who wish to leave may take their tickets home now. I shall not impede you. Today's events are my fault, and I believe Manager Kong and Dashu Property are far more trustworthy than our previous property company. Despite the validity of Xia Dagwan's assertions, only 4 compatriots chose to stay. The others exchanged a few words before departing. Xia Dagwan remained silent. Kong Fong then inquired. Very well, you all report here tomorrow. Do you have accommodations? Xia Dagwan replied. Yes, indeed. The property management has arranged a unit in the community for us as staff quarters. Kong Fong paused. Did that unit come with compensation? Xia Dagwan chuckled. Which homeowner is perpetually away? Our property manager covertly converted it into staff quarters. Kong Fong's expression darkened. Restore it to its original state immediately. That is illegal and utterly unacceptable. Chen Shu mused on the true corruption of the former property management. Taking advantage of their position, they had transformed a homeowner's property into employee accommodations without compensation, thereby resolving the staff's housing issue at no cost. Ingenious, yet deeply unscrupulous. Such a property management could continue to cause trouble, and every homeowner present bore responsibility. Xia Dagwan was taken aback. It was well known that finding housing in whose city was exceedingly difficult. The 5 of them would need at least 1,000 yuan for one night. They were not wealthy individuals. Would they truly squander their hard-earned wages? Kong Fong advised, you should head to the New City International Garden Community. There we have our staff canteen and dormitory. I will send you the location. Xia Dagwan breathed a sigh of relief. At last, he felt he had aligned himself with the right people. Just as he was contemplating leading his compatriots away, Chen Shu interjected, Xia, do not depart just yet. It's a rare occasion to meet Wanting. Let us all dine together. Xia Dagwan glanced at this seemingly younger man who called him old brother. He could sense that this individual possessed an extraordinary aura. He was the true benefactor behind Manager Kong, and he was quite generous. A sum of 1 million was offered without hesitation. His niece's friend was indeed remarkable. Speaking of which, his niece appeared to have become wealthy. Was she not merely a tour guide? It seemed guides were now quite lucrative. To offer 1 million so readily? Xia Dagwan did not decline, especially with his niece present. Furthermore, he had only one biological son in his life and had always dreamed of having a daughter, but his wife could no longer bear children. He treated this niece as he would a cherished daughter. Xia Wanting nodded in agreement. Yes, let us dine together. Since your release from prison, we have not had a proper meal together. Xia Dagwan felt somewhat embarrassed. Your aunt forbids me from entering the house, so of course, we cannot dine properly. Xia Wanting huffed. Is it not because after you served time, the villagers looked at our family with disdain? Forcing my elder brother's family to move to the city? My brother and sister-in-law have grown estranged, and my little nephew faces discrimination in kindergarten. Xia Wanting's words left Xia Dagwan's face flushed with shame. There was no recourse. For years prior, in a moment of drunken impulse, he had acted rashly. Now, it was too late for amends. On the way, after receiving his wages, Xia Dagwan promptly transferred the funds to his son. Through WeChat, he sent a voice message. Son, I encountered your cousin in Hu City. I received 80,000 from the property management, and I am sending it to you for your son's tuition. As for the remainder, see if it suffices for a down payment. Your son will begin elementary school next year, and we cannot be without a home in the county. Xia Dagwan's voice was filled with humility. Yet, alas, the pitiful often have their own shortcomings. Chapter 120, a loss of 1 million, a reward of 20 million. Wangjiang Pavilion. This restaurant, located at number 3 Bund, is quite renowned. The average cost per person is approximately 5,000 yuan, and today's meal totaled 88,000. For Chen Shu, this was considered a modest expenditure. Moreover, dining here would yield a return of at least 8 to 9 times the spending amount. The cuisine brought genuine delight to Chen Shu. It was a blend of local, Cantonese, and Western dishes, eschewing rigid conventions, offering a delightful array of flavors. This pleasant dining experience lifted Chen Shu's spirits, and with a joyful heart, he knew that according to the system's principles, his rewards would be generous. Such outings had become a part of his routine. Sometimes, he simply did not wish to cook at home. Xia Dagwan had previously worked in the village and later in town, where he had engaged in brawls. After 3 years, he found it impossible to remain in town. And since delivering takeout was unfeasible, he had to come to Hu City for work. However, he had borrowed funds for transportation from his sister. And with no income from work, he subsisted on street food. This was his first venture into such a prestigious restaurant. Wanting, does dining here cost a fortune? Xia Dagwan cautiously stood behind Xia Wanting. She smiled brightly. Uncle, fret not. Uncle Chen is well off. Just enjoy your meal. Uncle Chen, is he not your employer? Xia Dagwan inquired. He is my employer and also a friend. We are roommates, Xia Wanting explained. Oh, He is 60 this year, older than you. Xie Dagwan was momentarily bewildered, regarding him merely as a friend. Are you certain he is 60? He questioned skeptically. This man appeared only slightly older than his own son. How could he be 3 years my senior? Surely, his niece had not been deceived. Yet upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. Xie Wanting inherited her sister-in-law's intelligence and was the only university graduate from their village, a source of pride for the Xie family. Such a clever girl could not be easily misled. Besides, who could dine at such an establishment through deception? He had just overheard someone at the counter settling a bill for 50,000 yuan. That was equivalent to his annual salary. Was this truly the realm of the wealthy? 50,000 could buy an abundance of food. Soon, several graceful young ladies arrived to serve the dishes. Xie Dagwan's eyes widened in astonishment. The culinary offerings did not disappoint. Each dish was something he had never tasted before, utterly delightful, and he did not put down his chopsticks throughout the meal. However, he hesitated when it came to drinking. Chen Shu poured a glass of wine for Xie Dagwan, acknowledging that he was indeed the elder uncle of Xie Wanting. He was aware that after elementary school, Xie Wanting was raised by her uncle rather than her biological father. Yet the bond between them was akin to that of a real father and daughter. Thus, serving Xie Dagwan a drink was entirely acceptable. However, upon glancing at the wine, Xie Dagwan promptly waved his hand, saying, "Brother, I've quit drinking. It's been a year since I last touched alcohol." Since his release from prison, he had abstained from drinking. Xie Wanting nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Well done. If I return home, I will certainly speak well of you in front of my aunt." Xie Dagwan chuckled sheepishly, offering no further comment as Chen Shu and Old Lu were the only ones indulging in the wine. Old Lu chimed in. With the strength of a brother like him, Manager Kong, why not let him continue as the security chief for the entire community? Kong Fong nodded in agreement, affirming that this was indeed her intention. Xie Dagwan's ability to abstain from alcohol and his sense of responsibility towards his fellow townsfolk were commendable. Chen Shu also nodded in approval. Xie Wanting encouraged, work diligently alongside Kong. She is a person of great business acumen. Xie Dagwan nodded vigorously, too preoccupied with the sumptuous meal to engage in conversation, as he had not enjoyed such fine dining in years. Old Lu was equally engrossed in the feast. At that moment, Kong Fong found the opportunity to inquire, "Old Chun, how did you and Wanting know we were at the community?" Chen Shu replied, "I need renovations for my 2 properties and thought you would be familiar with this matter, so I came to consult you." The property management frequently interacted with the renovation companies, as the vehicles for renovations generally entered through the management office, requiring prior notification. Kong Fong nodded and asked, "What is the budget?" Chen Shu responded, "Around 10 million. If that is insufficient, we can increase it, but quality must be assured. Additionally, I require experience in soundproof renovations, as I wish to create a dedicated music room with high-end audio equipment, unlike the younger wealthy individuals who sought entertainment through gaming." Chen Shu's interests lay in music and film, making the establishment of a sound room essential, not only for listening to vinyl records, but also for watching movies. With Chu Hong, Xie Wanting, and Kong Fong all sharing a fondness for karaoke. Recently, Chen Shu had been researching top-tier audio brands online. Kong Fong replied, "All right, leave it to me." Xie Dagwan was taken aback. "Did I hear correctly? A renovation budget of 10 million? Old Lu, chuckling beside him, remarked, "Old Xie, there's no need to be so anxious. Brother Chen possesses such capabilities. By the way, would you like to join me for a foot massage tonight? It's on me." Since Old Lu began earning 10,000 a month, his evenings had become exceedingly free. Returning home late was merely a matter of a phone call. And sometimes he even stayed out overnight, which was quite a comfort. Old Lu, being astute, recognized Xie Dagwan's connection to Xie Wanting's uncle and, anticipating a bright future for him, sought to cultivate a good relationship. Xie Dagwan replied, "Well, that would be rather embarrassing." Old Lu assured him, "There's no need for embarrassment. We'll undoubtedly be working together more in the future. I'm the security and cleaning manager for Longtai Community and New City International Garden." Upon hearing this, Xie Dagwan realized he was dealing with someone in the management tier, a revelation that surprised him. Chen Shu observed the camaraderie between the two and turned to Kong Fong. "So, this is our 3rd property, correct? How are the profits this month?" Kong Fong replied, "We're currently at a loss of 1 million. "A million? That is quite substantial. Wait, did you say a loss?" Chen Shu was taken aback. The 3 properties in whose city were operating at a deficit? Kong Fong explained, "We've been installing charging stations for 2 communities, designating parking spaces, implementing vehicle and pedestrian separation, renovating the rooftop, hiring new staff, and constructing a staff cafeteria to address employee housing issues, all of which require funding. This is a conservative estimate. However, rest assured, we will turn a profit next month, as the community owners are very receptive, with many willingly paying their property fees." Chen Shu nodded, saying, "All right, Don't overexert yourself. There's no rush to earn money. Your expansion pace is too swift. There's no need to push so hard. Ding. The host faces the company's losses calmly and unperturbed, earning a reward of 20,000,000 yuan. A loss of 1 million and a reward of 20 million? Chen Shu glanced at his bank balance, which had surpassed 600 million due to recent expenses and sign-ins. Chapter 121, Confront's ambitions. He had not anticipated such a generous reward. Chen Shu was unconcerned about the losses, but he felt it would be problematic if Confront's side remained unprofitable. However, with the system providing a safety net, he felt confident in weathering any losses. Indeed, the more Confront lost, the more the system compensated him. Confront had also mentioned that this was the most opportune moment for their property management's growth, as the national real estate market had stagnated. Now was the time to focus on property management. A well-managed property could enhance the value of its associated real estate, and after these past few days of groundwork, they could announce an increase in property fees, ensuring profitability while still receiving approval from homeowners. Currently, one homeowner was selling their property, and their services had attracted the buyer's attention, allowing them to list it slightly above market price. This strategy was viable, especially as other property management companies had yet to recognize this opportunity. Now was their moment to expand. Chen Shu was taken aback. Was this the essence of a strong woman? Her analysis was remarkably profound. He had not considered such a detailed examination of the property management industry, but upon reflection, it made considerable sense. In light of the sluggish real estate market, effective property management had become a valuable asset in transactions. A well-managed property could elevate even a mediocre community to a higher standard of service. Empathizing with potential buyers, Chen Shu realized that if the property management at the Arc de Triomphe were subpar, he would indeed consider selling his property, as it was reasonable to part with it if living conditions were unsatisfactory. Chen Shu contemplated, I will transfer 20 million to the company account shortly. You can use that as you see fit. This would serve as his investment. Regardless of any losses he might incur, the system would cushion the blow, and his funds would continue to multiply. Confront, sipping her juice, felt a swell of emotion. Old Chen still had such faith in her, handing over 2 million for her to manage. Despite her trust in him, the sum was substantial. Who among them could afford to squander such money? Although Chen Shu had some talent for financial management, the risks associated with futures and stocks were high. One could easily find themselves stripped of all assets. Confront resolved to safeguard the funds Chen Shu had entrusted to her for property investment, should the day come when he faced financial hardship. The property company could serve as a lifeline. Moreover, she was filled with ambition. Ever since graduating, she had sought to prove herself. Yet, having distanced herself from her family's business legacy, she aimed to carve out her own path without any initial capital. This capital was something Confront had been diligently accumulating. But prior to Chen Shu's rise, she had only saved 600,000. Now, with Chen Shu's unwavering trust and sufficient capital, even allowing for potential losses in operations, she felt closer to her goal of establishing a property group. This trust weighed heavily on her shoulders. It seems there is no way to reciprocate. After finishing the meal and settling the bill, Dagon was truly taken aback. The lavish feast he had just partaken in amounted to a staggering 88,000. This was undoubtedly the most exquisite banquet he had ever enjoyed in his life. No wonder the crab in the middle was as large as a basin, with legs longer than his own arms. Regrettably, there was no wine to accompany the meal. However, Dagon had developed a genuine fear of drinking. His 3 years in prison had cost him dearly. His wife no longer recognized him. His son and daughter-in-law had moved away, and even his niece had been voicing her grievances against him. He had no desire to revisit the hardships of those days spent behind bars, characterized by a strict routine of rising at dawn to eat meager meals of cabbage and steamed buns, devoid of any oil or flavor. Thus, the absence of alcohol was of little consequence. Old Lu warmly invited Dagon to join him for a foot bath, but Chen Shu opted out. As Dagon was Xia Wanting's uncle, it would surely be awkward for Chen Shu to indulge in such intimacy with him. Dagon, seemingly not oblivious, could sense the underlying closeness between Chen Shu and Xia Wanting. Yet, he refrained from commenting. Despite having raised Xia Wanting, she was not his biological daughter. After graduating from university, she had indeed repaid her family generously. The funds for his son's wedding had been borrowed from Xia Wanting, and although termed as a loan, she would never demand repayment. Similarly, he genuinely believed that Xia Wanting would provide him with 1 million for his assistance. However, he began to grasp the source of that money. Chen Shu, who was said to be 60, appeared to be no more than in his 30s. Not even reaching 40, a negligible discrepancy. The crux of the matter was that he was single, and this was a matter of free love. What right did he have to voice any opinion? After a relaxing foot bath, Dagon's fondness for Old Lu's soared. There seemed to be a sense of camaraderie developing. He truly felt he had encountered a commendable property management. Not only was his accommodation covered, but there was also an employee cafeteria, allowing him to allocate his entire salary to support his son. This was a significant improvement over his previous, frustrating property management experience. He had indeed found a wise leader. His niece, Xia Wanting, was truly a harbinger of good fortune. The following day, he, along with 4 fellow townsmen, arrived early at Wangquan community. The 5 of them diligently cleaned the streets, using a sanitation worker's tricycle to transport all the refuse to the waste station. Since Manager Kong had treated him well, Xie felt compelled to reciprocate. The residents of Wangquan community quickly noticed the capabilities of Daju property. Within just a day, garbage had been cleared, a remarkable feat, considering the trash had been unattended for nearly a month. The previous cleaning staff had completed their rounds, yet the property management was only present to collect fees, leaving the doors shut for the rest of the time. Now that the new property management had taken over, changes were evident. Importantly, they were not in a rush to collect property fees. The contract stipulated that they would first ensure transparency in the community's charges and raise the wages of property employees. This reminded the residents of a popular supermarket, Donglai Supermarket, and indeed, the service resonated with their hearts. With such a property management in existence, how could they possibly owe any fees? Aside from a few inherently ill-natured individuals, most were kind-hearted. When Kong Fong arrived with 2 other cleaners and security personnel from different communities, she was quite pleased with Xie Dagon's transformations. Initially, she harbored some concerns about employing someone recently released from prison. However, upon witnessing Xie Dagon actively engaging in work, she felt confident in trusting him with the position of security team leader. The key was that he could command respect within the community. Kong Fong promptly finalized an official contract with him and provided new security uniforms. Daju Property had formally established its presence in Wangquan community. This marked their 3rd community, with the property management now serving over 1,000 households. Should the property fees be collected efficiently, they could garner annual revenue exceeding 50 million. Though Kong Fong would retain minimal profit, her ambitions extended far beyond this. She aspired to seize half of the real estate market in Huqing. Furthermore, she envisioned gradually expanding to other first-tier cities, creating a property management phenomenon akin to Donglai. Deep down, she yearned to prove herself, and now, the opportunity had arrived. Chapter 122. Seeking Dignity with Old Chen? Kong Fong's actions regarding Wangquan property were remarkably swift. Within 2 days, she resolved all previous management issues. Parking spaces were made entirely transparent, and a barrier was installed at the community entrance. Public parking areas began charging fees, and all collected funds were disclosed to residents, initially serving as their property fees, with any surplus potentially offering dividends. The advertisements in the elevator were similarly revamped. Previous issues of leaking roofs were promptly addressed using the maintenance fund, with Kong Fong having already established good relations with the housing authority. In these 3 properties, over 1,000 households had experienced leaking roofs, necessitating the use of the owner's maintenance funds. Typical and scrupulous property management would simply pocket the funds after securing approval, while certain issues would be stalled by the housing authority. Yet, Kong Fong was no ordinary individual. Attempting to obstruct her processes would not be easy. Her legal knowledge was extensive, and she was well acquainted with the procedures. Should any staff fail to provide valid reasons, Kong Fong would begin reciting legal clauses on the spot. Once she adopted a legal persona, the staff quickly realized the caliber of person they were dealing with. Consequently, the processes moved swiftly. Upon securing these maintenance funds, repairs for external insulation damage and roof leaks commenced immediately. Residents were immensely reassured by the new property management's efficacy, especially with Huqing experiencing heavy rain in recent days. On one occasion, a resident returned home to find the security guard drying off a delivery person who had been caught in the rain. The resident promptly recorded the moment and shared it on a short video app, which quickly went viral. After all, security guards and delivery personnel often find themselves at odds, one denying entry while the other attempts to breach it. However, at Wangquan community, such a harmonious scene unfolded, garnering tens of thousands of likes and spreading throughout the Huqing area. What community is this, allowing delivery personnel inside? The security guard is commendable. This is precisely what property management ought to do. This property management seems to be newly established, and I've heard excellent things about it. A friend of mine lives in this community, and the new management is incredibly responsible. Residents also shared the video in their community groups. Previously, residents at Wangquan community had to retrieve their own takeout, as delivery personnel were never allowed inside. Now, witnessing the cooperative interaction between the security guard and the delivery person brought much comfort. As for security concerns, there was no need for worry. Security personnel patrolled at all times, the long-broken surveillance cameras had been repaired, and numerous large screens at the entrance monitored every corner of the community. with dedicated personnel on duty 24 hours a day. With such a property management in place, homeowners could rest easy at night. How could one not commend such a property management? Daju property garnered significant recognition from many in Huqing. Today's youth seldom experience warmth from strangers. This particular video has brought in millions in business for Daju property. To everyone's surprise, Song Sheng has actually called Chen Shu over the past few days. As rain and typhoons have swept through Hu City, Chen Shu and Xia Wanning have dared not venture outside, while Chu Hong has taken a leave of absence from work. When people come into wealth, they often begin to value their lives more dearly. The three of them were engrossed in a niche horror film that Xia Wanting had found, when suddenly a phone call interrupted them, causing Xia Wanting to clamber onto Chen Shu in fright. Chen Shu, pushing her away like an octopus, mused on how she was both inexperienced and playful. "It's just a call," he reassured. Upon seeing that it was Song Sheng calling, he felt a wave of surprise. Logically, their paths should not have crossed again. This young man had chosen to take a laid-back approach to life, which was entirely his prerogative. And Chen Shu refrained from passing judgment, recognizing that he had the advantage of a system backing him. He was not the type to flaunt his wealth by preaching to others. Everyone has their own way of living, and such matters are not a matter of right or wrong. In fact, Chen Shu found himself somewhat admiring Song Sheng for having the courage to approach Xie Jie, a person of considerable stature. "Xiao Song, is there something you wish to discuss?" Chen Shu inquired. "Mr. Chen," Song Sheng replied, "I would like to introduce a business opportunity to you. Xie Jie's building is in need of new property management, as the previous company embezzled 5 million from her, which displeased her greatly. She has terminated their services and is looking to hand the management over to your company. The property fees amount to approximately 10 million a year." In truth, Song Sheng could have communicated directly with Kong Fong regarding this matter. However, he understood that the true mastermind behind Daju property was Chen Shu. He felt that speaking with Kong Fong would be futile. At his current standing, he could engage with Chen Shu on equal footing. Chen Shu was astonished that this young man was still considering him. His thoughtfulness was indeed commendable. "All right, young man, thank you for keeping me in mind. It's rare to find someone with such loyalty these days," Chen Shu remarked. Hearing such praise from the other end of the line caused Song Sheng's face to twitch uncomfortably. Despite appearing dignified as the lobby manager at a hotel and developing flirty dynamics with both a beautiful receptionist and a young waitress, he felt an underlying dissatisfaction. Perhaps it stemmed from the fact that his current position was attained at the cost of his dignity. He sought a semblance of respect from Chen Shu. But little did he know that Chen Shu would strike him with such bluntness. "Let us agree on this matter then. You can come by tomorrow to discuss," Song Sheng suggested. Chen Shu thought to himself, "I'm not even the manager. What could I possibly discuss with you, especially considering it's going to rain tomorrow?" He replied, "It's going to rain. I'll have Manager Kong come by the day after to discuss the details with you." With that, he hung up, having no desire to engage further with Song Sheng. Ultimately, he had little concern for the 10 million in annual property fees. It may seem substantial, but when averaged out monthly, it amounted to less than 1 million. Currently, my daily earnings amount to 1-2 million a month. Why would I need to curry favor with you? As Song Sheng stared at the disconnected call, his previously straightened back slumped once more. Was this what it meant to be a billionaire? Did a 10 million business not even warrant his attention? He had intended to reclaim a sense of dignity, but it appeared he would have to seek it among those of lesser status. After hanging up, Chen Shu sent a voice message to Kong Fong, entrusting this matter to her. Upon learning of the situation, Kong Fong was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that Song Sheng would select such an unconventional path. Nor did she understand why he had chosen to approach Chen Shu instead of her. Surely, old Chen was not one to meddle in affairs. Clever as she was, Kong Fong quickly discerned Song Sheng's intentions. With her legal background, she possessed an understanding of human nature and easily saw through Song Sheng's motives. Kong Fong chuckled. "Seeking dignity from old Chen? You've chosen the wrong person. His attitude toward life is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. That carefree indifference is something even I cannot emulate." Chapter 123. Yi Jie's Gathering. Following the passage of the typhoon, Hu City appeared remarkably clean and beautiful. However, the aftermath of the rain left the city feeling uncomfortably humid. Chen Shu was in the community gym, sparring with a strikingly tall, fair-skinned kickboxing instructor named Li Lan, who was under 30 and wore her hair in a ponytail. From the moment he arrived, Chen Shu had been captivated by her long legs and decided to enroll in her private kickboxing classes, which were not inexpensive, costing 999 yuan per month. Nevertheless, he opted for a full year's subscription. 11,000 returned to 200,000. It was all about showcasing his financial prowess. Li Lan was equally surprised by this seemingly youthful elder. "You don't look like someone who is 60, she remarked as she helped him remove his gloves after their session. Chen Shu replied, "When I was younger, I enjoyed exercising during my free time to maintain a good mood. It keeps one looking youthful. You needn't call me grandpa anymore. Just refer to me as Lao Chun. Li Lan flicked the sweat from her bangs and smiled. All right, Lao Chun, we can consider ourselves friends across generations. Chen Shu chuckled. Friendship across generations sounds splendid. I appreciate it. Lao Chun, do you often flirt with younger women like this? Li Lan teased. Chen Shu was momentarily taken aback. No, I value the connection between souls. How could I casually flirt with others? I am no playboy. Not a playboy, you say? She retorted playfully. Then what else with the 2 different fragrances you're wearing? The gym was filled with older patrons. But someone with Chen Shu's charisma and charm was indeed a rarity. Who would have guessed he was a 60-year-old man? Li Lan assessed Chen Shu's exposed abs and advised, you might want to do a few more push-ups before bed to increase your upper body strength, especially your left arm. Chen Shu, finishing a bottle of mineral water, replied, sure, I'll take your advice. Nowadays, he made it a point to hit the gym every morning. And his health was steadily improving. He felt invigorated daily. It was no wonder that those high-powered executives always seemed so lively, while the office workers appeared lethargic. The disparity in quality of life was apparent. Just as he donned his shirt and prepared to leave the gym, his phone rang. It was Yijia. What brings a superstar like you to call me? Chen Shu asked, seated on a chair. Li Lan was astonished. This old man appeared affluent. Yet he was acquainted with celebrities? Or perhaps he had romantic ties with certain stars. She had witnessed such situations before. On the other end, Yijia spoke. Lao Chun, are you free tonight? I need you to accompany me to a gathering. Chen Shu, curious, responded, what business do I have at an entertainment industry gathering? Being an old man who knows nothing? What about your manager? Yijia replied, I've applied to the company to find a female manager. Chen Shu nodded. That's a reasonable request. That Tang Chao doesn't seem trustworthy. Yijia continued, tonight's gathering is for a new movie that's in the planning stages. It was previously coordinated by Tang Chao, but he won't be present today. I may need a friend by my side to navigate the drinking. And you came to mind. Yijia harbored an enduring sense of insecurity. Should she indulge too much today? There was a distinct possibility that someone like Tang Chao might take advantage of her vulnerability. As for seeking solace among friends, the entertainment industry was notoriously treacherous. Many incidents could easily be orchestrated by those who claimed to be close confidants. Yijia was not naive. Given the circumstances, she needed to find a trustworthy ally. In whose city, such individuals were scarce, leaving only Old Chun as a reliable option. After all, Old Chun was not part of the entertainment sphere and had no reason to betray her, coupled with a character of impeccable integrity. Thus, the phone call was made. Chen Shu remarked, all right, I'll pick you up tonight. I've yet to experience a gathering in the entertainment industry. After hanging up, Li Lan curiously inquired, which female celebrity is this? Chen Shu chuckled, Yijia, do you know her? Li Lan exclaimed, she is my idol. Her figure and collarbone surpass mine by leaps and bounds. As a combat sports coach, Li Lan was not particularly slender, yet each had their own merits. Her long, well-defined legs were lethal enough on their own. Chen Shu suggested, perhaps I can introduce you two someday. I'm off now. Tonight's gathering is quite the affair. If I drink too much, I might not show up tomorrow. Li Lan replied, sounds good. As evening descended, Chen Shu drove to collect Yijia. Given her status as a star, she still lacked a driver's license, which was rather inconvenient. Yijia was urging her agency to provide her with a competent female manager. Yet Tang Chao persistently obstructed her efforts, leveraging his relatives in high positions within the company to meddle in her affairs. Naturally, Yijia had no interest in Tang Chao. Once in the car, Chen Shu inquired, where to? Yijia responded, to a yacht, first to the Bund. Chen Shu was taken aback. Had the entertainment industry evolved to such an extent that meetings now took place on yachts? Yet upon reflection, it made sense. Discussing matters at sea would eliminate the prying eyes of intrusive paparazzi. Countless celebrities had faced public scrutiny due to clandestine photographs revealing indiscretions like smoking or drinking, leading to their downfall. Today's stars had learned to be savvy. Those aboard the yacht were likely to be trusted associates, thus allowing for candid conversations. This was also why yacht parties were so prevalent. Out at sea, with no one around for miles, it was the perfect escape. After parking at the Bund, Yijia donned a mask and led Chen Shu to a luxurious yacht. Chen Shu was captivated by the opulent vessel, featuring a spacious deck and 3 levels. Wow, this yacht is impressive. How much would it cost to purchase one? He inquired with curiosity. Yijia replied, this belongs to my company CEO. I believe it's valued around 30 million. While Chen Shu was unaware of the specifics of Yijia's entertainment company, it was common knowledge that most were publicly traded, and the CEO of such a company would surely own a yacht of this caliber. 30 million? Chen Shu was truly witnessing the lavishness of the entertainment industry. This large toy could purchase a luxurious flat in whose city. The possibilities were exhilarating. Chen Shu's imagination began to soar. He had always enjoyed fishing, and during his youth, he had experienced deep-sea fishing with colleagues from a newspaper, which had been quite thrilling. The idea of owning a luxurious yacht, taking several women out to sea for fishing, seemed utterly delightful. Not only could he fish, but he could also indulge in leisure. He resolved that he must acquire such a yacht. Chapter 124. He is the driver. The yacht dock was typically bustling with vessels, but their late arrival meant they had missed the opportunity to choose from a variety of yachts. The yachts here belonged to some of whose city's most affluent individuals. Having been accustomed to high society, Yi Jie was no stranger to billionaires in the entertainment industry, frequently attending events like this. Chen Shu, however, found the atmosphere refreshing and enlightening. As they boarded the yacht, the security personnel at the entrance, resembling bodyguards, allowed them entry once Yi Jie removed her mask. Upon stepping onto the deck, Chen Shu felt as though he had entered an entirely different realm. The first level housed a spacious, transparent pilot house. Yi Jie led Chen Shu up an external staircase to the second floor, where a private room awaited. The lavish decor featured grand panoramic windows, walls adorned with oil paintings, and luxurious-looking leather sofas. Numerous high-end sound systems and projection devices were present. Chen Shu, familiar with home renovations, recognized the Danish audio brand, Dynaudio. With several units valued at no less than $1 million, the yacht's owner truly possessed considerable wealth. He knew he had made the right choice in attending. As they stepped onto the yacht, it departed from the dock, heading towards the estuary of the Pujiang River. This segment of the journey required significant resources. Ordinary yachts needed approval to navigate these waters. On the second floor, upon their arrival, 6 or 7 individuals greeted them with smiles in the private room. Yi Jie casually remarked, "Apologies for being late, everyone. The roads in whose city were quite congested." Chen Shu suppressed a smile. Knowing that Yi Jie had intentionally delayed their arrival, having parked on the roadside for half an hour before coming, one middle-aged balding man responded, "It's no trouble at all. For Miss Yi, we would wait even 2 hours. However, since they were late," he continued, "let us toast 3 rounds, shall we?" "Miss Yi?" Yi Jie smiled faintly, not refusing, and proceeded to fill 3 glasses from the table, downing them in one go, her fair complexion flushed with a rosy hue. Although this was foreign wine, with a lower alcohol content than spirits, Chen Shu recalled that Yi Jie had a low tolerance for alcohol. Prior to their arrival, he had learned that this gathering was primarily about film investment. The balding man was likely a major investor, and the producers and director had decided to cast Yi Jie as the female lead. However, the investor insisted on the producers and director inviting Yi Jie for drinks. In light of the current economic climate, where cinema revenues had dwindled, affluent individuals were tightening their purse strings, making it challenging to find investors. Thus, they had to appease this financier. Yi Jie hoped that by drinking 3 glasses, she could sway the investor's demeanor. Among the group, a man with black-framed glasses seemed to be the director, and Chen Shu recognized him from Yi Jie's mention of the director residing at the Arc de Triomphe. He vividly recalled encountering the director with an actress while returning home one night with Chu Hong and Xia Wanting. However, it was rumored that the director was unmarried. Chen Shu chose not to dwell on such trivial matters. The director inquired, "And who is this?" Yi Jie replied, "This is my driver, who brought me back tonight." Chen Shu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, tacitly accepting the introduction. The others showed little interest in Chen Shu, redirecting their attention back to Yi Jie, a humble driver. Had it not been for Yi Jie's standing, would hardly have been deemed worthy of a place at the table. Yet Chen Shu, with discernment, sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the yacht as it gracefully traversed the bridge, absorbing the breathtaking maritime panorama. Before long, the atmosphere grew lively as 3 women ascended aboard. The yacht had been patiently awaiting their arrival, and once the 2 vessels were aligned, the women boarded. To Chen Shu's astonishment, all were celebrities, albeit of a lesser caliber than Yi Jie, likely B-list actresses or escort models. He couldn't quite recall their names, though their faces seemed vaguely familiar, perhaps from a film or television scene. One of them, clearly wary of being photographed, had opted to wait in this secluded spot. As the 3 women joined the gathering, the ambience became increasingly vibrant. However, Chen Shu remained largely ignored, for in the eyes of the attendees, this driver held little allure. The atmosphere took on a suggestive tone, with the women fully aware of their roles, adeptly fostering a convivial spirit. For them, this was merely traditional craftsmanship. They nestled into the investors' embraces, one on either side, successfully charming them into delight. The producer and director, alongside Yi Jie, collectively exhaled in relief. The company was determined to safeguard Yi Jie, a rising star, from any potential scandals that could tarnish her burgeoning career. If any untoward connections with investors were to surface, the consequences could be catastrophic for a starlet. Yi Jie, cognizant of her aspirations, was resolute in preserving her stardom. Chen Shu mused that this investor was likely a coal magnate, easily swayed by the superficial allure of two surgically enhanced faces. The yacht meandered along the coastline for 2 hours. After a brief musical interlude, the investor began to insistently urge Yi Jie to drink. As the effects of alcohol took hold, he grew bolder, brazenly caressing the thighs of the escort models. He now raised a copious glass brimming with red and white wine, urging Yi Jie to partake. Though she had already consumed a fair amount, her mind clouded from the alcohol, she persevered for the sake of her lead role. One more drink, and she feared she would lose consciousness entirely. Mr. Wang, I've had enough for today. If I drink more, I might lose my ability to speak. Yi Jie managed to smile as she declined. Mr. Wang responded, you must drink today. If you overindulge, you can simply sleep it off on the yacht. I've arranged for the spacious bed. 3 or 4 can comfortably rest there. Besides, whatever transpires on this yacht remains our secret. What do you have to fear? Drink. Observing Mr. Wang's inebriated state, Yi Jie's beautiful brows knitted together in distress. She had truly reached her limit. Initially, she believed she could navigate this situation unscathed, but it appeared fate had other plans. After all, this gathering had been orchestrated for her benefit. Mr. Wang, I genuinely cannot drink anymore, Yi Jie reiterated. The bespectacled director beside her interjected, Mr. Wang, allow me to accompany you. Let us drink together. Mr. Wang's expression shifted. Did I ask for your input? I am seeking Miss Yi, not your opinions. The director fell silent, fully aware that while he had some notoriety among the public, he was merely inconsequential in the eyes of the investors, replaceable at a moment's notice. The director and producer exchanged pleading glances with Yi Jie. As she gazed at the overflowing glass, she hesitated before lifting it, casting Chen Shu a significant look, an unspoken plea for him to extricate her should she falter. Just as she tilted her head back, poised to drink, a large hand covered the glass's opening. Mr. Wang, it's time to call it a night. Chen Shu interjected. Yi Jie, in her haze, prepared herself for the worst. She rarely indulged in alcohol, limiting herself to a drink or two at casual bars, fearing excessive consumption might tarnish her image if caught by onlookers. Yet, for the opportunity to play the lead, she was willing to risk everything. Though she understood the inevitability of this predicament, she still harbored a faint hope of intoxicating the investor and escaping unscathed. Unexpectedly, Chen Shu stood up. The investor, Mr. Wang, bristled at the sight of the driver obstructing him, indignantly questioning, what right do you have to interfere, you insignificant driver? Chen Shu, unfazed, replied, enough. I'll address you as young brother since you appear younger than I. Are you not satisfied with 2 women by your side? I'll drink this glass, and in exchange, let us finalize the film's investment, shall we? Mr. Wang was incensed. What did you say? A mere driver dares to call me young brother? Am I hallucinating from the drink? He staggered slightly, the alcohol clouding his mind, yet his awareness remained intact. Who are you to dictate terms? I demand she spends the night with me, or I will withdraw my investment. Chen Shu was unyielding, delivering a swift kick that sent Mr. Wang crashing back onto the sofa. In his youth, Chen Shu had a temper, but societal pressures had tempered him over the years. Now, at 60, he was unafraid. With a system backing him, he lived life on his own terms, fully aware that his actions bore no severe consequences. At most, he might lose a deal. But he was not dependent on this investment. The kick was a release of pent-up frustration. Among billionaires, it was unbecoming to cower. They say that at 70, one becomes a law unto oneself. Chen Shu had reached that state early, unhesitating to act when he deemed it necessary. Ding. The host witnessed an injustice and acted bravely, living fearlessly and embodying the heroism of rescuing a damsel in distress. Reward, 20,000,000 yuan. Chen Shu chuckled, pleasantly surprised that his decisive action had garnered him a monetary reward. Yet, the satisfaction was genuine. Life is often rife with injustices, and few possess the audacity to intervene due to fears of repercussions. Chen Shu, however, had no such concerns. Unbeknownst to him, that single act resonated profoundly with Yi Jie. Through her hazy vision, she widened her eyes. The scene was indelibly etched in her memory. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the entertainment industry alone since graduating from the Beijing Film Academy, she was acutely aware of the struggles faced by a woman without support. As she reached her 30s, evolving into a second-rate star, the journey had been arduous, a testament known only to her. This woman, who once feared driving, longed for someone to step forward and offer her assistance. Even the strongest of women harbor vulnerabilities, and Yi Jie's facade of strength had been shattered by Chen Shu's resolute intervention. Old Chen is truly magnificent. Chen Shu's kick left an indelible impression on the dazed Yi Jie. Coupled with his charm and formidable presence, she found her heart stirring. Once, she believed she would never fall for anyone, but now she realized she might have been mistaken. The allure of this older man was indeed extraordinary. As for the consequences, a tipsy Yi Jie was indifferent. It was merely a film, If it didn't get made, what of it? Despite her aspirations to be a leading lady, she would not compromise herself for the sake of a role. Well done. This individual, referred to as Director Wong, was sent reeling by Chen Shu's kick. After all, Chen Shu engaged in daily workouts, and recently, he had taken a liking to boxing, practicing with the long-legged Li Lan. He put his full strength behind this kick, causing Wong to clutch his stomach and retch uncontrollably. Nearby, two peripheral actresses pinched their noses in disdain, yet they patted Wong on the back, trying to ease his discomfort. What are you doing? The director rose to confront Chen Shu. Chen Shu shrugged. My apologies, I couldn't help myself. The director frowned. Do you realize how many lives you've disrupted with your lack of restraint? Yi Jie's lead role is gone. Our preparations and initial investments. Everything has been ruined because of you. Chen Shu casually replied, I'll compensate you. The producer interjected, compensate? You, a mere driver, can afford that? With an investment of 80 million. What do you intend to use for compensation? Chen Shu was taken aback. 80 million? Is that all? The producer scoffed, afraid now? And you still haven't apologized to Director Wong. Wait, what did you just say? Chen Shu was astonished. Is it really that inexpensive to produce this film? Aren't most films in the hundreds of millions? Yi Jie clarified. What you referred to are large productions. My film is merely an urban female lead movie, devoid of special effects or top-tier stars. 80 million is more than sufficient. Chen Shu was previously unaware of the entertainment industry's investment landscape. The films he had encountered were all monumental successes, beloved by the masses, invariably backed by significant investments, often featuring multiple A-list celebrities or grand special effects, with budgets typically in the hundreds of millions. Learning that this film's budget was only 80 million shifted his perspective. Of course, even if it were over 100 million, it would not faze him, given the system's safety net. However, he had yet to negotiate such a transaction. Plopping down on the sofa, Chen Shu mused. I expected this fellow to offer a substantial amount. 80 million hardly seems worth your devotion. The director and producer were left speechless. Was 80 million not considered a fortune? Are you aware of the current state of the entertainment industry? Films that attract easy investment either feature megastars or renowned directors. Our film's most notable talent is Yi Jie, a second-tier celebrity who previously starred in television dramas. The plot revolves around several women in urban settings, and the market is not particularly clear-cut. An investment of 80 million could lead to catastrophic losses. Having finally caught a naive investor, only to be kicked by him, you dare to mock us? This $80 million patron is not worthy of your reverence? Noticing the astonishment among those present, Chen Shu declared, I'll cover the investment. Let me round it up to 100 million, and I'll invite a leading actress to play a supporting role, enhancing Yi Jie's presence. Now, let the music play, and let us dance. The director and producer were utterly bewildered. Who was this driver Yi Jie had found? Had he truly not partaken in any alcohol, and was now speaking nonsense? Yet Yi Jie understood Chen Shu's capabilities. Producing 100 million was not an insurmountable task for him. The challenge lay in whether he genuinely intended to invest such a sum in her film. If so, Yi Jie felt a flutter of excitement. She was genuinely enamored with this older gentleman. Chapter 126. When flowers bloom, they should be plucked without delay. The director, astonished, inquired. Yi Jie, who exactly is this gentleman? Yi Jie replied, he is a wealthy benefactor. Chen Shu added, not so much wealthy as unconcerned about money. Also, director, aren't you a bit indiscreet in your personal life? I encountered you at the Arc de Triomphe. The director was taken aback. You reside at the Arc de Triomphe? Why didn't you mention it sooner? I thought you were merely Yi Jie's driver. It is worth noting that living at the Arc de Triomphe is not something ordinary people can boast about. Moreover, the director felt a twinge of fear. He had publicly declared himself unmarried. If word got out that he returned home with another woman, it would be scandalous. The twist was he had no idea that Chen Shu had seen him with that particular woman. However, Chen Shu was not overly concerned. The director's romantic entanglements held little significance for him. The producer, equally stunned, disregarded Director Wong, saying, Yi Jie, is this gentleman's claim true? Yi Jie urged, Old Chen, make your intentions clear. Chen Shu replied, all right, provide a bank account number. I'll transfer 10 million as a deposit. The remaining 90 million will be settled tomorrow morning when Yi Jie and I go to the bank. If it doesn't happen, you can consider the 10 million a gift. Although Chen Shu had over 600 million in his account, the maximum transfer limit was 10 million, requiring a check for online transactions or VIP banking services. It wasn't as simple as just transferring funds. Lin Keki had previously mentioned he could request a check, but Chen Shu deemed it unnecessary. However, it seemed that now he might need it. The producer was overwhelmed with excitement. Initially, he thought this man was merely bluffing, but it appeared he genuinely possessed the financial means. The fortune on the yacht had shifted. Without hesitation, the producer provided a card number for an entertainment company, and Chen Shu promptly transferred 10 million, reinvigorating the yacht's atmosphere. Director Wang, now somewhat recovered from Chen Shu's kick, was led aside by the producer. Director Wang, perhaps you should take a moment to consider the film's future? Wang, still dazed from the kick and the alcohol, began to regain his senses, realizing his chances had evaporated. After a moment of frustration, he was escorted away. In the entertainment industry, if you lack funds, you must lie low. Listening to the music next door, Wang felt a pang of sorrow. 80 million in investments had been carelessly tossed aside, and the 3 peripheral actresses had not followed him. How unfortunate. On Chen Shu's side, having established a collaborative intent, the producer sought to draft a contract. Chen Shu waved his hand, saying, "No need for any convoluted contracts. I am unfamiliar with investments. This money is for Yijie. You all follow her lead. Profit or loss is of no concern, as long as Yijie secures the leading role." The producer was once again astonished. Such a patron was exceedingly rare. With the proliferation of cinema chains, every type of owner sought to insert themselves into the entertainment realm, often offering unsolicited advice and creating complications. Investors like Chen Shu, who simply provide funding without interference, are truly a rarity. If only more could follow his example. The producer replied, "Mr. Chen, my surname is Yang. People refer to me as Producer Yang. I have some renown in the industry. If any promising projects arise, may I reach out to you?" Chen Shu Dao. "So, you're Xiao Yang, right? To be honest, I hold little interest in the entertainment industry. My investment this time is purely for Xiao Yi. Whether we collaborate in the future depends on fate." Yang, the producer, raised his glass and said, "All right, here's to fate." The director nearby joined in, "Mr. Chen, who would have thought we are neighbors? It seems we share a connection. Here's to you." The 3 of them shared a jovial atmosphere. It is no wonder they are talents in the entertainment circle. Their beaming smiles made Chen Shu feel as if he was basking in spring's warmth, completely oblivious to the earlier arrogance of being treated like a mere driver. Yijie, standing nearby, also relaxed. She was well aware of what she was facing today. This investor was notorious in the industry, rumored to have been involved with numerous stars. But his wealth was undeniable. She had already made up her mind. If things didn't go well, she would simply decline the role in this film. Fortunately, Chen Shu diffused the tension, bringing her inner joy. After a few rounds of drinks, Yijie stood up and said, "Old Chen, let me dedicate a song to you." With that, she approached the karaoke machine and serenaded them with a classic tune, Woman's Flower. Chen Shu was taken aback by how beautifully she sang, rivaling professional singers. Her stunning appearance paired with such a melodious voice meant she could carve a niche for herself even outside of acting. Her voice was ethereal, especially when she sang the lines about flowers that should be picked while they bloom and women resembling dreams. Her dreamy eyes locked onto Chen Shu, ensnaring him as the alcohol took effect. Yijie was indeed breathtaking. After the song, she gently leaned against Chen Shu, appearing slightly tipsy. Chen Shu chuckled, thinking how hard it must be for her to keep up with the drinks when she couldn't handle them well. The director and Yang exchanged knowing smiles. Somewhat envious of Chen Shu. Young yet mature, his aura was undeniable. He could easily take on a leading role in a film. Together with Yijie, they made quite the pair. Of course, the most crucial factor was his financial standing. An affluent man in the entertainment industry is always in demand. It was no surprise that the 3 women nearby seemed eager to catch Chen Shu's attention, but his gaze was solely fixed on Yijie, indifferent to their surgically enhanced appearances. After all, Chen Shu had enjoyed the finer things in life these past few months. It wasn't until 1 o'clock in the morning that Chen Shu and Yijie disembarked. The nightlife in Hu City was just beginning. The streets were bustling, with numerous buildings illuminated, housing many working late. Yang arranged for a designated driver to take them back to Yijie's rented apartment. At this point, Yijie had already dozed off in the back seat. Chen Shu carried her upstairs. Even a lightweight, when drunk, felt heavy. He retrieved the keys from her bag and unlocked the door. Upon entering, he was taken aback by how immaculate it was. It was evident that the resident had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. The floors, coffee table, and refrigerator showed not a speck of dust. This perfectly matched Chen Shu's perception of Yijie, a serene home. Yet, if he recalled correctly, Yijie mentioned that it was a rental and not a purchase. As an actress, it was impractical for her to stay in one place long-term, hence her current situation of not owning property. He gently laid Yijie down, turned on the air conditioning, and was about to leave when Yijie suddenly opened her eyes and removed her strap. "Old Chen, you're not really leaving, are you?" she asked with a charming smile. Chen Shu chuckled. "I thought you were truly asleep, like a dead pig." Yijie retorted, "You're the pig." With the line about flowers that should be picked while they bloom, it was needless to say that Yijie was the more proactive one. What followed was a natural progression. Chen Shu's demeanor last night had instilled in Yijie a sense of security. He was a man worth her physical investment. After years of wandering, she longed for that sense of safety. Chapter 127, Living at My Place. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the pure white curtains. casting a gentle glow on Chen Shu's profile. Feeling the light, he awoke to find it was already 8:30 in the morning, having slept soundly after a tiring night. As the events of the previous evening flooded back, he noticed Yi Jie's raven hair sprawled across the light blue sheets, her rounded shoulders creating a harmonious scene. Chen Shu surveyed the room, and the sound of him lighting a cigarette stirred Yi Jie from her slumber. Peeking out from under the covers, she revealed her smooth back and curiously asked, "Old Chen, are you really 60? Chen Shu chuckled lightly. "What's wrong? Do you need to see my ID for verification?" Yi Jie shook her head. "Oh my, I've developed feelings for a 60-year-old man." Chen Shu replied, "So what if I'm 60? Are you looking down on us old men? Isn't this sort of thing common in your entertainment circle?" Yi Jie responded, "It's common, but this is the first time for me." Chen Shu smiled, puffing on his post-encounter cigarette, surprised that they ended up together. Perhaps it was the alcohol at play, but he genuinely liked Yi Jie. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined having such a deep connection with a star. Yi Jie rose, wrapping herself in a blanket and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for them both. 2 cups of milk, 2 fried eggs, and 2 slices of bread. Simple yet delightful. Chen Shu relished this simplicity. After acquiring wealth, his breakfasts had become lavish feasts. Having indulged in king crab and abalone, he occasionally craved a refreshing change, adding a touch of romance to the mundane. They enjoyed breakfast in comfortable silence, aware of the slight awkwardness in their relationship after such a rapid progression. Who could have guessed that a single night would lead them to this point? It felt too swift. Eventually, Yi Jie broke the silence, saying, "Let us forget about last night. Our relationship cannot be made public, it must remain clandestine." Chen Shu thought to himself that it was for the best. If it were made public, how could he continue to live freely? Yi Jie glanced at him, and he smiled. "Come eat your egg, replenish your strength." Yi Jie replied, "You should eat it. You're the one who needs the nourishment." After breakfast, Yang, the producer, called Yi Jie. "Xiao Yi, how accurate is Mr. Chen's investment from last night? Can you reach out to him? Given our filming schedule, we need to start shooting in 2 months for the National Day release. If the funding is in place, we can commence immediately." Yi Jie replied, "Sure, I'll contact him right away." Naturally, she would not disclose that Chen Shu was right beside her. However, as an insider in the industry, Yang could likely deduce some things without them being explicitly stated. People in the industry have an unspoken understanding to keep such matters confidential. If any of this were to slip from their lips, they could very well find themselves in a precarious situation, as it could jeopardize their financial interests. After hanging up the phone, Yi Jie inquired, "Do your words from last night hold any weight?" Chen Shu retrieved his phone and replied, "My word has always been my bond. Let's go. I need to inform the bank." After all, this pertained to a project worth 90 million, and Chen Shu deemed it prudent to notify the bank in advance. He directly called Lin Keki, who now served as his private banking manager. For any matters, a single phone call sufficed to ensure preparations were made on their end. Once the call was completed, and as the two prepared to descend the stairs, Yi Jie said, "I'll head down first. You should wait 5 minutes before following." "I'll be in the garage." Chen Shu responded in disbelief. "Huh? Are we acting like thieves?" Yi Jie retorted, "We are, indeed. The neighbors are well aware of my situation. If we leave together, it would certainly raise suspicions." She continued, "If word gets out that I have a boyfriend, it would significantly impact my career opportunities." She hadn't anticipated that dating a celebrity could be so complicated. While Chen Shu was indifferent, he understood that this was a matter of great importance regarding Yi Jie's career trajectory. It was a crucial time for her. And if it were revealed that she had a boyfriend, her fan base would undoubtedly diminish by a considerable margin. Nowadays, young women emphasized independence and self-sufficiency, shunning dependence on men. Moreover, Yi Jie had consistently claimed in public that she had never had a boyfriend. If Chen Shu's relationship with her were to be exposed, it would indeed create complications. After standing at the door for 5 minutes, Chen Shu finally made his way down the stairs. The sensation of stealth was entirely new to him, an experience unlike any other. Upon reaching the car, he started the engine and was scanning for Yi Jie's figure when a swift silhouette slipped into the vehicle. "Drive quickly. I think I spotted the paparazzi," she urged, fully equipped with sunglasses and a mask. Chen Shu was taken aback. "Is it really that serious?" Yi Jie affirmed. "Absolutely. The paparazzi constantly surveil emerging talents like us. If they capture even a single photo of us, they could extort hundreds of thousands." Intrigued, Chen Shu asked, "Why haven't I heard about this before?" Yi Jie surveyed the area outside the car window and explained, "Many celebrities choose to pay off the paparazzi to keep things quiet, as revelations about clandestine relationships can have significant repercussions." Chen Shu mused. Being a celebrity is indeed no easy feat. As he drove out of the garage, he noticed a vehicle not far away with individuals inside, seemingly on the lookout for someone. This must be the paparazzi Yi Jie had mentioned. "Let us not linger here. Come stay at my place. There is plenty of room." And as you know, the security system at the Arc de Triomphe is top-notch. Outsiders cannot gain access. Yi Jie had previously accompanied her grandmother to the Arc de Triomphe, where she had experienced its formidable security. With such protection, she felt assured that the paparazzi would not intrude. However, she still couldn't afford to purchase a residence in a high-end neighborhood, striving instead to maintain a low profile to avoid detection. Something felt amiss, and she wondered where these paparazzi had come from. Few people knew of her residence here. Was it someone among her contemporaries in the industry? Perhaps Tang Chao? Yi Jie harbored doubts, but contemplating it was futile now. Chen Shu's suggestion was indeed worth considering. Yet, she stipulated, it's acceptable. But just ensure I don't cross paths with Wan Ting or Hong Jie. Chen Shu immediately responded with righteous indignation. How could you think that of me? Do you truly believe on that kind of man? Yi Jie chuckled. Well, he is certainly not a good man. Chen Shu laughed. Having never claimed to be a paragon of virtue, he would not accept the label of a good man. Chapter 128. Investment in film. Upon arriving at the bank, Lin Keki was already waiting. To accommodate Chen Shu, she had delegated 2 client handovers to her colleagues. For reasons unknown, since receiving Chen Shu's call, she felt an unusual sense of joy. After returning from her conversation with him, she had gradually moved past her feelings of rejection, appearing entirely unaffected. When Chen Shu's car arrived at the exclusive VIP parking space, Lin Keki gleefully dashed downstairs to greet him, much to the astonishment of her colleagues. Has Xiaolin found herself a new love? One speculated. You should have seen her applying lipstick all morning. Another chimed in with a laugh. As Lin Keki approached, she noticed Chen Shu accompanied by a slender, elegant woman. The woman, adorned with sunglasses and a mask, had skin that was fair, almost translucent. In that instant, Lin Keki's expression shifted to one of disappointment, a sentiment that Yi Jie keenly detected. Observing Chen Shu, Yi Jie thought to herself, Old Chen, you truly are a heartthrob, handsome, wealthy, and charming, a veritable heartbreaker. This banking manager has likely fallen under your spell. Oblivious to this, Chen Shu continued to relish the absence of cues, basking in the envious glances of others. Upon entering the VIP room upstairs, Yi Jie made a phone call to producer Yang. Remarkably swift. He arrived at the bank within 10 minutes. No wonder they had treated Mr. Wang like a god last night. The entertainment industry was indeed in dire need of funds. After Yang's arrival, Yi Jie removed her mask, leaving Lin Keki momentarily speechless. She had perceived the mysterious woman as graceful, but never anticipated that she was the currently popular star, Yi Jie. Chen Shu was not merely surrounded by beautiful women like Chu Hong, Xia Wanting, and Kong Fong. He had also ventured into the entertainment realm, supporting a major star. Lin Keki's envy flared again, her small temper surfacing as she pouted and begrudgingly proceeded with the business transaction. Chen Shu, having already experienced Lin Keki's temperament, chose not to take offense and teased. What is the matter, Xiaolin? Did someone break your heart again? Lin Keki cast a mournful glance at him. Humph. Chen Shu, lacking any ulterior motive, maintained a mindset akin to that of a 60-year-old man. He never considered that a woman in her 20s could harbor feelings for him. Lin Keki did not strike him as a gold digger. She possessed her own character. How could such a woman possibly fall for an older man? Chen Shu remained oblivious to her forlorn gaze. Yet Yi Jie, an actress adept at reading emotions, understood all too well. It was perplexing how Chen Shu could exert such charm, leaving a trail of infatuated individuals in his wake. Yi Jie couldn't help but worry about her future. Meanwhile, Lin Keki successfully completed a transfer of 90 million. Producer Yang presented the investment contract. Mr. Chen, please take a moment to review this contract and the revenue sharing from the film. In truth, Chen Shu was indifferent to the investment. He was not particularly concerned about the properties in his hometown or in whose city. His intentions were driven by other motives, not the pursuit of profit. The film was no different. The financial outcome was inconsequential. After all, having taken advantage of Yi Jie's affections, it would be inappropriate not to contribute something in return. Perusing the contract, Chen Shu inquired with curiosity, only 30% of the box office revenue? Yang, the producer, remarked, indeed, this is the unwritten rule of our industry. From the 30% of the box office, we must deduct various expenses such as marketing, production costs, and actor salaries. It was then that Chen Shu grasped why certain films appeared to have high box office earnings, yet the entertainment companies claimed they were not profitable. The revenue share was indeed somewhat limited. Furthermore, Chen Shu glanced at the title of the film he had invested in, The Golden Age. What is this film about? He inquired. Yang, looking at Yi Jie, felt an overwhelming shock. Yi Jie was quite shrewd. This investor was unaware of the film's storyline, yet dared to invest 100 million. Such faith in Yi Jie's capabilities. Yi Jie replied, oh, it's essentially a story about 3 career-driven women striving in the city. After hearing this, Chen Shu's enthusiasm waned. He had little interest in films centered around strong female leads. Upon completing the transfer, a notification chimed. Ding! The host has invested in their first film. With no expectation of returns, a reward of 300,000,000 yuan has been granted. Astonishing. Investing 100 million yielded a reward of 300 million. Chen Shu promptly mentioned it. Meanwhile, his account was still displayed on the computer screen. Lin Keki widened her eyes at the newly added transaction. 90 million had just exited, and now 300 million had returned. A net increase of over 200 million in a single transaction? What exactly is this old man involved in? Chen Shu, oblivious to Lin Keki's astonishment, pondered that the 100 million spent was worthwhile. It might generate some profit, and even if it didn't, he had already recouped his investment. Not bad. Is 100 million sufficient, or should I invest more? He queried. Yi Jia immediately replied, that is plenty. This film doesn't require special effects. At most, we'll need to allocate more for actors' salaries, some costumes and props, and venue rental costs, which likely won't consume all that much. Yang, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. Goodness, have you two become an item? Why the protective stance? It's as if the money of this old man is yours. Yet, he felt quite pleased. A budget of 100 million was exceedingly ample. He had initially planned to recruit multiple investors, but it seemed unnecessary now. There was even a possibility of hiring a top-tier star for the role of the second female lead, thereby increasing the chances of profitability. Although it was rare for a top star to play second fiddle to a lesser-known actress, with sufficient funds, anything was achievable. The collaboration between the parties progressed smoothly, crucially without excessive discussion as the funds were already secured. Previously, Yi Jia's ability to attract investment in the company had not been remarkable. Today, however, Yang had witnessed her potential. Yi Jia had encountered a suitable affluent patron. Moreover, this patron appeared remarkably youthful. Yang was well acquainted with many female stars, most of whom associated with wealthy patrons in their 50s and 60s, old, balding, and often lacking vitality. Yet for the sake of wealth, these men either endured or discreetly sought companionship with younger men, which was not uncommon. In contrast, Chen Shu was an exceptionally desirable bachelor, his vitality far surpassing that of any other tycoon. Yi Jia certainly had an eye for talent. Yang said, all right, Mr. Cheng, our contract is now finalized. As an investor, you are welcome to inquire about the filming progress at any time. Chen Shu replied, no need. Let the professionals handle these matters. I trust you. What a magnanimous attitude. Yang nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall return to prepare and discuss with the director when to commence filming. You must certainly attend the opening ceremony. Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively. Please don't involve me in these ceremonial affairs. You carry on with your filming. Yang was increasingly astonished. Such an investor. I could use a dozen of them. Chapter 129, an additional participant. After completing the necessary formalities, Yang took his leave. Chen Shu stood to depart. But Lin Keki suddenly spoke up. Hello, Mr. Cheng, Miss Yi. I would like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude for your kindness to me that night. Yi Jia lightly tapped her fingers on the table. Which night? Evening? Kindness. Lin Keki realized her words carried a double meaning. Her ears flushed with embarrassment as she clarified. I meant the night I got drunk, and Mr. Cheng helped me. Otherwise, I would have been in a precarious situation. Additionally, I still haven't returned Hong Jia's dress. Chen Shu replied. There's no need for that. Consider the dress a gift. Hong Jia won't miss it. Lin Keki insisted. No, I must express my gratitude. Yi Jia chuckled. Since the young lady is so earnest, let us have a simple meal. I'm quite hungry as well. Chen Shu was indifferent. It mattered little where they dined. Lin Keki's heartfelt gesture, having emerged from a recent disappointment, was indeed a cause for celebration. Thus, he agreed. The trio made their way to a nearby restaurant. With Lin Keki taking the initiative to order, Chen Shu noted, you seem to be in much better spirits, Shaolin. I always say, one must look forward. There are plenty of good men out there. Just because Songsheng doesn't want you doesn't mean there aren't many others who would. At such a young age, and so beautiful, what is there to worry about? Focus on your career, and you will undoubtedly encounter the right partner. Yi Jia, overhearing, jokingly remarked, why does it feel somewhat off? Are you referring to yourself? Chen Shu laughed heartily. How could it possibly be me? Even if I had such intentions, would a young lady like her ever consider an old man like me? Xiao Yi, don't jest. Lin Keki mustered a smile, though her heart felt quite heavy. She realized she might indeed have developed feelings for this 60-year-old man. How peculiar. In the past, she thought the artistic Song Sheng was wonderful during their romance. He took great care of her. Other than the sudden breakup, one could say he was a good boyfriend. However, after all she had experienced, Lin Keki felt her previous judgment had been profoundly flawed. Just because someone could paint well, does that truly make them exceptional? Engaging in calm discourse about multi-million-dollar deals and effortlessly investing 100 million in a film for a female star. Now that is true composure in life. Surely, this is what defines a good man. And Chen Shu embodied all these qualities. The only flaw was the abundance of women surrounding him. Yet women are often drawn to brilliance, overlooking everything else. Moreover, Chen Shu's approach was one of integrity. He never deceived anyone, whether it was with Xiao Wanting or Chu Hong. Essentially, it was a mutual exchange of resources. Sometimes, sincerity serves as the ultimate trump card. As they conversed, Lin Keki could only bury her feelings deep within. Yi Jie, however, understood the young girl's sentiments and felt a twinge of sympathy. She did not pity herself. For at 30, she had seen it all in the entertainment industry. Even if she were to part ways with Chen Shu, she wouldn't feel too distressed, merely a pity. But the youth were different. They often regarded love as everything, falling easily into obsession. The three shared a simple meal, and Chen Shu inquired, "What do you suppose that yacht from last night cost?" Yi Jie remarked, "It's worth several million. Are you truly contemplating the purchase?" Chen Shu nodded and replied, "Since I have taken a liking to it, and I am not lacking in funds, why not indulge? If not now, shall I wait until I am deceased to enjoy it?" Yi Jie cast him a disapproving glance. In broad daylight, "You dare utter such ominous words? Spit 3 times for good measure." Chen Shu complied, "Spit, spit, spit." Lin Keki, holding a small bowl and inserting a spoon into the rice, interjected, "Really? Must you be so sweet?" Yi Jie continued, "Yachts are still quite rare in the country. I've heard most are purchased in Australia. I'm not entirely sure how, but I can inquire for you when I have the time." Chen Shu remained unperturbed. After all, if he were to buy, it would certainly be a fine vessel. A yacht worth a few million seemed rather small to him, only accommodating 4 or 5 individuals. He had his eyes set on the luxurious 3-tier yacht from last night, capable of hosting a family outing at sea for 2 or 3 days without issue. As one ages, one must live in the present while also contemplating the future. Chen Shu envisioned a day when he would be gray-haired, taking his daughters Chen Pingping and Chen Anan, perhaps even his great-grandchildren, out for fishing adventures on the open sea. He had come to understand why those who attain wealth often possess their own yachts and private jets. It is a true indulgence. The entire expanse of the sea could feel like one's own private sanctuary, an experience that once savored becomes unforgettable. Lin Keki listened intently to their conversation. A luxurious yacht? In her leisure moments, she enjoyed scrolling through short videos and the daily vlogs of wealthy heiresses and affluent women. Yachts and the sea were frequent motifs on her phone. No woman could resist the allure of donning light garments aboard a yacht, basking in the liberating scent of the ocean. After their meal, Lin Keki insisted on paying the bill, and Chen Shu did not object. He assumed the young lady felt somewhat embarrassed about her expensive outfit, hence her desire to treat them. Besides, the meal was not extravagant. The 3 of them only totaled a little over 300, so it was reasonable for Lin Keki to settle the account. "Mr. Chen, Miss Yi, take care." The server bid as the door of the luxury car closed with a crisp sound, akin to a bullet being chambered. Watching the vehicle drive away, Lin Keki pouted. "Old fool, with so many women around you, can't you perceive this lady's gaze? Truly a dimwit. Only has eyes for Miss Yi. Lecherous. Shameless." She stomped her foot in frustration before turning to head to the bank for work. "Ugh, work is exhausting. I dread going in every day." Inside the car, Yi Jie smiled and said, "Did you know that the young lady has taken a liking to you?" Chen Shu, hearing this again, responded, "You can't be serious? I was too busy watching you to notice her." Yi Jie replied, "Smooth talker. Oh well, you both inhabit different worlds. Your paths won't cross much in the future." Chen Shu shrugged. He had no shortage of women around him, and having just plucked the fruit of a major star like Yi Jie, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction, paying little mind to the naive Lin Keki. "Where to next? To your neighborhood?" Chen Shu inquired. Yi Jie expressed her desire for a spacious home, ideally with a large balcony. "What do you think would be best?" Chen Shu feigned ignorance. "What a coincidence. I happen to know of 2 adjoining apartments at the Arc de Triomphe, with a balcony so vast you could run laps on it. I wonder if the owner would be amenable." Yi Jie declared, "Whether they agree or not, I will reside there. Once I'm in, no one can evict me." Chen Shu chuckled. The poor owner might find themselves drained dry. Yi Jie bit her lip. "That is quite likely." Chapter 130. Wanting becomes a manager. "Yi Jie, you've arrived?" As Yi Jie entered, she encountered Xiao Wanting, who had just awakened from her afternoon nap. Yi Jie beamed. "Yes, I might be staying here for a while." Xiao Wanting exclaimed, "That is wonderful. We can binge-watch shows together at night. What dramas have you been watching lately?" Yi Jie pondered for a moment. "Some films, Comet Beauty, Peach Apartment, Sophie's Choice." Xiao Wanting looked bewildered. "Huh? What are those? I've never heard of them." Yi Jie explained, "They're suitable for us actors to study our craft." Xiao Wanting was taken aback. "Do actors really watch those? Don't you watch the trending short dramas or web series?" Yi Jie clarified, "We do, but we choose selectively." Observing their pleasant rapport, Chen Shu felt no surprise. Xiao Wanting was a woman of ample heart and spirit, indulging in life's pleasures without guile, likely oblivious to the implications of Yi Jia's new living arrangement. Of course, even if she had considered it, she would not have cared. Chu Hong, however, was different. She was astute and observant, understanding the subtleties. Noticing the two getting along well, Chen Shu suddenly thought, "Oh right, Xiao Yi, weren't you in need of a manager? What do you think of Wanting?" Xiao Wanting's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Really? Doesn't Yi Jia already have a manager?" Yi Jia clarified, "I did. But he was a man and rather bothersome." Xiao Wanting, intrigued, suggested, "Yi Jia, let me be your manager." Yi Jia asked, "Can you drive?" Xiao Wanting replied, "Of course. I got my license right after graduating university, so I have 6 years of experience now. Uncle Chen even bought me a Mini, which is parked in the garage." Yi Jia inquired, "Is it the one with a string of calabash dolls in the back?" Xiao Wanting confirmed, "Yes." Yi Jia felt genuinely excited. Xiao Wanting was straightforward and lacked ulterior motives, making her an ideal candidate for a manager. Chen Shu chimed in, coincidentally, Wanting can speak Sichuan cuisine too. She was a private tour guide before, so planning itineraries won't be an issue. You two are quite compatible. I'll cover Wanting's expenses. Xiao Wanting enjoyed exploring. And with filming requiring travel, it was a perfect fit. She teased, "Uncle Chen, you're not trying to push me out to enjoy a romantic getaway with Sister Chu, are you?" Chen Shu reassured her, "Not at all. I won't be changing the passcode. You both can return anytime. This will always be your home alongside Yi Jia." Yi Jia agreed to the arrangement, genuinely hoping to avoid another manager who did not share her vision. Xiao Wanting never imagined she would one day become a star as manager. The prospect felt truly magical, and she found it exhilarating. "Yi Jia, when are we heading to the set? Will we get to meet other stars?" Yi Jia replied, "We need to wait a few days. The new film requires some preparation. Plus, I need to study the script. While you're here, let us familiarize ourselves with it. We should also rehearse together." Xiao Wanting was filled with enthusiasm. For someone who loved watching dramas, participating in a film shoot seemed like an incredible adventure. That evening, after Chu Hong finished work and noticed another person in the house, she was slightly taken aback but quickly regained her composure. She had assumed Chen Shu's next partner would be Kong Fong, not this celebrity. In her eyes, she was just an ordinary woman, possessing beauty but little else to offer. In comparison to Kong Fong, Yi Jia undoubtedly pales, lacking the carefree nature of Xiao Wanting. Therefore, with Yi Jia moving in, she felt unable to voice her grievances, especially considering she was a prominent star. That evening, Chu Hong observed that Yi Jia's room had been allocated to the adjacent suite. However, Chen Shu was restless that night, likely crossing over to Yi Jia's room via the balcony. The following day, with Yi Jia residing at Chen Shu's place, the director paid a visit bearing gifts. After all, they were all neighbors in the same community. It was unlikely that Chen Shu would ever seek the director's assistance without cause. Yet could the director truly expect to gain favor from Chen Shu? He was the financial backer of the film, after all. This director could not be compared to the well-established ones who never lacked for work. By cultivating a good rapport with Chen Shu now, he would find it easier to ask for financial support in the future. The director, surnamed Zhang, arrived with a lesser-known actress in tow. He was not overly surprised to find Yi Jia staying there. According to industry conventions, how could a major financier simply elevate a star without reason? It was a matter of mutual benefit and resource exchange. Zhang had not anticipated the presence of two beautiful women alongside Chen Shu. One had to wonder if he could cope with such a lifestyle. Seated in the living room, Director Zhang said, "Mr. Chen, I have come to request a favor. My girlfriend wishes to secure the role of the third female lead in this film. I assure you that her scenes will not overshadow Yi Jia's. It will merely be a brief appearance. What do you think?" Chen Shu was beginning to grasp the privileges of the entertainment industry. He had never dreamed he would have a say in the casting of a film. While he did not personally know the actress, Xiao Wanting recognized her and had taken a photo with her, so Chen Shu felt no inclination to refuse. "Director Zhang, considering we are neighbors, I trust your judgment with the script. As long as Yi Jia's role is preserved, I am amenable to everything else," Chen Shu replied. Zhang raised his teacup in a toast. "Then, I shall toast you with this tea in lieu of wine." Chen Shu relished this respect, particularly from the third-rate actress, who was desperately adjusting her neckline in a rather obvious manner. Her ambition was clear, yet her allure was starkly different from Yi Jia's. She was far too seductive for Chen Shu's taste. Thus, regardless of her attempts to flirt, he remained indifferent. If it weren't for the three women present, the third-rate actress might have mistaken him for a tourist from Chuan City visiting Pu City. The next day, Yi Jia received a call informing her that the film crew had assembled and was merely awaiting her arrival to commence filming in the capital. Consequently, that day, she and Xiao Wanting packed their belongings and set off in Xiao Wanting's mini BMW toward Beijing. The sudden absence of two individuals from the spacious house rendered it somewhat desolate, though Chu Hong remained there. Shortly thereafter, Chen Shu received a call from Confronting. The renovation crew was ready, having engaged the most skilled team in Hu City, led by an individual with impressive credentials. Even having overseen the opulent residences of affluent second-generation elites, Confronting had reviewed their past projects, which were extravagant and of high caliber, boasting connections to top international luxury brands for fixtures such as faucets, bathtubs, and cabinets. The cost would be substantial, yet Chen Shu was unconcerned about expenses at this point. Chapter 131. This is life. I am not short of money. You all focus on the renovation. The current budget is 10 million, and if that proves insufficient, I can increase it, but it must be done with care. In the Arc de Triomphe community, Chen Shu spoke earnestly to the renovation manager, surnamed Zheng. The manager, displaying a respectful demeanor, assured, Mr. Chen, you can rest assured. If there is anything you find unsatisfactory, please do not hesitate to voice your concerns. We will ensure the renovation meets your expectations. Chen Shu was pleased with the manager's attitude. Chu Hong also expressed some requirements. This KTV room must have top-notch soundproofing, and all sound equipment should be replaced with Europe's finest brands. The audio quality cannot be subpar. We simply enjoy singing and watching movies, so we need a large screen. Manager Zheng diligently took notes, eager to capture every detail. With Yi Jia and Xia wanting off to film, Chu Hong assumed the role of the household's matriarch, overseeing everything with grace. Chen Shu found this arrangement quite agreeable. Having a woman in charge was rather pleasant. However, marriage was not on the horizon. For now, this status quo was satisfactory. After finalizing some details, Chen Shu inquired, approximately how long will the renovations take? Manager Zheng contemplated the notes and replied, there isn't much structural work needed. It's primarily soft furnishings that require customization. It shouldn't take too long. 20 days should suffice. Chen Shu nodded, as his intention was to unify the two connected suites without undertaking a complete renovation from scratch. All right, I'll leave these days in your hands. However, it seems I have no place to stay. I suppose I'll check into a hotel. With a net worth exceeding 8 billion, Chen Shu was hardly lacking in accommodation options. The top-tier hotels in Hu City were quite affordable for him. He then asked Chu Hong to select a hotel. Understanding that the next 20 days would be spent predominantly in a hotel, Chu Hong aimed to find a comfortable, upscale option. After some deliberation, she looked up and asked, how about the presidential suite at Banyan Tree? I see it has a pool. We could swim and relax in the evenings. Chen Shu nodded. Of course, that sounds perfect. It's a pity the Arc de Triomphe doesn't have a pool. Although the top floor does, but that belongs to others. Seizing the opportunity to experience luxury, he booked the presidential suite, which came at the price of 128,000 per night. The hotel manager on the line inquired, Sir, Madam, would you require our chauffeur service? Chen Shu considered and, realizing it was nearby, opted to have the hotel send a car instead of driving himself. To his surprise, the hotel provided a Rolls-Royce for their VIP transport. Given the presidential suite's steep rate, he decided to reserve it for 20 days, amounting to over 2 million. Indulging in the luxury of a Rolls-Royce felt quite justified. As he settled into the smooth ride and gazed at the starry ceiling, it was as though he were enveloped in the night sky, making for a comfortable journey. Upon arriving at Banyan Tree Hotel, the manager promptly approached him. Chen Shu was taken aback. It was none other than his old friend, Song Sheng. Mr. Chen, what a surprise to see you again. Had I known you were staying with us, I would have personally welcomed you. After a few days apart, Song Sheng appeared as vibrant as ever, even more spirited than before. Chen Shu had not anticipated that this young man was now employed here. It stood to reason that the hotel was not owned by Sister Xia, yet it undoubtedly had ties to her, as the owner was a local relative of hers. A simple phone call had secured Song Sheng's position there. Not only is the salary high, but the work is also easy, with minimal responsibilities. The clientele consists predominantly of affluent individuals, which can effortlessly diminish one's humble demeanor. Chen Shu chuckled, Xiao Song, I didn't expect to see you here. Had I known, I would have called you directly. I'm in the midst of renovations at my place, and I've no choice but to stay here. Song Sheng was aware of Chen Shu's considerable wealth, yet he was astonished by the extent of it. Merely moving to a hotel due to home renovations? And booking a presidential suite costing nearly 130,000 a day for 20 days? Even the wealthy would seldom indulge to such a degree. Is this what it means to be rich? As Song Sheng's gaze drifted past Chen Shu's shoulder, he caught sight of Chu Hong, momentarily taken aback. Lin Keki isn't with Mr. Chen? Chen Shu laughed. What would I be doing with that girl? She's still at work. If you ever have a change of heart, you might still find her. Whether she can forgive you, however, is another matter. Song Sheng was surprised. He had initially assumed his ex-girlfriend was with Chen Shu. Yet, it seemed that was not the case. As for that night, never mind, he thought. He understood that he and Lin Keki were now on entirely different paths. Moreover, He had no desire to revert to his previous life of servitude. Life was delightful now, working a few hours in the afternoon, conversing with the wealthy, and retiring to the manager's office for the night, while also flirting with a few young receptionists. It was blissful. To pursue Lin Keki again? Only a fool would do that. Little did he know, even if he tried, the current Lin Keki would not harbor the same affections for him as before. Her tastes had evolved. Shaoli, please book a room for the gentleman, Song Sheng called out. Chen Shu retrieved his phone and began to settle the bill, transferring over 2 million yuan. Ding. The host has reserved a presidential suite, enjoying top-tier services, rewarding 5,000,000 yuan. A rather pleasant surprise. Chen Shu was not particularly astonished. This presidential suite did carry some emotional value. Subsequently, Song Sheng led both individuals to the 9th floor. Entering the room required not only a key card, but also the verification of both individuals' irises, a remarkably sophisticated security system. Upon entering, Chu Hong gasped, captivated by the infinity pool visible from the window. The pool here has a constant temperature system, allowing for a swim anytime, Song Sheng noted. Mr. Chen, I wish you a pleasant stay. With that, he closed the door, leaving them undisturbed. Chen Shu then shed his clothing, revealing a well-toned physique indicative of regular fitness, and made his way to the pool to indulge. Relaxing in the pool while enjoying the night view was a luxury he had not previously experienced. Had it not been for the restrictions on constructing a pool in the middle floors of the Arc de Triomphe, he would have wished to convert half of the balcony into such a pool. A soak before bed was indeed a delightful prospect. Chu Hong donned a stylish swimsuit, revealing her fair thighs as she gradually entered the water, a bottle of champagne from the suite's fridge in hand. The night view, champagne, pool, and beauty, this was the essence of life. Chapter 132. My sister has truly become wealthy. The comfort of the presidential suite was so overwhelming that it rendered one almost oblivious to the outside world. This was Chu Hong's first experience in such an opulent hotel. While she had stayed in luxury accommodations before, waking each day to swim in the pool and emerging from the water felt invigorating, greatly enhancing her mood. On the second day of residing in the presidential suite, Chu Hong received a phone call. She then informed Chen Shu, "Old Chun, my sister is coming to Hu City." Chen Shu was taken aback. "You have a sister?" Chu Hong replied with a hint of melancholy. "You never inquired about my family affairs, so it's no surprise you didn't know about her." Chen Shu felt somewhat embarrassed. He had not considered such matters. However, it made sense. He was Chu Hong's partner, but not her family member, and thus, there was no need for such familiarity, nor was he particularly interested. Chen Shu promptly replied, "Let her come. I'm more than welcome. How old is your sister?" Chu Hong responded, "She is a graduate student, currently still studying, and won't graduate until next year." Chen Shu was astonished. Graduate student? An excellent student, indeed. Is she coming to Hu City for a visit? He asked. Chu Hong explained, "She is meeting me here. We plan to return to our hometown together. My grandfather's 89th birthday is in a few days." Chu Hong hailed from the Central Plains, where the 90th birthday is traditionally celebrated in advance. As it is said, celebrate the 9, not the 10. Nevertheless, it was a significant milestone that warranted a grand celebration. As a granddaughter, she naturally had to return home for the occasion. Chen Shu nodded. "All right, I'll transfer 500,000 yuan to you shortly to buy something nice for the elder." He genuinely wished to meet her grandfather and inquire about the secrets to longevity, as he himself would have passed away at 60 had it not been for the system's intervention. Living to 90 was an impressive feat, a full 30 years more than he had. It would be wise to learn from such wisdom. However, given the unique nature of his relationship with Chu Hong, he was uncertain whether she would welcome him on the journey back home, so he refrained from suggesting it. Fortunately, Chu Hong took the initiative. "You should come back with me. Last year when I returned home, I told my grandfather I had a boyfriend. I didn't visit for New Year's for fear of being exposed, and now you can conveniently play the role of my boyfriend." Chen Shu replied, "Play the role? Isn't it the truth?" Chu Hong sighed. "What do you mean, the truth? We are merely roommates." Chen Shu chuckled. "Whatever you say it is, it is." Chu Hong was resolute. Despite Chen Shu's actual age being 60, he appeared to be in his 30s or early 40s, making them seem quite compatible. The key was to keep the old man happy. She had grown up alongside her grandparents, forging a close bond with them, while she felt somewhat estranged from her parents, who favored her two brothers. As a result, after reaching adulthood, she seldom returned home, and, when she did, it was primarily to visit her grandfather. That afternoon, the two arrived at the high-speed railway station to greet her sister. Amidst the bustling crowd, Chu Hong suddenly waved at a young woman in her 20s, sporting a high ponytail and thick glasses, exuding a scholarly aura. "Chu Cheng, over here." Chen Shu assessed Chu Hong's sister. She was quite young and reportedly involved in scientific research at a university in the capital, radiating an air of intellect. Her attire was simple, featuring well-worn faded jeans, and a plain light-colored t-shirt. She had slender, delicate arms and resembled Chu Hong closely. With the right styling, she could also be considered a beauty. Upon speaking, she displayed a distinct Central Plains accent, rich in charm. "Sister, you've become so beautiful. It's only been half a year since we last met. And you look so much better." After Chu Cheng finished speaking, she finally noticed Chen Shu beside her. Chu Hong said, "Well, look who can talk now. Let me introduce you. This is old Chen." Chu Cheng was taken aback. "Sister, didn't you say you'd never find a boyfriend?" Chu Hong replied directly. "Yes, my friend, here to pretend to be my boyfriend to make our grandfather happy." Chu Cheng suddenly understood, taking a moment to assess Chen Shu, thinking to herself that this friend was quite handsome. Was he really just pretending? "Hello, Xiao Cheng," Chen Shu greeted with a smile. Chu Cheng, "Hello, dear faux brother-in-law." Chen Shu let out a hearty laugh. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Chu Cheng was taken aback. "Is this your car, faux brother-in-law? What do you do? You seem rather affluent." Chen Shu opened the door of the luxurious G-Class. "I merely run a property company." Chu Cheng nodded. "Operating a business in whose city must require a fair amount of capital, I presume." Chu Hong playfully nudged her sister. "Come on, get in your car. Are they here to check your household registration?" Before long, they found themselves inside the hotel, and upon opening the door to the presidential suite, Chu Cheng's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Sister, have you been taken care of by this man? Is this presidential suite a place for ordinary folks?" Chen Shu was momentarily stunned. Clearly, a graduate student conducting experiments possesses a keen intuition. Chu Hong's ears flushed crimson as she quickly retorted, "What are you talking about? We're merely friends. I'm just staying here temporarily while my place is being renovated." It was evident to Chu Cheng that there was a deep-seated rapport between the two, suggesting they had shared considerable time together. Yet, out of respect for her sister, she refrained from exposing the truth. Internally, she felt a surge of joy for her sister. At long last, she seemed to have found an ideal partner, albeit one perhaps 5 or 6 years her senior. But that mattered little. A mature man knows how to cherish others. Little did she know, Chen Shu's true age was already 60, easily old enough to be her father. Instantly enamored with the presidential suite, Chu Cheng was reminded of her own modest circumstances as a graduate student. Without a steady job and merely earning 2,000 a month from a part-time position at a milk tea shop, without Chu Hong's regular assistance, she would have been on the brink of starvation. The cost of living in the capital was no less than in Inhu City. She had never stayed in such an opulent suite before, having assumed her sister was still residing in their former rental. "Staying here for a night must not be cheap, right?" Chu Cheng inquired. Chu Hong replied, "Indeed, it's rather pricey, several thousand a day." Chu Cheng gasped, "My goodness. The cost for one night is enough to feed me for a month." "Sister, why not ask old Chen to propose to you and become a wealthy woman instead of selling houses?" Chu Hong quipped, "There's bread in the fridge. Perhaps it will help keep your mouth busy." Chen Shu chuckled silently in the background. That evening, they initially planned to dine out. But Chu Cheng found herself satisfied with the afternoon tea provided by the hotel. Being slender, she couldn't consume much. They ended up skipping the restaurant, with Chu Hong taking her sister shopping for a few outfits instead. Upon returning, Chen Shu was astonished. Chu Cheng appeared transformed, her new attire enhancing her beauty significantly. Though she lacked the maturity and sophistication of Chu Hong, who certainly knew how to present herself, the evening's expenditure left Chu Cheng in shock. She had spent 20,000 on just a few outfits. My sister is truly making a fortune. Chapter 133. If you're going to sit in business class. Chu Cheng spent the day awash in astonishment, residing in the lavish presidential suite. How much had her dear sister sold in properties to amass such wealth? Chen Shu, however, was somewhat pitiful, alone in the master bedroom. The following day, Chu Hong booked flight tickets for that afternoon. Whose city was over 1,000 kilometers away from Central Plains. A journey of more than 10 hours by car, which was unbearable for anyone. Naturally, Chen Shu had no desire to drive, and having lived 60 years, he had never flown before. This experience was not to be missed. Not only him, but Chu Hong and Chu Cheng felt the same. It was still summer, and due to the influx of travelers, ticket prices were steep. Yet for Chen Shu, this was merely a drop in the bucket. At noon, seated in the hotel's arranged luxury vehicle, Chu Cheng was further astounded. What kind of prowess did this faux brother-in-law possess? As a graduate student with a sharp intellect, she understood that even if her sister sold properties at an astounding rate, affording such a luxurious hotel was improbable. A presidential suite. The vehicle for receiving guests was a luxury sedan. This was undoubtedly a testament to her faux brother-in-law's capabilities. Chu Cheng could not fathom where her sister had found such a generous faux brother-in-law. With such lavish expenditure, why couldn't he be genuine? The pair seemed well matched. A handsome couple indeed. The driver of the luxury sedan was none other than the hotel manager, Song Sheng. He had worked the night shift, but due to his close ties with Sister Xia, He went straight to rest after his shift, only to be summoned by staff if needed. During his time at the hotel, he had only encountered one incident: a female university student who insisted on entering without providing information. Understanding the implications, Song Sheng had allowed her in. However, this incident had brought him a sense of satisfaction, a small exercise of power that could influence another's business. "Thank you, Manager Song," Chen Shu said as he handed over a gift for Chu Hong's grandfather, closing the car door behind him. Song Sheng responded courteously, "It's my pleasure, Mr. Chen. Your room is reserved. Please call me when you return, and I'll be here to greet you." Chu Cheng was taken aback. Knowing that the presidential suite cost several thousand a day, leaving it unoccupied seemed wasteful. Was this the lifestyle of the wealthy? It felt as though a new world had opened up for her. Such an exceptional man, her sister should not let him slip away. Sometimes, women must be bold. At Pudong Airport's hall, it was also Chen Shu's first visit to such a foreign place. In his previous life, he would have felt a pang of insecurity in such a setting, overwhelmed by its vastness. Finding the boarding gate would be a challenge for a newcomer. However, after experiencing such high-end services, Chen Shu felt no uncertainty. He understood that as long as he made a request, he was entitled to enjoy the services of the staff. This exuded the aura of someone in a position of power. Ordinary people often lack this confidence, easily feeling timid when faced with challenges. This was evident in Chu Cheng. Although she had been on a high-speed train before, a plane was a first for her, and she was brimming with excitement. Chen Shu passed through security, with Chu Hong and her sister trailing behind with their luggage. The female staff member in charge of security shot Chen Shu disapproving looks. It was hardly gentlemanly for a man to let two women carry his bags. However, upon noticing the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, she fell silent. She recognized it, the Nautilus, worth over $1.5 million in the market. This man was no ordinary individual. It seemed quite reasonable for two women to accompany someone with such financial means. Chen Shu remained oblivious to the myriad thoughts of the security staff. Once inside, the spacious hall continued to amaze Chen Shu. "Is this what a modern airport looks like?" he mused. Truly, it was one of the country's finest airports. Those from his era would find it unfathomable that such rapid development had occurred over the years, resulting in the construction of such expansive glass structures and immense buildings. Anyone from his time visiting this airport would undoubtedly experience a profound sense of dislocation. After all, in his era, it was unimaginable for him that the homeland would develop so rapidly. Arriving at the airport's boarding gate, Chu Hong glanced at the time. There was still over an hour left. Chen Shu wandered around the vicinity and suddenly spotted the VIP lounge. He recalled that airplane seats were categorized into first class, business class, and economy class. He inquired of Chu Hong, "Little Chu, what class is your ticket?" Chu Hong replied, "Economy class, which takes about 2 hours. We would need to purchase other tickets for a different class." Chen Shu exclaimed, "That won't do. We finally managed to board a plane, and this is my first flight. We ought to indulge ourselves. Let us arrange for an upgrade to first class." Chu Cheng was thrilled. She had never experienced first class before. Her faux brother-in-law was truly impressive. Chu Hong did not refuse, understanding Chen Shu's perspective on spending, and sought assistance from the staff for an upgrade. Although there was no first class available, business class seats were quite spacious, elevating 3 ordinary seats, originally priced at $578, directly to the luxurious business class seats costing $55.50. The staff, energized by the upgrade, invited the 3 of them into the VIP airport lounge. "Gentlemen and ladies, you may relax in our exclusive lounge. When it's time for check-in, we will notify you. Feel free to enjoy the beverages and snacks here, and if time permits, there is even a spa service available for your enjoyment." The 3 were astounded. They had not anticipated a spa at the airport. After some contemplation, Chen Shu suggested, "Since we're here and have over an hour to spare, let us indulge in a spa treatment." Chu Hong and Chu Cheng were instantly elated. Chu Cheng had never experienced a spa, let alone one at an airport, where the costs were sure to be several times higher than outside. Chen Shu relished a massage as well, and the trio collectively spent nearly 10,000 yuan. However, the system promptly rewarded Chen Shu with 1 million yuan. The emotional value derived from the massage was profoundly satisfying, instilling a sense of superiority, hence the generous reward. An hour later, a uniformed flight attendant arrived to escort the 3 to check in. This was the privilege they enjoyed, while others waited to board. The 3 of them were granted priority access to business class, where they found themselves the sole occupants of the 8 available seats. The flight attendant catered exclusively to them. Of course, she was adept at reading people. It was evident that the 2 women gravitated around Chen Shu. Each time she attended to him, she either smiled and leaned slightly or crouched beside him to serve food. In the eyes of ordinary folk, flight attendants held an air of superiority, yet here, they were merely service staff. Chen Shu, having been lulled by the massage, reclined his seat and took a brief nap, a luxury unattainable in economy class. Chapter 134. Chu Hong buys a house. After soaring through the skies for 2 hours, Chen Shu experienced the exhilaration of being on cloud 9 for the first time in his life. Just months prior, he could never have imagined boarding a plane, let alone in business class. Having never traveled far, his life had revolved around the back and forth between Hu City and Nanchang. The latter half of his life had been firmly rooted in Hu City, where he had achieved little and felt unaccomplished. Fortunately, at 60, fortune seemed to have turned in his favor. Being able to sit in business class was indeed a sign of improvement. As they disembarked, a beautiful flight attendant led the way, playfully teasing Chen Shu by scratching his palm and leaving a note with a phone number, signaling him to call her. Chen Shu casually discarded the note into a trash bin, thinking, she isn't even as pretty as you. How could I possibly be interested? Moreover, charm is not something one can simply conceal. Chu Hong had to concede that Chen Shu, aside from his slightly advanced age, had no discernible flaws. Handsome, affluent, and well-built, he was indeed the target of the flight attendant's affections. If she were one of them, she certainly wouldn't let such a high-quality man slip away. Curiously, Chu Qing asked, Sister, what are you and my faux brother-in-law discussing? Chu Hong shook her head. It's nothing. It's an adult matter, so don't pry. Chu Cheng pouted, Sister, I'm 25. I'm not a child anymore. After departing from Zhongyuan Airport, Chu Hong summoned a luxury ride-hailing service to the high-speed train station. Their family resided in a small village north of Zhongyuan, and the county had only recently received high-speed train access. This time, they similarly purchased the most expensive business class tickets, which were quite spacious and bright. Having had ample rest on the plane, Chen Shu spent the train journey gazing out the window, marveling at the expansive plains, a sight he had never encountered before. The golden wheat fields brought him immense joy. As a southerner, such flat terrain was a rarity. The domestic granary truly lived up to its reputation. Chu Hong and Chu Cheng shared in this sentiment. After starting their studies and careers, their visits home had become infrequent, averaging only 2 to 3 times a year, each visit lasting no more than a week. As daughters of the family, they were not particularly valued, so their trips home were primarily to check on their ailing grandfather. These golden wheat fields filled their childhood memories. Upon arriving at the county, they discovered that ride-hailing services were unavailable, necessitating a 3-wheeled motorcycle taxi to reach the town, which was thankfully not far. The 3 sat in the back of the tricycle, each on a small stool, enjoying the warm breeze wafting from the wheat fields. At that moment, Chen Shu felt a sense of freedom. The transition from the bustling Hu City to the serene country roads was strikingly swift. They reached the county by 6 in the evening, but with summer upon them, it wouldn't be dark until after 7. Upon arrival, Chen Shu instructed Chu Hong to manage the itinerary, deciding to treat the trip as a vacation. Chu Hong had already formulated her plans and led them directly to a property sales center. Chu Cheng, curious, asked, Sister, are you buying a house? Didn't you say you were planning to buy one elsewhere? Chu Hong replied, I intend to purchase this house for our second uncle and grandfather to reside in. Grandpa has had a stroke and is prone to accidents, so living near the county hospital would facilitate medical attention in case of emergencies. Moreover, our second uncle's grandson will soon start elementary school, and renting in the county can be inconvenient. By buying this house for them, I can ensure they take good care of Grandpa. Chu Qing nodded. Sister, where are you getting the money for this? Chu Hong cast a glance at Chen Shu. I earned it myself. Chen Shu thought to himself, that's not incorrect. Chu Cheng now looked at her sister with admiration. Since childhood, her parents have favored her 2 older brothers, always providing them with the finest food and clothing. After Chu Hong and Chu Cheng entered elementary school, they were sent to live with their grandparents, resulting in a strained emotional connection with their biological parents. Otherwise, how could they possibly not give their parents this house? Chen Shu seemed to comprehend why Chu Hong placed such immense value on money, viewing it as a source of security, a perspective shaped by her past experiences. She had already identified a desirable property online, having watched promotional videos of the community on social media and contacted a real estate agent. Upon entering, she promptly summoned an agent to show her the house. Welcome back, miss. We've reserved the best floor for you, the second floor. Would you like to take a look? Exclaimed a male agent with an overly friendly demeanor. However, upon seeing Chen Shu, his expression shifted. Was this her brother-in-law? Chu Hong nodded affirmatively. The agent's enthusiasm waned significantly. He had seen Chu Hong's social media presence, depicting her as a high-ranking white-collar worker in Shanghai, frequenting upscale shopping malls, hotels, and luxury neighborhoods. She was undoubtedly a wealthy woman, and securing her as a client could alleviate a lifetime of struggle. Unfortunately, someone had already beaten him to it. Nevertheless, the property still needed to be sold. In the current market, houses in small county towns were difficult to sell, despite the community having been completed last month. 60% of the units remained unsold. A few years ago, the sales office could have closed down before construction was finished, but the situation was different now. When a potential buyer appeared, agents flocked to them like eager grandchildren. The market was tough. Chen Shu remained silent, observing the property, which was priced at around 4,000 to 5,000 per square meter, somewhat steep for an obscure county town. However, property prices wouldn't drop overnight. Chu Hong had already chosen the location of the house, conveniently close to the New People's Hospital and the county's new elementary school, a prime spot. The trio boarded a shuttle from the sales office to the interior of the community. The property had been simply decorated. It wasn't ready for immediate occupancy. But with a few pieces of furniture, it would suffice. At 120 square meters and a total price of 700,000, it was acceptable. In the past, Chu Hong would have meticulously evaluated numerous options before making such a significant decision. After all, although her monthly salary in Shanghai exceeded 10,000, her expenses were substantial, and she needed to assist Chu Cheng. Her savings were limited. However, circumstances had changed. With Chen Shu's monthly income of 150,000, she could save 15,000 each month, and coupled with her previous savings, affording the down payment was more than feasible. Furthermore, her monthly mortgage would be less than 3,000, manageable with ease. This was also why Chu Hong insisted on working. In case Chen Shu grew weary of her, she would still have a job and be able to pay the mortgage. Although Chen Shu didn't appear to be the type to turn his back, one could never be certain. After viewing the property, Chu Hong inquired, "If we buy it now, can we process the paperwork?" The mail agent nodded. "If you purchase today, we can handle the paperwork tomorrow, as the housing authority is closed at this hour." Chu Hong replied, "Let us go to the sales center and sign the contract." She felt no need to look further. She had envisioned this moment countless times. Chu Hong was taken aback, staring at her older sister. Was this really her sister? Buying a house so decisively, without a second thought? Wasn't he that a bit hasty? Having spent so much time with Chen Shu, Chu Hong had developed a habit of making purchases without delay, as long as it brought her joy. The mail agent was exhilarated. It was nearly closing time. Yet he was on the verge of selling a property. What luck! Although he had lost a potential wealthy client, he could still earn a commission, which was not a loss. Chapter 135, 60 and 90. After signing the contract and paying the down payment, it was already 8:30 in the evening. Tomorrow, they still needed to process the loan. In truth, if Chu Hong merely asked Chen Shu for the remaining funds, he would unhesitatingly hand over the money for a full cash purchase, which would alleviate any repayment pressure. However, Chu Hong was not like Xia Wanting. Xia Wanting had a carefree attitude towards life, believing that if she could ask for money, why not? What was face worth? Yet Chu Hong had always aspired to purchase a home through her own efforts. She yearned to prove to her parents that she was more capable than her two brothers. The money from Chen Shu was his. But this house had to be a product of her own savings. Chen Shu understood this well, which is why he had remained silent throughout the home buying process. Upon exiting the sales office, the mail agent attempted to pursue them for a dinner invitation. However, Chu Hong had seen through him. He was a scoundrel, and he had no hope with her, instead aiming for Chu Cheng. "No, thank you. Please have your developer prepare the full cash invoice. Once I finalize the loan procedures tomorrow, I will proceed with the property certificate," Chu Hong instructed the mail agent. Recognizing he had no opportunity, he conceded. Such a pair of sisters was truly rare. Chen Shu inquired, "Where will we stay tonight? Where is your home?" Chu Hong replied with a stoic expression, "Home? There's south no place for me and Chu Cheng anymore. Let us stay at a hotel for now. Tomorrow we can go to my second uncle's house in the village. My grandfather's birthday celebration is being held there." Chen Shu noticed that every time the subject of home arose, Chu Hong's demeanor changed dramatically. It was evident that her upbringing had left deep scars. That evening, the trio casually selected a hotel. The following morning, they enjoyed spicy soup accompanied by fried dough sticks at a roadside stall. With Chen Shu sweating profusely from the heat of the soup, Chu Hong first visited the bank to process the loan, then returned to the sales office to collect the full cash invoice, and finally received the bright red property certificate from the housing authority. At that moment, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. This was a moment she had long awaited. Her two biological brothers had relied on their parents to acquire 2 properties in the county, and they still needed their parents' assistance to repay the loans. In order to buy houses for her brothers, they even sold their grandfather's old home to someone from the same village. That old house held the childhood memories of Chu Hong and Chu Cheng. Without it, Chu Hong felt like a drifting reed, uprooted and lost. By midday, Chu Cheng had borrowed a small electric vehicle, affectionately nicknamed Chopped Pepperfish Head, from a classmate to transport Chu Hong and Chen Shu to their hometown, Xiang Village, a remote flatland village. It was not far from the county town. Riding the Chopped Pepperfish Head took about 20 minutes to reach the village. At noon, the sun hung high in the sky, radiating intense heat. Upon arrival, Chen Shu carried a number of gifts in hand. As Chu Hong's boyfriend, It was only fitting for him to bring offerings to meet her grandfather. These items had all been purchased by Chu Hong, with Chen Shu merely facilitating the transaction. As they approached, they noticed a large pot set up at the village entrance, with a rural chef busily cooking nearby. Large tables were arranged both inside and outside the courtyard, and many people were bustling around. Chu Hong greeted the villagers with a smile. Auntie, dear aunt, second aunt, fourth uncle. Chen Shu was also wearing a smile, though he couldn't bring himself to utter those titles. After all, the ages of these individuals were still beneath his own, rendering them all younger siblings in his eyes. Yet, since he was to act, he resolved to cooperate fully with Chu Hong. Behind him, Chu Cheng curiously inquired, "Brother-in-law, have you ever tasted our communal pot dishes?" Chen Shu shook his head and replied, "No, this is my first visit to your province, and I am indeed eager to sample your culinary offerings." Chu Cheng continued, "Can you drink alcohol?" Chen Shu pondered for a moment before responding, "I suppose I can manage half a gin of baijiu." Chu Cheng's expression faltered as she remarked, "Then you're in trouble. You won't even be able to sample the hot dishes." Chen Shu was taken aback. He had heard that people from the Central Plains were notorious for their drinking prowess. But surely half a gin should not disqualify him from partaking in at least one hot dish, right? Nevertheless, sensing the scrutinizing gazes around him, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Chu Cheng whispered, "My sister is the renowned village beauty. During her time at home, suitors frequently approached her. Now that you are here as her boyfriend, you might find yourself the center of attention." Chen Shu's expression shifted. This was unexpected. After entering, a man of similar age to Chen Shu stood at the door and exclaimed, "Chu Hong, Chu Cheng has arrived. And this is..." Chu Cheng promptly introduced, "This is my brother-in-law." Instantly, all eyes turned to Chen Shu. Chu Hong was indeed a remarkable girl, known for her hard work and beauty, and many men in the village aspired to take her as a wife. Numerous elderly couples sought to have Chu Hong as their daughter-in-law, and now, it seemed an outsider had claimed her first. Chu Hong remained unfazed, introducing, "Old Chun, this is my second uncle." Chen Shu presented his gift, to which Chu Shu laughed, "Why bring such fine things? You're just visiting." Chen Shu replied politely, "It's only right to pay respects to the elders." Upon entering, they encountered a white-haired elder, supported by a cane, surrounded by people. Clearly, he was the guest of honor on this day. Chu Hong led Chen Shu over to greet him. "Grandpa, I've brought my boyfriend to see you," she whispered in the elder's ear. Chen Shu added, "Old sir, may you enjoy blessings as vast as the East Sea and a longevity surpassing the South Mountains pines." The elder revealed a few of his teeth as he responded, "Thank you, thank you." To Chen Shu's surprise, the elder was nearly 90 yet retained a sharp mind, surveying him with evident satisfaction. Recognizing him as a fine match for his granddaughter, the elder remarked, "Hong Hong has excellent taste. What is your name?" Chen Shu replied, "Old sir, I am Chen Shu. Chen from the east of the ear, like the walnut tree in the yard." The elder chuckled, "A good name indeed. Knowing Hong Hong has found support brings me peace of mind." Chen Shu felt a pang of insecurity. What support could he possibly offer? Yet, such sentiments must remain concealed. Nearby, a man scoffed, "She refuses to go on blind dates with the village chief's son but ends up with someone like this." Chen Shu immediately recognized this man as Chu Hong's father. He chose not to engage. He was merely there to play a role. And if the man genuinely regarded him as a son-in-law, that was his folly, as he would not indulge him. After conversing with the elder about various topics, the elder inquired about Chen Shu's origins. Chen Shu spoke confidently. After all, he was a 60-year-old man, and conversing with a 90-year-old posed no generational gap. He managed to amuse the elder quite well. Chapter 136, Let It Go. It must be said, the liquor from the Central Plains was exceedingly potent. Chen Shu realized the baijiu served was not particularly renowned. It was produced by the local distillery. Upon sampling it, he discerned it had an alcohol content of at least 50 degrees. The crucial point was that, as the son-in-law, he was seated next to the elder, signifying his status as an esteemed guest. There existed an unwritten rule. Esteemed guests were to drink first. Consequently, before he could even sample a few appetizers, he had already been poured 3 liang of liquor, leaving him somewhat dazed. Just as Chu Cheng had predicted, he indeed missed out on the hot dishes. Fortunately, Chen Shu's robust 30-something physique facilitated a rapid metabolism. Once he regained his senses, he eventually managed to enjoy some meatball soup, providing a semblance of closure to the evening's meal. Upon regaining awareness, he observed Chu Hong assisting their relatives who had overindulged. Chu Cheng approached Chen Shu and inquired, "Brother-in-law, how do you feel?" Chen Shu, rubbing his forehead, replied, "Quite well, but I shan't return next time." Chu Cheng chuckled in response. After completing her tasks, Chu Hong brought Chen Shu a cup of tea to help him regain clarity. He accepted it and drank it in one go, then assisted in tidying the courtyard. Chu Shu remarked, "Chu Hong has found a fine man. When will you two tie the knot?" Chen Shu hesitated. And Chu Hong interjected, "No rush. We plan to purchase a house in whose city first?" Chu Erbai nodded. "Indeed, the younger generation prioritizes their careers, unlike our time. However, purchasing a house in whose city is quite expensive, isn't it?" Chu Chung replied, "Certainly. The down payment in whose city alone requires $1 million. Chu Erbai sighed. "Then you must expedite your plans. Otherwise, by the time you marry, you may be in your 40s, and having children then could be challenging." Chu Hong's cheeks flushed. Chen Shu privately mused that perhaps not having children was preferable. During their conversation, Chu Hong's father and his family were seated in the main room alongside the elder, seemingly engaged in some discussion. Throughout the banquet, Chen Shu gleaned insights into both family situations. The elder had 2 sons and 2 daughters, while Chu Hong's father was the eldest, also with 2 sons and 2 daughters. Chu Hong's father had always favored males over females, and both sons had grown up to be rather unremarkable, nearing 40 and still dependent on their parents. The elder lived in the countryside with Chu Shu, who was diligent and willing to support the elder, which helped maintain familial harmony. The elder's birthday celebration was entirely funded and organized by Chu Shu, who evidently did not favor the eldest son, as their relationship could only be described as mediocre. Once all the relatives had departed and the courtyard was cleaned, Chu Erbai sliced a watermelon, and everyone gathered in the main room to cool off. Chu Laodou attempted to speak, but the elder, slightly inebriated and with a flushed face, bellowed, "Silence." Chen Shu was bewildered. Yet, Chu Hong intervened. "Grandpa, let my dad speak. This matter must be resolved." Chu Laodou smiled at Chu Hong. "Little Hong, it's not that I favor your 2 brothers. The reality is they have families and children to support, with mortgages to pay. You and your sister have no such pressures. But your brothers are under significant strain. Dividing the land among them is only fair, wouldn't you agree?" Chu Hong's expression remained inscrutable as she lowered her voice. "Indeed." Chu Laodou turned to the elder. "See, Dad, even Chu Hong agrees." Chu Hong replied, "Since we have the time now, we can go to the village police station and handle it." Chen Shu, munching on watermelon, quietly asked Chu Chung, "What is going on?" Chu Chung explained, "The village is dividing the land, and my dad wants to move my sister's household registration out. This way, the 3 acres belonging to both of us will be allocated to my 2 brothers. A company in the village is buying land for 8,000 per acre. My dad is eyeing that." Chen Shu was taken aback. This family truly lacks a sense of security. Allowing Chu Hong and Chu Chung to establish their own household is scarcely different from being cast out entirely, is it? It is evident that Chu Hong genuinely yearns to break free from her birth family. Chen Shu inquired curiously, "Do you also wish to start your own household?" Chu Chung, munching on a watermelon, replied nonchalantly, "I don't mind. My household registration will follow my sister's. Once I marry in the future, I shall never return here again." Chen Shu recalled that since her return, Chu Chung had not exchanged a word with their parents. Noticing Chen Shu's confusion, Chu Chung casually discarded the watermelon rind and remarked, "You know, on the eve of my college entrance examination, my father made me wash my nephew's diapers until midnight. As for my sister, it's needless to say. My brother-in-law demanded the formula money for the nephew from her, 3,000 each month. During those days, my sister was on the brink of depression." Chen Shu inhaled deeply. As a father himself, he was taken aback by Chu Laodou's outrageous behavior. Chu Chung continued, "In truth, it doesn't matter. They brought this upon themselves. Both my brothers are quite useless. One works in an ice cream factory, while the other is learning car repair, neither capable of supporting a family." Suddenly, Chen Shu comprehended the desire to establish independence. A house. As long as they managed to separate their household registration, the property would no longer be tied to Chu Laodou henceforth. Their birth family would no longer be able to drain them. Chen Shu felt that Chu Hong was making the right choice. Distancing herself from her birth family would not hinder her future. The old man continued to implore Chu Hong, "Hong Hong, this land is our root. Without it, you will truly no longer belong to our village." Chu Hong responded, "Grandpa, rest assured. I am already capable of supporting myself." The family reached a consensus. There was no time like the present. Primarily, Chu Laodou was eager to proceed. He had already prepared everything at the local household registration office. As soon as Chu Hong arrived, the paperwork could be completed at once. Chu Chung, too, was decisive. She hopped onto a borrowed electric scooter and whisked Chu Hong away to the township. Within an hour, Chen Shu remained at home conversing with Chu Hong's mother. "Chen Shu, is your bride Chu Hong? Have you prepared the bride price?" Chu Hong's mother inquired with curiosity. Aware that marriage between them was improbable, Chen Shu replied, "Bride price? According to our customs, it is the bride's family that pays the groom, and it is not excessive, just 188,000. Chu Hong's mother was taken aback, pondering where such customs originated. It seemed that in some southern regions, such a practice did indeed exist, albeit primarily for families who welcomed sons-in-law. "Are you also considering becoming a son-in-law?" But we can barely support our 2 sons, let alone a son-in-law. Absolutely not. Chu Laoda interjected. If you wish to marry Chu Hong, you must adhere to our customs. The bride price is modest, 288,000, and you must possess a house and a car. Do you have those? Chen Shu shook his head. No house, no car. Chu Laoda's expression darkened. What kind of standards did Chu Hong have? Chu Hong's mother pressed. What do you do in Hu City? What is your salary? Chen Shu replied, I work as a security guard, earning 3,000 a month. Upon hearing this, Chu Hong's parents were dismayed. Was their daughter's taste truly so poor? This man, though handsome, turned out to be a mere superficiality. What future could a lowly security guard possibly offer? He was as useless as squeezing oil from a stone. It would be best to part ways. In the 137th chapter, clad in the attire of 2 mu of land, Chen Shu did not anticipate that they would look down upon him as a prospective son-in-law, given their sentiments. His feelings of guilt diminished somewhat. They genuinely regarded Chu Hong as a mere tool. Yet, at least in his presence, Chu Hong could find some solace. Thus, the conversation dwindled, for they had not deemed him worthy of their regard. Soon after, Chu Hong and Chu Chung returned, brandishing a household registration book. Now, both Chu Hong and Chu Chung were under a single household registration, relocated to the county town, thereby transforming them from rural residents to urban citizens. This registration, 2 or 3 decades ago, would have been highly coveted. However, times had changed. Rural residents possessed land. Beiyang Village was about to redistribute land, and only those with household registration would be eligible to receive it. Essentially, Chu Chung and Chu Hong had relinquished their land, allowing their original family to inherit it. A mu of land leased could yield 70 to 80,000. To forsake such a sum was akin to discarding their daughters. Observing the somewhat disheartened Chu Hong, Chen Shu remarked, You're back. Chu Hong nodded, astonished that during the process of obtaining her household registration, her father had been engaged in conversation with acquaintances at the office. Showing no sign of sentimentality, she felt utterly detached from her birth family. Her biological parents, her 2 brothers, made no effort to retain her. Chu Laoda smiled broadly. Well, daughter, you truly were not raised in vain. I thank you on behalf of your 2 brothers and sisters-in-law. Chu Hong ignored him, turning to retrieve a new house key from her bag, which she handed to her Aunt Chu Er. Aunt, this is the key to the house I purchased in the county town. You may stay here. My nephew will soon attend school in the county, and it is convenient to have my grandfather close by for his medical needs. This statement left Chu Laoda, his wife, and Chu Hong's 2 brothers and sisters-in-law wide-eyed. Chu Hong had bought a house. Hong, when did you purchase this house? Aunt Chu Er exclaimed. Just yesterday, when I returned, Chu Hong replied. Aunt Chu Er said, This is your new home. How can we impose on you? Your uncle is already renting in the county, so keep the house for yourself. Uncle Chu shared this sentiment. They were gratified that their niece had truly made something of herself, able to buy her own house. Yet, the fact remained that this house belonged to Chu Hong, and it felt somewhat awkward for them to reside in someone else's new home. Before Chu Hong could speak, her father, Chu Laoda, exclaimed, Hong, why didn't you mention buying a house sooner? Look at you, your elder brother is expecting a 3rd child, and the old house is too small. Hand me the key. I will move in with your brother's family. Chen Shu bore witness to the epitome of shamelessness. Having just expelled his own daughter from the household registration, he now had the audacity to claim residence in the home she had purchased. Chu Hong's tone was calm yet firm. This house is for my grandfather and uncle to live in. Chu Laoda's expression turned awkward. His 2 sons and daughters-in-law were equally astonished. Chu Hong had rarely returned home since graduating from university, and now she was capable of buying a house. They were envious of this property. At that moment, the old man stepped forward, stating, Second, take the key. This house is my granddaughter's gesture of filial piety, and no one shall touch it. I will live here with the second and his wife. With the old man's declaration, Chu Laoda dared not protest further. If he were to argue with the old man, the villagers would surely break his back. The old man was clearly aware of his eldest son's intentions. This was his granddaughter's house, and he would ensure that this biased elder son could not lay claim to it. It was perplexing why Chu Laoda was so partial. The old man had discarded feudal ideals, yet Chu Laoda only had eyes for his sons. Perhaps he had been incited by his wife and daughters-in-law. The 3 women were far from being innocuous. Chu Hong handed the key to her second uncle, regardless of the circumstances. Both she and Chu Chung had already severed ties with their original families, and now they possessed their own piece of heaven, a truly momentous occasion worthy of celebration. The notion of establishing their own household had long been on Chu Hong's mind. Thus, her fondness for money stemmed from the security it provided her. She was acutely aware that her apartment would undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of her father and her 2 brothers and sisters-in-law. However, she had devised a plan. She would eventually sell it to her second uncle's family, and she would never return. The elderly have a particular reverence for returning to their roots, a concept that the younger generation does not grasp as deeply. Chu Laoda's family watched longingly as the key to the new house changed hands. Chu Laoda's expression was filled with ire. It was no wonder that Chu Hong had so readily transferred her household registration. Her intentions were clear, yet they bore no regrets. After all, with 2 sons, they stood to gain an extra plot of land. In the village, land was being contracted at 80,000 per acre, a substantial sum indeed. Grandpa's grand birthday celebration had concluded, and Chu Laoda departed with his wife, sons, and grandson. They lingered too long, fearing that Chu Shu would demand funds for the banquet. In reality, Chu Shu was not so stingy. Once Chu Laoda left, Chu Erbai moved a small stool beside Chu Hong and inquired, "Hong Hong, are you truly not considering letting your parents live in the house?" Chu Hong replied, "Aren't they relying on their sons for the rest of their lives? Why should my house be theirs?" The elder interjected, "Erbai's wife, refrain from such talk. You are well aware of your elder brother's situation. Hong Hong, this house will always be yours, regardless of when you choose to return. Should you wish to marry outside, that is acceptable, as long as you and Xiao Chen find happiness." Chen Shu felt somewhat sheepish, sensing he might be disappointing the elder's trust. Chu Cheng, smiling, added, "Grandpa, rest assured, my sister will undoubtedly be very happy." Chu Hong smiled, but remained silent. A bit anxious, Chen Shu said, "If there's nothing else, Grandpa, we should take our leave. Chen Shu has matters to attend to at work." Chen Shu added, "What matters could I possibly have?" The elder nodded, "Very well, it's good for young people to keep busy. You may go. Hong Hong, remember to return home for the new year." Chu Hong affirmed, "Yes, I will definitely return." Shortly after the trio departed, Chu Laoda's family returned. The elder asked, "What brings you back?" Chu Hong's elder brother responded, "Where's my sister?" The elder, displeased, retorted, "You're aware you have a sister?" Chu Hong's elder brother clarified, "I merely came to greet my brother-in-law." The elder, taken aback, exclaimed, "What do you mean, greet your brother-in-law? Did you not look down on him?" Chu Shu interjected, "They've been gone for half an hour. What is the point of greeting now?" Chu Hong's elder brother explained, Shu, that lad deceived us. He's no mere security guard. I checked the watch he wore, worth over $1 million. His entire outfit from Anima costs 16,000. That lad is a wealthy man." The family was stunned. What an impressive young man, dressed as if he owned 2 acres. Clearly, he was playing the part of a simpleton. Chu Shu remarked, "I suspected Xiao Chun's demeanor was far too distinguished for a security guard. His presence is impressive. He is obviously no ordinary individual. That watch alone is worth over $1 million. Chu Hong has indeed found a remarkable boyfriend." The elder chuckled, "Very good. Very good." Chapter 138, A Spontaneous Journey. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The phones of Chu Hong and Chu Cheng were incessantly ringing. At that moment, Chen Shu, feeling the effects of the alcohol, was somewhat dazed by the cool breeze, his head throbbing from the relentless notifications. What on earth is with these ringing phones? Chen Shu massaged his temples, vowing never to drink in Central Plains again. Chu Cheng glanced and said, "My parents wish to invite you to the county seat." Chen Shu frowned. "Invite me to do what?" Chu Hong remarked, "They must have learned of your wealth." Chen Shu looked at himself, wondering if he had revealed any signs. He felt he had disguised himself adequately without flaunting his affluence. Chu Hong continued, "That watch was a gift from me, and your entire Anima outfit, during the drinking. A child tugged at the tag of your shirt. That child is my second brother's offspring." Chen Shu was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this family would be so cunning, having a child covertly inspect his clothing tags for verification. Chu Hong found it amusing. Did they now regret their previous judgments? What had they said when they believed he was merely a security guard? "Xiao Cheng, remove me from the family group chat," she instructed. "All right." Chu Cheng complied promptly, exiting the family chat without a trace of sentimentality. This original family had truly wounded the sisters' hearts deeply. On the way, Chu Cheng purchased some items for a friend who lent them a vehicle. Eventually, Chen Shu could no longer withstand the fatigue and fell asleep in a hotel until the following day. "I really should drink less," he mused. The next morning, the 3 gathered at a roadside stall for lunch. Chen Shu sensed the 2 women's spirits were low, especially given their near severance from family ties. It was not a complete estrangement, yet the emotional distance felt similar. Who could be cheerful under such circumstances? Chen Shu asked, "Xiao Cheng, when are you returning to Beijing?" Chu Cheng replied, "My experiment starts in a week. There's no point in going back now. I want to spend time with my sister. We haven't seen each other in ages." Chen Shu suggested, "In that case, why not embark on an impromptu trip? How about we explored Songshan and Arai?" After all, Chen Shu was presently in a state of idleness, lounging around. Returning home to Shanghai meant renovation work, leaving him with little to do. This was a perfect opportunity for Chu Hong to unwind. Although their relationship was one of mutual benefit, Chu Hong's lack of enthusiasm would surely affect their interactions, especially given the length of time they had been together. One day of being husband and wife equates to 100 days of affection. Chu Cheng's eyes lit up. That sounds wonderful. But, dear brother-in-law, will you cover the expenses? It's peak travel season, and costs will surely be high. Chen Shu affirmed. Of course, I'll cover all expenses. Chu Cheng exclaimed, Yay? Sister, shall we go travel? Let us see Tsongshan and Arai. I've been wanting to visit that place for ages. Chu Hong, not wishing to dampen the excitement, had grown accustomed to being spontaneous after spending so much time with Chen Shu. All right, I've heard there are many handsome men there. Who knows? Perhaps you might find a boyfriend. Chu Cheng replied, I'm not particularly fond of artsy types. I prefer men with a background in science and engineering. Chu Hong quipped. When it comes to love, who can say for certain? Let us go. We'll head to Zhengsheng now, and I'll book the tickets. Chen Shu was not idle either. He promptly transferred 1 million to Chu Hong, saying, Here as for our expenses. Spend as you wish. Chu Hong remained composed. She had long since gotten used to Chen Shu's extravagant ways. However, Chu Cheng was taken aback. 1 million? What an astounding amount. They could easily purchase 2 apartments in their county with that money. Is this merely their travel expenditure? At this moment, she once again experienced the prowess of this faux brother-in-law. He truly has an abundance of wealth. Where on earth did her sister find such a magnate? His net worth must surely be in the tens of millions. Could it be that he is pursuing my sister? Yet, the two of them do not appear to embody the dynamics of a courtship. Chu Cheng was perplexed. What exactly is the nature of their relationship? However, such musings seem trivial. Traveling to Tsongshan, after all, is a dream cherished by many young souls. Without hesitation, Chu Hong swiftly booked evening flight tickets. Once again, it was a business class ticket worth over 6,000, affording them the highest level of comfort. In this moment, Chu Hong began to unabashedly share her experiences on social media. Previously, she refrained from posting, fearing that her family would discover the current state of her life, which would undoubtedly lead to them draining her resources. Not only would it bring her trouble, but it would also create complications for Chen Shu. But now, she felt genuinely liberated, having distanced herself from her original family, free from worries. Arriving at the airport in the early morning, they took a taxi to an ancient town. The three of them reached a quaint town by Irai Lake, enveloped in misty rain, in the morning. Chen Shu had traveled a few times in his life, but those were mainly for group outings organized by the newspaper. This was his first experience of freely deciding his own itinerary. Such a sensation of freedom is something that group outings could never provide. The ancient town in the morning was quite serene, devoid of many people. The three of them quietly treaded upon the stone-paved streets, their footsteps echoing in the stillness, evoking a sense of tranquility. However, this feeling dissipated by the afternoon. After all, it is a bustling ancient town, a popular destination for many young travelers, and with the summer vacation still in full swing, a multitude of tourists flocked here. Thus, in the afternoon, the trio arrived at an inn, reserving 3 rooms, planning to rest before embarking on a nocturnal exploration of the ancient city. Before evening fell, Chen Shu was awakened by a video call from Wanting. Hello, Uncle Chen. Why didn't you take me along on your trip? You haven't forgotten, have you? I am a professional private tour guide. You went off to enjoy a romantic getaway with my sister, forgetting about me and Sister Yi. How selfish. As soon as the call connected, Wanting's voice bombarded Chen Shu's ears. He replied, How could I forget? It was a spontaneous decision. Your sister was feeling down and happened to be out of town, so I thought I'd take a little detour. Next time, I promise to bring you along on our travels. I suppose you do have a conscience. However, Sister Yi and I are quite busy at the moment. We'll go after we finish filming this movie. Remember, next time, we're heading to the seaside. Alright, I happen to be planning to buy a yacht, so we can sail to the beach. After placating Wanting, Chu Cheng knocked on the door. Faux brother-in-law, are you awake? The nightlife of the ancient city has begun. Let us go explore. For the first time, Chen Shu felt that sometimes having too many confidants can be rather troublesome. Fortunately, they were not all together, otherwise, he felt his 35-year-old body might not withstand it. Chapter 139, The Woman Who Hiked That Year. The boardwalk by Irai Lake was quite lengthy. The three of them felt a gentle breeze from the lake, bringing with it a slight chill. Just yesterday, he had been under the scorching sun in the Central Plains, drenched in sweat, and now he could experience the refreshing coolness of the breeze, 2 sensations akin to living 2 different lives. The moon tonight was particularly full. Passing by a bar, they heard someone inside singing folk songs, prompting Chu Hong to suggest, let us sit in the bar for a while. Chen Shu naturally had no objections. Life indeed requires such ambience. Upon entering, the trio attracted considerable attention. What were these young people here for? While some were merely here to have fun, most were likely seeking a fleeting romance. With handsome men and beautiful women abounding, it was no wonder they garnered interest. Chen Shu, with his 30-something physique and ash-gray hair, exuded an aura that rendered many young college men envious. The charm he possessed was something they could not replicate. It was an elegance cultivated through wealth paired with a serene gaze, qualities conspicuously absent in those young backpackers. Not to mention, Chu Hong, with her alluring presence as a woman in her 30s, stirred the hearts of many men in attendance. This inadvertently cast Chu Cheng in a more ordinary light. As a graduate student engrossed in experiments, she lacked the flair of her elder sister and was only moderately skilled in makeup. Fortunately, she wore clothes that Chu Hong had purchased for her, allowing her to pass as a 5 or 6 out of 10 in beauty. The moment the three of them appeared, they inevitably captivated numerous gazes, with many young men itching to approach. In the ancient city, the bar, the night, and the allure of beauty had all converged. The opportunity to make a connection was ripe for the brave. Thus, as they settled in and ordered 3 drinks named Summer in the Ancient City, a rather romantic title, Chen Shu found the concoction to be a strange mix of white liquor with a hint of sugar water and floral notes. Odd but not unpleasant. Chu Hong and Chu Cheng, on the other hand, relished the atmosphere. Hardly had they settled when someone approached them. A somewhat handsome, tall, and slender young man came over, seeking Chu Hong's WeChat. Without hesitation, she declined. "I'm sorry, but this is my husband. You might want to ask him for permission." The young man, slightly embarrassed, quickly turned to seek Chu Cheng's contact instead. Chu Cheng, grinning, quipped, "I'm the mistress. Are you sure you can afford to keep me?" The young man, perplexed, found himself disheartened. What was this strange situation? How was it that the legitimate wife and the mistress coexisted so harmoniously? Disappointed, he left. Chen Shu lamented, "You two sisters have ruined my reputation among the bystanders. How will the other beauties in the bar view me now?" Chu Hong laughed. "Old Chen, you are truly insatiable." Chen Shu replied, "One should never be satisfied. That is how one thrives." Suddenly, he fell silent, fixated on a woman who had just taken the stage, a stunning figure in her 40s, cradling a guitar and dressed in a white dress. Chu Hong and Chu Cheng followed his gaze and beheld a woman of about 40, her dark hair casually tied back, with a few strands framing her face. Her features were strikingly delicate, and although a few wrinkles graced her visage, they did not diminish her enchanting aura. Chu Hong inquired, "What is the matter? Do you know her?" Chen Shu replied, "An old acquaintance." He had not anticipated encountering Bai Jing here, the woman with whom he had shared a fleeting night of passion. Back then, he was not yet 40, having been divorced from Chun Wen's mother for 8 years, yet to meet Yi Mei, and still in the throes of his career at the newspaper. During an assignment in a mountain village, after completing his work, he had encountered Bai Jing, who was hiking there. It was during a sunset in Shantao that he had composed a spontaneous, poignant poem, fortuitously overheard by Bai Jing as she passed by. Thus, their paths crossed. Later, when rain fell from the mountains, they both soaked as they hurried back to the inn. At that time, Bai Jing was a budget traveler, lacking funds for accommodation. Chen Shu was not particularly affluent. The two of them rented a room, and what transpired thereafter followed a natural course. When Chen Shu awoke the next day, he found himself alone, with only a name lingering in his mind, Bai Jing. He presumed he would never encounter Bai Jing again, as if she were merely a transient presence in the tapestry of his life. To his astonishment, however, he stumbled upon her this evening in a quaint tavern he had casually chosen. Perhaps it was fate. When he first met Bai Jing, they were both around 20 years of age. Now, observing her again, she appeared significantly more mature, yet retained an ethereal, otherworldly coolness that was ever present. Bai Jing rested her guitar on her lap and sang a melodious folk song with a pure voice. Chu Hong and Chu Cheng were captivated. "How lovely!" Chu Cheng exclaimed. "Indeed," Chu Hong chimed in. "Old Chun, do share the story of your relationship with her." Chen Shu chuckled wryly. "What story could there be? A twist of fate? A fleeting romance, perhaps. It's uncertain whether she even remembers me." Chu Cheng turned her head. "Clearly, she does." At that moment, Bai Jing was approaching their table. Every gaze in the bar followed her as she moved. Despite being in her 40s, Bai Jing appeared only a few years older than Chu Hong. It was evident that she had aged gracefully over the years. "Chun, it's been 20 years. You seem unchanged," Bai Jing remarked, sitting beside him, her curiosity evident. Chen Shu replied with a smile, "You haven't changed either." He was pleasantly surprised that after 2 decades, Bai Jing still remembered him. "What have you been up to these past 20 years? He inquired. Bai Jing smiled. "I spent 10 years wandering through the mountains and rivers of our country. The subsequent 10 years, I settled in an ancient city, contemplating the establishment of a tavern. What about you?" Chu Hong discerned that she was a quintessential artistic soul. Chen Shu sighed. "Me? I married, divorced, and now find myself alone." Bai Jing studied him intently, glancing at Chu Hong and Chu Cheng, a faint smile gracing her lips. Seemingly unperturbed, Chen Shu removed his watch, saying, After all these years, I have no gifts for you. Please accept this watch as my contribution to your tavern. Bai Jing examined the watch. Though she was not well versed in such matters, she trusted that Chen Shu would not deceive her, and this watch must possess considerable value. The memory of that rainy night had grown hazy for Bai Jing over time. A mere spark of passion ignited between a romantic young woman and a mature man who penned poetry. It was as simple as that. Despite their age difference, Bai Jing harbored no regrets. Life seldom offers such impulsive moments. Since that night, she had not ventured into love again. She had come to believe that romance was not a necessity in life. Thank you, Bai Jing said. I reside above the tavern, if you wish. You may spend the night here. With that, she turned to leave. The Patek Philippe watch Chen Shu had given her glimmering on her wrist. Chapter 140. The unfathomable nature of fate. Chen Shu had once felt a profound connection with another soul. The events of these past days had transformed him, leading him to embrace life lightly, to regard everything with indifference. Yet, he could not forget that night. Bai Jing had an enchanting aura, reminiscent of a celestial being. Had he been the same love-struck man he once was, he would have been captivated by her charm long ago. What is a love-struck fool? One who hesitates to approach, who becomes restless with excitement at the slightest kindness from their beloved. But now, Chen Shu had grown indifferent. Aren't you going to approach her? Chu Hong asked, astonished. The opportunity is right before you. How can you remain so unmoved? Chen Shu chuckled. What is there to be excited about? The past is behind us. If it is meant to be, we shall meet again. If not, then so be it. One night is inconsequential. Chu Cheng was taken aback, struggling to comprehend this man who seemed so profound, always surprising her. The folk singer, though a bit older, was still attractive. How could he show no interest? Do wealthy men not typically possess a certain allure? Chu Hong was equally surprised, but upon reflection, she surmised that perhaps Chen Shu simply did not find the older singer appealing. At over 40, she could hardly compete with the allure of women in their 30s. In truth, Chen Shu's thoughts were quite simple. He no longer felt the same spark. Now, he sought the thrill of emotions. Without that feeling, he would not ascend the stairs. Should the day come when he felt that spark again, he would unhesitatingly venture upstairs to relive that night. Ding. Host sees through the past. A fleeting night like smoke. Reward. 1 bottle of charm potion. Gifted $1 million luxury watch to a confidant. Reward. 10,000,000 yuan. The system appeared at just the right moment, solidifying Chen Shu's resolve. Both Chu Hong and Chu Cheng were, of course, taken aback. Chu Hong secretly rejoiced. It seemed Chen Shu was not the incorrigible womanizer she had feared. The three of them spent 5 delightful days in the ancient city. For Chen Shu, the expenses were manageable. He had barely spent half of his 1 million yuan travel budget, with most of the costs covered by the two sisters. Dining and drinking were enjoyable, though some ancient traditions were exorbitantly priced, often for little practical benefit. There were many places that felt exploitative, but Chen Shu was unperturbed. He had come to bring joy to Chu Hong and to unwind himself. Fortunately, the money spent yielded satisfactory results, bringing smiles to the sisters' faces. On the eve of their departure, they returned to the tavern where Bai Jing sang. Since the night Chen Shu had not appeared, Bai Jing had thought their story had concluded. She had examined the Patek Philippe watch, astonished to find it genuine. Even a second-hand piece was worth over $1 million. She had always considered Chen Shu an ordinary newspaper editor, assuming he had little wealth, and thought the watch he wore might be fake and of little value. To her surprise, after 2 decades, the man she had once admired had become quite prosperous. Yet, to someone as artistically inclined as Bai Jing, wealth held little allure. What intrigued her was the fact that Chen Shu had not returned that night. This made her regard him with renewed respect. Having worked in the tavern for many years, she had countless admirers, yet despite being in her 40s, an age where one could be a parent or even a grandparent, she had never rushed into marriage, content to wait for true love. In the face of persistent admiration, she was surprised that someone like Chen Shu, even at 60, did not succumb to the charms of a 40-year-old. Though she felt older, her mindset kept her youthful. She found it astonishing how Chen Shu had seemingly defied the passage of time, appearing even more charming than before. In just a few days, it seemed his allure had only intensified as a result of using the charm potion. However, Chen Shu did not take the initiative to greet Bai Jing, nor did she. Instead, she sat quietly on the platform, serenading the audience with folk songs, while Chen Shu and the others listened attentively below. Chu Hong and Chu Cheng realized that they had seldom heard these folk tunes before. Chu Cheng listened intently, noting that most of the songs were original compositions. Impressed by her sister's talent, Chu Hong nodded in agreement, acknowledging Chen Shu's discerning taste. Indeed, it was remarkable. As the clock struck midnight, Bai Jing, after putting away her guitar, approached Chen Shu with a glass of clear liquor in hand. I intend to use your watch to switch to an inn called Shu Baiyan. What do you think? Chen Shu clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "What a splendid name." Bai Jing inquired, "When shall we depart?" Chen Shu replied, "Tomorrow. I merely came today to bid you farewell. Should fate allow, we shall meet again." "Very well. Until we meet again," Bai Jing said with a smile, downing her drink before heading towards the small staircase of the tavern. This time, she did not extend another invitation, knowing well that it would be futile. The following day, Chen Shu and the others arrived at the airport, each with their own destinations. Chu Cheng was touched to receive 100,000 yuan in living expenses from her sister. Her sister had cared for her throughout her life, and even now, as a graduate student, she still relied on her sister's support. During their time together, she had come to sense the complicated dynamics between her sister and Chen Shu. It was clear that her sister harbored feelings for that man, yet his attention seemed divided. As Chu Cheng boarded her flight, she turned to Chu Hong and remarked, "Sister, he might hold a place in his heart for you, but surely not solely for you. Why must you subject yourself to such discomfort?" Chu Hong chose not to conceal the truth from her younger sister. "I am not suffering. I understand his intentions. Marriage is not in our future. However, I genuinely need the money. You know I have always had a fondness for wealth. Our relationship is likely one of mutual benefit. Worry not. I do not feel burdened. What matters is you. Make sure to find someone you love and settle down." Chu Cheng understood that her sister was projecting her aspirations for a better life onto her. As for her sister's love for money, that was no secret to her either. Glancing at the man in the distance, Chu Cheng sighed, recognizing the entanglements of fate. She hoped for her sister's happiness. After Chu Cheng departed, Chen Shu and Chu Hong boarded their flight to Hu City. The ancient town had left Chen Shu with a pleasant surprise. He had never anticipated encountering Bai Jing there. It was entirely unexpected, as he had thought their previous encounters were behind them, and they would never cross paths again. Fate, indeed, can be quite mysterious. Chapter 141, Borrowing Money? Lin Keqi's life had been rather tumultuous in recent days. Her father had accidentally struck someone while driving, and the other party demanded a staggering 50,000 yuan, threatening to imprison her father otherwise. She had always believed that money was the most vital aspect of life, but at this moment, she regretted not saving more. She had given 5,000 yuan to her family, funds she had initially set aside for purchasing a house with Songsheng. Now, however, that amount was insufficient. Her parents' business ventures had not been profitable over the years, and their only remaining asset was a house in Hu City, which was already mortgaged. If the matter went through the courts, she was well aware that the house would be protected. The only solution now was to gather enough money to compensate the other party, but due to her father's business failures and the mortgaged house, they had no means to repay the debt, leaving her unable to borrow from relatives and friends. They still needed 33,000 yuan. Consequently, Lin Keqi found herself in a state of distress. Who would have thought that even those in banking could face a shortage of funds? She reached out to her friends and classmates, but most of them were newly employed and had no savings to spare. Who can I turn to for a loan? Lin Keqi pondered, her brow furrowed. The financial distress had even affected her performance at work. Then, an idea struck her, Chen Shu. At this moment, he was her only hope. She felt that their relationship was still amicable, and given that he was a billionaire, 30 to 40,000 yuan would be a mere trifle for him. She also considered her ex-boyfriend, Songsheng, but Chen Shu seemed the more reliable option. Facing her ex-boyfriend was not something she could manage at present. But would Chen Shu easily lend her money? That remained uncertain. Borrowing money invariably comes with a price. What could she offer in return? Besides her youth, she had little else to give, which left her in a quandary. That old man had several beautiful women in his large house. He was clearly not a good man. Lin Keqi felt overwhelmed with anxiety. She learned that the other party's family had already approached her father, and if they could not afford the compensation, the matter would escalate to formal proceedings, eliminating the possibility of a private settlement. A settlement might still offer a glimmer of hope, but a formal process would ruin her father's life and potentially impact their family for generations. The other party had not made unreasonable demands. 50,000 yuan was a relatively fair compensation. With this in mind, Lin Keqi resolved to call Chen Shu that day. Unfortunately, just as she dialed, he was boarding a flight, and her calls went unanswered. "We're sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service." Lin Keqi thought to herself. Could it be that this old man has blocked me? She tried calling from the bank service number, but received the same result. Curiosity piqued, she wondered. What could be happening? Where could he be? Why is he not answering? After several hours of anxiety, Lin Keqi's phone finally rang. Upon landing, Chen Shu turned on his phone. Sitting in business class, even using his phone would not draw much attention. The flight attendants would only remind him gently. Yet, Chen Shu was a man of propriety. Upon opening his phone, he noticed numerous missed calls. Checking the caller ID, he was surprised to see it was Lin Keqi. What could this be about? He mused. Little Lin, is there something you need? Chen Shu inquired with curiosity. Lin Keqi responded. Where have you been? Why have you been unreachable? Chen Shu replied, I was away for a couple of days. Wait, are you really concerned about me as your personal manager? Lin Keki pouted. Is it wrong to ask? You're just being stingy. Chen Shu, exasperated, urged, what is it? Just get to the point. I'm not interested in any financial pitches. Lin Keki countered, why would I pitch you financial products? You already have so much money, you wouldn't care about that. I was wondering if we could meet to discuss something. Chen Shu sighed, bemused by the persistence of youth. Lin Keki is, by all accounts, a strikingly attractive young woman. Had Chen Shu been 2 or 3 decades younger, he would undoubtedly have captured her heart. However, at present, he perceives a significant age gap between them. Lin Keki, being a few years younger, could almost be his granddaughter. Although men often have an affinity for 18-year-olds and maintain a steadfast devotion, Chen Shu has only been equipped with the system for a mere 2 months, and his mindset has yet to fully adjust. Consequently, he continues to regard Lin Keki as a mere child, which fills him with a modicum of guilt. His well-intentioned actions have inadvertently caused a loving couple to part ways. Were it not for his own advanced age, he would have considered compensating her with a boyfriend. If it were anyone else behaving so shyly, Chen Shu would have promptly ended the call. Yet, he finds it difficult to hang up on Lin Keki. There is something endearingly naive about her. All right then. Since I happen to be hungry, why don't you come treat me to a meal? Chen Shu suggested. After disembarking from her flight, Shu Hong had gone to meet clients regarding property sales, spending an entire week out of town, accumulating quite a few potential buyers. Dining alone had grown rather tedious for him. Lin Keki pondered briefly and replied, let us stick to our usual place. Other venues are too pricey for my budget. Chen Shu was indifferent. He had experienced a plethora of cuisines and was not particularly concerned about this meal. He merely needed something to satiate his hunger. He called Song Sheng, requesting him to arrange for both himself and Shu Hong to meet at the Arc de Triomphe, with each driving their own vehicle. As Song Sheng facilitated this meeting, Chen Shu felt an even greater sense of guilt. Nonetheless, he was curious as to why Lin Keki had sought him out. If it were not related to banking matters, it must pertain to something personal. The question remained, what could Lin Keki possibly want from him concerning personal affairs? It seemed as though his financial contributions rendered him somewhat ineffectual. Lin Keki emerged from the bank, bouncing cheerfully, having changed out of her uniform into casual attire. What's this? Aren't you working this afternoon? Chen Shu inquired. I'm on a half-day vacation, she replied, beaming. Chen Shu nodded. All right, let us go. Lin Keki hopped into the G-Class vehicle. Back inside the bank, her colleagues observed her departure. They thought to themselves that Lin Keki had truly come to terms with her situation. Given her exceptional prospects, aligning herself with a struggling housing designer seemed unwise. It would be far more advantageous for her to pursue a wealthy heir. That man certainly appeared affluent. Little did they realize that this man was Lin Keki's client, worth 500 million, who had previously collaborated with a major celebrity in the film industry. Truly a man of considerable means, Lin Keki had evidently matured. With her qualifications, remaining a bank employee seemed a waste. Becoming a wealthy matron appeared to be her best option, perhaps a realization that dawned upon her after parting ways with her boyfriend. Inside the G-Class, Lin Keki was blissfully unaware of the gossip surrounding her. As she settled into Chen Shu's car, she felt less awkward than before, as if she were simply riding with a friend. Chen Shu refrained from directly inquiring about her visit. He understood that young women like Lin Keki often clam up when pressed for information. Patience would yield better results. In truth, Lin Keki wrestled with the decision of whether to ask Chen Shu for a loan. Her previous disposition would never have allowed such a request. Yet her family was in dire need of financial assistance. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Chen Shu ordered a double-set meal priced at 188. Taking his time to savor the food. Eventually, Lin Keki could no longer restrain herself and asked, aren't you going to ask why I came to see you? Chen Shu smiled. If you wish to share, then do so. If not, my inquiries would be in vain. Lin Keki was at a loss. She found it utterly perplexing how to handle this older gentleman, who was unlike anyone she had dealt with before. When she lifted her gaze to meet Chen Shu's eyes, she noticed a depth to them that had not been there before. In just over a week, this older man had somehow become even more captivating. After a moment of hesitation, she nervously intertwined her fingers and finally confessed, I would like to borrow some money from you. Chen Shu was not particularly surprised. He had already surmised her intentions. However, he was intrigued as to why she suddenly needed funds, as she had never previously displayed signs of financial distress. What do you need it for? He inquired. My father accidentally hit a pedestrian while turning. The injured party is demanding 500,000 for damages. Or else my father faces imprisonment, she explained. Chen Shu furrowed his brow, asking, was your father drinking? If he had been under the influence, the situation would be dire, and no amount of money could rectify it. Lin Keki quickly clarified, no, it was during a right turn. The person was in a blind spot. You know how strict driving regulations are in Hu City. My father hasn't received a ticket in ages. Chen Shu nodded in understanding. That was more manageable. It made sense that the injured party was only asking for 500,000. Had it been a case of drunk driving, the settlement would likely exceed 1 million. All right. How much do you intend to borrow? He asked, as he had ample funds at his disposal. Lin Keki cautiously replied, 30,000. That's the amount I still need. Chen Shu chuckled. What's with the formality over just 30,000? Here's what I'll do. I'll lend you 50,000. So you don't have to scramble to gather the money. Lin Keki gasped. But I can't repay that all at once. My salary is only over 5,000 a month, and I only reached 10,000 with commissions. Her family had minimal savings, and with a younger brother in college, she would struggle to repay the amount in the next couple of years. Chen Shu reassured her, no worries, just write me an IOU. If you can't repay, you can work it off. Lin Keki suddenly realized that this older man had ulterior motives. What do you mean? She asked, alarmed. Chen Shu laughed heartily. With a physique like yours, do you think I'm after anything? If you can't pay me back, you can work for me. My property management company is in need of financial assistance, or you could come to my home to clean. Lin Keki scoffed, proudly lifting her chin. I am not a mere trophy. Chen Shu was well aware of her worth. On a night when Lin Keki had been inebriated and had come to his home, he had noticed she possessed certain assets. It was simply that her slender figure and prominent collarbones obscured her allure. Typically clad in a bank uniform, she had an air of restraint about her. Lin Keki's declaration drew the attention of those nearby. Not wishing to attract undue scrutiny, Chen Shu suggested, all right, let us eat quickly. I see you've developed dark circles under your eyes. Have you been sleeping poorly? His casual concern caught Lin Keki off guard. And before she knew it, tears began to well in her eyes. Chen Shu was taken aback. Who could have anticipated that Lin Keki would suddenly burst into tears? What on earth was happening? Lin Keki's eyes streamed with tears, a manifestation of the immense pressure she had been under in recent days. The upheaval within her family left her feeling powerless. She had yet to emerge from the emotional turmoil of her recent breakup, and now faced an even greater crisis that rendered her utterly helpless. Her family, preoccupied with their own concerns, had little time to offer her solace. Moreover, the gravity of her situation prohibited her from venting to her colleagues. Typically cheerful, she had become increasingly despondent over the past few days, often staying up late and occasionally resorting to a small bottle of liquor to numb her pain, a habit that had resulted in dark circles under her eyes. Unexpectedly, the first person to express concern for her was Chen Shu. Instantly, her sorrow overwhelmed her, and she burst into tears. Chen Shu, lacking the finesse to console a tearful woman, was entirely straightforward, devoid of sweet words. Enough, enough, stop crying. If you keep this up, I won't lend you any money, he stated bluntly. Her tears only intensified. Chen Shu, at a loss, continued, all right, I'll lend it to you, just stop crying. I don't want others to think I'm bullying you. The gazes of those around them grew increasingly suggestive, leaving Chen Shu feeling helpless. Fortunately, Lin Keki sensed the scrutiny and managed to compose herself. Give me your card number. I will transfer the money to you, he said, relieved. Lin Keki wiped her nose and opened her banking app, handing her phone to Chen Shu. A glance revealed that her bank account held a mere 8 yuan. It was evident that she would not have approached him for assistance had her situation not reached such dire straits. No wonder she was crying like a distressed fawn. Chen Shu promptly transferred 600,000 yuan to her account. Lin Keki stared in disbelief. The extra 100,000 is for you to buy some nutritional supplements. You look as if your arms are as thin as sticks. Spend a little on yourself. Happiness is the most important thing in life. Since your boyfriend is gone, you need to learn to comfort yourself, understand? Lin Keki, taken aback, had assumed Chen Shu would not seek repayment for the extra amount. All right, I'll write you an IOU, she replied. Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively. What do you need an IOU for? I can find you easily if you try to run off. If you really disappear, I'll get your family involved. In reality, he had no intention of requesting repayment, especially since the system had already rewarded him. Ding. Host generously opened his purse. Reward, 2,000,000 yuan. After disbursing 600,000, the system had granted him 2 million in return, far more lucrative than lending at exorbitant interest rates. Whether he retrieved the 600,000 or not was inconsequential. He was not in need of that sum. Lin Keki felt a wave of gratitude in a world rife with deceit. How many people would lend money without demanding an IOU? Absolute trust was rare. Otherwise, who would dare lend money so freely? Her father's construction company had been ruined by such unscrupulous individuals. Chen Shu, despite his wealth, appeared indifferent to money, a quality that earned Lin Keki's respect. She had encountered many affluent individuals at the bank, yet they clung to their wealth as if it were life itself. Numerous families had ended up in court over disputes regarding money. This old man was genuinely different, possessing an admirable detachment that exuded a unique charm. After dining with Lin Keki, she asked, "Could you possibly take me to the hospital?" Chen Shu, intrigued, responded, "In such a hurry to pay up, are we?" Lin Keki explained, "My father is experiencing headaches due to this situation and is currently in the hospital. If I bring the money now, perhaps his condition will improve." Chen Shu gave her a thumbs up, a filial daughter indeed. Money can heal. Lin Keki chuckled, contemplating that perhaps money truly had the power to cure ailments. Chen Shu, with a knowing smile, remarked, "Indeed, money can mend a bent back." Lin Keki found wisdom in his words. Had she possessed sufficient funds, her father's anxiety would not have escalated to hospitalization, and she would not have been burning the midnight oil, consumed by her worries. Money was indeed a powerful tool. Chen Shu did not decline her request. Having already provided the funds, an additional trip was hardly a burden. The two arrived at the People's Hospital, and Chen Shu let Lin Keki out before departing. As she watched his taillights fade, she stomped her foot in frustration. How rude. Not even a goodbye. At that moment, a tall, slender young man appeared, carrying takeout. "Sister, why are you talking to thin air?" Lin Keki paused, realizing it was her younger brother, Lin Keys. "Oh, nothing. Just venting about the DD ride I took." She was keen to avoid her brother witnessing her dismounting from a car belonging to a man in his 60s. Lin Keys furrowed his brow. Ever since their family faced such turmoil, his sister had been acting strangely. However, he dismissed the thought as he was more preoccupied with their family's distress. Holding up the wontons he had bought, he said, "Let us go. Dad is still hungry." Lin Keki smiled. "I'm relieved. I borrowed 500,000 from a friend, and now I can repay the debt. Dad's headaches will soon cease once we settle this issue." Lin Keys' eyes widened in surprise. "Really, sis?" Lin Keki replied, "Why would I lie to you?" The siblings hurried to the hospital room to share the good news with their father, Lin Jinxiang. At 50, Lin Jinxiang had relocated his family to Hu City during its developmental boom, establishing a home and a company. However, recent years had seen his business decline, burdened by debts and the predations of unscrupulous debtors. Just as he was entering middle age, facing the trials of life, his daughter had just begun her career and his son had yet to graduate when calamity struck. It was ironic that while driving, he had not seen the obstruction ahead. Misfortune seemed to compound itself, exacerbating their already modest circumstances. "Borrowed. That is not something that can be repaid in a short time. What did you tell your friend?" Lin Jinxiang inquired. Lin Keki waved her hand dismissively. "Dad, you needn't worry. My friend is quite well off. I have a monthly salary, and I can repay this sum gradually." Lin Keki's mother sighed. "You're the only one earning now. Alas, it's truly unfortunate. I knew your father shouldn't have gone out that day. The almanac warned against travel. It's all my fault." Lin Keki found her mother's superstitions amusing, but was grateful for the alleviation of pressure. Lin Jinxiang interjected, "Let us not dwell on that. Our daughter has gathered the funds. Let us resolve this issue first, and then we can figure out how to repay the money later." Lin Keys added, "I'm in my final year. I have plenty of time. I'll find ways to earn money to help my sister repay her debt." Lin Keki quickly countered, "You still have so much to learn. Focus on your studies. Your final year is crucial for your future career. You need to excel academically to secure a good job, even if you don't pursue graduate studies." Their mother nodded in agreement. "Listen to your sister. It's not easy for her to land a job at the bank. Apply yourself and don't waste your time." Lin Jinxiang remarked, "Fortunately, your sister has a wealthy friend this time. Without that, well." Lin Keki, brimming with optimism, replied, "Dad, don't say that. Our family may be experiencing a downturn, but from now on, we can only ascend. You will surely rise again." Lin Jinxiang was deeply moved. His daughter was indeed a true gem. Lin Keki promptly transferred 500,000 directly into her father's account. It was as if a remedy had been found. For Lin Jinxiang's spirits lifted considerably, and he immediately rose from his sickbed, determined to address the situation involving the person he had struck. He had arranged for someone to mediate, hoping to settle the matter privately, thus avoiding a legal battle. The woman he had hit had also sustained fractures and was not in a favorable financial position, with 2 sons struggling to pay their mortgage. So they were amenable to a private settlement. 500,000 was not an exorbitant demand. Had the compensation been in the range of 1 to 2 million, he would have relinquished the matter entirely. The family also brought along some nutritional supplements to visit the injured woman at the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Observing their sincere attitude and lack of blame shifting, the others acknowledged that the Lin family was facing difficulties. After paying the medical expenses, they managed to negotiate the settlement down to 450,000, thus concluding the affair. They also signed a release agreement. The Lin family collectively sighed in relief. Despite the burden of over 400,000 in debt, there remained a glimmer of hope, did there not? Lin Jinxiang, being a person of the world, proactively stated, "Keki, your friend is so generous. I must not be ungrateful. He has done me such a tremendous favor." Without further ado, I will invite him to dinner tonight to express my gratitude. Over 50,000, interest-free, is quite rare in this day and age. Lin Keki was taken aback. She could not fathom introducing her father to Chen Shu. What a jest. Chen Shu was a decade older than her father. In truth, meeting was not an issue. The crux lay in the potential fallout if her family learned that her friend was a 60-year-old man. They would undoubtedly jump to conclusions. Lin Keki quickly interjected. My friend is the owner of a large company and is often quite busy with numerous affairs. I'll invite him for dinner when he has the time. You need not concern yourselves with this. Lin Keki suddenly asked, Sis, your friend is a man, right? Lin Keki nodded. What of it? The family fell silent. For they understood that Lin Keki had recently broken up with her boyfriend. Now, a man was willing to lend her 500,000 without interest. Such implications were unmistakable. Lin Jinxiang exchanged a glance with his wife. They were quite open-minded and had never interfered in their daughter's romantic affairs, as long as she found someone suitable. So they refrained from probing further. Chen Shu drove to the Arc de Triomphe in the afternoon. It was undeniable that the investment of 10 million was well worth it. Within less than 10 days, the renovations were already more than halfway complete. The Italian brand crystal chandelier designed by Song Sheng had been installed, gleaming brilliantly upon entry. And when illuminated at night, it would undoubtedly be the brightest fixture in the entire community. Additionally, the soundproof room specifically requested by Chu Hong for karaoke had been completed. Perhaps it was a necessity for the affluent to have such a soundproof space. The team specializing in luxury home renovations was remarkably professional, wrapping the soundproof room in thick acoustic insulation, ensuring that even the most fervent karaoke sessions would go unheard outside. With so many women in the household, and lacking other entertainment options, the soundproof room was an excellent choice for singing or watching films. Next on the agenda was the installation of a sound system valued at over 1 million, which the renovation manager informed had already cleared customs and would be installed shortly. 2 bedrooms had been interconnected, creating a spacious layout of 700 square meters, truly expansive. Fortunately, with so many family members, and Chu Hong being exceptionally diligent, Chen Shu had not felt the need to hire a nanny. Later, Kong Fong invited him to review the property management's operations. In truth, Chen Shu was indifferent to the property's assets. For him, it was merely a game. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Kong Fong had managed things exceptionally well. The condition of the 3 properties was remarkably healthy. Kong Fong's philosophy was to treat her employees as family, instilling a sense of belonging within the community. She ensured the establishment of a staff cafeteria, arranged accommodations for employees, and provided comprehensive insurance benefits, quite a rarity in today's society. The benefit of this approach was that each property employee served with the dedication of a soldier under her command. From today onward, we plan to eliminate the shared area costs, resulting in a $1 increase in the property fee per square meter, Kong Fong stated in the office. Chen Shu calculated the adjusted property fees post-removal of shared area expenses and noted that the increase still rendered the fees lower than the previous rates. He inquired curiously, Is that permissible? Kong Fong raised her head. Absolutely. Our relationship with the owners is quite good, and the reputation of our management has significantly improved. Although we have been operating at a loss for over a month, we are on the cusp of profitability. However, the profit margins were slim. Currently, each community yielded approximately 1,500,000 annually. She was unsure of Chen Shu's satisfaction. Yet, Chen Shu was unconcerned, expressing his curiosity. Can this really be profitable? He had never intended to make money from this venture. Kong Fong, exasperated, replied, Who runs a business without the intention of profit? Chen Shu reassured her, It is of no consequence. I have 5 million in the account. Since you aspire to create a conglomerate, a lack of initial profit is acceptable. Given your belief in the property's potential, why not seize this opportunity to transform the property landscape in Hu City? Such chances are rare. If we fail to act now, future opportunities may be elusive. Kong Fong felt a surge of gratitude. Chen Shu's unwavering support was evident, even without regard for profit. Little did she know that the source of Chen Shu's wealth was not merely from running a company. The system had already provided him with ample funds, rendering the profitability of these 3 properties irrelevant. By the way, there is another matter, Kong Fong interjected. Chen Shu, intrigued, asked, What is it? Kong Fong replied, I encountered a mother and child beneath the overpass after work. The child has leukemia, and their family is struggling. I brought them to our property and offered the mother a cleaning job here, which allows her flexible hours and is conveniently located near the hospital for their medical needs. Chen Shu responded affirmatively, No problem. If you believe it is the right thing to do, then pursue it boldly. I will always support you. Kong Fong smiled. Aren't you afraid I might drive these 3 companies to bankruptcy? Chen Shu dismissed the concern. We are not short on funds. Kong Fong then inquired curiously, By the way, what is your current net worth? Chen Shu replied, Not much, just under 9 billion. In recent days, through continuous sign-ins and the ongoing system rewards, his bank balance had swelled to 860 million. Kong Fong was taken aback, her astonishment palpable. Who could have imagined that an elderly security guard, once under her supervision, would amass such a fortune in less than 2 months? The key point is that she had inquired with Xie Wanting, and Chen Shu had never shown much interest in the stock or futures markets. His daily routine consisted of eating and sleeping, which perhaps explained why he seemed to grow younger with each passing day. Under such circumstances, it was astonishing that he could accumulate a wealth of billions. Truly, he had become a stock market prodigy. Kong Fong couldn't help but admire him. Sometimes, a person's fortune can shift in just a month or two. When opportunities arise, seizing them can propel one to great heights. Failing to do so may lead to a life of mediocrity. With this thought in mind, she realized that she too should seize the opportunity. Given that the 3 residential communities had already garnered an excellent reputation, now was the perfect time for gradual expansion. Suddenly, Chen Shu recalled, "Oh, by the way, would you like to accompany me back to Nanqing County tomorrow? Our building has topped out, and the next steps will be straightforward. Since we are engaged in property management here, we might as well take on the management of the community as well. You should consult with Chen Wen about how to run a property management company." Kong Fong nodded in agreement. Of course, no problem. The community that Chen Shu had secured in his hometown had already reached its peak construction and was completely sold out. The prices were reasonable, and Chen Shu had no intention of making a profit. His daughter and son-in-law, being locals, understood the challenges of home buying. And since this was their first venture into real estate, they sought a stable outcome rather than high profits. Selling out the properties would be their success. The average price per square meter was about 500 less than surrounding communities, making it highly sought after. This naturally irked the developers of nearby properties. After all, with such a low price set by just one community, how could they compete? Fortunately, the properties in surrounding communities were nearly sold out, and most of those developers were from out of town. Furthermore, with the county magistrate overseeing Chen Shu's community, they were unlikely to cause any trouble. Once the construction reached its completion, the subsequent work would accelerate, and they could hand over the keys well before National Day. Therefore, the property management company needed to be well prepared in advance. Since Chen Shu had been so supportive, Kong Fong felt compelled to assist Chen Shu's daughter in establishing her company. Chapter 143. The granddaughter goes to university. Nanqing County. Over a month had passed, and Chen Shu had returned once more, though this time with a different identity. A month prior, he had arrived with a modest fortune of merely 2 or 3 billion. Not as a businessman, but as a regular individual. Now, he returned as the local real estate mogul of Nanqing County. With this esteemed title, he was warmly greeted by familiar faces, both known and unknown, who sought to pay their respects. Chen Shu and Kong Fong first visited the construction site of the community. It was evident that when funds were in place, workers would labor tirelessly day and night. Within just over a month, the building had reached its peak. The interior was currently undergoing plumbing and electrical work. As the real estate market had entered its later stages, most properties being delivered were fully renovated. Offering unfinished units now seemed quite out of touch. Selling such raw properties at a high price would surely invite ridicule. Upon seeing Chen Shu's arrival, the security guard promptly approached to greet him. This elderly security guard, who had initially intended to retire, returned upon hearing that construction had resumed. Chen Wen also noticed the 2 uncles at home with nothing to do and invited Chen Shu's brothers to oversee the entrance. Although it was merely a door-watching task, the construction workers recognized them as the uncles of the owner of Deju Real Estate, and they were accustomed to offering cigarettes upon entering. However, Chen Wen was not merely utilizing them for menial tasks. She had tasked them with supervising the quality of the construction. "Mr. Chen, your elder brother is inside on patrol. Let me take you to him," the elderly security guard said respectfully. Chen Shu replied with a smile, "No need for such formality. Just call me brother. We don't need to be so polite." Although he was now wealthy, he had only recently emerged from humble beginnings, and the feeling of being treated like a superior without spending money felt somewhat awkward. Spending money was acceptable, such as at a foot massage parlor, where enjoying the service felt entirely justified. The security guard, though flustered, insisted, "That one do. You are the boss. I am merely a gatekeeper." Chen Shu, with a sigh, entered the construction site. The security guard quickly notified the site's supervisor to accompany him. Chen Shu found himself in a position resembling that of an important official conducting an inspection. His elder brother, Chen Jianjun, was inside supervising the workers as they installed electrical wiring. In terms of plumbing and electrical work, he was quite experienced. Initially thinking that at 70, he would be of little use, he was pleasantly surprised to find an opportunity to shine at his younger brother's construction site. Upon seeing Chen Shu, he wasn't surprised. After all, Chen Anan was about to start school, and it was likely that Chen Shu had come to pick her up. "Little brother, you're here," Chen Jianjun said. Chen Shu nodded. I came to check on the progress of the site. The nearby workers were taken aback. They had initially thought the elderly security guard was meddling, only to discover he had ties to the company's owner. Accompanied by their construction company's manager, he was indeed the genuine behind-the-scenes boss. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Chen Jianjun remonstrated. Rest assured, with me and your second brother around, the construction quality of the community will be impeccable, and the speed will keep pace. However, there are quite a few young workers on site who are not very experienced. So they'll need some guidance from me and your second brother, but it's nothing to worry about. Chen Shu nodded. All right, for the future property management and maintenance, you and my second brother will handle it. He refrained from mentioning salaries, knowing that family wouldn't concern themselves with such matters. Naturally, he would ensure his brothers were well compensated. He had already arranged for Chen Wen to retain 2 apartments for his brothers, leaving it to them to decide whether to sell or reside in them. After touring the site, he selected a location for the property management center and then returned home. Chen Wen and Wang Tao were aware of Chen Shu's return, with Wang Tao personally preparing a meal. Chen Pingbing and his wife had gone on a trip, likely still in their honeymoon phase. Thus, only their son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter Chen Anan were present. Grandpa, you're back. I have 4 days until school starts. Can I go back with you? Chen Anan exclaimed, munching on a crab leg and blinking her large eyes. Chen Shu nodded, of course. After a moment of thought, she asked, can I go with my classmates? Li Xiaoman and Ji Yunya? You are in the same school, even if not the same department. You're in the same campus, Chen Shu replied. Chen Anan beamed. Thank you, Grandpa. I'll message them right away. When are we leaving? Day after tomorrow. Chen Shu stated. He still needed to set up a property management company in Nanxing County, and there were further details to discuss with Kong Fong regarding teaching Chen Wen. Chen Anan cheerfully declared, great, and promptly dashed upstairs to contact her friends. Chen Wen, exasperated, called after her, make sure to eat your crab leg. Chen Anan's voice echoed from upstairs, let my dad eat it. Wang Tao sighed. In his position at home, he could only settle for leftover dishes. Although both individuals share the responsibility for the Deshu property, it is undeniable that the funds originate from Chen Shu, whose family has contributed nothing, and there are numerous relatives eager to gain employment through him. Wang Tao is well aware of the indolent nature of those relatives, and he has resolutely rebuffed all attempts. Chen Wen, being a strong woman in her own right, has ascended to the position of a minor supervisor in a supermarket, while Wang Tao, who was once merely an ordinary worker in an auto parts factory, has now benefited from his prosperous father-in-law, placing him at the lowest rung in the family hierarchy. Chen Shu is cognizant of this dynamic. After dinner, he retrieved a box of Mao Tai, 10 packs of Huazi cigarettes, and 2 Rolex watches from his car. These are for you, Xiao Wang, he said. Wang Tao was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, almost bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Dad. Chen Shu replied, it's nothing. You've been quite busy lately. When socializing, a bit of cash is essential, and you can't go into meetings without a watch. These 2 watches are worth 400,000 each. They certainly hold prestige in our county. Wang Tao gazed in exhilaration at the 2 Rolex boxes. His family had suddenly become affluent, yet due to Chen Wen's stringent oversight, he found it challenging to boast while drinking with friends or former colleagues. They own a Maybach, but it was intended for their son, and with his hand injury, he dared not drive it. However, things were different now. With a bottle of Mao Tai, 2 packs of Huazi, and a Rolex adorning his wrist, his status and reputation among friends would surely elevate. His father-in-law truly understood him. Chen Wen observed the exchange but refrained from commenting, recognizing it as a moment of emotional connection between father and son-in-law, and she chose not to interfere. Wang Tao was not a bad sort. A bit of showboating was merely a trivial matter. After lunch, Kong Fong drove Chen Shu's car, taking Chen Wen to handle company affairs. This time, Chen Shu's involvement was unnecessary. The company's legal representative would allow Chen Wen to assume full responsibility. Should a group be formed later, Chen Shu would step in. There was no alternative. As Kong Fong insisted that the head of the group must be Chen Shu, no one else would suffice. Chen Shu, lacking knowledge in this area, could only acquiesce. He wished to enjoy life. Fishing in whose city was quite inconvenient, but returning to Nanxing allowed him to use Wang Tao's fishing rod at the nearby small lake. He spent 2 days in his family's quaint villa. During this time, Chen Wen experienced significant personal growth. As a woman with a child on the verge of university, she never anticipated becoming the general manager of a company, which indeed transformed her life. In the presence of her father, she felt compelled to comply. In the past, she might have voiced her opinions, but her father had now become a veritable fortune maker. Who would dare to speak against him? Her in-laws practically idolized her, and there was no need to mention her father, whose worth was in the billions. Chen Wen felt her life had taken quite a tumultuous turn. Her family had endured hardships, but they had also reaped the rewards. Having such a father, she reflected on her earlier misfortunes, yet It was evident that her current situation was fortuitous. Over the past 2 days, she had learned about managing a property company, with Kong Fong dedicating herself to teaching. Through her interactions with Kong Fong, Chenwen realized that Kong Fong was more than just a colleague or collaborator of her father. She bore her own burdens as well. Her father attracted admirers everywhere. During a prior collaboration with the Luo family, there were attempts to matchmake her mother with Chen Shu. Although her mother, Feng Yun, was Chen Shu's first love, Chenwen knew well that her father's current circumstances made a rekindling impossible. Her mother could not entertain such notions either. Chen Shu had married her mother solely due to parental pressure, devoid of genuine affection. Furthermore, the women Chen Shu had brought into his life were far from ordinary. The sordid tales often depicted in movies concerning wealthy families stemmed from reality. However, Chenwen believed that her father had seen through it all and had no intention of marrying again. As long as he remained unmarried, matters would be more manageable. Yet, as a fellow woman, she harbored concerns for Kong Fong. 2 days later, Chen Shu drove with Chunanin to visit Li Xiaoman's family. They had arranged to take Chen Shu's car to Hu City 2 days in advance, enjoying a brief holiday before reporting for school. Chen Shu stated, "There's no need to bring luggage. Just a few articles of clothing and bedding can be purchased anywhere." Over the past few days, Chenwen had discussed plans with Chen Shu. He intended to buy an apartment near Hu University for Chunanin, as the transition from high school to university was significant, allowing for more independence in the evenings. However, this idea was promptly met with Chenwen's vehement refusal. As a child from an ordinary family, Chenwen did not wish for Chunanin to feel overly privileged. The sudden elevation in their social status had already ensured a comfortable life for Chunanin. Should she continue into university, Chenwen worried that her daughter might become complacent. With her objections clear, Chen Shu fell silent. He felt a twinge of guilt regarding his daughter and decided to heed her wishes, at least for the time being, accepting that a bit of hardship might be necessary for his granddaughter. Chenwen also refrained from further discussion, handing Chunanin her school admission notice and identification documents. "Listen to your grandfather on the way. Call me when you arrive in Hu City," she instructed. Chunanin, showcasing her 2 small canine teeth, smiled cheerfully. "All right, I know. Mom, Grandpa is in Hu City too, so don't worry about me. I'll call him if anything comes up." Now, Chunanin was much more cheerful than during her high school days, buoyed by the relaxation following her graduation and the family's newfound affluence. Chen Shu donned his sunglasses, declaring, "Let us go." Kong Fong, having worked diligently over the past 2 days, could not be asked to serve as a chauffeur. Thus, it was left to the billionaire to drive. Chunanin had obtained her driver's license during the break, but Chen Shu believed it was prudent to delay her driving until her sophomore year, ensuring a better experience when she eventually acquired a car. Upon arriving at the entrance of Li Xiaoman's residential complex, the Li family, aware of Chen Shu's visit, had gathered in anticipation. Chunanin shared a close friendship with Li Xiaoman and Ji Yunya, having visited Li Xiaoman's home on previous occasions. Li Xiaoman's father, Li Zhong, had also learned about Chunanin's family background, becoming quite excited upon discovering that Chunanin was Chen Shu's granddaughter. As a civil servant, he understood Chen Shu's wealth and the potential benefits of fostering a relationship with a businessman. After all, it is often said that politics and business are intertwined. Knowing that Chen Shu was coming today, he had taken the day off to see his daughter off. Typically, he paid little attention to Li Xiaoman's schooling. As Chen Shu turned the car around and parked in front of the Li family, he called out, "Xiaoman, get in the car." Chunanin joyfully hopped out and joined her friend. Li Xiaoman pulled her suitcase to the rear of the car to load it. Chen Shu intended to assist, but was promptly stopped by Li Zhong. "Mr. Chen, I'm Li Zhong, Li Xiaoman's father. I work in government, and it's an honor to finally meet you," he said with a broad smile, extending his hand. Chen Shu replied, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." No wonder Li Xiaoman is so beautiful and well-mannered. She hails from a cultured family. Li Zhong politely responded, "Mr. Chen, you flatter me." 2 men engaged in casual conversation. Chen Shu recognized that Li Zhong was expanding his network of connections. However, he was acutely aware that Li Zhong was far from being an actual entrepreneur. Li Zhong also discerned that Chen Shu appeared utterly oblivious to any business policies, leaving him bewildered as to how such a person could amass a fortune in the billions. Yet, it mattered little. With the connections to Li Xiaoman and Chunanin, today was merely a chance to chat, and opportunities to cultivate relationships could arise later. After Li Xiaoman boarded the car, Chen Shu drove toward a small village situated in the northern outskirts of the county. Upon entering the village, they arrived at the residence of Ji Yunyu. Standing before the dilapidated wooden door were Ji Yunyu and her frail father. "Mr. Chen, thank you," Ji Yunyu's father expressed, appearing somewhat reticent and polite. After all, there was no need to worry about Ji Yunyu's tuition and living expenses, as these were generously provided by the women around Chen Shu, though he understood well whom to thank. As Chen Shu observed the courtyard, he noticed a writing desk adorned with brushes, ink, paper, and an inkstone. Upon stepping inside, Ji Song, Ji Yunyu's father, shyly remarked, "I have a bit of a bad habit. I enjoy writing a few characters." Chen Shu complimented, "Your calligraphy is quite commendable. No wonder you have raised such an exceptional daughter in Ji Yunyu. What do you typically do at home?" Ji Song replied with a hint of remorse, "I can only tend to a bit of farming, as my health does not permit me to engage in strenuous labor. I often write poetry and submit it for publication." Chen Shu was taken aback. "Is it in literary magazines?" Chapter 144, What a Family. In the car, Chen Shu inquired about Ji Yunyu's thoughts on her father. Noting that Ji Song possessed a literary flair, yet was physically frail and lacked practical skills. In his youth, he could submit writings for modest compensation, as there was still space for aspiring writers in print magazines during that era. However, times had changed, and who still read magazines these days? The readership that once supported such publications had long since moved on, and the current generation's spiritual sustenance had transformed into short videos. Thus, the space for such literary youth had diminished significantly. Even he, a former editor at a newspaper, had been compelled to resign. Chen Shu felt a pang of sympathy for Ji Yunyu. Having lost her mother at a tender age, she relied solely on her father, who lacked the ability to earn a living. Their household consisted of merely 2 acres of meager farmland, likely qualifying them for government assistance. Against such harsh circumstances, Ji Yunyu's success in gaining admission to university was no small feat. Chen Shu contemplated, "Your father should have no trouble writing articles. If I have the time, I will attempt to see if I can help him find a job at the Shanghai Evening News." A wave of gratitude surged within Ji Yunyu. Having depended on each other for over a decade, the thought of being in the same city as her father provided her with comfort. "Thank you, Grandpa," Ji Yunyu whispered. Chen Shu replied, "We are family, no need for thanks." Nearby, Kong Fong and Li Xiaoman exchanged glances at Chen Shu, who radiated an undeniable charm at that moment. Just as they were about to set off, Chen Shu suddenly thought of Chen Yushi, the granddaughter of his brother Chen Dali. He wondered how the young girl was faring. "Let us first visit the first high school to check on Yushi, with the rigorous curriculum in her senior year. I hope she has been managing well and that her living expenses are sufficient." The 3 prospective university students had no objections, as they all held a fondness for the obedient young girl. Rather than seeking out Chen Yushi directly, Chen Shu approached her middle-aged homeroom teacher to gather some insights. Yushi has been performing exceptionally well at school. She is acutely aware that her only path forward is to study diligently. She has been putting in considerable effort, and in the recent mock exam, she ranked 93rd in her grade, a commendable achievement for a student who had missed half a semester, the homeroom teacher praised. During class, Chen Shu observed the young girl, tidy and focused as she listened to her chemistry lesson. He chose not to interrupt her, instead gifting the teacher 10,000 yuan to be added to the girl's meal card before departing with the 3 young women. The homeroom teacher, still hopeful, mentioned that she had gone on a blind date the previous evening but had not agreed to pursue it for Chen Shu's sake. Chen Shu, feeling averse to prolonging the matter, hastily departed, leaving the homeroom teacher with a sense of regret. Wasn't a female teacher appealing enough? An hour later, Chen Shu and the 3 aspiring university students arrived in the bustling city of Shanghai. Their home renovations were still underway, rendering it uninhabitable for the time being. Thus they opted for a hotel stay. At the Yuerongcheng Hotel, Song Sheng was taken aback by the 4 women accompanying Chen Shu. Kong Fong, with her oval face and lively eyes, donned a crisp white shirt paired with sleek trousers, exuding an intellect that surpassed all the hotel staff combined. The 3 young women were equally youthful and beautiful. While he was aware of Chen Shu's wealth, he never anticipated it would manifest in such an overwhelming manner. Was Lin Keki not youthful enough? Not to mention the stunning women he had encountered at the Arc de Triomphe. "Boss Chen, you truly are something else," Song Sheng exclaimed, unknowingly consumed by jealousy once more. "Book them a presidential suite as well. Let us be close together," Chen Shu instructed. "Of course, Mr. Chen. Just so happens that a suite on your floor has just been vacated and is ready for you to check in," Song Sheng replied. During their previous visit, Chen Enin and the other 2 girls had stayed in a luxurious hotel, yet it paled in comparison to the presidential suite they were now entering. Upon arrival, Chen Enin was exhilarated to discover the infinity pool outside the window. "I didn't realize there was a swimming pool here. This is sheer bliss. Wow, Grandpa, I reckon this room costs quite a bit per night," she inquired curiously. Chen Shu remained silent, while Kong Fong interjected, "Your grandpa is quite financially secure now. He need not worry about such expenditures." Chen Enin chuckled and asked Kong Fong, "Aunt Fong, where can we buy swimsuits?" Kong Fong glanced at Chen Shu and replied, "I'll accompany you all to buy some." Chen Shu opted to wait at the hotel. Shortly thereafter, a woman returned with the 3 girls, who were laden with shopping bags. In Shanghai, purchasing items was quite convenient, provided one had ample funds. The total for a few outfits amounted to 4,000 yuan, which Chen Shu graciously covered. With Kong Fong leading the way, it was inevitable that the swimsuits would not come cheap. Unbeknownst to Chen Shu, Kong Fong had also changed into a swimsuit. Her figure resembled that of a clothes hanger, yet once the garment was removed, it became apparent that she possessed a bit of softness, her form pleasantly rounded. She wore a modest one-piece swimsuit that accentuated her long legs, which nearly overwhelmed Chen Shu, who had been feeling quite restless lately. He failed to notice that Li Xiaoman, observing his prolonged gaze on Kong Fong, cast a glance at her own figure, revealing a sense of resignation. She felt too youthful and not womanly enough. The four of them frolicked in the pool for quite some time. Watching the four beautiful young women play in the water was for Chen Shu a sublime indulgence. As Kong Fong emerged from the water, shaking her hair back, she evoked the phrase emerging lotus, coupled with the melodious laughter of the three young women. This serene scene epitomized the very essence of what life continually seeks. The host experiences the serene beauty of life, earning the reward of a tranquil mindset, remaining composed and emotionally stable in the face of any situation. Is this truly a reward? Yet, emotional stability is indeed a commendable skill. Many individuals frequently become flustered and at a loss when confronted with challenges. With such an ability, Chen Shu exudes a greater sense of calm when faced with circumstances. This is undoubtedly a valuable trait. However, at the age of 60, he is naturally quite composed regardless of the situation. One might say that this ability is merely an embellishment to his character. Compared to the previous traits of youthful ambition and boundless enthusiasm, its significance is somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, possessing such a quality is certainly preferable to lacking it. That evening, they dined within the hotel premises. The cuisine offered in the presidential suite rivaled that of high-end restaurants outside. In the evening, after finishing work, Chu Hong was taken aback to find Kong Fong bathing in the suite. To her, Kong Fong was an ambitious woman of high aspirations. Such individuals typically have discerning tastes and should not have any special relationship with Chen Shu. Their familiarity was likely just a matter of utilizing Chen Shu's resources as a springboard for her career, not indicative of any closeness. However, upon entering the suite and spotting four women's swimsuits hanging on the balcony, her confidence wavered. What could one expect? After all, Chen Shu's charm as an older gentleman was undeniable. Upon seeing Chu Hong return, Kong Fong understood that given the ongoing renovations at home, Chen Shu and Chu Hong had been residing in the presidential suite, and she had cleverly concocted an excuse to slip away for a while. Chu Hong appeared like a victorious peacock. Naturally, Chen Shu was oblivious to the dynamics between the two women. Having lived for 60 years, he had experienced much and believed that relationships with women were dictated by fate. When destiny aligns, everything falls into place. There was no rush. The trio of young women had spent 2 days at the hotel and explored the city. They ventured out on their own for entertainment. As freshmen at Hu University, Chen Shu refrained from accompanying them, knowing that their independent exploration would be far more enjoyable. Financial concerns were absent. He had set up a familial payment option on Chenin's phone, allowing her to spend his money with minimal restrictions, primarily under the guidance of Chen Wen's instructions. At just 18, Chenin was mostly focused on her studies and had little awareness of market prices. Her spending was often dictated by emotional value rather than actual worth. If she developed such habits, maintaining her lifestyle would be untenable. However, Chen Shu was not overly worried. With a friend like Ji Yunya, who was unlikely to indulge extravagantly, he felt assured. During these 2 days, Chen Unin's expenditures had primarily been on food, totaling less than 10,000 yuan, which Chen Shu considered quite reasonable. Moreover, her spending earned him system rewards. Granddaughter cumulative expenditure of 9,303 yuan. Reward, 200,000 yuan. Remarkably, the system even provided rewards. The key was that her eye for fashion was limited to ordinary clothing and sports brands. She was utterly ignorant of luxury items. Otherwise, a mere visit to a Hermes or Dior store could easily lead to expenditures in the hundreds of thousands. If it weren't for his daughter's stringent requirements, he would have encouraged Chunin to spend more. Of course, luxury goods were best avoided. They bore little utility for an 18-year-old. On the day of the semester's commencement, Chen Shu drove the 3 girls to Hu University's campus. Most students arrived solo, with parents being a rare sight, as many hailed from distant locales, making the journey to Hu City a considerable endeavor. Upon reaching the welcome area, Chen Shu noticed several second-year male students coming over to assist Chen Enin and her friends with their luggage. The moment these 3 girls appeared on campus, the male students were captivated. Chen Enin, while not exceptionally beautiful, exuded youthful vitality, ranking among the prettiest. Li Xiaoman, on the other hand, possessed the allure of a campus belle, having been raised in a civil servant family with a background in ballet, which lent her an exquisite grace. Ji Yunya, often shy, would occasionally lift her head to glance at the path, leaving onlookers mesmerized. The trio's entrance was akin to dropping a bombshell on Hu University. "Sir, are you here to drop off your daughter? Let me assist you," one young man offered, eager to help. Chen Shu chuckled. "Sir? Come now, young man, I'm 60. You might as well call me grandfather." The young man was momentarily taken aback, pondering how this middle-aged man could possibly be 60. Yet, in the presence of such beauty, he felt it unwise to speak out. What stood out was the calm and poised aura surrounding this older gentleman, something many students' parents lacked, indicating he was no ordinary person. Thus, the 3 freshmen accompanying him were certainly exceptional as well. After one boy offered to help with the luggage, 3 more soon joined. This evoked a tinge of jealousy among other first-year female students, who wondered why they had no such assistance. Chen Shu was well aware of their thoughts. After all, he too had been young once. The vibrant energy of youth was a common atmosphere on campus. Observing the 3 girls, he noted that Li Xiaoman was accustomed to attention and seemed unfazed, clearly surrounded by admirers and dismissing the 4 upperclassmen as inconsequential. Chen, with her carefree demeanor, cheerfully expressed her gratitude, mistaking this for the university's hospitality. Ji Yunya, however, kept her head down, pulling along a large suitcase. When approached by a boy offering to help, her shyness rendered her unresponsive, leaving the young man with nothing to do but guide her. With someone directing them, the check-in process for the 3 girls progressed swiftly. After submitting their acceptance letters to the instructor, they each proceeded to their respective dormitories. Fortunately, Chunanin and Ji Yunya were assigned to the same dormitory building, while Li Xiaoman's was a mere 100 meters away, ensuring their friendship remained intact. Subsequently, the 3 girls headed to their dorms, and Chen Shu accompanied Chunanin to assist with preparations. The new bedding simply required some tidying up. 2 other girls were already present in the 4-person dormitory, their eyes widening upon seeing Chunanin and Chen Shu. "Oh, classmate, is this your father? He is incredibly handsome, almost like a celebrity," one exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Today, Chen Shu donned a simple yet elegant ensemble from Hermes, complete with Dior sunglasses and a Patek Philippe watch. In truth, he was not adept at dressing. It was Chu Hong who prepared his outfits each evening. His taste was rather ordinary, lacking in coordination. Yet, under Chu Hong's guidance, he undoubtedly stood out as the most dashing parent on campus. Chunanin, accustomed to such remarks, replied, "This is my grandfather. Don't get it twisted. My dad isn't this handsome." In her eyes, Chen Shu was her idol. Grandfather? Maternal grandfather? The 2 girls exchanged glances, sensing each other's uncertainty. This grandfather exuded charm and wealth. Chen Shu felt somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny of the 2 female university students. He said, "Anin, you stay here. I will go check on Ji Yunyu, and I will leave shortly. If you need anything, feel free to call me, or you can also reach out to Aunt Hong, Aunt Fong, or Aunt Ting." Chunanin nodded and replied, "Got it, Grandpa." After Chen Shu departed, the 2 girls curiously approached her. "You have so many aunts?" Chunanin sighed. "These aunts are not by blood. They are my grandfather's friends, colleagues, and roommates, but each one is more beautiful than the last." The 2 girls gasped in unison, unfazed by the revelation. "This old man is quite remarkable, isn't he? Are his relationships really this straightforward? But he is undeniably handsome." Chen Shu arrived at the 6th floor, where Ji Yunyu's dormitory was located. Ji Yunyu had already tidied her bed, sitting there in a daze, her slender legs swinging gently. Lost in thought, the other 3 girls were also arranging their own beds. In comparison, Ji Yunyu's bedding looked noticeably worn and faded, indicating a less affluent background. Upon seeing Chen Shu approach, Ji Yunyu hopped off her bed and greeted him, "Grandpa." Chen Shu replied, "While I'm here, please give me your WeChat. I will transfer you 50,000 yuan as your living expenses and tuition for this semester." Ji Yunyu shook her head. "No need, my father has already given me money." Chen Shu frowned and said, "Why be polite with your grandfather? Once you graduate, my company will need you, so consider this an investment on my part. And it also carries the goodwill of Aunt Chu Hong and Aunt Fong." Ji Yunyu, unable to refuse, reluctantly took her phone, allowing Chen Shu to assist her. Chen Shu felt a pang of sympathy for the girl. She had not spent a single penny in the past 2 days, truly reluctant to part with her money. The 3 girls nearby were taken aback. They observed Ji Yunyu's modest attire, astonished that this 50,000 was merely her living expenses. 50,000 for a semester? That's nearly 10,000 a month. How extravagant. Chapter 145. You don't actually like him, do you? Chen Shu did not linger with Ji Yunyu. This young girl was prone to feelings of inferiority, and his status was not entirely suitable for her. Chu Hong had advised him on this matter. Ji Yunyu, in certain respects, resembled Chu Hong. She was acutely aware of a girl's subtle pride. Overly fervent concern from others could overwhelm someone like her. A little assistance was enough. In truth, Ji Yunyu's mindset had improved significantly. When she first arrived in Huqing, she had intended to find a summer job to earn enough for her tuition and living expenses. However, after encountering Chen Shu, Chu Hong, and Xiao Wanting, they eagerly assisted her in resolving her financial burdens. She had never before experienced such a depth of care from so many people, feeling warmth from the world for the first time. Now, with Chen Shu's help, she felt less fragile. Glancing at the phone gifted by Chu Hong, with a balance of 50,000, she knew she would repay Grandpa Chen handsomely after her graduation. Not to mention, Chen Shu was also preparing to help her father find employment. After Chen Shu left, one of Ji Yunyu's attractive roommates curiously inquired, "So, Ji Yunyu, who is that man? Is he your uncle?" Ji Yunyu gently shook her head. "No, he is my classmate's grandfather." The three girls were slightly astonished. "So, he is of the previous generation? He certainly doesn't look it. He is so young and so cool." One of the round-faced girls remarked, "Yunyu, could you possibly share his WeChat with me? I think he is incredibly handsome." Ji Yunyu was taken aback, finding her classmates to be quite audacious. Did they not consider the age difference at all? Wasn't that a bit excessive? The other two girls were equally surprised. "Aren't you being a bit desperate?" The round-faced girl chuckled. "You just don't understand. This is what I call a direct approach. Yunyu's grandpa clearly looks like a wealthy man, right, Yunyu?" Ji Yunyu quietly affirmed, "Yes. He runs a real estate company in our county and booked a presidential suite for the three of us in a hotel." The round-faced girl asked, "Which hotel's presidential suite?" Ji Yunyu furrowed her brow and pondered. "Yurong City. I think that was the name. I only remember the presidential suite had an infinity pool, and we had a great time." The round-faced girl became increasingly convinced. That hotel's presidential suite cost no less than 100,000 per night. And the watch he wore was a Patek Philippe. His worth must be at least in the hundreds of millions. Such a diamond bachelor would surely be attracted to university students like us. Just by being with him for a year or two, we could secure our futures. Being a local from Huqing, the round-faced girl quickly deduced Chen Shu's financial status. She was perceptive and understood her own advantage, her youth. She believed she could easily capture the interest of such a wealthy individual. Ji Yunyu smiled softly. "You're overconfident. Grandpa Chen is not lacking for beautiful women around him." She thought of Aunt Fong, Aunt Hong, and Aunt Wanting, three already elegant and beautiful women. The round-faced girl, aside from her youth, possessed no advantages. The girl tossed her hair. "Don't worry, I had several admirers back in high school. I never spent a penny. They bought everything for me." Ji Yunyu still declined to share her WeChat with the round-faced girl. She did not wish to create trouble for Grandpa Chen. Chen Shu then visited Li Xiaoman, as Li Zhong had asked him to look after his daughter. At the very least, he wanted to see in which dormitory Li Xiaoman was staying. Fortunately, her dormitory was on the first floor, easily visible upon entry. At that moment, Li Xiaoman was surrounded by two roommates, chatting and laughing. Among the three girls, Li Xiaoman was notably cheerful, easily blending with those around her, and her beauty made her quite popular wherever she went. Upon noticing Chen Shu, Li Xiaoman immediately jumped down from the upper bunk. Chen Shu casually remarked, "Be careful on that upper bunk. What if you twist your ankle?" Li Xiaoman beamed, "Okay, Grandpa." And Chen Shu chuckled, "By the way, is the money your family sent sufficient?" Li Xiaoman nodded. "It's enough, Grandpa." Chen Shu replied, "Good. If it isn't, call me anytime you need anything." Li Xiaoman was not just anyone. She was also a fellow villager in Huqing. And given her connection with Chun Enin and her father's position as a civil servant, he wanted to ensure her well-being. Moreover, Li Xiaoman was a lovely girl, understanding and endearing. She nodded obediently. "Okay, Grandpa." Chen Shu felt satisfied. "Once you settle in, give your family a call to put their minds at ease." After giving his reminders, Chen Shu left. The three girls still needed time to adjust to university life. And he, being an older man, would not intrude further. Li Xiaoman's roommates were equally astonished. What exactly is their relationship? "Xiaoman, you are so warm towards him. You don't actually like him, do you?" One roommate joked. "You didn't even show such enthusiasm towards that handsome senior just now." Li Xiaoman, as if stepped on the tail, immediately retorted, "Xiao Sun, do not spout nonsense. This is my high school best friend's grandfather." When Chen Shu arrived at the school gate and got into his car, he discovered an empty bottle of pulse drink perched on the roof. He cursed, "Who is so inconsiderate as to leave an empty drink bottle on someone else's car?" He casually removed it and was about to let it slide when a woman with voluminous waves approached him, saying, "Boss, may I have my drink bottle back?" Chen Shu waved his hand dismissively. "It's just an empty bottle. Do you really want it?" The woman paused momentarily before turning away. It dawned on Chen Shu that something was amiss. Could it be that this woman harbored ulterior motives, perhaps even orchestrating this encounter? He drove off, surrounded by a cadre of high-quality women, undeterred by the prospect of a few $100s worth of flirtation, deeming the risk too great. After arranging 3 new female acquaintances, Chen Shu exhaled in relief. At his age, the affairs of the younger generation were indeed significant. In Chinese culture, this is regarded as a form of legacy. Following 2 days at the hotel, Chen Shu finally received good news. The renovation of his house had been completed and was ready for handover. The renovation had taken nearly a month, and that evening, he invited Confronting and Chu Hong over to celebrate. Yi Jie and Xia Wanting were busy filming in the capital. Although the house had rooms for them, they could only join via video call for now. Enjoying the space would have to wait until filming concluded. The newly renovated house boasted a harmonious and elegant style. The basic design had been finalized by Chu Hong, with a few minor suggestions from the other women, and overall, it delighted Chen Shu immensely. With 2 living rooms, the furnishings were minimalistic. The main living room featured a spacious sofa and a 100-inch television, with a soft rug underfoot. Apart from these, there was nothing superfluous, allowing for an unobstructed view of the winding Pujiang scenery from any angle. It was simply breathtaking. The other living room was equally simple, lacking a sofa but furnished with a rug, designated by Xia Wanting as her entertainment zone for yoga, movies, or gaming. Chen Shu was indifferent. As a 60-year-old man, he had little interest in entertainment. The multimedia room was also completed, soundproof to the extent that no noise from within could be heard outside. Originally 6 bedrooms had been reconfigured into 5, adding a connecting corridor that enhanced the natural light flowing through both units. Satisfaction was the only sentiment he felt. Confronting was astonished. "Old Chun, how much did you spend on this entire renovation?" Chen Shu replied, "Over 12 million. Confronting was even more shocked. She knew Chen Shu would spend a considerable sum on renovations, but 1 to 2 million was her upper limit for what she deemed acceptable. She believed the house was already quite nice as it was, yet she was still eager to see Chen Shu's work. Nonetheless, the money spent was indeed worthwhile. Though experienced in the ways of the world, Confronting could not help but fall in love with the house. "Your renovation is splendid. I truly admire it," she praised. Chen Shu responded, "If you like it, why not move in? The place you and Wanting are renting is quite far from the community, making commuting inconvenient. Living here, you could easily walk to work." Confronting smiled brightly. "What are you suggesting? Should I pay rent?" Chen Shu replied, "That's up to you. If you want to pay, go ahead, but I won't charge you if you choose not to." Chu Hong, observing the exchange, thought to herself, "Oh no, isn't this inviting trouble?" Confronting shook her head. "Let's forget it. I've already paid 2 years' rent at my place, and it's not yet due." Chen Shu did not press the matter. Confronting, after all, lacked for nothing materially. Her needs were more spiritual, and she merely appreciated the house without displaying any overt enthusiasm. After dinner, Chu Hong called to have a cake delivered from the community restaurant, marking a formal celebration of their new home. Chen Shu was indifferent to such rituals, but for Chu Hong, it was essential. The first house she purchased was for her grandfather, while this one she genuinely regarded as her home, providing her with ample security. Living here, she felt at peace, unlike the sense of rootlessness she experienced in rental accommodations. After enjoying the cake, Chu Hong retrieved a bottle of top-tier red wine from the cabinet. "Let us celebrate." Chen Shu naturally did not refuse. Confronting considered, this is indeed a joyous occasion, worthy of a toast. Thus, the 3 of them clinked glasses in their new home, savoring the night view of the city. Perhaps buoyed by their spirits, they soon found themselves quite intoxicated. Ultimately, Confronting decided to spend the night, as she could no longer drive. Chen Shu felt content. A carefree life meant enjoying the moment, and he was vaguely aware of being laid down on the bed, sensing soft hands gently exploring his body. It must have been Chu Hong. He pulled her close, and they shared a night of silence. The following day, Chen Shu awoke to find that both Chu Hong and Confronting had left for work. Beep. At that moment, the washing machine notified him that the laundry was done. Upon inspection, he discovered that it was his own bedsheets. Had he, in a drunken stupor, vomited on them last night? He had no recollection of such an event. Typically, it was Chu Hong who handled such domestic chores, acting almost like a housewife. However, Chen Shu was not one to shirk from responsibilities. He promptly hung the sheets to dry without further thought. Noticing a few eggs on the table, it appeared that Chu Hong intended to ensure he had enough protein. He chuckled, peeling a soft, white egg while recalling the exquisite, fair skin he had encountered the previous night. Beautiful. After breakfast, he made his way to the community gym to spar with his boxing coach, relishing the pleasures of life. At the gym, Lilan was curious as to why the dashing and affluent Chen Shu had been absent for nearly a month. Just as she pondered this, she spotted him emerging from the elevator. "Coach Li, long time no see. Were you waiting for me?" Chen Shu greeted, donned in boxing gloves and athletic wear. Lilan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "I was indeed waiting for you. I scarcely have any students left. If you don't come, I might end up with none at all, and then I'd have no means to make a living." Chen Shu remarked, "That shouldn't be the case, Coach Li. With your looks and prowess in boxing, how could you struggle to earn a living?" Lilan retorted, Not all wealthy individuals like you have the time to practice boxing every day. Chen Shu reflected on that and realized she was right. Throughout his extended stay in the community, he had never seen other affluent individuals frequent the gym. Most only appeared to jog on the treadmill. Certainly, there are affluent individuals who aspire to pursue or financially support Lilan. However, Lilan possesses a rather forthright disposition. She either outright declines or dismisses them with an impressive shoulder throw. Her somewhat aggressive personality has resulted in a limited number of students. Thus, Chen Shu remains untempted by her physical allure. "Come on, coach, let us practice a bit more. I need to break a sweat," Chen Shu remarked. With an effortless grace, Lilan stood up, biting onto a hairband as she tied her hair into a ponytail, and the two began to spar. Although Chen Shu's physique bore some traces of fitness, it had only been 5 years of training. In contrast, Lilan was a graduate of a martial arts academy. With her father running a dojo back home, her skills were honed from a young age, rendering Chen Shu no match for her. Before long, Lilan had ensnared Chen Shu in a scissor hold, prompting him to plead for mercy. Nearby, a male trainer at the gym watched with envy as Chen Shu found himself at the mercy of Lilan's formidable legs. "All right, I yield," Chen Shu coughed, conceding. Lilan chuckled. "You've done remarkably well. Who would guess you're 60? You could easily pass for a man in his 30s. And being able to endure so many of my punches makes you the first among my students." Chen Shu thought to himself that this was indeed the case, as the other students came with ulterior motives. As a man, he was aware of this. His intentions were purely to engage in martial arts practice. "Let us take a break." Lilan thoughtfully offered him a bottle of mineral water. At that moment, Chen Shu's phone rang. It was Lin Keki, his personal bank manager. "Shaolin, why are you calling me during work hours without settling your debts?" Chen Shu answered the call. Lin Keki replied, "Today I received a salary of 7,000 yuan. Do you want me to return it to you?" Chen Shu laughed. "Never mind. That amount is too little. Keep it for yourself. What if you end up starving someday? Who will I ask for money then?" Being younger, Lin Keki was often the target of Chen Shu's playful teasing. He envisioned her in her dark gray bank uniform, looking slightly despondent as she called him. In his memory, Lin Keki had often seemed to harbor a dislike for him. Little did he know, she was now eagerly anticipating their conversation. She herself couldn't fathom why she enjoyed chatting with a 60-year-old man, but her thoughts were incessantly drawn to him. Just last night, she dreamt of sailing on a yacht with Chen Shu. Upon waking, she felt a sense of unease. Why would she dream of someone she was supposed to dislike? Yet, her inner voice quickly rationalized that he didn't seem as detestable as she had imagined. She soon arrived at the conclusion that he was, in fact, a friend. She had simply come to regard this older man as a companion. With this realization, she felt a sense of relief. Having a 60-year-old friend was not such a bad thing after all. Moreover, she was exceedingly fortunate today, having learned of an upcoming yacht auction in Ouching. She knew Chen Shu had an interest in purchasing a yacht. However, the international luxury yacht sales centers in Huching were rather scarce. It wasn't that the local wealthy individuals couldn't afford them. Rather, the atmosphere was lacking. After all, venturing out to sea from Huching was not as convenient as it was from the special cities of Xiangjiang and Haogong. The density of affluent individuals in these two cities was undeniable, and with their historical context coupled with current economic factors, indulging in yacht activities there was the true mark of a connoisseur. If Chen Shu desired to acquire such a luxurious yacht, she thought it prudent to inform him. Facing Chen Shu's playful banter, Lin Keki, who would have previously reacted with irritation, found herself somewhat intrigued now. At least you have a conscience. I received news in the bank system that there's a yacht auction happening in Haogong. Don't you want to buy a luxury yacht? I can assist you in applying for tickets." Chen Shu inquired curiously. "Oh, does the bank offer such services?" He had already considered the bank's services quite comprehensive, covering investments and gold trading, but he hadn't imagined they would assist with yacht purchases as well. "Absolutely. As long as a client has assets exceeding 100 million yuan, we provide corresponding services for all aspects of life," Lin Keki explained. Chen Shu began to comprehend. For the average person, banks were lofty institutions, but for someone like him, they functioned rather like a service provider. "How does the luxury yacht auction in Haogong work?" Chen Shu asked with genuine curiosity. Lin Keki replied, "There's nothing to worry about. Luxury yachts, being extravagant items, typically have a lengthy custom-making period of at least 1 to 2 years. However, by participating in an auction, you can select a commendable luxury yacht, some of which may not have been used for long. Among the yachts up for auction is a 3-deck luxury yacht owned by the son of a former billionaire, who reportedly only used it for a day. He now resides in an island nation and is helping his family settle debts, thus selling both his luxury car and yacht." The son of a former billionaire? The national husband? Though Chen Shu was 60, he was still somewhat familiar with the lingo of the younger generation. If he had once been the son of a billionaire, he would undoubtedly have enjoyed a life of luxury. The specifications of his yacht would go without saying. Chen Shu felt a sense of anticipation. However, the auction was in Haogong, which felt akin to going abroad. In his 60 years of life, he had never traveled abroad, having lived in Huqing for 40 years without ever visiting Xiangjiang or Haogong. Given this opportunity, it would be nice to go and take a look, and perhaps it would provide a welcome respite for him. All right, about the exit procedures and yacht configurations, I'm not too knowledgeable. Do you have any insights? Chen Shu asked. Intrigued, Lin Keki smiled brightly. I have a bit of knowledge in that area. I've been to Haogong once, so I know the process. Then how about this? You request a leave from your branch manager and accompany me. Chen Shu proposed. Lin Keki exclaimed, are you really willing to take me with you? Of course. I'd be utterly lost on my own. Don't forget, I'm a 60-year-old man. You need to take care of the elderly, all right? Lin Keki laughed. If you hadn't mentioned it, no one would guess you're 60. But all right, I'll accompany you to discuss business. Who knows? My branch manager might even consider it a business trip. Let me go apply. By the way, should we bring anyone else? Chen Shu pondered for a moment. I'll ask around. Having been born in the last century, he harbored a certain unease about the cities of Haogong and Xiangjiang. Classic horror films featuring Brother Haonan were primarily set in these two cities, which instilled a sense of trepidation within him. However, now that these cities were under the control of the People's Liberation Army, he felt a surge of security. Yet, seeking psychological comfort, he felt the need for a bodyguard. A delicate woman like Lin Keki wouldn't suffice for protection, let alone defend him. Just then, he noticed Li Lan, who was wiping the perspiration from her brow nearby. Coach Li, may I ask you something? After Chen Shu hung up the phone, he turned to Li Lan. Li Lan, with a flick of her head, inquired curiously. What is it? Chen Shu replied, there's an opportunity to earn some extra money. Will you join me? Li Lan immediately furrowed her brows, somewhat sarcastically retorting. I never expected you, old Chun, to be that kind of person. Let me make it clear. I, Li Lan, am not the kind of woman who sells her body for money. If you're looking for someone to earn extra cash, seek someone else. Chen Shu was taken aback by her abrupt reaction. It was evident that this fighting coach had grown weary of wealthy individuals with ulterior motives. Just a hint of suspicion could ignite her like a powder keg. Chen Shu swiftly waved his hands and reassured her. Coach Li, you need not worry. I have no such interest in you. What I meant to say is that I'm planning a trip to Haogong in a couple of days and require a bodyguard. Would you be willing to come along? He suspected that if it weren't for the bond they had developed during their recent training sessions, she might have unleashed a kick in his direction. Upon hearing this, Li Lan was surprised. She hadn't anticipated such a proposition. How many days will it take? Chen Shu pondered for a moment before responding. It shouldn't take long, at most a week. The main purpose is to attend an auction over there. I will cover all your expenses. And how does 200,000 sound for your trouble? Li Lan smiled and countered. Make it 300,000? Chen Shu nodded. All right then. Li Lan, amused, remarked, you wealthy folks truly treat money with such disregard. Fine. I've never been to Haogong, so this will be an opportunity to broaden my horizons. The two quickly found common ground. Chen Shu held great confidence in Li Lan's capabilities. Even with his 5 years of fitness experience, he could hardly match her prowess in combat. According to her coaching credentials, she had once clinched a national champion title in martial arts. Chen Shu wasn't entirely clear on the specifics, but he understood that a woman who could attain such a prestigious title in the country was certainly far from ordinary. Thus, he felt secure in trusting his safety to her. Li Lan also found the arrangement suitable. She needed the money. Her father, now in his 50s, could no longer sustain the martial arts school, and her younger brother was at an age where he needed to marry and buy a home. Earning additional income to alleviate her family's burdens was essential. To her, she was just an ordinary person who had seized a national championship due to her family's early support. Even a national champion required financial means. That 300,000 could equate to the number of summer classes her father would have to teach. Moreover, it would provide her with a chance to explore the city of Haogong, a double benefit. Recently, a wealthy heir had been persistently finding excuses to escort her home after work. This trip offered a perfect opportunity to escape for a few days. After finalizing the arrangements with Li Lan, Chen Shu swiftly secured the time off from Lin Keki. In truth, acquiring a week off as a bank employee was akin to climbing a mountain. A day or two may be manageable, but a week would leave them short-handed. However, upon learning that she would be accompanying Chen Shu, her approval came readily. Given that Chen Shu had recorded several billion in deposits this month, it appeared that the bank's balance was on the verge of reaching the 10 billion mark. The bank president had no knowledge of how much wealth this affluent individual truly possessed, but ensuring his satisfaction could significantly enhance the branch's profitability. Lin Keki's week-long leave was a small price to pay for the potential gains. Once Lin Keki had her leave approved, Chen Shu invited her over that evening to discuss the specific details of their trip. Both he and Li Lan were inexperienced in such matters, and would need Lin Keqi's assistance in applying for the necessary permits, which the bank could facilitate. That evening, Lin Keqi once again appeared at Chen Shu's residence. The difference from her last visit was striking. Due to recent renovations, the home now exuded a minimalist yet elegant atmosphere, clearly reflecting a substantial investment in decor. Lin Keqi was immediately enamored. "Wow, your place is beautifully renovated," she exclaimed, taking a tour around the home, even checking out the guest room where she had previously stayed. Chen Shu nodded. "It's not bad." He had intended to mention that it was designed by Song Sheng, a graduate from the fine arts department, but refrained, considering Song Sheng's connection to Lin Keqi, fearing it might cause her discomfort. In truth, Lin Keqi had already moved past her previous reservations and could now face the situation with composure. Chu Hong was in the kitchen preparing a meal. Aware of Lin Keqi's visit, she refrained from making any comments. Upon seeing her, Lin Keqi expressed, "Thank you for the clothes last time, Sister Hong." Chu Hong replied, "It was nothing, just a set of clothes. You are old Chen's private bank manager. After all, you are hardly a stranger." Chen Shu realized that Chu Hong seemed to be asserting her claim. However, Lin Keqi appeared oblivious to the underlying tension and, from her small bag, produced 2 little boxes. "I didn't know how to thank you and Sister Ting, so I bought you both some necklaces. Please don't think too little of them. I owe Mr. Chen money and couldn't afford anything extravagant." Chen Shu was taken aback. Was this young woman being intentionally thoughtful or merely naive? It seemed she was genuinely expressing her gratitude, considering how troublesome that night had been for Wan Ting and Chu Hong. Chu Hong smiled. "All right. I'll accept on behalf of Sister Ting." She opened one of the boxes and remarked, "Not bad. I really like it. I suspect Sister Ting will appreciate it as well." The 3 of them enjoyed a pleasant meal together. Chen Shu inquired, "Little Chu, are you going to Haokong?" Chu Hong shook her head. "I have a contract for a 5 million second-hand house in a couple of days, so I can't go. You two have fun and stay safe." Chen Shu responded, "All right, I'll bring you back a gift." Lin Keqi felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon hearing Chu Hong's refusal. She likely thought it would be uncomfortable to accompany Chu Hong, especially given the prospect of seeing her and Chen Shu's closeness. That evening, Lin Keqi received Chen Shu's information and prepared to process the permit the following day. After dinner, Chu Hong tidied up the dishes. Chen Shu then suggested, "Is Lin Keqi heading back? Why not stay here? It's just me and your sister Hong, and it feels quite lonely." Lin Keqi hesitated for a couple of seconds. After all, it was Chen Shu's home, and there was also Chu Hong, who had a homemaker's presence. Had it not been for Chu Hong, she would have likely agreed without hesitation. However, with Chu Hong present, she felt a tad apprehensive about hearing strange noises at night. Yet, Chu Hong casually remarked, "Stay here for the night, Chi. You're not a stranger. Old Chen won't bully you." Chen Shu was at a loss for words, thinking, "Do I really seem like the type to bully women?" Ultimately, Lin Keqi succumbed to the temptation. Her rental apartment was small, with a malfunctioning air conditioner that could leave her drenched in sweat at night, making a shower difficult. In contrast, Chen Shu's home featured 2 bathrooms, one of which had a spacious bathtub. That bathtub could comfortably accommodate 2 people. Lin Keqi remarked, "All right, I haven't brought my pajamas." Chu Hong candidly replied, "No matter. You can use mine. Our figures are quite similar. My attire will suit you perfectly. This way, it will be more convenient for you to meet Coach Li tomorrow morning." Given Chu Hong's assurance, Lin Keqi felt no hesitation. She genuinely regarded Chen Shu as a friend and was completely unreserved. Chen Shu, too, harbored no ulterior motives. He simply wished for Lin Keqi to stay here, facilitating the necessary arrangements for the following morning. With Chu Hong present, he had no other intentions in mind.